Chapter 1. Cold, bone-chilling cold. Mike Lee struggled to regain a shred of consciousness in the darkness. Right now, his limbs felt as heavy as if they had been filled with lead. There even seemed to be some kind of metal mask over his mouth, restricting his breathing. As he instinctively struggled, he forced his heavy eyelids open. The next moment, Mike froze. What came into view were dim green indicator lights, thick bulletproof glass, and a dense tangle of metal tubes wrapped all around him. This looked like a cryogenic hibernation pod. Before Mike could figure out what was going on, a flood of strange and terrifying memories surged into his mind. Battlefields swept by gunfire. The dazzling aura of a superstar worshipped by the masses. Deep in the jungle, the twisted, treacherous faces of the former members of Payback. And beneath the glaring surgical lights, the long torment of being shot, injected with all kinds of unknown toxins, and even bombarded again and again with radiation weapons. Several full minutes passed before Mike's rapid breathing finally began to steady. Shock flashed through his open eyes. It seemed he had transmigrated. And he had ended up in the bloody, violent world of the boys. Not only that, the owner of this body was no nameless nobody. He was Vought's true original icon, the veteran superhero with near-invincible defense and terrifying destructive power. Soldier Boy Benjamin. Hiss, what a hell of a start. Mike silently sucked in a sharp breath. He forced his eyes to move, taking in the dim laboratory beyond the pod, with its heavy Soviet-era industrial style. So what timeline was this, exactly? If Mike remembered correctly, in the original story's god-awful plot, Soldier Boy had it miserable. A first-generation American hero, and he had been frozen over and over again a full 3 times. The first time was during the Nicaragua operation, when every member of the Payback squad he once led stabbed him in the back. Black Noir led the charge, and even his old flame, Crimson Countess, took part. In the end, he was sold to the Soviets as a political bargaining chip, then tortured like a lab rat in this sunless hellhole for nearly 40 years, half-conscious the whole time. And the mastermind behind it all was definitely Stan Edgar, Vought's ever well-dressed, hypocritical, cold-blooded man in power. The second time was after he had finally seen daylight again. He had originally agreed to help the boys deal with Homelander. But at the crucial moment, Soldier Boy lost focus because he was hell-bent on beating up his damn grandson. Then Butcher, cuckold jokes and all, completely threw him off with one line, "He's my wife's son." That was all it took to set off the infighting, and Soldier Boy ended up getting hit from every side. Once again, he was treated as a dangerous, uncontrollable weapon, betrayed by the boys, and locked back inside a cryogenic hibernation pod. As for the third time, that was in the recently updated Season 5, Episode 7, with only one episode left before the finale. After giving Homelander the V1 serum, Benjamin had originally planned to cut ties with the past for good and head to South America to enjoy himself. But because he said, "Good luck, son," to Homelander, that giant, love-starved infant Homelander instantly broke down. With his emotions completely exploding, Homelander turned on him like a rabid dog, locked his arms around Benjamin's neck, choked him unconscious, and sent him into cryogenic suspension for the 3rd time. After reviewing the original body's tragic history, Mike couldn't help rolling his eyes hard in his heart. World's ice boy, huh? Frozen 3 times, betrayed 3 times. What kind of first-generation hero was this? He was clearly just a superpowered sucker everyone could push around. That cuck butcher had a point too. Soldier Boy really was a massive cunt. No matter where he went, he would get stabbed in the back and betrayed. But since my consciousness has completely taken over this body now, and I'm already awake, feeling the terrifying power stirring deep inside him like a nuclear reactor, Mike's lips curved into a defiant smirk beneath the metal mask. Since the cryogenic device could no longer hold him, did that mean devices like this would no longer be able to restrain him from now on? Before transmigrating, Mike had never been the type to waste energy tearing himself apart inside. In his previous life, he had no parents and no partner. Now that he had come to this chaotic world filled with superpowers, he might as well settle in. So what if he abandoned the identity of the old Mike Lee? From today onward, he was Benjamin. He would enjoy this perfect body at the peak of humanity, enjoy the absolute power brought by top-tier superpowers, and enjoy the endless pleasure of ageless longevity. Since he was already here and could not go back anyway, he might as well live to his heart's content in this world. The moment Benjamin fully accepted his new identity, a panel suddenly lit up before his eyes. A notification sounded beside his ear. Ding, host consciousness fusion detected as complete. Sun Education System officially activated. Current host identity, Soldier Boy Benjamin. Current abilities. Nuclear shockwave LV3 can release high-intensity radioactive energy, incinerating everything and erasing the compound inside a target's body. Super strength LV5 possesses the super strength of a top-tier superhuman. Super defense LV5, impervious to blades and bullets, immune to conventional firearms and most superpower attacks. Self-healing LV5, extremely high cellular activity, capable of rapidly repairing fatal injuries. Radiation resistance LV5, completely immune to nuclear radiation and all harmful rays. Ageless longevity, the body remains forever at its peak condition. Benjamin raised an eyebrow and continued reading. System introduction. This system is bound to the host. Its mission is as follows: educate the rebellious offspring, Homelander John. Mission description. As Homelander's biological father, you have a responsibility to pull this wayward son back onto the right path. Whenever you successfully change Homelander's pathological mindset, correct his outrageous behavior, reverse his twisted worldview, and prompt him to make choices for good, or simply make him deeply feel the weighty love of a strict father, a reward will be triggered. Rewards include, but are not limited to, unlimited all-around enhancement of the body's basic constitution, acquisition of flight, acquisition of heat vision, improved control over nuclear shockwave, enhanced self-healing, and various other abilities. Looking at the words appearing on the screen, Benjamin, who had been relatively calm until now, sank into a rare, lengthy silence. The system wants me to educate Homelander. In this world of the boys, most people's opinion of Homelander was surprisingly consistent. An extremely narcissistic giant baby, a cruel, bloodthirsty, perverted dictator. Many people feared him. The members of the boys even dreamed of cutting him to pieces. But when it came down to it, Benjamin did not actually hate Homelander. Chapter 2. Or rather, as a transmigrator with a god's eye view of everything, and now also John's nominal and biological father, Benjamin found Homelander's character deeply tragic, even somewhat pitiable. From the moment John was born, he had been robbed of the right to a normal family. His childhood held no toys, no hugs from his parents. Only the cold, sterile laboratories of Vought International. Only endless blood draws, electric shocks, and extreme high-temperature oven experiments. The scientists in white coats never saw him as a person. To them, he was simply the most perfect product of Compound V. Then, after he grew up, Vought International wrapped him in a false halo and made him play the role of a noble, righteous savior in front of the cameras. For the first half of the story, Homelander was even willing to risk his life for Vought International, desperately trying to preserve the glory of the Seven. Honestly, if any ordinary person had Homelander's powers and went through Homelander's childhood, there was a good chance they would grow up into a sociopathic terrorist 100 times crazier than him. The fact that Homelander had made it this far was already impressive. Vought had personally turned Homelander into a twisted test subject starved of love since childhood, and now they wanted him to become a shining hero. They wanted to use him to rake in money. What a joke. Since I'm your old man now, Benjamin thought to himself, Homelander, I'll personally make up for the childhood you were denied. There isn't a father alive who doesn't want to raise his own son with his own hands, or even pass the hero's halo on to him. Benjamin drew in a deep breath and brought his attention back to reality. Feeling the bone-chilling cold around him, a violent red glint flashed through his eyes. His top priority now was getting the hell out of this damn ice prison. Bzzz. As Benjamin focused his will, A terrifying power that had lain dormant deep within his chest for nearly 40 years began to awaken. A dazzling light soon flared from his chest, illuminating the dim cryogenic hibernation chamber until it was blindingly bright. Outside the chamber, the needles on every alarm gauge instantly maxed out, letting out a piercing buzz. Woo, woo, woo. Deep within the former Soviet Union's secret military base, a piercing air raid siren suddenly erupted. Rapidly flashing red lights flooded the laboratory. Before long, squad after squad of fully armed Russian soldiers rushed toward the core laboratory with automatic rifles in hand, as if facing a deadly enemy. What happened? A commander wearing the rank of major burst into the control room, sweat pouring down his face, and grabbed the collar of the technician frantically pounding at the keyboard. "Sir, it's the cryogenic zone where Soldier Boy is being held." The technician pointed at the energy readings, soaring wildly on the screen. "Damn Soldier Boy, he's actually awake." "How is that possible?" The major violently shoved the technician aside and roared. "This ultra-low-temperature cryogenic chamber was built specifically for him. He's been sleeping here like a corpse for 40 full years. How could he suddenly wake up without any warning?" And yet, the truth was right in front of them. Outside the cryogenic chamber, large numbers of Russian soldiers had already assembled behind layer after layer of steel barriers. Dozens of AK rifles were all trained firmly on the chamber, which was radiating more and more heat. Every soldier's face was written with fear. The thing imprisoned inside was no ordinary soup. He was the strongest hero of the first generation, a man who could tear tanks apart with his bare hands half a century ago. A monster who could have an AK fired into his mouth and walk away without a scratch. Inside the cryogenic chamber, the dazzling red light grew brighter and brighter, like a miniature sun expanding at terrifying speed. The soldiers opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Dense muzzle flashes instantly lit up the entire underground laboratory. But it was already too late. Boom! With a thunderous blast, a nuclear shockwave erupted from the cryogenic chamber as its center. A blinding crimson stream of high-energy particles swept outward. The supposedly indestructible cryogenic chamber shattered in an instant, sending metal fragments weighing several tons exploding in every direction. The terrifying explosion tore through everything in the laboratory with overwhelming force. Naturally, the Russian soldiers surrounding the front line were the first to suffer. They did not even have time to scream before they were erased by the nuclear energy. Soon, more Russian soldiers rushed in from outside the laboratory. From within the thick smoke came the sound of steady, powerful, unhurried footsteps. Step, step. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed. A tall, naked man was strolling casually out of the flames. Benjamin ripped the warped metal-breathing mask from his mouth and tossed it to the ground, as if crushing a biscuit between his fingers. He took deep breaths as he looked around. Monster. The Russian soldiers broke down and pulled their triggers one after another. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Dozens of rifle rounds poured out, striking Benjamin squarely in the chest and face. Then, a sight of utter despair unfolded before them. The moment the bullets touched Benjamin's skin, they dropped weakly to the ground. Benjamin lowered his head and glanced at the bullets scattered on the floor. Then he looked up again, revealing a cruel smile. 5 minutes later, Benjamin looked over the mess of wreckage and severed limbs covering the ground, then shook the blood from his hands in disgust. He walked over to a relatively intact corpse, bent down, and stripped off a loose green Russian military overcoat, draping it casually over his muscular body. Wind and snow from outside the base poured in through the blasted opening, making the military overcoat flap sharply in the gusts. Benjamin took a deep breath of the free air he had not felt in 40 years. Judging by his guess, the boys had not arrived yet, which meant the current timeline should be around Season 1 or Season 2. He just did not know exactly when. Had Huey's girlfriend been killed by A-Train yet? If possible, he would stop it. He would use that as a way to make contact with Vought International and with Homelander. And if possible, he would save Huey while he was at it. After all, he was a superhero, and the strongest superhero of the first generation. Soldier Boy planned to do a good deed, teach A-Train a lesson, and use the opportunity to educate all of the seven, including Homelander. And if he could use this chance to clean up, or even take control of and restructure the corrupt Vought International, Benjamin would turn Vought International into a true superhero company. He shoved both hands into the pockets of the military overcoat and strode out of the base. Chapter 3. New York City, USA. Benjamin stood on the roof of an old apartment building in Midtown Manhattan, holding a smartphone he had only recently activated. On the screen, Vought International's latest stock price scrolled by. He slipped the phone into his jacket pocket, turned, and headed downstairs. 1 week ago, he had still been at an abandoned military base near the Russian border. Now, after ditching the Russian military overcoat, he wore a brownish-green leather jacket he had picked up from a thrift store. With his beard and hair trimmed, he walked along 7th Avenue in Brooklyn and drew an absurd number of looks. To be fair, this face really was handsome. After all, the Queen of England had once ridden it. Benjamin passed the glass window of a convenience store and glanced at his reflection. He was broad and powerful, with hard, striking features. His face carried all the maturity and sharpness a man in his 30s or early 40s should have. The shabby, homeless look was gone completely. The way he looked now, no one would question it if he said he was a washed-up Hollywood action star. He stopped and looked up at a massive electronic billboard across the street. The billboard was advertising some of Translucent's activities as a member of the Seven. Benjamin stared at it for 5 seconds, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Translucent was still alive. Now that was interesting. He kept walking, crossed 2 blocks, sat down at an outdoor table at a cafe, ordered a black coffee, and began sorting out the current timeline. A TV and a shop window by the street was playing Vought News Network's midday program. The host was gushing about a bank robbery that had been stopped by superheroes. This was the beginning of Season 1. Queen Maeve was still serving as the Seven's feminist poster girl. The Deep was still amusing himself with dolphins at the aquarium, and Homelander still looked every inch the righteous hero. And Starlight, Annie January, that innocent blonde girl, had not officially joined the Seven yet. Which meant Huey Campbell's girlfriend, Robin, was most likely still alive. Benjamin finished the last of his coffee, set the cup down on the table, and used his phone's GPS to locate an electronics store. After all, the Benjamin of now was no longer the Benjamin from before. Unlike that 100-year-old man, he was not clueless about modern devices. He spent 3 days scouting the place. By then, he had a clear grasp of the store's location, along with the tall, skinny clerk named Huey, who wore glasses and always had a gentle smile on his face. Benjamin had even gone inside on purpose to buy a phone charger, just so he could observe this future core member of the boys up close. Huey really was a good person. So good that it made you not want to see him go through any kind of tragedy. That was Benjamin's private assessment. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Benjamin arrived right on time across the street from the electronics store in Brooklyn. He was carrying a large metal bucket he had bought from a hardware store. Inside were 3 full gallons of industrial-grade lubricant. It was extremely thick, had excellent adhesion, and could form an oil film on asphalt even slicker than ice. He found a fire hydrant diagonally opposite the store and sat down, placing the bucket by his feet. Through the store's floor-to-ceiling windows, he could clearly see Huey helping a female customer inside. Huey was wearing a Navy work uniform and holding the latest tablet, showing the girl some of its features. His body language was full of enthusiasm as he spoke. Every now and then, he pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, and when he smiled, there was not a trace of aggression in it. Benjamin watched the scene with a blank expression and unscrewed the lid of the metal bucket. Right at the start of episode 1, he thought. It had taken him a full week to make his way from Russia back to the United States. He had no super speed and no ability to fly. His speed was no different from an ordinary person's. But that was the part he was least worried about. Educating Homelander would have to be put on the agenda sooner or later. By then, he might be able to gain super speed and flight. Once that happened, combined with the abilities he already had, he would have no weaknesses at all. The shop door opened. Huey and Robin came out hand in hand, chatting as they walked. Huey laughed as he talked, while Robin poked him in the side with her finger, teasing him for getting too into it. They stood at the entrance for a moment, then slowly walked along the sidewalk. A yellow taxi was parked by the curb outside the store, with an A-Train poster on its roof. Benjamin picked up the metal bucket, stood, and followed behind them. Soon, Huey and Robin stopped at an intersection. Robin stood at the edge of the curb. Half a step behind her was the street where traffic rushed past. Huey stood in front of her, gesturing with both hands as he talked, making Robin giggle. Benjamin stopped about 100 meters from Robin. He bent down and tilted the metal bucket. Thick lubricant poured from the rim and spread across the roadside. He took a discarded long-handled brush from his pocket, one he had picked up beside a trash can, and spread the oil film evenly, making sure it covered enough ground. This was A-Train's inevitable path. He was too fast, so fast that an ordinary person could barely catch his movement with the naked eye. The instant he hit Robin, her flesh and blood would burst into a mist. At A-Train's speed, even if Benjamin treated it like an old man taking a stroll, intercepting him was not realistic. Benjamin could have used his own body to block him in advance, but he did not need to. He also had no intention of letting A-Train crash into him and getting himself covered in blood. True, with Benjamin's physical toughness, if A-Train slammed into him, A-Train might not die, but he would at least lose half his life. If his body was just a little less durable, A-Train might even be the one smashed into chunks of meat. Of course, if Robin still ended up dead even after this, Benjamin would have nothing to say. He had done his best, hadn't he? Bzzz. A low vibration came from the end of the street. A-Train was here. Then his right foot stepped onto the strip of oil. The next instant, A-Train's body shot out like a derailed cannonball, slammed hard into the road, and skidded almost 20 meters before finally stopping by the curb. Fuck. A-Train curled up on the ground. Both hands clutched his right knee tightly. The leg armor of his suit had cracked open, and blood could be seen faintly seeping through from underneath. His face was smeared with lubricant and grime from the street, his expression twisted in agony as curses kept spilling from his mouth. He jerked his head up, bloodshot eyes locking onto Benjamin, who was holding the oil bucket. Benjamin shrugged and tossed the empty metal bucket casually to the side of the road. Then he took a few steps toward A-Train and looked down at the superhero of the seven. "Hey, you dumbass in a hurry to get reincarnated," Benjamin shouted. "If I hadn't made you fall, you would have smashed that woman to pieces. Are you not gonna get the fuck up and thank me?" Huey and Robin both turned around at the deafening crash. Robin's face instantly went white. She saw A-Train on the ground. She saw the oil strip stretching across the road. Then, following the footprints left in the oil backward, her gaze finally landed on the curb beneath her own feet. She instinctively took 2 steps back and nearly fell, but Huey caught her at once. Huey's hands were shaking. He looked at A-Train on the ground, then at the strip of oil, then at the spot where he had just been standing. If A-Train had not slipped, then judging by his trajectory, his next step would have sent him crashing straight into Robin. With A-Train's speed and physical strength, Robin absolutely would have been killed. Exactly like that older man had said. Huey held Robin tightly in his arms, terrified. Benjamin glanced at him, pulled out his phone, and snapped a photo of A-Train lying on the ground. "Bitch." A-Train cursed at him. But he knew he was in the wrong. Aside from throwing that insult at Benjamin, he did nothing else. He got to his feet and prepared to leave. "What did you say?" Benjamin turned his head, raised his fist, and punched A-Train in the head as he lay there. A burst of sharp pain shot through A-Train's skull. That punch left A-Train stunned, and blood started running from his nose. He was a soup, for God's sake. A-Train was shocked and furious. "These punches are to teach you a lesson for being stupid." Benjamin swung his fist again, hammering A-Train's head several more times until A-Train collapsed to the ground, nearly unconscious. It had to be said, although A-Train would find his redemption in Season 5, the A-Train standing here now was a complete and utter bastard. He deserved the beating. Chapter 4. After tormenting A-Train for a while, Benjamin knocked him unconscious twice, then beat him awake again. A-Train had finally gotten a real taste of what the old Black Noir and the rest of Payback had once gone through. Benjamin had been about to leave when something suddenly occurred to him. His cold eyes lowered to A-Train, who was lying on the ground. As a transmigrator who knew the plot inside and out, Benjamin understood his current situation very well. He had just saved Robin, who was supposed to be splattered by A-Train, and while he was at it, he had beaten the crap out of this junkie drunk on Compound V. But this was New York, Vought International's territory. The cameras on the street corners, maybe even the satellites overhead, had probably already recorded everything that had just happened. With Vought International's intelligence network, especially under that unfathomably calculating CEO, Stan Edgar, finding out that he was Soldier Boy was only a matter of time. That could bring trouble. Edgar might send a large number of sups after him, set a trap, drug him unconscious, and have him frozen again before he even managed to make contact with Homelander. And Benjamin had no way of knowing whether he would actually wake up again after being frozen. Butcher might wake him up eventually, but Benjamin had no interest in getting involved with that cuckolded bastard. Since he could not avoid it, he might as well flip the table now. As long as Homelander learned right now that Benjamin was his biological father. Then, with Homelander's twisted craving for family and his extremely unstable mental state, Vought's higher-ups would never dare act rashly. This was his best way to break the deadlock. Benjamin searched A-Train's body. He completely ignored A-Train's furious yet fearful stare, bent down, and calmly pulled out a phone. "You, cough cough, who the hell are you?" A-Train clutched his broken ribs, coughing up blood as he tried to threaten him, using Vought's name to scare him off. "You touch me and Vought International won't let you get away with it. Homelander will tear you apart." "Shut up, you coward. The only thing you know how to do is run through women. If you've got the balls, try running through me." Benjamin gave him a cold glance. The anger in his eyes instantly made A-Train feel as if he had been thrown into an ice pit, forcing him to swallow the rest of his threat. A-Train did not dare speak, much less charge into Benjamin. With this man's physical toughness, A-Train was the one who would end up hurt, maybe even dead. Benjamin casually swiped at the phone screen. When facial recognition failed, he shoved the screen right in front of A-Train's sweat-covered face. With a click, the phone unlocked. "Listen carefully, you woman-splattering coward." Benjamin crouched, grabbed A-Train by the collar, and half-lifted him off the ground. "Find Homelander's number in your contacts and call him, now." A-Train's face twisted in pain, but under Benjamin's unquestionable death stare, he raised a trembling finger and tapped the number he would normally never dare call so casually. The call went through. Benjamin snatched the phone and put it on speaker. Beep, beep. After a few rings, an arrogant, magnetic male voice came through, laced with irritation. "A-Train, this had better be important. I'm shooting some damn promo videos with PR right now." Benjamin straightened. Facing the phone, he spoke slowly in an old-fashioned, steady voice. "John." The breathing on the other end clearly stopped for a moment. In this world, very few people dared to call Homelander by his real name. Much less in that condescending tone, almost like an elder speaking down to him. "I'm Benjamin, though you probably know me better by my other name, Soldier Boy." The moment he said that, the air around them seemed to freeze. At the edge of the street, Huey's brain nearly shut down. He was an ordinary person, but he had grown up reading superhero comics. Soldier Boy, the legendary hero who sacrificed himself in the 80s to save a nuclear power plant. A-Train, still on the ground, was completely stunned. Enduring the pain, he raised his head and stared hard at the man in front of him, a massive figure in a retro green jacket, built like a mountain. In his memory, the old posters on the lower floors of Vought Tower began to overlap perfectly with the sharp, cold, rebellious face before him. That face, like that of the vast majority of readers, was flawless. Holy shit. He was Soldier Boy, the legendary first-generation superhero. But what Benjamin said next was what truly detonated the nuclear bomb. In the fall of 1980, Benjamin said calmly, as if he were talking about some insignificant memory, I was called to Vought International. To that old bastard Vogelbaum's lab. It was a top-secret genetic experiment. The other end of the line went deathly silent. Only faint breathing could be heard. Then I jerked off, into a cheap little cup. Benjamin continued, that madman Vogelbaum used that material to create a child. In the spring of 1981, that child was born, a boy. And that boy was you, John. Silence. Suffocating silence. On the top floor of Vought Tower, Homelander stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His pupils trembled violently, and for an instant, his mind went completely blank. Homelander did not want to believe it, yet his sixth sense told him that everything he had just heard was true. Father, origin, test tube baby. Benjamin ignored Homelander's near collapse. As for this bargain bin son of his, he had no intention of having some heartwarming, loving father, filial son, conversation right now. Because his goal had already been achieved. In the show, Soldier Boy had said the same thing. And Homelander had naturally believed him, though after Soldier Boy said it, he had gone on to search through certain classified files. What annoyed Benjamin was that the current timeline was still Season 1. Homelander was still being controlled by Madeline and did not yet have that ability. But it did not matter. Planting the seed of doubt was enough. Besides, Benjamin was too lazy to wait until Season 3, when Homelander took power. He completely ignored Huey and Robin's horrified, ghost-struck expressions. He also ignored A-Train on the ground, who had gone utterly stupid from what he had heard and seemed to be questioning his entire life. Benjamin spoke coldly into the phone. Pass my words on to Vought, and to that damn Stan Edgar who thinks he can control everything. I'm back. Click. Benjamin hung up and prepared to leave. Soldier Boy. Huey called out to him. Benjamin turned back and sized up the protagonist of the boys. What? Thank you for saving Robin. Next time, stay away from the damn curb. A train isn't the only soup with super speed. Chapter 5. Benjamin's tall, upright figure disappeared completely into the flow of people on the streets of New York. Of course, the surveillance footage had recorded the one-sided beating as well. Woo woo woo. The piercing wail of police sirens and ambulance sirens cut through the air. Several vehicles with red and blue lights flashing screeched to a stop at the scene. By then, quite a few bold onlookers had already gathered along the surrounding streets, craning their necks to watch. In this world, thoroughly brainwashed by Vought International and drowning in superhero culture, plenty of people had an almost fanatical, blind worship of SUPs. Some had just learned the truth, but others who had no idea what had happened had only seen Benjamin beating up A-Train. My God, is that A-Train? Oh my God, he's bleeding so much. That guy in the green jacket is insane. He actually attacked a superhero. He's definitely some supervillain hiding in the shadows. Hurry, take pictures and post them on Twitter. Vought International will definitely catch that thug. A few young bystanders who didn't know the truth raised their phones, frantically taking pictures of A-Train as he lay twitching on the stretcher like a dead dog. Every word out of their mouths was vicious condemnation of Benjamin and sympathy for A-Train. In their deceived minds, superheroes were always the embodiment of justice. Anyone who attacked a superhero had to be some unforgivable villain. Shut up, you idiots don't know shit. A roar filled with barely restrained fury rang out from the crowd. It was Huey. This young man, who was usually so timid that he would not even dare ask his boss for a raise, now stood in front of the people taking pictures, his eyes bloodshot, like an enraged lion. Attack, supervillain, open your eyes and look at the ground. Look at A-Train's skid marks and the blood. Huey pointed at the spot where Robin had been standing, his voice trembling with lingering fear. If that man hadn't stepped in just now, A-Train would have smashed my girlfriend into a pile of meat. Robin clutched Huey's shirt tightly and shouted. He didn't slow down at all. He came straight at me like an out-of-control missile. That man saved me. A train tried to kill me. Huey and Robin's accusations on the spot, together with the obvious marks left at the scene, instantly silenced the onlookers who had not known the truth. The crowd looked at one another, speechless. At the same time, Manhattan, New York, the Risk Management Monitoring Center inside Vought Tower. This was the operational brain of Vought International, and also the largest, most tightly controlled information monitoring network in the United States. At that moment, the huge curved screen occupying an entire wall of the risk control hall was flashing with glaring red alerts. At the center of the screen, a short video spliced together from street surveillance and bystander footage was playing on loop. In the footage, a burly man used lubricant to make A-Train slip, as though he had known in advance that A-Train would pass through that exact spot. The dozen or so senior technicians in the risk control department were as frantic as ants on a hot pan, the dense clatter of keyboards blending into one continuous noise. Click, clack, click. The crisp sound of high heels striking polished marble rang out. The previously chaotic risk control room fell silent in an instant. Madeline, vice president of the Vought Group and the woman who held the reins of the Seven, walked in with a cup of warm coffee in hand, her face cold as frost. Can anyone tell me why, 10 minutes ago, our world's fastest soup suddenly fell over and then got beaten to a pulp on a street in Brooklyn? Madeline's voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling sharpness that made everyone's scalp prickle. No one dared answer. She walked up to the big screen. Frowning slightly, she studied the man in the footage, whose face had not even been fully captured. The longer she looked, the deeper the shock and suspicion in her eyes became. "Who is this man?" Madeline demanded sharply. "His physical condition is absurdly strong, strong enough to beat A-Train down barehanded. And from the very beginning, he even predicted which street A-Train would pass through." A senior technical director in black-rimmed glasses swallowed hard, then rose shakily to his feet, clutching a freshly printed comparison report. "Ms. Madeline, the preliminary results from facial recognition and skeletal feature scanning are in," the technical director said, trembling. "The system shows this man appears to be Soldier Boy." "What did you say?" Madeline's hand froze in midair, coffee cup and all. After cross-referencing Vought's top-secret internal database, the technical director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice growing more desperate. Bone density, muscle contours, gait analysis, combined with facial mesh capture. The match is as high as 99%. Madeline's face, always well-maintained and always covered by an elegant mask, twitched for a brief instant. "Absurd." She slammed the coffee cup down hard on the table. "Are you joking with me? Could it be some extremely obsessed fan doing cosplay, or a soup with shape-shifting abilities?" The former is impossible, ma'am." The technical director pulled up a high-resolution enlarged still. On the screen was Benjamin's cold, unruly face. No matter how perfect the cosplay or shape-shifting is, it couldn't replicate even the exact distance between his pupils and the micro-expression textures in the dermis. More importantly, a trace of terrified disbelief entered the technical director's voice. When compared to the photos in the database from 40 years ago, he hasn't aged. The entire risk control room fell into deathly silence. Shock appeared on Madeline's face. She stared wide-eyed at the man on the screen, her breathing quickening as her chest rose and fell sharply. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Madeline screamed inwardly. As one of Vought's core executives, she knew the filthy history from 40 years ago, the one that had been completely erased, far too well. That man, the first-generation superhero leader, who had once represented the American spirit and held absolute prestige within Vought International, had he not been taken away by the Soviet Union long ago? Back then, in order to support a new generation of superheroes they could fully control, and to clear the throne for that Homelander who was about to grow up in the lab, the current CEO, Stan Edgar, had personally orchestrated that betrayal. They had secretly turned the payback squad against him, getting the members who were normally bullied by Soldier Boy to join forces with Black Noir, who was then at the peak of his combat power and set up a death trap. They treated Soldier Boy as a political bargaining chip and test subject, secretly selling him to the Soviet Union's KGB. Then they announced to the entire world the lie that he had heroically sacrificed himself while stopping a nuclear leak. More than 30 years had passed. Madeline had thought Soldier Boy had long since been trapped in some cold underground laboratory in Siberia, never to emerge again. Who could have imagined? He had actually broken free from the Soviet Union's cage. And he had returned to the United States, returned to New York, and, with an unstoppable crushing force, crippled an active member of the Seven right under Vought's nose. This was a slap in the face. It was revenge. Listen. Madeline took a deep breath and said, immediately lock down all information related to what happened on the streets of Brooklyn. Delete the cloud data. Send the highest level PR gag order to everyone present today, including that damn couple. We have to notify Homelander. Tell Homelander to drop everything immediately, take every other member of the Seven with him, deploy under the highest authority, and bring Soldier Boy back to me, dead or alive. Madeline spoke through gritted teeth. She had no idea. At that very moment, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on a higher floor of Vought Tower, the Homelander she was so proud of had just hung up on that man and was standing on the verge of emotional collapse, his entire worldview shattered. Chapter 6. In the conference room on the top floor of Vought Tower, Madeline sat at the head of the long table. In front of her were the current members of the Seven: Homelander, Queen Maeve, the Deep, Translucent, and Black Noir. Madeline turned her tablet around and pushed it across the table. On the screen, footage played of Soldier Boy beating A-Train. Within 3 days, I want the Seven to bring Soldier Boy back to Vought Tower. Dead or alive, though alive would be preferable, of course. Across the table, Homelander replied, I'm not going. The other 4 all turned to look at Homelander at the same time. Queen Maeve frowned slightly. The conference room was silent for a full 3 seconds. Translucent, seated nearby after rushing back from a fan meet-and-greet in Times Square, shifted awkwardly in his chair. The Deep lowered his head and stared at the glass of water on the table. No one knew what he was thinking. Queen Maeve stood with her arms crossed, her expression hidden behind her mask. She looked at Homelander, then at Soldier Boy on the screen. Homelander's refusal left her puzzled. Could he be afraid? The more Maeve thought about it, the more possible it seemed. This was Soldier Boy, after all. Madeline paused. Homelander. Homelander finally raised his eyes. In those blue irises, so blue they barely seemed human, the frozen image on the screen was reflected. Benjamin's face, Soldier Boy's face. There was no anger in his expression, nor any of his usual emotion. I said I'm not going. Homelander stood, planted both hands on the tabletop, and leaned forward slightly. Madeline, I want access to every file on Soldier Boy. Until I figure out why he's still alive, why he looks exactly the same as he did 40 years ago, until I know the truth, the Seven don't touch him. He attacked A-Train, in public, in front of a crowd. Our stock opened 3 points down today. Then let A-Train win back his own dignity. Homelander shrugged, the corner of his mouth pulling into a smile with no warmth at all. Oh, right, I forgot. He's on the medical floor with a brace on his knee, crying like a 12-year-old girl. Translucent opened his mouth as if to say something, but Homelander shot him a single sharp look, and he immediately swallowed his words. He knew exactly what that expression meant. You did not interrupt Homelander when he was in a bad mood. Madeline slowly rose to her feet. Her heels clicked crisply against the marble floor as she walked over to Homelander. Listen, Homelander. Leaving aside the fact that he's very likely just a criminal impersonating Soldier Boy, even if he really is Soldier Boy, he still injured A-Train. Then let A-Train deal with him himself. You all leave. Madeline dismissed the others, leaving only Homelander in the room. After Queen Maeve and the rest had gone, Madeline reached out and touched Homelander's face, preparing to use the old method. But Homelander was not captivated like he usually was. I'm going to check the archives. Wait for my word, and until I know the whole truth, you are not to touch him. With that, he turned and left. He did not spare so much as a glance for Madeline, who had been about to undress. The conference room door slammed shut the moment he left. Madeline stood where she was, staring in the direction Homelander had gone. Her right hand clenched unconsciously, and her face looked ugly. This was one of the few times Homelander had defied her. The 43rd basement level of Vought Tower, Archives Management Center. The corridor lights were as pale and sterile as an operating room. There was an identity verification terminal every 3 meters and a security post every 15 steps. Every guard was equipped with standard gear capable of suppressing Class C SUPs. This was one of the highest security areas in all of Vought International, second only to the Core R&D laboratory for Compound V. Homelander's boots struck the epoxy floor of the corridor, every step carrying tightly restrained anger. He had already gone through 3 departments: the Archives Department, the Historical Records Room, and the Board Secretary's office. Every time, the answer came with the same professional smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Homelander, but you'll need written authorization from Ms. Madeline to access files of this level." Or, "I'm sorry, the files are currently being digitized and temporarily cannot be accessed." Or more directly, "That file does not exist." Does not exist. Homelander stopped in front of the final window and placed his fist on the counter. From the point where his fist touched it, a ring of spiderweb cracks spread across the bulletproof glass counter. The clerk inside jerked backward in terror, his chair toppling over with a loud crash. "Soldier boy." Homelander's voice passed through the cracked glass, every word forced out through clenched teeth. "World War II hero, core member of the original The Seven, a founding contributor to Vought, and you're telling me his file does not exist? Or is it because there's some unspeakable secret in that file? I am Homelander. I do whatever I want. I want Soldier Boy's file. Now, tell me." The young man on the floor adjusted his glasses with trembling hands. His voice shook so badly it was almost inaudible. He knew what he was about to say might get him killed. "Mr. Homelander, the records. The system shows that all of Soldier Boy's files have been archived as top secret. Access requires joint authorization from at least 3 members of the board of directors." Chapter 7. Homelander did not let him finish. His eyes glowed red, and his heat vision blew the clerk's head apart. The man's head burst like a watermelon. Only after blowing the young man's head off did Homelander realize what he had done. He held back the urge to slaughter everyone there, took a deep breath, his eyes still glowing red, and turned impatiently out of the Archives Management Center. He did not understand. Soldier Boy was a superhero. He was supposed to be America's hero, Homelander's idol, yet Vought would not even give him a chance to find answers. The security guards on both sides of the corridor all stepped back at once, their eyes filled with fear. Not one of them dared stand directly in his path. No one wanted to die. For a few $1,000s a month, who would risk their life? The moment the elevator doors closed, Homelander looked at the mirror-like metal panels and saw his own face, still stained with the young man's blood. His expression looked terrible. It was not anger. The heavy thing pressing down in his chest was worse than anger. It was humiliation. That word had once been foreign to him. From the day he opened his eyes in the lab's growth chamber, the word, humiliation, had never existed in his vocabulary. He was Homelander, the most powerful being on the planet. Whatever he wanted, he got. Whatever he wanted to do, no one could stop him. But today, he had been stopped 4 times. And it had not been by some stronger soup. It had been by a wall built from rules, confidentiality agreements, and bureaucratic smiles. Invisible, untouchable, a wall he could punch without even hearing a sound. The file does not exist. Top secret. Joint authorization required. Those words were like tiny stones, striking precisely at the softest place in his heart. Soldier Boy, the man who might be his father. The veteran he had watched countless times in childhood footage. The man in the black and white film who charged onto the beaches of Normandy with a shield. The only existence he could call his own kind through blood and power. The only one of his kind who was as powerful as him. He had thought he was dead. Everyone said he was dead. Killed in action during some top-secret mission, body never recovered. Beneath the headstone was nothing but an old uniform. Homelander had even visited that cemetery. He had stood there for a long time, unable to describe what he felt, only sensing a faint, hollow melancholy. Now that man had come back alive. He had shown up in Brooklyn, alive and kicking, carrying a bucket of lubricant before sending a train straight to the medical floor. Even the way he smiled was exactly the same as in the photos. He had even told Homelander that he was his biological son, even if not in the traditional sense. And yet Homelander was not even allowed to look at Soldier Boy's file. Madeline had even ordered him to kill the man who might be his father. Homelander clenched his fists, anger and humiliation twisting together in his chest. The elevator rose, the floor numbers ticking upward one by one. He closed his eyes and forced the emotion threatening to burst out of his chest back down. He was going to meet Benjamin face to face. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, on the rooftop of an old apartment building in Brooklyn. Benjamin was sitting on a battered folding chair he had picked up downstairs, holding a can of ice-cold beer. Beside his feet sat a sandwich he had bought from a convenience store. He was waiting for someone. Unless something went wrong, that person would come looking for him. Of course, it was also possible that a whole crowd would come looking for trouble. He took a bite of the sandwich, chewed twice, and was just about to reach for a second can of beer when he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. Benjamin did not turn around. He swallowed the sandwich in his mouth, took an unhurried sip of beer, then set the can down by his feet. "I was wondering how many laps you were going to circle my building before coming up." His voice was as calm as if he were chatting with a neighbor about the weather. 3 passes, Homelander. The shadow behind him did not move. Then a voice sounded from behind him. "They say you're Soldier Boy." Only then did Benjamin slowly turn around. Sunlight fell across his face and across Homelander's. The 2 men stared at each other from across the rooftop. One sat in a broken chair, the other hovered in midair, yet the distance between them felt like an entire era. Benjamin stood up, beer can in hand, his gaze landing on Homelander's young, perfect face. Prominent brow, straight nose, a slightly lifted line to his chin. It was a face plastered on posters all across America, printed on T-shirts, and projected onto the giant screens in Times Square. Benjamin's eyes shifted slightly. He seemed to notice the testing look in Homelander's expression and the unease beneath it. The most powerful soup in the world stood before him like a high school student who did not know where to put his hands. Benjamin slowly rose. He set the beer can on the ground and flexed the knuckles of his right hand. Then he swung his fist with all his strength and smashed it squarely into Homelander's multi-million-dollar face. The force of the punch was astonishing. A dull impact exploded across the rooftop. Homelander's body snapped backward, his feet leaving the ground, and crashed heavily into the concrete guardrail on the far side of the roof. The guardrail shattered, and Homelander was knocked off the building. Benjamin followed, jumping down from the rooftop. Homelander lay in a pile of rubble on the ground, clutching his left cheek, completely stunned. Because his left cheek was sending him a feeling he had almost forgotten. Pain. Real, genuine pain. It pulled Homelander back to the scenes of his childhood. Those technicians in cold lab coats, torturing him with every method imaginable. That incinerator hot enough to vaporize even his tears. He took his hand away from his face and lowered his gaze to his palm. A smear of blood was slowly spreading along the lines of his hand. He was bleeding. Homelander stared at the blood on his hand, his pupils widening more than twice over in that instant. When was the last time he bled? He could not remember. Maybe 10 years ago, maybe back in the lab. His skin was supposed to be indestructible. His body was supposed to be invulnerable. Laser cannons, missiles, even falling meteorites had never left a mark on him. He suddenly looked up, staring hard at Benjamin as he jumped down from above. "What the fuck are you doing?" Benjamin stood there and shook out his right hand. That punch really had been hard enough to make his knuckles tingle, but there was no extra emotion on his face. Truthfully, at this point, Homelander's overall strength was still greater than his own. But with his powerful chest blast and his understanding of Homelander, Benjamin had still made his move. He looked down coldly at Homelander, lying in the rubble. "I'm disciplining my unfilial son." At those words, Homelander's expression froze. His anger halted halfway, replaced by something almost blank. He had never been disciplined by a father before. Benjamin gave him no time to recover and continued. "Edgar and my old teammates packaged me up and sold me to those Russians. They tortured me for 40 years. Not 40 days, not 40 months, but a full 40 years. Every day, every hour, every minute." He went on. "They tested the limits of compound V tolerance on my body. They electrocuted me, burned me with fire, froze my organs with cryogenic gas, and watched them heal little by little, fired an AK-47 into my mouth, and ran those damned radiation experiments. I went through 40 whole years of experiments. You grew up in a lab, you should know what that feels like. 40 years. His voice remained cold. "Then I finally crawled out of that damn lab. I crossed half the world to get back to America, turned on the TV, and guess what I saw?" He pointed at the bright red stars and stripes emblem on Homelander's chest. "I saw my son wearing Vought's uniform, giving the cameras that perfect 8-tooth smile, serving as a watchdog for Edgar, the bastard who sold out his father. You go in and out with Black Noir, work missions shoulder to shoulder with him, and even pat him on the shoulder at press conferences while calling him your good partner. Black Noir. The man who personally led the rest of the payback squad back then and helped knock me out. So tell me, shouldn't I hit you? You pathetic little wimp, you disappoint me beyond words." Homelander covered his face and opened his mouth to say something, but it felt as if his throat had been blocked. He wanted to argue, but the wound on his face still hurt. And Homelander could not find a reason to argue. Not a single word. At last, Homelander spoke, his tone carrying a faint trace of grievance. "I couldn't access the files." He said, "I went to Vought's Archives Management Center, the records room, and the board secretary's office. They told me the files didn't exist. They told me to get lost. They blocked me 4 times. Chapter 8. Benjamin looked at him. At the blood streaks on that young face. At the red veins creeping through those blue eyes. At this child who had grown up in a laboratory, who had suffered terrible torment just like him. Maybe there had been a reason for Benjamin's own suffering. After all, the original body had bullied his teammates mercilessly first. Black Noir and the others could no longer endure it, and only after Edgar's persuasion had they chosen to turn on him. But what about Homelander? What had he done wrong? From childhood to adulthood, Homelander had endured that kind of terrible pain without ever being given a choice. It had not lasted long, just one childhood, but Benjamin felt that pain might have been worse than the 40 years he had endured. He was silent for a moment, then he reached up and pulled a few strands of hair from his head. The roots still had follicles attached. He handed the strands to Homelander. "If you can't find the files, then check somewhere else. Don't tell me America's top soup doesn't even know how to go to a hospital for a paternity test." Homelander's gaze fell on the strands of hair. He carefully closed them in his palm, then pushed himself up from the shattered stones. His suit was covered in cement dust and debris. The wound on his left cheek had stopped bleeding, but the streak of blood still remained on his face. "After you find out the truth, don't do anything impulsive." Benjamin patted him on the shoulder. The force was light, but the moment his palm landed, Homelander's body stiffened slightly. "Show the report to Edgar. He'll know how to contact me. I'll get my revenge sooner or later, but not now." Homelander said nothing. He only clenched the hair a little tighter, turned around, bent his knees slightly, and shot up from the ground. A blast of air exploded outward. His figure rapidly shrank against the New York sky, turning into a dark red speck of light before disappearing beyond the Manhattan skyline. Benjamin watched Homelander leave. At the same time, a system notification sounded beside his ear. "You allowed Homelander to experience the heavy fatherly love of a strict father. Although he still isn't sure you are his father, he has never been personally beaten or disciplined by his biological father before. Now that you have disciplined him yourself, Homelander actually feels something rather different. Reward obtained, Super Speed LV1. Current abilities. Nuclear Blast LV3. Can release high-intensity radioactive energy, capable of incinerating everything and removing the compound V inside a target. Super Strength LV5. Possesses the super strength of a top-tier soup. Super Defense LV5. Invulnerable to blades and bullets. Immune to conventional firearms and most superhuman attacks. Self-Healing LV5. Extremely high cellular activity, capable of rapidly repairing fatal injuries. Radiation Resistance LV5. Completely immune to nuclear radiation and all harmful rays. Super Speed LV1. Possesses the speed of an ordinary soup. Ageless Longevity. The physical body remains forever at its peak. To be honest, given Soldier Boy's physical toughness, his speed should not have been that slow according to normal physics. And yet his actual speed really had been no different from an ordinary person's. Any regular person on a shared bike could have run circles around him. Maybe it was some kind of limitation. Maybe it was a contingency Vought had left behind. But now, that limitation had been broken. Benjamin had gained the speed of an ordinary soup. He would never be kited around like a dog again. A little after 3 in the afternoon, New York Presbyterian Hospital Genetic Testing Center. A man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, dressed in a loose hoodie, walked into the first-floor lobby. He moved slowly, standing in sharp contrast to the patients and medical staff hurrying around him. His cap was pulled low, and his sunglasses covered most of his face. But if anyone recognized the face hidden beneath those sunglasses, it would set social media across the entire United States on fire within 5 minutes. Homelander had lived nearly 30 years and had never done anything like this before. He pressed a number at the automated ticket machine in the waiting area, sat on a plastic chair for a full 20 minutes, then said to an exhausted-looking nurse at the front desk, "I'd like to get a paternity test." His tone was so polite, it felt unfamiliar even to him. The nurse did not even look up as she handed him a form and 2 sample tubes. The sampling process was quick. He placed Benjamin's strands of hair into one tube, then pulled a few strands from his own head and placed them into the other. He filled out the form, paid the fee, and sat back down in the plastic chair to wait. The fluorescent lights in the hallway gave off a low hum. Across from him sat a young mother holding a child. The child was using a crayon to draw a red flower on the wall of the waiting area. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the burnt odor from the coffee machine. Everything was so ordinary that it felt unreal. Homelander stared at the mother holding the child. No one knew what he was thinking. He waited for 2 hours. Maybe longer. Then the nurse called his number. Not under the name Homelander, but under the identity he had forged and the name John. He took the yellow-brown folder, walked into the stairwell, pushed the door open, and only after confirming that there was no one around did he tear open the seal. The report was not long. 3 pages, packed with medical terminology and numerical tables. His eyes skipped past all the genetic locus analyses and technical explanations he could not understand, landing directly on the conclusion section at the very bottom of the last page. 3 lines in bold black text. Test result. The probability of paternity between sample A and sample B, John, is greater than 99.9%. Conclusion. Sample A is the biological father of sample B. Testing facility. New York Presbyterian Hospital Genetic Testing Center. Chapter 9. Homelander leaned against the stairwell wall, the hand holding the report hanging limply at his side. The wall was ice cold. The chill seeped through the fabric of his hoodie and into his skin, but he did not feel it at all. His gaze was fixed on a tiny crack in the opposite wall, but his eyes were unfocused. His X-ray vision passed through the wall, through the hospital, through all of New York. He had a father, but no one had ever told him. Soldier Boy was his father. Not the researchers in white coats at the lab, not Madeline, not Barbara or Edgar. In his understanding of the world, the word father had always belonged to other people, just like the perfect families in breakfast cereal commercials. It was an illusion written into a script. A blessing image posted by Vought's PR department on Twitter every Father's Day. And now, suddenly, someone was telling him it was real. A father who would hit him and who would teach him. He flipped the report back to the first page and read it again. Then he read it again. By the third time, his hands began to tremble. Not from excitement. From hatred. He hated Edgar. He hated that damn black man who sat behind the boardroom table, always facing everyone with that mild smile. He hated Vought. Hated the laboratory cage that had kept him in a growth chamber for as long as he could remember. He hated Black Noir, hated that silent black shadow who never spoke. He had patted that man on the shoulder countless times and called him partner countless times. And that man had known who his father was from the very beginning. Worse, he had been one of the people who framed his father. His hatred needed an outlet. Homelander shoved the report into the pocket of his hoodie, pushed open the stairwell door, and walked out of the hospital. The wound on his face throbbed faintly under the sunlight. The dried streak of blood was still on his left cheek, and he did not wipe it away. Evening, Vought Tower. Homelander stepped out of the elevator with the paternity test report clenched in his hand, the paper already crumpled from his grip. He walked down the corridor, looking around and scanning as he went. Finally, Homelander found him. In the lounge at the end of the corridor, Black Noir was sitting on the sofa. He wore his signature black combat suit, his mask covering his entire face. On the coffee table in front of him sat an untouched glass of water. Beside it, a tablet screen glowed, playing a black-and-white comedy from the silent film era. Black Noir was watching intently, or at least he looked like he was watching. His posture was so straight it was almost rigid, both hands resting flat on his knees. Homelander stopped at the entrance to the lounge. He did not speak. He simply stood there, studying the silent figure on the sofa with a look he had never used before. Black Noir noticed him and slowly turned his head, the eye holes in his mask facing the doorway. The two of them looked at each other. "Black Noir," Homelander said, his voice unnaturally calm, "do you know my father?" Black Noir tilted his head slightly. Then he shook his head. Homelander walked into the lounge at an unhurried pace. He unfolded the crumpled paper in his hand and flung it hard into Black Noir's face. "My father, Soldier Boy. Probability of paternity greater than 99.99%. Sample A is the biological father of Sample B. You were a member of my father's team, and you didn't know." Black Noir's gaze fell on the paper. He looked at it for a long time. The only sound in the room was the exaggerated piano score from the silent film. On the screen, a comedian slipped, silently rolling down the stairs, the sight so comical it was almost glaring. Then Black Noir nodded and shook his head. He wanted to explain something, but he could not speak. "You knew all along." Homelander's voice suddenly became very soft, so soft it was almost as if he were talking to himself. "Every time you stood beside me, every time I patted your shoulder and called you my partner, you knew. And you were one of the people who set up my father." Black Noir did not move, like a silent black mirror. He knew he was finished. Homelander stopped speaking. He reached out, fingers of his right hand pressed together, fingertips aimed at Black Noir's chest. The moment his fingertips touched the black combat suit, the fabric was pierced as easily as paper. Then came skin, then muscle. Homelander's fingers pushed in, inch by inch. Black Noir's body trembled slightly. His eyes never left Homelander's face from beginning to end. Black Noir was dead. His hands slipped from his knees and hung at his sides, his fingers slightly curled. The silent film was still playing. All kinds of cartoon characters appeared in his eyes as well. Homelander pulled his hand back. He lowered his head and glanced at his hand, then turned and walked out of the lounge. He did not spare so much as another look for the body on the sofa as it slowly went cold. Chapter 10. Stan Edgar's office was in the southeast corner of the top floor of Vought Tower. It was an absurdly large circular room, with floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides overlooking all of Manhattan. At that moment, New York's nightscape spread out below like a sea of light. The lights of countless office buildings reflected on the Hudson River, swaying slowly with the ripples. Edgar sat behind an enormous solid-wood desk, holding a glass of whiskey. The ice cubes inside clinked softly against the glass. The next moment, the entire office door was torn clean out of its frame. The hand holding Edgar's glass did not tremble. He did not even stand. He merely lifted his eyes slightly, looking at the blond man in the doorway, clothes stained with blood and a wound still visible on his left cheek, with the same calm gaze he used to review financial statements. "Homelander." He called his name in an even tone. "You're staining my carpet." Homelander stood in the doorway, his chest heaving violently. Facing Edgar, he hesitated. It was a nameless fear that had followed him since childhood. Blood dripped steadily from the fingers of Homelander's right hand, staining the carpet. Deep in Homelander's eyes, two visible sparks of light burned in his pupils, a sign that his laser eyes were about to erupt. The faint, trembling red glow flickered at the edges of his irises, making the temperature in the office seem to rise by several degrees. "Soldier boy." He spoke through clenched teeth. "You sold him to the Russians. You locked him in a lab for 40 years, then fed me some story about him dying on a mission. You made me stand in silence before his headstone. You made me bow to his old uniform. You made me say in an interview that Soldier Boy was a great hero. And you knew where he was the entire time. You knew he was strapped to an operating table, being tortured over and over. You even knew he was my father, and you still did it." His voice rose higher and higher, the final words almost a roar. The glass walls of the office trembled in the wake of his shout, letting out a low, continuous hum, as if the entire building were shaking. Edgar set the whiskey glass on the desk, leaned forward slightly, and looked at Homelander without a trace of fear or panic. "Yes," he said, and then. Homelander's pupils suddenly contracted. He took a step forward, his boots crunching over the broken pieces of the door scattered across the floor. Then Homelander kept closing in on Edgar. Less than 3 steps separated them. All he needed was a twitch of his finger, or a glance, and Edgar would be dead. Kill Edgar. The thought surfaced in Homelander's mind. Kill this bastard sitting behind his desk, staring at him with that utterly indifferent expression. He could do it. In less than the blink of an eye, there would be one more headless corpse in this office. But his hand stopped. Not only because of that fear ingrained in him since birth, because another sentence was echoing in his head. "After you find out the truth, don't do anything impulsive. Show the report to Edgar. He'll know how to contact me. Don't be impulsive." That was the tone a father used when speaking to his son. Perhaps Soldier Boy wanted to take revenge with his own hands. Homelander's breathing grew heavier. Edgar watched it all, his expression unchanged. He even picked up his whiskey glass again and took a sip. But his fingers paused slightly on the rim of the glass. "It seems he's told you quite a lot." Edgar's voice remained steady. "So, what do you want now? Everything is still negotiable, isn't it?" Though Edgar still did not know how Soldier Boy had learned all of this. Could it have been through a former teammate? Homelander placed his blood-stained hand on Edgar's sofa, the motion stiff and rough. He raised his head and looked at Edgar. The murderous intent in those glowing red eyes had not fully faded. "Soldier Boy wants you to contact him." Homelander's voice was hoarse. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the office. Early the next morning, Benjamin was brushing his teeth when his phone rang. Sunlight from 6:30 in the morning streamed through the apartment window. No one had come looking for trouble since yesterday evening. As for A-Train, Vought's PR had already gone to work. At the time, he had been chasing. The screen lit up, an unfamiliar number with no name flashing on it. Benjamin stared at the string of digits for 2 seconds, spat out the foam in his mouth, and pressed answer. "Soldier Boy." The voice on the other end was steady, carrying the polished smoothness of a man long used to business dealings. "This is Stan Edgar." Benjamin wedged the phone between his ear and shoulder, turned on the faucet, and rinsed his toothbrush. The sound of running water filled the room for a moment before he replied unhurriedly. "I know who you are. We need to talk." Edgar's voice sounded again. Talk about what? How I'm going to kill you, tear your body into pieces, and feed it to the dogs. Edgar's tone did not change. The situation has changed. You and I both know that once certain things are exposed, there is no going back. Vought can handle one Homelander. But a Homelander carrying hatred, plus his father, even Vought can't withstand that. Benjamin leaned against the sink and wiped the corner of his mouth with a towel. He said nothing, waiting for Edgar to lay his cards on the table. That's your problem, isn't it? Your goddamn Vought should have gone down a long time ago. But before that happens, you and Homelander will both be ruined. Your fine son cares about that. At least for now, Vought controls public opinion across the entire country. Are you threatening me? Benjamin gave a cold snort. If Homelander and I are convicted of treason because of Vought, or destroyed by public opinion in some other way, then maybe I'll take my wimpy son and turn all of New York into a place that makes him less of a wimp. No, maybe I'll destroy the entire United States with him, then take him to that mysterious Eastern superpower. Oh, right, I don't care if you're recording this. You should know that once the gloves come off, who loses the most? Homelander and I can simply live somewhere else. You, Vought, and the United States will disappear. Benjamin's voice was filled with anger. Of course, Benjamin, calm down. That's why I suggest we speak in person. Edgar said, not as enemies, but as two adults who need to solve the same problem. You choose the place, and you choose the time. I'm sure we can reach an agreement, can't we? Benjamin draped the towel over his shoulder and glanced at the face in the mirror, that face the Queen of England had once. The corner of his mouth curved slightly. This afternoon, then, he said, the cafe downstairs from my place. Come alone unless you're not worried I'll fuck you up. He hung up, tossed the phone back beside the sink, and continued brushing his teeth. Chapter 11. At 2 in the afternoon, in the street-facing cafe in Brooklyn. Edgar arrived even more punctually than Benjamin had expected. The man who ran the world's largest superhero business empire pushed open the cafe's glass door wearing a dark gray turtleneck and black trousers. No entourage. No security. Low-key enough to pass for a university professor in New York on a business trip. If Benjamin had not known who he was, Edgar could have disappeared into any crowd on the street. Edgar sat down across from Benjamin, ordered a black coffee from the waiter, then folded his hands on the table and looked at the man opposite him. Benjamin leaned back in his chair, holding a cup of Americano that had already gone more than half cold. His posture was casual, like he was catching up with an old friend. Your son killed Black Noir last night. Edgar got straight to the point. With his bare hands, in the lounge on the 37th floor of Vought Tower, the surveillance footage was very clear. I've already had it deleted. Benjamin took a sip of coffee, his expression unchanged. He had already guessed as much. The look in Homelander's eyes when he left, the hatred burning inside them, needed an outlet. And the body Benjamin had inherited already had a grudge against Black Noir. Not only Black Noir, but several of his former teammates as well. They had no personal grudge against Benjamin himself, but since he had inherited this body, taking revenge for it was not unreasonable. Besides, those memories were still very real in his mind. Soldier Boy had never bullied a normal person. And in this twisted world of the boys, full of perverts and freaks, normal people were far too rare. That was why Soldier Boy had bullied people so often. Of course, bullying was wrong. But 40 years of torture was far more hateful than bullying that at least had a reason behind it. So you're here to call me to account. I'm here to do business. Edgar's tone was as steady as if he were reading a financial report. The situation is simple. You and John, Homelander, father and son together, have enough power to erase Vought International from the New York Stock Exchange completely. I'm not exaggerating. You know I'm telling the truth. But by the same token, Vought also has the ability to, well, you understand. But I won't tear everything apart because that would not benefit us or you in the slightest. He paused as the coffee was brought over. He lifted the cup, took a sip, then continued. But I believe there is a better solution. We don't intend to go to war with you, and we don't intend to go to war with John. Quite the opposite. I want you to return to Vought. Benjamin set down his cup, his gaze focusing on Edgar's face for the first time. "Let me return," Benjamin sneered. "Did you forget who sold me to those Russians?" "That was a mistake." Edgar said it quickly, with almost no pause, as if he had rehearsed that line over and over at some negotiating table. "A disastrous decision made by the previous management. Of course, I'm not here to defend it. I'm here to propose a new arrangement." If I hadn't seen the original, I might actually believe him. Benjamin sneered inwardly. Edgar took a folded piece of paper from his pocket, flattened it on the table, and pushed it toward Benjamin. It was not an official contract, but a handwritten outline of terms. The handwriting was neat, and the points were clearly organized. It had clearly been written by Edgar himself, or at the very least personally drafted by him. "Return to Vought and enter management as a supe." Edgar began laying it out, his finger tapping the paper. "Not joining the Seven, but managing the Seven. A brand new title will be created, Executive Director of Supe Affairs. Your authority will be above every member of the Seven, including Homelander. Every mission assignment, personnel transfer, and operation approval will require your signature. In the decision-making hierarchy for Supe Affairs, your rank will be second only to the board of directors." He raised his head and looked Benjamin directly in the eye. "In other words, the position I'm giving you is above your son." The cafe suddenly seemed very quiet. An old radio in the corner was playing jazz. Benjamin knew exactly what Edgar was planning. This old fox never made a losing deal. By giving Benjamin a position that looked impossibly high, he was really placing him and Homelander on opposite ends of the scale. Benjamin would suppress Homelander, Homelander would suppress Benjamin, and the two of them would keep each other in check, while Edgar sat right in the middle of the scale and continued pulling the strings. This was the art of power, the kind of game men like Edgar were best at. But Benjamin did not expose him. Because he had plans of his own. "Why don't you fucking step down right now, give me your seat, and let me become the head of Vought? If the opportunity comes, perhaps you could get that far." Edgar did not refuse. He simply stated something that might happen in the future. Benjamin looked at Edgar, and his interest was stirred. After all, he was a transmigrator. If he wanted access to Homelander, then aside from forcibly taking him away, joining Vought was the only option. Besides, Benjamin was not the original soldier boy. His tastes were perfectly normal. Queen Maeve, Starlight, and Newman. It was impossible for Benjamin to say he had no interest at all. He did not know whether Starlight had been humiliated by the Deep yet, but it should be soon. Whether for reaching Homelander or enjoying life, Benjamin needed Vought's resources. And if he wanted to control the White House and the entire United States the way Homelander did in Season 5, Benjamin needed to join Vought too. Then later, he would find his chance for revenge. "Executive Director," Benjamin said. "Add one condition." Edgar raised an eyebrow. "What I want to build is a proper superhero company, not an actor agency. Recover all the Compound V being abused out there and make sure it never leaks again. I know my damn wimp of a son is doing it, but all of this happened with your approval." Edgar's finger paused on the rim of his coffee cup. This concerned Vought's interests. But he thought for less than 3 seconds. "Deal." Benjamin picked up the coffee, now completely cold, and drained it in one gulp. Then he set the cup down hard on the table. "Then I start work tomorrow. If you fucking break the rules, or if you give me the chance, I'll blow your head apart and shove it up your ass." Edgar remained expressionless. Chapter 12. The news was released by Vought's PR department. A single photo. No caption, no press release, no announcement for a press conference. Just one photo, posted on Vought International's official Twitter account. The resolution was poor. It was obviously a screenshot taken from some security footage. In the image, a man in a brown-green jacket stood on the rooftop of an apartment building in Brooklyn, with New York's gray-blue pre-dawn sky behind him. Only 3/4 of his face was visible in profile, but that was enough. That jawline, that shoulder width, that posture, standing with one hand in his pocket, was exactly the same as the footage from the black and white documentaries that played on loop in the Vought History Museum. The photo was posted at exactly 7 in the morning. By 8, Twitter's servers had crashed. More than 8 million quote retweets flooded in within a single hour. Led by TikTok, every platform was spreading the same sentence at an exponential rate. Soldier Boy is back. The Nasdaq screen in Times Square, New York, switched its display at once. They replaced the day's stock market feed with an old photo of Soldier Boy provided by the Vought Museum. Normandy Beach, 1944. He carried that iconic diamond shield with the bald eagle emblem, burning landing craft and anti-aircraft fire filling the sky behind him. Beneath the black and white photo, a line of gilded text scrolled past. The legend returns. Soldier Boy confirmed to return to Vought International. More and more people gathered in the square. Some held up their phones and took pictures of the giant screen. Some called their parents on video and cried at the image. Others rushed out of their hotel rooms, still wearing pajamas. A veteran in his 60s stood directly beneath the screen, wearing an old, washed-out military uniform with several faded medals pinned to his chest. He looked up at the black and white photo, tears running down his wrinkled cheeks, his lips trembling as he repeated again and again. "I saw him when I was a kid. I saw him in a parade when I was a kid." CNN cut away from its regular morning news programming. The female host on MSNBC, Eyes Red, said into the camera, "What this means for America cannot be put into words." Several Fox News commentators reached a rare unanimous agreement. They used "the greatest comeback of the century" as their headline, the letters so large they almost filled the entire screen. And the man at the center of this frenzy had now stepped out onto the street. He was going to find someone. On the Upper East Side of New York, in an old apartment building that was well-maintained but not overly flashy. The doorman was an Italian man in his 60s. He glanced at Benjamin and stepped aside without asking a single question. The legend opened the door. The legend, former senior vice president of Vought International, the man who had once overseen the entire SUP affairs department. Now, this former legend lived in an apartment packed with old posters, film reels, and outdated magazines. He wore a pilled bathrobe and held a martini in his hand. At 2 in the afternoon. He looked much older than Benjamin remembered. "Jesus." The legend stared at Benjamin in the doorway. The martini glass in his hand wobbled, nearly spilling. What they said on Twitter was true. "You didn't unfollow me on Twitter." "I did, then I made a burner account." The legend stepped aside from the doorway. "Come in, you're America's original hero. Don't let anyone notice you." The apartment was much larger inside than it looked from the hallway. The walls were covered with movie posters. Some were originals, some were signed, and some were out-of-print editions that even the Vought Museum might not have in its archives. Benjamin stood in the middle of the living room, his gaze sweeping over the posters. His own face looked back at him from several different frames. Wartime propaganda posters from the 40s, recruitment ads from the 50s, and a rough-looking comic book cover. "You haven't changed much from the posters." The legend closed the door, leaned against the doorframe, and looked Benjamin up and down. Benjamin turned around. "You kept my things, didn't you?" The legend was silent for 2 seconds. "How did you know I kept them?" "Because you're the legend." Benjamin said, "You couldn't have thrown away my supersuit." The legend took a sip of his martini and said nothing. He went into the bedroom, then came out a moment later with a dust bag in his hand. He placed it on the sofa. Inside was a supersuit, mainly dark green, with a white star emblem on the chest and scratches of varying depth across the shoulder armor. The fabric felt a little stiff, but overall, it had been preserved almost perfectly. Even the metal buckles on the wrist guards had been polished until they shone. Then there was the shield, though only Soldier Boy could take it. The legend could not lift it. The shield was engraved, with a bald eagle spreading its wings. Soldier Boy's weapon. The edges were slightly worn, but not a single rivet was missing. Benjamin went to where the shield was kept. He reached out, hooked his fingers around the leather straps on the inside, and lifted the shield. He slipped his arm through the straps and turned his wrist. The shield cut through the air with a low, heavy sound. The legend watched, a complicated look passing across his face. "You killed Black Noir last night," he said, not sounding like he was asking. "My son killed him." "What's the difference?" The legend picked up his martini glass again and sat down on the sofa. "Edgar called me this morning. Guess what he said?" "Say it." "He said you're starting work at Vought tomorrow. Executive Director of the Soup Affairs Department. Higher authority than even Homelander." The legend looked at him over the top of his reading glasses. "Vought tortured your son and packaged you off to the Russians, and now you're planning to sit down and have dinner with them." "I don't have that kind of appetite." Benjamin leaned the shield against the arm of the sofa and began taking off his clothes. "Good God." The legend stared at his body, then paused. "They used you as a test subject." "That's right, a test subject for 40 years. Benjamin put on the inner layer of the supersuit, moving unhurriedly. "But that's not the point. I have something to ask you. Where is Crimson Countess?" The legend's fingers paused on the rim of his martini glass. "You didn't come back to catch up. You came back to settle accounts." "I came back to catch up and to settle accounts." Benjamin fastened the chest armor and began buckling the wrist guards. "Give me the address." "She'll run." "She can't." "Even if she does, with Vought after her, how long can she run?" The legend fell silent. Then he set down his glass, picked up a pen from the coffee table, and wrote a few lines on the blank edge of an old magazine page. "Not everyone at Vought is a bad person." The legend handed him the slip of paper and spoke slowly. Benjamin took the paper, folded it, and put it into the inner pocket of his supersuit. He understood what the legend meant. Then he said, "I know, you're not a bad person. Maybe my wimpy son isn't either. And some of the workers, the low-level employees, some normal sups. So I'll rebuild Vought into something new, not destroy it completely. You should know that I'm a superhero. I'm not a bad guy." He hung the shield on his left arm and walked toward the apartment door. Halfway there, he stopped and turned his head toward the old man on the sofa. "Where's the gun?" "What gun?" "My gun. There's no way you only kept the clothes." The legend stared at him for 2 seconds, then walked over to a corner piled with cardboard boxes and rummaged around for a while. First, he took out an M1911 pistol, then the iconic eaglehead dagger, along with several other weapons. He placed them one by one on the coffee table. "I loaded the bullets myself. They still work," he said. "You owe me $400, ammo expenses." Benjamin slid the dagger into the hidden sheath on the side of his combat boot, tucked the M1911 into the holster at the back of his belt, and slung the Thompson strap over his shoulder. "I feel like you're different, Ben." The legend stared at Benjamin, his gaze shifting slightly. 40 years. Benjamin straightened. "A lot of things change." "Yeah," the legend murmured to himself, "a lot of things change." Only, he had not expected Benjamin to care so much about this unfamiliar son. Sunlight slanted in through the dusty window at the end of the apartment hallway, falling across Benjamin's back. The shoulder armor of his deep green supersuit reflected the sunlight with a dull, almost imperceptible sheen. With his free left hand, he pushed open the apartment building's front door, and New York's early autumn wind rushed toward him. Vought Tower waited for him in the direction of Manhattan. In its conference room, the superheroes were preparing to accept rules unlike any they had ever known. In the distant suburbs of Pennsylvania, there was also a woman who owed his original body a debt nearly half a century old. But right now, he was going to Vought to see his son. As for Crimson Countess, there was no rush. He had waited 40 years. Another day or two would not matter. The 42nd floor of Vought Tower, the Seven's main conference room. Inside the conference room, all 6 members of the Seven had already arrived. Ashley stood near the wall beside the conference table, listening in. A-Train sat in a wheelchair. His knee had almost fully healed, but he insisted on using the wheelchair, claiming that it makes me look more like a victim. An exaggerated brace was still strapped to his right foot. Because of yesterday's near-attempted murder incident, A-Train had been busy with PR these past 2 days. But this look also helped draw sympathy from some of his fans. After all, he had only ended up like this by accident while pursuing a fugitive. Translucent sat at the other end of the long table, not invisible. He looked a little nervous. The Deep sat beside him, a glass of water in front of him as usual, his expression even more lost than normal. He had already heard about Black Noir, but he did not know the details. All he knew was that after last night, Black Noir's lounge had been permanently sealed off, and no one had told him why. Had Black Noir gone to Orlando? The Deep was not very bright, so he did not understand. Queen Maeve stood by the window, arms folded as she leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window frame. There was only one person who could have killed Black Noir. Queen Maeve thought silently. What is that lunatic planning now? Of course, there was another person too, but that person had not been in the company yesterday. The conference room door opened. Homelander walked in, his cape stirring a small gust of air behind him. He smiled faintly as he walked to the head of the long table, but he did not sit. Instead, he stood to the right of the main chair and placed one hand on its back. Everyone. Homelander's voice was clear. Compared to his usual tone at press conferences, it carried less showmanship and more solemnity. Before we begin today's agenda, I'd like to introduce someone to you. He turned toward the conference room door and extended his hand. Everyone's gaze turned to that door at the same time. They all knew who was coming. Chapter 13. The door was pushed open, and then they saw the shield. The shield engraved with a diamond-shaped bald eagle appeared first through the gap. Then came the deep green supersuit. And finally, that face the Queen of England had. A-Train and Translucent froze. The Deep stood there with his mouth hanging open. He knocked over the cup in front of him, and water ran across the tabletop, dripping onto the carpet drop by drop. At the sight, Homelander shot the Deep a look of disgust. Maeve moved away from the window frame and slowly straightened. A trace of awe appeared in those usually sharp eyes of hers. Benjamin walked into the conference room with the shield on his left arm, his combat boots stepping across the carpet without making a single unnecessary sound. He stopped at the far end of the long table, his gaze sweeping over every face in the room as if he were inspecting a squad of new recruits. Soldier boy. Homelander continued, his voice carrying an emotion even he had not fully managed to control. My father. And also my predecessor. Starting today, Soldier Boy will serve as Executive Director of the Soup Affairs Department at Vought International. Every mission assignment, personnel deployment, and operational approval for the Seven will require his signature. His authority is above mine. No one else knew about this. They had thought Soldier Boy was only joining the Seven. They had never expected. Every superhero in the room processed the meaning of those words at the same time, and varying degrees of surprise appeared on their faces. A-Train's expression shifted from shock to disbelief. Translucent's face froze. The Deep finally snapped back to himself, wiped the water from the table, and once again put on that dumb, dazed look. Maeve glanced at Homelander, then at Soldier Boy. After saying this, Homelander swept his gaze across every face at the long table. His expression control was flawless. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, carrying both joy and pride. But if someone looked closely enough, Homelander really was happy. After all, the man standing at the other end of the table was real. He was his blood, his father. But at the same time, when Homelander said the words, "His authority is above mine," he did feel a little hurt inside, or perhaps just uncomfortable. Soldier Boy had a higher position than him and greater power than him. Their strength was clearly about the same. Yet from this day forward, Homelander was no longer the unreachable peak of Vought's soup system. So Homelander was still frustrated. But that man was Soldier Boy. He was his father. So Homelander only bit his lip and did not show much dissatisfaction. Benjamin placed the shield on the long table, the white eagle facing upward, its painted surface reflecting a quiet gleam under the conference room lights. He braced both hands on the edge of the table, leaned forward slightly, and spoke his first words of the afternoon to the most powerful superheroes in the world. I'm Soldier Boy, glad to meet you all. His tone was flat. But glad or not, starting today, the rules of the seven are changing. Benjamin's gaze slowly moved from the left side of the long table to the right, as if he were taking stock of a batch of defective goods. Then his eyes stopped on A-Train. A-Train was sitting in a wheelchair. His elbows rested on the armrests, his chin raised slightly, giving off the air of a superhero who felt wronged but still refused to back down. But the instant Benjamin's gaze locked onto him, his back pressed against the wheelchair on its own. A-Train, Benjamin said. You little pussy who only knows how to run into women, slap yourself twice. If you don't do it, I will. A-Train's pupils shrank sharply. Hadn't he already been beat? And beaten half to death, no less. His gaze instinctively drifted toward Benjamin's side. Homelander had already moved to stand beside Benjamin, looking perfectly obedient. His cape hung behind him, his arms folded across his chest, those blue eyes staring at A-Train without blinking. There was no expression on his face. But that very lack of expression was more chilling than any threat. The meaning was obvious. My dad told you to do it, you'd better do it yourself. A-Train's Adam's apple bobbed. Smack, smack. Two crisp sounds rang out. A-Train's palms struck his left and right cheeks hard. He hit himself so hard that even he froze for a moment. Two deep red handprints quickly rose on his face, and a trace of blood even seeped from the right corner of his mouth. Benjamin watched without the slightest change in expression and continued. Good, A-Train, one more thing. If I find out you're doping yourself for future races again, you won't be staying in the seven. Something buzzed in A-Train's head. Doping. Compound V. He had done that extremely discreetly. No one should have known. Even if Homelander had ordered him to transport Compound V, Homelander should not have known he was using it on himself. No, maybe he already knew. Otherwise, how would Soldier Boy know? He abruptly raised his head and looked at Benjamin. But there was not a trace of interrogation or probing in Benjamin's expression. The look on his face was exactly the same as when he had ordered him to slap himself. Calm, certain, as if he were stating a public fact. Then A-Train's gaze drifted involuntarily toward Homelander again. It had to be Homelander. Homelander must have told Soldier Boy. And Homelander was still standing beside his father, staring at him with eyes that held no warmth at all. A-Train swallowed. A drop of blood from the corner of his mouth slid down his chin, but he did not wipe it away. Yes, sir. Benjamin moved his gaze away from him and onto another figure at the long table. Translucent. Translucent stiffened slightly. To be honest, he had been secretly relieved just now. A-Train had been singled out. The Deep probably would not get away either. As for him, aside from his fondness for women's restrooms, there was nothing anyone could really hold over him. He should count as one of the better sups. But Benjamin's next words made his asshole clench on pure reflex. Translucent, if I catch your disgusting ass getting naked in a restroom to peep again, I'll shove a bomb up your ass, blow you into the sky, and feed the pieces of you to the dogs. Translucent froze in his chair. The outside of his carbon fiber skin was indestructible, but inside was still his own body, bulletproof, yes, but far from without weakness. And he had never told anyone about that weakness. An image surfaced in his mind on its own. It was so specific and vivid that he had to squeeze his eyes shut. Was this the wisdom of a first-generation superhero? An old relic who had just crawled out of a Russian lab after being frozen for 40 years. He had only been back for a few days. And yet he had already figured out a fatal weakness no one had discovered in all the years Translucent had spent at Vought. Translucent opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he only lowered himself and said, Yes, sir, I'll never do it again. Standing beside Benjamin, Homelander blinked. A faint flicker moved through his blue eyes. A-Train nearly running into someone, Translucent peeping. He knew about all of it. There was nothing inside Vought that he did not know. But as far as he was concerned, these were just harmless little flaws. So what if someone got hit? So what if someone took a peek? It was not a big deal. Homelander had thought Soldier Boy would lecture the even more useless Deep, since that waste of space could only talk to fish. He did not really understand why his father was making examples out of such trivial things. Was this about disciplining them, establishing authority, or? Suddenly, a few images flashed through his mind. His expression stiffened slightly. Now that he thought about it, the bad things he had done were even. Maeve. Queen Maeve stood leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window with her arms folded. Her mask was off, revealing the sharp-featured face beneath, a face carrying a trace of exhaustion and weariness. Even before Benjamin had walked into the conference room, she had already had complicated feelings about Soldier Boy's return. And as Benjamin dealt with A-Train and Translucent one by one, she could not help seeing him differently. Though his real goal might have been to establish authority, not genuinely enforce discipline. Now that her name had been called, her back straightened a little on its own. If Translucent does this again, report it to me. Yes, sir. Maeve's gaze swept toward Translucent, the contempt in her eyes completely undisguised. She had worked with Translucent for a long time. Every bit of goodwill she had ever had toward this teammate had long since been worn away by his filthy little habits. Now someone was finally dealing with him, and in such a direct way. She even felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction. Caught between the two gazes, Translucent shrank his neck back and quickly said, yes, sir, it'll never happen again. Deep. Benjamin's voice turned toward the next target. The Deep's shoulders visibly trembled. The glass of water in front of him had already been knocked over once. After he hurriedly set it upright, it had left a wet patch on the table that still had not been wiped clean. He raised his head to look at Benjamin, doing his best to keep his expression steady, but the panic in his eyes had already betrayed every thought in his head. A-Train had been made to slap himself in public. Translucent had been threatened with a bomb up the ass. Now it was his turn. He had no idea what was waiting for him. He did not think he had done anything wrong, right? Probably not. Benjamin looked at him, the contempt in his eyes needing no explanation. A useless fish-fucking piece of trash. The conference room was silent for a full 2 seconds. Ashley did not even dare to breathe. She could not believe that the first thing Soldier Boy did after returning was to discipline, or rather, lecture the entire The Seven. Chapter 14. When he heard Soldier Boy curse out Deep, the corner of Homelander's mouth visibly twitched, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled not to lose it. Deep's face turned dark red. He wanted to say something. He wanted to defend himself, to argue back, to say those dolphins had been willing. But Deep glanced at Homelander. Then he glanced at the disgust on Benjamin's face and chose to shut his mouth. Benjamin did not waste any more time on him. He was just a worthless fish-fucking loser. Starlight had not arrived yet. If the events from the original plot really happened, he could find a chance to bully him and teach him another lesson then. Soldier Boy turned his gaze to the last person who needed to be called out individually. Maeve. Maeve paused. She had already been called once, about Translucent. You need to be a real superhero. His tone was completely different from all his previous reprimands. To be honest, aside from being gay, Maeve did not really have anything worth calling out. And there was nothing wrong with being gay. Hell, it was better than being into fish. Compared with the others, she was almost too normal. Maeve said nothing. Her lips moved slightly, and then she gave a firm nod. Soldier Boy really did seem different from the rest of her teammates. Maeve looked at Benjamin's perfect, charismatic face and thought to herself. I will, sir, Maeve said. Benjamin withdrew his gaze and looked at Homelander, who was watching the show from the side. Everyone else leave, Homelander stays. The sound of chair legs scraping against the carpet rose throughout the conference room. Translucent was the first to stand, quickly turning invisible and fleeing. Deep followed right after him, head lowered and looking a little unhappy. When A-Train turned his wheelchair, one of the wheels hit a table leg with a dull thud. He muttered a curse under his breath. Ashley hurried out after them. Maeve was the last to leave. When she passed Benjamin, her steps paused slightly. She turned her head, glanced at him, and quickly left. The conference room door closed heavily behind her. Benjamin turned to face his son. Homelander stood beside the head of the long table, his cape hanging quietly behind him. His arms were no longer crossed, they hung at his sides instead. That earlier posture, arms folded as he watched coldly from the side, was gone. In its place was a stance even he himself was not quite used to. Because everyone else had already been lectured, and now he was the only one left in the office. Was his father going to scold him? Homelander wondered silently. Benjamin picked up the shield from the table, the metal edge tapping lightly against the tabletop. He hung the shield over the back of the chair beside him, then pulled the chair out and sat down. He raised a hand and pointed at the chair next to him with one finger. "Sit." Homelander hesitated for less than a second. Then he sat down. He did not lean back against the chair. Instead, he sat perfectly straight, both hands placed neatly on his knees, all 10 fingertips resting right along the edge of the knee armor on his supersuit. His cape was trapped behind him, hanging through the gap between the seat and the backrest, pooling into a small patch of red on the carpet. Benjamin looked at that posture and could not help finding it funny. It felt oddly familiar. In fact, he had rarely seen Homelander sit like this. In his impression, Homelander either crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair with a lazy, superior air, or simply stood there, looking down at people with those blue eyes, his smile always carrying a touch of effortless arrogance. But right now, with his knees together, hands flat on his lap, and back straight, Homelander looked no different from a 10-year-old sitting in a teacher's office, waiting to be scolded. An image flashed through Benjamin's mind. In Season 5 of the original series, the original body had taken Homelander to see Marathon. At that time, Homelander had been wearing his supersuit, yet he sat on the sofa with his hands on his knees and his back straight, quietly listening to the old men talk. He looked just like a child accompanying his father on a visit to an elder's home. Even when Marathon made crude jokes at his expense, Homelander didn't immediately snap and kill him. He held back out of respect for Soldier Boy. At his core, Homelander was nothing but a child. Benjamin looked at the hands resting on his knees and suddenly realized something. The man in front of him did not smoke, drink, use drugs, or visit prostitutes. He had no bad habits at all. From a certain point of view, he could even be called a moral model among superheroes. A fine young man, well, except for the part where he liked killing people. Granted, the problem of liking to kill people outweighed all those good points combined. But he was still a child. A child who had been tortured by Vought in a laboratory, then pulled out and thrown under the spotlight. A child who had never truly grown up. Chapter 15. Benjamin looked at him in silence for a moment. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room and fell across Homelander's golden hair, making it look beautiful. Homelander was a little nervous. Then Benjamin spoke. "John," he said, "are you wondering why I'm making such a big deal out of little things like a train hitting someone and translucent peeping?" Homelander's eyes shifted slightly. He said nothing, but his silence was an answer in itself. Yes, that was exactly what he had been wondering. He did not understand why his father cared so much about those trivial little things. So what if someone got hit? So what if someone took a peek? They were superheroes. Superheroes were supposed to have privileges. At least, that was what he had been taught since he was a child. He had done plenty of things ordinary people would consider wrong, but Vought had never told him they were wrong. Benjamin leaned back in his chair. The way he looked at Homelander turned disappointed. "You're fucking superheroes," Benjamin said, disappointment clear in his voice. "And yet you're this fucking pathetic. So pathetic I almost can't believe it. The Seven, the top superhero team in America, the elite of the elite selected from all the SUPs across the country, 1 in a million talents. And what do we have? One dopes himself up and runs into people, one peeps in bathrooms, one fucks dolphins, and another spends all day brooding in silence, only to have my son shove his hand through his chest. This is America's top team. You have no fucking idea how disappointed I am." He spread his hands. "How the hell are every single one of you worse than the last? How are you all such goddamn pusses?" His gaze pierced straight into Homelander's blue eyes. And you, John, my son, the strongest soup in the world. In my eyes, your problem is bigger than all of theirs combined. Homelander's expression froze. The last trace of a curve at the corner of his mouth vanished, and his lips pressed into a thin line. He looked wronged. Genuinely wronged. Like a child being scolded by a teacher in front of the whole class, only for the teacher to keep him behind after everyone else had already been yelled at and tell him, "Your problem is the biggest." That child wanted to argue, wanted to say it was unfair, wanted to say those people had done far worse things than him. But he did not argue, because deep down, he vaguely knew his father might be right. Benjamin stood, walked up to Homelander, raised his hand, and punched him in the shoulder. It was nowhere near as hard as the punch on the rooftop, but it was enough to make Homelander hurt. Homelander's shoulder shrank back. He lifted a hand to cover the spot that had been hit, looking up at Benjamin with his brows drawn together. There was no anger in his expression, only confusion and a deeper sense of grievance. From now on, all Compound V circulating on the black market stops. Benjamin said, "I don't want a single supervillain appearing anywhere in America. No, anywhere in the world. I've already spoken to Edgar about it. He agreed, and even if he hadn't, he would have had to." Homelander held his shoulder and said nothing. Compound V. It was Vought's lifeblood, the ultimate force keeping the entire tower running from its foundation to its top floor. Superheroes were the product. Compound V was the production line. Cutting off black market circulation and stopping the creation of supervillains would reduce the demand for superheroes, which meant Vought's profits would take a major hit. He opened his mouth, about to say something. Something about Vought's interests, about Edgar and the board's reaction. But then he thought about how Vought had treated him and his father. They sold Soldier Boy to the Russians and let him be tortured for 40 years. They pulled him out of a growth chamber and subjected him to endless experiments and torment. Why should he go against his father's orders for Vought's sake? Homelander's eyes cleared. He swallowed those words back down. But in truth, his confusion had not gone away. What actual harm did the appearance of those supervillains cause him or Soldier Boy? What did the deaths of ordinary people have to do with them? He did not really understand, but he chose not to ask. Not because he was afraid, but because asking might make him look stupid. Maybe his father would punch him again, too. There was also one more thing. Homelander could not tell whether Soldier Boy was doing this to damage Vought's interests, or whether he was really a good person. A good person who liked to curse. Benjamin looked at him, then bent down again, bracing both hands on his knees so his eyes were level with the seated Homelanders. The gesture made it feel like a real conversation between two people, standing at the same height. Homelander looked at Soldier Boy in front of him. "Listen, John, you're a fucking superhero. No, you're the strongest fucking superhero in the world. We don't exist for Vought. We don't exist to put on some self-directed show in front of the cameras. We exist to protect the weak, those helpless little wimps who can't protect themselves. Got it?" Homelander's lips moved slightly. No one had ever said those words to him in his entire life. Madeline had taught him brand value. Edgar had taught him how to weigh interests. The PR department had taught him how to recite lines in front of a camera and make them sound sincere and moving. No one had ever told him that his existence was meant to protect ordinary people without superpowers. "I know you're a good boy, John." Benjamin straightened and reached out, gently patting Homelander on the shoulder. "You're not a bad person. No one ever taught you the right things when you were growing up. There's still time to fix that." "Good boy." The way Benjamin said those words was completely different from the printed praise in Vought's PR scripts. Homelander lowered his head and looked at his hands resting on his knees. Benjamin stood and suggested, "It's getting late. Want to come have dinner with me in the cafeteria?" Homelander looked up. Having dinner with his father. Those words felt as unfamiliar to him as the molecular formula of Compound V, yet they carried more weight than any perfect line the PR department had ever written. "Okay." He stood and followed Benjamin. Homelander followed Soldier Boy down the corridor, his cape swaying gently behind him. When the elevator doors opened, Benjamin stepped in first. Homelander followed him inside, turned around, and stood properly. In the elevator's mirrored wall, the two of them stood side by side. One wore a dark green supersuit, the other wore a red cape. They were similar in height, similar in outline. Homelander stared at their two reflections side by side in the mirror, and suddenly remembered something. He had a shoot next week. Vought's PR department had given him a new script. He had not finished reading it, but he knew the general idea. He was supposed to stand in a warmly decorated, nostalgic old house and introduce his family to the camera. His grandfather, his parents. The script said his mother would play a gentle tune on the piano every night. There had to be a real antique piano in the room, with several carefully aged family photos placed on its lid. As for his father, the script described him in great detail. He was supposed to sit with him at a workbench and build a model airplane. The moment he got the script, he had thought if only all of this were real. Not a set. Not a temporary old house built for filming. And certainly not some worn-out piano and aged photos dug out of the prop warehouse by the PR department. But a real, existing, ordinary family. Yet now, standing in the elevator, Homelander looked in the mirror at the side profile of the man in the dark green supersuit beside him. His father was real. He threw punches, clapped him on the shoulder, and told him, "You're a good boy. Can I have dinner with you every day? I mean, if you're free. Of course, if you're busy, I can eat by myself." Homelander could not help asking. He shrugged, pretending he did not care. Chapter 16. Benjamin and Homelander sat face to face, drinking Coke and eating burgers and fried chicken while listening to the prompts ringing in his ears. You allowed Homelander to feel the heavy, fatherly love of a caring father. Homelander has never eaten with his family, nor has any family member ever told him, "You're a good boy." He will remember the good boy you just said forever. Reward obtained. Super Strength LV5 has been upgraded to LV6. Current abilities. Nuclear Blast LV3. Can release high-intensity radioactive energy, capable of burning away everything and erasing compound V from a target's body. Super Strength LV6 possesses the top-tier superhuman strength of a supe. Super Defense LV5, impervious to blades and bullets, immune to conventional firearms and most superpowered attacks. Self-Healing LV5, extremely high cellular activity, capable of rapidly repairing fatal injuries. Radiation Resistance LV5, completely immune to nuclear radiation and all harmful rays. Super Speed LV1, possesses the speed of an ordinary supe. Ageless Longevity, body remains forever at peak condition. Benjamin had not expected the reward this time to be so generous. Maybe it was because Homelander had truly felt the heavy love of family. His strength had already been about the same as Homelander's, maybe even a little stronger. Now that it had reached LV6, he had definitely become even more powerful. Benjamin felt power filling every part of his body. The feeling of growing stronger, really, was damn satisfying. Unfortunately, Benjamin had wanted super speed or super flight even more, something to make up for his biggest weakness. Although he would no longer be outpaced by shared bikes now, an ordinary sedan could still easily leave him behind. As for Soldier Boy's current speed, it was probably just a bit faster than an ordinary person's. He was not too sure himself. Unlike Soldier Boy, who was lost in his wandering thoughts, Homelander was poking at the ice cubes in his cup with a straw, making them clink softly in the Coke. During the meal, he glanced at Benjamin several times. Because back in the elevator, Benjamin had agreed. He had said, "Isn't eating with family something you're supposed to do?" Thinking of that, the straw in Homelander's hand slipped. It missed its mark and scraped against the bottom of the cup with a squeak. He quickly put the straw back in place and lowered his head to take a sip of Coke. The Coke was no longer very cold, but he drank it slowly, as if using the motion to hide something. Perhaps the sudden light welling up in those blue eyes. Homelander suddenly said, "The cafeteria drumsticks are a little salty." Benjamin snorted. "Then tell the kitchen to use less salt next time. Do I have to handle every little fucking thing?" Homelander's face twitched slightly. He was still feeling touched. Just then, the smartphone in Benjamin's pocket, which he had owned for less than a week, suddenly began buzzing. He took it out and glanced at the screen. It was a news alert, a CNN breaking headline, with a glaring red breaking banner across the top of the screen. His gaze paused on the headline for a moment, then he turned the phone toward Homelander for him to see. The screen read, "Starlight is joining the Seven. Vought announces a welcome dinner tonight as Supernova Annie January makes her official debut." Starlight was coming. Tonight. Homelander glanced at the screen, his expression unchanged. Of course, he had known about Starlight joining the Seven for a while. This was decided before you became executive director. But of course, if you don't like the new member, you can kick her out. Homelander hurried to explain. He did not understand why Benjamin cared. Maybe it was because Starlight's addition had not gone through his approval. Benjamin put the phone back in his pocket, picked up his tray, and stood. "It's fine, just don't let it happen again. Also, generally speaking, aside from today, I won't interfere too much with the Seven's daily affairs. You are still the captain of the Seven." Of course, Benjamin would not kick Starlight out. He still needed her tonight to bully deep. After dinner, the two separated at the elevator. Homelander went to deal with Compound V. Benjamin took the elevator up to his new territory, an office that had already been dubbed the Return of the Legend office, after less than a day. The office Vought had arranged for him was on the 56th floor of the tower, reserved for the executive director of the Soup Affairs Department. Once the door opened, calling the interior luxurious would have been putting it politely. The whole office was nearly the size of a two-bedroom apartment. An entire curved wall of floor-to-ceiling windows faced the Hudson River. At that moment, the last glow of evening was slowly fading from the river, soaking the whole room in a blend of dark gold and deep blue. The desk was a single polished slab of black walnut, large enough to hold a full tactical planning meeting on top of it. On the desk sat the latest Vought custom tablet, a stack of paper documents, and an identity plate stamped in gold with the words Executive Director of Soup Affairs. Those words represented Soldier Boy's absolute authority over SUPs. His position was unquestionably above Madeline's. At the same time, beneath Vought Tower, in the Compound V Storage Management Center, Homelander stood in front of a row of temperature-controlled storage cabinets glowing with cold blue light, the hem of his cape dragging across the epoxy floor and casting a dark red reflection. Two technical supervisors in white lab coats stood before him. One was tall and thin with glasses. The other was short and stocky, his hairline receding all the way to the crown of his head. Both of them were trembling to different degrees. The thin one's knees were shaking. The fat one's tablet was shaking in his hands. "Shut down every black market distribution channel. Starting today, send me a daily copy of all outbound records from the storage area." But Mr. Homelander, the tall, thin man pushed up his glasses, "if all the black market channels are cut off the board." "You mean," Homelander turned his head and smiled at him, "you want to discuss the board's opinion with me?" The tall, thin man's glasses slid down his nose. No objections. We'll shut them all down, today." Homelander patted him on the shoulder. He did not use much force, but the tall man's knees visibly bent. "Good, I like efficient people." Homelander did not know whether he had learned it from his father, but he had also taken a liking to patting people on the shoulder. Soon, A-Train also received the news. He did not understand it at first, but he quickly realized this was probably Soldier Boy's order. A-Train sighed. Since he no longer needed to run errands for Homelander, then, could he pocket even more Compound V? Thinking about the upcoming race, A-Train grew irritated. Fortunately, he still had quite a bit stockpiled. Chapter 17. Evening. The banquet hall in Vought Tower was brightly lit. Ivory white tablecloths covered the long tables, silverware was arranged in neat rows, and every dish had been personally prepared by a Michelin-starred chef. Giant posters of the Seven hung on both sides of the walls. Homelander's iconic smile looked especially dazzling beneath the lights. Of course, Soldier Boy was there too. The posters of Soldier Boy and Homelander were placed in the center, side by side. However, Soldier Boy's position had not been made public yet. The timing still was not right. Annie January, codename Starlight, stood at the entrance to the banquet hall in a custom golden supersuit and took a deep breath. A thin layer of sweat had formed on her palms. After all, this was the most important night of her life. Starting tonight, she would no longer be Annie, the small-town girl. She would be Starlight of the Seven. At the dinner, Starlight met many people and saw Soldier Boy in the banquet hall. She froze for a moment. Of course she recognized that face. Anyone in America who had ever watched television knew that face. Soldier Boy, America's hero, one of Vought's founding icons, the man who charged into a hail of bullets with a shield in black and white documentaries. The history book said he had sacrificed himself, but this morning he had returned to Vought. There was no way Starlight would not be excited. This was not the original plot, where the original body had destroyed half a street in a stress reaction and killed quite a few people, making Starlight despise him. Now that stress reaction would not happen anymore. Benjamin was no longer the original body. From halfway across the banquet hall, Benjamin looked at her and gave a slight nod. Encouraged by her senior, Starlight grew even happier. Deep stood beside Starlight, constantly waving to the audience below. The dinner lasted 2 hours. After the final dessert was cleared away, the guests left one after another, reporters packed up their equipment, and staff guided the fans out. Deep, meanwhile, took Starlight to the Seven's meeting room. She followed Deep toward the elevator at the end of the corridor. The meeting room door closed behind them. Starlight looked around this legendary room where the Seven held their meetings. When Deep asked Starlight whether there was a portrait of Homelander in her room, Starlight shook her head. She said her idol was actually Deep, and that she had been one of Deep's schoolgirl fans. Deep quickly laughed, but when Starlight turned back around, her face filled with horror. The man she had admired, Deep, now wore a greasy smile. He had taken off his pants and was raising his eyebrows at her. Starlight's pupils shrank, and she immediately prepared to leave. "What's wrong? Didn't you just say you were obsessed with me?" Deep spread his hands, looking confused. But Starlight still tried to escape. Hey, this is about how badly you want to join the Seven. I'm the second in command here." Just as Deep was smugly threatening her, there was a loud bang. The door lock had been smashed apart by force. Broken pieces of the lock cylinder bounced twice on the carpet before rolling to Deep's feet. A figure in a dark green supersuit stood in the doorway, shield hanging from his left arm. The face that never seemed to fade in those black and white documentaries now carried a mocking look. "What a coincidence," Benjamin said. "I just happened to be passing by and heard someone calling himself the second in command of the Seven while getting ready to put his hands on a female rookie who just joined." Deep's hand was still on his waistband. His whole body froze, and the look on his face changed from sleazy to panicked. He opened his mouth to explain, to say this was a tradition in the Seven, to say many people had gone through this before joining, to say it was just a joke. But it was too late. What I fucking look down on most is using lowlife tricks like this to threaten a lady. You really are one pathetic fucking coward. Benjamin cursed him out, then punched him square in the bridge of the nose. A terrifying force struck in an instant, and Deep was sent flying. At the same time, the sound of bones cracking mixed with Deep's scream and exploded through the meeting room. Deep clutched his bleeding nose, crashing into 2 chairs beside the long table before falling onto the carpet. Benjamin walked over, planted his combat boot on Deep's head, bent down, and lowered his voice until only the two of them could hear. "Is this how it was with your precious fish? Did those fish say no either?" Benjamin's voice was as calm as if he were chatting about the weather. "You think this is an aquarium. This is land, and land is under my authority." Deep wailed in pain and convulsed on the floor. Blood poured down his face, staining his supersuit red. Starlight stood in the corner, her fingers trembling. She looked at Deep lying on the floor, at the man who had been trying to touch her just minutes ago now curled up on the carpet with blood all over his face, and a rush of satisfaction welled up inside her. Someone like him deserved to be beaten. If your mother were standing in front of me, maybe I could let you watch how I humiliate her. so she could properly enjoy what you were planning to do to Starlight. Starlight blinked. There was something about this man's way of speaking that felt a little intense. "I'm sorry, sir, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Deep begged. "I really know I was wrong. Please spare my life." Benjamin lifted his foot off Deep's head and turned to look at Starlight. Starlight was a little at a loss. She raised her head and looked at the man before her, the man who seemed to have stepped right out of a history textbook, and froze for a moment. Soon, though, she said softly, "Thank you, sir. You've got a body full of superpowers, and you still let yourself get pushed around by a fish-fucking loser. You're one cowardly fucking broad." After cursing her out, Benjamin turned and walked out of the meeting room. He stopped at the door and glanced sideways at Deep, who was still curled up on the floor. "From now on, a piece of trash like you is out of the 7. But when Deep heard those words, his face lost even more color than when that fist the size of a sandbag had smashed into his nose. "No, don't." Deep was full of regret. Clearly, he had been the one getting bullied at first. So why was it suddenly not okay when it was his turn to bully someone else? Starlight, meanwhile, was still thinking about what Soldier Boy had just called her. Broad. Wait, she wasn't not a broad, was she? She opened her mouth, unsure what she was supposed to say. Chapter 18. Late at night, in Madeline Stillwell's private office at Vought Tower. Mayor Tony of Baltimore sat in the middle of the leather sofa. Madeline sat across from him, her skirt arranged neatly beneath her knees, a practiced professional smile on her face. $300 million a year for an exclusive contract with Nubian Prince. Her voice was gentle. "Baltimore's crime rate is at an all-time high. Your voters need a superhero." The mayor took a sip of whiskey and set the glass on the sofa armrest. "I know about Compound V." Madeline's smile did not change, but her fingers paused on the armrest. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Of course you do." The mayor spoke with confidence, leaning back into the sofa, the corners of his mouth lifting with certainty. $200 million a year. Otherwise, this report will be on the front page of the Washington Post tomorrow. Madeline lowered her eyes to the envelope on the coffee table. The office was silent for a full 5 seconds. "I'll consider your proposal." The mayor stood, buttoned his suit jacket, and strode out of the office. The door closed behind him. Madeline tossed the envelope into the shredder. A while later, she called the mayor and negotiated a suitable price. Not far away, Homelander heard the entire conversation through his super hearing, and anger flashed in his eyes. The warmth in those blue eyes dropped instantly to freezing. The mayor, a petty city official, daring to threaten Vought and Madeline with a few printed pages. His thinking followed the same path it always had. Fly over there and slice that plane in half with his laser eyes. Clean and simple. But then he stopped. An image flashed through his mind. Soldier Boy standing in the conference room, saying in a flat voice, "We exist to protect those weak little wimps." His father had been sold to Vought for 40 years. Vought used Compound V to create supervillains, then used superheroes to stop those supervillains, all to generate profit. Why should he kill for Vought? Homelander slowly straightened, his cape settling behind him as the fluttering sound died away. He lowered his head and looked at the thousands of lights spread across New York beneath his feet. Somehow, those lights looked different from before. After watching for a while, Homelander stepped away from the window. Forget it, he was not going. Outside the window, New York's night sky remained as quiet as ever. No red cape streaked across the sky. No laser burns tore through the clouds. The mayor's plane landed smoothly at an airport somewhere, and neither the mayor nor his son had any idea they had just brushed past death. The lights were still on in the office of the executive director of SUPERPOWERS at Vought Tower. Starlight stood in the doorway. She had changed out of her golden supersuit and into a simple white shirt and jeans, carrying a bottle of champagne she had brought from the banquet hall. Her blonde hair fell loosely over her shoulders. Benjamin looked up from behind his desk and glanced at the bottle in her hand. "Come in." "Soldier Boy, I came to thank you." Starlight walked in and set the bottle on the coffee table. "About what happened in the meeting room tonight." Soldier Boy's words had been intense. But he had still protected her, so Starlight felt she had to come thank him. No need to thank me. It's this late, and you still had time to grab a damn bottle of champagne. Starlight looked a little awkward, but she still placed the bottle on the desk. Was this just how Soldier Boy talked? Benjamin poured the champagne into a glass. A moment later, he spoke again. He thought he was exercising some kind of privilege he was entitled to, so let me warn you, there's more than one person like that in Vought. I count as one of the relatively normal ones. Come to me if you run into trouble. After all, I'm also the boss of the 7, and the whole team, including that wimpy son of mine, is under my control. Sir Homelander is actually your son. Starlight was utterly shocked. After all, the media had not broken this news yet. He may be a bit of a wimp, and his personality isn't great. He gets worked up too easily when things happen, but he really is the strongest soup in America. I'm proud of him. Benjamin took a sip of champagne as he spoke, his face full of pride. Not far away, Homelander heard Benjamin praising him with his super hearing. You too, I'm just like you. I'm the strongest soup in America. Homelander murmured to himself. Starlight lowered her head and stayed silent for a while. Sir, I thought joining the 7 was my dream. Now I'm not sure if that dream is what I imagined it would be. There's nothing wrong with the dream. It's this goddamn place that doesn't deserve it. Benjamin took another sip of champagne and set the glass on the coffee table. But you can make this place deserve it. Starlight looked up at him. This man, who seemed to have stepped out of a black-and-white photo in a history textbook, spoke differently from every Vought executive she had ever met. No empty promises, no motivational nonsense, no talk of brand value or fan growth curves. His words were rough, even intense, but they felt real. She smiled. Thank you, not just for tonight. Benjamin said nothing. He simply raised his glass slightly in response. Starlight looked at Benjamin's handsome face and briefly lost herself. Early the next morning, Vought's HR department issued 2 notices with record-breaking efficiency. The first was public. Deep had resigned from the 7 for personal reasons, effective immediately. The PR department drafted a farewell statement within 10 minutes, praising his outstanding contributions to marine conservation and the injuries he had sustained over years of fighting criminals. At the end, they even added a personal statement from Deep, written with deep sincerity. Of course, Deep himself had not written a single word of it. Deep dragged his suitcase out through the side entrance of Vought Tower, white medical tape stuck across his nose and dark bruises blooming over both cheekbones. He tried to hide them with a baseball cap and sunglasses. Deep stood at the curb and looked back at Vought Tower. He had once thought that light belonged to him. He sighed, opened the car door, and climbed into the back of a taxi. The door slammed shut, and the taxi merged into Manhattan's morning rush-hour traffic. Fortunately, although he had been kicked out of the 7, he was still working at Vought. Madeline had also told him he might have a chance to return in the future, depending on his performance. Of course, that was just polite talk. Benjamin could not be bothered with such a minor matter. Mainly, he had disliked Deep from the start. Of course, if Deep could turn himself around and stop being such a creep, Benjamin would not mind letting him come back. That afternoon, Huey came to Vought. Huey still came, and he received some compensation. After all, A-Train had nearly run his girlfriend over. When Benjamin saw Huey in the elevator, he noticed how nervous Huey was. What the hell are you doing at Vought all of a sudden, you damn pussy? Benjamin knowingly asked. Huey looked a little awkward and said, I'm here to accept the compensation from Vought. Take the money and go live your life. After all, you and that girlfriend of yours who was almost turned into ground meat are both still alive, aren't you? Huey nodded. I will, sir, and thank you for saving my girlfriend's life back then. Benjamin patted Huey on the shoulder. Even though he had already been very gentle, the pat still made Huey grimace. Benjamin had no idea how much of his advice Huey had taken in. Maybe he had listened, maybe he had not. In the end, he might still end up hanging around with that cuckolded vigilante. Still, aside from really hating that cuckolded vigilante's speeches, Benjamin did not dislike that group of people. Perhaps he could use them to trip up Vought and Edgar. After all, Benjamin was not that much stronger than the original soldier boy. His physique was just a little stronger, and he was a little faster. He had no idea whether Vought had some hidden backup plan to deal with him and Homelander. Of course, even without the boys, Homelander would take control of Vought sooner or later. Using the boys might simply make it happen faster. Early the next morning, Translucent disappeared. A living, breathing man, a bulletproof superhero, had suddenly vanished into thin air. Vought and the others did not pay much attention. After all, Translucent often used his invisibility to sneak off and mess around elsewhere. Benjamin sat behind his desk and lifted his first cup of coffee of the morning. The plot had begun. Yesterday, Huey and Butcher had already made contact, and they had kidnapped Translucent. Chapter 19. Benjamin sat in his office, took a sip of coffee, and looked over a new file he had created on his tablet. It was about Huey, Butcher, Frenchie, and Mother's Milk. All four of them should still be around. To be honest, Benjamin had originally thought that since Robin had not died, Huey would never go down this path. But he had gotten involved anyway. That did not make much sense. Now Translucent had disappeared, with no sign of him alive or dead, yet no one at Vought was investigating, and no one was asking questions. As for whether Translucent lived or died, honestly, it had nothing to do with him. Forget it, Benjamin did not plan to get involved. In his eyes, Translucent's life or death was not even as important as those beautiful, sexy female characters. At the lower level of Vought Tower, inside Edgar's private conference room, there were no windows. Sound-absorbing panels covered all four walls, and every electronic device had been left in the shielded cabinet outside the door. This ensured that their conversation could not be overheard by Homelander. Several core directors sat around the long table, with Madeline seated on Edgar's right. The lighting was dim. Get straight to the point. Edgar's voice carried no emotion. The losses since Soldier Boy took office. Madeline opened her tablet. The black market for Compound V has been shut down, and projected profits have fallen by 23%. Deep has been removed, which means all derivative revenue from Deep-related IP has dropped to zero. That alone is a loss of at least $800 million. And because of the previous incident, 3 of A-Train's sponsors are currently discussing contract termination. She paused, then continued. Soldier Boy has no weaknesses. He does not care about money, and perhaps not about women either. His personality has no exploitable flaws. He won't be like Homelander, caring about reputation. We can't find any leverage over him. And because Soldier Boy is Homelander's father, Homelander won't resent him just because he has greater authority. Silence settled over the conference table. A gray-haired director took off his glasses. What about Homelander? If Madeline can keep him firmly under control, at least it could form some kind of balance. That might even be better than Homelander holding absolute power the way he did before. Madeline set down her glass of water. The motion was half a beat slower than usual. Edgar answered for her. Over the past 2 days, Homelander has not gone to Madeline for milk. Compared to before Soldier Boy arrived, their relationship seems to have fractured. Why? Because Soldier Boy is his father. Madeline's voice was dry. A man who has gone his entire life without love suddenly has his biological father fall out of the sky. Who do you think he'll choose? Perhaps, Madeline, you could give Homelander even more love than Soldier Boy can. Soldier Boy doesn't have milk after all. Madeline rubbed her forehead. She did not know what to say. Silence pressed down again. The second hand on the wall clock made 3 full circles before someone finally spoke. Soldier Boy can't be killed, but he can be locked away. The Russians managed it back then. You mean? He'll leave Vought Tower sooner or later. The members of Payback are still around, except for Black Noir. Use them along with a few obedient sups. Pick a moment when he's out alone, surround him, subdue him, and imprison him, just like before. Several gazes turned toward Edgar at the same time. Edgar did not answer immediately. He looked at the tabletop. After a long while, he raised his head. Prepare both options. His voice did not rise or fall. Madeline, satisfy Homelander as much as possible. Pull him back. Whatever he wants, give it to him. Pacify him. As for the other side. He looked toward the director, who had made the suggestion. Contact Payback. They will follow Vought's arrangements. They hate Soldier Boy. Have them stand by. Madeline nodded. She knew very well that winning over Homelander used to require only a look or perhaps a slight tug at her collar. But now, it had become a task that required her to satisfy every demand as much as possible. But she had no other cards left. Madeline did not know what else she could do either. Apart from certain parts of her own body, what else did she have? But soon, Madeline thought of Soldier Boy. Could she use the same method she used to tempt Homelander to tempt? The meeting ended. The directors filed out one after another, until only Edgar remained seated alone at the far end of the long table. He sighed. Soldier Boy's return had indeed caused plenty of trouble, and it seemed he intended to be a real superhero. Vought did not need real superheroes. Vought only needed obedient products. Chapter 20. When Madeline pushed open the door to Homelander's room, he was sitting on the sofa. The moment Homelander saw her come in, he said coldly, "Get out. You haven't come to see me these past 2 days. You haven't even looked at me." Madeline's voice came from the doorway, carrying just the right trace of hurt. She closed the door behind her. Her high heels tapped against the marble floor at a steady, unhurried pace, just like always. Always in control, always composed. But tonight, there was something else in her eyes. Unease, calculation, and anxiety carefully disguised as tenderness. Homelander looked up, his expression a little complicated. He opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Madeline, his nanny. The woman in his life who came closest to the word mother. Now Madeline stood in front of him, wearing a finely tailored dark blue suit with a wide neckline that revealed a deep line of cleavage. Homelander's gaze drifted there involuntarily. He opened his mouth slightly, his thoughts unreadable. "Homelander." Madeline sat down beside him, leaning close, then reached out as if to touch his face. "What's wrong, Homelander?" Homelander shifted half an inch to the side, avoiding her hand. It was a tiny movement, but Madeline's fingers froze in midair, as if they had struck an invisible wall. "You and Edgar." Homelander's voice was much lower than usual. "And Vought, you hurt Soldier Boy." "No, my baby." Madeline shook her head, her eyes sincere to the point of innocence. "At the time, I only thought Soldier Boy was a supervillain. I didn't know he was your father. I really didn't. What happened to him, all those things, I knew nothing about them. But when I tried to look into his file before..." Homelander stared into her eyes. "You stopped me." Homelander's gaze was full of anger. He was no longer looking at Madeline's chest. The room fell silent. The low hum of the air vent suddenly became especially clear. Madeline looked at him, then suddenly did something he had not expected at all. She leaned over, opened her arms, and hugged him. A solid embrace that wrapped Homelander completely in her arms. Madeline was actually very nervous. She did not know whether Homelander could still be controlled now, but she knew this was the only thing she could do. For Vought. Then Madeline moved behind Homelander, resting her chin against his head and letting him lean against that part of her. Homelander froze. His hands hung at his sides, and he did not know where to put them. "It was all my fault." Madeline's voice was very low, her breath brushing past his ear with a barely noticeable tremor. "I didn't know anything back then, baby. If I had known he was your father, I never would have done that. Forgive me, all right? My baby." Homelander's Adam's apple bobbed once, and he glanced upward again. He wanted to say something, but the anger and grievance that had been building in his chest for days suddenly had nowhere to go inside Madeline's embrace. Her hand began to pat his back gently. "You haven't come to see me for 2 days. Are you going to stop coming to me from now on?" As Homelander leaned closer, Madeline pulled back a little, cupped his face in both hands, and gently rubbed his cheeks with her thumbs. "I wait for you every day. Do you know that? Every day, baby." Homelander looked into her eyes, his lips moving slightly. Madeline pressed on. "Trust me." Madeline's fingers slid from the corner of his eye to his cheek. "I have never lied to you, baby. Those things were all Edgar's decisions. I was only carrying them out for him. As for your father, I really didn't know at the time. She leaned even closer, her forehead almost touching his. Let me make it up to you, all right? Just like before. You can have Soldier Boy's love, and you can have my love too, can't you? Homelander's breathing grew uneven. He knew Madeline might be lying. But he could barely stop himself. His super hearing clearly picked up Madeline's heartbeat. It was abnormally fast. Madeline had explained before that it was because she was moved and excited, but there was another possibility. Madeline might be afraid. But right now, was she moved or was she afraid? Homelander did not know. Everything that had happened over the past few days, his father's return, the blocked file, Black Noir's death, the conversations in the office that were half true and half false, all of it had tangled together until the string in his mind felt ready to snap. And at this moment, Madeline's warmth was real. Her breathing was real. That familiar scent on her was real too. Don't go, Madeline whispered, her fingers sliding to the back of his neck as she gently pressed his head toward her shoulder. Homelander's eyelids lowered, and the resistance inside him was crumbling bit by bit. But in the next moment, Homelander remembered what his father had called him. Wimp. He did not want to be a wimp. He did not want to be controlled by anyone anymore. He did not want to be anyone's tool again. He was Homelander, the strongest supe in the world. Yet Madeline's arms were still around his neck. Homelander clenched his fists. The next instant, there was a bang. The door was kicked open. When the door flew open, the heavy metal panel tore off its hinges and smashed into the opposite wall with a deafening crash. Madeline screamed and let go of Homelander. Homelander shot to his feet, his pupils shrinking sharply. A tall, silent figure stood in the doorway, dressed in a deep green supersuit. His shield was not in his hand, but hanging at the side of his left arm, its metal edge reflecting a cold gleam under the hallway lights. Benjamin, Soldier Boy, stood in the doorway, looking at the scene on the sofa. There was no anger in his movements, no roar, no questioning. He did not even step inside. He simply stood there, watching Homelander with an extremely calm gaze. Benjamin had already noticed something was wrong with Madeline. When he had passed by earlier, she was dressed like one of those aging old prostitutes. Utterly disgusting. Chapter 21. Soldier Boy's gaze made it harder for Homelander to breathe than any roar ever could. Homelander stood up, not knowing what to say. He could see the disappointment in Soldier Boy's eyes. There seemed to be a trace of exhaustion in that gaze too, as if it were saying, I knew this would happen, but I still hoped it wouldn't. All the color drained from Homelander's face in an instant. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But every explanation that reached his lips was forced back by Benjamin's silent stare. Because deep down, Homelander knew it too. No matter what he had been thinking just now, no matter whether he had actually given in or not, he had seemingly been just one step away from becoming that wimp controlled by Madeline's milk again. Madeline stood from the sofa, tugged at her wrinkled collar, and tried to recover some shred of dignity. Mr. Soldier Boy, I think this is a misunderstanding. Shut up, you filthy old whore. If you're that desperate for a man, go find some old beggar on the street. Benjamin said. Madeline's mouth snapped shut. She was afraid Benjamin's shield would suddenly come smashing into her skull. Benjamin did not look at her again. His gaze stayed fixed on Homelander for several long seconds. Then he turned and walked out. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded down the corridor, each step landing on Homelander's heart. Only the faint hum of the air vent and Madeline's rapid, uneven breathing remained in the room. Homelander stood in place, hands hanging at his sides, clenched into fists. Madeline reached out, wanting to touch his shoulder, but he turned aside and avoided her. That movement was far more decisive than any before it, with no hesitation at all. Leave now, Homelander said. Madeline stood behind him. Her lips moved, but in the end she said nothing. She bent down, picked up her handbag from the sofa, and walked toward the doorway in her high heels. As she passed the door panel that had been kicked off its hinges, her steps paused for a moment. Then she quickly left. When Homelander told someone to leave, they had to leave. That was the first rule when dealing with Homelander. Those who did not leave would never get the chance to leave again. Homelander stood alone in the empty room. In front of him was the metal door panel his father had kicked down. There was a deep footprint in it. He walked over, crouched down, and reached out to touch that footprint. Soon, Homelander followed after him. When he barged into the executive director's office, Benjamin was already there because he knew Homelander would come. Homelander walked to the desk in front of Benjamin and stopped. The edge of his cape swayed lightly behind him, then fell still. Homelander's hands hung at his sides, his shoulders slightly tense. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something but did not know where to begin. He rarely felt as though his tongue was heavy, but right now, it felt as if it had been filled with cement. Benjamin stood up, then raised his right hand. Homelander's pupils shrank. His body reacted before his mind could. His neck pulled back instinctively, and his shoulders rose half an inch on their own. The strongest supe in the world, and the first thing he did when his father raised a hand was shrink back. He was waiting for the fist to fall. Like the punch on the rooftop, and like the punch that had landed on his shoulder in the conference room. And honestly, he was used to it. Ever since he was a child, mistakes meant punishment. The researchers in the lab punished him for not cooperating with tests. The various experimenters punished him for not performing well enough. Vought punished him for disobedience. So it was normal for his father to punish him too. He had disappointed him. But the fist never came. Benjamin's hand hovered in the air above Homelander's lowered head, then withdrew. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Homelander slowly raised his head and looked at Benjamin. His expression was full of confusion. Benjamin looked at him, slowly lowered the hand that had been hanging in the air, and placed it on the back of his head. "You thought I was going to hit you," Benjamin said. Homelander looked up, opened his mouth, and said hoarsely, "I thought you were disappointed in me." "I am disappointed in you." Benjamin looked at him and slowly withdrew his hand. "Look at yourself. You really are a complete and utter wimp. You fucking disappointed me." Homelander's face went white. So he really was disappointed. Somehow, being scolded by his father like this felt worse than taking a few punches. It hurt far more than getting hit. I was about to refuse. His words began to come out in a mess. "Even if you hadn't stopped me, I still wouldn't have done that. The way you were looking at that old whore just now, your eyes were practically drooling." Homelander opened his mouth. "What exactly is your relationship with that old whore?" Benjamin's voice dropped. "Fuck buddies, or some mother-son roleplay. If it's the former, I wouldn't be this pissed. That's your private life, and I can't control it. But when I walked in, the two of you did not look like a simple man and woman having fun." Homelander stood there, panic written across his face. "Did you sleep with her?" Benjamin asked. Homelander hesitated, then nodded. "Then please don't look at Madeline like she's your elder, all right? She's just your damn fuck buddy. Use her, toss her onto the bed, pull up your pants, and leave." Homelander nodded again. Madeline was not his mother, nor was she an elder. She might even be one of the Vought employees who had helped set up Soldier Boy. And Madeline's heartbeat had been very fast just now. She had definitely been lying. Benjamin watched him nod several times in a row, stayed silent for a few seconds, then stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Come drink with me tonight." Homelander looked up. He had never drunk alcohol before. "I'm not saying a grown man can't drink milk." Benjamin withdrew his hand. "But I want you to drink it as a man, no matter what damn female animal it comes from, not as some fragile little baby. Come on, you're the strongest supe in the world. Act like number one. You don't just need to be the world's number one supe, you need to be the world's number one man." Homelander stood in place, turning those words over in his mind. As a man, not as a baby. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. "What should we drink?" Homelander asked. "Beer first, then the hard stuff." Benjamin headed for the door and glanced back at him. "You're buying, those dumb fucks at Vought still haven't paid me." Chapter 22. The first ray of morning sunlight squeezed through the gap in the curtains that had not been fully drawn, painting a long, thin line of gold across the carpet. Homelander lay in his bed. A gray cashmere blanket covered him, its corners tucked in neatly. Of course, he had not tucked them in himself. He never tucked in blankets. The apartment door closed softly. Footsteps faded down the corridor, steady and powerful. Benjamin had left. Homelander opened his eyes the moment the door shut. He was not drunk. A body built by compound V metabolized alcohol more than 10 times faster than an ordinary person's. The kick from those few glasses of whiskey had only stayed in him for less than 20 minutes before being broken down completely. He had been sober the whole time, including when Benjamin pushed the third glass of whiskey toward him at the bar and said, "Drink it slowly, don't choke on it like a woman." Including when he pretended to slump drunk over the table, and when Benjamin hooked one of his arms over his shoulder, half dragging and half carrying him back to Vought Tower. And including just now. At the time, Homelander had kept his eyes closed, feeling a blanket being shaken open and gently laid over him. The movements were clumsy and stiff, clearly not the hands of someone used to doing things like this. Then Homelander seemed to feel that hand pause above his head for 2 seconds. With his senses, he could clearly feel a warm palm hovering in the air, as if hesitating over whether to come down. In the end, it withdrew. After the door closed, Homelander opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, pulling the blanket higher until it reached his chin. He took a deep breath. Eating with family, drinking with his father. Being carried home after getting drunk, and having someone cover you with a blanket. In the world of ordinary people, these were things they got used to from childhood. But it had taken him 30 or 40 years to experience them for the first time. He turned over, buried his face in the blanket, and the corners of his mouth curved in a smile even he did not notice. You allowed Homelander to experience the discipline of a strict father, as well as the heavy love of a caring father. Although he was genuinely hurt when he heard you say you were disappointed, your encouragement made him very happy. You are also teaching him how to become a real man, a true good boy. Reward obtained. Nuclear Blast LV3 has been upgraded to LV4. Current abilities. Nuclear Blast LV4 can release high-intensity radioactive energy capable of burning away everything and erasing compound V from a target's body. Super Strength LV6 possesses the top-tier superhuman strength of a supe. Super Defense LV5, impervious to blades and bullets, immune to conventional firearms and most superpowered attacks. Self-Healing LV5, extremely high cellular activity, capable of rapidly repairing fatal injuries. Radiation Resistance LV5, completely immune to nuclear radiation and all harmful rays. Super Speed LV1 possesses the speed of an ordinary supe. Ageless longevity, body remains forever at peak condition. Fuck. Benjamin, who had already left, was a little speechless. Where were his super speed and super flight? Why did the rewards keep giving him abilities he did not use that often? Still, since Nuclear Blast had leveled up, it should reduce the cooldown on his Nuclear Blast and increase the damage, right? Soldier Boy felt that he should now be about as strong as Homelander after taking V1 in Season 5. Maybe even a little stronger. Assuming that little bastard did not use super speed and super flight to kite him. 9 in the morning. Vought Tower. When Benjamin stepped out of the elevator, he saw Starlight standing outside his office from a distance. She was not wearing her golden supersuit today. Instead, she had changed into a dark blue training uniform, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. She looked as bright and energetic as a freshly fired shell casing. She held her phone in her hand, constantly swiping across the screen, her face lit up with excitement she could not suppress. "Did you fucking win the lottery?" Benjamin walked to the door and took out his key. Starlight looked up, her eyes bright enough to be used as a flashlight. "No, Mr. Soldier Boy. Last night, on my way back to my apartment, I saw 2 men cornering a girl in an alley." Benjamin's hand stopped at the keyhole, and he turned to look at her. "Oh, the Season 1 storyline. You won't be smiling in a minute, you dumb little girl." "I beat them up." Starlight spoke quickly, as if she had held it in all morning and had finally found someone she could tell. "2 bad guys. One tried to run, so I grabbed him by the collar, threw him back, and slammed him into a trash can. The other tried to fight back, so I knocked him down. Benjamin pushed the door open, leaned his shield against the desk, sat in his chair, and looked at her. "Good job, Starlight," he said. "Even though you look pretty naive, like a big dumbass. No, like a big fucking idiot, but I'm still happy for you about this." Starlight ignored the profanity. She stood in the doorway, looking very pleased. "Thank you, Mr. Soldier Boy. You really are a good person. By the way, the reason I called you a big fucking idiot is because PR is going to come after you in a minute. But don't worry about it. I'll cover you, you little moron." Benjamin said, "You saw two men bullying one woman, and you went up and beat them down. That's called standing up for what's right. If you run into this kind of thing again, as long as you're sure it's the right thing to do, then do it. Got it? Don't worry about the PR department coming to give you trouble afterward." Starlight froze. She had not thought of that. They probably won't write PR. Soldier Boy waved his hand, telling her to leave. Just then, Ashley appeared with a dark expression, high heels clicking as she led Starlight away. As Starlight followed Ashley, she carefully glanced at Ashley's face and thought back to the crude words that had just come flying out of Soldier Boy's mouth. After being scolded, Starlight returned to Benjamin's office with her head hanging. I didn't think it would turn out like this. That's why I said this damn place is rotten to the core. Always thinking about profit, always putting on a show. You should know by now, right? Damn Vought hands out scripts. All kinds of scripts where superheroes fight crime, but those criminals are just actors. And when you actually run into something where a superhero should step in, Vought won't let you do it. If this place isn't rotten to the fucking core, then what is it? Benjamin complained while cursing Vought. "Sir, I think you're right." Starlight nodded and looked at Benjamin, a flicker of light passing through her eyes. Maybe Soldier Boy, Homelander, and Queen Maeve were the real superheroes. Oh, of course, and herself too. Don't worry about the damn PR department. Don't worry about Vought. Go do your good deeds. Fuck you. Benjamin pointed at Starlight. Starlight blushed and ignored the last "fuck you." She knew that was Soldier Boy's catchphrase, not him actually trying to proposition her. "Thank you, sir." After saying that, Starlight suddenly seemed to remember something. She pulled her phone from her pocket, checked the time, and quickly said, "Sir, can we have lunch together? 12 o'clock at the Italian restaurant downstairs." Benjamin raised an eyebrow. "Sure." Starlight turned and walked out of the office, her steps so light they seemed to bounce. 11:50 at noon. Homelander stepped out of the elevator, his hair perfectly groomed. He had deliberately arrived 10 minutes early, thinking he could talk to his father about what had happened after they drank last night. For example, whether he had said anything embarrassing while drunk and how his father had carried him back. There was also the event that afternoon. He went through those questions in his mind, the corner of his mouth carrying a casual smile as he turned the corridor corner and reached Benjamin's office. The door was open, and no one was inside. He took out his phone and casually opened Starlight's social media page. The latest post had been published 3 minutes ago. The picture was a plate of freshly served pasta, tagged at the Italian restaurant downstairs from Vought Tower. Benjamin, looking ridiculously handsome, was also in the photo. Homelander shrugged and spread his hands. Fine, Dad was picking up girls. He could not really say anything about that. Homelander called Maeve, but Maeve was busy too. 3 in the afternoon, Vought Tower press conference hall. Reporters from major media outlets across the country filled all 300 seats. In the back rows, cameras formed a dense wall of lenses, every single one aimed at the two people on stage. Camera flashes went off like a never-ending thunderstorm. Homelander stood in front of the microphone, wearing his iconic supersuit, his cape hanging straight behind him. Benjamin stood half a step to his left, his shield hanging from his left arm. His deep green supersuit reflected a calm sheen beneath the bombardment of flashbulbs. "Today, I want to announce something to the people of America." Homelander's voice was clear and solemn, carrying a kind of seriousness rarely seen in him. "Soldier Boy, Benjamin, from this day forward is my father. This is not a storyline. This is not a Vought PR campaign. This is not anyone's arrangement. He is my biological father. in the biological sense and also because I choose to acknowledge him. The audience was silent for a full second. Then the flashes exploded. Shutters clicked so densely that people could barely hear their own heartbeats. Countless hands shot up at the same time, every reporter shouting questions. Vought's PR department had arranged a separate interview segment for them. A female CNN reporter was the first to stand, pointing the microphone at Homelander. "Mr. Homelander, what does publicly acknowledging a previously undisclosed father-son relationship mean to you?" "It means everything," Homelander said. "He is the first real family member in my life." The reporter turned to Benjamin. "Mr. Soldier Boy, do you have anything you'd like to say?" Benjamin thought for a moment, then pulled the microphone toward himself. "Hello, I'm Soldier Boy. Shit, fuck, everyone in the world knows who I am. Why the hell am I opening with that? Fucking Vought. Edgar, fuck you." The reporters looked at one another. Benjamin was a little annoyed, but he soon continued. "As for what I want to say, my son is the most powerful soup in the world. From now on, I'll teach him properly. I'll teach him how to become a real superhero and do good for the people. But before that, if anyone bullies my son..." He paused. "Then they'll have to get through me first." Several veteran reporters lowered their heads and frantically took notes. A young female reporter looked at Soldier Boy, a trace of admiration appearing in her eyes. Homelander turned his head to look at Benjamin, the corner of his mouth moving slightly. Chapter 23. "Mr. Soldier Boy, your drink." The interview was still underway, camera flashes crackling nonstop. A staff member carefully worked his way around the cables scattered across the floor, tray in hand, and placed a drink on the table beside Benjamin. Benjamin was being bombarded by one reporter after another. These reporters had way too much fucking to say, and he was already starting to get irritated. His face was as dark as iron. Then he casually picked up the cup. The moment his fingertips touched the glass, his expression changed. "Hot." He brought the cup under his nose and sniffed. Sweet, with a warm caramel smell. "Coke, hot Coke." Someone had brought him a cup of hot Coke. "This is fucking hot." Benjamin shot to his feet, the chair scraping behind him with a sharp, ear-piercing screech. He hurled the cup to the floor. Glass shattered, and warm dark brown liquid splashed everywhere. Several reporters in the front row flinched back in fright. The flashes stopped for an instant, then exploded even more frantically. After all, other superheroes were gentle and refined, at least in front of the cameras. But Soldier Boy. Some younger reporters, who did not know much about Soldier Boy, started shooting even more wildly. "Fuck, that's so fucking amateur, I want it iced. Ice, ice." The staff member's face went white. He backed away again and again, nearly stepping on the broken glass. I'm sorry, sir. I'll get you another one right now. And get my son an ice Coke too." Benjamin pointed to the side, where Homelander was sitting perfectly upright in his chair. "If you bring another hot one, you're fired." The staff member practically ran off. Homelander looked at the shattered glass on the floor. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he did not dare laugh out loud. A few reporters covered their mouths, though their shoulders were shaking. The live director groaned through his headset, and the PR department had already begun frantically editing an apology statement. "PR, don't apologize. Is hot Coke even something people drink? Tell me, fuck you." After adding that, Benjamin had already sat back down. He adjusted the wrist guards of his supersuit as if nothing had happened, and lifted his chin at the stunned reporters below. "Next question, hurry up, don't waste my time." After the press conference ended, Benjamin went straight back to Vought Tower. The elevator doors closed, shutting out the noise of the reporters and the bursts of camera flashes. He leaned against the elevator wall, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose. Dealing with the media was more tiring than fighting a war. Especially that damn hot Coke. Not even a dog would drink that shit. Homelander did not return with him, mainly because Translucent had been missing for 2 days. He wanted to investigate. Translucent was no good person, and Homelander did not exactly care about him, but a living person had vanished into thin air inside Vought Tower, and a member of the Seven at that. The fact itself made him uncomfortable. Because he had previously shot the staff members who blocked him from accessing the files, Homelander had a very smooth time checking surveillance and gathering information. No one dared stop him. The next morning, Benjamin stepped out of the elevator, holding his first Coke of the day, iced. He turned the corner of the hallway, and his steps suddenly slowed. Starlight stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the hall, her back to him. Today, she was not wearing her usual proper supersuit. Instead, she had on an outfit he had never seen before. A deep V neckline plunged almost to her navel. The skirt was so short it barely covered the tops of her thighs, and her entire back, from shoulder blades to waist, was exposed. Her long blonde hair had been curled into big waves and spilled over her bare shoulders. One of her hands rested on the window frame, and her shoulders were trembling slightly. Benjamin walked over. Before he even spoke, he saw that her eyes were red. Her mascara had been smudged by tears, leaving a faint black mark beneath one eye. "What the fuck are you wearing?" Benjamin's voice was not loud, but his tone was cold. He looked her up and down, his brows twisting together. "You're dressed like a slut. You're a superhero. What the hell is this supposed to be?" Starlight's lips trembled. She wiped hard at the corner of her eye with the back of her hand, trying to keep her voice from shaking, but she failed. "It was Madeline. She said my supersuit wasn't marketable enough. She said audiences don't want to see a female hero all covered up. PR gave me the new supersuit. She said if I didn't wear it, I'd be hurting Vought's interests and disappointing the fans who support me." Soon she took a deep breath, her voice growing smaller and smaller. "I refused, but she said Vought's contract states that supersuit design falls under company decision-making, and I don't have the right to refuse. She also said, Deep is gone and the 7 is short a member now. If I don't cooperate, there are plenty of people willing to replace me." Benjamin said nothing. He set the iced Coke on the windowsill, then turned and walked toward the other end of the hallway. 2 interns who were moving equipment saw him coming and immediately pressed themselves against the wall to clear a path. One of them nearly dropped the cardboard box in his hands. Ashley's office was around the corner. She was sitting behind her desk, checking a media release on her computer. Hearing the door open, she looked up and met Benjamin's expressionless face, a face so oppressive it could stop a heart. The pen in her hand fell. "Mr. Soldier Boy, is there something you need? Did you fucking approve Starlight's supersuit?" Ashley swallowed. It was Madeline's direct order. I only carried it out. I don't have decision-making authority." "You're the PR director, and you don't have decision-making authority. Then what the hell are you good for? Useless piece of trash." Benjamin stood in front of her desk and said every word clearly. Ashley's face turned pale, because it really had not been her decision. Benjamin said, "I'm giving you 10 minutes. Get Madeline to my office." Ashley nodded desperately. When Benjamin turned and walked out of her office, her fingers were still shaking. It took her 3 tries to dial Madeline's number. When Madeline arrived, Benjamin was standing in his office waiting for her, and Starlight had been called over too. Starlight had already changed back into her original supersuit. The revealing, slutty one had been thrown onto the floor. Madeline pushed open the door, saw the new supersuit on the floor, then saw Starlight standing behind Benjamin. The standard smile hung on her lips. "Mr. Soldier Boy, regarding Starlight's supersuit, I can explain." "Explain what?" Benjamin turned around. His voice was not loud, but it cut her off directly. "Explain how you dressed a superhero like a prostitute, like a stripper. She's in her early 20s. She fought her way from Des Moines to New York, passed every layer of your selection process, beat out God knows how many competitors to stand here. She has powers, she has courage. The night before last, she beat the shit out of 2 harassers with her bare hands. And then you tell her, no, your powers don't matter, your courage doesn't matter. First, you've got to show your tits to the audience. Why don't you come to work naked?" Madeline's smile stiffened. "This is the result of market research. The merchandise sales for female superheroes. Don't give me that market research bullshit." Benjamin stared at her. "If you've got the guts, design a deep V supersuit for A-Train. Make Translucent wear a thong on camera, or have Homelander save people naked. Film that." Why does Starlight have to dress like this? Because she's a woman? Because you think a woman's body is worth more than her powers? Fuck you. Madeline forced down her anger. Benjamin shouted, Ashley. Ashley, who had been shrinking by the door, practically sprang inside. Here. Make Starlight's supersuit according to her original design. She wears whatever the hell she wants. If anyone dares make an issue of her body again, I'll throw their desk out from the 56th floor. Yes, yes, sir. Ashley nodded like a woodpecker. I'll handle it immediately, right away. Madeline still wanted to say something. Her mouth opened, but under Benjamin's stare, she finally shut it. When she turned and walked out of the office, her face was livid, and the sound of her high heels against the floor was twice as loud as usual. Benjamin did not spare her another glance. Starlight stood in the corner, watching Soldier Boy use the roughest language imaginable to say exactly what she had been feeling. He said her powers mattered, her courage mattered, she herself mattered, not her chest and not the publicity. Every word that came out of his mouth was as coarse as sandpaper, yet it burned in her ears so fiercely that she almost wanted to cry. Her eyes were still red, but no longer because she felt wronged. Thank you, Mr. Soldier Boy. Go be a real superhero. If anyone dares threaten you, come to me, as long as what you're doing is right. Starlight nodded. She was very glad Vought had Soldier Boy. Chapter 24. At dusk, someone knocked on the door of Benjamin's office. He looked up. Madeline stood in the doorway, wearing a deep red dress with an extremely daring cut. The neckline plunged even lower than Starlight's supersuit. She leaned against the doorframe, holding a glass of whiskey, her lips painted a much darker red than usual. She had spent the entire afternoon preparing for this entrance. In her view, Soldier Boy was also a man, and men always had weaknesses. Especially since Vought's records seemed to show that Soldier Boy liked mature women, just like Homelander. And she was very mature. Besides, when Soldier Boy had cursed at her earlier, he had also said, fuck you. Maybe he really did mean the fuck part. So if Madeline could not handle him through conventional means, she could try another way to handle Benjamin. Exactly the way Benjamin had cursed at her. Good evening, Mr. Soldier Boy. Her voice was lower than usual, the last syllable drawn out. I think there's been some misunderstanding between us. Why don't we? Benjamin looked up at her and said expressionlessly, You're on the wrong floor. Madeline's smile froze. You come to my office dressed like that for what? To discuss work, or do you want me to fuck you? You're disgusting, you know that, you old hag. Benjamin looked her up and down, his eyes utterly unmoved. I don't care what you're trying to do, I'm not interested. The door's over there, get out, you make me sick. Fuck. Madeline stood in the doorway, her fingers tightening around the glass until her knuckles turned white. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something. But Benjamin had already lowered his head and gone back to reading the file in his hands, as if she was not even worth as much of his time as a mistyped punctuation mark on the page. She turned and walked out. Then Madeline saw Homelander, his face dark as he stared at her. Madeline froze. Madeline. Homelander's voice was icy. You really disgust me, I really want to kill you. I can explain, I was going to look for you, but I couldn't find you, so I. Get out, get the hell out right now before I change my mind. Move. Homelander lowered his head, forcing down his rage, and waved a hand. Madeline could only hurry away. When Homelander told someone to leave, they had to leave. If they did not, they might genuinely end up dead. That was something many employees at Vought had learned from experience. Late at night, Madeline sat alone in her office, holding the glass of whiskey she had failed to deliver. Outside the window, New York's night view was as dazzling as ever, but when she looked at those lights, she only found them glaring. Homelander no longer listened to her. Soldier Boy had cursed her into silence. Both father and son despised her. The alternative plan, she had spent an entire afternoon carefully preparing, had been cursed out of the room, and Homelander had even discovered it. The real key was still Soldier Boy, Vought's greatest threat. That man seemed to have almost no weaknesses. She had written that line about Soldier Boy in her earlier report to the board, but only tonight did she truly understand the weight of it. Perhaps Soldier Boy's only weakness was Homelander. But now Homelander had no weakness either. His weakness used to be a lack of love, but Soldier Boy's arrival had filled that gap. Because of each other, neither father nor son had a weakness. Damn it, they were too perfect. She took a sip of whiskey. The liquor rolled over her tongue, bitter as hell. Meanwhile, Benjamin was leaning back in his office chair, feet propped on the edge of the desk, scrolling through the latest roster for the 7 on his tablet. Deep had been fired. Translucent was missing. A train was lying low. Starlight had changed back into her new supersuit. Maeve had even sent him a message today, praising him for how well he had cursed out Madeline. Homelander, his son, had taken the initiative today to investigate Translucent's disappearance. He had also completely broken with Madeline. Vought was already beginning to lose control of Homelander, of him, and of the 7. He picked up the Coke on his desk, iced, then took a sip. Outside the window, New York's night sky glowed dim orange under countless lights, and the Hudson River flowed silently in the distance. He remembered what the legend had said in the apartment that day. "Are you planning to sit down and have dinner with all of them?" Dinner, Hess, it won't be long before they're kicked off the table. Fucking Vought. Benjamin was very pleased. Homelander had already arrived at the door and knocked. Tonight, Benjamin did not plan to take Homelander out just to drink. He was going for skewers and a late-night meal. There might not be much barbecue in America, but there were always Chinese barbecue places. This was not some small town. This was New York, the most prosperous city in the world. The next morning, Vought Tower, Tactical Briefing Room. Madeline stood in front of an electronic screen, her fingertips sliding across a live aerial image. It was Midtown Manhattan, a 42-story commercial building. On the screen, the rooftop helipad looked like nothing more than a small gray square. Her expression was tighter than usual. It could even be called humiliation or anger. Mainly because the humiliation of that deep red dress last night and the words, "You're on the wrong floor," were still churning in her stomach. It had even almost got her killed by Homelander. Madeline was now very afraid of Homelander. Of course, what she feared even more was the flawless Soldier Boy. But she did not have time to digest her personal emotions. The situation is as follows. A 42-story commercial building. 6 armed gunmen have taken an entire law firm hostage on the 31st floor. NYPD negotiators have been dealing with them for 3 hours with no progress, so this is something our superheroes can help with. She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone around the long table. Homelander leaned back in his chair, with Benjamin seated beside him. Maeve was there too, as well as A-Train, who had a race that afternoon, and Starlight, wearing her original supersuit. The police have requested support from the 7. According to the rotation schedule, this should be. Madeline slid her finger across the tablet. Homelander and Maeve. But she quickly continued. However, considering yesterday's press conference, Soldier Boy and Homelander are father and son. Soldier Boy's statement yesterday has already surpassed 400 million views across the internet, and the buzz on social media is still climbing. If we send them on this mission as a father-son team, the public impact will far exceed a standard deployment. She turned her gaze to Benjamin, the smile returning to her lips, though it was clearly forced. Of course, if Mr. Soldier Boy is unwilling to participate in this kind of field operation, I completely understand. I'll go. Benjamin picked up his shield, his voice flat. Madeline's brows lifted slightly. All the arguments she had prepared, about public image, Vought's strategic positioning, and the progress of lobbying for SUPs to enter the military system, were suddenly useless. Why was Soldier Boy so cooperative today? Homelander turned to look at Benjamin, the light in his blue eyes brightening by a degree. Really? I'm just sitting around anyway. Benjamin stood, hung the shield from his left arm, and glanced sideways at Homelander. Let's go, don't keep the cops waiting too long. The guns in those men's hands are real, this isn't some damn performance. And later, don't carry me or hold me. I don't want people thinking I'm gay. Homelander sprang up from his chair, a fraction faster than usual. It had been a long time since he had looked forward to a mission. Madeline watched the father and son walk out of the briefing room side by side, and stood there in silence for a moment. Wow, Homelander's really eager. Maeve remarked. I think this is Soldier Boy's first field mission. By then, 3 full blocks of Madison Avenue had been sealed off. 3 layers of yellow police tape had been stretched across the area, and even under the noon sun, the red and blue flashing lights from the police cars were bright enough to make people squint. At least 20 police cars were parked in staggered lines around the perimeter. Both sides of the street were packed with people, the arms holding up phones so dense they looked like a moving forest. Just then, a red figure descended from the sky, his cape cutting a sharp arc across the New York skyline. The crowd erupted in an instant. But when people saw that beside the red figure, there was another figure in deep green, the noise turned into deafening cheers. Homelander landed inside the police cordon and released his arm from around Benjamin's waist. Benjamin looked around. This was his first real mission, mainly because this one was not an act. It's Soldier Boy, it's really him. I watched what he said at yesterday's press conference. He was so fucking cool. That face, I want to sit on it so bad. Oh, get lost, like you'd ever deserve that. The 2 strongest sups came together, the original and the modern one. Those robbers are dead. Waves of noise rolled through the crowd. A few bold bystanders broke through the first line of tape and tried to squeeze forward, only to be stopped by police. Every reporter's camera turned away from the building and toward the father and son. Some live directors were screaming close-up into their headsets. Chapter 25. A middle-aged police officer in a bulletproof vest hurried over to meet them. His eyes were bright, but not with the fanaticism of someone seeing a superhero. It was the relief of someone seeing reinforcements arrive. Homelander, cape draped behind him, stepped forward and patted the officer on the shoulder. He did not use much force, but when his hand came down, the old cop's shoulder did not move an inch. He was steady. Captain, Homelander said, his voice not loud, but enough for the nearby officers to hear. You're the real heroes. We're just here to play a supporting role. All right, where are the gunmen? The officer looked flattered, even a little emotional. This was a superhero, and he was calling him a hero. Oh my God, please don't look at him like you want to sleep with him, all right. Benjamin remarked. Homelander froze for a second. The officer froze too, but quickly said, The gunmen are on the 31st floor. Our people have sealed off all ground exits. Benjamin nodded and turned to Homelander. Take me up 31st floor. Roger that. Homelander reached out, wrapped an arm around Benjamin's waist exactly the same way he had when they arrived, bent his knees slightly, and shot upward from the ground. A burst of air exploded across the street, blowing the hair of several reporters who had gotten too close into birds' nests. One police cap that had not been secured properly was swept into the air, spinning 3 or 4 times before its owner jumped up and caught it. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers again, countless phones aiming at the red and green trail rising straight into the sky. The instant they approached, Homelander locked onto the window on the 31st floor. Benjamin smashed through it with the edge of his shield. The 2 landed in the corridor one after the other, their boots crunching over broken glass. Homelander walked in front, while Benjamin followed slightly behind and to the side, shield held before him. The door to the main office area was open. 2 robbers were inside. Their weapons were not bad. The leader was the first to turn around, and he saw the 2 figures who should not have been standing in the doorway. In less than a second, his pupils shifted from anger to terror. Phew. He never got to finish the second syllable. Homelander had already appeared in front of him in an instant, one hand gripping the barrel of his rifle. The metal flattened in his palm like paper. Damn, that's fucking fast. Benjamin cursed without thinking. He already had super speed LV1, yet he had barely seen Homelander move. Then again, Homelander's super speed was probably around LV5, almost as fast as A-Train. Homelander was very pleased, because he thought Benjamin was praising him. With his other hand, he pressed against the leader's chest and shoved him off the conference table, sending him crashing to the floor. The leader struggled to get up. If I were you, I'd stay down. Otherwise, your head might accidentally get crushed like a watermelon. Benjamin lifted his foot threateningly. The leader immediately closed his eyes. Right after that, Benjamin saw the second robber get knocked to the ground by Homelander too. Another instant movement. More damn super speed. Benjamin wondered if Homelander was trying to show off in front of him. His efficiency at taking down robbers was something else. Both robbers were already down. They were still alive, all their limbs still attached, but they had completely lost the ability to resist and were curled up on the floor in pain. Homelander stood up and turned to look at Benjamin. His blue eyes were very bright. Benjamin gave him a nod of approval. Homelander saw it and stood there looking even happier. The hostages are safe, and the robbers have been contained. Have the police tactical team come up and take over. Benjamin pressed his communicator as he spoke. When the two walked out through the building's main entrance, the cheers on both sides of the street were almost loud enough to overturn all of Madison Avenue. The officer came forward to meet them, and Homelander stepped up and patted him on the shoulder again. "Hero, it's your turn." Then Homelander took Benjamin with him and shot into the sky. That afternoon, in Madeline's office at Vought Tower. On the tablet in front of her, footage from the mission scene was playing on a loop. The father and son advancing in perfect sync, controlling the situation efficiently without casualties, and the cheers they received when they walked out of the building. She turned off the video, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes. Vought had gotten everything it wanted from this mission, but the better they worked together, and the more the public embraced the father-son pair, the fewer cards Vought had left to play. She had to find a way to control Homelander. Madeline thought this to herself, but for the moment, she really had no good ideas. Right now, the fact that Homelander was not killing her was already good enough. The footage of the father-son team was replayed over and over online, its view count climbing higher and higher. Chapter 26. That afternoon, the annual race between A-Train and Shockwave was held as scheduled at the Vought-sponsored MetLife Stadium. The circular track had been laid with a special soup-grade surface, able to withstand the intense friction heat produced by speeds breaking the sound barrier. The stands were packed, and the cheers were deafening. Benjamin sat in the reserved section for Vought executives, bored out of his mind, so he went down and swept his eyes over the press area. He did not see Huey. That was a little different from the original plot. A small change had occurred. Of course, Huey might still have joined the boys in the end. Otherwise, Translucent would not have been captured. As for the fan signing area, Starlight had changed back into her original, proper supersuit, so no one there was making crude comments about her body. Also, Starlight had not gotten to know Huey, since Huey had a girlfriend now. These three things were all minor details, but they were changes all the same. It was also worth mentioning that quite a few people came to Benjamin for autographs. Benjamin naturally would not refuse something so trivial, especially when it was young guys asking. Seeing those immature boys made Benjamin think of Homelander. The starting gun fired. A train shot forward like a blue bullet, with Shockwave close behind. Soon, A-Train crossed the finish line half a body ahead. The numbers on the big screen froze. He had won. Benjamin looked at A-Train's time on the screen, expressionless. That time was faster than A-Train's personal best. With a compound V booster shot involved, an improvement like that could not possibly have come from training alone. He had doped. He had not listened to Benjamin. After the event ended, night fell. A-Train drove a black sports car, with his older brother sitting in the passenger seat. The brothers had just turned out of the stadium's staff exit, ready to celebrate. The excitement on A-Train's face had not fully faded, but his fingers kept tapping lightly against the steering wheel. It was not an excited rhythm, it was an anxious twitch. He knew what he had done. Before the race, he had secretly injected himself with an enhanced dose of Compound V, an even larger dose than last time, because the previous dose was no longer enough to break through his limit. The effects had not completely faded yet. He could hear his heart pounding inside his chest, louder than the engine. The next moment, the headlights lit up a figure standing straight in the middle of the road ahead. A deep green supersuit, a white eagle diamond shield, both arms folded across his chest. Benjamin stood in the center of the road. His expression could not be seen clearly under the glare of the headlights, but A-Train did not need to see it. His foot slipped off the gas, and his entire right leg trembled. The sports car slowly came to a stop. A-Train pushed open the door, got out, and took a step back. "Sir." His brother got out from the passenger side, still smiling. He had not noticed that A-Train had retreated half a step. "Soldier boy." His brother sounded excited. "Hey, sir, did you come to congratulate A-Train in person? That's huge. My brother beat Shockwave, did you see that? He was fucking." "A-Train." Benjamin's voice cut off that stream of flattery. He did not look at A-Train's brother. His gaze stayed nailed to A-Train like two spikes. A-Train took another step back. "You wimp who nearly ran a woman over." Benjamin slowly walked toward him. His pace was not fast, but the pressure was suffocating. "Looks like you didn't take my words seriously. You drugged-up piece of trash, relying on outside help just to become the fastest man in the world. Oh no, wait, you should be second fastest, because without drugs, you're nowhere near as fast as my son." He stopped in front of A-Train, less than a step away. The shield hung from his left arm, completely still. "You useless piece of shit. What I despise most is a wimp who takes shortcuts." As Benjamin said that, for some reason, he thought of the original body's father. Back then, the original body's father seemed to have said something very similar. The smile on A-Train's brother's face finally disappeared. He snapped his head toward his younger brother. He had warned him countless times not to take the drugs. Now Soldier Boy was standing in front of them, and every word out of his mouth confirmed the thing he feared most. "You." His brother opened his mouth, wanting to say something to A-Train and also wanting to plead with Benjamin. But A-Train was already backing away, his knees trembling, his pupils darting wildly in their sockets. He wanted to run. Once he started running, no one could catch him. There were only a handful of people in the world who could. Soldier Boy could not fly, and he was slow, as long as A-Train activated his power. If you fucking run, you never come back to the 7. A-Train's feet froze in place. His heart was hammering inside his chest. He knew the side effects of the compound V booster shot better than anyone. Tachycardia was the mildest symptom. After that came arrhythmia, then myocardial fiber necrosis, and finally heart failure. And right now, fear was magnifying those side effects to their limit. He could feel his heartbeat getting faster and faster. "Sir," his brother stepped in front of A-Train, raising both hands to chest level, palms out, his voice humble. "I apologize for my brother, I really am sorry. He won't do it again, I promise for him, really." "Get lost." Benjamin finally turned his gaze toward him. "Or I'll punch your head apart." "Don't hurt my brother." A-Train suddenly rushed out from behind his brother and stood in front of him. His legs were still shaking, and his heart was still pounding, but he stood there anyway. Because this was his brother. Benjamin looked at him without saying a word, then threw a punch. The fist struck the side of A-Train's face with such force that his entire body flew sideways, bounced once off the road, and rolled twice before stopping. He lay face down on the ground, his mouth full of blood. Several of his teeth had shattered, and one rolled to the edge of his brother's shoe. His brother lowered his head and looked at that bloody tooth. His legs went weak, and he nearly dropped to his knees. "Oh my God, how could you hit him, you? Better to be beaten to death by me than die in agony from a heart attack, isn't it? At least dying by my hand is a little more honorable." Benjamin cursed coldly. "And from the look of that dose, it's almost time. When it happens, A-Train, you'll clutch your heart and die in unbearable pain. Even if you somehow survive, you'll be lying in a hospital bed like a cripple. And Shockwave, he'll become the fastest man in the world, join the 7, and enjoy all the glory you used to have. The whole world will praise Shockwave and spit on you, the drug cheat. Then Shockwave will bring your girlfriend to your hospital bed to show off. He might even kick you out of that bed. And you'll only be able to watch helplessly as your woman and your enemy right there on your hospital bed." "Stop, please, sir, please don't say any more." A-Train curled up on the ground, both hands clutching his chest. Blood and tears mixed across his face. Soon, his heart began pounding at a frequency he had never experienced before. Every beat slammed pain through his chest. Then his eyes rolled back, his body twitched once, and he went still. His brother stood frozen, watching his younger brother collapse on the ground. His lips trembled, and his whole body swayed as if the bones had been pulled out of him. Benjamin glanced down at A-Train, then looked up at his brother. "Fuck, why are you still standing there? Give your damn drugged-up brother CPR. Then call a fucking ambulance." His brother immediately dropped to his knees, stacked his hands over A-Train's chest, and began pressing down desperately. As he performed compressions, he called emergency services with a trembling voice. When the dispatcher's voice came through the phone, he suddenly realized something. The things Soldier Boy had said. Everything about Shockwave replacing his brother, the heart attack, the hospital bed. It did not seem like simple insults. He had been telling his brother in advance what would happen if he kept doping. In an incredibly brutal way, he had shown him the end of that road ahead of time. He looked up at Benjamin. Maybe he had come to save A-Train. Chapter 27. Benjamin had just turned the corner and was about to take out his phone to call Homelander. But when he looked up, he saw a blond man in plain clothes walking toward him not far away. His steps were light, and that signature smile hung at the corner of his mouth. "How did you know I was here?" "I just happened to be passing by," Homelander said, stopping in front of him with both hands in his pants pockets. He tilted his head slightly. "What are we eating tonight?" Benjamin looked at him. "Barbecue, the place on the corner, charcoal grilled." Homelander fell into step beside him, and the two walked side by side through New York's early autumn night breeze. The streetlights stretched their shadows long, one ahead and one behind. Without capes, and with the shield left back at the office, the two large men in plain clothes walking down the street looked just like an ordinary father and son heading out for dinner after work. No one recognized them. Or rather, even if someone did, they were not entirely sure. After all, they were only passing by and had not taken a close look. The barbecue shop's owner was a Chinese man in his 60s. He watched the two big men squeeze into a cramped booth, one ordering an entire rack of beef ribs, the other ordering 3 servings of grilled chicken wings plus 2 skewers of grilled chili peppers. Smoke from the charcoal fire drifted out of the kitchen, mixed with the charred aroma of cumin and sizzling fat. The owner set 2 glasses of iced beer down heavily on the table, foam sliding down the sides. Then his pupils suddenly tightened. "Holy shit, you two. Are you Homelander and Soldier Boy?" Benjamin raised an eyebrow. "Can I get your autographs?" "Sure." Luckily, there were not many people in the barbecue shop. Otherwise, after the owner's shout, everyone probably would have swarmed over. "Eat, don't fucking hold back." Benjamin picked up a rib and took a bite, grease running down the corner of his mouth. He wiped it casually with a napkin. "Anyway, with our bodies, it doesn't matter what junk food we eat. If our cholesterol gets too high, the liver metabolizes it on its own. If cancer cells show up, the immune system kills them on the spot. Being happy is what matters." Homelander picked up a skewer of chicken wings and took a bite. The crisp, charred skin crackled lightly between his teeth. He chewed twice, then suddenly stopped, staring at the chicken wing in his hand. "What's wrong? Not good." "No." Homelander swallowed the chicken wing, his voice half a degree softer than before. "I was just thinking, if you hadn't been taken away, could I have done this when I was little too?" Benjamin set down the rib in his hand, picked up his beer, took a sip, and said nothing. "It's not a big deal." Homelander quickly pulled at the corner of his mouth, as if trying to smooth things over himself. "I just thought of it suddenly. It's not a big deal, I was just curious." "It really isn't a big deal." Benjamin set his beer glass on the table. The bottom of the glass hit the wood with a dull thud. "It's not too late to make up for it now. After dinner, we'll go to a model shop." "A model shop?" "Model airplanes. Didn't you say that script you're shooting next week has won?" Homelander put down the chicken wing. He picked up his beer and took a large gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. When he set the glass down, There was still beer foam at the corner of his mouth, but his blue eyes were shining a little too brightly under the dim lights. 2 kits won't be enough, he said. Buy 4, that way if we mess one up we'll have spares. You're pretty fucking organized. Anyway, you're paying. Fucking Vought still hasn't paid me. When they were almost done eating, Homelander stood up. I'll go pay. Go on, once I get paid, I'll treat you back. The two left the barbecue shop and walked along the street toward the model shop. The New York night wind carried the damp chill blowing in from the Hudson River, cool and comfortable against their faces. Someone was playing guitar outside a small bar by the road. Broken bits of melody drifted out through the half-open door, mixed with the clink of glasses. Across the street, a little girl in a pink dress was running toward them. She looked about 5 or 6, with 2 little blonde braids and a double-scoop ice cream cone in her hand, 2 wobbling balls of cream perched on top of the cone. She ran very fast, her face wearing the kind of expression only a child with her favorite snack could have. A very cute little girl. Yay, my favorite double-scoop ice cream. Mia, slow down, don't fall. Her mother chased after her with shopping bags in hand. The little girl was not watching the road. Children her age had no idea what watch the road even meant. Holding up her ice cream, she rushed around the corner and slammed straight into Homelander's leg. Splat! Both scoops lost their support at the same time and smeared solidly across Homelander's pants. From his thigh down to his knee, a white waterfall of cream now hung all over his pants. The cone rolled onto the ground and was crushed into pieces under the little girl's shoe. Mia looked down at her empty hand, then looked up at the tall blonde man in front of her. The corners of her mouth twitched twice, and she burst into tears. My ice cream. Oh my God, it's Homelander. Mia's mother caught up, almost dropping the shopping bags in her hands. Her face turned pale instantly. Her lips trembled as she said, I'm so sorry, Mr. Homelander. My daughter is still little. She doesn't know any better. I'll pay for your pants, Homelander looked down at the melting cream on his pants and did not move. He looked at the little girl crying her heart out in front of him, and an image flashed through his mind. An image that did not exist. Because he did not have that memory at all, it could only be something he imagined. A man in a deep green supersuit walking ahead, and a little blonde boy following behind with an ice cream cone in his hand, taking small steps as he desperately tried to keep pace with the big boots in front of him. He had never followed anyone with an ice cream cone in his hand. But right now, this little girl could. Homelander crouched down. He met the little girl's eyes and reached out with his right hand, wiping the tears from her face with his thumb. What a cute girl. Homelander sighed softly. The little girl looked up, snot still hanging from her lip, but she had stopped crying. She had also realized that the person in front of her was a superhero, and not just any superhero, but the strongest one. Plenty of kids in her class liked to imitate Homelander and pretend to take off into the sky. Sorry. The corner of Homelander's mouth curved up. There was no trace of PR training in that smile. My pants accidentally ate your ice cream. Here, go buy another one, buy a few triple scoop ones. He took a $100 bill from his pocket, folded it once, and tucked it into the little girl's chubby palm. Chapter 28. The little girl looked down at the bill in her hand, then looked back up at the blonde man in front of her. The tears in her eyes had not even dried, but her mouth had already split into a huge, gap-toothed grin. Superhero, Mr. Homelander, thank you, I love you. Homelander reached out and pinched her other cheek. All right, don't fall next time. If you'd fallen on this soldier boy's pant leg, you might have gotten yelled at. The corner of Benjamin's mouth twitched. Fuck you. The little girl turned and ran back to her mother, waving the $100 bill over her head and shouting. Mommy, the superhero father and son gave me money to buy triple scoop ice cream. Mia's mother stood in place, looking at the melting cream still dripping down Homelander's pants, then at the $100 bill in her daughter's hand. Her lips moved slightly. Mr. Homelander really is a good superhero. She murmured to herself. Mia tugged at her mother's hand and looked up. Mom, I want a Homelander figure. We'll buy one, we'll buy the biggest one. Mia's mother crouched down, pulled a tissue from her bag, and wiped the snot and tears from her daughter's face. There was still a trace of tension in her voice, but the corners of her mouth were already lifting. "We'll buy a soldier boy one too. A father and son set, how about that? We'll get the most expensive one." "Thank you, Mommy, I love you." "I love you too, my good girl." Mother and daughter turned the corner hand in hand, the little girl's golden braids bouncing under the streetlights. Her laughter drifted back from far away, clear as bells stirred by the evening wind. Benjamin stood a few steps away, watching all of it. He walked over and handed Homelander a tissue. "What did you mean by that? I couldn't yell at a little girl that small." "I saw you yell at Starlight before." Homelander took the tissue and wiped the cream on his pants twice. The more he wiped, the worse it smeared, so he simply gave up. "Fine." Benjamin shrugged. He stood there, watching the mother and daughter disappear around the corner, and fell silent for a moment. "She has a nice smile, that little girl." "Yeah. I used to find it annoying when kids cried." Homelander crumpled the dirty tissue into a ball and tossed it into a roadside trash can. "That's what we fucking call growth." Benjamin turned and strode toward the model shop. "Come on, buy 4 sets. If we mess one up, we'll have spares." Homelander followed, his steps a little lighter than before. The streetlights cast the shadows of the 2 large men across the late-night New York sidewalk, one ahead and one behind, occasionally overlapping. "Fuck you, Madeline, you goddamn bitch, you old whore. Fuck." Benjamin kicked open the door to Madeline's office, and the door slammed into the wall with a loud crash. Madeline had been sitting behind her desk with a cup of coffee in hand. Startled by the sudden kick, she spilled half the cup across the desk. She had no time to wipe it up. She stood, her expression shifting from shock to confusion, then from confusion to blank bewilderment. "Mr. Soldier Boy, what is the meaning of this?" "You've got the fucking nerve to ask me what I mean." Benjamin strode to her desk, planted both hands on the surface, and leaned forward. "Homelander and Maeve went to rescue a hijacked plane. Why the hell didn't you tell me?" Madeline opened her mouth. She glanced down at the coffee spreading across the desk, then looked back up at Benjamin. Her mind raced, but she could not figure out what she had done wrong. There are only 3 hijackers on that plane. Homelander and Maeve are the 2 strongest SUPs in the 7. Sending them to handle 3 hijackers, I don't see what the problem is. "Of course you fucking don't." Benjamin slapped the desk. The coffee cup jumped, then toppled over completely. Dark brown liquid spilled across the surface and dripped onto the hem of Madeline's skirt, but she did not dare wipe it off. "You know they're 2 SUPs. You know they're the 2 strongest members of the 7. Did you ever think about my idiot son's personality? Did you ever think that if he starts fighting inside a cramped plane, he could very easily destroy the whole damn thing?" Madeline froze. Her expression went from confusion to utter blankness. She actually began searching her mind for that possibility, and then realized she had never considered it at all. Then what should we do?" Madeline asked. A thought crossed her mind. If things really reached that point, she could only hope Homelander would leave no one. "So hurry up and give me the fucking location." Benjamin straightened and jabbed his fingers hard against her desktop twice. "The plane over the Atlantic, real-time location. Now, move." Madeline hurriedly opened her tablet. She swiped across the screen, moving quickly. A small red dot appeared on the map, slowly traveling along a curved route. "Here, 38 degrees north, 71 degrees west, altitude 38,000 feet. The location keeps changing." Benjamin glanced at the coordinates, then turned and headed out. When he reached the door, he stopped and threw one line over his shoulder. "Hurry up and contact Deep." Deep, Madeline's voice carried a trace of uncertainty. "He isn't a member of the 7 anymore." "Forget it, I'll contact him myself." Benjamin slammed the door behind him without looking back. In the hallway, Benjamin pulled out his phone while walking and dialed Deep's number. The phone rang several times before it connected, and Deep's cautious voice came through. "Sir, I've already been fired. I don't think I've done anything wrong recently." "Shut up and listen." Benjamin's voice was low, his speech extremely fast. "Get to the Atlantic immediately. 38 degrees north, 71 degrees west. There's a hijacked plane in the air. Homelander and Maeve are on board. Homelander, he can handle it himself. He can't, he might break the plane. You wait below. If something happens to the plane, you're responsible for rescuing people. There are over 100 lives on that plane. If things really go wrong, Homelander can bring people down to you instead of having to fly them all the way to shore. Don't you fucking love the ocean? Don't you love fucking dolphins? Send those damn dolphins out of the Atlantic to rescue people. That's your specialty. If you do this well, I might let you back into the 7. Deep was silent on the other end for 2 seconds. Then his voice changed, becoming serious in a way it had never been before. I understand, Mr. Soldier Boy. I'll go take a look right now. I'll make sure it's handled, as long as Homelander is willing to bring people down. Benjamin hung up, feeling restless. He did not know what would happen by the time he arrived. Had Homelander already destroyed the plane's controls? Had he already chosen to abandon everyone? Had he already decided to bury the truth for the sake of his approval rating? Only yesterday, Benjamin had said, "That's what we fucking call growth." If Homelander pulled this on him today, then that so-called growth would be one hell of a fucking joke. Benjamin immediately sent Deep a shared link with the real-time coordinates. Chapter 29. 38,000 feet above the Atlantic Ocean. A passenger plane was flying smoothly above the clouds. Inside the cabin, 123 passengers and 6 crew members were living through the longest 40 minutes of their lives. 20 minutes after takeoff, 3 hijackers had pulled out their weapons. The plane had been hijacked. Then the cabin door was violently torn open. Air rushed in, oxygen masks dropped all at once, and before the passengers' screams could fully leave their throats, a figure in a blue supersuit and a red cape had landed steadily in the middle of the aisle. His cape whipped back in the violent shift of cabin pressure, and his blue eyes shone in the dim cabin light like 2 ignited shell casings. Behind him, Maeve landed as well, her combat boots striking the cabin floor as her knees bent slightly to absorb the impact. The first criminal was sucked out through the cabin door before he could react. The second turned to fire, but Maeve's hand had already clamped onto the back of his neck. With a twist of her wrist and a crisp crack, his body went limp and collapsed into the aisle. As for the third criminal, Homelander's laser eyes had already burned straight through his chest. The 3 criminals were dealt with. Homelander flicked his wrist, walked to the cabin door, grabbed the door panel with both hands, and pulled it shut. The pressure difference vanished, and the screams gradually died down. He turned to face the cabin full of shaken passengers, opened his arms, and put on a standard smile showing 8 perfect teeth. The crisis is over, you're safe. The cabin erupted into deafening cheers. Some people covered their faces and cried. Some collapsed back into their seats, gasping for air. Others shouted, "Long live Homelander," and "I love you, Homelander." Homelander stood in the middle of the aisle, accepting the applause and praise pouring in from every direction. The curve of his smile was higher than usual. Good. When he got back tonight, Benjamin would definitely be even prouder of him. He was always being called a wimp, but today he had pulled off something damn impressive over the Atlantic. 3 lives, no, 3 criminals all eliminated. The hostages were safe and sound. What else could his father say? This was fucking growth. Go check the cockpit, he said to Maeve. The 2 pushed open the cockpit door. The captain was still being held hostage by a 4th hijacker. Just like in the original plot, Homelander shot the hijacker and accidentally sliced through the plane's control panel. Every indicator light on the control panel flashed at once, then half of them went dark. The altitude reading on the instrument panel jumped twice, then began to drop. What did you do? Maeve's voice tightened sharply. I don't know, shit. Homelander stared at the panel that had been cut in half by his heat vision and jabbed a few buttons with his finger. No response. He jabbed a few more times. Still no response. The plane lurched hard. Screams erupted through the cabin again. Maeve grabbed the cockpit doorway to steady herself and looked at Homelander. The controls are broken. Homelander did not answer. He stood there, staring at the control panel, the confidence in his blue eyes deflating as quickly as a punctured balloon. It was over. Those 3 words exploded in his mind, hotter than the heat vision that had just burned through the hijacker's chest. He had screwed up. Just moments ago, he had wanted to make his father proud. Now he had screwed up the entire plane. The image of Benjamin shaking his head in disappointment surfaced again, and he could almost hear his father's voice. "Look at yourself. You really are a complete and utter wimp. Lift the plane." Maeve's voice pulled him back to reality. "Lift the plane, how?" Homelander turned around, frustration spilling into his voice. "There's no point of leverage. We're in midair. Where am I supposed to put my hands? If I use force, I'll just punch straight through it. Even if I try to lift the plane, my whole body will go through the entire thing." Maeve was silent for a moment. "Then get in front of it and push it level." "Push it? At my speed, if I hit it, the plane either flips over or gets punched through." After thinking about it, Maeve had to admit that would not work either. She looked out the cabin window at the endless Atlantic below, her mind racing through every possible option. The descent was becoming more and more obvious. The body of the plane was tilting downward at an irreversible angle. Then one at a time, Maeve said, "Take the passengers down one by one, to shore or to one of the islands below. 123 round trips." Homelander looked back at the cabin full of people, then out the window at the endless Atlantic. "We're in the middle of the Atlantic." "Then what do you suggest?" Maeve's voice rose too. "I don't know. I said I don't know." Homelander shouted, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. He was Homelander, the most powerful supe in the world. He had super speed, super strength, heat vision, flight. He could do anything. But facing a falling plane and a cabin full of ordinary people, none of those abilities were worth a damn. "Listen," Maeve lowered her voice and leaned closer. "If Soldier Boy finds out about this." Homelander's expression turned incredibly ugly in that instant. "He'll know I screwed it up. No, I just built a model airplane with him yesterday." Homelander's voice suddenly lowered, almost as if he were talking to himself. "He'll know he knows everything." The passengers in the cabin began screaming again. Women and children were crying. Men were pounding on the armrests. An old woman began reciting the Bible. Homelander walked down the aisle. He had to calm the passengers. No matter what, he had to stabilize the situation first. He reached the middle of the cabin and was just about to raise his hands to signal for everyone to be quiet when a familiar little girl's voice came up from below. "Mr. Homelander, you're going to save us, right?" Homelander's feet froze in place. Mia was sitting by the window. 2 golden braids, a gap-toothed smile, a pink dress. The little girl who had smeared a double-scoop ice cream all over his pants on a New York street corner yesterday. She had said, "Superhero, thank you, I love you." Her mother had later bought her a triple-scoop ice cream, along with a Homelander and Soldier Boy father-son action figure set. Right now, those eyes were looking up at him, not with fear but with trust. When he first arrived, he had not even noticed her. "Oh my God." He crouched down. "Sweetheart, what are you doing here?" Beside Mia, her mother held her tightly. The mother's eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying earlier, but the moment she saw Homelander crouch down, her lips trembled, and she forced out a smile. "We were on a trip." Homelander reached out and lifted Mia into his arms. The little girl wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheek pressed against his shoulder armor, her cold little hands clutching the fabric on the back of his supersuit. He looked back at Maeve. Maeve was leaning against the cockpit doorway, watching them with her lips pressed tightly together. Chapter 30. Homelander held Mia in his arms. The little girl's arms were wrapped around his neck, her cheek pressed against his shoulder armor. Her body heat came through the supersuit, warm and real. Homelander suddenly realized something. He seemed to have no way to save everyone on this plane. Even if he flew as fast as he could, there was no time to ferry them all out one by one. No matter how strong he was, he could not support a passenger plane with no proper point of leverage. He could not fix the plane. He was clearly the most powerful supe in the world, yet here he was, holding the little girl who had smeared ice cream on his pants yesterday, unable to do anything. Homelander's breathing grew heavier. He began gasping for air, his chest feeling as if something were pressing down on it. Mia shifted in his arms and softly called, "Mr. Homelander," but he did not respond. His blue eyes were unfocused. Maeve stood by the cockpit door, watching Homelander hold Mia while gasping for breath. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but nothing came out. She had almost never seen him unable to breathe like this. His phone rang. It was Homelander's private number. He pulled the phone from the lining of his supersuit, and one contact flashed on the screen. "Father." He gently placed Mia back in her seat, stood up, walked to the rear of the cabin, and answered. "How's the mission going?" Benjamin's voice came through. Homelander gripped the phone. He opened his mouth, desperately wanting to say, "I'm fine, mission accomplished, everything went smoothly." But he couldn't bring himself to face his father. The plane's malfunctioning. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the cabin heard it. After a brief silence, fear exploded through the cabin like a bomb. Men shouted, women cried, and pale-faced flight attendants tried to maintain order, but no one listened. Someone curled up in their seat, clutching their head and screaming, "I knew it." Benjamin's voice was not disturbed by the noise. It remained steady, though his words came a little faster. "Oh, fuck. Listen, Homelander, I already prepared for this. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that I thought a body as powerful as yours inside a fragile plane was very likely to cause trouble, and sure enough. There's still time, keep yourself together." When you and Maeve set out, I had already spoken with Deep. Deep has sent a group of dolphins to wait along the plane's flight path. No matter how fast the plane is moving, there are damn dolphins waiting ahead. You start taking the passengers down immediately, one by one. You can take 2 at a time. It'll be faster. You don't need to bring them all the way to shore. Just bring them down to the surface of the water. Those damn dolphins will take them to shore. Did you hear me? Homelander held the phone and said nothing. His breathing had not fully calmed, but the panic in his eyes slowly began to recede. "Deep, that waste of space." Maeve sounded curious from the side. She had heard what was said over the phone. "Did you hear me?" Benjamin asked again. "I heard you," Homelander said. Then he hung up, turned, and faced the cabin full of panicked passengers. He tucked the phone back into the lining of his supersuit and took a deep breath. "Everyone." His voice became clear. "There's been a small accident. The plane was indeed damaged by those criminals, but don't worry, I'm Homelander. Every single one of you will be safely brought down to the surface of the ocean. Deep has already sent a large number of dolphins to wait there. The dolphins will take you to shore. Do you understand?" "What about our luggage?" "Damn it, you idiot. Fuck, you're still thinking about luggage now." A middle-aged man shouted back at the person who had asked. "We're lucky if we get out alive. Fuck." Homelander turned to Maeve. "You stay on the plane and keep order. I'll take people down. Open and close the cabin door each time. Don't let the airflow suck anyone else out." Maeve nodded once. She looked at this strangely unfamiliar Homelander. If it had been the old Homelander, he absolutely would have chosen to abandon the plane. There would have been no further discussion. She walked to the cabin door and gripped the handle. Homelander went to Mia and her mother, bent down, lifted Mia with one arm, and wrapped his other arm around her mother's shoulders. "Close your eyes." He spoke gently. Mother and daughter closed their eyes at the same time. Maeve pulled open the cabin door. Air howled in, and Homelander shot upward, his red cape drawing a straight line through the sky. He slowed above the ocean, the sea wind carrying salty mist against his face. Looking down, he saw a long line of gray dorsal fins across the water. At least dozens of dolphins floated quietly in formation, lined up like soldiers waiting for inspection. Sitting on the back of the lead dolphin was a man. The Deep. He was wearing his blue-green supersuit, and behind him sat a second-tier speedster Supe. He was not as fast as A-Train or Shockwave, but for this rescue mission, he was more than enough. Otherwise, Deep's own speed would never have been sufficient. Besides, by the time Homelander and Maeve had arrived, Deep had already alerted a large number of dolphins nearby. "Not bad, Deep." Homelander landed on the surface of the water, his combat boots steady on it as if he were standing on concrete. "You do have a brain after all." Mr. Homelander, this is what I should do. Deep said ingratiatingly. Homelander gently placed the mother and daughter onto the back of the lead dolphin. Mia opened her eyes and looked down at the smooth gray skin beneath her, then at the pair of small eyes blinking at her. Her mouth opened into a delighted O. Mom, it's a dolphin, a real dolphin. Yes, baby, superhero Deep came to save us too. When we get back, I want to buy a Deep figure. We will, we'll buy the most expensive one, baby, thank God. Mom, no. It was superhero Homelander, superhero Deep, Soldier Boy, and Maeve who saved us. Homelander glanced at Mia. Then he continued. After the rescue succeeds, I'll suggest to Soldier Boy that you return to the 7. After saying that to Deep, Homelander wasted no more words and shot into the sky. 1 trip. 2 trips. 3 trips. Homelander moved like a red meteor, darting back and forth between 38,000 feet in the air and the rolling surface of the Atlantic. He took 2 people each time, completing each entry and exit within 3 seconds of Maeve opening the door. Maeve stood by the cabin door, counting heads. Open the door, close the door. Open the door, close the door. One passenger after another was delivered to the ocean's surface, where the pod of dolphins caught them. Then Deep quickly guided the dolphin formation over the waves toward the coast. By the 60th trip, everyone had been taken off the plane. He picked up the final passenger and Maeve, then flew out of the plane just as it was about to crash. Chapter 31. Before long, the setting sun had dyed the Atlantic a dark gold. On the ocean's surface, more than 100 dolphins formed a spectacular formation. Each carried 1 or 2 soaked, but very much alive humans on its back as they surged toward the east coast in a mighty procession. The second-tier speed soup and the Deep led the formation from the front, constantly adjusting their pace on the crests of the waves to make sure not a single dolphin fell behind. On a beach somewhere along the east coast, reporters had already gotten the news. Cameras of every size lined the entire shoreline. A live broadcast helicopter circled overhead, and a CNN breaking news banner scrolled across the screen. Homelander, Maeve, the Deep, and Soldier Boy successfully rescue all 123 passengers from crashed passenger plane. No casualties. On the beach, the passengers sat wrapped in blankets inside makeshift rescue tents. Some clutched hot coffee and cried, while others recounted what had just happened to the cameras, exaggerating so much they sounded like they were describing a Hollywood blockbuster. Mia bounced up and down on the sand. This was the most exciting moment of her life. Falling from the sky, then riding a dolphin. She would have plenty to brag about to her classmates. Homelander stood at the very front of the beach. The sea breeze had blown his hair into a mess, but he was smiling. Maeve stood to his left, pulling a piece of seaweed tangled in her hair free and tossing it onto the ground. The Deep stood a little farther away, leaning against a large dolphin. The dolphin rubbed its snout against his shoulder, and he reached out to pat its smooth forehead. The sea breeze swept in from the Atlantic, carrying salty, fishy mist across the beach, and tangling the reporter's hair and microphone cables. The roar of the live broadcast helicopters, rotors thundered overhead. At that moment, Benjamin walked out from the crowd. He had also been brought over by a second-tier speed soup. Of course, that guy's speed could not compare to A-Train's, nor to the second-tier speed soup from earlier, but carrying a big man in a dark green supersuit here within 2 hours was still no problem. Benjamin's own speed still was not enough. According to his analysis, Homelander and A-Train should both be super speed level 5. Shockwave was level 4, close to level 5, while these 2 second-tier sups were probably level 3. Homelander was standing at the front of the beach, answering several reporters' questions, when he caught sight of the dark green figure from the corner of his eye. He immediately turned and waved hard. Benjamin walked up to him and looked him over. Good job. Next time, be a little more fucking careful, all right? This accident could have been handled much better. Homelander nodded, his lips moving. I was just attacked by the hijackers. The hijackers damaged the plane, sir, Maeve said calmly as she walked over from the side. Soldier Boy, of course, knew it had not been the hijackers, but with the live broadcast still going, they could only pin the blame on them. Benjamin glanced at Maeve, then at Homelander. Forget it, just be more careful next time. Yes, I will. Homelander nodded. The reporters had already crowded in. Camera lenses glinted in the setting sun. More than a dozen microphones were thrust toward Homelander at the same time, and questions swarmed toward him like a nest of hornets that had just been kicked. Homelander cleared his throat, straightened his back, and put his standard smile back on his face. Benjamin stood beside him. Mr. Homelander, why did the aircraft's control panel fail? It was the hijackers. Homelander's tone was steady and certain. During the firefight with the hijackers, they destroyed the cockpit control panel. It was an unforeseeable accident. After realizing the plane had lost control, I immediately contacted my father, Soldier Boy. He advised me to transport the passengers one by one, while also coordinating with the Deep to lead a pod of dolphins for support on the ocean surface. Throughout the rescue operation, Deep and his marine mammal team played a crucial role. A bespectacled male reporter shoved his microphone a few inches closer. That doesn't add up. How did Soldier Boy know to dispatch the Deep in advance? Based on the timeline, the Deep set out even before the aircraft's control panel was destroyed. Does that mean you knew ahead of time that something would happen to the plane? Was this all an elaborate publicity stunt? Homelander's smile froze. The corner of his mouth twitched. He had saved 123 people, flying trip after trip, with the sea breeze blowing so much salt into his supersuit that his back was still wet. He had carried Mia down from 38,000 feet and placed her on a dolphin's back without even messing up a single strand of her little golden braid. And now this reporter was asking him whether it had all been a stunt. Anger flickered deep in Homelander's blue eyes. He stared at the bespectacled reporter, his pupils narrowing slightly, his fingers curling unconsciously at his sides. He could burn a coin-sized hole through this man's head in a tenth of a second. For some reason, the bespectacled reporter suddenly felt a chill across his forehead. But soon, Homelander regained a little of his composure. No, that's not it. Homelander's voice remained steady. It's just that Soldier Boy is extremely smart. He considered the possibility that an accident might happen, so he had Deep set out in advance. After all, I am the most powerful. That still doesn't make sense. Another reporter cut him off. It was a female reporter in a gray trench coat, and her tone was even sharper than the man with glasses. Soldier Boy deployed Deep in advance, and then the plane's control panel just happened to be destroyed, and the pod of dolphins just happened to be directly beneath the flight path. That is far too convenient. Can you explain why rescue resources were already in place before the accident even happened? Veins bulged on Homelander's forehead. And what about compensation for the passengers? A third reporter pushed forward. They lost all their luggage. Some lost laptops, some lost important documents, some. Benjamin's gaze shifted slightly. Something was wrong with these reporters. Were they not Vought's reporters? Or was someone targeting Vought? Butcher's side did not have that kind of capability right now. These reporters were definitely Vought's. In other words, they were not targeting Vought. They were targeting Homelander. Although Homelander had indeed damaged the cabin, he had also unquestionably saved everyone. Compared to what happened in the original story, this was already much better. Besides, Vought would compensate these people for their losses. For these reporters to be this aggressive, they were absolutely targeting Homelander. They might even be targeting him. Enough. Benjamin's voice was not loud. He stepped forward, placing himself in front of Homelander, and swept his gaze over the reporters still trying to push closer. The bespectacled male reporter met his stare, and his microphone instinctively drew back half an inch. Listen. Benjamin's voice was rough. Homelander could have abandoned everyone and flown away with Maeve. That would have been the best option for him. Everyone on that fucking plane would be dead, and no one would know what happened. Homelander could have made sure this had nothing to do with him. He took a step forward. The bespectacled reporter took a step back. But he didn't. The criminals sabotaged the plane, and he saved every person who should have died. 123 people, not one missing. And now you stand here, looking at the man who saved 123 of your own people, and ask him if it was a stunt. He took another step forward. The female reporter also took a step back. "Say one more fucking word, and I'll twist your heads off right now and throw them into the sea. Fuck you." The beach went completely silent for 3 full seconds. Only the sound of the tide and the distant roar of helicopter rotors remained. The bespectacled reporter's lips trembled. The microphone slipped from his hand and hit the sand with a dull thud. The female reporter lowered her head, shoved her recorder into her pocket, and did not dare look up again. The other reporters all retreated half a step. No one dared respond. They were used to superheroes smiling and waving in front of the cameras, saying, "It's what we should do." They were not used to an old soldier in a dark green supersuit standing in front of them saying he would twist their heads off and throw them into the sea. And the look on his face convinced every one of them of one thing. He was not making an empty threat. He seemed completely serious. Homelander stood behind Benjamin, staring at his father's broad back as it shielded him. The reporter's accusations still buzzed in his ears. The violent rage in his heart had not fully faded. Homelander stood there and watched his father curse them out for him. He looked down at the footprints in the sand, the corner of his mouth shifting slightly. Then he raised his head and straightened up again. Maeve stepped in to smooth things over. "All right, we absolutely would not spend this many resources to stage some stunt over an ordinary hijacking, okay? As for the control panel being destroyed, that's something even we superheroes never want to see, but it did happen. So Vought International will provide appropriate compensation for all passenger losses. We have no reason to spend this much money on a stunt that achieves nothing. Uncle Auntie, Homelander is a hero. He saved me and my mom. He saved all of us. Without them, we might have died at the hands of the bad guys. You're not allowed to slander my hero." Mia ran over and hurriedly shouted in her young voice. Chapter 32. The beach interview video blew up that very night. Homelander stood in front of the microphones and said, "The hijackers destroyed the plane's control panel." The reporter pressed him, asking, "Was this an elaborately staged publicity stunt?" Then came Soldier Boy's line, "Say one more fucking word, and I'll twist your heads off and throw them into the sea." The clip was cut into countless versions and spread like wildfire across Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. 6 of the top 10 trending topics were related to the incident. Public opinion was currently split into 2 camps. One side believed this was not a stunt at all. Soldier Boy was right. Homelander could have simply abandoned those 100+ people, but he saved them, every last one, and the rescue had been handled properly. Vought would even compensate the passengers. Everything had turned out fine. Soldier Boy's rant at the reporters was crude, volatile, and violated every PR guideline imaginable. But that rough honesty was exactly what made countless fans feel vindicated. However, the other side was louder. They believed all the suspicious details pointed to one fact. Soldier Boy had deployed the Deep in advance, which meant they had known the plane would get into trouble ahead of time. If it was not a stunt, there was no way they could have known something would go wrong in advance. 123 people had taken a walk past death's door, only to be expected afterward to worship their rescuers with gratitude. That, in itself, was manipulated fear. This side kept attacking Homelander and Maeve on social media. Homelander and Maeve's approval ratings began to fall. Even the Deep was baffled. He was supposed to be making his return to the 7, yet his already mediocre approval rating had dropped again. Benjamin's approval rating barely moved. His outburst at the reporters made some people think he was real, while others thought he was rude. The 2 sides were about equal and canceled each other out. But there was one thing everyone agreed on. With Soldier Boy, there was nothing you could do. He did not play the PR game. He did not cooperate with public opinion manipulation. He did not care what anyone said about him. He had no weakness to attack, because he had never cared what people thought of him. At 2 a.m, the bad news came. 2 rescued passengers, an elderly couple in their 70s, had been sent to the hospital for examinations that evening. At different times later that night, both suffered sudden cardiac arrest and died after resuscitation efforts failed. The doctor's preliminary diagnosis was that the extreme fear they experienced during the high-altitude fall had placed too much strain on their hearts. The news hit the already churning sea of public opinion like a depth charge. Every media outlet that had still been watching from the sidelines erupted at once. The CNN night news anchor read the opening line that would later be quoted again and again in a heavy voice. 123 people rescued, 2 dead. Is this the price of heroism or the sacrifice of a publicity stunt? On social media, accusations drowned out every attempt at defense. Someone dug up a photo of Mia, the little girl who had clung to Homelander's neck on the plane. Someone edited her face into black and white and added the caption, "What if she had been the one who died because of this stunt?" By 3 a.m, the post had been shared 20,000 times, and the comment section was full of people crying. The deaths of the 2 elderly passengers turned the earlier doubts about a stunt from conspiracy theory into solid evidence. If the mission was not a stunt, why had rescue forces been deployed in advance? If it was not a stunt, why did people still die even after the rescue forces were in place? Homelander's approval rating updated at 3:17 a.m. Down 6 percentage points. The PR department intern on night shift thought the system had glitched when he saw the number. He refreshed it 3 times, and the result was the same every time. Homelander sat on the floor of his apartment, his back against the base of the sofa, his phone clenched in his hand. On the screen was the graph of his approval rating. The red line plunged straight down like a cliff, like a wound burned open by laser eyes. He had been staring at that line for a full 20 minutes. To save those people, Homelander had flown more than 60 trips back and forth between the sky and the sea. He had held Mia in his arms, he had placed her mother on a dolphin's back, and then 2 elderly people died. It was not his fault. The doctors said it was cardiac overload. But everyone was saying, if Homelander had not staged a stunt, if he had not made the whole thing so big, if he had warned the passengers in advance, those 2 elderly people would not have spent those long 2 hours in terror, would not have gone into cardiac arrest, and would not have died. Homelander parted his lips and murmured, "I did everything I could." He said it to the empty air. Then Homelander buried his face in his knees. His back pressed against the base of the sofa, his cape crumpled beneath him. The phone screen went dark, and so did the falling red line. Along with all those accusing words, Homelander began to feel like he could not breathe. He even found himself wondering whether it would have been better if he had abandoned all those people back then. Benjamin had not slept, because the direction public opinion was taking was clearly wrong. The sudden deaths of the elderly couple were tragic, but public opinion had placed both lives entirely on the stunt account and aimed all its fire at Homelander. The narrative around the incident was too neat. Too neat to be natural. Someone was pushing it from behind the scenes. Vought clearly needed to get SUPs into the military. It clearly needed the public to maintain a positive impression of superheroes. Yet at a time like this, it was allowing, even fueling, a public opinion lynching against Homelander. They would rather damage the company's short-term interests than take a shot at Homelander and him. No, their main target was still him. They were trying to drive a wedge between him and Homelander by making Homelander suffer, because if it were not for him, Homelander's approval rating would not have dropped by that much. Interesting, they were willing to wound themselves. Why? Is it because I'm too much of a threat? Benjamin snorted. Outside the window, New York's night sky was stained a murky orange red by countless lights, and the W logo atop Vought Tower still glowed tirelessly. Soon he called Homelander. Chapter 33. At 2 a.m, the hallways of Vought Tower were quiet. Madeline stood outside Homelander's apartment, clutching a manila envelope so tightly her knuckles had gone white. Before coming here, she had injected herself with a dose of heart-stabilizing medication. The stuff could keep her heartbeat steady, even when her emotions spiked. It was bad for her health, but Madeline had no choice this time. She had to do it because she no longer had Homelander's trust. Madeline knocked on the door. When there was no response, she used her key and let herself in. Homelander sat on the floor, his back against the base of the sofa. His cape was crumpled beneath him. He raised his head, his eyes rimmed red. "Get out." Madeline did not back away. She gently closed the door, her voice soft. "My sweet boy, I know you're hurting. I came to check on you. I told you, right now, this instant." Homelander rose from the floor. His eyes began to glow red, two dangerous points of light appearing at the edges of his pupils. "Get out." Madeline felt her scalp prickle, but she did not leave. She could not leave. If she walked away now, Vought's self-sabotaging public opinion campaign would all have been for nothing. To drive a wedge between this father and son, Vought had gone so far as to stab itself. It would rather let the push to get SUPs into the military stall, rather let the company's short-term interests suffer, than miss the chance to hammer a wedge between Homelander and Soldier Boy. And tonight, she was the one holding the hammer. "Homelander, have you ever thought about something?" Homelander stared at her without speaking. "If it weren't for Soldier Boy, your approval rating never would have dropped this much. Tonight, so many people wouldn't have stopped supporting you. They wouldn't have stopped loving you." Homelander's lashes trembled. The red light in his eyes did not fade, but he did not fire. "Think about it." Madeline took a step forward. "Soldier Boy's approval rating has stayed high the entire time. No matter how loud the public gets, his numbers haven't moved an inch. And you saved people. You saved everyone. You flew back and forth, carried that little girl, placed her on a dolphin's back, and then your approval rating dropped by 6 points. All of this is his fault. The reason he came back was to replace you. He wants to become the most beloved supe in the world. Without him, if the plane had really gone down, all you would have had to do was abandon those 100+ lives, and no one would ever have known. Would your approval rating have fallen then?" Homelander was silent for a while before he said, "What exactly are you trying to say?" "Soldier Boy is my father. He wouldn't hurt me." Madeline raised the manila envelope in her hand. Her fingers paused on the flap for a second before she opened it and pulled out several yellowed pages. In the dim light, the paper had an aged brownish-yellow tint. The corners were curled, and the pages were packed with black typewritten text. "He isn't your father, sweetheart. He's only someone who shares your blood. That's all. He never raised you for a single day. He never changed your diaper once. He never sat by your bed when you had nightmares. You and him are just strangers. Strangers related by blood." She paused, then turned the pages around so Homelander could see the bright red, "Top Secret" stamp printed on them. And besides, how much could a traitor really care about those 100+ lives? Haven't you always wanted to see his real file? It's right here. I didn't want to give it to you before only because I was afraid you couldn't handle it. Soldier Boy, your father, is a traitor. He defected to the Soviet Union. He betrayed the United States. His goal from the very beginning was to come back and destroy you, to make your approval rating fall, to make you lose everyone's love, and then to replace you. That is Soldier Boy's real purpose. Homelander lowered his head and looked at the pages. The dense lines of text cast fine, broken shadows under the light. They really did look authentic. "Madeline," he suddenly said, his voice becoming very soft. "What? So none of this was a stunt, right?" He raised his head, his blue eyes fixed straight on her. "It was only because I followed Soldier Boy's arrangement that people misunderstood it as a stunt." "Yes," Madeline said, a trace of urgency slipping into her voice. "But Soldier Boy really did." "Was Vought involved in this?" Homelander cut her off. The corners of his mouth slowly curved into a smile. "For example, pushing the PR campaign, deliberately smearing me." Madeline felt the heart-stabilizing medication starting to fail. Fear made her heartbeat quicken. The medication kept the change faint, but it was definitely there. It was fine. Homelander probably would not notice. The expression on her face did not shift at all. That gentle smile remained unchanged. "Of course not, sweetheart. How could Vought ever hurt you? You're the most important person to Vought." Homelander smiled. "Madeline." He spoke softly. "Every time you lie, the corner of your left eye twitches, sometimes twice. Did you know that?" Madeline opened her mouth, and her heartbeat sped up again. In truth, how could Homelander possibly know that much detail? But the two subtle changes in her heartbeat had already told him everything. Two red beams pierced through her eyes. Two cleanly burned holes appeared where her eyes had been, the edges still ringed with dark red embers. Her body froze. The pages in her hand drifted down and scattered at Homelander's feet. The yellowed pages hit the floor, and the accusations of treason and defection to the enemy were stained dark red by her blood. She fell backward and crashed onto the marble floor, dying exactly the same way she had in the original show. Except in the original show, it had been because of Homelander's son. This time, it was because of Homelander's father. Homelander looked down at her. The red light in his eyes slowly faded. He crouched down, picked up the pages from the floor, and tore them in half without even looking at them. Then he tore them into quarters, letting the fragments fall beside Madeline's body. Homelander's eyes were bloodshot as he stroked Madeline's cheek. It was obvious that killing Madeline had hurt him. "Madeline, do you know something? You're the best liar I've ever known." He continued speaking to those empty eye sockets. "I thought you would never deceive me in this life, but in the end, you still lied to me, and there are some things you should never have touched. My family, they're my family." He stood, stepped over the body, and pushed open the apartment door. The door shut behind him with a heavy, muffled thud. Chapter 34. I got a few comments about the dialogue, sounding unnatural. Do you think I made it a little too literal for the world of the boys? People usually don't complain about my translations, but a few comments did mention that, so I'm not sure if I missed the tone here. What do you think? The motion sensor lights in the hallway flickered on one after another under the weight of those heavy footsteps. Homelander was not flying, he was walking. He had just come out of his apartment, Madeline's blood still on his hands. Madeline was dead. Homelander's feelings for Madeline could never be summed up in a few words. Madeline had been like a mother to him. She had once been the person closest to him in this cold tower, the one person who could give him warmth, even if that warmth was fake. She was the woman who had always stood in the front row below the stage and nodded at him whenever he gave his standard smile for the cameras. He knew it was fake. He had always known. In fact, Homelander's super hearing had caught the moments when Madeline's heartbeat sped up countless times. When she lied, when she was afraid, when she schemed against him, that heart pounded like an engine with the gas pedal floored. Every time, he heard it clearly. Every time, he chose to tell himself it was excitement. Because she was the only mother Homelander had. Even if she was only his mother in form, he needed a mother too badly. A person without a mother was like a ship without an anchor, drifting at sea, liable to be blown away by any gust of wind. But now, he had killed her with his own hands. Even in her final moments, Madeline had still been lying. She had still been throwing mud on his father, trying to make him believe a traitor would not care about those 100+ lives. She had treated him as a tool right up until she died. And he had finally stopped being that blind, gullible wimp. A false mother who had always deceived him, or a real biological father who genuinely wanted what was best for him. Homelander knew exactly which one to choose. Even so, he was still sad. In Vought Tower, the lights were still on in the office of the Soup Executive Director. Homelander pushed the door open. Benjamin was leaning back in his office chair with a glass of Coke in his hand. He looked up and saw Homelander standing in the doorway, his cape hanging crookedly, his eyes red as if they had been scraped raw with sandpaper, and a few drops of dark red liquid staining the cuffs of his supersuit. Benjamin set the Coke on the desk and looked him up and down. "What the fuck is this? Why do you look like your parents just died?" Homelander ignored the thunderous insult from Benjamin, even though Benjamin had cursed himself in the process. "I killed Madeline," Homelander said slowly. Benjamin picked up the Coke and took another sip, his expression barely changing. "Why?" "She came to see me." Homelander still stood in the doorway without coming in, as if waiting for permission. His voice was hoarse, and he spoke very slowly. "She brought files. She said you were a traitor. She said you were a Soviet spy. She said the reason you came back was to replace me. She said, you never raised me, that you and I are strangers. She said my approval rating dropped because of you." He paused for a moment. "Then I asked her whether Vought was behind my approval rating falling. I asked her whether Vought had been involved. She said no, and then her heartbeat sped up, so I killed her. That's all." Benjamin set down his Coke, So you killed her because she lied. Not only that, because of you too. Homelander said it slowly. She wanted to slander you. Vought wanted to slander you too. I wouldn't allow it. You're my family. Benjamin leaned back in his chair and fell silent for a while. Homelander killing Madeline had been unexpected, but it also made sense. Madeline was going to die sooner or later. Even if she had not died now, she would eventually have died at Homelander's hands for deceiving him. Homelander had already changed because of his arrival. This whole thing is obvious. Benjamin spoke slowly. That damn Vought chose to hurt itself just to drive a wedge between us, father and son. They lowered your approval rating, then tried to use Madeline to control you while you were vulnerable. Going this far with self-sabotage, they really went all in. Looks like my return scared the company. It scared Edgar too. I understand all that. Come in, don't stand in the doorway. Homelander finally stepped inside and sat down on the sofa. His posture was still the same habitually straight-backed one, both hands resting on his knees. But he was not as stiff as before. He let his back settle slightly against the sofa cushion. It was the first time he had truly relaxed while sitting in his father's office. But you did well. Benjamin's voice softened a little. I was worried that damned old whore would get you under control again. She didn't. You chose to resist. For you, that's progress. Good progress. Homelander raised his head. His eyes were still red. But my approval rating. Homelander had begun to stop grieving for Madeline, but he was still grieving over his approval rating. Homelander still cared about his approval rating. He still cared what the public thought. 6 percentage points right. Benjamin cut him off, then suddenly laughed. Do you know why your approval rating has always been lower than mine, even when you were at your peak? Why? Homelander had always treated Benjamin as an idol. Not only because Soldier Boy was powerful, but also because Soldier Boy's approval rating had always been the highest, far higher than Homelander's even at his own peak. Because, you soft little bitch, you've never shown people who you really are. Benjamin spoke slowly. Except in those recent interviews, aside from those few times, every single thing you said was according to the PR department's script. I've seen it. Your smile was rehearsed. The angle of your wave was designed. Even the pitch of your I love you was probably adjusted by some sound engineer. When you're that fake, pathetic, and weak, it'd be a fucking miracle if your approval rating were high. Homelander said nothing. His lips parted slightly as if he wanted to argue, but he could not find anything to say. Benjamin leaned forward slightly, his voice suddenly dropping. Only when you stop caring about those bullshit numbers, stop caring about some fucking approval rating, stop getting upset because 1 or 2 reporters give you a hard time, stop losing sleep because someone on Twitter calls you a stunt, will you become stronger and get what you truly want. Otherwise, for the rest of your life, you'll be controlled by Vought, by rich people, by those in power, and even by the very people who support you. You're a real superhero, not some puppet being controlled all the time, and not like those whores who spend every day trying to please men, sleeping with one man after another, only to end up dying miserably from disease. A real superhero. Homelander froze for a moment. It was the first time he had heard anyone put it that way. To be his real self, not a fake version of himself. Vought had never taught him that. Then again, the people at Vought were not his family. In their eyes, he was probably just an excellent product. I understand. Homelander looked at Benjamin, his gaze gradually becoming serious. From this day forward, he would become his true self, not a puppet controlled by Vought. Good, then remember that, be your real self. Homelander stood up from the sofa. He walked to the door, then stopped and glanced back at Benjamin. Homelander opened the door and walked out. The footsteps in the hallway no longer had the heavy, dragging sound they had when he came in. Benjamin sat alone in the office. He leaned back in his chair and suddenly remembered something. In fact, even in the original show, Soldier Boy's approval rating had always been higher than Homelander's. It was not because Soldier Boy was better at managing his image. On the contrary, it was because he never managed his image at all. It was not until the original show, after Homelander completely abandoned his approval rating and stopped caring about those things, that he delivered that classic line in a speech. "I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm better." Only then, with that completely unconcerned attitude, did his approval rating soar, even surpassing Soldier Boy's highest approval rating. After Homelander left, the system notification sounded in Benjamin's ear. Benjamin was looking forward to it. He desperately needed super speed and flight. "You allowed Homelander to experience a father's education and guidance. Although he still cares deeply about his approval rating, your teaching made him understand that only by being his real self can he break free from Vought's control. Homelander envies you for being able to completely break free from Vought's control. He envies you for having no personality flaws. But while he envies you, he also loves you." Reward obtained, anesthetic immunity LV6. Current abilities: Nuclear Blast LV4. Can release high-intensity radioactive energy, incinerating everything and erasing compounds within the target's body. Super Strength LV6. Possesses the super strength of a top-tier supe. Super Defense LV5. Invulnerable to blades and bullets, immune to conventional firearms and most superpower attacks. Self-Healing LV5. Extremely high cellular activity, capable of rapidly repairing fatal injuries. Radiation Resistance LV5. Completely immune to nuclear radiation and all harmful rays. Super Speed LV1. Possesses the speed of an ordinary supe. Anesthetic Immunity LV6. Immune to the vast majority of toxins and anesthetics, including Novichok. Ageless Longevity. The body remains forever at its peak state. Where the fuck are my super speed and flight? Fuck you, system, fuck you. Benjamin's face was icy as he kept cursing. Still, at least one of his weaknesses had been patched. He would no longer be knocked out by Novichok, the military nerve agent used in the original show to put Soldier Boy under. From now on, aside from flight and speed, he had no weaknesses left. Chapter 35. After Homelander left, Benjamin soon finished getting a feel for his new ability and called Edgar. The phone rang once before it was answered. "Hello, Benjamin." Stan Edgar's voice came through the receiver. His tone was no different from usual, as if nothing had happened tonight. Benjamin leaned back in his office chair, his feet propped on the edge of the desk, spinning an M1911 he had dug out of the armory. Under the desk lamp, the barrel gave off a cold blue sheen. "Edgar, I'm really starting to think I should twist off your head and your family's heads, chop them all up, and feed them to the dogs." The other end of the line went quiet for half a second. "This was an accident, Benjamin." Edgar's tone remained that infuriating calm. "Madeline was responsible for all of this, and Madeline is dead. She got what she deserved. As for the online public opinion, Vought International will handle it. Only an idiot would believe you. I'd sooner believe you and your family are getting dragged into bed by 10 homeless men tonight." Benjamin did not waste time agonizing. He set the gun on the desk. "Since you decided to make a move against me and my son, it's only fair that I hit back once, right? Calm down, Benjamin. This is all just a misunderstanding." Benjamin hung up. He picked up the M1911, grabbed the shield from the back of his chair and strapped it to his left arm, then walked out of the office. Late at night, the streets of New York were nearly empty. Benjamin did not call for a ride. After thinking about it for a moment, he figured his speed was still not fast enough yet. It was only LV1. He might as well take a shared bike. He scanned one outside Vought Tower, and while he was scanning the QR code, the app even popped up with a new user coupon notification. He impatiently dismissed it, swung onto the seat, and pedaled toward Manhattan's Upper East Side. Benjamin had long since gotten the addresses of every member of the board of directors. Each of their home addresses, daily routes, and security details. He had figured all of it out within his first 3 days on the job. The first stop was a townhouse on the Upper East Side. The director who lived there was Howard Kramer, 63 years old. He had been on Vought's board of directors for 22 years and had been one of the directors who voted to sell Soldier Boy to the Russians back then. Benjamin parked the shared bike on the street corner, climbed over the wall, and pried open the back door lock with the edge of his shield. While he was at it, he knocked out the 2 second-tier sups guarding the place. Howard was in his study reading financial reports. When he heard the noise and looked up, he saw a figure in a dark green supersuit standing in the doorway. The whiskey glass in his hand slipped loose and shattered on the floor. "Soldier boy, how did you get in?" "I walked." Benjamin stepped forward and crushed his Adam's apple with one punch. There were no extra words. Howard collapsed onto the desk, his glasses falling onto the carpet, the lenses smeared with his own blood. The second stop was on Park Avenue. The third was on Central Park West. The fourth was in Tribeca. Benjamin rode the shared bike through the Manhattanite. At each address, he parked on the corner, climbed over the wall, did the job, climbed back out, and kept riding. The route history on the bike-sharing app drew one jagged line after another across the map of Manhattan. By 4 in the morning, every name on the board of directors list had been crossed off except Edgar's. The final man's body lay beside his own swimming pool, his head smashed open by Benjamin. Benjamin crouched, wiped the blood from his hands on the corpse's suit, then straightened and looked at the moon reflected in the pool. Why leave Edgar alive? Not because he would not kill him. Benjamin just wanted to save that old thing for last. He wanted Edgar to watch as his Vought was brought down bit by him and Homelander. He wanted Edgar to sit in his office every day, terrified, never knowing when that bald eagle diamond shield would come smashing through his door. A punishment more painful than death was waiting for death. Of course, Benjamin also needed Edgar alive to take the blame for Vought's downfall, so the old man was still useful. He rode the shared bike back downstairs to Vought Tower and locked it. The app popped up with 2 notifications. This ride totaled 47 kilometers and burned 830 calories. Congratulations on breaking your personal longest ride record. Please pay $20. Fuck you, $20. Why doesn't this stupid piece of shit app just rob me? Benjamin stared expressionlessly at the notification, paid it, then shoved his phone into his pocket. His salary had not even been paid yet. Damn Edgar. Next time, he would make Edgar advance his salary. Otherwise, he would go rob Edgar's family. Early the next morning. The 7 conference room in Vought Tower. The Deep stood at the door of the 7 conference room and took a deep breath. Today, he had changed back into his blue-green supersuit. But his head was bald. When he'd been fired before, he still had hair. But after spiraling into a mix of grief, rage, and full-on emo despair, the Deep had a meltdown and shaved it all off. He had shaved off all the hair on his head and body, except for his beard. Still, being bald had its advantages. After saving more than 100 people yesterday, the Deep had not even needed to wash his hair. At that moment, his bald head reflected a ridiculous shine under the conference room's cold white lights. Starlight sat on the left side of the long table. When she saw the Deep walk in, her brow furrowed, and her fingers unconsciously tapped twice against the tabletop. She had no good feelings toward this man at all. After all, he had once tried to make a move on her in this very conference room. But when she thought of him riding a dolphin ashore at sunset on the Atlantic yesterday, she took a deep breath and forced that disgust back down. Forget it. He had saved people yesterday. The main reason was also that Soldier Boy had stopped the Deep, so he had never succeeded. Otherwise, Starlight would definitely have been far angrier. Starlight was different from the original show right now. She had not been bullied by the Deep, had not gotten involved with Huey, and had not seen Homelander's vicious side. With Soldier Boy here as well, she still approved of the 7 for now. Maeve sat beside Starlight, holding a cup of black coffee. She glanced at the Deep's bald head. The corner of her mouth twitched, but she did not laugh out loud. A-Train was not there. He was still in the hospital. Benjamin's punch had knocked out several of his teeth, but what truly kept him bedridden and unable to move was his heart problem. The doctors said the residual dose of compound V booster shot in his body had reached a dangerous level, and he would need to remain in the hospital for observation for at least a month. Homelander sat to the right of the head seat at the long table. The head seat belonged to Benjamin. Homelander swept his gaze over everyone in the conference room. No one mentioned Madeline. Good. The door opened. Benjamin walked in, his shield hanging from his left arm and a cup of iced coffee in his hand. Ashley followed behind him. She was the junior supervisor from PR. She hugged a stack of documents to her chest, wearing a pair of high heels that did not quite fit. She was so nervous that sweat had beaded on the tip of her nose. "Sid." Benjamin pointed to one of the seats at the long table. That seat had once belonged to Madeline. Ashley froze. "Sir, that was Ms. Madeline's." "Madeline left last night. A few members of the board of directors did too. They went to a better place." Benjamin sat down in the head seat and leaned his shield against the armrest. "Starting today, you'll take over her work. Any questions?" Ashley nearly dropped the documents in her arms. She fumbled to place them on the table, pulled out the chair, and sat down. The expression on her face kept switching between surprise and terror. "And no problem at all, sir. Thank you, sir. I won't let you down, sir." The Deep sat near the door along the long table, rubbing his smooth, bald head, confusion written all over his face. Madeline left. Several board members left at the same time. Wasn't that a little too much of a coincidence? Went to a better place. He rubbed his head again and decided he did not really care. He had never liked Madeline much anyway, and he liked the board of directors even less. The important thing was that he was back. He was now a member of the Seven. The Deep lowered his head and looked at the glass of water in front of him. His own bald head was reflected on the surface, like a sea urchin that had just been fished out of the water. Finally, the Deep could not help it. Curiosity got the better of him, and he looked up to ask, "Did they all go to Orlando?" Benjamin and Homelander both stared hard at the Deep at the exact same time. Chapter 36. "I'm sorry, sir. I was just curious," Deep said hurriedly. Only then did he realize something was wrong. Starlight kept her attention on Benjamin and ignored the clown that was Deep. The handsome older man was lifting his coffee cup, sipping from it while flipping through the agenda Ashley had handed him, as casual as if he were sitting in his own living room. The matter between Starlight and Deep had not truly been settled, but as long as Benjamin was sitting in that chair, Deep would not be able to stir up any trouble. She was absolutely certain of that because she trusted Soldier Boy. Meeting started. Benjamin set down his coffee cup. First item, Deep rejoins the team. 1 month probation. If he does anything again during probation, he's out. Any objections? None, Starlight said, calm and decisive. She had not expected herself to say the word so quickly, but once it was out, she found it was not that hard. None, Maeve said. None, Homelander said. Deep looked around, stood up, and bowed to everyone. Thank you, everyone. I won't do it again. Deep looked at Benjamin gratefully, with a hint of eager obedience in his eyes. Benjamin frowned slightly. Seeing that look, he leaned forward. Do you want knee pads? Deep. What, sir? The way you're looking at me makes it seem like you're about to kneel down and give me head. So I was asking if you wanted knee pads. Embarrassment spread across Deep's face. Starlight almost burst out laughing from the side. I'm sorry, sir, I don't. Then sit the fuck down and stop looking at me with those creepy, disgusting eyes. You really are a stupid fucking fish. Just looking at you pisses me off. Disgusting. Benjamin cursed him out. Deep hurriedly sat down and no longer dared look at Soldier Boy with that excited stare. Second item, translucent is still missing. Deep, you investigate it. Yes, sir, Deep said at once. He had to prove himself. He absolutely had to find translucent. In truth, translucent's remains should have appeared long ago, according to the original plot. But because Deep had been kicked out, the discovery of those remains had been delayed a little. It did not matter. Sooner or later, they would run into the boys. Third item. Benjamin opened the tablet Ashley had handed him, glanced at the latest data, then turned the screen toward everyone. Public opinion from last night has reversed this morning. Homelander's approval rating has started to recover. From its lowest point, it's already climbed back 4 percentage points. Maeve and Deep are the same. Their approval ratings are starting to recover too. Good performance. Keep it up. Everyone in the conference room looked up. Homelander stared at the red curve on the tablet as it began climbing upward, his lips moving slightly. His expression did not change much, but his body straightened involuntarily. Benjamin put the tablet back on the table and picked up his coffee cup. Edgar had backed down. Those negative trending topics had been wiped clean overnight. The major media outlets had started using the same line to clear Homelander's name, and even the female reporter who had questioned whether it was a stunt had posted a long apology statement. He had not figured it out from the news reports. He had seen it in the rhythm of the public opinion data curve. This was not a natural reversal. Someone had flipped a switch, and the hand holding that switch had to be Edgar's. All right, meeting adjourned. Anything else? Benjamin swept his gaze around the room. No one spoke. Homelander was very pleased by the rise in approval rating. Then that's it. If there are any follow-up details, Homelander and Ashley will handle them. Everyone got up and left one after another. That afternoon, Deep returned alone to Dolphin Bay. Waves washed up the beach and retreated again, leaving thin streaks of white foam behind. In the distance, several dolphins floated lazily in the shallows, basking in the sun. One of them recognized him and let out a sharp whistle. He crouched beside a reef, and then he saw a box. He lifted the lid. A sickly sweet stench of rot rushed into his nose. Deep fell backward onto the sand, because inside the box were the dismembered remains of Translucent. 2 hours later, in the 7 conference room, the zinc alloy box sat in the center of the long table. No one spoke. Homelander stood directly in front of the box, arms folded across his chest, his blue eyes locked on it. His expression was not grief, it was fury. Zinc alloy. His voice was pressed low. I can't see through it. They specifically chose a material my X-ray vision can't penetrate, put Translucent's body parts inside it, and left it on a beach Deep often visits. There was a line engraved inside the box. This is for you. He raised his hand and tapped the lid with his fingertip. It wasn't written for the 7. It wasn't written for Vought. It was written for me. Someone killed one of my men, put his body parts in a box I can't see through, and made it very clear they were coming for me. Starlight stood by the window with a hand over her nose. She had only seen Translucent's name in her onboarding briefing, so she could not say she had any real feelings for him. But the thought of a person being blown apart and stuffed into a box still sent a chill down her spine. Maeve stood beside her, looking down at the box in silence. Homelander turned around, his gaze sweeping over every face in the conference room before stopping on Deep. You investigate this, Maeve will go with you. Deep rubbed his bald head and nodded. Maeve did not hesitate either, answering, got it. Deep felt like he had been incredibly busy lately. Maybe it was because A-Train and Black Noir were both absent, so he was being worked to death. He had to deal with pressure from Homelander and Soldier Boy and complete one mission after another. Deep was mentally exhausted. He only hoped Maeve would not put pressure on him during the mission too, Deep thought to himself. Deep and Maeve accepted the order and left the conference room. Once the door closed, only Homelander, Starlight, Ashley, and Benjamin remained in the room. Benjamin had been sitting in the head seat the entire time without saying a word. Benjamin stood from the head seat and hung the shield from his left arm. You're getting involved in this, Homelander turned and asked. No, you, Maeve, Deep, and Starlight can handle a small matter like this. Benjamin walked to the door, then paused. I have something else to do. Also, if there's anyone suitable to join the 7, Homelander, you can let them in if you think they're a good fit. No need to ask me. Ashley, don't make decisions on your own. Follow Homelander's arrangements in everything. There's no need to kick A-Train off the team for now. If he gets a healthy heart, he might be able to run at his old peak speed again. Yes, sir, Ashley quickly nodded. Benjamin pushed open the conference room door, his footsteps fading steadily down the hallway. Benjamin returned to his office, leaned his shield against the desk, and took a manila envelope from the drawer. Inside was Crimson Countess's address, which the legend had given him. That was right. Benjamin intended to take revenge. Blood for blood. Even if it had happened to the original body, Benjamin still wanted to deal with it to avoid leaving future trouble behind. There were also the TNT twins, Tommy and Tessa. The two of them had to be together to trigger their energy explosion. Back in the Nicaraguan jungle, the last thing he had seen was the siblings standing side by side in the smoke, their hands clasped together, bright electric light bursting in their palms. Mindstorm, his greatest ability was not combat, but burrowing into your mind and digging out what you feared most. Back then, he had used his psychic power to briefly suppress Soldier Boy's consciousness, giving the others a chance to act. Crimson Countess, the original body's ex-girlfriend, the woman who betrayed him. The address the legend had scribbled on that note. He had not been there yet, but he remembered every word. And then there was Black Noir. He was already dead. Homelander had punched straight through his chest. The first name on the blood debt list had been crossed off permanently. It's time, Benjamin muttered to himself. Chapter 37. Stan Edgar sat in his private conference room, a brief message flashing on the tablet screen in front of him. Soldier Boy has left Vought Tower and gone out alone. He read the message 3 times. Then he set the tablet down and picked up the encrypted phone on the desk, the one that was never connected to any network. He's on his way. Edgar's voice was steady and calm. This is our last chance. If he comes back alive this time, all of you, me, and Vought are finished. There won't be a second chance, and there is no backup plan. Today, he dies in Pennsylvania. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then, a woman's hoarse voice sounded. Do you know what it cost us last time just to get rid of him? This time, you don't need to get rid of him, if you can kill him outright. He can't be killed. We couldn't kill him. The Soviet Union couldn't kill him either. Novichok is ready. Edgar said it plainly. The nerve agent the Russians developed back then, specifically for Soldier Boy. 1 dose is all it takes to knock him out. I've already had the agent delivered to you. Another silence followed, then the woman asked, Who's coming? Besides you, the TNT twins, Tommy and Tessa, and Mindstorm. Edgar listed the names one by one, as if counting rotten debts from an overdue ledger. And a few sups I hired separately, some domestic, some overseas. They're strong, you don't know them and you don't need to know them. They're my people. They're paid to do a job and won't ask questions. All you need to do is one thing, cooperate. If you could send him into a Russian cage back then, you can send him back into one today. The call ended. Edgar placed the encrypted phone on the table and picked up the glass of whiskey beside him. The ice had already melted, diluting the amber liquor into a cloudy pale yellow. He glanced at it, then set it down without taking a sip. Edgar was nervous, though he still looked calm on the surface. But from the day Benjamin stepped into Vought Tower, he had been preparing for this moment. He had contacted every member of Payback in advance. He had secured the Novichok supply chain long ago. The other sups either owed him a favor or a debt, or they were simply his own people. Some were even as powerful as Maeve. He had been holding these people in his hand like a deck of moldy playing cards, waiting for the day he would finally turn them over. Today was the last card. If it failed, the game was over. In a remote suburb of Pennsylvania, Crimson Countess's residence was hidden inside an abandoned resort surrounded by maple trees. She had once been Vought's hottest female superhero, with her own ruby-studded supersuit and a weekly interview in People magazine. Now she made a living selling goods on live streams, hawking expired cosmetics and old autographed photos of herself. $19.99 a set, free shipping if you bought 3. She even took some shady private, one-on-one live stream jobs on the side. When Benjamin pushed the door open, the place was empty. The coffee on the table was still steaming, and half an unextinguished cigarette rested in the ashtray. A single slipper stuck out from under the bed, left behind in a hurry. He glanced down at the coffee cup and touched the side with the back of his hand. Still hot. She had just left, or rather, just run. Ran fast, fuck. He muttered under his breath. If he had super speed LV5, he might have caught up. Then he heard footsteps outside. A lot of footsteps, closing in from different directions through the maple grove, crushing fallen leaves in a dense, brittle rustle. Someone snapped a dead branch. Someone whispered under their breath. Someone was adjusting the safety on a gun. Benjamin's expression did not change. He took out his phone and opened an app. Then he turned and walked out of the room, removing the shield from his left arm and holding it in front of his chest. His phone was hidden in his supersuit, the camera aimed right outside. At the edge of the maple grove, people were stepping out from the shadows. Payback, along with faces he had never seen before. Crimson Countess stood at the very front. 40 years had passed, and she had aged a lot. Her blonde wig could not hide the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and the curve of her lips, the one he had once praised as beautiful, now held only bitterness. She wore a cheap red dress, its color matching her code name, though several sequins had already fallen from the hem. When Crimson Countess saw Benjamin step out of the trailer, her pupils still shrank involuntarily. To Crimson Countess's right stood a brother and sister. They were holding hands, a tiny flicker of electric light glowing in their palms like a crushed star, still struggling to stay alive. Tommy and Tessa, the TNT twins. Without holding hands, they were just two perfectly ordinary middle-aged people, unable to blow up even a cockroach. Behind them stood a balding man in a faded plaid shirt, both hands in his pockets, Mindstorm. He looked the least remarkable of everyone there, but he had been the key to bringing Benjamin down back then. His greatest ability was not combat. It was slipping into your head and digging out the thing you feared most. Back then, he had used his psychic power to briefly suppress Soldier Boy's consciousness, giving the others a chance to move. Of course, he might still be able to control Benjamin now, but not for more than a few seconds. At this point, even half a second would be impressive. As for gunpowder, he had not come. Besides them, there were at least a dozen people Benjamin had never seen before. Some wore combat suits, some wore ordinary clothes, and some had obvious soup traits. One woman's hands reflected a metallic sheen in the afternoon sunlight, a little like starlight. A short man twirled a ball of constantly shifting liquid energy around his fingertips. Sups hired by Edgar. Benjamin did not know them, and he had no intention of getting to know them. Dead people did not need introductions. Benjamin. Crimson Countess spoke, her voice hoarser than he had imagined. You shouldn't have come back alive. I didn't plan on coming back alive either. Benjamin held the shield across his chest, his voice flat. Before I blew those Russian bastards sky high, I never thought I'd walk out of that lab alive. But I did. And then I remembered all of you. You things. That betrayed me. I'm going to blow every last one of you to hell. His gaze swept over every face at the edge of the maple grove. Crimson Countess, his ex-girlfriend, stood across from him, her fingers trembling slightly at her sides. The TNT twins, electric light still flickering in their palms. Mindstorm, hands still in his pockets, his eyes studying him. The ones still alive were enough for him to kill today. Then footsteps sounded behind him again. Not from the maple grove, but from the abandoned main road of the resort. Benjamin glanced sideways. Another dozen or so people were filing out from behind the broken walls of the abandoned hotel. These pieces of trash are Vought's too, right? Edgar sent them to deal with me. Benjamin held the shield across his chest. His voice was not loud, but every word landed firmly in the silence at the edge of the maple grove. Fuck, I fought for America, I bled for Vought. I gave so damn much to my country to Vought. And what did I get? I was betrayed, packaged up by you people, and sold to those fucking Russians. The Russians tortured me in a lab for 40 whole years. AK barrels fired into my mouth, blades stabbed into my eyeballs and corneas, blowtorches burned my body, all kinds of radiation experiments. Then I crawled out of that hell, came back to America, hadn't even gotten my ass warm in a chair yet, and now fucking Vought wants to get rid of me again. Huh, why, fuck you. The edge of the maple grove fell silent for a moment. Wind passed through the maple leaves, lifting a few dead leaves into a spin. Because we hate you. Crimson Countess's voice sharpened. The curve of her lips, once something he had praised as beautiful, was now filled with venom. You know exactly how you treated everyone back then. You think being strong means you can order anyone around. You think because you're powerful, you get to act like you're everyone's father. Soldier Boy. The soup sent by Vought, standing behind her, spoke with undisguised mockery in his voice and slowly clapped twice. I have to admit, you really are powerful. Normandy, the Ardennes, Nicaragua. Your combat records in Vought's archives are half a meter thick. But honestly, you're uncontrollable. That's the point. Vought doesn't need an uncontrollable hero, no matter how many merits he has or how strong he is. If you can't be controlled, you get removed. This is business, not a personal grudge. He spread his hands and smiled. Though for us, it counts as a personal grudge too. You've beaten too many of us and blocked too many people's path. And no matter how strong you are, we are Vought's real reserves, including the members of Payback. You are not leaving today. So, every member of Payback and all you sups Edgar sent, have you thought this through? You're going to gang up on this country's hero while the entire American public and my son Homelander are watching. A cold curve lifted the corner of Benjamin's mouth. He raised his hand and pointed his thumb at his own chest. In the pocket on the front of his supersuit, a phone camera was aimed directly at everyone. The live stream was still running on the screen, and the viewer count was climbing at an exponential rate. Benjamin took out the phone. The crowd at the edge of the maple grove froze at the same time. Crimson Countess's red dress stirred in the wind. She stared at that dark camera lens, unable to say a word. Chapter 38. From the moment Benjamin stepped out of Crimson Countess's trailer, he had hit the livestream button on Vought's official account. As the original Supe returning to Vought, Benjamin naturally had his own dedicated livestream channel. Vought's PR department had set it up for him on his first day. The profile picture was the black and white photo from the Normandy beachhead, and the bio read, "America's first superhero." It was just that the account had never gone live before. Its follower count had simply been sitting there. Of course, the people at Vought had never believed a man over 100 years old would know how to use this kind of high-tech. The problem was, Benjamin was very good at using it. The stream was not exactly steady. The camera shook slightly as Benjamin moved, but it was clear enough. In the footage, the members of Payback had just stepped out from the shadows of the trees, while the unfamiliar Sups Vought had hired closed in from the resort's main road. Every face was captured clearly. More than 30 people against one soldier boy. The viewer count in the upper right corner was already close to 10 million. With this much traffic, even anyone who missed the stream would hear about this nationwide scandal by the end of the day. At the same time, the live chat exploded. What the fuck is happening? Why is Soldier Boy being surrounded by Payback and Vought subs? Wait, what did he just say? He was betrayed by Vought, betrayed by Payback, sold to the Russians and tortured for 40 years. Then he came back and now Vought is trying to betray him again? Vought, what the fuck are you doing? Fuck, I believe every word Soldier Boy said. Look at where those people are standing. They already had him surrounded. This wasn't spur of the moment. This was an ambush set up in advance. Crimson Countess, that's his ex-girlfriend? She brought a whole group of people to surround him. What kind of fucking person does that? Soldier Boy fought for this country, Normandy, the Ardennes, a World War II hero, and this is how Vought treats him, betraying one of its own founding heroes. This company is rotten to the root, and they fucking betrayed him twice. Holy shit. I feel like Soldier Boy is kind of a clown. The comments in the livestream rolled by at insane speed, every line burning with anger. Before long, plenty of people started spamming for Homelander. Where's Homelander? Isn't Homelander Soldier Boy's son? Why isn't he going yet? Your dad is surrounded. Where the fuck are you? At Homelander, your father is being surrounded by dozens of people in Pennsylvania, and you're still sitting in Vought Tower. Homelander, watch the live stream. The phone in your dad's chest pocket is streaming. Open it and you'll see. He's facing an entire Supe squad alone. I don't care what messed up shit Homelander has done before. If he doesn't fly over and help his dad today, I'm never supporting him again. At the same time, Homelander stood before the long table in the conference room, still thinking about how to find Translucent's killer. The next second, the door was shoved open. Ashley rushed in. Her heel caught on the threshold, and she nearly fell face first onto the carpet. She held up a tablet, the screen still flickering. Her face was a complicated mix of panic and urgency. Homelander, look at the livestream. Soldier Boy is being surrounded. Homelander turned his head. His blue eyes landed on the tablet she was holding up. On the screen was a maple grove in the remote outskirts of Pennsylvania. His father's live stream was surrounded by people. Crimson Countess, that old woman in a cheap red dress, his father's ex-girlfriend. The TNT twins, and Mindstorm. There were also more than 30 unfamiliar faces he had never seen before, closing in from the edge of the Maple Grove and the resort's main road. The encirclement was tightening inch by inch. Homelander's pupils suddenly contracted. Of course he recognized those people. They were the traitors who had betrayed his father back then and handed him over to the Russians like a gift. And now there was another group of sups hired by Vought. Benjamin's voice came through the tablet, rough and steady. So, have you thought this through? You're going to surround this country's hero while the entire American public is watching. Then came the comments. I don't care what Homelander has done before. If he doesn't fly over and help his dad today, I'm never supporting him again. Homelander stared at the comments on the screen, the edges of his pupils beginning to glow red. His pupils trembled slightly, and a scorching dark red light had already started to gather around the edges of his irises. Homelander's fingers tightened around the tablet's edge. The glass screen cracked under the pressure of his grip, and then he tore the entire tablet in half. My tablet. Ashley screamed internally, then stumbled back a step, her back hitting the conference room doorframe. She saw that red light. After working at Vought for so many years, Ashley knew exactly what that red light meant. Ashley, good job. After all, by doing this, Ashley had completely chosen Homelander and Soldier Boy over Vought. With that, Homelander turned, bent his knees slightly, his cape swaying behind him, and smashed straight through the conference room's floor-to-ceiling window. The moment his flight speed broke the sound barrier, a ring of white vapor burst outward, rattling several windows on the upper floors of Vought Tower. Soon, Homelander became a straight red streak, cutting through every cloud above New York. The remote outskirts of Pennsylvania, the edge of the Maple Grove. Crimson Countess's face was twisted with rage. She stared at the camera, still flashing from Benjamin's chest pocket. Soldier Boy had started a live stream. The whole country was watching them. When did you? From the moment I walked out of your room. Benjamin's voice was flat. That damn livestream channel Vought made for me. Looks like I've got quite a few fans. So, bitch, wanna say hi to the camera? Crimson Countess's lips trembled violently. She was finished. Not just her, everyone standing here. All their faces were on the live stream. What are you all standing around for? The soup leader sent by Vought was the first to snap out of his shock. He jerked his hand forward, his voice frantic. Attack! Are you waiting for Homelander to come slaughter us? Knock Soldier Boy out, lock him up, take him and run. The sups at the edge of the Maple Grove snapped back to themselves. Everyone closed in. I dared to come here alone because I was never fucking scared of your numbers. I'll blow every last one of you to hell. A blazing golden light appeared in Benjamin's chest. Chapter 39. Golden light burst from the center of his chest in an instant, like a sun that had been suppressed for 40 years, finally tearing through its shell. The light pierced through every gap between the branches and leaves of the Maple Grove. The air began to tremble. Some kind of energy was about to break free. The first member of Payback to react was Mindstorm. His pupils suddenly widened, and he staggered back 2 steps. The back of his plaid shirt was instantly soaked through with cold sweat. Run! His voice cracked from the shout, but it was already too late. A golden shockwave erupted outward from Benjamin, roaring forward like a miniature star going off. Around the nuclear blast, a visible ripple spread through the air, expanding outward with devastating speed. The ground of the Maple Grove was ripped up in whole sheets. Dirt, gravel, and snapped tree roots tumbled through the air. A rusty pickup truck parked beside the room was lifted by the shockwave, flipped twice in midair, then smashed into the wall of a nearby abandoned hotel. The wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Some of the people there had been far enough away and fast enough to run. Some had not been so lucky. There were more than 30 people present. Nearly half were directly caught in the shockwave. Quite a few of that half were mercenaries hired by Vought. They did not even have time to turn and run before the golden light swallowed them. Once the light swept over them, they vanished. Because nuclear blast represented absolute destruction. Anyone without enough physical durability or super defense would be wiped out on the spot. Those with enough super defense would lose their powers instead. It was an absurdly powerful, almost broken move. Based on Benjamin's guess, they would need at least super defense LV4. Otherwise, they would be erased along with the nuclear blast. After releasing the nuclear blast, Benjamin felt a little drained. Fortunately, perhaps because nuclear blast had risen to LV4, he was not especially weak. At the very least, compared to the first time he had unleashed the nuclear blast, Benjamin was in much better shape. Benjamin looked around. Some people were still alive. They struggled up from the ground, staring down at their hands, their faces full of confusion and fear. Some could no longer feel their powers. One tried to ignite flames in his palm, but nothing appeared. Another tried to activate the metallic layer on his skin, but his skin remained soft. Their compound V receptors had been burned away by the nuclear radiation. Their powers had been completely erased from their genetic chains, turning them back into ordinary humans forever. Unless they were injected with compound V again, they would never regain their abilities. Benjamin walked over unhurriedly, one step after another, crushing the heads of the SUPs who had been reduced to ordinary people. Soon, Benjamin noticed that Crimson Countess had just barely escaped the range of the shockwave. She was lying behind the upturned roots of a maple tree, half her face caked with mud, her mouth full of sand and bits of grass. She raised her head and saw the scene left behind after the shockwave passed. The truck that had been thrown aside, the SUPs lying motionless on the ground. Some of them had their heads crushed by Soldier Boy as he walked past. Then she saw the golden afterglow still slowly fading from Soldier Boy's chest. Damn it! Her voice shook violently, full of fear. It's the lab, the Russian laboratory. They modified Soldier Boy's abilities. Correct, now I'm going to blow your fucking head off. The moment she heard that, Crimson Countess's scalp went numb. Soldier Boy was running toward her. She made an instinctive judgment. Soldier Boy did not have super speed. His speed was the same as an ordinary person's. He was just an old soldier. Her speed could not compare to a speedster like A-Train, but she was still much faster than an ordinary person. She could run from him. She had run from him before. But as she ran, Crimson Countess realized something was wrong. Benjamin was getting closer. In a straight sprint, Benjamin was more than twice as fast as what she had seen with her own eyes 40 years ago. He was still far slower than most SUPs with super speed. But for an old soldier who had once been as slow as an ordinary person, this speed was already unreasonable. Shit fuck, don't come any closer. In the end, Crimson Countess failed to get away. Benjamin closed in and threw a punch. This was not the kind of restrained blow he used when bullying someone. His fist smashed straight through Crimson Countess's face. Her nasal bone shattered first, then her cheekbones. Finally, the entire structure of her skull collapsed under his fist. Her body flipped once through the air and landed heavily in the mud, with nothing left above the neck. In truth, as Soldier Boy's ex-girlfriend, Crimson Countess should not, logically speaking, have been bullied by him or hated him. Unfortunately, in the original body's memories, the original body had discovered that Crimson Countess had cheated on him. Not with just one person, but with several, including white and black men. That was why the original body had bullied Crimson Countess. To be honest, where did she get the nerve to resent him? She was lucky he had not beaten her to death back then. At the edge of the maple grove, Mindstorm crouched behind a maple tree that had been snapped in half by the nuclear blast. His forehead was covered in sweat, and the armpits of his plaid shirt were soaked through. He had almost been caught in that shockwave just now. He had only survived because he had been standing the farthest away. He looked at Crimson Countess's corpse, then at Benjamin as he drew back his fist and straightened up. His lips trembled several times. Holy fuck. His voice was hoarse, as if he were talking to himself, but everyone nearby who was still alive heard him. When the hell did Soldier Boy get this fast? No one answered him. But that was exactly what everyone wanted to know. Speed had once been Soldier Boy's greatest weakness. He could withstand any attack, but his movement speed was no different from an ordinary person's. Now that weakness was being filled in bit by bit right in front of them. Compared to other sups with super speed, he was still slow. But compared to the soldier boy from before, he was already far, far faster. The Russian laboratory had not killed him. The Russian laboratory had made him even more terrifying. Use the Novichok. Mindstorm shouted. From sheer terror, beads of sweat rolled down his temples. In a head-on fight, all of them combined were not enough for Soldier Boy to kill. They had to use Novichok. Now, immediately. At his shout, the dozen or so survivors finally snapped back to their senses. Chapter 40. The soup leader sent by Vought poked his head out from behind the wreckage of the overturned pickup truck and pulled a silver-white metal canister from a side pouch on his tactical vest. The canister was not large, slightly smaller than a beer can. A line of small Russian text was printed on its surface, along with a faded red skull symbol. Edgar had obtained it through special channels and had someone modify it. The original Novichok needed close-range pressure contact to take effect, but Edgar's weapons experts had added a dispersal device to the canister. It was basically like a smoke grenade. All they had to do was throw it near Soldier Boy. The leader pressed the release button on top of the canister. Then he threw it. The canister arced through the air and landed precisely less than a meter in front of Benjamin's feet. The instant it hit the ground, a built-in dispersal mechanism popped open. Pale blue smoke gushed from the vents around the canister and slowly spread along the ground. Novichok itself was colorless and odorless. But when this improved batch was produced, a blue dye had been deliberately added to the agent for no other reason than to let the user see the range of the gas and avoid accidentally inhaling it themselves. Under the afternoon sunlight, that pale blue smoke gave off an eerie fluorescent glow. It was like a poisonous mist that should not exist in this world. He got hit. The soup leader clenched his fist, his voice filled with the wild joy of someone who had barely survived. He can't get away now. One breath of Novichok is enough. The words stuck in his throat. Benjamin lowered his head and looked at the smoking metal canister on the ground. His expression did not change at all. Then he bent down and picked up the canister of Novichok. Benjamin gripped both sides of the canister, aimed the nozzle at his mouth, and under everyone's stunned gaze, took a hard inhale. Blue smoke was drawn into his lungs, breath after breath. The level of the toxin inside the canister dropped at a visible speed. What are you doing?" Mindstorm shouted. Benjamin casually tossed the empty metal canister to the ground. He wiped the remaining blue droplets from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, then casually rubbed the poison on the back of his hand against his supersuit. "Novichok." His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. A fourth-generation binary nerve agent secretly developed by the Soviet Union. In Russian, it means newcomer. What exactly did you think this was going to do? Everyone who saw it felt their scalp go numb. Mindstorm crouched behind the broken maple tree, his lips trembling violently. Maybe it was because all those Soviet experiments and torture had failed to kill him. Instead, they had caused some kind of change in his body that none of them could understand. Maybe it was tolerance. Maybe the receptor structure for compound V in his body had been rewritten. Maybe 40 years of repeated exposure had made Novichok as harmless to him as water. What kind of monster had the Russians created? Edgar had gotten his hands on the toxin and thought he was holding a trump card. But in Soldier Boy's eyes, that card was not even worth a scrap of paper. "Everyone!" Mindstorm stood up from behind the broken maple tree. Run now." After shouting that, he turned and rushed backward first. But very soon, Mindstorm stopped. Because someone was blocking his retreat. A red cape slowly fluttered in the wind at the edge of the maple grove. Homelander walked toward them slowly with his hands clasped behind his back, his boots crunching over the fallen leaves. Those terrifying blue eyes glowed with a dangerous red light. The red light circled slowly around the edges of his pupils, like a lit fuse. Mindstorm's legs went weak. "Homelander." Mindstorm's lips trembled as he forced out the name. The Vought sups behind him, who had not had time to run, also froze in place. Then they all saw that figure walking toward them with his hands behind his back. Some dropped their guns, some collapsed straight to the ground. The soup leader who had thrown the Novichok canister stood at the very front. He knew better than anyone what had happened. Homelander had flown here from New York. He had come to save his father. And just now, they had actually tried to use Novichok to knock out his father. The leader opened his mouth and explained hoarsely, "Homelander, we were just following orders. It was Edgar. Edgar told us to." Homelander did not look at him. His gaze passed over everyone and landed on the figure in the dark green supersuit standing in the middle of the maple grove. Benjamin was still standing there, his shield held in his left hand, the empty Novichok canister lying by his feet. There was not a single wound on him. His supersuit was splattered with plenty of blood, but none of it was his. Seeing this, Homelander finally relaxed. He murmured to himself, "My father was betrayed by you once before, and I wasn't there. This time I am." Chapter 41. 5 minutes later, the soil at the edge of the maple grove had been soaked dark brown with blood. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. Some had holes burned through their chests by laser eyes. Others had their skulls smashed by a shield. As for the TNT twins, those two useless pieces of trash had already been killed by the nuclear blast. Mindstorm lay on his back, his plaid shirt soaked through with blood. His eyes were still open, his mouth slightly parted, but he was completely dead. The soup leader sent by Vought lay face down beside him, a coin-sized hole burned through the back of his head by a laser. Not one of the sups Vought had hired, including every member of Payback, escaped the maple grove. As for the live stream, it had shut off a while ago. Mainly because when the nuclear blast went off, the phone happened to be right over his chest. Homelander stood among the corpses, the red glow in his eyes slowly fading. He shook the blood from his hands, wiped it on his supersuit, then turned and walked toward Benjamin. Benjamin was pulling his shield out of Mindstorm's corpse. "Why the fuck didn't you tell me?" Homelander's voice was sharper than usual. He stood in front of Benjamin, his cape snapping in the wind behind him, both hands hanging at his sides. From the look of him, Homelander was still tense. "Tell you what. Tell me you were going to get revenge." Homelander spoke faster and faster. "Tell me you were going to take on Payback alone. When you left Vought Tower, you never planned to call me. I could have helped you. I could have fucking helped you. Why did you come alone?" Homelander truly felt wronged. He could not understand why his father had not told him. His tone grew more and more agitated. The maple grove went quiet for a moment. A few maple leaves that had not been swept away by the shockwave still clung to the branches, rustling softly in the wind. Benjamin looked at Homelander, at the red glow in his eyes that had not fully faded. Homelander was furious, his chest rising and falling. Benjamin glanced at his fists as they clenched and loosened, and found it almost funny. Asking my own son for help, what the fuck is that if not being a wimp? Benjamin slung the shield over his left arm and wiped the blood from his chin with the back of his right hand. "Besides, even if you hadn't come, it wouldn't have been a big problem. I could handle all of them on my own. If I hadn't come, a lot of sups would have escaped. You would have left behind a lot of trouble. A lot." Homelander did not back down. "A lot of them are faster than you, and you don't have heat vision, laser eyes, or anything like that. Mindstorm hid all the way in the back just now. If I hadn't circled around to cut him off, he would have already crawled into the resort sewers. Some of Edgar's sups were fast too." Benjamin shrugged. Homelander had a point. His speed really was no match for many sups. Facing more than 30 sups on his own, he could wipe them out, but he could not guarantee that none would slip away. If Homelander had not come, at least 5 or 6 would have escaped today. Then they would hide, wait in the dark for their next chance, and turn into future trouble. Even if that trouble was a joke. "Dad." Homelander's voice suddenly lowered, his tone even carrying a trace of humility. "I'm your son, we're family." This seemed to be the first time Homelander had called him Dad. Benjamin looked at him and did not speak right away. The expression on Homelander's face was completely serious. All right. Benjamin set his shield on a nearby tree root. Don't give me that fucking sentimental look. I'm not. The way you're looking at me makes it seem like you want to fuck me, Jesus Christ. At that, Homelander's expression instantly shifted from hurt to confusion. Then his lips moved, his brows drew together, and a look of deep disgust appeared on his face. No, that is not what I meant, no. A while later, Benjamin watched that wounded look on his face grow worse and slowly walked up to him. He raised his right hand from his side, reached around Homelander's neck, and pressed his palm against his back, patting him a few times. All right, my good son, stop being so damn sentimental. You look like a wimp. Homelander froze, and all his anger, tension, and unhappiness slowly disappeared. His hand hovered in midair for 2 seconds, before slowly rising and settling on Benjamin's back as well. He lowered his head and buried his face against his father's shoulder. The rough fabric of the dark green supersuit scraped against his cheekbone, and his eyes burned hot. Just then, 3 sharp sounds cut through the air above the maple grove. Benjamin immediately let go of Homelander, stepped back, and looked up. 3 second-tier speed SUPs from Vought landed first on the muddy ground at the edge of the maple grove, crushing a few dead branches underfoot. Benjamin recognized 2 of them. During the earlier plane rescue, one had carried Deep and one had brought him here. They had sprinted all the way from New York to Pennsylvania, and all 3 were gasping for breath. The one who had carried Deep earlier bent over with his hands on his knees, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose onto the ground. Behind the 3 speedsters were 3 more people, Maeve, Deep, and Starlight. After all, A-Train was still in the hospital. Maeve walked at the front. She glanced at the bodies scattered across the ground, then at the blood splattered over Benjamin and Homelander. Her expression barely changed, and she gave a slight nod. Deep looked around, clicked his tongue, and seemed to be wondering about something. Maybe he was marveling at how powerful Homelander and Soldier Boy were. Starlight wore her golden battle suit, her long blonde hair tied into a high ponytail. Admiration appeared in her eyes as she looked at Soldier Boy. "How the fuck did you all get here?" Benjamin asked. Deep stood up perfectly straight. His voice no longer carried that oily, ingratiating tone from before. He sounded very serious. "Sir, we were all worried about you. We watched the live stream. More than 30 people were surrounding you by yourself, so I thought we should come together as backup." Maeve and Starlight agreed, so we found 3 fast runners and rushed all the way here. He paused, looked down at Mindstorm's corpse by his feet, then at the Vought leader whose head had been burned through by a laser. His bald eyebrows lifted slightly. "But you and Mr. Homelander are just too strong. We only just arrived, and you'd already taken care of every enemy. Not a single one left." Maeve nodded. "That's right, sir. We came here thinking we'd fight beside you, but after we got here, we realized all that was left was cleanup, though the idea was mine and Starlight's." Hearing that, Deep smiled awkwardly. Starlight smiled brightly. "Soldier Boy, Homelander, I'm so glad you're both okay. When that golden shockwave went off at the end of the live stream, the feed cut out for 3 seconds. We all thought something had happened." Starlight admired Soldier Boy deeply. Just now, she had almost thought Soldier Boy was finished. That had been more than 30 SUPs. Even Homelander might not necessarily have been able to handle that. At that moment, Homelander stood beside Benjamin and looked at the 3 people in front of him. Maeve, Starlight, and Deep. His gaze lingered on Deep for a long while. Deep's bald head reflected the sunlight, looking ridiculous, but he stood there panting, clearly nervous. What had this man been like before? Nothing but a piece of trash, the wimp his father had called a worthless fucking fish. A failure who had dragged his suitcase out through the side door of Vought Tower after being fired. In the past, Homelander had often bullied Deep, intentionally or not. Not because he hated Deep, but because Deep was cowardly and disgusting. Deep was the softest wimp in the 7. But now, that softest wimp was standing in the remote outskirts of Pennsylvania, gasping for breath after coming all this way to save his father. Even if he had not been the one to suggest the rescue, he had come in the end. Chapter 42. Of course, there were Maeve and Starlight too. Homelander had not expected the 2 of them to come save his father either. Thinking of that, Homelander felt his throat tight. His teammates from the Seven had all come. Not because of Vought's orders, not because Edgar had deployed them, and not because the PR department had arranged some staged performance. They had come on their own, for his father and for him. You. Homelander opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat. He had rarely ever said anything sincere to his teammates. Bullying and threats, sure. Stop getting so fucking sentimental. Jesus, the way you're all looking at me makes it seem like you're about to start an orgy. Benjamin sighed helplessly as he walked past him. Maeve Starlight. Evening. Vought Tower. The elevator doors opened on the 82nd floor. The hallway was unnaturally quiet. Benjamin walked in front, his shield hanging from his left arm. Homelander followed half a step behind him, the hem of his cape brushing the floor and dragging out a long, thin red reflection. Maeve, Starlight, and Deep walked farther behind. Maeve had her arms crossed, while Starlight moved with a light spring in her step. When they came back, they had heard that Soldier Boy and Homelander were going to do something big, so she was looking forward to it. Deep, meanwhile, had a small, slightly dried piece of bird shit stuck to his bald head. No one told him. At the end of the hallway was Edgar's private office. The door was open. Stan Edgar sat behind his huge solid-wood desk, dressed in a crisp suit, his tie perfectly knotted. A glass of whiskey sat on the desk. Beside it, a phone screen glowed, playing a live stream. That was right, Edgar had started a live stream too. At that moment, the viewer count was still climbing, and dense lines of comments covered the entire screen. Edgar, you're the biggest disgrace in Vought's history. Betraying a World War II hero, are you even human? Fuck you, Edgar. Soldier Boy risked his life for this country, and you hid in your office and handed him to the Russians like a gift. Edgar, I hope your whole family fucking dies. The police are on their way, Edgar. You're not getting away today. The whole country is watching you. This old bastard still has the nerve to sit there drinking. Look at him acting all respectable, like nothing happened. His face looks like it's saying, I don't care. He really doesn't care. People like that are the scariest. Edgar, where are your board of directors members? Oh, right, they're all dead. Now you're the only one left. How does that feel? Homelander and Soldier Boy are almost there. Aren't you going to run? Oh, you can't. You're just an ordinary person. You fucking deserve this. Edgar's expression did not change at all. He raised his glass and took a sip, as if he were reviewing financial reports on an ordinary work night. In truth, Edgar had considered many options, but this was the best solution. He had contacted Stormfront, but unfortunately, Stormfront had no intention of helping him. As for Newman, how could she possibly deal with Soldier Boy and Homelander? Edgar knew he had reached the end of the road. More importantly, he had provoked an enraged Soldier Boy and an enraged Homelander. Right now, both of them were beyond Vought's control. That was the key. Perhaps the livestream could still save his life. Benjamin walked into the office. Homelander followed behind him. When he saw Edgar's calm face, the red glow at the edges of his pupils began to tremble faintly again. Everyone this time I lost. Edgar's voice was as steady as if he were presiding over a meeting. He set the whiskey glass on the desk and slowly said, Benjamin, I underestimated you. Or perhaps I overestimated myself. You fought over 30 SUPs alone and still managed to livestream it for the whole world to see. Soldier Boy, your reputation for being uncontrollable is well-deserved. So is your strength. You truly are formidable. He raised a finger and pointed at the phone on the desk, where the comments were still rolling wildly. Because of my actions, the American public and the police will not let me off, so I've already called the police. They're on their way. You don't have to kill me, and you don't need to. Killing me may damage your approval ratings, and you've only just managed to bring them back up, haven't you? He leaned back in his chair, folded his hands on the desk, and shifted his gaze from Benjamin to Homelander. Edgar continued, Vought is yours now, and Ashley's. She's on your side, isn't she? She's a smart woman. She chose the right side. As for me, I will spend the rest of my life in prison. That is the best outcome for everyone. For you, for Vought, and for the public. The sound of elevator doors opening came from the hallway. Ashley hurried over with several of Vought's remaining mid-level executives, and stopped abruptly at the office door. When she saw Edgar still sitting behind the desk, she instinctively shrank back half a step, then stepped forward again. The executives behind her were far less composed. Some had sweat all over their foreheads, their suit collars darkened by perspiration. As for Maeve, Deep, and Starlight, they stood behind Homelander and watched the show. Maeve was curious. Based on what she knew of Homelander, he would probably only place Edgar under house arrest. He likely would not kill him. But Benjamin. So Maeve was very curious about what Benjamin would do. Under the gaze of every core member of Vought present, Benjamin slowly walked over to Edgar. He reached out, picked up the phone on the desk, and closed his fingers around it. The sound of the screen shattering was like a nut being crushed underfoot. The metal frame crumpled in his palm like paper. Shards slipped through his fingers, fell onto the carpet, bounced twice, and rolled to the edge of Edgar's shoe. "You think I care?" Edgar looked up at him. His expression still did not change, but his eyes flickered slightly. "Wait, we can still talk. The terms can still be negotiated. Homelander, your father has returned to your side. Don't you want to know about your son?" The moment those words left his mouth, Homelander's pupils contracted. Son? What son? He had a son. Vought's executives had been deceiving him all along. Could it be his father himself and even his son had all been persecuted? Had Vought persecuted his entire family? Benjamin reached out and clamped his fingers around Edgar's head. The intense pain left Edgar unable to speak. Chapter 43. Homelander watched Benjamin prepare to kill him and almost told him to wait, but he quickly realized something. Now that his father had taken control of Vought, what information could possibly be out of reach? And even if Edgar refused to talk, there were others who knew, like Dr. Vogelbaum. Besides, right up to the final moment, that old bastard Edgar was still trying to negotiate, still believing that anything could be traded with leverage and terms. Utterly ridiculous. Benjamin tightened his fingers. The sound of Edgar's skull cracking burst through the silent office. Several mid-level executives went pale as paper. Ashley clenched her fingers until her knuckles turned white, but she did not move. Her eyes stayed fixed on Edgar's corpse. Soon, Edgar's body slid down from the back of the chair. His suit crumpled, his tie twisted to one side, and his elbow knocked over the whiskey glass. Homelander stood in the doorway, staring at Edgar's corpse as the red glow in his eyes slowly faded. Before long, the police arrived. After receiving a call from Edgar himself, the NYPD rushed to Vought Tower as fast as they could. More than a dozen officers in bulletproof vests filed out of the elevator. When they pushed open the office door, Edgar was lying on the floor, already cold. The lead officer looked at the body on the floor, then looked up at Benjamin and Homelander. His mouth opened slightly, but he had no idea what to say. Ashley knew it was her turn. She walked forward slowly, straightened the collar of her suit, and greeted the officers with her most polished professional smile. "Officers, I'm truly sorry you came all this way for nothing. Mr. Edgar just committed suicide by smashing his head into the wall." She raised a finger and pointed to a barely noticeable dent in the wall beside the desk. He couldn't bear the thought of the prison sentence waiting for him. In a state of extreme remorse and fear, he chose to end his own life. None of us had time to stop him. It's truly tragic. Ashley continued, her voice full of sorrow. The officer looked at her, then at Benjamin and Homelander, then at Edgar on the floor with his shattered skull. He wanted to say something, but forget it. Edgar had gotten what he deserved. In the end, he only waved his hand and had his subordinates take photos, make a record, and remove the body. Ashley stood at the office door and watched as the medical examiner loaded Edgar's body onto a stretcher and carried it out. On the surface, she maintained her professional composure, but the way her chest kept rising and falling gave her away. From a small manager under Madeline who was ordered around at will, to taking over Madeline's position overnight, to now becoming Vought's public-facing CEO, she had bet on the right side at every single turn. She had chosen Soldier Boy, she had chosen Homelander. And now, Stan Edgar's body was being zipped into a body bag and pushed into the elevator. From this moment on, The top of Vought Tower belonged to her. On the surface, of course. But Ashley was still beyond excited. In the hallway, Benjamin leaned against the wall, his shield by his feet. Homelander stood beside him with his arms crossed. Maeve and Starlight stood at the other end of the hallway. Maeve was quietly saying something to Starlight. Starlight said, "Maeve, we should be able to become real superheroes now, right?" Maeve nodded, a light appearing in her eyes as well. She had given up for far too long. Now, she felt that maybe she could become a real superhero too. Maeve felt the way she had years ago when she had first joined Vought. Homelander looked at everyone in the hallway and suddenly spoke. "Dad." "You just said, stop being so fucking sentimental." "What about it? Spit it out if you've got something to say." "You were being sentimental too." The corner of Homelander's mouth shifted slightly, revealing a smile. "You hugged me first." Benjamin was silent for a moment before retorting. "That's because you were about to cry, and I couldn't stand looking at it." "I wasn't crying." "Your eyes were red." "That was from the laser eyes." "Fine, laser eyes then." Benjamin gave him a light shove, then turned and walked toward the elevator. "Let's go barbecue tonight, you're paying. Everyone else follow." Homelander followed, his steps light. Deep scratched his head and asked, "Sir, can we come too?" When he saw Maeve and Starlight following along, Deep froze. Homelander was actually treating everyone to dinner. Oh shit, he had never experienced this before. I don't eat seafood," Deep added, then quickly followed them. Chapter 44. This time, the Asian owner of the barbecue restaurant did not see just 2 superheroes. He counted them, 6 in total. Benjamin, in his dark green supersuit, walked at the front. Behind him came the blonde man in the red cape, a female warrior, a blonde girl with a high ponytail, and a bald man in dark green. The owner was extremely nervous. He forced down his wildly pounding heart, silently pushed 2 tables together, added 2 more chairs, then turned and went into the kitchen to chop up 2 more racks of ribs. Smoke from the charcoal drifted out from the kitchen, mixed with the charred aroma of cumin and sizzling fat. 6 glasses of ice-cold beer lined the table, foam sliding down the sides and leaving rings of water on the wood. "Starting today, does Vought belong to you?" Homelander asked, raising his beer glass. He sat on Benjamin's right, his cape removed and draped over the back of his chair. Although Edgar's words still bothered him, Homelander knew this was not something he could rush. Sooner or later, he would ask Vogelbaum and the others about it. And when the time came, he could bring Soldier Boy along too. After all, this was his grandson. Benjamin picked up a beef rib and took a bite. Grease ran down the corner of his mouth, and he casually wiped it off with a napkin. "You're half right, but it's not just mine." He put the rib back on the plate, then drew a circle on the table with his finger, including everyone sitting there. "It fucking belongs to all of us." Maeve, Starlight, Deep, and the others all looked at Soldier Boy. Vought used to be a fucking pharmaceutical company. Benjamin raised his beer and took a sip, foam clinging to his upper lip. To be exact, it made Compound V. Every one of your powers came from Compound V. They weren't natural. They weren't given by God. They were produced in Vought's factories. Most of you were injected when you were kids, so you don't even remember. We're just fucking drugged-up drug dealers, not some naturally born superheroes. Benjamin could not be bothered to keep the secret anymore. The boys would leak it before long anyway. No, to be precise, Starlight would. But even if Starlight never joined the boys, someone else definitely would. So rather than hide it, Benjamin might as well say it himself. Besides, he already had the perfect scapegoat. Everyone was shocked, except Homelander. The chicken wings on the grill were turned over, and oil dripped onto the coals, bursting into a small shower of sparks. No one spoke. So Vought needs to transform. Benjamin set his beer glass down heavily, the base striking the table with a dull thud. From a disgusting, damned pharmaceutical company into a real superhero company. From now on, it does one thing only: train people who already have powers into real fucking heroes. "I understand." Homelander nodded. There was no hesitation in his tone. In his heart, Vought was already wrought. Whatever decision Benjamin made, He intended to agree with it and carry it out. After all, he was his dad. You understand? What about all those supervillains you created by spreading Compound V everywhere? You need to clean up that mess. You let them loose, so you bring them back. Don't be irresponsible, just like me. Back then, I jerked you into a cup, and now I'm back, aren't I? If it weren't for fucking Vought, I wouldn't have come back this late. Fuck. Homelander was silent for a moment, then nodded again. I know, I'll find them one by one. Once you find them, don't rush to kill them. They were victimized by Vought too. Compound V was injected into their bodies as an experiment, and many of them had no idea what they would become. Benjamin picked up a grilled corn cob and poked at the char marks with his chopsticks, his voice lowering a little. Of course, I'm talking about the ones who didn't do anything bad after getting their powers. Capture them alive, bring them in, and focus on calming them down. Tell them all of this was that bastard Edgar's doing. And if they want to go back, my chest blast can strip away their powers and let them live as normal people. Oh, right. Especially that Asian woman supervillain. Homelander looked up, an Asian woman. He thought back to the bad things he had done before, placing an Asian woman in New York as a supervillain. He just had not expected Soldier Boy to know about something that specific. That was right, Kimiko. Benjamin was referring to supervillains. In the original show, Homelander had created many supervillains by distributing Compound V everywhere. Kimiko was one of them, and so was the Syrian terrorist who could blow up his entire body. To be honest, Benjamin did not know whether the boys had found Kimiko yet. According to the plot, maybe they had, but they had not fully gotten Kimiko to accept them. That Syrian exploding supervillain could be killed, no problem. But with Kimiko, the best outcome would be bringing her into Vought and training her into a superhero. Of course, Kimiko would most likely be unwilling. But even if she refused, Benjamin would still have to remove her powers and send her back to her country. By the final battle in Season 5, Kimiko had actually awakened the same chest blast as him and successfully erased Homelander's powers. This was not just to make it up to Kimiko, it was also to prevent that shitty ending. His powerful son should not die in such a pathetic way. Now that he was here, he could definitely prevent that tragedy. You know what I'm talking about. Be a real fucking superhero, Homelander. Got it. Benjamin pointed at Homelander and spoke seriously. On the other side of the table, Starlight's hand stopped beside her beer glass, her fingertips trembling slightly. Her lips moved twice. The first time, no sound came out. The second time, she finally squeezed the words out. Sir, what do you mean? She looked at Benjamin, then at Homelander, before her gaze returned to Benjamin. Pharmaceutical company, supervillains, and Compound V, what are those things? From what you're saying, our powers aren't natural. They were made in a factory. Her voice trembled with fear. I've been able to make my hands glow since I was little. I thought it was a gift. My mother thought it was a gift too. No. Did my mother sell me to Vought for experiments and let them inject me? Maeve said nothing. Her expression looked terrible. She picked up her beer, took a large gulp, then set the glass back down. The sound of its base hitting the table was heavier than usual. Sweat began to bead on Deep's bald head. Then what are we, products? You used to be products. Benjamin looked at him. What you become from now on depends on you. Starting today, I'm shutting down Vought's factories. There will be no new Compound V injections. Those who have already been injected can choose to keep being heroes, or they can choose to quit. Either way, no one gets to use Compound V to hurt anyone again. This isn't a request. It's an order. Starlight lowered her head and looked at her hands. Under the light, her fingertips glowed gold. That was the power she had possessed since childhood. Products. Superheroes. Starlight had been inspired by Soldier Boy's words, but she was still deeply hurt. She hated her mother. It was even possible her father had left because her mother sold her to Vought. What about our press conference? Homelander asked, breaking the silence. It goes ahead as planned. Benjamin said, oh, right. We might as well reveal Compound V at the press conference. Let that damned Edgar take the blame. He's dead anyway. Dead men can't argue. Then tell everyone that Vought used to be a pharmaceutical company, that it secretly produced a compound that granted superpowers, and that it injected large numbers of people without informed consent. The mastermind behind it was Stan Edgar and the former board of directors. Now Edgar is dead, the board of directors has been dissolved, and Vought will fully disclose all information on Compound V, cooperate with the federal investigation, and compensate every victim. Maeve leaned back in her chair and let out a long breath. She had been holding that breath for 10 years. Maeve asked, "You're going to turn Vaught's deepest secret into a press release?" "Not its deepest secret." Benjamin raised his beer and took a sip. "It's its stinkiest fucking wound. If you don't rip open a wound, it'll never heal. If Vought wants to fucking transform, the first step is to cut out the rotten flesh and show everyone you're doing it. Fuck." Deep whispered, "Sir, this will destroy Vaught's stock price." "It'll destroy Edgar's Vought stock price, not our Vought. Besides, Vought doesn't need to survive on its stock price. What Vought fucking needs is credibility. From now on, every one of you wimps needs to stand in front of the public and let them see sincerity in your eyes. You need to make them understand that you're not acting. You're truly doing good." "We will, sir." Starlight lifted her hand from the table, raised her beer glass, and clinked it against his. Maeve's glass came next. Deep hesitated for a moment, then clinked his glass too. As for Homelander's glass, it had already been waiting there. 5 glasses came together amid the charred aroma of charcoal and the greasy smoke of grilled meat. Although Homelander still did not quite understand why Benjamin had to make things so complicated. Hadn't he done plenty of good deeds before too, the sort of things superheroes did, even if most of them had been staged? But it did not matter. Soldier Boy was his father. He would do whatever his father told him to do. Wasn't it only natural to listen to his father? The Asian owner felt his scalp go numb, his whole body trembling. What the hell had he just heard? Chapter 45. The charcoal fire at the barbecue restaurant slowly faded to a dull red glow on the late-night streets of New York. The Asian owner began clearing away the plastic tables and chairs outside, stacking the empty beer glasses one by one. Maeve and Starlight left first. Maeve was going back to catch up on sleep. Starlight said she was taking a day off to go see her mother. After hearing the truth about Compound V tonight, she still had not fully recovered, but when she said it, her hands had already stopped shaking. Of course, Starlight was still going home to tear into her mother. Deep naturally returned to his own place too. Little Octopus was waiting for him. Benjamin and Homelander walked at the rear. The autumn night in New York carried a chill blown in from the Hudson River. Someone was playing guitar outside a small roadside bar, and the broken melody leaked through the half-open door. The streetlights stretched their shadows one in front of the other. The outlines of the dark green supersuit and the red cape were pulled long under the dim yellow light. The two of them did not say much. But Homelander enjoyed this atmosphere. That afternoon, they had fought side by side through more than 30 SUPs in the Maple Grove in Pennsylvania. Every scene was still fresh in his mind. Some of those people had even been strong enough to go a few rounds with Maeve. For that final ambush, Vought really had taken out every trump card it had hidden away. But in front of him and his father, those trump cards had been nothing. Because they were the 2 strongest SUPs in the world. The strongest of the original generation, and the strongest of the modern era. They had stood on the same battlefield, back to back, father and son fighting together. No one could last a minute against them. Thinking of that, Homelander could not help laughing. "Jesus." Benjamin glanced sideways at him and could not help cursing. "Are you fantasizing about that old whore again? Why the fuck are you smiling like a creep?" The smile on Homelander's face instantly froze, then twitched twice. "Fine." Benjamin still spoke as harshly as ever, but he was long used to it. The two of them walked a little farther. Homelander followed behind Benjamin with light steps. Right now, Homelander was like a little boy who had finally caught a chance to be alone with his father. He held it in for a while, but in the end, he could not resist. What kind of person was my grandfather? Benjamin's steps paused. He turned his head to look at him. "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Benjamin suddenly remembered those ugly memories from the original body. "I'm just curious," Homelander said, perfectly justified. Benjamin did not answer. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke slowly. Have you seen The Legend of Soldier Boy? Of course. Homelander's eyes lit up. I've watched it at least dozens of times. No, hundreds of times. I remember every shot. That movie is complete bullshit. Homelander froze. Benjamin kept walking, his tone very flat, as if he were talking about something unrelated to him. My father owned half the steel mills in the state. Rich, powerful, the kind of man everyone tiptoed around. Then I got expelled from school. Guess I was never exactly the academic type. Homelander remembered the times he had been beaten by Soldier Boy, and his steps unconsciously quickened until he caught up beside Benjamin. Did he beat you then? Homelander asked, a strange expectation in his voice. Like you beat me. Benjamin glanced at him and laughed. No, he never laid a finger on me. Homelander blinked, not quite understanding. Logically, if his father was a violent man, then his father's father should have been too. He couldn't be bothered with me. Benjamin said, he said I embarrassed him, said I was a waste. After that, he wouldn't even say a word to me. Homelander slowed down and looked at Benjamin. He said. Benjamin's tone remained calm. I wasn't worthy of his surname. The street was quiet for several seconds. Homelander opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he did not know what. What happened after that? Homelander asked. After that, I used his connections to get to Dr. Vought and took part in the Compound V experiment. Benjamin shrugged. You know the rest. I succeeded. I became a superhero, the most powerful superhero in the world, strong enough that even Vought feared me. Hearing that, Homelander immediately asked, Then what did your father say? He had to be proud of you by then, right? Benjamin did not answer right away. He took 2 more steps before speaking. He said I took a shortcut. Homelander's expression froze. He said a real man doesn't need shortcuts. Homelander stood there, motionless. A lot of things suddenly surged into his mind. Those white laboratories, cold instruments, needles, data records, and all those days when no one treated him like a human being. He had never seen the site of the original Compound V experiment, but Homelander knew it must have been cruel. Maybe even crueler than what he had gone through. Homelander had grown up in a laboratory. Your father was a bastard. Homelander's voice was heavy. Benjamin's brow twitched, and he turned to look at him. How the fuck is that taking a shortcut? Homelander strode in front of Benjamin, his face flushed red with anger. God knows how brutal the original Compound V experiment was. You endured it, you survived, you became the strongest person. He pointed at Benjamin's chest. You didn't take a shortcut. You're a real man, not a single fucking word your father said was right. Benjamin smiled. This was the first real heart-to-heart he had ever had with Homelander, but he felt that maybe it did mean something for Homelander's education and growth. Just as Benjamin was about to say something, his steps suddenly stopped. Homelander stopped too. The streetlight shone onto the road ahead, illuminating the figure of a woman. No one knew how long she had been standing there. It was as if she had stepped straight out of the night. Her dark brown, shoulder-length hair fell loosely over her shoulders. Her features were sharply defined, carrying a heroic edge that time had worn down but not dulled. She wore a well-tailored dark trench coat, the belt neatly fastened, both hands in her pockets, her posture straight. Ben. The woman spoke. Benjamin's pupils contracted slightly. Because this was Stormfront Clara, the original body's lover. According to the original show, Stormfront should have appeared later, around the beginning of Season 2. He had not expected her to appear now. Clara, looks like Edgar notified you before he died. He shifted the shield to his left hand, his voice still calm and steady. Stormfront slowly walked over and stopped in front of Benjamin. The emotions surging in her eyes were far too complicated. Yes. Stormfront said, he notified me, he wanted me to deal with you. The corner of her mouth moved slightly as she said, that disgusting black man. I originally wanted to kill that damned old black man with my own hands, but I figured his life was best left to you. After all, he was your enemy, not mine. Benjamin was silent for 1 second. Then his right fist flew out without warning. Benjamin's fist slammed solidly into Stormfront's left cheek, hard enough to send her flying sideways into an empty trash can by the roadside. "Fuck you," Benjamin cursed. Homelander stood where he was, his eyebrows lifting half an inch. Aside from Maeve and Starlight, basically everyone around him had been beaten by Soldier Boy at some point. So he was not surprised Soldier Boy hit someone. What was strange was, this woman named Clara climbed up beside the trash can, covering the side of her face that had been knocked crooked. A trace of blood seeped between her fingers, but the corners of her mouth were rising. Even more bizarrely, there was excitement in her eyes. Is this woman enjoying it? Homelander frowned, completely unable to understand. Even after seeing plenty of freaks, this stranger's reactions still exceeded his comprehension. "I know you have a lot of resentment, Ben." Stormfront straightened her dislocated jaw and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her finger. "Because of those 40 years, I really didn't know back then. If I had known, I would have saved you. I swear, if I'm lying to you, I'd rather turn into a black person. Believe me, okay, Ben." Benjamin stopped. He knew this woman. Stormfront was a racist to her bones. In her eyes, white blood stood above everything, especially white sups. To her, whiteness was above all, and sups were above all. So white sups ruling the world was Stormfront's goal. For her to make that kind of oath, turning into a black person, carried more weight than any other vicious oath she could swear. "I'll barely believe you." Benjamin lowered his fist and said coldly, "What are you looking for me for now, you damned racist? Listen, I think your ideas are childish. Sups are still people. They don't stand above everyone else. I won't agree to that plan of yours, not the old me and not the current me." Stormfront's face had already recovered about 70 or 80%. She rubbed her still-aching cheekbone, her eyes showing that she had expected this all along. "I knew you'd say that." She shrugged, her tone casual, as if she were discussing something completely unimportant. "Well, what I actually wanted was to join the Seven." Just as Benjamin said, in truth, the original body had not agreed with Stormfront's views either. The other 3 original teammates, Bombsight and the others, had not agreed either. Otherwise, Stormfront would not have waited until Homelander's era to return. Chapter 46. Benjamin looked at her and shook his head. "You can't join either." "Why?" Stormfront's voice rose sharply. Her brows drew together as she said softly, "Ben, come on. We used to be husband and wife. Did you forget?" Her breathing was a little uneven, her chest rising and falling beneath her trench coat. "We fought side by side for so many years, and now you're telling me that your wife can't join your team." Homelander stood behind them, quietly watching the drama unfold. So this was his father's former wife. He studied Stormfront and could sense that she was fairly powerful. Judging by the look of it, she might even have a near-immortal constitution like his father. Of course, Stormfront still was not as strong as he was sure of that. As for Benjamin's immortality, that was no longer a secret, not to the public. After all, Benjamin was that powerful. Benjamin said, "Fine, let me ask you something first. You're on a mission, and you happen to see a black man and an Asian man passing by. What do you do?" Stormfront did not even blink. "Take care of them on the way, of course." "Fuck." Benjamin closed his eyes and took a deep breath, utterly speechless. "Stormfront, this is exactly why I won't let you join the Seven. If you could get rid of those extreme views, maybe I'd agree for the sake of our old relationship. But if you join, Vought is fucking finished. I'm trying to make it a real superhero company, do you understand? A real one, not an act. Your ideology is completely opposed to what I'm trying to do, so get the fuck out of here." "My God, Ben." Stormfront tilted her head and looked at him. The smile on her lips faded, replaced by disappointment and confusion. "When the hell did you become this childish? Superheroes, don't make me laugh. This world has never run on justice and kindness. If justice and kindness mattered, why have there been so many wars throughout human history? Why? Everything comes down to power. Soup power. We stand above ordinary humans. That is a fact, not something you can pretend doesn't exist. You insist on building some superhero company and playing house with those weak little cowards. Who knows? Maybe once we sups are in charge, there won't be any more wars and fewer people will die." Homelander rubbed his chin. Why did that sound kind of reasonable? Benjamin raised his hand again. This punch was heavier than the last, and Stormfront flew backward once more, slamming into a streetlight pole. But Stormfront did not fall. Instead, her eyes grew brighter with excitement. Many years ago, Stormfront had asked Benjamin to hit her too. Of course, he might have hit her even harder back then. Ben, listen. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her voice turning even softer. I know you really want to have some fun with me. It's been a long time since but don't get too worked up. I promise you I'll control myself from now on and play this superhero make-believe game with you. Okay? Ben, let me join the 7. Benjamin looked at the flush spreading across her striking face and fell silent for a moment. He was simply speechless. He even suspected this might have been why Clara had fallen for him back then. Stormfront was the kind of woman who felt good after getting beaten up. He had no idea how the original body had fallen in love with someone like this. In the world of the boys, there were plenty of insane people with insane powers, and not a single one of them was normal, except for him. He lowered his fist. Get the fuck out of here. Report to Vought tomorrow. I'll have Ashley release some new rules for Vought sups. If you don't follow them, I'll beat the shit out of you again, then kick you out of the 7. Got it. Hey, baby. Stormfront wiped the last trace of blood from her face. The smile on her lips had fully returned, even carrying a faint satisfaction left over from the beating. Just beating me up is fine. That's a reward for me, isn't it? As soon as she finished speaking, her body shot up from the ground. Electric light flickered around Stormfront. Her trench coat billowed behind her, swelling into a full arc in the rushing air. A moment later, Stormfront cut an almost invisible trail across the New York night sky and quickly vanished into the lights of Manhattan. Fuck, damn superpowered flight, I hate flying. Hearing that, Homelander's face went stiff. He held back his laugh, unless he wanted to get beaten up by his old man. Soon, the two finished their walk and returned to their own apartments. Homelander had wanted to live with Benjamin, but Benjamin rejected him and even called him a wimp, so he gave up on the idea. Besides, they saw each other every day. And sometimes, when Homelander came home late after drinking, he could pretend to be drunk and have his father take him back. As soon as Benjamin returned, the system's voice sounded. You allowed Homelander, who has been lonely for half his life, to experience what father-son affection feels like, especially through the scene of father and son fighting enemies side by side. You also helped him understand what friendship is. Although you did not tell him at first, he does not hate your lies or expectations, because in his eyes, perhaps they are proof that you love him. Reward, Super Defense LV5 upgraded to LV6. Benjamin was already too tired to even curse at the system. Chapter 47. Brooklyn, New York, in a dimly lit basement. The smell of smoke, motor oil, and old newspapers mingled with the damp, musty air. Butcher leaned against the wall. An unlit cigarette hung from his mouth. His arms were folded across his chest as he silently stared at the few sheets of paper on the table. I still think we should consider bringing in Soldier Boy. Huey sat on a folding chair across from the pool table, gesturing with both hands. I mean, he saved my girlfriend right in front of me. He could have just ignored it, but when A-Train came charging over, he grabbed a bucket of oil and went straight in. That wasn't for show, Butcher. That was real. He might actually be a real superhero. A real superhero. Billy Butcher took the cigarette from his mouth and held it between his fingers. Listen to yourself, Huey. Soldier Boy is Homelander's dad, his biological father. The whole damn country knows it. And Homelander, you're saying we should recruit Homelander's own father to take down Homelander. He put the cigarette back in his mouth and gave a cold laugh. Fine, you go ask him first if he's willing to beat the shit out of his own son for a few sewer rats like us. I'll be right here waiting for the good news. After all, this Butcher was different from the one in the original story. Back then, Butcher met Soldier Boy first and only learned about the father-son connection afterward. Even after Soldier Boy found out Homelander was his son, he still meant to kill him. But things were different now. Soldier Boy cared about Homelander, and the whole country knew it. Okay. Huey's voice dropped. I just think Soldier Boy isn't really a bad guy. The way Vought treated him today, attacked by people sent by his own company, betrayed by his former teammates. Anyone would hate Vought after that. Maybe Vought really will change because of him. Butcher stared at Huey like he was looking at a kid who had just wandered out of a fairy tale. You think those bloody superheroes are going to change? Jesus fuck, you really are that naive. Don't start thinking Soldier Boy is some good guy just because he saved your girlfriend. Truth is, there isn't a single good supe out there. Every supe, once they have power, ends up doing evil. It's not that they choose to be evil. Power itself makes them evil. That's fucking human nature. That's why there shouldn't be any sups in this world. Not one. And why don't you ask Mother's Milk? His family died horribly because of Soldier Boy. You're too extreme, Butcher. Huey lifted his head, wanting to argue, but in the end, he only sighed. Robin was still alive. Every morning, she still came to the shop to bring him coffee, and she still teased him for putting an extra spoonful of sugar in his tea. He should have felt lucky, he should have been grateful, he should have forgotten all about sups and A-Train. But he had not. Huey still took Butcher's card, still sat in this basement, still stared at the pile of evidence against Vought in a daze. Even he did not know why he had come. Maybe it was because, deep down, he felt that some of what Butcher said about sups was true, but not all of it. Maybe that female supe is a victim. Frenchie leaned against the pool table. Vought's files say she lost control after being injected with Compound V. She didn't choose to become like that. She was just a test subject. A test subject is still a dangerous fucking test subject. Butcher waved impatiently. You're feeling sorry for a supe who can tear steel plates apart with her bare hands. Frenchie, are you fucking high? They still had not found Kimiko. Mother's Milk sat in the corner. He had not spoken the whole time, his eyes filled with hatred. He was on Butcher's side. After all, Soldier Boy had been directly involved in his family's deaths, even if it had been an accident. Butcher looked coldly at all of them and said, "Listen up, all of you. Once we find a chance to leak the truth about Compound V to the public, along with everything that happened today, Vought is going to take another massive hit. Soldier Boy and Vought's top brass are already at odds. This is a gift. Those bastards are tearing themselves apart from the inside and will smash their shell from the outside. It's that simple. Vought will be finished before long." What Butcher did not know was that Benjamin was already doing the very thing he was planning. As he spoke, Vought's public relations servers were pushing a draft of an upcoming public statement to Ashley's tablet. The truth about Compound V would be revealed by Vought itself. Vought Tower Press Room. There were still 40 minutes before the press conference officially began. But all 300 media seats were already filled. Reporters who could not get inside were packed into the hallway. Several rows of cameras and tripods blocked the entrance to the hall, and even the ceiling had been temporarily fitted with relay equipment for the live broadcast. It was not just New York, it was not even just the United States. Media outlets around the world were watching this press conference. Soldier Boy and Homelander being ambushed in Pennsylvania by sups sent by Vought's former president, and the truth behind superheroes. Either story alone would be enough to blow up the front page, and today, Vought's press conference would address all of it at once. Ashley stood in the backstage dressing room, adjusting the angle of her collar over and over in the mirror. Less than a week ago, she had still been a minor supervisor under Madeline, ordered around at will. Now, she was wearing a sharply tailored dark gray suit, about to face the cameras of the entire world as the new CEO of Vought International. Then Ashley took a deep breath and forced the last trace of trembling from the corner of her mouth. Benjamin sat in another chair, his shield leaning against the armrest beside him, a cup of iced coffee in his hand. Homelander stood next to him. When the lights came on, Ashley was the first to walk to the main podium. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ashley Barrett, the new CEO of Vought International." Her voice carried through the entire press room, through the surround sound system. Camera flashes burst into a wash of white light as many of the reporters started taking pictures. Ashley paused briefly, then continued. "Before today's press conference officially begins, on behalf of Vought, I would like to formally apologize to the American people and to everyone around the world who has ever placed their trust in Vought. A low stir spread through the audience. For decades, Stan Edgar and the former members of his board of directors systematically concealed the truth, deceived people, and betrayed Vought's heroes, employees, and the public. The following is a list of verified crimes. She opened the file in front of her and began reading through it one item at a time. First, Edgar and his former management sold Soldier Boy to foreign forces without informing anyone, causing him to suffer 40 years of illegal imprisonment and inhuman torture. Second, after Mr. Soldier Boy overcame immense hardship and returned to the United States, former Vice President Madeline and Edgar ordered the Seven to illegally hunt him down. Homelander later refused the order. Third, Edgar and Madeline manipulated public opinion, used illegal methods to distort approval ratings, and deliberately slandered multiple members of the Seven, including Soldier Boy and Homelander. Fourth, Edgar and Madeline mobilized more than 30 SUPE mercenaries, along with the remaining members of Payback, in an attempt to erase this World War II hero from the face of the earth. She turned to the final page, and her voice suddenly became slower and heavier than before. All of the crimes listed above are supported by a complete chain of evidence. All evidence will be submitted to the FBI today. Vought hereby promises to fully cooperate with the investigation, disclose all files, and provide compensation to every victim. The hall was silent for a moment before noise erupted through the room. Now, Mr. Soldier Boy and Mr. Homelander will take questions. The first female reporter, called on, nearly rushed to speak. Mr. Soldier Boy, Edgar sold you out to the Russians. What kind of torture did you suffer during that time? Benjamin pulled the microphone toward himself and fell silent for a moment. Then he briefly answered by describing the torture he had endured in Russia. Although he had already talked about it during the live broadcast, there was no harm in going over it again. The second reporter quickly asked, Mr. Soldier Boy, do you have the ability to live forever? After all these years, you look exactly the same as you did 40 years ago. Soldier Boy nodded. That's right, I do have the ability to live forever, ever since I became the original Supe. Beside him, Homelander looked at Benjamin, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Although he had already guessed that Soldier Boy had the ability to live forever, hearing Soldier Boy say it himself felt different. But then Homelander began to worry again. Maybe he did not have the ability to live forever. If several decades passed, would he end up leaving Benjamin? At that thought, Homelander grew unhappy again. Chapter 48. The third reporter stood up with trembling hands. His question was for Homelander. Mr. Homelander, now that you know everything your father went through, how do you feel? Homelander took the microphone and said, I fucking hate the people who did this to him. I hate Edgar. I hate everything Vought used to be. He looked into the camera and continued, but more than that, I'm proud of him, because my father crawled out of hell and came back to America. He endured all that torture, but it didn't break him. He is the strongest superhero in the world, and he is my father. After everything that's happened, my father and I will completely change the corruption and filth inside Vought. Together, we will build a real superhero company. The more Homelander spoke, the more fired up he became. When he finished, everyone below burst into applause and brilliant light poured down over him. Homelander felt like he was in perfect form. Soon, the fourth reporter stood up. CEO Ashley, you mentioned that Vought needs to transform, as well as the truth about superheroes. Could you explain that in detail? Ashley nodded, turned to a new page in the file before her, and took a deep breath. Because what came next was the real bombshell of this press conference. Before I explain Vought's future direction, I need to confess to the public a truth that has been hidden for nearly a century. A secret Stan, Edgar and Madeline Stillwell refused to reveal even to their dying day. Vought International began as a pharmaceutical company. In the early 20th century, its founder, Frederick Vought, developed a compound designated V. That is, compound V. Its function is to permanently rewrite human genes, granting ordinary people abilities beyond natural limits. Every superhero gained their powers from it. Sups were not born with their powers. They were not blessed by a miracle, and it had nothing to do with God. Every Supe is a product made in a laboratory. She turned the page, her gaze sweeping over the breathless faces below. At that moment, the atmosphere completely changed. Everyone was stunned. SUPs were just humans who had been injected. In addition, throughout his decades in power, Stan Edgar worked with Madeline Stillwell to secretly push forward a massive illegal injection program across the globe. Thousands of ordinary people were injected with Compound V without their knowledge. Among the victims were children, pregnant women, veterans, and the homeless. Edgar and Madeline treated them as test subjects. To this day, many superheroes still don't know that their so-called talent was actually just a numbered experimental record in Edgar's lab. The press room was so quiet that the airflow from the vents overhead could be heard. What's worse, Ashley's voice suddenly grew colder. Edgar and Madeline did not merely carry out secret injections on innocent people. They also built a global black market network for Compound V. They sold Compound V at high prices to criminal organizations, terrorist groups, and private armed forces, deliberately creating large numbers of supervillains. The existence of these supervillains became Vought's excuse to keep expanding its soup affairs. Edgar created the disasters first, then sent superheroes to solve them, gaining enormous profits and public influence in the process. It was a complete closed loop. And those victims who lost control after being injected never knew, even at death, that they were only pawns in a business plan. All of this was carried out under Edgar's orders, without the knowledge of the vast majority of Vought's board of directors. Before today, Vought's middle management, including myself, as well as all SUPs, knew nothing about these crimes. Hearing this, Homelander's expression remained calm. Although he felt a little guilty, Benjamin had told him that he needed to properly deal with the rotten things he had done and truly change. And these matters would be pushed onto the dead Edgar and Madeline. Although, to be fair, Homelander had done those things with Edgar's tacit approval in the first place. Ashley opened the final page of the file. Today, Vought will hand over all evidence of Edgar and Madeline's crimes, including their private communications, financial records, black market transaction ledgers, and secret experimental files, to the FBI in stages. At the same time, Vought announces that, effective immediately, the production, sale, and injection of Compound V will be completely stopped, permanently. We will then dispatch superheroes to shut down every Compound V production line and black market warehouse under Edgar's name. From this moment on, no one in this world will ever again be turned into a soup by Compound V. The only business lines Vought will retain are soup affairs management and the operation of the Seven. Our goal is simple: to make sure superheroes are no longer products created in laboratories, but true protectors trusted by the public. Real superheroes. Another stir ran through the press room. Immediately after, thunderous applause erupted from everyone present. In front of the television, every member of the boys was stunned. Butcher muttered to himself, "The thing we were fucking planning to do. Soldier Boy and Homelander actually did it first. Then what's the point of any of this?" He still had a huge pile of evidence, just waiting to work with CIA Deputy Director Susan Rayner to bring Vought down. "How about we all just go home and find our mums?" Frenchie glanced at the others and asked. Chapter 49. The contents of Vought's press conference swept across every screen in the world within 24 hours. Superheroes were made with drugs. That sentence became the headline across every major media outlet, printed in bold, oversized font, paired with a photo of Ashley, Homelander, and Soldier Boy seated together on the press conference stage. CNN brought in 3 genetic ethics experts and a retired FDA official for a full 2-hour special. A Fox News host opened with the words, "The biggest scam of the century," then spent 40 minutes tearing into the late Edgar. On social media, Compound V sat at the top of Twitter's trending list for an entire day, outstripping the presidential election and the World Cup draw. In the streets, in neighborhoods, and all over the internet, nearly everyone was talking about the same thing. "Damn Vought, they lied to us for that long. Holy shit, those superheroes were all drugged up. My god, this is insane. Vought is fucking evil." First, they framed an old hero and sold Soldier Boy to the Russians to be tortured for 40 years. Then they mass-produced superheroes to trick us into buying merch. That limited edition Homelander poster, set in my room, cost me $200, and now you're telling me he was made in a lab with drugs. But the superheroes are victims too. They didn't know, especially Homelander. Did you see his face at the press conference? He looked genuinely shocked. Almost sad. Maybe he went through all kinds of experiments and injections, and that's why he's so powerful. Poor Homelander, poor superheroes. Honestly, those parents are even worse, selling their own kids to Vought for money so they could be injected. But doesn't that mean the world is full of supervillains now? Will Homelander protect us? Of course he will, he's our superhero. With Soldier Boy and Homelander, father and son, there's no way they won't be able to manage Vought properly. I believe in them. Come on, for all we know, they're secretly working on Compound V behind the scenes too and just making dead Edgar take the blame. Anyone can talk PR. Vought changed its skin, but it's still Vought. Similar discussions were happening in every state, every city, and in front of every screen. Of course, Vought's stock price inevitably dropped. It was not cut in half, but a 20 to 30% fall was enough to terrify any publicly listed company. The shareholders could not sit still, and investors blew up Vought's finance department with calls. A few minor shareholders even publicly called for an emergency shareholders meeting. But the people who truly cared about the stock price were neither Benjamin nor Homelander. To them, they were them, and Vought was Vought. Besides, they did not belong to Vought, unless Vought belonged to them. Benjamin sat in his office with his feet propped on the desk, holding a glass of iced cola. A tablet lay open on the desk, showing Vought's real-time stock chart. The red line was sliding steadily downward. He glanced at it, lifted his cola, and took a sip. Then he went back to reading a file the legend had sent him about Crimson Countess and the liquidation of the estates left behind by the other sups who had once surrounded and attacked him. In the hallway, Ashley hurried past in high heels, clutching 3 stacks of files. Half her hair had come loose, and dark circles hung beneath her eyes. She cared about the stock price falling, but she cared even more about whether Vought could survive. After all, she was Vought's new CEO now. The PR department's media statement is already on its 7th draft. She burst into her office and shouted at 2 assistants who had matching dark circles under their eyes. CNN's follow-up report wants a detailed breakdown of the Compound V victims. Did we send it? Fuck, I'm drowning here. One assistant silently pushed a cup of long cold coffee toward her. She picked it up, gulped down a large mouthful, and went right back to typing. Lately, she had been sleeping less than 4 hours a day. Not because anyone was forcing her, but because she could not stop. Her life had never mattered as much as it did now. Soldier Boy and Homelander had given her all of this, and she had to be worthy of the position. Besides, Edgar and Madeline were dead. The previous board of directors had been cleared out, and every mid-level executive in Vought who had survived the purge was watching her. She absolutely could not afford to make a mistake. On the other side of the same floor, in the Seven's conference room, Stormfront stood by her seat, looking around. Her features were sharp and defined, carrying a natural heroic air. So this is the Seven's current lineup. Stormfront glanced over the people around the long table. Maeve, Starlight, the Deep, and of course, Homelander. A-Train isn't here yet, Starlight said. She was a little curious about Stormfront. There was an easy, casual confidence about her that felt somewhat similar to Soldier Boy. Just then, the conference room door opened, and A-Train walked in. He had lost some weight after spending so long in the hospital. The teeth Benjamin had knocked out had already been replaced, but a faint scar still lingered at the corner of his mouth. He stood beside the long table for a moment, then pulled out a chair and sat down without saying a word. Stormfront looked at A-Train, a flash of disgust passing through her eyes. If A-Train had not been a superhero, if he had only been an ordinary person, Stormfront would have killed him the moment she saw him. Soon, Benjamin walked in through the door, his shield hanging from his left arm. As soon as Benjamin entered, everyone except Stormfront sat up straight. Homelander's posture was especially perfect. Stormfront, meanwhile, gave Benjamin a flirtatious look. Benjamin walked to the head seat and sat down, his gaze settling on the recently returned A-Train for a long while. "You recovered?" "Yes, sir," A-Train said quietly. How's your heart? The doctor said it needs long-term observation. A train lowered his head and looked at his hands. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't listen to you last time. You didn't, Benjamin said, but you're the one who almost died, so that lesson worked better than anything I could have said, right? Yes. Good. Benjamin sat at the head of the table. I'll say this one last time. No one in the 7 is allowed to touch any compound V booster shots again. Hand over everything you've hidden before, and it'll all be destroyed together. Especially you, A-Train. If I ever fucking find out you got your hands on any dose of compound V through any channel again, I'll consider replacing you with Shockwave. This is your last chance. Yes, sir. A-Train nodded. Nearby, the Deep could not help laughing at A-Train's misery. It's not just compound V, the same goes for any form of drugs. Gambling and drugs are not allowed anywhere among our company's SUPs. Benjamin began emphasizing the company's discipline for managing SUPs. Homelander did not care much about any of it. After all, aside from his fondness for milk, he basically had no bad habits, and drinking milk did not count as one. He actually liked the rule. Homelander hated drug use himself. The only reason he had tolerated A-Train before was because A-Train had always been doing work for him. After Benjamin finished stressing the rules, he gestured for Homelander to speak. Homelander was still the captain of the 7, after all, and Benjamin did not want to steal too much of the spotlight. Benjamin's role was more about managing Homelander and Ashley. Homelander would manage the 7, while Ashley managed the company. Homelander nodded and said, Everyone, the current official members of the 7 are Homelander, Maeve, Starlight, the Deep, A-Train, and Stormfront. He read the names one by one, pausing briefly when he reached Stormfront. There is still one vacancy. Black Noir is dead, and Translucent is dead too, but Translucent's death will not be made public for now. Deep, Maeve, has there been any progress in the investigation into Translucent? Maeve shook her head. They still had not found anything. Then keep investigating, Homelander said. As for the public, we'll say Translucent is carrying out a classified mission and won't be appearing in public for the time being. Once we find the killer and get more information, we'll decide what to do next. Chapter 50. After the meeting ended, the members of the 7 got up and left one after another. Maeve and Starlight walked out of the conference room side by side, quietly discussing something. Before long, A-Train arrived outside Benjamin's office, looking hesitant. Mr. Soldier Boy. A-Train walked in, shut the door behind him, and stood in front of the desk with his hands hanging at his sides. I wanted to ask, can Popclaw and I make our relationship public? Benjamin froze for a moment. Popclaw. The woman A-Train had killed with his own hands in the original story. After the boys discovered Compound V, they threatened Popclaw into revealing where Compound V was kept. Then Homelander ordered her silenced, and A-Train carried it out. But in this timeline, the blame for Compound V had already been pushed entirely onto Edgar and Madeline, and Homelander had long since stopped the black market circulation. Popclaw did not have to die. You're asking me about something that small. Benjamin frowned and asked, who the hell cares about your private life? A-Train said quietly, Madeline said before that going public with my relationship would affect my market value and my future, and then affect the company's profits. The fans like A-Train's single. Going public would make my approval rating drop and sponsors would pull out, so she wouldn't let me tell anyone. Hattie. Benjamin leaned back in his chair and said coldly, Vought has its own hands full right now. The stock is crashing. The PR department is working overtime until dawn every day. Who the hell cares who you're sleeping with? I approve. Go public if you want. A-Train blinked, clearly not expecting that answer. Benjamin had answered without the slightest hesitation. And besides, that dead old whore is already out of the picture, Benjamin continued. I'm the one running Vought now. With me, who you date and who you sleep with is your own business. As long as it doesn't affect your missions, and as long as you don't do drugs, don't shoot up, and don't run people over, handle the rest however you want. Thank you, sir. There was a sincerity in A-Train's voice that had never been there before. He looked at Benjamin gratefully. Aside from the fact that Benjamin liked hitting people, he really was far better than Madeline in every other way. While A-Train had been in the hospital, Popclaw had been busy running around and taking care of him. The reason A-Train had not made their relationship public before was not entirely because the company forbade it. He had also enjoyed the fan worship that came with his single image. Those female fans screaming, "A-Train, I love you." Those young girls at races holding up signs that said, "Marry me." All of it was vanity he had not wanted to give up. But during his hospital stay, only his brother and Popclaw came to see him. Maybe coming so close to death had made A-Train understand a few things. And there was one more thing. A-Train did not dare imagine, if Soldier Boy had not come back and Popclaw had done those things, would Homelander have spared his girlfriend? Probably not. One more thing. Benjamin cut off A-Train's thoughts, raised a finger, and pointed at A-Train's chest. Your heart problem doesn't look like something that'll be fixed just because you stop shooting up. Find a way to deal with it. The Seven has always been the world's top soup team. If your speed really can't keep up with Shockwave or with other second-tier speedsters, then by that point, it might not be up to me. Homelander will consider replacing you with someone more suitable. Understand? A-Train gritted his teeth, his expression turning serious. He knew this was not a threat. Shockwave really was more stable than him, and there was nothing wrong with his heart. Yes, sir, I'll get my speed back. Get out. Benjamin waved him off. At the same time, Homelander was investigating something else. He had handed Translucent's case over to the Deep and Maeve, while he put all his energy into another lead. Before Edgar died, he had revealed one thing to him: Homelander had a son. Now Homelander finally had time to look into the truth. Through his own methods, Homelander found some rough information. He had a son, and the boy's mother was Becca, Billy Butcher's wife. Becca had once been Homelander's assistant. 8 years ago, Homelander overheard Butcher running his mouth about him and wanted revenge. Becca had also been drinking, and one thing led to another before they ended up in bed. After that, Becca disappeared. He had not taken it to heart, and everyone thought she was already dead. Butcher thought she was dead, and the whole world thought she was dead. But Vought had hidden her away. Because Becca was pregnant, and the child was his. Homelander's child had been secretly hidden by Vought all this time, and the exact whereabouts of both the child and Becca pointed to one person. Dr. Vogelbaum, Vought's former chief scientist and one of Homelander's creators. Back then, it was Vogelbaum who deceived Soldier Boy, telling him it was only genetic modification. In reality, from the very beginning, the goal had been to cultivate the most powerful soup in the world, Homelander. Now, creating him had not been enough for Vought. They also wanted to keep his son. Basically, 3 generations, grandfather, father, and son, had all been under Vought's control. Though, of course, the current Soldier Boy was definitely not. At that moment, Homelander's fingers were trembling slightly. Madeline knew about this, Edgar knew about this, all of them knew. They would rather have him shoot a family promo in front of a fake piano than tell him he really had a child. He buried his face in his hands, his breathing growing heavier and rougher until he was panting, his shoulders rising and falling with each rapid breath. Madeline was already dead, but he still wanted to kill Madeline. He hated Madeline. Homelander even wanted Doppelganger to turn into Madeline so he could shoot her dead all over again. Just then, Benjamin came to Homelander's side. He had noticed from far away that something was wrong with Homelander's mood. Starlight had just asked him to lunch, but for now, he could only check on his son first. Benjamin figured Homelander had found the truth on his own. As for this son of his, almost everyone in the company was under Homelander's control. Benjamin had given him extremely high authority. Basically, within Vought, Homelander now had the highest power after Benjamin himself. Finding out the truth had only been a matter of time. You okay? Homelander suddenly lifted his head, his eyes red as if they had just been washed out by laser vision. I'm fine, I'm good. Benjamin looked at him. You look like a junkie high out of his mind. No, you look more like a kid who hasn't had milk in at least half a month. For Homelander, going half a month without milk really would be the sky falling. Dad, I want you to come somewhere with me. Where? Dr. Vogelbaum's house. Homelander spoke slowly. Vought's former chief scientist and one of my creators. He should know where my son, your grandson, is. He knows the whole truth. Benjamin did not hesitate. I'll go with you. He happened to have a score to settle with Vogelbaum too. That damn doctor had lied to him, saying it was only genetic research. Chapter 51. Vogelbaum's estate sat in a secluded valley in upstate New York, far from the city, far from Vought, and far from everything he had created with his own hands. The ivy on both sides of the wrought iron gate was neatly trimmed, and the gravel driveway had been laid with meticulous care. It was the respectable shell of a retired old man. When Benjamin and Homelander landed at the estate's entrance, Vogelbaum was standing beneath the porch. He did not hide. He was not foolish enough to call the police, and he made no attempt to run. Vogelbaum only gave a faint sigh, as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Naturally, he knew everything that had happened at Vought. Edgar was dead, Madeline was dead, the board of directors had been wiped out, and he knew better than anyone that he was probably next. It was only a matter of time before Homelander came to his door. Just ask. Vogelbaum spoke slowly. I'll tell you the truth. He glanced at Homelander's expression. For the moment, Homelander's mood was still relatively stable. He knew that if he pushed Homelander too far, the retirement life he had so carefully maintained here would be gone. Vogelbaum led the two of them through an oak-floored hallway and into the study. An entire wall of the study was lined with books, and several faded medals rested on the mantel above the fireplace. He took a manila envelope from the desk drawer and placed it on the table. Inside the envelope were Becca and Ryan's addresses. Homelander stared at the envelope for a long time. Then he raised his head and asked, "Why did you do this? The deception, the lies, for 8 whole years?" Vogelbaum was silent for a long while. "To protect you." He spoke slowly, his voice old and calm. "Isn't that what Vought does? Protect our most valuable asset?" The words had barely left his mouth when Benjamin's fist swung out. He held back, since the man was only an ordinary human. But when his knuckles smashed into Vogelbaum's face, that aged body still flew backward as if its bones had been yanked out, crashing into the bookshelf and knocking half a row of hardcovers to the floor. Vogelbaum collapsed sideways on the ground. Nearly all his teeth had been knocked out, and blood mixed with saliva spilled from the corner of his mouth. His breathing was now rapid and weak, his chest struggling to rise and fall against the floor. "My son is not a fucking asset." Benjamin drew back his fist, his voice cold. He looked down at the half-dead old man on the floor, without a trace of pity in his eyes. "Serves him right. It would not matter even if he killed him. That punch wasn't just for tricking me into some bullshit genetic experiment. It was because you insulted my son. An asset? My son is not a fucking asset, and he isn't some product either. He's a person, a living, breathing person. He is a person first and a soup second. Fuck you." Homelander stood behind Benjamin, his lips slightly parted. Ever since he was a child, countless people had told him he was an asset, a product, Vought's most valuable IP, the most successful specimen in the lab, and the test subject with the highest priority number in the incubation chamber. Madeline said he was Vought's future. Edgar said he was their most precious product. Vogelbaum said he was an asset that needed to be protected. Even he had almost started to believe it. Now his father was standing in front of him, telling the old man who had created him, he was not an asset, he was a person. It took Vogelbaum a long time to come back to himself. With a trembling hand, he braced himself against the floor and leaned back against the crooked bookshelf, blood still running from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to say something. Whether it was an excuse or a plea for mercy, Benjamin had already turned away and picked up the manila envelope. "The address is inside." Vogelbaum nodded. Blood dripped from his chin onto the shirt across his chest as he stared at Homelander. "John, listen, I feel guilty. You should have grown up in a family that loved you, not in a cold laboratory raised by doctors. Now that I'm old, I feel remorse for what I did when I was young. When I think about what I did to you, and what you'll do to others in the future, I just..." I'm sorry. And you too, Benjamin, I'm sorry. Homelander shook his head. I don't need your fucking apology. I truly am sorry. What do you want? What the hell do you want saying sorry now? Homelander snapped back. You want my forgiveness, now. By the end, Homelander's lips were even trembling. Whether it was because he had remembered his childhood, or because the old man in front of him had admitted his mistake, even he could not tell. But either way, Homelander knew it was too late, far too late. If Benjamin had raised him from childhood, he never would have turned out like this. Never would have. Homelander was growing agitated. Hypocrite, you damn old bastard, Benjamin cursed. I admit it was my mistake. Do whatever you want. I don't need anything. I'm just an old man who knows he was wrong. Vought muttered to himself. Chapter 52. In the dim room, Benjamin and Homelander looked down at Vought, who was slumped on the floor. This chief scientist, who had once wielded immense power within the Vought group and single-handedly created countless SUPs, now had eyes clouded with regret. He had just admitted his mistake. And yet, looking at Vaught's display, Benjamin smiled. Vought, look me in the eye. Benjamin slowly crouched down, his hard face drawing close to the old scientist's as he said in a low voice, You don't know you were wrong. Deep down, maybe even subconsciously, you've never thought locking an infant in a cold laboratory and tormenting him was a sin. The only reason you're admitting it now is because, in your own mind, you ran an experiment that failed completely. Benjamin's gaze was ice-cold as he continued. From what you just said, you still think my son, John, is nothing but a failed asset. You're afraid, you think he'll become like me in the future, break free from Vought's control, and turn into a monster who hurts people. Isn't that right? Those words laid Vaught's heart bare. That really was what he feared. So his admission of guilt was not because he thought what he had done to Homelander as a child was wrong. It was because the experiment had failed and because Homelander had become uncontrollable. That was why he admitted his mistake. If Homelander were a normal superhero now, would Vought have admitted anything? Impossible. Edgar and Madeline were dead, and Vaught's upper ranks had been wiped out. Now Vought belonged to this father and son. Vought could only hope that the monster he had raised with his own hands might, under Benjamin's restraint, retain as much humanity as possible. At that moment, the old scientist's lips trembled slightly. He wanted to defend himself, but not a sound came out. Benjamin's smile grew colder. So you're afraid? Maybe you aren't afraid of us snapping your neck right here. After all, those damn old bones of yours have lived long enough. But... Benjamin paused, a cruel gleam flashing in his eyes. You're afraid we'll go after your family. For example, right in front of you, we tear your wife, your children, your grandchildren apart with our bare hands, one by one, while they're still alive. Vaught's face turned deathly pale. All color drained from it as he muttered, No, you can't do that, they're innocent. Please, Benjamin, you can't. Of course I fucking won't. Benjamin kicked Vought aside and let out a cold snort. I don't go after people's families, I'm not that vile. Benjamin was only trying to scare Vought. As for laying a hand on his family, he was not as low as Butcher. But you have to pay for everything you've done. Benjamin stopped looking at the damned old man and turned his gaze to Homelander beside him. At that moment, Homelander understood exactly what Benjamin meant. Buzz! Almost by instinct, a blinding light flared in Homelander's eyes. As long as he lowered his head even slightly, those two red beams, powerful enough to cut through steel, would instantly split the old man's head open like a watermelon. But, in the final second before that deadly heat could burst forth, the red light in Homelander's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly, and a memory of a cold, sealed laboratory surfaced in his mind. Young John, dressed in a thin hospital gown, was curled up on the cold metal floor. Tubes covered his body, and he had just endured another agonizing extreme test. When he was at his most helpless, and in the deepest pain, a figure appeared beyond the laboratory's heavy bulletproof glass door. It was a younger Vought. He stood outside the door, looking through the glass at the battered young John inside, with a gentle smile on his face, almost kindly. "Well done, John, you are my most perfect masterpiece." In his memory, that faint voice passed through the glass. For young John back then, a child with no parents, no hugs, not even a single toy, that smile beyond the glass was the only sunlight in his frozen world. Naively, he saw the man in the white coat as his father. Even though behind that smile, there was nothing but cold data, and that so-called fatherly love had been a sickening lie from beginning to end. Ha. Homelander's chest heaved violently. He stared hard at Vought on the floor, the red glow in his eyes brightening and dimming. In truth, Homelander had spent his entire life desperately searching for the illusion of a father. Vought, who had given him life but treated him like a lab rat. Stan Edgar, who had controlled him through corporate interests and power games, looking at him like he was nothing more than a product. And now, this biological father who had truly given him his bloodline, yet was so forceful that he inspired awe in him, along with a faint longing. Soldier boy, Benjamin. This was the father who truly loved him. Vought and Edgar were not real fathers. The muscles in Homelander's face twitched slightly. He wanted to do it. However, at this moment, he had not yet reached the point he would in the later parts of the original series. The Homelander of the present had not yet been completely swallowed by endless power and arrogance. He had not yet fully abandoned that last trace of human weakness in his heart. Naturally, he could not bring himself to act like his later self in the original series, cruelly slaughtering every experimenter in the laboratory. Besides, even that completely corrupted Homelander from the original storyline, who had abandoned his humanity, still hesitated when facing Barbara, the woman he saw as his mother, didn't he? He only welded the laboratory doors shut with his lasers, leaving Barbara to wait for death in loneliness and despair. Why didn't he just use his heat vision to cut her in half? Was it because he really wanted to be cruel and make her feel the terror of waiting to die? Or was it because, in the end, those eyes did not dare fire on the woman who had once given him a trace of false, motherly love, could not kill her by his own hand right in front of her? Benjamin frowned slightly. It seemed the psychological pressure Homelander carried from the laboratory was far too heavy. Was it hatred, a faint trace of love, or both? Perhaps later, he would have to find a chance to take Homelander back to the laboratory. Only by completely dealing with the source could Homelander's psychological problems perhaps be resolved. The room fell into deathly silence, broken only by Homelander's heavy breathing. Vought, who had been lying on the floor the whole time, seemed to realize something. The old scientist slowly raised his head. First, he looked at Benjamin's cold expression. Then he turned toward Homelander, whose eyes were red and whose face was twisted in pain and struggle. Seeing that Homelander could not bring himself to act, understanding appeared in Vogelbaum's clouded eyes. Then it turned into deep self-mockery. It was as if every last bit of strength had been drained from the old scientist in an instant. He slowly closed his eyes and said softly, "Do it, John. I owe you this. It's time to end this sinful life of mine." Chapter 53. In the end, Homelander still did not do it. Benjamin looked at his son, trapped in his own inner struggle. The next second, he stepped forward without expression and wrapped his broad hand around Vogelbaum's neck. There was no hesitation. Cracked. The crisp sound of snapping bone rang through the room. Vogelbaum was dead. For an old bastard who had practically built the sinful foundation of Vought's empire with his own hands, the ending Benjamin gave him was far too merciful. A broken neck, instant brain death, no pain at all. Compared to the original storyline, where Newman used her superpower to blow his head open in public at the hearing, splattering red and white matter across the floor and leaving him without an intact corpse, Vogelbaum's end here could absolutely be called peaceful. After that, Benjamin had Vought secretly arrange an extremely low-profile funeral. This was the last bit of dignity Benjamin left for the damned old man. As for the look of release on Vogelbaum's face in his final moment, maybe the old bastard really had felt true remorse rather than regret over creating a failed product. Or maybe he had not. Who could say? No one cared anymore. A gloomy sky drizzled with fine rain. In a remote private cemetery, Homelander stood beside Vogelbaum's coffin like a silent statue. His eyes were complicated as he watched the black wooden coffin disappear, bit by bit, beneath the yellow earth. What was being buried was not only Vogelbaum, but also that fragile boy named John, the one who had once trembled in the laboratory and longed for a hug. "What are you staring off into space for?" Benjamin's broad hand clapped heavily onto Homelander's shoulder, hard enough to make him sway slightly. "What's past is fucking past." Benjamin's voice was rough. Homelander felt the weight and warmth of a true father's hand on his shoulder. He took a deep breath. The cold rain cleared his head quite a bit, and the confusion in his eyes gradually faded. Homelander nodded, turned to Benjamin, and said, "Yeah, it's in the past. Now, should we go find Ryan?" "Let's go." Benjamin shrugged. "To be honest, I'm curious too. I've never even met this grandson of mine. I want to see what he looks like." He said he was curious, but in truth, Benjamin had a strong dislike for the grown-up Ryan from the original series. He was even somewhat disgusted by him. In the later part of the original series, Benjamin felt that if Homelander was a giant man-child twisted by childhood trauma and desperate for love, who later killed many, many people, then what about Ryan? Compared with Homelander, that little brat Ryan was even more of a beast. After Homelander learned of Ryan's existence, he truly did everything he could to make up for it. His love for Ryan was clumsy. He even humbled himself, wanting to keep Ryan by his side, wanting to give this son everything good in the world, desperately wanting to give Ryan the loving childhood he himself had never had. Even if Homelander's methods were extreme, he had never wronged Ryan. But how did Ryan repay him? When Ryan attacked Stormfront, he lost control of his power and accidentally killed his biological mother, Becca. In the finale, during the ultimate battle at the White House, Ryan chose to stand with Butcher and fight against his own father. In the end, Homelander's death could not be separated from the betrayal of this good son, Ryan. By then, Ryan was nothing but an ungrateful little wolf cub. Anyone could kill Homelander, but not Ryan. But it did not matter anymore. All of this could be changed. Benjamin looked at Homelander beside him, who was filled with excitement and anticipation, and thought to himself. 1 hour later. A closed community, secretly built by the Vought group. The place was shaded by trees, the houses were spotless, and the lawns were trimmed so perfectly they looked fake. The whole community had a false, eerie feeling, like something out of the Truman Show. Benjamin and Homelander stopped side by side in front of a beautiful 2-story villa. The heavy footsteps outside seemed to have been heard. With a click, the villa door opened from the inside. A little boy around 7 or 8 years old ran out. He had bright blonde hair, clear sapphire blue eyes, and delicate features. He was practically a copy of young John. This child was Ryan. "Mom, there are people outside." Ryan looked curiously at the 2 strong men in uniforms in front of him, then turned and shouted into the house. At his son's call, hurried footsteps sounded from inside. "Ryan, what happened? I told you, try not to open the door for strangers." Becca walked out while tying her apron, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. But the moment her gaze passed over her son and landed on the 2 men standing outside the yard, her mind went blank. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The person who had come was none other than Ryan's biological father, Homelander. Not only that, but beside Homelander stood a legendary figure even taller than him, Soldier Boy. The internet was full of rumors that Homelander and Soldier Boy were father and son. In other words, Ryan's father and grandfather had come. "Oh, look at this handsome young man." Homelander paid no attention to Becca at all. From the moment he first saw Ryan, he could not look away. A trace of tenderness appeared in Homelander's eyes. He slowly crouched down, trying hard to make his voice sound kind and friendly as he stared closely at Ryan. "Little guy, do you know who we are?" Ryan bit his finger and looked back and forth between the 2 of them. Although he had been isolated here, he had still watched TV and read comics. "I know." Ryan nodded innocently. "You're Homelander, and the one next to you is Soldier Boy, your superheroes." Hearing that childish voice, Homelander could not help laughing. There was a touch of bitterness in his smile, but also immense satisfaction. Yes, that's right, very smart, but do you know anything else? Just as this touching scene of fatherly affection and filial piety was unfolding, Benjamin, standing off to the side, could not take it anymore. You dumb kid, I'm your fucking grandfather. This grinning fool right here is your fucking father. How the fuck can you not see this? You dumb kid, I'm your fucking grandfather. This grinning idiot beside me is your fucking father. You little brat, how the fuck can you not see that? Ryan was stunned by the scolding. The little guy froze where he stood, his sapphire blue eyes filled with confusion and shock, his small mouth hanging slightly open. For a moment, his brain simply could not catch up. Dad and Grandpa. But Mom said he did not have a dad or grandpa. Homelander froze for a second, then looked back at Ryan, his smile becoming even brighter. Yeah, your grandpa's way of putting it is a little direct, but he's not wrong. Homelander reached out, wanting to touch Ryan's cheek, and said in a low voice, Ryan, your father is Homelander, and your grandfather is Soldier Boy. The two of us are the most powerful superheroes in the world, and you carry our sacred bloodline. We are family. Those words, family, completely shattered Becca's last psychological defense. Watching Homelander's hand move toward her son, watching shock and a faint, barely noticeable longing gradually rise in Ryan's eyes, Becca's face turned pale. Chapter 54. Ryan, be good and go back inside first. Becca crouched down and placed both hands on Ryan's shoulders. She forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, then reached up and ruffled her son's golden hair. Mommy needs to talk to your dad and this grandpa here about some grown-up things. Ryan did not notice the complicated tone in his mother's voice. At that moment, his clear blue eyes were shining with a light they had never had before. The biggest question he had carried since he was little was this. Everyone else had a dad, so why didn't he? Where had his dad gone? And now, he did not have to wonder anymore. The two strongest superheroes from TV were actually his father and his grandpa. Okay, I'll wait for you inside. Ryan nodded excitedly and dashed back into the house, his whole back radiating joy. Thud. As the villa's wooden door gently closed, the warmth on Becca's face vanished. She spread her arms and blocked the doorway, staring hard at the two men in front of her. No, you can't stay here. Leave right now. Becca's voice was sharp, her chest rising and falling. You're not welcome here. I have an absolute confidentiality agreement with Vought International. You can't violate the agreement. You can't ruin my life. Homelander's brow furrowed slightly, impatience flashing through his eyes. Because Becca had been secretly confined in this closed community for 8 long years, she could get information from the news, but what she knew was definitely behind the times. She had no idea that the Vought International she was talking about had already changed hands. In fact, even if she had seen the news and believed Vought International had a new CEO, she would still think that new CEO was managing the SUPs, not that the SUPs had taken control of Vought. You want my son to grow up without a father, just like I did. Homelander took a step forward and asked in an icy voice. My child doesn't need a terrible father like you. Becca gritted her teeth and refused to back down. Enough, stop fucking yelling. Benjamin cut off the pointless argument, sounding impatient. Becca, right? Put away that ridiculous Vought agreement of yours. Stan Edgar, Madeline, and Vogelbaum are all out of the picture. Now, Vought International belongs to me and Homelander. At that, Becca's eyes widened in terror. Of course she knew those 3 people. They were the top people at Vought International, who had promised her absolute safety and secrecy back then. Had Vought really changed completely? Had it fallen entirely into the hands of this monstrous father and son? So drop that victim face. Benjamin pointed at Becca, his voice low and carrying unquestionable authority. Of course, we didn't come here just because of you. I'm here to tell you the simplest truth. You can't stop a father who wants to see his own son. Becca's face was as white as paper, and she bit her lip hard. She knew Benjamin was telling the truth. Only here. You can only see him here. Becca relented. Although she desperately did not want Ryan to form any kind of bond with Homelander, at that moment, she had no choice but to compromise. No. Homelander spoke seriously. Listen, Ryan is my son. He has the most perfect genes in the world. He can't be locked in this fake birdcage like a prisoner. He'll become a great superhero in the future, just like me. I have to take him out and let him see the real world. If you dare. Becca found her courage. She pulled a pair of self-defense scissors from her pocket, pressed the point hard against her own throat, and shouted, "If you insist on taking him away, I'll stab myself in the neck right in front of Ryan. I'll die in front of him, and before I breathe my last, I'll tell him it was you, his father and grandfather, who drove his mother to her death." At those words, crimson lasers almost instantly lit up in Homelander's eyes. He stared at Becca, furious. But in the end, the red glow in his eyes slowly faded. He was afraid. Not afraid that Becca would die, but afraid that Ryan would truly hate him for the rest of his life because of it. He craved the love of family too much. Homelander could not bear the price of being hated by his own son. Standing behind him, Benjamin took it all in. In his eyes, a woman who used her own life to threaten others was simply foolish to the extreme. If it were him, he would not only watch Becca die, he would even help push the scissors in a little deeper. But looking at Homelander beside him, angry yet forced to compromise, Benjamin could only accept it in silence. Whatever. Benjamin sneered inwardly. Sooner or later, Homelander would hold Ryan and fly into the sky, show him the outside world, and expose the truth of this fake community. But that would have to wait until Homelander and Ryan had built a deep bond. Compromising for now would not hurt. The important thing was that Benjamin did not care about Ryan. He cared more about Homelander. Homelander nodded and said, "Fine, I won't take him away. But right now, I'm going inside to spend time with my son." Soon after this temporary agreement was reached, Benjamin and Homelander entered the cozy little wooden house. The atmosphere in the living room quickly became warm, though admittedly, that warmth was a little strange. Homelander, the strongest superhero in the world, was currently folding his tall body onto a small children's rug. He had never raised a child, and he had never been raised like a normal child himself. He had no idea how to get along with a 7-year-old boy. So he could only try things out himself. At that moment, Homelander was carefully holding Ryan's small hand, with one of his own action figures in the other. "Look, Homelander is flying over. Boom, he beat the bad guys." Homelander's voice was gentle. Giggle, giggle. Ryan laughed so hard he nearly fell over, his clear laughter ringing through the room. The little guy was completely immersed in joy. When he looked at Homelander, his eyes were full of admiration. This warm scene was entirely different from the ungrateful Ryan, in the original storyline, who attacked his own father with lasers. As for Becca, she was standing behind the kitchen counter with 2 cups of coffee, watching the father and son on the rug with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. Seeing Ryan's bright, heartfelt smile left Becca feeling deeply conflicted and uncomfortable. But would it be better for Ryan to have a father? Becca did not know. At that thought, she closed her eyes in pain. Impossible. How could she think something like that? This man was the demon who raped her back then. At that moment, Becca had completely forgotten that at the party back then, her husband had once said bad things about Homelander, mocking his lower body and his tight suit. And back then, Becca had drunk a lot, half resisting and half giving in. But no matter what, Becca believed she was the victim. In her mind, Homelander had raped her. Just as Becca was caught in the struggle of her own self-hypnosis, Homelander's excited voice suddenly came from the living room. "Dad, come here." Homelander turned around and looked at Benjamin, who was leaning against the sofa with a speechless expression. "Dad, do you want to touch Ryan's hand?" Homelander held up Ryan's pale, tender little hand and said, "His hand is so small, so soft. Really, try touching it." Looking at his delighted son, then at the grandson gazing innocently at him, Benjamin turned his head away in disgust. "Oh fuck. I really can't fucking stand how sappy you two are." Hearing that unfamiliar word, Ryan blinked his big eyes from the rug, looked up at Homelander curiously, and asked, "What does fuck mean?" Chapter 55. That innocent question hit Homelander hard, right as he was trying to maintain his image as a father. The expression on Homelander's face froze slightly. Well fuck, you can think of it as a catchphrase. Yes, it's a way of saying hello. It's your grandpa's special catchphrase. Very, very distinctive. Ryan nodded, half understanding. He thought the word sounded fun when it popped out of his mouth, so he shouted in a clear little voice, "Fuck, fuck, fuck, Grandpa." Benjamin. In the kitchen, Becca stood there holding a coffee cup, her face dark with despair. She looked hopelessly at the grandpa, sitting on her sofa with a mouth full of profanity, then at the dad, teaching her son how to swear. Damn it. This damned father and son. If she let them stay for a few more days, her son would absolutely be turned into a little punk by these two superpowered lunatics. Becca only wanted these two bastards to leave as soon as possible. Just then, Benjamin had had enough. He stood up and said, "You two can keep playing. I'm going out for a smoke, then heading back to Vought." When he reached the door, Benjamin stopped, turned his head slightly, and glanced at Becca. Then he pushed the door open and left without looking back. Homelander did not care. He kept playing with his son. After leaving the cabin, a notification sounded beside Benjamin's ear. "You helped Homelander kill Dr. Vought, the scientist who created Homelander. Homelander could not bring himself to do it, so you did it for him, and you gave Vought a relatively decent and dignified death, as well as a funeral. This has helped Homelander sever his past to a certain extent. However, if you truly want Homelander to completely cut himself free from the past, he needs to return home once. Reward: Super Self-Healing upgraded from LV5 to LV6. So far, Strength, Defense, and Self-Healing were all at LV6. Soon, Benjamin returned to his office. There were quite a few messages on his phone. Starlight had asked him out to dinner, while Stormfront had invited him to get a room. Since he had not been replying much, Starlight occasionally sent him a few cute stickers. Stormfront was much more direct and sent Benjamin photos of herself naked. There was no need to worry too much about Homelander for now. Just as Benjamin was deciding which invitation to accept, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Ashley pushed the door open, looking as if something urgent had happened. "Yes, sir." Ashley spoke carefully. "A superhero who was previously fired from Vought just contacted us through an internal encrypted line. He said he wants to see you or Homelander. Are you available right now?" A fired loser. Benjamin did not even raise his eyes. "Who? Mesmer." Ashley quickly flipped through the tablet in her hands. Even though she had already become CEO, she still kept that habit. "A former child star, and a former member of Vought's Teenage Kicks team. His power allows him to read other people's memories through physical contact. 2 years ago, Vought fired him for using his powers to steal trade secrets and commit insider trading." Ashley paused, then said, "He says he has definitive intel about Translucent's death." Hearing this, Benjamin remembered the original storyline. Mesmer, the mind reader. If he was showing up now, that meant the boys, led by William Butcher, had already made contact with the little fat guy. It also meant Kimiko had already been captured by the boys, and they were trying to use Mesmer's power to read Kimiko's memories. Now this was fucking interesting. Benjamin thought to himself. In the original storyline, Butcher and the others had risked their lives chasing leads and trying to read memories mainly to get hard proof that Vought International was abusing Compound V for human experimentation, using it to bring Vought down. But now, why were they still doing this? Honestly, Benjamin had not expected the boys to keep following this lead. And more importantly, he had said a long time ago that they needed to find Kimiko. Yet a massive company like Vought still had not found her after all this time, only for the boys to locate her first. But soon, Benjamin wondered if this had something to do with a deal between Butcher and Colonel Mallory. After all, in the original series, Butcher found Becca because Colonel Mallory gave him the address. Benjamin said, "Bring him to me." Ashley looked troubled. "Sir, Mesmer said he'll be waiting for you tonight on the rooftop of an abandoned building, and he'll only meet you or Homelander." "Fuck, I can't fly." Soldier Boy sounded speechless. Late at night, on the rooftop of an abandoned building, cold wind howled past. Benjamin came anyway. Of course, he took the freight elevator up. Near the edge of the rooftop, a chubby man in a cheap jacket, looking utterly worn down, was pacing back and forth in agitation. This was Mesmer. When he heard the heavy sound of military boots behind him, Mesmer shuddered and turned around. Mr. Soldier Boy." Mesmer stammered out a greeting and handed his phone to Benjamin. Benjamin checked the photos and surveillance screenshots on it. In the photos were Huey, Frenchie, Mother's Milk, and William Butcher with his full beard. Benjamin casually flipped through them, then stuffed the phone into his coat pocket. Mesmer opened his mouth. He wanted to say that was his phone, but he did not quite dare. Benjamin took out a cigar and lit it, the flame casting light across his cold face. "Talk, what do you want?" Benjamin exhaled a smoke ring as he asked. Mesmer swallowed hard, his eyes shining with desperation. "Mr. Soldier Boy, I want to go back to Vought International. I want to wear the uniform again. I want to be back in the spotlight." Benjamin's fingers paused around the cigar. He pointed at Mesmer and said, "You know why you were fired, right? You couldn't keep your hands clean. Insider trading. I hate people who don't follow the rules." Thud. Mesmer dropped to his knees on the dusty rooftop without hesitation, throwing away all dignity as tears and snot ran down his face. "Sir, I know I was wrong. I swear I'll change all of it. As long as you let me go back, I'm willing to be your dog. My power is useful, I swear. Please." In the original storyline, after this fat guy told Homelander the information, it was not long before an enraged Butcher smashed his head to pulp against a sink in a public restroom. To be honest, his power was actually pretty useful. Letting Butcher kill him off like that would be a waste. "Wipe those tears away, you fucking fat ass. Looking at you is fucking disgusting." Benjamin turned and headed toward the rooftop exit. "Report to Ashley at Vought International tomorrow morning at 8. If you ever dare to use your power for any shady little tricks again. I'll twist your head off myself, got it?" Mesmer was overjoyed. Got it, thank you sir, thank you." As he rode the elevator down, Benjamin kept thinking. Maybe the 7 was a little too small. He could put together a few other teams, like a team of speed-type sups. Marathon, Shockwave, A-Train, and those 3 second-tier speed-type sups from before all had the same defining trait: speed. Aside from an all-rounder like Homelander, there were basically no other sups who could outrun them. Those speed-type sups could be organized into one team, with Shockwave as their leader. Besides that, the boys' universe actually had plenty of powerful ability users. For example, Lamplighter from before or Golden Boy at Godalkin University, Marie, that gender bender, and so on. If all of them were brought into Vought, Vought's strength would rise sharply. There was also Cindy, the telekinetic woman in the asylum. By now, Benjamin had personally shut down those human experiment facilities, but the uncontrollable sups were still being held. Benjamin planned to go there when he had time and see whether he could remove the powers of those sups who could not be controlled, then release them. As for the controllable sups, he would see if they could be brought into Vought International. Chapter 56. When Benjamin returned to Vought headquarters, Homelander had just come back from Becca's secret community. Tonight, Homelander was in an unusually good mood, a smile on his face. But when the Vought executives along the way saw that smile, they all quickened their pace and tried to get as far away as possible. Because in their experience, the happier Homelander looked, the more it usually meant something was wrong. No one knew whether Homelander was genuinely happy or only pretending. Homelander walked straight into the office. He had a wonderful time playing with his son Ryan today. Honestly, if that damn woman Becca had not kept urging Ryan to go to bed, he would have wanted to stay in that little cabin all night. "My son is an angel." Homelander poured himself a glass of milk and murmured to himself. He had already made plans in his heart. The next time he went to see his son, he had to bring him the newest iPhone. And some high-quality milk. Milk was good for children, nutritious. Goat milk would work too, or if Ryan needed it, some high-quality breast milk. He wanted to give Ryan the very best things in the world. At the same time, Homelander was very dissatisfied with Becca. He absolutely hated the way Becca raised their child. She was actually raising a boy who carried his and Benjamin's bloodline like a fragile little girl in a greenhouse. That was unforgivable. Ryan is a lion cub, not a house cat. Homelander drained the milk in his glass, licked his lips, and said slowly, "I need to find a way to train his superpowers myself. I need to teach him how to fly." Just as Homelander was sinking into his wonderful plans for raising his child, the office door opened. Benjamin walked in and slapped Mesmer's phone down in front of Homelander. "We have an answer on Translucent's death." Homelander froze for a moment. His gaze swept over the photos, then finally stopped on the face of the fierce-eyed man with a full beard. Homelander's pupils shifted slightly. Soon, the memories began to connect. The party 8 years ago, the earlier race between A-Train and Shockwave, that same face had been staring at him. William Butcher. Homelander stared hard at the photo, realization dawning on him. He's Becca's husband, her ex-husband. The whole chain of logic finally clicked into place. There had been no terrorist attack at all. Translucent had been killed by this ordinary man. And the reason Butcher had targeted the boys, targeted Vought, and even killed Translucent from beginning to end, he had only one goal: revenge against Homelander. "The mess your damn lower half caused has turned into a real problem," Benjamin said. "I'll handle it, he's just a normal person." Homelander spoke slowly, but his eyes gradually lit up. He knew how to deal with that damned Becca now. He almost wanted to bring Butcher to Becca's cabin and let him see the son he and Becca had with his own eyes. Then he could threaten Becca with Butcher's life. At that thought, Homelander smiled again. Benjamin had no idea what Homelander was thinking. He stood up, walked to the desk, and suddenly did something that left Homelander utterly baffled. He pulled a black, large-caliber M1911 pistol from the holster at his waist, the same model as the gun he had used before. Click. Benjamin gently placed the gun in front of Homelander. "Carry this." Benjamin's voice was flat. "For self-defense." Homelander. Homelander stared at the pistol on the desk, completely dumbfounded. "Self-defense." Homelander pointed at himself and said, "Are you kidding me? I'm Homelander, the strongest soup in the world, and you're giving me a handgun for self-defense." Benjamin nodded. "That's right, and not just that, you keep it on you at all times, don't lose it." Homelander could not understand. "Looks like you still haven't fully figured out what ability your old man actually awakened. All you know is that, on the day Edgar sent Sups to surround and attack me, the scene was hit by an explosion equivalent to a small nuclear bomb, right?" Homelander paused, then nodded. When he had arrived, the traces of a massive explosion at the scene had been obvious. "That was the new ability I awakened, because those damned Russians spent decades doing inhuman radiation experiments on me." Benjamin explained slowly, "That wasn't an ordinary explosion. If Sups are hit by my nuclear blast, and they're weak trash with poor constitutions, they vanish completely in an instant. But what if they're top-tier Sups with extremely strong bodies who can withstand the explosion? The radiation from my blast directly evaporates the compound V in their blood. In other words, anyone hit by it instantly loses all their superpowers. They become an ordinary human." Homelander's mind went blank. Lose his superpowers and become an ordinary human. What kind of joke was that? Homelander did not dare imagine what he would be like without his superpowers. Everything he had now came from his powers. Even though his childhood had tortured him into what he was, Homelander could never give up his powers and become an ordinary person. Benjamin looked at the dazed Homelander and said, "So have you ever thought that, aside from me, there may be other ways in this world to remove the compound V from your body? Or say you're fighting an enemy, and my nuclear blast accidentally catches you in it. Also, I suggest that besides carrying a gun, you carry a dose of compound V too. If you're hit by my nuclear blast, injecting compound V again can restore your superpowers, though it may take a short while." Homelander finally understood what Benjamin meant. This was an insurance policy Benjamin was giving him. If one day he fell from his lofty pedestal and became a powerless cripple, the pistol would be his weapon for self-defense, and Compound V would be his tool for regaining his power. Homelander reached out and gripped the cold pistol. Just then, Stormfront called Benjamin's phone again. Benjamin glanced at his phone and patted Homelander on the shoulder. Anything can happen. Even we aren't invincible in this world. Be careful, then be even more careful. Learn from your father. After saying that, Benjamin's mind flashed to the scene from the original series finale, where Homelander's head was pried open by Butcher. To put it plainly, if he had carried a gun or a dose of Compound V, he would not have ended up like that. Chapter 57. 3 hours later. Stormfront's bedroom was a complete wreck. The expensive custom-made bed had snapped down the middle, the walls were covered in cracks, and shredded clothes were scattered all over the floor. Benjamin was bare-chested. Leaning against the broken headboard, he leisurely reached to the nightstand, picked up a cigar, lit it, and took a deep drag. Beside him was Stormfront, her skin bruised in several places. "Ben, you finally felt like coming to see me." Stormfront sounded a little resentful. "I thought you'd decided I was old and faded, and had already forgotten about me. Some women are like aged wine. The older they get, the richer they taste." Benjamin exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and casually glanced at Stormfront's still young, striking face and sexy figure, giving a fairly objective assessment. "So you're still finding a roundabout way to call me old." Stormfront pouted, clearly unhappy. She shot back, "Come on, Ben. My face hasn't changed a bit since the first time all those decades ago. Not a single wrinkle, okay?" Benjamin did not answer. Because that much was true. "Ben, I'm serious." Stormfront raised her head and looked straight into Benjamin's eyes. "Are you really planning to keep living like this forever? If you've got something to fucking say, say it." Benjamin tapped ash from his cigar. "I mean, are you planning to keep hanging around Vought International for the rest of your life, wasting time with that powerful son of yours?" Stormfront's voice grew excited, and a sick, worshipful look appeared on her striking face. "Ben, I could feel it when you hit me. Ever since you came back from Russia, you're even stronger than before. You're practically perfection itself. With your strength, your son's strength, and mine added together, we could easily destroy any army in the world. We don't need to let these mortal capitalists order us around. You could stand up and lead all of us pure sups, purge those inferior genes, rise above the whole world, and build a perfect empire of our own." The more Stormfront spoke, the more excited she became, as if she could already see that fascist utopia ruled by sups. "Oh no. By super white humans." But Benjamin's response was not agreement. Bang! Benjamin got up and punched Stormfront in the cheek. Stormfront took another punch. But she was not angry. To her, Benjamin's violence was not punishment. "Stormfront, I remember warning you. Put away your fucking racism. If you join the 7, then clock in like a good little employee and work for me. Don't pull this kind of shit behind my back." Benjamin bit down on his cigar and said slowly, "I'm not interested in ruling the world. I just want to live a life where I can do whatever the fuck I want. Understand?" "Ben, you're too conservative." Stormfront wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and let out a reluctant, coquettish complaint. But when she saw Benjamin's eyes slowly narrow, she knew better and shut her mouth. None of her 4 original teammates supported her. There was nothing she could do. Stormfront lowered her head, letting her messy hair cover her face. If Soldier Boy was a dead end, then what about his son? Homelander. If she poured this theory of soup supremacy into him, would he accept it? Stormfront thought about it and decided to try. Still, she did not have much hope. Homelander was Soldier Boy's son, after all. He probably would not defy his father's decision because of her. If it really did not work, then she might as well coast through life and stop trying. Stormfront glanced at Benjamin's handsome face and thought to herself. The next morning, Benjamin ignored Stormfront, who was still recovering, and had breakfast with Starlight at the panoramic restaurant in Vought headquarters. During the meal, Starlight kept bringing up topics, like how she had caught a thief on the street yesterday and stopped a robbery. She chatted happily the whole time. After breakfast, Ashley called for Homelander and Soldier Boy. Although she was already the CEO, she still wanted to handle some company matters personally. "Good morning, Mr. Soldier Boy, Mr. Homelander." Ashley sounded a little excited. About the current vacancy in the Seven, I have a really great idea, and it fits perfectly with the current trend of political correctness. I was wondering if you'd be willing to spare a few minutes and take a look. Chapter 58. There was no need to think about it. It had to be that cripple, Blindspot. In the original series, Blindspot was an Asian soup with super hearing, able to locate things in the dark by sound. But at the end of the day, he was still blind. His super hearing only made up for the sight he had lost. Using super hearing as a replacement for eyes, what kind of superpower was that? At most, he was a normal, healthy person with an upgraded body. Benjamin truly could not understand what was going through Ashley's head. She actually wanted to shove this useless weakling into the Seven, the team that represented the highest combat power. At that moment, Homelander stood off to the side, his expression slightly dark. He hated it when other people interfered with the Seven's personnel decisions. Deep down, he believed that in all of Vought International, only he and his father, Benjamin, had the right to decide who could stand at their side. Homelander smiled. "Oh, is that so? Fine, then let's go take a look. Come on, lead the way." Soon, the three of them arrived at a high-end combat training room inside Vought International. Inside the training room, Blindspot stood in the center of the floor with a long spear in hand and his eyes covered, performing an extremely flashy routine of backflips, chain strikes, and blind attacks against wooden posts. After finishing the sequence, Blindspot came to a precise stop and used his super hearing to identify the people who had entered. He turned toward the door, his tone full of flattered surprise. "Mr. Soldier Boy, Mr. Homelander, it's an honor to meet you." Homelander clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head slightly. "Wait, did you say you could meet us?" Blindspot smiled confidently and pointed at his ears. "Yes, sir, I don't have sight, but my hearing helps me see you. So with super hearing, there's no need for supervision." The words had barely left his mouth. Homelander had just been about to praise him as a true hero. Bang! Benjamin stepped forward and punched Blindspot. Blindspot was knocked to the floor, blood pouring from his nose. He lay there clutching his nose, wailing nonstop. Benjamin slowly withdrew his fist. Ashley, standing nearby, was startled and covered her mouth. She knew Soldier Boy liked bullying his teammates. But there was usually a reason for it. Ashley could not quite understand why Soldier Boy was bullying Blindspot. Benjamin walked toward the wailing Blindspot step by step. "With super hearing, there's no need for supervision. You're the useless piece of shit who said that, right? Then prick up your fucking super ears and listen carefully. My son, Homelander, has supervision. Are you saying my son doesn't need supervision?" At that, Homelander froze. He glanced at Benjamin, his thoughts unreadable. Because he really had been angry over those words. And his father truly understood him, knew him. Blindspot clutched his bleeding nose as he begged for mercy. "I am sorry, sir. I didn't mean it like that. I know I was wrong. Please let me go." Homelander turned his head and looked at Ashley. "Ashley, look at me." Homelander smiled. "Explain this to me properly. Why did you bring this cripple, whose strength is so pathetically weak, in front of us? Tell me, how could you possibly think he was qualified to join the Seven?" Ashley hurried to explain. I thought that by bringing in a disabled superhero, we could gain a lot of support from disabled communities." "Ashley." Benjamin turned around and cut her off. "Were all the things I said before for nothing? Are you fucking deaf? Vought International is now a real superhero company. The Seven are the top sups in America. The members of the Seven are not here for you to put on a show or to chase some so-called fucking political correctness. Don't forget, there are supervillains in this world, and armed criminals too. Do you think they'll stop attacking this blind man just because he's disabled? If you really let Blindspot join the Seven for the sake of your so-called approval ratings, you're not helping him. To put it bluntly, you're murdering him." Those words did more than snap Ashley awake. Even Blindspot, who had been lying on the floor crying out in pain, stopped screaming. Blindspot sat there in a daze, clutching his bleeding face. What Soldier Boy said seemed to be right. Maybe what he had done really had saved him. "I'm sorry, sir. I've realized my strength isn't enough. Please give me a chance to stay at Vought International. I'll train hard and work to become stronger." Blindspot said quickly, his tone full of sincerity, no longer caring that his nose was still bleeding. Chapter 59. "Ashley, what the hell are you standing around for? Send someone to take this useless piece of trash to the infirmary." Benjamin glanced at Blindspot, who had apologized, and said coldly, Yes, I'll arrange it right away." Ashley fumbled for her phone and called the medical team. She let out a breath of relief. It looked like Soldier Boy had still agreed to let Blindspot join Vought International. He might not be able to join the 7, but he could still be placed in one of the second-tier teams. Either way, Vought International would at least gain some support from people with disabilities. Homelander stood to the side, glanced at Blindspot, then at Ashley. But when he saw Benjamin had already turned and was heading for the door, he said nothing more and quickly followed. Only the footsteps of father and son remained in the hallway. That stupid woman Ashley. She's just like Madeline was, with nothing in her head but acting and putting on a show. Does Vought International need support from people with disabilities? Homelander walked beside Benjamin, gritting his teeth as he complained. And that damn blind man, what the hell is he supposed to be? I'd love to slap both his ears deaf and make him a real cripple, blind and deaf. Benjamin turned his head slightly. In the original storyline, Homelander had used an extremely brutal double-peak ear-piercing maneuver, smashing Blindspot's eardrums with both hands, destroying the super hearing he was so proud of, and completely ruining the poor bastard's life. The current Homelander had become somewhat more restrained because of Benjamin's presence, and he had gained a trace of humanity in some ways. But his violent temper had not fundamentally changed. There was nothing to be done about it. There was still a long way to go before Homelander could become a real superhero. After all, Benjamin had not transmigrated to when Homelander was still a child. By the time he arrived, Homelander was already grown. They would have to take it slowly. "Control your temper, John." Benjamin took a cigar from his pocket, bit it between his teeth, lit it, and continued. "Blindspot didn't do it on purpose. One punch was enough. Besides, with your super hearing, you should have been able to tell. He genuinely admires us. No matter what you do in the future, you need to be more magnanimous, understand? Otherwise, how are you supposed to be a damn superhero?" Homelander froze for a moment, then nodded. "I understand." He thought about it. It did seem true. He had done plenty of bad things because of his temper. Back on the plane, too. Because he had been impatient, his heat vision had directly destroyed the plane's control system. Of course he knew some things were wrong. But Homelander also knew he had not been able to control himself well at the time, just like earlier. "I believe that if you can control your temper, you'll definitely become a better superhero," Benjamin added. Homelander said nothing and silently followed behind Benjamin. When the two reached the elevator, Homelander hesitated before saying, "Dad, I'm going to Ryan's neighborhood first." "Go see your son." Benjamin waved him off, then returned to his office. Benjamin had just sat down in his leather chair when a knock came from outside the door. "Come in." The door was quickly pushed open, and a woman walked in. She wore a black business suit and black-rimmed glasses with a decent air about her, though her skin was rather dark. Her brows were tightly furrowed, as she carried a thick file and a tablet to the desk. Her name was Annika. During the major reshuffling of Vought International's upper management, Annika had risen almost overnight, just like Ashley. Ashley was the president of Vought International. Naturally, because she handled so much work, she also held several other roles. For example, the PR department was still under Ashley's management. Annika, meanwhile, had been promoted by Benjamin to vice president of Vought International, taking over the real power once held by Madeline. Why promote her? Because Benjamin clearly remembered that, in the original storyline, Annika had been the head of Vought's criminal analysis department. She was quite capable at her job, and her personality was good as well. In the early stages, It had been Annika who followed every trace and clue, relentlessly tracking the boys' movements and providing Black Noir with precise intelligence. Once, she had nearly driven Butcher's group into a dead end and almost wiped them out. They were only spared because Butcher and Edgar had made an agreement. Yet such a rare technical talent had, in the 4th season of the original series, had her head blown off by Homelander with zero warning. If he remembered correctly, Homelander had even sworn on his son's life back then. Now that Vought belonged to Benjamin, he naturally had to make proper use of people who could actually get things done. Annika now managed almost all of Vought International's internal security and intelligence. Aside from the 7, she also controlled the deployment of other SUPs, giving her considerable authority. Annika was also a fairly normal person compared to the other superhuman supervisors, so Benjamin felt quite at ease with her. "Sir, something's happened," Annika said, her tone grave. "Talk." "About 20 minutes ago, we intercepted a high-risk supervillain rampage downtown. Because it happened so suddenly, I sent Starlight, who was closest to the scene, to deal with it." Annika's expression soon turned ugly. "But we just received intelligence that Starlight has been injured. That supervillain is far stronger than expected. Starlight is retreating now, and the situation is dangerous." "What about the others?" Benjamin asked. "What's that idiot Deep doing? Where are Maeve and A-Train?" "We can't reach Deep. No one knows where he went," Annika reported quickly. "Queen Maeve and A-Train were sent to the Mexican border. They're tracking another active super-terrorist group and can't make it back for now. As for Homelander, he just left headquarters on a private trip and disabled his locator." Originally, Queen Maeve and Homelander had gone on missions together, but lately Homelander's focus had been on his father and his son, so he had not been paying any attention to his ex-girlfriend Maeve. "What about Stormfront?" Benjamin asked again. Then he thought about it. Stormfront did not seem suited for missions right now either. Never mind what she said about not killing innocent black people. If she were really sent out on a mission and ran into one, she would probably do it in passing, then pin the blame on the supervillain afterward. Hearing the name, Annika coughed awkwardly. Ms. Stormfront just said that last night, while fighting some unknown, powerful supervillain. She suffered severe internal injuries. She's currently covered in bruises, has pelvic damage, and can't walk, so she refuses to report for duty. Benjamin froze for a moment after hearing the report. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. "That bitch." Chapter 60. A bunch of useless idiots. Benjamin said it with a helpless sigh. Annika said softly, "I'm sorry, sir. This was my mistake. I thought Starlight's light-based abilities would be enough to handle most supervillains. But because of what former CEO Edgar did, the number of supervillains has increased. The company is seriously short on high-level combat personnel right now. You're the only one who can step in." Then Annika bowed deeply. "Please go and support Starlight." Benjamin did not scold her any further. "Give me the files, let me see." In truth, though, Benjamin was getting a little itchy for a fight. Aside from that satisfying battle with Homelander against 30-odd SUPs earlier, he had not had many chances to fight. And no, last night's hand-to-hand with Stormfront did not count. Annika quickly handed over the tablet in her hand. Benjamin lowered his head and looked. On the screen was an extremely blurry street surveillance video. In the footage, a man in a ragged hoodie stood in the middle of the street. The ground was covered in a thick layer of ice. As he suddenly swung both hands, countless sharp icicles condensed out of thin air. Standing in front of him was Starlight, locked in battle with him. Starlight's body had already been frostbitten by the ice. Then a massive pillar of ice shot up from the ground and slammed Starlight away, sending her crashing straight through a brick wall. In the footage, Starlight's condition was unknown, though she was most likely still alive. By Benjamin's estimate, Starlight's super defense was at least LV4, maybe even close to LV5. Her offensive ability was nothing impressive, but she really could take a beating. Even Butcher's large-caliber sniper rifle could not do much damage to her. In her fights with other people, plenty of them had beaten Starlight badly without causing her much real harm. As for this supervillain who controlled Frost, He had to admit that power was pretty strong. At least in the boys' world, it definitely counted as a top-tier supervillain ability with terrifying destructive power. However, this person did not seem to have appeared in the original storyline at all. But that was not strange. This world was too big. The original storyline only showed the tip of the iceberg. He was probably just never mentioned. Most likely, he had been dealt with by Homelander, Maeve, or some other stronger supe. Across the vast United States, and even the world, there were plenty of supervillains created by the compound his dear son had previously sent out. Becca and Ryan's cottage. Click. The door of the small wooden house was gently pushed open. Homelander walked in. On the living room carpet, Becca was building blocks with Ryan. The smile on Becca's face quickly stiffened. Homelander could not be bothered to look at Becca. His gaze went straight to Ryan, who was playing with the blocks. "Hey, Ryan." Homelander greeted him, then bent down slightly and waved a baseball glove he had gotten from who knew where. "It's a nice day. Want to go play some baseball with me in the yard?" Ryan froze for a moment. The little guy first looked up at Homelander, his bright blue eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. But he did not agree right away. Instead, he very thoughtfully turned to look at Becca beside him. Seeing the longing in her son's eyes made Becca deeply uncomfortable. But there was nothing she could do. She knew she could not stop him. "Go play, Ryan." Becca took a deep breath and forced out a smile. On the lawn in the yard, father and son began playing baseball. To be honest, Homelander was still a little nervous. This was his first time playing baseball with his son. And he had to control his strength carefully so he would not hurt him. "Great catch, Ryan, you're a genius." Watching Ryan clumsily catch that slow-moving baseball with his glove, Homelander praised him loudly without holding back. Seeing his son happily play baseball with him, Homelander felt nothing but happiness. So this was what it felt like to be a father. Happy times were always short-lived. Night fell. After his bath, Ryan lay obediently in his little bed, dressed in his pajamas. The orange bedside lamp cast a soft glow. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Homelander walked in quietly. "Ryan." Homelander looked around the room. Thinking back to what he had observed over the past couple of days, he asked, "I noticed you don't seem to have a phone." "No," Ryan shook his head, his clear eyes filled with a trace of innocent confusion. "Mom said I don't need a phone." "Don't listen to your mom. You're a big boy now. You need this." Homelander took out a sleek black box from behind his back and handed it to Ryan. It was the latest top-of-the-line iPhone. Ryan's eyes widened. "Cool, fuck, thank you." The air suddenly went quiet for 1 second. "Mem, you're welcome, son." Seeing his son's delighted smile, Homelander smiled too, even though Ryan had accidentally sworn. Forget it, it did not matter. His mother could be the one to deal with that headache. Ryan excitedly tore open the packaging, holding the iPhone in both hands as he swiped left, tapped right, and refused to put it down. But after a while, the light in Ryan's eyes gradually dimmed. He raised his head, and his small face showed an unmistakable mix of disappointment and confusion. "But..." Ryan's voice became very quiet. "I guess I don't really have anyone to call." Ryan had grown up in this closed-off community, with no friends and no classmates. The only neighbors and teachers he knew were all actors arranged by Vought International. He now had the most advanced communication device in the world. Only to realize that, in this world, he was an isolated island with no signal. The smile on Homelander's face froze. It was as if he had seen his childhood self again. Back then, he had not even had a single toy, let alone a phone. Only a blanket. And back then, of course, he had not had anyone to call either. Homelander took a deep breath, then said, "You can call me, or call your grandpa. Whenever you want to talk, or you're scared, or you just feel like you need your dad and grandpa, call us, anytime, day or night." Ryan nodded and glanced at Homelander, his heart filling with a sense of security. As Homelander spoke, he sat down beside Ryan's bed. "Ryan, do you know, before your grandpa came back, I never really had a mom or dad, not in any real sense." "Wait, where was grandpa back then?" Seeing Homelander looking a little sad, Ryan asked curiously. He was persecuted by bad people back then, I was too. We only met recently, the two of us, father and son. Homelander said. Then do you play baseball with Grandpa now? Ryan asked. Homelander froze for a moment, then said. No, but your grandpa and I have gone out for barbecue together, and we've played with model airplanes together. I never got to experience those things when I was little, but even experiencing them now, I still feel very happy. Ryan sat on the bed and quietly looked at Homelander. He could tell that Homelander really was happy. But then another question came up. Barbecue, what's barbecue? Ryan asked again, full of curiosity. Children were always like that, curious about one thing after another. Homelander looked at Ryan. He had originally planned to say good night and leave, but a bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Why not just pick him up now and take him to eat barbecue with his grandpa? Ryan, do you want to try barbecue? I might take you out for a bit if you want to, of course. If you don't want to, we can go some other time. A spark of eagerness flashed in Ryan's eyes. At that very moment, Becca, who was standing at the doorway, turned extremely grim. Chapter 61. Bang! Just as father and son were sharing a rare warm moment, the tightly shut door was shoved open from the outside. Becca rushed in, her eyes red. No, absolutely not. She ran to the bed and pulled the bewildered Ryan behind her, shielding him like something precious. Then she glared at Homelander, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, and shouted, My son is not going anywhere with you, and don't even think about taking him away from me. Homelander's expression shifted from gentle affection to impatience. Of course he knew she had been eavesdropping outside the door the whole time. Homelander had super hearing. To him, Becca's fear-spiked heartbeat was as clear as a drum pounding right beside his ear. The truth was, Homelander had always hated people being afraid of him. Even Becca was no exception. Mom. Ryan tugged at Becca's sleeve from behind her, his clear eyes full of confusion and fear. He didn't understand why everything had been fine a moment ago, only for his mom to suddenly get so angry. Not wanting to scare his son, Homelander took a deep breath. Relax, Becca. Homelander stood, looking down at her from above, his voice flat. I'm not trying to steal him away. We're just going out for barbecue. A little father-son bonding, that's all. Not even for barbecue. Becca shouted, Ryan isn't going anywhere. He can't go out with you, ever. Homelander said nothing. He gave Becca a long look, then tilted his head slightly and jerked his thumb toward the door. Ryan, give Daddy a minute. With that, Homelander walked out of Ryan's room first. Becca gritted her teeth. Not wanting her son to see the argument that was coming, she forced herself to follow him out. The hallway outside the room was dimly lit. Homelander suddenly turned around, his tall, powerful body instantly backing Becca into the corner against the wall. Do you really think Ryan is stupid? Homelander lowered his head slightly. His voice was very low, but every word cut deep. How long do you think you can keep tricking him like he's an idiot? Sooner or later, he's going to find out that this so-called home, this neighborhood covered in fake lawns, is really a prison. Becca's pupils shrank and her face went deathly pale. Still, she forced herself to snap back. I don't know what you're talking about. This is our home, don't ever come here again. She was terrified. Becca was truly afraid Homelander would take Ryan away for good today. With Homelander's personality, Ryan would definitely become another Homelander in the future. Homelander stared hard into Becca's eyes and said, word by word, You're raising him here like a pet. One day, when he discovers this cruel truth on his own, he's going to hate you, Becca. That sentence struck Becca right where it hurt. Her eyes red, she clenched her teeth and said, He's my son. I want to live a normal life with him here. The words normal life made an image suddenly flash through Homelander's mind. The two of them in the apartment, playing with model airplanes together. Was Becca saying he wasn't normal? So I'm not normal. Homelander looked at Becca. I'm a supe, but when I take off this uniform, we're human too. I need a father. Ryan needs a father. We need a family. Becca leaned against the wall, stunned. She had never expected Homelander, who had never treated ordinary people's lives as lives at all, to say something like, "We're human too." Vought had once told her that Homelander had grown up in a lab, that he had become an inhuman monster, and that she and Ryan had to be protected inside a closed community. Those had been Vought's exact words. Of course, Becca knew Vought wanted to raise Ryan in a different way, one where he had his mother with him. But Becca also knew she had to accept Homelander's arrangement, or else he might discover the truth. If that happened, both she and her son were finished. While Becca was still dazed, Homelander had already strode back into Ryan's room. The coldness on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a bright, sunny smile. He held out one large hand to Ryan on the bed. "Wanna go? Daddy's taking you out for some good street barbecue. And while we're at it, I'll take you to see your grandpa again. He's been really looking forward to having dinner with you." Ryan's eyes lit up. But he still glanced hesitantly toward the door and asked quietly, "Dad, are we coming back later?" "Mom, she." Homelander stepped forward and scooped the light-as-a-feather Ryan into his broad arms. Then he gently tapped the boy's nose and smiled. "Of course, my sweetheart, Daddy promises. We'll come back after barbecue." "No, give me back my son." Becca snapped back to herself and rushed into the room, throwing herself at Homelander in despair. Her hands clutched his cape as she desperately tried to pull Ryan away from him. Holding Ryan in his arms, Homelander ignored Becca's shoving and sobbing. He walked straight through the front door and into the yard. "Let him go, you bastard." Becca followed close behind, tears pouring down her face. She clenched her teeth, her right hand trembling as it slipped into the pocket of her apron. Then she gripped a pair of extremely sharp scissors. Her hand shook violently. But Homelander had just said he would bring Ryan back. Homelander had given her a hollow, fragile promise. She didn't dare die. She was afraid that if she died, she would never see her son again. In the end, Becca could only let go in despair and collapse onto the lawn. With the scissors clenched in her pocket, she watched helplessly as the devil in the stars and stripes supersuit held the flesh and blood she had carried for 10 months, lifted off the ground, and shot into the sky. Boom! High in the sky, the night wind roared. Homelander used his own body and cape to shield Ryan in his arms from the wind. It was the first time Ryan had ever flown in his life. He wasn't afraid. His eyes were wide with excitement as he looked down at the earth beneath them. But once they reached a certain height, Ryan froze. By the moonlight, from that high vantage point, and with his naturally powerful eyesight, he could see it clearly. The world he had grown up in. That beautiful community with forests and lakes. It was actually sealed inside a gray, square enclosure of high walls. The top of the walls was covered in dense electric fencing and searchlights. In the dark places the lights couldn't reach, every dozen meters or so stood an armed guard in a black Vought uniform, fully armed and ready. It was like a cage. What is this? Ryan leaned against Homelander's shoulder, his deep blue eyes fixed on everything below as his small face instantly turned pale. He was young, but he wasn't stupid. Looking at those cold, high walls and those guards, he understood everything in an instant. He thought of all the things his mother usually told him. "It's dangerous outside. We have to stay home and behave." Ryan slowly began to feel angry. All this time, the mother he trusted most had been lying to him. "See it now, son." With the wind howling beside his ears, Homelander's voice slowly sounded next to Ryan. "Your mom has been lying to you. From the moment you were born, she's been weaving this cage around you with lies." Homelander reached out and pointed toward the truly bustling, brightly lit city in the distance. "You shouldn't be stuck in this fake place. It isn't worthy of you." "Ryan, the blood flowing through your veins is the greatest and noblest blood in this world. One day, you're destined to grow into a superhero as powerful as me and your grandpa, maybe even stronger than both of us. Your stage is the whole world, not this place where your mother has kept you penned in." Listening to his father's words, Ryan closed his eyes and nodded. Chapter 62. A few hours earlier. On a street in the bustling center of New York City, massive ice spikes jutted from the wide road everywhere. All that ice had dragged the temperature in the air down sharply. "Ah, help my leg." A shrill scream echoed through the empty street. Several New York police cars lay scattered across the road, their surfaces coated in thick white frost. Beside the patrol cars, more than a dozen officers had been brutally pierced through the thighs, shoulders, and even stomachs by thick spikes of ice. They were pinned to the ground and the walls, left with no choice but to slowly bleed out and freeze to death. Standing in the middle of the street was a man in a tattered hoodie. His eyes had rolled back until only the whites showed, the muscles in his face twitching with manic excitement as his hands waved wildly in every direction. Right now, this supervillain looked like an escaped lunatic, completely out of control. With every movement, rows of ice spikes formed out of thin air and shot indiscriminately in all directions. Not far away in the rubble. Cough, cough. Starlight, dressed in her gold and white uniform, coughed in pain. Her once bright costume was now torn and ragged, and her arms and forehead were covered in scrapes. Starlight had only just woken up from the violent impact. She stared at the scene in front of her in despair. Her power was absorbing electricity and releasing it as high-intensity beams. It could be very strong, but it could also be pretty average, and right now, in broad daylight, there weren't exactly many lights nearby. During the few minutes she had been unconscious, 2 more armored vehicles packed with SWAT officers had charged into the street, trying to pin down the ice supervillain with heavy-caliber rifles. Bang, 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 bang. A dense barrage of bullets struck the supervillain's body. The supervillain turned his head. He did not dodge. A thick layer of ice armor covered his entire body. The bullets hit it and only knocked loose a few useless sprays of ice chips. Die, I'll freeze every last one of you into ice sculptures. He lifted both hands at once. A dozen ice spears burst straight up from under the SWAT officers' feet, piercing through their chins and skulls from below like meat on skewers. Brain matter mixed with blood froze into ice in midair. The scene instantly became a one-sided slaughterhouse. No, stop. Seeing the officers being butchered so cruelly, Starlight was furious. She charged at the supervillain again. The hooded man swung his hand back hard. The next instant, a massive wall of ice erupted from the ground and slammed straight into Starlight. With a muffled groan, Starlight was sent flying again. Time to end this. The supervillain turned, planning to finish Starlight off first. In midair, 3 ice spikes sharper than the ones before shot straight toward Starlight's chest and head. Starlight closed her eyes in despair. But the pain she expected never came. She quickly opened her eyes. A dark green back was already standing in front of her. Benjamin held his shield up with one hand, blocking the attack. The 3 ice spikes, sharp enough to punch through a tank, slammed hard into the shield and shattered into icy debris. Technically, Benjamin's body was tougher than the shield, but out of habit, he still blocked with the shield first. The ice supervillain froze. He watched his prized killing blow fail to even break through the other man's defense. Was he supposed to go around the shield and hit his body instead? Starlight stared blankly at that broad, towering figure, and admiration instantly filled her pretty eyes. Soldier Boy was so damn cool. She hadn't expected that, after calling for support, the company would send Soldier Boy instead of another member of the 7. At that moment, far beyond the police cordon, many civilians and reporters hiding inside buildings, trembling as they secretly filmed with their phones, saw the scene clearly as well. An earth-shaking cheer erupted from the crowd. Oh my God, it's Soldier Boy, he's here. A real hero, look at that shield. Soldier Boy versus Iceman, now this is gonna be good. How long do you think that ice-slinging psycho can last against Soldier Boy? I say at least a few minutes, right? That Iceman has the 7-level power. Didn't you see him beating the hell out of Starlight just now? This is definitely gonna be a tough fight. We didn't get to see Soldier Boy fight those 30-plus sups before, but now we finally get to watch him in action. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Starlight struggled up from the warped hood behind her. Looking at Benjamin's broad back, she said gratefully, "Thank you, Soldier Boy." "What the hell are you thanking me for? Get your ass out of the way. You want to stay here as a punching bag and let that ice-throwing pussy beat the shit out of you again? Go drag out the cops who are still breathing. Don't stand there getting in my fucking way." Starlight quickly nodded. then turned and pushed through the pain as she began dragging the surviving officers pinned to the ice toward safety. Meanwhile, the supervillain across from them felt humiliated. The temperature around him plunged again. He compressed all of his superpower together and sent another huge, solid ice wall crashing toward Benjamin. Benjamin did not move an inch. He took head-on the same kind of massive ice wall that had just sent Starlight flying. Under the ice supervillain's terrified gaze, Benjamin smashed through the ice wall with ease and appeared right in front of him. To Benjamin, those ice walls were as fragile as paper. Then Benjamin's fist, as big as a sandbag, slammed squarely into the hooded man's chest. This was LV6 strength. Boom! The supervillain was sent flying instantly. He spat a mouthful of blood in midair, flew more than 10 meters, and crashed into a pile of rubble. That's it. Benjamin frowned. Almost the moment the supervillain hit the ground, Benjamin had already broken into long strides, running toward him. To stop him from escaping, he had to get over there and beat him down before he could get back up. In the rubble, the supervillain's chest was deeply caved in. His organs had already ruptured, and he was coughing up mouthfuls of bloody foam, barely breathing. He stared in terror at the green figure jogging toward him. Without saying a word, Benjamin stepped down and crushed the hooded man's right hand. Then he raised his shield and smashed it down into the hooded man's terrified face. Bang! Maybe he felt the shield didn't hit as hard as his fists. Benjamin clenched his fist and started hammering the man's forehead. Punch after punch. The dull sound of bone and flesh breaking echoed through the silent ruins until the body beneath him stopped twitching entirely. Only then did Benjamin stop. The supervillain's head was already pulp. Not far away, Starlight stared in shock. She had imagined what Soldier Boy fighting would look like, but she had never expected it to be this clean and efficient. Brutally practical, unlike her, all flash, no real punch. Holy fuck, that was insane. Starlight muttered in awe. Soon, news that the battle was over spread quickly. The police outside the perimeter finally dared to enter the scene, and the media reporters flooded into the street. Blinding camera flashes went off in a continuous burst. Mr. Soldier Boy, how did you take that villain down so fast? Miss Starlight, are you hurt? Is Mr. Soldier Boy your savior? Can you two take a photo together? Chapter 63. Soon, the blinding camera flashes, and the reporters' noisy questions finally died down. The PR team and cleanup crew Ashley had sent quickly took over the scene. They skillfully set up police tape and loaded the mangled remains into black body bags. Benjamin casually tossed his blood-stained shield into the trunk of Vought's car, opened the door, and got into the back seat. Starlight quickly climbed in after him and sat beside him. The car was quiet, with only the sound of Benjamin taking deep pulls from his cigar. Starlight carefully broke the silence. She turned her head, her big, beautiful eyes fixed seriously on Benjamin. About today? Thank you, really, thank you so much. If you hadn't shown up in time, those cops wouldn't have been the only ones. I probably would have been skewered by those ice spikes too. You saved my life. Wasn't a big deal. Benjamin exhaled a mouthful of blue smoke. Starlight unconsciously leaned a little closer to him. Tonight, can I buy you dinner? Just the two of us. Benjamin raised an eyebrow and finally turned to glance at her. You're paying. Yes, I'm paying, anywhere you want. Starlight nodded hard. The way she looked at Benjamin grew brighter and brighter, even carrying a hint of fangirl worship. You know, I honestly hate who I used to be. How the hell was I so blind that I treated a coward like the Deep as my idol? Compared to him, you're the perfect superhero. It was like Starlight had opened the floodgates, and she began praising him nonstop. Soldier Boy, you're way hotter than Deep. You're so strong, and the way you fight is so clean and decisive, and you actually have a sense of justice. You protected those cops. Stop right there. At the mention of the Deep, Benjamin rubbed his temples helplessly and cut her off. Fuck, praise me all you want, but don't you fucking compare me to that fish-fucking asshole, okay? Starlight froze for a second, then couldn't help laughing. Okay, I take it back. Starlight rested her chin on one hand, her deep blue eyes staring straight at Benjamin. But, From today on, you're my idol soldier boy, now and in the future, always. Put away those bedroom eyes, Annie." Seeing her like that, Benjamin leaned back against the seat and teased, "You're acting like you want to hop into bed with me right after dinner tonight. What? You don't want to be America's sweetheart anymore. You want to be Homelander's stepmom." Benjamin had only meant it as a joke. But to his surprise, Starlight actually froze for a second, and a blush rose across her cheeks. She bit her sexy lip. Not only did she not deny it, she boldly met Benjamin's gaze instead. "If you don't mind me, I'd be happy to." He had already saved her twice, and after spending this time around Benjamin, she had long since fallen for this handsome, older man. "Homelander." All right, we'll talk about dinner later." Benjamin waved a hand, changing the subject for now. After all, the driver was still in the car. "Come back to Vought headquarters with me first. I need to settle things with that idiot Deep." "What do you need Deep for?" Starlight asked, puzzled. "What else?" Benjamin gave a cold laugh. "Find that wimp and beat his ass." The most unreliable person in the original series had always been the Deep. Who would have thought he would still be just as useless now? "Hi." Starlight's mouth fell open, but for some reason, she felt a faint sense of anticipation. Half an hour later, Vought headquarters, Benjamin's office. Benjamin and Starlight had just sat down on the sofa when the office door was carefully pushed open. The Deep, wearing his tight green-scaled supersuit, poked his head inside. He had just come back from outside, and the moment he entered headquarters, Ashley told him Soldier Boy was looking for him. Sir, you wanted to see me." The Deep forced out a flattering smile. Benjamin did not waste a single word. He stood up from the sofa and grabbed the Deep by the collar. His other fist was already raised high, ready to beat the shit out of him. Starlight stood to the side, watching the show. "Sir, wait." The Deep hurriedly said, "I have a reason. There's a really important reason I didn't go support Starlight today." Benjamin lowered his hand and stared at him coldly. "If your reason is that you ran off to some aquarium again to party with a bunch of dolphins or some sexy octopus, then I'm not just beating your ass today. I'm slicing up all your damn fish into sashimi and feeding them to the whole company." Beside him, Starlight licked her sexy lips. Seeing that, the Deep shuddered from head to toe. "No, absolutely not, sir." "Sir, do you remember? Back when you first took over the company and kicked me out of the Seven." Benjamin sat back down on the sofa, lit another cigarette, and signaled with his eyes for him to keep talking. "Well, around the time I got kicked out and was completely depressed, a very mysterious church reached out to me. They called themselves the Church of the Collective." The Deep swallowed and spoke quickly. "Their leader told me that as long as I joined them and donated a lot of money, they could use their massive social resources and other means to help get me back into the Seven." Benjamin frowned slightly. In the original series, the Deep had gone through something like this too. While he was being brainwashed and getting high, he even talked to his own gills and sang a song. The Deep gave an awkward smile. "But sir, as you know, later on, you brought me back with one phone call. So I figured this Church of the Collective was just some money-grubbing cult, and I ignored them." Chapter 64. Get to the point. Benjamin cut him off impatiently. "The point is..." The Deep lowered his voice, his expression turning serious. "I've been going to the beach a lot lately to clear my head. Some of my very good friends, marine life, dolphins and whales. They told me that mysterious fishing boats have been moving around at night near the edge of international waters. Those fishing boats may be smuggling Compound V as for the money trail, and the people behind those smuggling ships. I suspect the Church of the Collective is pulling the strings." Benjamin paused slightly at that. Compound V smuggling. Hadn't that already stopped? Looks like the Church of the Collective had been involved even before it was shut down. And even now, after it had stopped, the Church of the Collective was still stirring up trouble. Either they were using leftover stock, or there was a mole inside Vought. The Deep continued, "There's one more thing, sir. The leader of the Church of the Collective is incredibly arrogant. They don't just scam money and smuggle goods. The Church's main method is using its followers to collect and steal private information on celebrities and influential people. When I dealt with them before, it seemed like they had dirt on a lot of Vought executives, including members of the Seven. And they apparently even have backups of dirt on you. Maybe that's why the Church of the Collective acts so damn arrogant. If Vought refuses to cooperate with their demands or starts investigating them, they can dump all that dirt straight to the media. Of course, that might just be my guess. I still haven't figured out what the Church's motive is. They may have had one before, since Vought was funding them, but now, I'm not really sure. At that point, the Deep stood there anxiously, barely daring to breathe. Sitting on the sofa, Benjamin narrowed his eyes and sank into thought. Dirt on me. Benjamin quickly sifted through the original body's memories. To be honest, the original Benjamin had never been some shining moral role model. Aside from regularly bullying his teammates, if anyone really wanted to dig up scandals big enough to cause a public uproar, there were plenty. For example, Soldier Boy's so-called D-Day landings and frontline kills during World War II were largely staged by Vought in sets built specifically for promotional filming. His actual role on the battlefield was nowhere near as heroic as the movies made him look. Then there was the fact that the original Benjamin had started out as an uneducated troublemaker who only knew how to cause problems. He had an older brother who had truly been to war and earned medals. His brother was the real soldier. Later, the original Benjamin used his father's connections to pull strings and get both himself and his brother into the lab. In the end, Benjamin succeeded and became the soldier boy admired by the masses. As for his outstanding older brother, the experiment failed. Soldier Boy did not really care about that rotten history. But not caring about his reputation did not mean he could tolerate these disgusting bastards. In the original series, the Church of the Collective was an extremely repulsive organization. It used mind control to brainwash SUPs, politicians, business elites, and celebrities, then squeezed money out of them like crazy. Later, the chairman of the Church of the Collective tried to threaten Edgar, only to have his head popped by the head popper. The series never explained exactly how Vought dealt with the aftermath, but in any case, taking out the Church of the Collective's chairman should have been enough. Deep, good work, Benjamin said. Go tell Annika to find the headquarters address of this bullshit, Church of the Collective, and dig into their background. After that, you and A-Train are fully responsible for this matter. If you can't handle it, I'll step in. Consider it a test. Yes, sir. The Deep nodded and quickly left the office. Starlight asked curiously, Sir, it's hard to believe. A great World War II legend like you actually has things you don't want people seeing. Huh? Benjamin sneered. Annie, don't put me on a pedestal. In this world, every damn person has dirt on them. Dig deep enough with a shovel, and even the holiest priest in a church might have a few little boys hidden under his covers. Perfect people don't exist. Everyone has a dark side. Starlight nodded thoughtfully. The two of them soon left headquarters and went to an extremely upscale French restaurant in downtown New York for a candlelit dinner. Over dinner, they drank quite a bit of expensive red wine. Afterward, they walked side by side through the bustling streets of New York. The night breeze drifted past, and Starlight's heart fluttered wildly. She felt nervous, but also filled with a strange sense of anticipation. She had even started mentally rehearsing what position they should use once they got to the hotel. Whoosh! Just then, a red and blue figure descended from midair and landed in front of Benjamin. It was Homelander. What Starlight found unbelievable was that the normally arrogant Homelander was now carefully holding a 7- or 8-year-old little blonde boy in his arms, one who looked almost exactly like him. You brought Ryan out. Benjamin stopped and glanced at Ryan, who was hiding in Homelander's cape while curiously looking around at the street. His tone was calm. Yeah, Homelander said with a smile. The second this little guy saw the outside world, he was so happy he didn't even want to blink. I was planning to take Ryan to that Korean barbecue place we went to last time. Dad, wanna come? Benjamin nodded, then turned to ask, What do you think, Annie? Are you going to head to the hotel, get a room, clean yourself up, and wait for me, or are you coming with the three of us? Starlight's face instantly flushed red. Seriously, did you have to say it that bluntly? Starlight complained inwardly. Chapter 65. Beside them, Homelander glanced at Starlight's shy expression, then at his father's calm face, and instantly figured it out. He did not mind. After all, who did not like a young, pretty female coworker with big tits and long legs, as long as Dad was happy? Homelander also thought of Maeve, though things between them had not been going smoothly lately. Starlight, of course, knew the upcoming, three-generation family dinner was not really a place for an outsider like her to tag along. She bit her lip and smiled softly. Then I'll wait for you. With that, Starlight tactfully turned and left. Grandpa. Only after Starlight had walked away did Ryan finally poke his head out of Homelander's arms and call out to Benjamin in a clear, bright voice. After seeing the outside world from the sky, he now felt close to the dad who had taken him flying and the cool grandpa beside him. Strangers were different, though. Aside from his parents and grandpa, he barely knew how to interact with anyone. Without his dad and grandpa, he would have gone his whole life seeing almost no one except his mom. Benjamin stepped forward, casually ruffled the kid's blonde hair a couple of times, and said, "You brought the kid out. Aren't you afraid Becca's gonna lose her mind?" "Who cares about her?" At the mention of Becca, disgust and irritation flashed through Homelander's eyes. "She's a lying bitch. Ryan can't let her ruin him." Ryan grew a little unhappy again when he heard Homelander talk about his mom that way. He had been furious earlier, but his anger had already faded. Kids were like that. They got mad fast and got over it just as fast. "So after dinner, are you planning to take Ryan back?" Benjamin asked casually. Ryan immediately pricked up his ears. Homelander hesitated. Honestly, he wanted nothing more than to take Ryan straight back to Vought Tower and never deal with that annoying woman again. But when he looked at Ryan in his arms, excited yet still a little uneasy, he sighed. "Let's see what Ryan wants. He's already had enough scares for one day." Only then did Ryan relax. It seemed that even though Dad and Mom did not get along, Dad still respected him and his mom. Soon, the three generations, father, son, and grandson, arrived once again at that familiar Asian barbecue joint. Maybe someone had been promoting the place, or maybe the Asian owner really was that good at cooking. Either way, compared with how empty it had been last time, the barbecue place was packed tonight. When two men in superhero uniforms and a little boy walked inside, the noisy barbecue joint suddenly went quiet for a moment. Every eye in the place locked onto them like spotlights. Holy shit, is that Homelander, and the guy in dark green beside him, is that Soldier Boy? Oh my god, actual superheroes eating at a street stall. Wait, look at the kid Homelander's holding. Blonde hair, blue eyes, he looks exactly like him. Oh my god, is this three generations out for a late-night snack together? This is insane. Whispers spread through the crowd as excitement quickly filled the air. The three of them picked a random corner table and sat down. They had just ordered 2 big platters of grilled beef, grilled shrimp, other skewers, and several dozen beers. As they ate, the hardcore fans started losing control. Plenty of young people stood up with their phones in hand, faces flushed with excitement as they kept staring over at them. A few bold hot girls even pushed through the crowd and swayed their way over to Homelander's table. "Mr. Homelander, can we take a picture with you? I love you so much." Faced with such enthusiastic fans, Homelander, who had always cared deeply about his public image and craved everyone's worship, naturally would not refuse. He immediately put on that perfect fake PR smile, nodded, and even cooperated by giving a thumbs up. But once there was a first, there was a second. It was not just Homelander. Even Benjamin, who was smoking beside him, was soon surrounded by people shoving papers, pens, and phones at him. "Mr. Soldier Boy, please sign this. I grew up hearing your stories." Benjamin's brow furrowed, and his face visibly darkened. Unlike Homelander, he found this kind of no-personal space, socializing, irritating. A pretty decent hidden gem of a restaurant had somehow turned into a massive fan meet and greet. If the barbecue place had not gotten popular, they could have sat there quietly and had a drink. Now it was like a damn marketplace. Before long, more and more people crowded over, forming layer after layer around them until their table was completely boxed in. Camera flashes kept going off. Ryan had been sitting there happily chewing on a piece of grilled beef. But then, faced with dozens of strangers pushing in, screaming and flashing blinding lights in his face, Ryan, who had grown up in an isolated community and had never experienced anything like this, quickly panicked. The beef slipped from his hand and fell onto the table. He covered his ears and squeezed his eyes shut. Bang! Benjamin slammed his palm down on the table. His tall, muscular body shot to its feet as he roared, "Can you fucking idiots back the hell off? If you're here for barbecue, then sit your asses down and eat your damn barbecue. If you want photos or autographs, can't you line up like normal people? Why the hell are you all crowding us?" Benjamin pointed at the trembling Ryan. "Fuck, can't you see my grandson can't handle this shit?" Benjamin's furious scolding startled many of the fans, and they quickly backed away, forcibly clearing out a large open space. Of course, plenty of fans also thought Soldier Boy defending his family that was unbelievably cool. Homelander quickly realized something was wrong with Ryan too. Guilt hit him, and he hurriedly picked Ryan up, gently patting him on the back. "It's okay, Ryan, it's okay, Daddy's here." Under Homelander's comfort, Ryan's heavy breathing gradually calmed down. Homelander stood up, his expression turning cold as he raised a hand to stop the fans trying to approach again. "Sorry, everyone, that's it for tonight, please move aside." Holding Ryan, he strode out of the barbecue place under the crowd's disappointed gazes. Benjamin did not feel like staying either. He tossed down a bill and followed him out. Because of his earlier outburst, the crowd automatically parted for him the whole way, and no one dared stop them. They reached a quiet street corner. Hey, what a fucking buzzkill. Homelander held Ryan and sighed in frustration. His old man finally had free time, and his son was by his side. He had wanted to enjoy spending time with his family, but it had turned into this mess. Still, deep down, Homelander felt conflicted. On one hand, he felt bad that his son had been frightened. On the other, facing those fanatical fans had felt incredible, giving him a huge sense of satisfaction. Maybe that was why he had accidentally overlooked Ryan just now. "Daddy." Ryan, who had kept his face buried against Homelander's chest, finally spoke in a small voice, with a trace of pleading in it. I want to go home. The people here are scary." Homelander froze. Looking at his son's frightened little face, he felt torn. He really wanted to refuse and take him back to Vought Tower. But in the end, he still looked up at Benjamin and said helplessly, "Dad, then I'll take Ryan back first." "Go, the kid got scared pretty bad today. Take him back early." Benjamin waved him off. Ryan immediately brightened. Watching Homelander carry Ryan as they slowly rose into the air and flew away, Benjamin's eyes shifted slightly. Honestly, if this had been the Homelander from the original series, after bringing Ryan out to see the wider world, there was absolutely no way he would have sent Ryan back to that prison. He sure as hell would not have cared that his son wanted to go back. Buzz, buzz. Just then, the phone in Benjamin's pocket vibrated twice. He took it out and glanced at it. Several unread messages from Stormfront had popped up on the screen one after another. When he opened them, they were all selfies of Stormfront wearing extremely skimpy, revealing supersuits or posing seductively in front of a mirror. Underneath was a suggestive message. "Old man, my injuries are almost healed. Coming over tonight to punish me hard." Of course, aside from that, there was also Starlight's hotel address. Benjamin ignored Stormfront's hint, did not reply, and strode toward the hotel where Starlight was staying. Chapter 66. The night sky was cold, the wind howling. Homelander held Ryan close, streaking through the clouds like a shooting star as he flew straight toward the Vought secret community. All the way there, Ryan kept his face buried deep in Homelander's cloak. The little guy had none of the excitement he'd had on the way out. His clear blue eyes were filled with timid unease. "I'm sorry, Dad." Ryan clutched Homelander's supersuit tightly, his voice soft and shaky. "Maybe I shouldn't have kept asking to come back, Back at the barbecue place, did I embarrass you and Grandpa? Hearing his son apologize, Homelander's expression softened at once. Don't say stupid stuff like that, son. Homelander shook his head and gently patted Ryan's back with his broad hand, his voice tinged with self-blame. I didn't think it through, that's on me. I shouldn't have taken you somewhere so crowded with that many people staring. I scared you. When Ryan realized Homelander wasn't blaming him, the weight in his chest finally eased. But soon, he felt conflicted again. A moment ago, he had been scared because there were too many people, so he had instinctively wanted to go back to that familiar home. But now, as he looked down at the sealed-off community below, locked behind towering walls, he remembered all the lies his mother had told him. Dad. Ryan lifted his head into the night wind and asked quietly, will you still take me out again, to see other places? Of course. A bright smile tugged at Homelander's mouth, his tone full of affection. Anytime you want. Don't forget you've got a phone now. Just call me, and wherever you want to go, Dad will take you. A few minutes later. In the yard of the small cabin, Becca sat collapsed on the cold grass in despair. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she was gripping the scissors so tightly her knuckles had gone pale. As time dragged on, the fear in her heart only grew worse. She didn't believe for a second that a devil like Homelander would keep any goddamn promise. If Homelander didn't bring Ryan back tonight, she had already made up her mind. Even if she had to risk her life escaping the community, she was going to find her son. Just as Becca was on the verge of breaking down. Whoosh! A rush of air sounded overhead. Becca looked up and saw the man in the stars and stripes supersuit land steadily in the middle of the yard. And in his arms was Ryan, completely unharmed. Mom! The second they touched down, Ryan wriggled out of Homelander's arms and ran straight into Becca's embrace. My son, oh my God, my sweet boy. Becca grabbed Ryan and held him tight as her tears broke free. She kissed Ryan's hair and cheeks again and again, her voice shaking with lingering terror. I'm sorry, Mommy is so sorry, I didn't protect you, I'm so sorry. A few steps away, Homelander watched Becca coldly. Becca. Homelander straightened his cloak, his voice laced with mockery. Don't go running around saying I don't keep my promises. I said I'd bring my son back after barbecue. He wanted to come back, so I brought him back. Hearing Homelander's voice, Becca looked up. Her tear-streaked face showed surprise that he had actually returned, but the disgust in her eyes had not faded. If you really love Ryan, then you should never come near him again. Your existence will only ruin him. The moment Becca started lecturing him from that moral high ground again, Homelander's temper flared. He suddenly remembered what Becca had said earlier, that he wasn't a normal person. By Becca's logic, he didn't deserve to be a father. He had no right to come looking for Ryan. But why the hell not? It was Vought International. It was Madeline. They were the ones who worked together to hide his son from him, who ripped away his right to be a father for 8 whole years. Homelander's face went blank, but his eyes burned with fury, turning red on instinct. Mom, stop. Ryan suddenly shouted from Becca's arms. The little guy broke free from his mother's embrace, turned around, and yelled. Dad's a good guy, he didn't pick on me. He took me flying and even bought me a phone, so stop yelling at him. Hearing Ryan defend him, the faint red glow in Homelander's eyes flickered once, then quickly faded back to their original deep blue. Homelander looked deeply at Becca and Ryan. Then he bent his knees slightly, and with a boom, shot into the sky, vanishing into the endless night. Once she saw Homelander fly away, Becca's taut nerves finally loosened. Ryan, listen to me. Becca pulled her son toward her and said, he isn't a good person. He's a goddamn devil, a monster. He only wants to take you away and hurt you. We hid in this place so we could get away from him forever. But Ryan yanked his hand free. The little guy stared at his mother with confusion and disappointment, then took 2 steps back. Dad had clearly been so good to him. He hadn't looked down on him for not knowing anything about the outside world, and when he got scared, Dad had held him tight. So why had Mom been lying to him all this time in this fake world? And why did she keep saying awful things about Dad behind his back? Seeing the doubt in her son's eyes, Becca's heart sank completely. She sighed and let her hands fall weakly to her sides. She knew Ryan had already been fooled by Homelander. Nothing she said would matter now. All she could do was wait until he was a little older, then tell him the brutal truth about how she had been raped all those years ago. Elsewhere, because Ryan had defended him, Homelander didn't lose his temper, but the rage was still burning inside him. He flew aimlessly through the New York night sky at high speed, his eyes filled with confusion. Goddamn Madeline. The more Homelander thought about it, the angrier he got. He felt like the first half of his life had been pathetic, back when he had no father and no son. But Madeline's head had already been blown apart by his own heat vision, and Vogelbaum's neck had already been snapped by his father, Benjamin. They were dead, so who was he supposed to take his anger out on? Suddenly, something clicked in Homelander's mind. He thought of his father, Soldier Boy. Whenever Soldier Boy was in a bad mood, he seemed to beat people up. No, that wasn't right. Even when he was in a good mood, if he felt like beating someone up, he would do it anyway. I can do that too. But who should he beat up? Very quickly, Homelander had an idea. He hovered in midair, pulled out his phone and sent a message. Then he turned around and flew at full speed toward an extremely well-hidden safe house on the outskirts of New York. He pushed open the door of the safe house. The lights inside were dim. On the carpet, a woman in a business suit with short blonde hair knelt on the floor, trembling. It was Madeline. Madeline knelt there, tilting her head up to look at Homelander as he walked in expressionlessly. Chapter 67. When Madeline saw Homelander come in, her eyes filled with regret and terror. Tears streamed down her face as she begged. "I'm sorry, Homelander, I'm so sorry." Homelander slowly walked closer, his voice heavy with pressure. "You lied to me this whole time. You took my son from me. You hid the fact that my father was still alive. You treated me like a dog whose only purpose was to work himself to death for you, and only now are they finally back with me. It was all my fault. I deserve to die. I'm so sorry." Madeline wept pitifully. If this had been the old Homelander, he would have been holding Madeline and sobbing by now, maybe even sucking on her fingers for comfort. But now, bam! Homelander stepped forward and slammed a right hook into Madeline's face. He controlled his strength with terrifying precision, just enough to hurt her badly without killing her on the spot. Gah! Madeline screamed as she was sent flying, smashing hard into the wall. "You goddamn bitch, fuck." Homelander rushed after her. Bam, bam, bam. He punched her again and again, venting the rage burning inside him. Yes, this was it. Homelander cursed as he beat her. Until... Gala. Madeline had been beaten black and blue, and she finally couldn't take the punishment anymore. With a strange gurgling sound, like flesh and bone twisting under the skin, the woman on the floor suddenly began to change. In the blink of an eye, Madeline disappeared, replaced by a huge, bloodied fat man, his whole body trembling, weighing well over 300 pounds. So this Madeline had been doppelganger. "Mr. Homelander, please stop. I really can't take any more." Doppelganger clutched his completely deformed, swollen face and screamed for mercy on the floor like a pig being slaughtered. "It hurts, my ribs are broken. If you keep hitting me, you're really going to beat me to death." Seeing the fake return to his original form, the rush Homelander had been enjoying from his revenge was instantly ruined. He stood up and shook the blood from his hands in disgust. "Change back." Homelander's order was ice cold. No, sir." Doppelganger scrambled backward in terror. "I'm seriously dying here. My face is swollen up like a balloon, and I had to hold that pose the whole time you were hitting me. I'm completely wiped out, body and mind. I really can't take any more." Homelander took a deep breath. He walked over to the leather sofa and sat down, pulled a photo from a hidden layer of his supersuit, and tossed it in front of Doppelganger with a sharp slap. The person in the photo was Becca. "I'll let you off today." Homelander leaned back on the sofa, staring at Doppelganger with contempt. After all, Doppelganger used to do Madeline's dirty work, and he had done plenty of disgusting shit. Homelander had hated him for a long time. Even the deep was more normal than this guy. Rest for a few days. Then, once the injuries on that fat body of yours heal up, turn into Stan Edgar. And Becca. Those two have been pissing me off for a long time too. I'm going to beat them as well. Homelander spoke slowly. Yes, Mr. Homelander, I promise I'll do it. Doppelganger let out a breath of relief. He was a supe, after all. Injuries like this should heal on their own in a few days. To stay alive, he gritted his teeth and forced himself up from the floor. With another gurgling sound of twisting muscle, Doppelganger transformed back into the battered Madeline. He slipped into the role with practiced ease. Madeline knelt at Homelander's feet, slapping herself hard across the face over and over while confessing loudly in a voice full of sincerity and humility. It was all my fault. I'm the fakest, most worthless woman alive. I deserve every bit of this. I'm sorry, Mr. Homelander. Watching this, Homelander's anger gradually faded. Before long, he left Doppelganger's room. Only after Homelander was gone did Doppelganger finally breathe out and return to his original form. Phew. Lingering fear covered Doppelganger's face. If Homelander hadn't come back to his senses just now, he probably really would have died. Before this, Doppelganger had thought Homelander was keeping him hidden so he could turn into Madeline or some other woman and do all kinds of weird shit. But no, turns out he wanted him to turn into people he hated so he could beat the hell out of him. Wasn't that fucking insane? Doppelganger shook his head helplessly, but the guy was the strongest supe in the world. What the hell could he do to stop him? The Peninsula Hotel, penthouse suite. On the wide, soft bed, messy silk sheets lay scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the heavy scent of hormones and alcohol. Benjamin was bare-chested, leaning comfortably against the headboard. One of his thick arms was wrapped possessively around Starlight's smooth, pale shoulder. His other hand held a cigar, and he exhaled a dense smoke ring in pure satisfaction. Now this was what you called living. Benjamin sighed inwardly. Since crossing over, he had no shortage of women, no shortage of pleasure, and on top of that, he had one hell of a capable son. Benjamin felt like he was starting to drown in luxury. Still, Vought's profits had definitely dropped a lot recently. It wasn't just because of the falling stock price. A bigger reason was that the film release schedule had slowed down since the superheroes were spending most of their time dealing with supervillains. But it didn't matter. Once they dealt with the Church of the Collective, there would probably be another huge pile of money coming in. And there was one more thing. All research on Compound V, along with all human trials, had been suspended. But that didn't mean Benjamin would never research it again. If possible, the best outcome would be finding a way to develop Compound V without doing anything cruel or immoral. Maybe, with the power of Compound V, they could invent something that actually helped people. For example, improving physical condition or extending lifespan. Of course, that would definitely take a long time. After all, they weren't doing human experiments like in the original series. But that didn't matter. The one thing Benjamin had plenty of was time. Right then, Starlight was nestled against his chest, and her beautiful big eyes were still flickering with dazzling white light from time to time. Hattie. Benjamin took a drag from his cigar. Watching Starlight's eyes flicker on and off like a flashlight, he couldn't help letting out a low laugh, his tone teasing. Annie, I've seen a lot of shit in my life. But I've gotta admit, for a few seconds back there, I really thought somebody had tossed a couple flashbangs by the bed. Starlight instantly blushed and said, "Stop it, I can't help it. Sometimes when I get too worked up, my powers just slip out on their own." Thinking back to how she had lost control and started glowing because of that overwhelming feeling of being conquered, Starlight felt horribly embarrassed. And the aftereffect was way too strong. Don't worry, I'll let you light up again in a bit. Chapter 68. Early the next morning, Benjamin and Starlight got dressed and returned to Vought headquarters. Homelander, meanwhile, had flown out of headquarters before dawn to hunt down the supervillains causing chaos all over the world. After all, back when he wanted to force SUPs into the military, he was the one who ordered A-Train to spread Compound V to terrorists across the globe. Aside from seeing his son, Homelander spent most of his time dealing with that mess. He also had to search for Kimiko and her brother. Though Homelander still had no idea why Soldier Boy cared so much about those two. Nor did he know whether Soldier Boy was just looking for something new. And so the days passed. Benjamin's life became unusually regular and fulfilling. Every now and then, he would go to the Peninsula Hotel with Starlight and enjoy the company of this new generation's American sweetheart. Other times, Benjamin would push open the door to Stormfront's apartment and have a hard-hitting, hardcore sparring session with her. Perhaps because Benjamin refused to agree with Stormfront's grand ideals, Stormfront had clearly started slacking off during this period. She stopped going out onto the streets to fight crime. Instead, she half-assed her way through each day, shooting lousy films in Vought studio, or putting on that black uniform to appear on talk shows and give speeches about female empowerment and the like. To be fair, Stormfront really was good at giving speeches. Her approval among women of every age group rose sharply, and her popularity even began to faintly surpass Starlight's. Stormfront and Starlight also became more active in the public eye. Together with Maeve, the three of them were hailed as symbols of female empowerment. Of course, aside from the times when Starlight and Maeve were tracking down supervillains, the rest of their time was mostly spent joining Stormfront at various events. Some of Stormfront's speeches were even more forceful than Benjamin's. Benjamin was not angry about Stormfront's passive resistance. On the contrary, he was more than happy to see it. He understood this old woman's true nature far too well. She might be saying she would follow the rules now, but deep down, she was still an extremely radical racist lunatic. If Stormfront were allowed to go out on missions, and she ran into a few Black or Asian criminals, the massacre and destruction she caused would probably be 100 times worse than anything those supervillains could do. Keeping her caged under the spotlight as a pretty prop was actually the greatest protection society could get. Stormfront had made promises before, sure, but this woman was anything but honest. She and Starlight were complete opposites. When it came to scheming, there were few sups who could compare to Stormfront. Meanwhile, the Deep and A-Train, the two former outsiders in the Seven, were frantically investigating the Church of the Collective. A few nights later, somewhere in the Middle East, at an abandoned militant camp choked with smoke and gunpowder. Splat! Homelander expressionlessly lifted his glowing red eyes, and a crimson beam instantly blew apart the terrorist leader's head. This was the third supervillain he had cleaned up today. These disgusting bugs just never fucking end. Homelander looked at the corpse in disgust. As the final scream faded, the violent crimson glow in Homelander's eyes gradually died away. He took a deep breath, and that terrifying aura around him receded. Homelander carefully reached into the blood-free inner pocket of his supersuit and pulled out a beautifully packaged, limited edition Homelander Lego set. Looking at the toy in his hand, the tyrant who had just slaughtered dozens of people actually broke into a soft, goofy smile. It's almost time to see Ryan again. The little guy's gonna love this. Boom! With a thunderous roar that tore through the sound barrier, Homelander hugged the Lego box to his chest and impatiently burst through the clouds, flying at top speed toward a secret community in the United States. In the American Midwest, inside an abandoned church, two groups stood facing each other. On the left was Grace Mallory, former deputy director of the CIA. She wore a washed-out gray trench coat, and her wrinkled face was etched with vigilance. But from the shape of her features, it was still easy to tell that Mallory had been beautiful when she was young, with an exceptional presence. The original Soldier Boy had even flirted with her once, only to get thoroughly shut down. Behind Mallory stood Mother's Milk, William Butcher, Frenchie, and their only supe, Kimiko. The last time Butcher's group had planned to expose Compound V to the public, Soldier Boy beat them to it and released the news first, catching all of them completely off guard. On top of that, because they had killed Translucent and were sold out by Mesmer, they had become fugitives. Superheroes, police, and plenty of others were hunting them down. As a result, Butcher's situation was far worse than in the original series, forcing him to seek shelter under Colonel Mallory. As for Huey, because events had gone differently from the original series, He had not been present when Mesmer was threatened. That meant Huey had not become a wanted man. Right now, he and Robin were living a relatively comfortable life. Standing across from them was a man in an immaculate custom-made white suit, his hair slicked back, a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. He was none other than Alastair Audna, leader of the Church of the Collective, a cult leader with millions of fanatical followers across the United States, who had amassed a fortune through brainwashing and mental control. Behind him stood several expressionless sups in sharp suits. These sups did not belong to Vought. They were a backup plan Edgar had left behind. Colonel Mallory. Audna was the first to break the silence. He gave a graceful, slight bow. To be honest, when I sent the invitation, I assumed that with your stubborn, old-fashioned nature, you would never come to this meeting. And yet, here you are. Cut the nauseating bullshit, you fraud. Mallory looked at him coldly. I have nothing to discuss with a cult leader who lives by sucking people dry, mind, and marrow. If that intel hadn't mentioned Vought, I'd put a bullet through your head right now. But you did come, didn't you? Because you don't have a choice. Audna was not bothered in the slightest. He spread his arms. Come on, Colonel. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right now, we have a common enemy and an unbeatable one at that. Vought. According to my intelligence network, the boys' patrol you secretly assembled is almost the only force that has ever truly hurt Vought. Translucent, for example. You killed him. Fuck you. Butcher, standing behind Mallory, could not stop himself from cursing. He stepped forward, his stubbled face full of violence, and jabbed a finger toward Alastair's face. You cultist cunts are just the same rotten filth as Vought, wearing a different suit. How many compromised superheroes have you cleaned up for Vought? How many dirty little jobs have you done for them? What, now the split's gone bad, so you're crawling out to bite your master? Facing Butcher's abuse, the smile on Audna's face finally faded a little. He sighed and gave a helpless shrug. Mr. Butcher is right. We really were the best of allies once. Vought needed us to clean up after the sups, and we needed Vought to provide money, protection, and even status. But now, times have changed. A flicker of fear passed through Audna's eyes. That crafty bastard Stan Edgar is dead. Madeline's gone too. Vought is under completely new management now. Soldier Boy and Homelander, that terrifying father and son soup duo, control the entire company. They don't play by the rules at all. They don't need the church to take in their members. They don't need our church to clean up their image. They might simply want to reshuffle everything through absolute violence. Just the day before yesterday, they officially removed the Church of the Collective from their list of partners and cut off every funding channel we had. They may even have sent sups to hunt down our church. Audna gritted his teeth. If we don't strike first, the Church of the Collective will soon be erased by that father and son through every method imaginable, disappearing completely from public view. And I will have nothing left. Huh? Mallory let out a cold, mocking laugh. Well, looks like Vought actually did something good for humanity for once. Scum like you, who use a cult to control people's minds. In some ways, you're even more disgusting than Vought. You want to use us as your gun? Keep dreaming. With that, Mallory turned to leave. Chapter 69. What if I told you? Audna watched Mallory's back as he slowly said, Vought International is still running human trials with Compound V on people all over the world, still creating God knows how many supervillains. Mallory stopped walking. Kimiko's face changed instantly. She whipped around and locked her eyes on him. For Kimiko, the one she hated was Vought. She hated Vought for turning her and her brother into what they were. Even now, she still had not found her brother. And there was a very real chance her brother had already been wiped out by Vought superheroes as a supervillain. What do you mean? Mallory frowned slightly. Just a few days ago, Soldier Boy publicly announced at a press conference that Vought acknowledged its past crimes and promised it had completely stopped every Compound V experiment. He said all remaining doses had been collected and destroyed. My sources don't feed me bullshit. Come on, all of you. Audna spread his hands theatrically, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. You people actually believe the bullshit coming out of those two bastards' mouths. Butcher and Mother's Milk exchanged a look. Deep suspicion and anger flashed in both their eyes. True enough, they had never believed a single whitewashed statement from Vought. Adna smiled with absolute confidence. He snapped his fingers, and a bodyguard behind him immediately handed over a black waterproof tablet. He tossed the tablet onto a pew. And besides, I have intel and leads. When it comes to gathering information, the Church of the Collective is no worse than you people. The screen lit up. Several highly secretive night vision surveillance clips appeared on it. In the footage, out on the rough open sea, several unmarked fishing boats were carrying out a handoff. Crate after crate was unloaded and moved onto another fishing boat. The people on the receiving side opened them to inspect the contents. Inside were vials of blue liquid, Compound V. Those goddamn animals, I knew it. Mother's Milk's voice shook with hatred and rage. Compound V? That damn shit destroyed my family? Soldier Boy, that bastard was doing one of his street show stunts back then. Just to catch some robber, he threw a car and crushed my family to death. Exactly. How the hell could he ever become a real superhero? This whole thing is just a fucking show put on by that father and son. The more Mother's Milk spoke, the angrier he got. He looked ready to charge straight into Vought Tower and tear Soldier Boy apart with his bare hands. Mother's Milk had hated Soldier Boy from the start, so of course he could not believe Soldier Boy had chosen to become a real superhero, and he sure as hell did not believe Vought's PR spin. Beside him, Butcher patted Mother's Milk on the shoulder, holding his brother back. Then he shot back, "Videos can be faked. How the fuck am I supposed to know this isn't just some story you cooked up to con us, you cult prick?" "Because it makes sense, Mr. Butcher. You know that better than anyone." Adna stepped in front of Butcher, looked him straight in the eye, and said softly, "Mother's Milk's family was killed by Soldier Boy. And you, Mr. Butcher, your beloved wife, Becca, was raped by that animal Homelander. So tell me, do you really think two pieces of shit with that much blood on their hands would suddenly grow a conscience, go legit, and become real superheroes who save the world? Don't make me laugh. You're a piece of shit too." Mallory stared at him coldly. "So what the hell do you want?" Mallory cut Adna off. "I'm just a poor man of the church trying to protect his life's work." Adna straightened his tie and continued, "Rather than letting that lawless father and son pair at Vought rule the world, wouldn't it be better for the Church of the Collective to take their place? Our influence on society would be much gentler, don't you think? What do you need us to do?" Butcher's eyes turned dangerously cold. If it meant killing Homelander, he was willing to make a deal. "Simple." Adna smiled. "I'll use every intelligence network and resource the church has left to support you fully. And the boys will use my intel to bring down Vought by any means necessary. Of course, if you need it, I can even provide you with a few doses of Compound V." Mallory fell into thought. A few minutes later, Mallory led the boys out of the abandoned church without looking back, disappearing into the night. The empty church fell deathly silent again. The warmth on Alistair's face vanished, replaced by smug satisfaction. He turned and walked toward the broken cross. His situation had indeed been terrible lately. Fortunately, before his death, Stan Edgar, the former CEO of Vought, had left behind plenty of intelligence and contingency plans. According to that intelligence, he knew Vought would soon carry out a full purge of the church. And thanks to some of the backup plans Edgar had left him, Alistair had gotten his hands on quite a few things. In that case, why not strike first? After all, Vought was going to settle accounts with him sooner or later. And according to Edgar, Soldier Boy actually seemed to want to become a real superhero. That was the most absurd, hilarious part of all, but Adna had no choice but to believe it. Alistair muttered to himself, "Soldier Boy, he said you might really want to become a true superhero. But that won't work. Wouldn't that get in the way of my church's growth?" The black van drove along the highway. Inside, a heavy, oppressive silence filled the cabin. "Colonel," Frenchie, sitting in the back, could not help asking, "Are we really gonna work with trash like that?" "We don't have a choice, Frenchie." Mallory sat in the passenger seat, her voice cold and decisive. "In this shit pit, we don't get to pick clean allies. If Alistair's intel is true, If Vought is really still running experiments in secret and creating supervillains, then we have to stop them no matter what it takes. That charlatan was right about one thing. Letting a money-grubbing cult cling to life is still a hell of a lot better than letting those superheroes take over the world. In the driver's seat, William Butcher's eyes stayed calm, his thoughts unreadable. "Listen, Butcher." Mallory turned her head. "I just intercepted a piece of intel. A supervillain has appeared in Newark, New Jersey." Her tone sharpened as she continued. "If you can lead the team in and capture him alive, then combine that with the smuggling evidence from the Church of the Collective, we can bring that supervillain to the upcoming congressional hearing as living, ironclad proof that Vought is still conducting human experiments and shove it right in the global media's face. Understand? On top of that, we have plenty of dirt on superheroes. If all of it comes out at the hearing, it'll crush Vought." Butcher did not react, he kept driving. "If you pull this off, I'll give you Becca's address." Screech. With a piercing scream of tires, the speeding van slammed to a halt on the dark highway. Everyone inside was violently thrown forward by the force. "What did you say?" Butcher stared at Mallory. "Becca is still alive. Get this done, and I'll give you Becca's address so the two of you can reunite." Chapter 70. Butcher's rough hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly the veins stood out across the backs of them. Becca, she's still alive. 1,000 things surged through Butcher's mind. All those late nights drowning himself in booze. All those times he woke from nightmares and smashed bottles against the wall. In some of those nightmares, he even saw himself kneeling there, watching Homelander and Becca with his own eyes. Even back then, Butcher had never believed Becca was dead. He had taken a sledgehammer himself and smashed the cold tombstone bearing her name to pieces. Somewhere deep down, he had always felt that Becca was not dead. And now, Mallory had finally confirmed that hunch. Butcher slowly turned his head and fixed his eyes on Mallory in the passenger seat. "You knew she wasn't dead all along, didn't you, Colonel?" Butcher's voice was eerily calm. "All these years, you knew everything." Facing Butcher's stare, Mallory remained expressionless. She did not deny it. She simply looked back at him coldly. In this brutal game to bring down Vought, nobody's hands were clean. Butcher laughed coldly to himself. Yeah, Mallory was using him. But hadn't he also been using Mallory and the CIA resources behind her to track down his wife? They were all ghosts clawing their way through the same filthy swamp. None of them had the right to call anyone else dirty. "I get it," Butcher said. "I'll bring you that supervillain alive. You'd better pray that when it's done, you keep your promise." Hearing Butcher take the job, Frenchie let out a breath from the back seat and asked, "So, do we bring Huey in on this one? The kid's a bit of a coward, sure, but he's got a good head on him. And after killing Translucent, he's seen blood before." Butcher's foot hesitated slightly on the gas. Huey's face flashed through his mind, like the face of a little brother. Because A-Train had never smashed Huey's girlfriend Robin to pieces in the street, Huey did not carry that bone-deep hatred that came from losing everything. The only reason he had gotten dragged in before was because Butcher had forced him into it, which led to him being hunted by Vought's Translucent. In the end, he had pressed the detonator in a state of pure panic. Now that the Translucent incident had died down, Huey rarely got involved with the boys anymore. He also had never been seen by Mesmer. Kimiko and Huey did not know each other either, so Mesmer had not learned about Huey from her memories. So Huey had returned to a normal life. He had a whole family. He had Robin alive and well. "No." Butcher bit down on the cigarette in his mouth and shook his head. "The kid's doing fine now. Huey's not like us. Huey, he's still an outsider. Leave him out of it." Dragging someone with a normal life into this kind of dangerous shit by force. For some reason, Butcher suddenly found the idea tasteless. The van fell into a strange silence for 2 seconds. Mallory turned and looked Butcher up and down with utter disbelief, like she was seeing him for the first time. Then she gave a quiet laugh. "Well, I'll be damned. The sun must be rising in the west. Butcher, I thought you were the kind of rabid dog who'd use anyone and not give a damn, as long as it got you what you wanted." In the back seat, Mother's Milk and Frenchie exchanged a deeply understanding look. then nodded hard without hesitation. Even Kimiko, who had been sitting silently in the corner the whole time, nodded too. Butcher glanced at the comrades who had been through hell with him in the rearview mirror. His brow twitched, and he cursed roughly. "Fuck, is that really what I am to you bastards? Some no-limits piece of shit." "Yes." Mallory, Mother's Milk, Frenchie, and even Kimiko all nodded at the same time. "Fuck all of you." Butcher rolled his eyes hard and floored the gas. Meanwhile, Vought's secret community, Becca's cabin. Warm afternoon sunlight poured through the glass windows and spilled across the living room carpet. Ryan lay on the floor, completely focused on the pile of colorful Lego bricks in front of him. He was using them to build what he imagined as a perfect, cozy family. In the little Lego scene, there was a pretty small house, with 3 figures standing on the lawn. One was a female figure wearing an apron, representing Mom. One was a little boy figure, representing Ryan himself, and beside them stood a black-haired uncle figure. That black-haired uncle figure had been put together by Becca herself. "Mom." Ryan held the black-bearded figure in his hand, his bright blue eyes full of confusion. He turned to look at Becca, who was sitting on the sofa mending clothes, and asked with a pout, "This isn't Dad at all. Dad has blonde hair and he wears a cape. And Dad is handsome. This black-bearded uncle doesn't look anything like Dad." Hearing her son's innocent question, Becca gave a bitter smile. She reached out and stroked Ryan's little head. "Ryan, you'll understand one day." Ryan did not understand at all. Boom! A familiar sonic boom rang out outside the cabin yard. With a click, the cabin door opened. Homelander strode in. "Look, my little genius Ryan, guess what Daddy brought you?" Homelander pulled the set out from behind his back. It was Vought's newest Homelander Lego set, and a limited edition at that. The kind no one could get unless they were a serious superfan. Ryan froze for a second, then his blue eyes went wide. He threw aside the poor black-haired uncle in his hand, and cheered as he flung himself into Homelander's arms. "Whoa, it's Daddy's Lego, that's so cool." Ryan hugged Homelander's leg. "Dad, you're so good to me." Hearing that, Homelander felt nothing but pure joy. He shot a smug glance at Becca, whose expression had turned ugly, then lifted Ryan high into the air with a doting smile. "Silly kid, you're my son. If I'm not good to you, who the hell am I supposed to be good to?" After playing Lego with his son for a while, the father and son went out into the yard to play baseball. The crisp crack of the bat and Ryan's laughter echoed through the community. Once they were both sweaty from playing, Homelander suddenly stopped. He looked at Ryan, who was picking up the ball, and said, "Ryan, come here." Then Homelander set down his baseball glove and opened his arms. Ryan obediently ran over. Homelander scooped him into his arms and bent his legs slightly. Whoosh! In an instant, the two of them flew up onto the roof of the cabin. The cabin roof was at least 6 meters off the ground, about the height of a 2-story building. A light breeze blew past, and the view suddenly opened wide around them. Ryan stood near the edge of the slightly sloped roof and poked his little head out to look down. It was a little high, but he was not scared. Instead, he was thrilled by the feeling of standing higher than everyone else. After all, he was a kid Homelander, had once carried 10,000 meters into the sky. "So Ryan, feels pretty great standing up here, doesn't it?" Homelander stood with his hands on his hips, facing the wind, savoring that sense of control that came from looking down on everything. "Yeah, super cool." Ryan nodded excitedly. Chapter 71. That's it. Homelander crouched down and looked Ryan in the eye. That feeling of standing up high and looking down at the world is amazing, right? The freedom of the wind rushing past your ears. Doesn't it feel just like when I took you up into the sky? "Yeah, Dad." "Ryan, your mom has never held you and flown you into the sky. She's never brought you up here either, has she?" Ryan listened to his father and nodded honestly. "No, Mom's afraid of heights. She doesn't let me come to places like this." Seeing Ryan agree with him, Homelander smiled. And that's exactly why boys need their dads. The two of them stood on the roof, bathed in the warm sunset. From a distance, the scene looked incredibly peaceful and sweet. But it was about time to teach Ryan how to use his powers. When he was Ryan's age, he had already broken the sound barrier, hadn't he? Homelander's mind drifted back to his childhood in the cold Vought laboratory, to those painful memories of researchers pushing him off high platforms again and again to test his limits, throwing him into deadly situations over and over. The laboratory had taught him that instinct only awakened in desperate situations and extreme fear. This was the only way of teaching he knew. Ryan. Homelander suddenly put away his smile and said, "I think it's time. Are you ready?" Ryan froze. "Ready for what? Dad, are we playing a new game?" Homelander pointed at the lawn more than 6 meters below them. "Jump down, Ryan." The little guy lowered his head and looked at the green lawn below. Ryan was completely stunned. He instinctively took a step back. "Dad, you're not serious, right? It's so high, I don't want to jump." Ryan's look at me. Homelander's smile was still gentle, but there was no room for argument in it. "You're my son, you can fly just like me. It's instinct." I don't want to jump." Ryan shook his head. "Take a deep breath, son." Homelander crouched down. "Close your eyes, then bravely take one step forward. That's all, you'll get it right away. The second you leave the roof, your body will fly on its own. It'll take care of everything." "But I can't fly." Ryan was getting anxious. His dad was a superhero with powers, but he did not have any. "You're gonna love it, trust me, son." Homelander kept trying to persuade him. "I really can't fly, Dad." "You can, I promise you can. Just jump and you'll discover a whole new world. Trust me, okay?" Seeing that nothing was getting through to his father, Ryan's little brain raced, and he kept arguing. "Dad, please don't make me jump. I mean, Grandpa can't even fly. Maybe I took after Grandpa. Maybe I can't fly at all." At that, Homelander froze for a second. That kind of made sense. Now that he thought about it, the little brat actually had a point. What if Ryan really did take after Soldier Boy? But Homelander quickly shook his head. "No, definitely not. If I, your dad, can fly, then that means our genes evolved. And since you're my son, you should definitely fly higher and faster than me." Seeing that his father could not be reasoned with, Ryan fell into complete despair. A moment later, Ryan pulled his phone out of his pocket without hesitation and quickly dialed one of the only 2 numbers in his contacts. Seeing his son suddenly take out his phone and make a call, Homelander froze, then asked curiously, "Who are you calling right now?" Ring, click. The call connected. "Grandpa, it's Ryan." Ryan called into the phone. At the word Grandpa, Homelander's eyebrow twitched. Holy shit. This little brat had learned how to tattle. "Wait, Ryan, hang up first." Homelander started to panic a little. "This is training between father and son. No need to bother your grandpa. Your grandpa hates flying. He might yell at you." Benjamin's voice came from the other end. "Who?" Ryan quickly said, "Grandpa, my dad. My dad wants to make me jump off a 6-meter-high roof. He says I can fly." The air went quiet. Homelander was starting to regret buying his son a phone. After a brief second of silence on the other end, Benjamin said, "Isn't that fucking obvious? Your dad can fly. You're his kid, so of course you can fly too. It's just jumping off a roof. Take a deep breath and jump. Even if you can't fly, you won't get hurt. Don't stand there crying on the roof like a little bitch. It's only 6 meters. You'd be fine from 600. Beep, beep, beep." After cursing him out, Benjamin hung up without the slightest hesitation. Ryan stood there holding the phone, now filled with the dial tone, completely frozen. Homelander, standing beside him, heard that Soldier Boy had not scolded him and had actually agreed. His earlier panic instantly vanished. Homelander smiled. "You hear that, Ryan? Even your grandpa thinks you should jump." Homelander spread his arms excitedly. Crash! From the lawn below came the sharp sound of a ceramic plate shattering. Becca had just come out of the kitchen, carrying a plate of washed fruit, and she happened to see the terrifying scene on the roof. "Oh my God, what are you doing?" The fruit plate slipped from Becca's hands and smashed onto the ground, fruit rolling everywhere. Her face went deathly pale as she stared up at Homelander and Ryan standing at the edge of the roof. "Ryan, don't move. Homelander, you animal, get him down from there right now." Chapter 72. Dad, please. At that moment, half of Ryan's feet were already hanging over the edge of the roof. His fair little face was full of despair. Homelander stared at the fear reflected in those bright blue eyes exactly like his own, and froze slightly. He had been about to keep coaxing him. For some reason, a scene from his childhood in the lab flashed through his mind. Little John, wearing nothing but a thin hospital gown, had been forced by a group of expressionless scientists onto a towering test platform. Back then, he had looked just like Ryan did now, staring desperately at those adults, those so-called elders, begging them again and again with his eyes. But those scientists had not agreed. They had only told Homelander, "Jump, John, trust us, it won't hurt you." That was probably what they had said back then too. But there had been no way around it. It was to awaken his superpowers, to make him control his superpowers. Homelander's cheek twitched, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Then he remembered what Ryan had said earlier, worried that because Grandpa can't fly, I inherited that from Grandpa, so I can't fly either. Homelander did not know what to do anymore. If he really made Ryan jump today, Ryan truly would not get hurt, but then what difference would there be between him and those scientists in the lab? Homelander took a deep breath. He looked at Ryan, trembling all over, and sighed helplessly. In the end, his tone softened. "Okay, Ryan, we'll do it another way." Homelander took a small step forward and held out both hands as if ready to catch him. "Here's what you do. Jump down and try to feel the wind. If you really can't fly, Daddy promises you, before you hit the ground, I'll fly over and catch you in an instant. I'm faster than a bullet. Nothing's gonna happen to you. How's that?" Hearing that promise, Ryan froze for a moment. The little guy thought it over as fast as his still immature mind could manage. He had seen how fast Dad was. When Dad took him flying, he could not even keep his eyes open. Since Dad promised he would catch him, then maybe this really could work. No matter what, his begging had worked in the end. Dad still loved him. "Okay, Dad." Ryan gritted his teeth. "Count 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, I'll try to jump down and fly by myself. But you have to catch me, Dad. You really, really have to. Don't lie to me." Becca was stunned, still frantically shouting for Ryan not to do it. Homelander ignored Becca and said, "Okay, don't worry, Ryan. Dad would never lie to you." Homelander smiled and nodded, even gently straightening Ryan's collar. "A 3. Homelander slowly said the first number. Ryan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and tried hard to stop his weak legs from shaking. In his heart, he kept telling himself that when Dad counted down to 1, he would bravely jump. But just as Ryan was still trying to psych himself up, before Homelander could even say 2, he pressed his broad palm against Ryan's back and shoved him hard. "Down you go." "Ah, fuck." Caught completely off guard, Ryan plunged straight down from the 6-meter-high roof. The sudden rush of weightlessness swallowed him whole. "Down below." "No." Becca, who had been looking up and staring fixedly at the roof the whole time, completely broke down when she saw it. She had been begging desperately from below, screaming herself hoarse, but nothing had worked. That demon had really pushed her precious son off the roof. Whoosh! Just as Ryan was about to hit the ground, a figure flashed across the ground. Homelander dropped smoothly to one knee and caught the still terrified Ryan in his arms with perfect precision. The whole thing was effortless. Ryan did not feel even the slightest impact. Of course, he did not feel himself fly either. "Ha ha ha ha, see, I told you I'd catch you." Homelander stood up with Ryan in his arms, laughing. But Ryan did not find it funny at all. He gulped down air, his little face deathly pale. Ryan struggled desperately, jumped out of Homelander's arms, and ran without looking back toward Becca as she rushed over. "Mommy." Ryan threw himself into Becca's arms. "My baby, are you okay? Does anything hurt?" Becca held Ryan tightly, trembling all over. Worried and terrified, she still softened her voice to comfort him. It's okay, Mommy's here. You're okay, baby." "Come on, he didn't even get hurt." Homelander argued, "I caught him, didn't I? Sure, he wasn't ready, but this is a necessary step if we're going to unlock his potential." Bottom line, he didn't get hurt at all, right? Not a scratch. After a pause, Homelander added, "And, hell, even if I hadn't caught him just now, with the genes in his body, a little 6-meter fall wouldn't have done a damn thing to him." Hearing that pathetic excuse, Becca turned around and glared viciously at Homelander, cursing him outright. "You goddamn lunatic, you cold-blooded monster, you inhuman piece of shit. He's 7 years old. How could you do something so cruel to him? You don't deserve to be a father." At Becca's insults, Homelander's eyes shifted slightly. Homelander advanced on Becca step by step and shouted, "Listen, I've seen Vought's files. Ryan is the perfect soup child. You know why? Because he's my son, Soldier Boy's grandson, the continuation of the most powerful bloodline in this world. And you." Homelander pointed at her accusingly. "You've kept him caged in this fake little world. You're ruining him. You don't deserve to be his father. Ryan, come on, don't listen to this deranged psycho." Becca had no intention of listening to this monster's insane bullshit. She grabbed Ryan's hand and turned to head back inside. The moment he heard the word deranged, Homelander reached out and grabbed Becca's arm with his large hand. "Everything I've done is for my son's own good, but you keep raising him like some little girl. Let go of my mom." Ryan, who had been protected behind Becca the entire time, finally got angry when he saw his father bullying his mother. Ryan used no technique. He acted purely on instinct, reaching out with his 2 small, fair hands and gripping Homelander's arm as hard as he could. Then, using every bit of strength in his body, he wrenched it outward and shoved Homelander hard. Chapter 73. Under that burst of strength, Homelander was forced back 3 full steps. Homelander froze. His eyes widened as he stared at Ryan, standing several meters away. He was not shocked because the little brat had dared to defy him. What mattered was that Ryan had just released a tremendous force, enough to drive him back several steps. At that moment, Ryan stood firmly in front of Becca, shielding her. His usually clear blue eyes were now glowing red with anger. Those 2 glaring red lights looked exactly like a chibi version of Homelander. Seeing those red eyes, almost ready to fire lasers, Homelander was delighted. He was not angry that his son had attacked him. Instead, he praised him. "Good boy." As for Ryan, after that burst of strange strength, he was gasping for breath, and the red glow in his eyes slowly flickered and faded away. The little boy looked down at his hands, then at his father, whom he had shoved back several steps. Fear rose in his eyes. He seemed to realize he might have gone too far. He looked at Homelander, not knowing what to say. But Dad really had been scary just now, and it had looked like he almost hurt Mom. Ryan bit his lip, staring at Homelander with a complicated expression. "Ryan." Becca pulled Ryan tightly into her arms, using her own body to block Homelander's line of sight. Holding Ryan close, Becca was terrified. She kept her eyes locked on Homelander, rage burning in her chest. It was all because of Homelander that her son had become like this, but she still did not dare provoke him any further. Becca hated Sups to the bone, and now her own son had awakened superpowers too. Becca quickly carried the silent Ryan back into the house. Seeing that, Homelander's cheek twitched a couple more times. He said helplessly, "Kid's got a hell of a temper." Homelander shook his head, a faint bitter smile tugging at his mouth. He did not force his way in. "We'll take it slow, my little Superman." Homelander murmured under his breath, then turned and shot into the sky with a boom. He would wait until the kid cooled off, then come back in a few days with some new Lego toys. Next time, he might as well bring a Soldier Boy Lego set. Ryan would definitely love that. Vought Tower, Benjamin's office. In front of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, Benjamin leaned back on the sofa, holding a glass of whiskey on the rocks as he stared at the tablet on the coffee table. On the screen was an extremely blurry screenshot from a street surveillance camera. In the image, a thin, clearly Asian teenage boy was moving warily through the dark alleys of Lower Manhattan. Vice President Annika stood beside him. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and reported in a crisp tone. "Sir, this is the high-risk target our intelligence department just intercepted. Based on data comparison, This Asian teenager is most likely the latest super terrorist to infiltrate the United States. To avoid causing public panic, I plan to immediately send Starlight and Queen Maeve to carry out a covert pursuit. As Benjamin listened to Annika's report, he drained the strong liquor in his glass in one gulp. He recognized the Asian teenager in the photo at a glance. It was Kimiko's younger brother, Kenji. So Kimiko's brother had finally shown up. In the original storyline, Kenji had terrifying telekinesis. Not only could he snap someone's neck out of thin air, he could even flip a yacht with his bare hands. He was very powerful. And Kenji's appearance probably meant one thing. According to the original storyline, William Butcher's The Boys would likely get involved. Of course, Benjamin was not sure whether that would actually happen. After all, things were already different from the original series. Send the order, cancel your deployment plan, Annika. Benjamin stood up and said, gather the 7 immediately, meeting in the top floor conference room in 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Though Annika was a little surprised, she immediately accepted the order and left. 10 minutes later, on the top floor of Vought Tower, inside the 7's circular conference room, the symbol of supreme authority. The heavy doors were pushed open. Homelander had already arrived. He had happened to be on his way back to Vought, so he returned very quickly. Soon after, Queen Maeve, Starlight, the Deep, A-Train, and Stormfront, who had been slacking off lately, entered the conference room one after another. Benjamin sat in the main seat and tossed the tablet with Kenji's photo onto the center of the table. This supervillain operation is no longer a 2-person job. I'll lead the team myself. All of the 7 will move out together to capture him. The moment he said that, everyone was shocked. Queen Maeve frowned and said in surprise, Sir, sending all of the 7 after one Asian supervillain, isn't that overkill? If he's just an ordinary supervillain, Starlight and I should be able to handle it. Across from her, Stormfront narrowed her eyes, a flicker of doubt flashing through them. In her mind, for Soldier Boy to make such a big move, even lead the team personally, there had to be something special about this monkey-looking Asian boy. Shut up and let me finish. Benjamin continued. The reason everyone is going is because the intel shows he isn't alone. Besides this boy, there's also his sister, who is also a supervillain. Benjamin paused, his expression turning extremely stern. And I have one requirement for this operation. I need them captured alive. No lethal force and no killing them. After they're captured, bring them back to Vought headquarters in one piece. Hearing that requirement, everyone froze. Starlight blinked in confusion and asked curiously, Why, sir, they're supervillains. Facing Starlight's question, Benjamin thought for a moment, then gave his reason. Because they're different from that Frost madman who killed people randomly in the street. According to my investigation, this brother and sister have never hurt innocent civilians. They were abducted by a terrorist organization and forcibly injected with Compound V. They're just poor monsters created for profit by former CEO Stan Edgar. So far, the only people they've killed are the bastards who once imprisoned and abused them. If Vought kills victims like that without even asking questions, victims who were pushed into this against their will, then what makes us any different from the old Vought that treated human life like garbage? After hearing that, Starlight's beautiful eyes widened. That actually makes sense. Starlight nodded, looking at Benjamin with even deeper admiration. This was what a real superhero looked like. Chapter 74. Benjamin continued, From now on, during operations, if you run into a supervillain who has hurt large numbers of innocent civilians, isn't in their right mind, and is beyond saving, like that Iceman last time, don't ask for permission. Put them down on the spot. Kill them. But if you encounter someone similar, someone whose nature isn't actually bad, then I want them captured alive and brought back. Benjamin went on, if they can be recruited, and their abilities make them suited to becoming a superhero, then great. If they refuse, I can use power nullification directly on their superpowers and turn them back into an ordinary person. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone in the conference room, aside from Homelander, was stunned. Homelander instinctively touched the pistol at his waist. P-power nullification. Queen Maeve looked at Soldier Boy, her thoughts unreadable. My God. The Deep shuddered and blurted out, exchanging a look with A-Train beside him. Ben, since when? Stormfront stared at Benjamin in shock. If Benjamin really had that kind of ability, didn't that mean he could strip anyone of their superpowers whenever he wanted? What the fuck is there to be surprised about? Go through 40 years of nuclear radiation experiments, and maybe you'll get it too. Sorry, Ben. Realizing she had hit a sore spot, Stormfront quickly apologized. Benjamin raised an eyebrow, but did not explain further. At that very moment, out on the open sea, a luxury yacht meant for vacations was cutting across the water, heading in a certain direction. Inside a second-floor bedroom on the yacht, an Asian woman in a black top was anxiously signing with both hands at the Asian teenager in front of her. She was Kimiko. And the boy before her, his wrists and ankles locked in heavy chains, his eyes as fierce as a frightened young wolf's, was her younger brother Kenji, who possessed terrifying telekinesis. Kimiko signed rapidly, pleading with him through her eyes. She was trying to tell her brother to stop killing people. If he went with the boys, this group of hot-tempered but barely decent people, maybe they could still survive. But Kenji would not listen at all. Soon, Kimiko left helplessly. And just like in the original series, Kenji controlled a soda can and opened the chains. Click. Free again, Kenji was about to jump into the sea and escape. Just then, a helicopter happened to pass low over the yacht. He swung his hand sharply, and the attack meant for Butcher instantly turned toward the helicopter instead. Boom! The multi-million-dollar helicopter looked as if it had been slapped by an invisible giant hand. Belching black smoke, it plunged nose-first into the sea hundreds of meters away, blasting a towering column of water into the air. Goddamn kid. Before Kenji could jump into the water, Kimiko had already thrown herself at him. She forced her brother, who had just shown his power, back down onto the deck and tied him up again. But the boys did not even get a chance to breathe. Bang, spang. Two heavy, muffled impacts suddenly came from the bottom of the yacht. The entire hull began shaking violently right after. Fuck, what the hell's going on? Mother's Milk was nearly thrown into the sea by the shaking and grabbed the railing for dear life. The hull's taking on water. Frenchie leaned halfway out of the cabin, his face full of panic. Sharks, a whole pack of crazy great whites, is ramming the hull. They're attacking the yacht. In just a few dozen seconds, the yacht's waterline began dropping visibly. Faced with the open sea and a yacht that was about to sink, even a mad dog like Butcher had no choice but to make a tactical retreat. Abandon ship, lifeboat move. Butcher kicked the lifeboat's cable loose. In the chaos, they tossed the tightly bound Kenji inside, then jumped into a lifeboat fitted with a powerful motor and sped toward the distant coastline at full throttle. But the danger on the water was not over. Behind the lifeboat and on both sides, more than a dozen razor-sharp dorsal fins sliced through the surface, staying right on their tail. The great whites were like trained hunting dogs, refusing to let up. And just as they were about to reach the shallow beach, splash! With a deafening roar of breaking water, an enormous sperm whale burst up from beneath the surface. Standing on top of it were the Deep and A-Train. The Deep struck a cocky pose, staring down the boys and the others. The whale beneath his feet soon kicked up towering white waves with its massive body, making the lifeboat rock wildly. Then the whale charged straight onto the shore and lay across the beach like an unbreakable wall of flesh, completely blocking the lifeboat's landing point. A-Train, the Deep. Butcher, who was driving the lifeboat, fixed his eyes on the two men standing on the whale's back. On the whale's back. A-Train took off his sunglasses, looked down at the sperm whale beneath them, then looked at the Deep beside him like he was staring at an idiot. I mean, bro. A-Train's mouth twitched as he asked, completely baffled. If you can control all the seafood, why the hell didn't you just make the big-ass seafood ram their shitty lifeboat? The Deep smugly adjusted his green-scaled supersuit, raised an eyebrow, and laughed. Bro, I think all that running fried your brain. Mr. Soldier Boy told us over and over in the meeting. We take them alive, alive. If that piece of shit boat flips and the kid with superpowers drowns, Mr. Soldier Boy is gonna twist my head off. After hearing that explanation, A-Train shot back, utterly speechless. Is your head packed full of fucking fish? You could have just controlled a couple of those dolphins you usually party with and had them grab the tied-up supervillain. As for the other assholes with guns on the boat, who gives a fuck if they die? Why the hell did you have to drive a whale onto the beach like a goddamn roadblock? Faced with A-Train's extremely reasonable tactical analysis, Deep froze. Right, why not just have the dolphin snatch the target? Chapter 75. The Deep thought A-Train had a point, but his pride wouldn't let him admit he was wrong. Relax, this interception will work just fine. My sweet Lucy will definitely stop them. Who the hell is Lucy? A-Train asked. This beauty right here under my feet, I named her myself. Cute, right? As he spoke, the Deep crouched down lovingly and stroked the whale's thick hide. Oh my god, Deep, A-Train covered his face, that's just a damn whale. Don't you dare talk about Lucy like that. While the two of them were busy bickering like maniacs, out on the water, the black lifeboat that the Deep had expected to slow down in fear, maybe even turn and run, showed no sign of slowing at all. Instead, the engine roared even louder. Vroom. The Deep's pupils widened in terror. The bow of the black lifeboat lifted high as it pushed to top speed. In the driver's seat, William Butcher didn't look scared in the slightest. A wild grin was stretched across his face. He had the throttle pinned, and the lifeboat came tearing straight toward Lucy, the whale lying across the beach without slowing down at all. Fuck, these guys are insane. As the fastest man alive, A-Train's reflexes were far beyond any normal person's. Whoosh! Without wasting a single word, A-Train turned into a blue blur and vanished from the whale's back in an instant. The Deep, who still hadn't reacted, was left with his ass in the air, and both hands frozen in the middle of petting the whale. He stood alone on the massive whale's back, his face locked in shock. The Deep simply could not understand why anyone would be this crazy. Boom! A dull, thunderous crash rang out across the quiet beach. William Butcher drove the lifeboat straight into the massive body of the sperm whale, Lucy. Driven by sheer momentum, the sharp bow tore through the whale's thick hide and blubber in an instant. Blood blasted into the air like a fountain. Chunks of crimson organs and a flood of gore sprayed everywhere, staining the entire beach a horrifying dark red. Woo! The sperm whale let out one last short, piercing cry. Its massive body convulsed violently, then went completely still, dead beyond any doubt. As for the Deep, who had been standing on the whale's back with his ass sticking out, he didn't even have time to scream before the sudden impact launched him into the air. With a heavy thud, the Deep slammed into the sand. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out cleanly. Behind a huge reef several hundred meters away, A-Train, who had bolted away a split second earlier, watched the blood and guts carnage on the beach. Helpless, he pulled off his goggles and slapped a hand to his forehead. We're literally at the ocean, and Deep still managed to screw it up this badly. A-Train shook his head. But this was no time to complain. He took a deep breath, and the muscles throughout his body exploded with power. Whoosh! A sonic boom rang out as A-Train crossed several hundred meters in an instant, appearing right beside the lifeboat lodged in the whale's innards. A-Train recognized Kimiko the moment she crawled out of the cabin. She was one of the first supervillains he had been responsible for transporting back when he was helping Homelander smuggle Compound V. Without the slightest hesitation, A-Train flickered and appeared behind Kimiko. He reached out, ready to use his terrifying speed to throw her over his shoulder and carry her off to finish the job. But just as his hand was about to touch Kimiko, a sharp, needle-like pain stabbed through his heart. He had just carried the Deep to the beach at high speed, and now the after-effects of long-term abuse of high-purity Compound V had triggered his heart failure again. A-Train clutched his chest, pain twisting across his face. Right then, before he had even had a chance to recover. Bzzz. An insanely violent telekinesis, shockwave, slammed head-on into A-Train's chest. Gah! Already in agony, A-Train let out a muffled grunt and was sent flying backward. He skipped across the sand like a stone over water, tumbling more than a dozen meters before finally stopping with a mouthful of sand. The one who attacked him was Kenji, who had just crawled out of the cabin. The instant A-Train clutched his heart, Frenchie had decisively unlocked the handcuffs binding Kenji's hands. Freed from his restraints, Kenji's face was full of fury. He gave the scruffy Frenchman a deep, hard look, then telekinesis flared around his hands again as he prepared to turn and run off on his own. "Wait, you can't leave." Frenchie didn't even bother wiping the whale blood off his face before shouting, "Vought's people found us. The 7 are gonna be here any second. If you don't come with us, you won't last 1 fucking minute alone on this beach." Kenji glanced at him coldly and kept walking, clearly unmoved. "You really want?" Frenchie pointed at Kimiko, who was desperately trying to hold her brother back, and shouted through gritted teeth, "You really want your only sister to get sliced apart by those goddamn superheroes' lasers, or beaten to death, just to protect you?" Those words made Kenji stop dead. He turned back and looked at his sister, her face wet with tears, her eyes pleading with him. Years of imprisonment and torture had taught him not to trust anyone. But in that moment, blood and family still reached Kenji in the end. Kenji shut his eyes in pain, then shook his head hard. "Then we go together, move, those monsters are coming." Soon, Mother's Milk and Butcher woke up. The 3 members of the boys' squad took Kimiko and Kenji with them, and plunged straight into the maze-like urban storm drainage system behind the beach. 5 minutes later, Homelander descended from the sky with Soldier Boy and landed steadily beside the dead sperm whale. Right after that, the Stormfront trio arrived beside them. The moment they stepped onto the beach, the thick stench of blood and rot hit them head-on. The smell made Starlight, who was following behind, gag involuntarily. At that moment, the Deep, who had just woken up, looked utterly devastated. He stroked the sperm whale with both hands, overcome with grief. "Boo-hoo, my Lucy, my poor Lucy, how could you die like this?" The Deep pressed his face against the whale's corpse, heartbroken. "What the fuck are you doing?" Benjamin stepped forward and snapped, "Where's A-Train?" The Deep jumped, looked up, and stammered, "Sir, a train got hit, and then he went ahead to track those people down." "And you?" Homelander stood with his hands on his hips, his deep blue eyes filled with utter contempt. He slowly walked up to the Deep, looked down at him, and asked with a cold sneer, "He went after the enemy. So what the hell are you doing here, Deep?" The Deep's scalp went numb under Homelander's stare, but his grief had completely short-circuited his brain. "I am mourning my Lucy. Mourning my ass." Bang! Benjamin finally snapped and punched the Deep right in the bridge of the nose. The Deep clutched his nose and cried out as blood started running down his face. "If you say one more fucking word about that goddamn whale in front of me, I'll rip your gills out and make sashimi out of them right now." Benjamin pointed at the Deep's nose and shouted, "Get to the point. What the hell happened?" Holding his bleeding nose, the Deep told everyone exactly what had just happened. Chapter 76. Toward the end, the Deep hesitated, then said, "A-Train, the way he looked just now, I think his heart might be in bad shape, but he still went after them." And it was the same when he and I were looking into the Church of the Collective. A-Train had several moments where his heart seemed to be acting up. Whether he was trying to dodge responsibility or was genuinely worried, the Deep brought up A-Train's heart condition. Benjamin frowned slightly. A-Train's heart problem really had never been fixed. For a speedster soup, being unable to run was basically the same as being half useless. Add in the Deep another useless piece of shit, and letting them get away was hardly surprising. "Fuck, this was your home turf, and you still let me down." Benjamin sighed, shook his head, and cursed. "Split up and search." Benjamin shouted to the others. Still, Benjamin wasn't counting on Maeve or Starlight, whose speed was nothing special. He wasn't counting on the Deep to find anyone, either, and he definitely wasn't counting on A-Train with his bad heart. Most likely, Stormfront and Homelander would find them first. And who knew whether Stormfront would actually listen to him if she passed through a black neighborhood? Better to beat them to it and find the target first. The group quickly entered the maze-like flood control tunnels. The inside of the flood control tunnel was dark and damp. thick with the stench of sewage and the rotten smell of decaying moss. The huge concrete pipes were like the guts of a labyrinth, branching in every direction and stretching down into darkness. The moment the 7 entered the passage, they split up. Homelander and Stormfront, the two sups who could fly and move at extreme speed, turned into two blurs almost instantly. With a sharp crack of displaced air, they vanished into the pitch-black depths of the tunnel, searching non-stop for the supervillain. Benjamin, meanwhile, stayed behind and jogged at an easy pace. He carried the heavy white eagle shield in one hand, his military boots splashing through the standing water with dull, wet slaps. At the other end of the passage, Butcher was leading the boys in a frantic escape through the maze. Suddenly, 2 crimson points of light flared in the darkness ahead. A figure slowly emerged, blocking their only way out. Homelander. He stood there casually, hands clasped behind his back, head tilted slightly, his red glowing eyes studying the mortals in front of him like a bunch of rats. When Homelander's gaze finally landed on the bearded man holding a gun, the red glow in his eyes slowly faded. He paused for a second, then the corner of his mouth curled into a deeply amused smile. Butcher, too, didn't back away in fear when he saw Homelander. Instead, he stopped. The two archenemies finally faced each other head-on for the first time in that dark, stinking sewer. William Butcher. Homelander's voice echoed through the empty passage. Former CIA agent, the man who blew up my colleague Translucent, I finally get to meet you. Homelander took a small step forward, his voice growing a little excited. But your target was never Vought, was it? It was me. You went through all that trouble wrecking shit everywhere, even killing Translucent, one of the 7, even putting your own life on the line. What do you want from me? Money? Fame? Or are you trying to prove something to me with this incredibly stupid little stunt? Facing one of the strongest sups on Earth, Butcher not only refused to lower his gun, he gave him a wicked grin. What do I want from you? Butcher raised an eyebrow, smiling at Homelander. You think way too much of yourself, you caped freak. I've only got one goal. To hurt you right down to the fucking bone. Homelander froze for a moment. Ever since he was a child, in this world, no ordinary mortal had ever dared challenge him to his face with such pure, undisguised malice, so intense it almost felt fanatical. Aside from his father Benjamin, aside from the now-dead Stan, Edgar, and Vogelbaum, almost everyone in the world either blindly worshipped and feared Homelander, or looked up to him with the same reverent awe as the common people. He was used to being feared, used to fake praise. So when hatred this pure, without a single trace of anything else, appeared in front of him, Homelander didn't feel the immediate urge to slice the man in half with his lasers. He had always respected people who weren't afraid of him. Edgar before, Vogelbaum, and now Butcher. And this was the first time anyone had dared face him this honestly. Boom! A deafening crash shattered the standoff. Kenji, who had been hiding behind the boys, suddenly rushed out of the shadows. He threw both hands upward. He wasn't attacking Homelander at all. He was attacking the sewer itself. As his terrifying telekinesis erupted, the massive concrete slab beneath Homelander's feet instantly collapsed and caved in. At the same time, the support pillars above the passage were snapped apart by psychic force. Hundreds, even thousands of tons of rubble, rebar, and dirt came crashing down like a violent landslide. Before Homelander could take flight, the mountain-heavy debris buried him underground. The violent collapse didn't just bury Homelander. It also smashed a massive hole through the ceiling of the passage, opening a direct path to the surface. Blinding sunlight poured in through the opening. Without the slightest hesitation, Kenji seized that split-second chance, leaped upward, and escaped from the boys. Chapter 77. Seeing her only family run away again, Kimiko panicked. She scrambled up the rubble after him, desperately chasing toward the opening above. The siblings' figures quickly disappeared into the sunlight. Butcher coughed hard, choking on the falling dust. He raised his gun and was just about to climb over the rubble after them. Butcher, stop. Frenchie grabbed Butcher's arm hard and shouted, "We have to get the fuck out of here right now. Didn't you see? Homelander came in person. That means the 7 are probably all out today." The Deep and A-Train are here, Homelander's here too. Stormfront and Soldier Boy have got to be close. Frenchie pointed at the pile of rubble. Homelander only needs a few seconds to dig himself out. Once he's free, we're all dead. We need to move now. Butcher stared hard at the opening above. He still hadn't caught that supervillain. He still hadn't gotten the ironclad evidence he needed to bring down Vought. More importantly, Mallory had promised him that once the mission was done, she would give him Becca's address. He was one step away. Running off like some beaten dog, Butcher would rather die than swallow that. No time, move. Mother's Milk rushed over too and grabbed Butcher by the collar. In the end, reason won out over madness. Butcher let out a furious, humiliated curse. With no other choice, he followed Frenchie and Mother's Milk while Homelander was still trapped, scrambling through another extremely hidden sewage pipe and fleeing the scene in disgrace. As for Kimiko, Frenchie was worried sick, but Kenji was her baby brother. It made sense for Kimiko to chase after him, and Frenchie could only let her go. Up on the surface, Kenji ran, panting hard, into a residential parking lot packed with cars as he looked for a way out. Thud. A figure tackled him from behind. It was Kimiko. She pinned her brother's shoulders down tight and signed frantically at him. She told him she loved him, her dust-covered face full of desperation and pleading. Kenji looked at his sister, a flash of painful conflict crossing his eyes. But just as the siblings were caught in that moment, "You too." Benjamin walked over slowly with his shield in hand, looking down at the desperate siblings from above. "Finally fucking found you. Soldier Boy." Kenji and Kimiko's pupils shrank as they stared at the shield-wielding monster. They had seen this man's terrifying record on TV. Not long ago, he had beaten more than 30 sups without taking a scratch. He was also the strongest first-generation supe. Run. That was the only thought that flashed through both their minds at the same time. Against a monster on that level, neither of them had any desire to fight. Kimiko grabbed her brother's hand, and the two of them bolted. "You really think you can run?" Benjamin gave a cold sneer and chased after them. Then his wrist snapped forward, and the shield flew from his hand. In an instant, the shield sliced clean into Kimiko's lower back from behind. "Ah!" With a shrill scream, the shield severed Kimiko's spine along with half her waist and abdomen, sending blood spraying everywhere. She collapsed face-first to the ground, while the shield clanged and buried itself deep in the wall of the apartment building ahead, smashing a huge hole straight through it. Some of the black residents inside were startled, but luckily, Kimiko's body had bled off some of the shield's momentum when it was thrown. Otherwise, it might have punched through the wall and killed some of the residents inside. Hearing the commotion, the whole black family looked out the window. Only then did they realize it was Soldier Boy. From the look of it, Soldier Boy was chasing down supervillains. This. Seeing Kimiko lying in a pool of blood, Kenji, who had been running ahead, was so furious his eyes nearly split. He turned around and glared at Soldier Boy. Kenji roared. In the next instant, every ounce of telekinesis in his body erupted without restraint. Buzz! An invisible force instantly swept over the entire parking lot. Under the control of that terrifying telekinesis, the dozen or so parked cars around them all rose into the air. Then the cars came smashing wildly toward Benjamin. The black residents broke out in a cold sweat, worried that if Soldier Boy got crushed to death, the supervillains might hurt them. What those residents had not considered was that if Soldier Boy had arrived one step later, the one who hurt them would not have been a supervillain, but the superhero Stormfront. Booms, booms, boom. Deafening crashes rang out one after another. Benjamin had no intention of dodging. He let the heavy cars slam down over him and bury him completely. Seeing that, Kenji gasped for breath, a flicker of satisfaction flashing through his eyes as if he had finally taken revenge. Even if that could not hurt Soldier Boy, it should at least hold him back for a while, just like before. But his satisfaction lasted less than 3 seconds. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, explosive sounds came from inside the pile of cars. Then, boom. The dozens of tons of wrecked cars were blasted outward in every direction by a terrifying explosion, as if they were nothing more than a pile of flimsy foam boards. Fortunately, Benjamin had slightly controlled the strength of the nuclear blast. Otherwise, the car wreckage and debris might have blown up the entire building where the black residents lived. They were startled again, staring at Benjamin in awe. A very small number of the slightly smarter residents fled the scene. The less clever ones stayed where they were, staring blankly at everything. Benjamin stood in the middle of the rubble and brushed a little dust off his supersuit. Forget being injured, not a single hair on his head was out of place. Against level 6 defense, an impact at that level was completely useless. That all you got? Benjamin slowly approached. That's impossible. Kenji was completely stunned. He stared at the unscathed monster in front of him, his brain completely shutting down. Benjamin did not give him any more time to think. He took one step forward, activating super speed LV1, and appeared in front of Kenji in a flash. His sandbag-sized fist smashed into Kenji's face. Thud! Kenji's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Benjamin pulled out a pair of Vought-made superalloy handcuffs from his waist and locked the kid's hands tightly behind his back. As long as he could not wave his hands around to cast, the kid had no superpowers. After that, Benjamin turned and looked at the ground. By now, Kimiko's freakish self-healing had already kicked in. The horrifying wound across her waist was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kimiko was struggling to get up from the ground and keep fighting. Benjamin strode over and kicked her back down, just as she had managed to rise halfway. Without a word, Benjamin bent down, clamped both hands around Kimiko's head with brutal efficiency, and twisted hard. Cracked! The crisp sound of breaking bone rang out. Kimiko's neck snapped instantly. Her head drooped limply, and she fell back into a state of suspended animation. Before she could heal, Benjamin pulled out a Vought-made rope and tied Kimiko up tight, wrapping her like a rice dumpling. The fight was completely over in less than a minute. Cheers rose from the black residents. Watching Soldier Boy deal with two supervillains so cleanly and decisively, they saw him as practically unstoppable. Just then, with a flash of purple lightning, Stormfront finally arrived at the scene. When she saw the two supervillains captured alive on the ground, and Benjamin calmly puffing on a cigar like nothing had happened, a faint look of surprise crossed Stormfront's sharp, heroic face. Chapter 78. My God, Ben, I honestly have no idea how you pulled that off. Stormfront stepped forward, looking at the two captives, neither of whom showed even the slightest sign of having resisted. You don't have super speed, and you can't fly. So why is it that every time we're on a mission, you always find the target before I do, then wrap up the fight so damn cleanly? How the hell does that work? Benjamin had no idea what to say. It wasn't like he could tell her he had super tracking powers. You useless idiots are slow as hell. Where's Homelander? A short while later, Homelander finally drifted down from the sky at an unhurried pace. Right now, he looked pretty damn rough. His iconic supersuit was covered in sewer dust and sludge. Clearly, getting buried alive under Kenji's rubble down below had taken him some effort to crawl out of, leaving him filthy and disheveled. When he saw that Benjamin was not only unharmed, but had already captured the targets alive with flawless efficiency, Homelander froze in place, suddenly at a loss for words. Stormfront glanced at the black spectators watching nearby, irritation stirring in her chest. But with Benjamin standing there, she had no choice but to hold back. Soon, Queen Maeve, Starlight, A-Train, and the Deep arrived one after another. The 7 were all present. Benjamin looked at the team in front of him, supposedly the strongest fighting force on Earth, yet every single one of them was more useless than the last. He shook his head in disgust. In the end, it still came down to him, an old man over a century old, stepping in personally. The Deep and A-Train really were a pair of worthless idiots. A-Train was at least a little understandable, with the heart condition and all, but the Deep was just worthless beyond saving. I don't even know what the hell to say to you people. Fuck, you're a bunch of deadweight morons. Benjamin sighed and cursed. At Benjamin's scolding, Homelander actually looked a little hurt. He wasn't sure whether he had disappointed Benjamin. He wanted Benjamin's approval, but now he had screwed everything up. Starlight and Maeve exchanged a look. The two of them had basically been bystanders the entire time too, but there was nothing they could do about it. They were not exactly fast, after all. "All right, let's head back," Benjamin said. A dozen minutes later, a beat-up black van pulled up discreetly at the corner of the street. Butcher, Mother's Milk, and Frenchie slipped out and moved in quietly. But when they saw the empty parking lot, along with the wreckage of cars that had been flipped and crushed into scrap by terrifying force, despair sank deep into all three of them. "Shit." Frenchie dropped to his knees, staring at the pool of blood that belonged to Kimiko, both hands gripping his hair in anguish. "Kimiko and Kenji were running this way, I know they were, but now there's not a damn soul here, everything's wrecked. They must have been taken." The thought of that girl, savage as a wild animal on the outside, but fragile and kind underneath, falling into the hands of Vought's bunch of freaks made Frenchie feel a sharp pain in his chest. Those goddamn soup siblings, all they do is fuck everything up. Butcher cursed, pissed off. If Kenji had not buted in halfway through, he might still have had a chance to grab that bastard and trade him to Mallory for Becca's location. Now he had nothing. Kimiko is not some goddamn soup. Hearing Butcher insult her, Frenchie shot back, "She's a victim. She was just trying to save her brother." "All sups deserve to die," Butcher snapped. "Shut up, both of you, stop it." Mother's Milk, who had been silent the whole time, stood at the edge of the ruins. Even though he had stopped his two teammates from arguing, he himself had fallen deep into hatred. Mother's Milk clenched his fists. "Soldier boy." Vought Tower, the highest-level soup detention facility. There were no cold iron bars here, only minimalist pure white walls and reinforced glass, the kind of place that made it easy to lose all sense of time. Benjamin walked down the white corridor with steady steps. Behind him, Vice President Annika followed closely in her high heels, carrying a top-secret PR proposal she had just drafted. To be fair, Annika had striking features, especially her beautiful large eyes. Dressed as a vice president. "Sir, this capture operation was a huge success." Annika was visibly excited. "The 7 deployed in full force, and with you personally leading the team, this is absolutely major news. I suggest we immediately hold a globally broadcast press conference and show the public these 2 captured super-terrorists. Not only would this send a powerful warning to the enemies hiding in the shadows, it could double Vought's stock price this quarter. Save your bullshit, Annika. If you want that, go find Homelander and the others." Benjamin did not even look back, dousing her enthusiasm without mercy. "And another thing, Vought isn't a Hollywood talent agency anymore. I don't need to act like some circus clown, wagging my tail in front of the cameras begging for praise just because I caught a couple of rats." Annika went rigid and lowered her head respectfully. "Yes, sir." Annika watched Soldier Boy's back as he walked away, admiration shining in her eyes. He pushed open the heavy door to Pure White Cell number 1. Kimiko was bound tightly to an interrogation chair with specially made ultra-strong alloy chains. At the sound of the door opening, she snapped her head up and glared viciously at Benjamin as he walked in. Benjamin stopped in front of her and looked down at the girl, whose face was full of hostility. He did not use violence. He simply waved a hand. With a click, the electronic lock restraining Kimiko's right hand opened. Then he tossed a folder and a black marker onto the metal table in front of her. "I know you're mute, so unless you want this to hurt, we'll talk this way." Benjamin pulled over a chair, sat down, and lit a cigar. Kimiko rubbed her wrist, which had turned purple from the restraints, and gave him a cold look. The next second, she grabbed the marker, yanked off the cap, and, fueled by rage, wrote 7 huge English letters across the clean A4 paper. Then she slapped it down in front of Benjamin. "Fuck you." "Hi." Benjamin did not get angry. Instead, he shrugged, looking almost speechless. The girl's temper really was a little like his own. Come to think of it, once she could talk, that thunderous mouth of hers was pretty similar to his too. Then again, plenty of people had pretty damn foul mouths. Save your strength, kid. I don't have time to waste on this. Benjamin exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his deep eyes fixed on Kimiko. I'm not going to feed you a bunch of useless crap either. I know your background, and I know your abilities. I know your superpowers came from that bullshit terrorist organization, the Shining Light Liberation Army, forcibly injecting you with Vought's drug. At the mention of Shining Light Liberation Army, the hand Kimiko held the pen with trembled hard, and shock and hatred flashed through her eyes. Chapter 79. Now I'm giving you two choices. Benjamin held up two fingers. First, join us, become one of Vought's superheroes. I'll give you the best treatment and the best resources. Second, I personally strip the superpowers out of your body, turn you back into a powerless, ordinary person, then toss you out onto the street. After that, whether you go home or do whatever the hell else, that's up to you. Kimiko froze. She stared hard at the demon in front of her, the one who had just snapped her neck without the slightest hesitation. Strip away her superpowers and turn her into an ordinary person. How is that even possible? But looking into Benjamin's cold, serious eyes, she had the feeling he probably wasn't lying. As for the first choice, becoming muscle for Vought, the root of all this evil. Kimiko gritted her teeth, and a flash of fierce resistance crossed her eyes. She would rather die than agree to that. Seeing the struggle and distrust in Kimiko's eyes, Benjamin stood up. Forget it, a choice like this affects your whole damn life, so take your time thinking it over. We've got plenty of time here. When he reached the door, Benjamin suddenly stopped, turned his head slightly, and said, "By the way, speaking from experience, I'd recommend the first choice. Become a superhero who can control her power. After all, in this fucked-up world, you and your brother aren't the only kids who have been persecuted by the Shining Light Liberation Army and ripped away from their families. Don't you want to tear that organization out by the roots with your own hands? Or don't you want to save the other kids being persecuted? They might be suffering under all kinds of terrorist groups, or they might be suffering under the Vought that Edgar used to control. My goal is to stop all of it." Bang! With that, the door shut. In the empty, pure white cell, Kimiko was left sitting alone in the chair, dazed. She stared at the tightly closed door, Benjamin's last words echoing in her mind. After leaving cell number 1, Benjamin stopped by cell number 2 next door, where Kenji was being held. Unlike Kimiko's struggle, Kenji's interrogation was a total failure. The kid had been completely brainwashed by the Shining Light Liberation Army. During the time he was held by the terrorist organization, he had seen the U.S. military and Vought superheroes join forces to bomb his hometown, slaughter his village, and kill nearly all of his people and friends. Deep down, the terrorist organization was his family, while America and Vought were sworn enemies. Faced with Benjamin's threats and offers, Kenji just spat at him like a rabid dog, cursing nonstop, refusing to listen to a single word. After thinking it over, Benjamin decided to wait a while. If Kenji really couldn't be controlled, then he would just give him a chest blast. As for Kimiko, Benjamin already had a plan. He intended to let Starlight handle the persuasion. Starlight's naive, kind, deeply empathetic, saintly nature was basically the perfect medicine for a girl like Kimiko, prickly on the outside, but starved for love underneath. Besides, in the original series, they had been the boys' teammates fighting side by side. They should have some interesting chemistry. Late at night. On the outskirts of New York City, rain fell without stopping. A black SUV was parked beside an almost deserted street. Butcher, wearing his signature long black trench coat, leaned against the car door and smoked hard. Rainwater dripped down his hair, and his bloodshot eyes locked onto a black sedan approaching from up ahead. The door opened, and Mallory stepped out with her cane. She quickly took a sealed manila envelope from her coat pocket, walked over, and handed it to Butcher. Butcher froze for a split second. The fingers holding his cigarette trembled as he snatched the envelope and tore it open. Inside was a single slip of paper with coordinates written on it. The secret Vought community where Becca was being held. I'm not sure this address is 100% accurate. It's Vought's highest-level secret, after all. Mallory looked Butcher in the eye, her voice low as she warned him. But even if it's real, Butcher, you need to understand something. That place is a death trap. You go in, you might not come back. Security is extremely tight." Butcher stared hard at the slip of paper. After a long while, he lifted his head. His stubbled face showed no expression, and his voice was rough. "Colonel Mallory, far as I remember, I didn't finish the job you gave me." Faced with Butcher's question, Mallory fell silent. Rain soaked the female agent's shoulders. For once, a trace of guilt and exhaustion flickered in her eyes. "Butcher, I'm only giving you information that should have been yours a long time ago." Mallory sighed and met Butcher's gaze directly. "All these years, I was the one who refused to tell you the truth. Not letting you go look for her was my fault. I kept steering you on purpose, kept making you go after Homelander like a rabid dog, using your hatred. This address is something I owe you." Hearing that, Butcher carefully tucked the slip of paper close to his body. "So what am I supposed to do next?" Butcher turned and pulled open the car door as he asked. "Find a new supervillain if you can." Mallory tightened her grip on her cane. "If that doesn't work, I'll contact that cult fraud named Alistair. I'll use the dirt those superheroes don't want anyone seeing, plus the smuggling intel from the Church of the Collective, and accuse Vought directly at the hearing." "Got it." Butcher climbed into the driver's seat. Sitting behind the wheel, his chest rose and fell violently. "Becca." Butcher shouted that name in his heart, longing flickering in his eyes. No matter how many armed guards were waiting there, no matter whether the road ahead was hell itself, this time, he was bringing his wife home. As long as Becca came back, everything would be fine. In the end, everything Butcher did was because of Becca. If Becca came back, he wouldn't need to go after Homelander, and he wouldn't need to target Vought or that terrifying soldier boy. Once Becca was back, they would leave the country right away and find somewhere Vought could never reach them. But what Butcher didn't know was that Becca might not want to leave with him anymore. Chapter 80. In the Vought secret community, beneath an abandoned overpass hidden in a surveillance blind spot, Butcher pressed himself against the bridge pier's cold concrete wall. With the extraordinary counter-surveillance skills of a former top CIA agent, he had forced his way into this unmonitored blind spot inside a steel cage, so secure that not even a fly should have been able to get in. Before long, the sound of a car approached. Becca drove up. Becca." Butcher was shaking with emotion. The moment Becca got out of the car, she threw herself at him without a second thought and crashed into Butcher's broad, warm embrace. The two of them held each other tightly beneath the cold overpass. 8 years. A full 8 years of hell, living like the Walking Dead. In this moment, she was finally free. I'm so sorry, Billy. This is my fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you." Becca buried her face against Butcher's chest, sobbing as she poured out 8 years of fear and pain. "No, this ain't your fault. It's mine. I should have protected you. I should have been there for you." Butcher held Becca's thin face in his hands, his eyes bloodshot. He had thought he would never cry again in his life. But now, hot tears poured down his cheeks. After that brief moment of warmth, Butcher wanted to take Becca away. "Billy, I can't go with you." Becca took a step back, her eyes full of pain and inner struggle. "Why?" Butcher froze, then said urgently, "That cape-wearing freak locked you up here. Vought's a complete mess right now. This is our only shot at getting out. You have to come with me." Butcher still did not know that if Becca were just one woman, Vought would never have bothered building such a massive secret community to imprison her. At that moment, Butcher still believed Homelander had locked Becca away here purely to satisfy his own desires. Because I still have Ryan." Becca took a deep breath, as if using up every last bit of strength she had, and finally told the cruel truth to the husband she loved most. "Billy, I've been living here for 8 years, and I gave birth to a child. His name is Ryan. He's Homelander's biological son." When Butcher heard that, he went completely blank. Ryan. Homelander's kid. For 8 years, he had lived like a ghost, searching for his wife. Every single day, he had planned how to carve Homelander into pieces. But his wife, not only was she alive, she had spent 8 whole years in this pretty little secret community, raising the bastard child of the enemy who raped her, the sick freak who ruined everything they had. All Butcher felt was rage and grief. Yet when he lowered his head and saw Becca's terrified, helpless eyes like a startled deer's, his heart twisted again. "It's okay, Becca, it's okay." Butcher stepped forward and pulled Becca back into his arms, comforting her in a hoarse voice. "I told you it wasn't your fault. It was an accident. You've been locked up in this shithole the whole time. You didn't have a choice. You've suffered enough." Butcher also understood now why Becca had been kept here. It was not because of Becca, but because of Homelander's child. Vought wanted to raise a new little Homelander. Hearing her husband comfort her, Becca's tears fell even harder. "Then, why don't we take the boy Ryan with us?" Butcher knew Becca. Once she made up her mind, nothing could change it. If he tried to drag her away without Ryan, she would absolutely kill herself on the spot. So they had no choice but to take Ryan too. "Go get him, then I'll take both of you out of here. We'll get the hell away and start over. From now on, I'll be Ryan's dad." Butcher did not mean those words willingly. After all, that meant taking his enemy's bastard child with them. More than that, the thing he hated most in the world was Sups. But for Becca, he could only compromise. Becca was his whole world. When Becca heard that Butcher was actually willing to accept Ryan, joy appeared on her face. "Really, Billy, you're really willing to take us both. You don't mind who Ryan is?" "Of course not. He's your child. How could I mind?" Butcher said. But when a woman becomes a mother, her instincts are razor sharp. Even though Butcher's voice was gentle and his act was almost perfect, Becca still caught the disgust buried deep in those bloodshot eyes. Besides, what kind of man was Butcher? He was a rabid dog who would do anything to kill Sups. How could he truly accept a superpowered monster with Homelander's blood running through his veins? Becca knew it would not work. "You're lying to me, Billy, you can't accept him." "Becca, listen to me," Butcher said anxiously. Meanwhile, in a small cabin, a few kilometers from the overpass, Homelander opened the door with an eager smile on his face, holding an extremely delicate limited edition Soldier Boy figure in his hand. He had specially brought it from Vought headquarters today, planning to use it as a gift to repair his father-son relationship with Ryan. "Ryan, look what Daddy brought you." Homelander's voice cut off abruptly. In the spacious living room, Ryan was the only one there, lying on the carpet and drawing. "Ryan, where's your mom?" Homelander's brow furrowed slightly. His instincts told him something was wrong. "Mom said she was going out to throw away the trash and take a walk. She's been gone for a while, Dad." Ryan answered obediently. He had already stopped being angry. It was the same as always. Kids got mad fast and cooled off just as fast. The smile vanished from Homelander's face in an instant. A walk in the middle of the night. Becca, that woman who guarded Ryan like he was her whole damn life, would never leave him home alone when she knew Homelander could show up at any moment. "Oh yeah, then you keep playing. Daddy's going to pick up Mom." "Thanks, Dad," Ryan said happily. Homelander gently handed the figure to Ryan, then turned and walked out of the cabin. The instant the door closed, Homelander's pupils widened, red light flickering in his eyes as he activated super hearing and super sight. For him, the strongest god-human on Earth, finding someone inside this closed community of only a few square kilometers was easier than drinking water. Homelander shot into the air and began searching. Within seconds, his super hearing caught 2 heartbeats and a familiar voice beneath the overpass in the distance. Heh, so a rat really did sneak in. Chapter 81. Under the overpass, Butcher and Becca were still arguing. "Becca, have you lost your fucking mind? You'd rather stay with that freak's bastard than leave with me, your actual husband." Butcher asked, and I mean it, "I can raise Ryan." The two of them were standing by the trunk, pulling back and forth. Just then, footsteps echoed through the dark. Tap, tap. Now, let's see who's putting on this touching little family drama under a pitch-black bridge. Homelander walked slowly out of the shadows, hands clasped behind his back, his steps smooth and graceful. That signature fake smile hung at the corner of his mouth. His gaze moved between the terrified Becca and the wary Butcher. Becca flinched and stumbled back several steps. But Butcher did not back down. The moment he saw Homelander, he shoved Becca behind him and raised the gun in his hand. Homelander looked at Butcher and clapped with exaggerated admiration. Clap, clap, clap. William Butcher, I have to say, I'm starting to see you in a whole new light. Homelander tilted his head and said, a powerless human like you actually slipped through Vought's tightest security and found your way to a place that doesn't even exist on any map. That kind of persistence really is fascinating. Homelander's smile widened, smugger than ever. But sadly, Butcher, you spent 8 years tearing yourself apart chasing this, suffering through all that pain, and in the end, you were still one step behind me. His tone dripped with triumph. After all, I found this place before you did not long ago. I was the one who left the noblest bloodline inside the woman you love. And now, I'm the one taking your place as that adorable boy's father. Faced with Homelander's vicious humiliation, Butcher said nothing. Though it was less a provocation than a boast, Butcher still caught one important detail. Homelander had only found this place recently, which meant Vought had kept him in the dark too. Why? Because Soldier Boy had returned. After taunting Butcher, Homelander stared at him again with great interest. Then he tilted his head slightly, his eyes sliding toward Becca, who stood off to the side trembling, watching Butcher with worry written all over her face. Looking at this doomed pair of lovers, reunited after 8 years of being torn apart, Homelander's lips slowly stretched into a grin. Butcher, honestly, I really do admire you. Homelander kept his hands behind his back and even strolled forward a couple of lazy steps. You're like a cockroach that just won't die no matter how many times someone stomps on it. Honestly, I'd love to keep playing this little game with you. It's made my boring life a lot more entertaining. But his tone shifted sharply. The smile disappeared, replaced by open irritation. Homelander pointed at Becca. I have to say, your lovely wife is a real pain in the ass. Especially when I come here, thrilled to see my son, and she always finds some way to ruin it for me. At that, Homelander suddenly leaned closer to Butcher, lowered his voice, and said, So, William Butcher, since this whole thing started with that little accidental one-night stand between me and Becca, I'm going to be merciful and give you a choice. Take that precious Becca of yours and get the hell out of this community. Right now, get out of my sight and never come back. Homelander spread his hands and continued, As for Ryan, leave him to me. I'll take a little time and tell my son, with all the proper regret, that his mother cruelly abandoned him for some crude wild man. That way, Ryan will only have me in this world. Me, his all-powerful father and his grandfather. That's practically a perfect ending, isn't it? Hearing Homelander say it so casually, Butcher's face shifted, because Homelander had just said exactly what he himself had been thinking. Butcher's breathing grew uneven. For 8 years, he had lived like a rat in the sewers. The only thing keeping him alive had been revenge for Becca. And now Becca was alive, and Homelander was willing to give her back to him. For Butcher, it was a temptation he almost could not refuse. Butcher turned his head and stared at Becca. The meaning in his eyes could not have been clearer. But under her husband's burning, hopeful gaze, Becca's body went stiff again. Her lips trembled as she looked at Butcher and shook her head. No. Becca's voice was full of pleading. No, William, no. Ryan can't be without me. He can't be without his mother. Becca went on, You know better than anyone, William. What does a soup child become without a mother to guide him? He can't grow up like Homelander. I can't abandon my own child. I just can't. Shut up. Every trace of amusement vanished from Homelander's face. Deep in his eyes, 2 crimson lights began to gather. That was why he truly hated Becca. Every time she spoke, she hit the rawest nerve buried deep inside him. You bitch, you dare bring that up in front of me. Homelander glared at Becca. I'm giving orders here. I'm not discussing it with you. Homelander's voice turned threatening. Becca, listen carefully. Either you get the hell out of here with Butcher right now, or I crush his bones inch by inch right in front of you, then burn his head to ash. And don't forget, he's the prime suspect in Translucent's murder. If I take him out, I'll be avenging Translucent while I'm at it. Butcher looked at Becca again. This man, who had always been hard as iron, now had a rare pleading look in his eyes. It was a brutally cruel choice. A mother forced to choose between the husband she had been separated from for 8 years and the son she had carried in her womb. Butcher clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. God, how he hoped Becca would choose to come back to him. He was only Homelander's son. By all rights, she should have hated the son of the man who raped her. And yet fate seemed to take a sick pleasure in grinding salt into Butcher's wounds. Becca closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the despair in them said everything. Once again, she had let Butcher down. No, you can't do this. Please don't. Becca shook her head in despair, her body going weak as she collapsed to the ground. Enough bullshit, choose. Homelander advanced one step at a time, looming over her. Which is it, lose your husband or lose your son? 3 seconds, 3. 2. Chapter 82. As Butcher watched Becca fall apart completely, the last glimmer of hope in his eyes vanished. So in these past 8 years, he had been the only one stuck in place. But this was Becca's decision, and he respected it. Butcher's eyes quickly turned cold and resolute. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward and planted himself firmly in front of Becca, putting his own chest in the path of Homelander's heat vision, ready to take it the moment it erupted. Butcher said nothing, but his actions had already given his answer. Since you can't choose, I'll choose for you. Looking at the mortal standing in front of him, the red glow in Homelander's eyes flickered. Wow. Homelander clapped, staring at Butcher like he had found some priceless treasure. Looks like this great husband has made the choice for you. William Butcher, I gotta say, you just keep earning my respect. For my kid's mother. You're really willing to hand over your life? That's touching, really. Homelander stepped up to Butcher until their noses were almost touching. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he murmured. But killing you that easily would be way too kind, and way too boring. No, don't kill him, don't kill my husband. Behind him, whether Becca wanted it both ways or was driven by guilt, she scrambled forward on her hands and knees, trying to grab Homelander's cape. Homelander quickly stepped back, not letting Becca's hand touch it. Only he, his father, and his son were allowed to touch his cape. I'm begging you, just let him go and I'll do anything for you, anything. Hearing that, Homelander raised an eyebrow, a wicked curve tugging at his mouth. Anything. Of course, Homelander wasn't thinking about some sleazy Japanese plot. Right now, his head was full of family, not that kind of thing. Then came a thunderous whoosh. A violent gust instantly whipped the grass clippings off the ground. Butcher's vision blurred, and a powerful blast of air shoved him back 2 steps. By the time he steadied himself again, Becca, who had been collapsed on the ground, had vanished into thin air along with Homelander. Right where they had been. Only Butcher remained, standing there alone as if the whole world had abandoned him. Becca! Butcher roared like a madman, but no answer came. Thousands of meters above the ground. Homelander held Becca by the collar, leaving her dangling high in the open sky. If he let go, Becca would be smashed to pieces. But Becca did not beg, she only glared at him. You said you'd do anything, right? Homelander's voice cut clearly through the raging wind. Good, I can be merciful and spare your husband. But in exchange, from now on, you only get to play one role, Ryan's perfect mother. Homelander leaned close to Becca's ear and continued. I'll allow you to keep raising Ryan. But if you dare run away with him, or try to poison him against me, or if I hear even half a bad word about me in front of him. His hand tightened slightly around Becca's neck. I'll carve the flesh off Butcher's body piece by piece, right in front of you. Understand? Becca's face turned red from the lack of air. But she did not hesitate. She nodded desperately, tears whipping away into the wind. She agreed. For Butcher's life, she was going to sell off the rest of her own. Even without Butcher by her side, at least she still had Ryan. Only 3 minutes later. Bang! Homelander and Becca reappeared in front of Butcher. Becca's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping hard, not even daring to lift her head and meet Butcher's eyes. Tusk, 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 damn, that was moving. Homelander straightened his cuffs, walked up to Butcher, and looked at him with unbearable pity. What a shame, William. You crossed mountains and oceans, came all this way burning with love to find your beloved wife. And what happened? Your Becca betrayed you and gave you up without a second thought, all to protect my son with her. Homelander did not waste another word. He grabbed Butcher by the collar again. With a whoosh, the two of them shot straight into the sky and vanished into the horizon. High in the air, the brutal pressure felt like it was about to crush Butcher's organs. Homelander kept flying at a speed that would not kill Butcher, but would absolutely torture him. He carried him across the ocean, across continents, and finally dove sharply, hurling Butcher away like garbage and slamming him hard into a barren wasteland in the middle of nowhere. Cough, cough. Butcher spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to snap. This was an uninhabited area, in some remote, war-torn African country. Homelander slowly descended in front of Butcher, hovering in midair without even a speck of dust touching the soles of his boots. Nice place, right? Perfect for you to sit here and think about your life. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you about the deal I just made with your wife. She swore she'd be a good mother to my son forever, and that she'd never see you again, all in exchange for your miserable little life. Listen to that, so noble. Homelander smiled. Butcher, you're pathetic. 8 years of revenge, 8 years of searching. And in the end, all you proved was one thing. In your wife's heart, my son matters 10,000 times more than you, her husband. Your whole life is one big fucking joke. Butcher was furious, but there was nothing he could do, because Homelander was telling the truth. Becca had chosen Ryan. She had not chosen him. That look, God, I love it. Homelander smiled faintly and said with genuine sincerity, Still, William, I really do hope you make it out of this desert alive. Keep coming after me to win back that wife who betrayed you. Otherwise, if you just die that easily, it'll be way too boring. With a father, a son, and a worthy opponent, Homelander felt like life was getting pretty damn good. A moment later, he shot into the sky, turning into a red and blue streak as he disappeared into the horizon. Only Butcher was left behind, sitting there alone, thinking about his life. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, inside Vought's secret community, Becca had already returned to Ryan's room. She held Ryan tightly in her arms and bit hard into her lip, swallowing down all her grief, fear, and guilt toward her husband. She knew she had to steady herself, because from this day on, she was no longer William Butcher's wife. She was simply a mother, one who had to keep the man she loved from being hurt again and live for her own son. Chapter 83. Syria, a dry, war-scarred land ravaged over and over by gunfire and smoke. Yellow sand whipped through the air on the howling wind, scraping over shattered walls and ruins like sandpaper. The smell of gunpowder hung thick in the air. Yet in this death zone, where even local militants had to move with extreme caution, a man and a woman were strolling across the desert as casually as if they were out for a walk in the park. The man was tall and imposing, dressed in a dark green supersuit with a distinctly vintage look. Shield in hand, he walked at an easy pace without so much as glancing at the sniper nests hidden in the shadows around them. It was Benjamin, Vought's current supreme ruler, soldier boy. Walking half a step behind him was Starlight Annie, wearing her signature platinum white supersuit. Her old supersuit, of course. Even in the sand-choked winds of Syria, Starlight's beautiful face and striking figure still stood out sharply. Only now, she was not wearing the carefully practiced smile she usually put on for the cameras. Instead, she followed Benjamin step for step, her eyes carrying a trace of worship and obedience. Some time had passed since Vought International captured the superpowered Asian girl Kimiko and her brother Kenji. Benjamin knew nothing about what had happened in the secret community between Homelander, Butcher, and Becca. Mostly because Homelander had not cared enough about it to mention it to him. Today, Benjamin had brought Starlight all the way from bustling New York to Syria, not to soak up some exotic scenery or play tourist, but to deal with a problem. A supervillain named Nakib. More precisely, a terrorist who could blow himself up at any moment like a human nuke, then recover without a scratch. That power was a little like his own. In the original storyline, this self-detonating supervillain had been handled by Black Noir, Vought International's most ruthless killing machine. Unfortunately, Black Noir had already had his heart ripped out by Homelander himself. Without Black Noir, that tireless cleaner who did all the dirty work without complaint, Nakib had been left sitting there like a bomb waiting to go off. Of course, part of it was also because Benjamin had been bored out of his damn mind lately inside Vought Tower. Aside from his usual nighttime visits to Stormfront's apartment or RV to coach that crazy woman on her combat skills, or enjoying Starlight Annie's worship and service in his office, Benjamin would occasionally visit Annika's apartment late at night too. What surprised Benjamin was that Annika, who loved almond-filled chocolates, had never even had a boyfriend. This was America, after all, and a very open-minded America at that. Not to mention this was the world of the boys. The only downside was that Annika was just an ordinary person, with no superhuman physical ability. Which meant that whenever Benjamin went to her apartment or the vice president's office at night, he had to hold back a lot. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, Benjamin decided to get out for a change of scenery, bring Starlight along for some fresh air, and personally kill the self-destructing bastard Black Noir should have dealt with. "Annie," Benjamin asked, "how's it going with that Japanese girl, Kimiko?" Starlight froze for a second, then quickly took 2 steps to catch up. Her expression turned hesitant, as if she was choosing her words carefully. "Kimiko still seems unsure." Starlight smoothed back her blonde hair, mussed by the wind, and reported seriously, "At first, she was very resistant. I followed your instructions and spoke with her privately a few times. I also promised her that you're different from the old Vought executives. Her attitude has softened a lot now, and she seems to be considering coming over to our side." At that point, Starlight paused. She lifted her head, her clear eyes sneaking a glance at Benjamin's broad back, and her voice lowered without her realizing it. "But Kimiko wrote something down for me. She said the reason so many supervillains injected with Compound V suddenly started popping up around the world wasn't actually President Edgar or Madeline's fault." Then Starlight's voice grew even weaker. "It was Homelander. Back at the beginning, in order to help the company secure a military contract with the Department of Defense, Homelander secretly had people deliver the compound to those terrorists." The more Starlight spoke, the guiltier she sounded. After all, Homelander was Benjamin's son. "So," Starlight forced herself to finish, "Kimiko doesn't trust Homelander, and she doesn't really trust Vought either. If possible, she'd rather have you remove her and Kenji's superpowers, but she's even more afraid that you're lying to them." To Starlight's surprise, after hearing all that, Benjamin did not get angry. Instead, he simply nodded like it did not matter. "Not bad. That was indeed my brainless, spineless son's handiwork." Benjamin's tone was blunt. Seeing Starlight's adorable, stunned look, her red lips slightly parted in shock, he could not help giving a soft laugh. He was not surprised that the boys and Kimiko knew about it. "No need to look so shocked, Annie." Benjamin shrugged. Then he pulled a sterling silver flask from his pocket, tilted his head back, and took a swig of hard liquor. The burning liquid slid down his throat, cutting through the dryness of the wind and sand. "If I hadn't woken up from that goddamn Russian cryogenic pod and come back to Vought to take charge, that attention-starved son of mine would absolutely have done shit 100 times dumber than this in the future. All for vanity and ratings." Benjamin said, "But that doesn't mean Homelander can't change, does it?" Hearing Benjamin speak so openly, without dodging a thing, only made Starlight admire him more. That was Soldier Boy's charm. He was not fake, and he did not hide from anything. Starlight nodded hard, light shining in her eyes. "I believe in you, sir. Under your leadership, you, Homelander, and all of the 7 will definitely become real superheroes." Starlight continued, "As for Kimiko, I'll go back and keep trying to persuade her patiently. But sir, I'm a little worried. If we just let her and her brother out so easily, what should we do if she agrees on the surface, then secretly switches sides again and runs back to the boys?" Starlight was genuinely worried about that. Benjamin found it funny. "Annie, do you think I need to kiss some stray dog's ass and beg her to stay by my side? If she wants to join us, great. If she runs, we catch her again. That simple." In truth, Benjamin was not worried about Kimiko joining the boys. In the original storyline, the reason Kimiko fully joined the boys was, at the end of the day, because her brother Kenji, the only family she had left, had his neck snapped by that crazy bitch Stormfront. But now, Stormfront had long since been trained into complete obedience. Without Benjamin's permission, there was no way she would execute Kenji on her own. "I understand, sir." "Good." Benjamin patted her head with satisfaction. Along the way, Benjamin had basically spent his relaxing hours at night with Starlight. If it were not broad daylight, and if there were not possible danger nearby, just from Benjamin patting her head, Starlight really wanted to kneel down. Chapter 84. Before long, nearly half an hour had passed. At the edge of their vision, an armed stronghold came into view, built from abandoned concrete structures, barbed wire, and piles of sandbags. Several pickup trucks mounted with heavy machine guns were parked at the entrance. A dozen heavily armed terrorists with vicious eyes patrolled back and forth with AKs in hand. Some of them were also carrying rocket launchers. This was the most dangerous restricted zone in the entire desert. The camp of Nakib, a supervillain with the ability to self-detonate. From the camp ahead came the faint sound of terrorists barking orders in Arabic. "We're finally here," Soldier Boy said slowly. "Stormfront was right, sir. You really are damn good at finding people. Based on our speed, I figured it'd take us at least another 3 or 4 days, but I didn't expect." Starlight was confused, but her voice was full of admiration. The current Starlight was different from the one she would become later. She couldn't fly yet, and her speed was about the same as an ordinary person's. As for Soldier Boy, although he had speed LV1, he had been walking slowly to accommodate her. Benjamin stopped. He turned to look at Annie, who was practically itching to charge in beside him, and said flatly, "Annie, stay right here and don't move. I'll handle that bunch of trash up ahead." Annie froze for a moment, then a flash of defiance crossed her beautiful eyes. "Sir, I know you're strong, but I'm still a superhero from the 7. Annie lifted her chest slightly, her platinum-colored supersuit gleaming in the sunlight. "My superpowers aren't weak either. I can fight right alongside you." "You sure?" Benjamin tilted his head slightly, his deep gaze fixed on Annie. "You want to lose your superpowers and turn into some delicate woman who can't even beat a regular strong guy. If that happens, you won't be able to protect the people you want to protect." Annie instinctively took half a step back. Looking at Benjamin's serious expression, which didn't look like a joke at all, she couldn't help swallowing hard. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Benjamin's mouth as he looked toward the distant camp. "In a minute, I'm gonna show that little self-detonating brat in there what a real fucking self-detonation looks like." With that, Benjamin ignored Starlight, who was still standing there in a daze. Carrying the impossibly heavy eagle shield in one hand, he strode forward at an unhurried pace toward the terrorists' camp. Left behind, Annie pouted her full red lips helplessly. As she watched that broad back, a strange feeling suddenly rose in her heart. She was a superhero of the 7, an idol to countless teenagers across America, yet following Soldier Boy around now, she felt like some useless little mascot. Aside from being fucked half to death by this domineering man in bed at night and serving as his bedwarmer, whenever danger actually showed up, there was no need for her to do anything. Benjamin alone could crush every problem like an ant. Fine, being protected by the person she liked did feel pretty damn good, but Starlight wanted to fight too. Still, that frustration lasted only a second before it was replaced by intense curiosity. What exactly was the method Benjamin had mentioned earlier, the one that could strip people of their superpowers? He said he was going to show that supervillain what a real self-detonation looked like. Could it be that, aside from his freakishly powerful body, he could also trigger some kind of self-detonation that destroyed superpowers? Thinking this, Annie obediently pushed all her other thoughts aside and found a relatively safe boulder to use as cover. She poked half her head out, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted at his back like the most fanatical little fangirl. "Mr. Soldier Boy, kick their ass." As Benjamin kept approaching, the terrorists on the sentry towers around the camp finally spotted him. In a hellhole like Syria, where people died every single day, these desperate bastards didn't bother with warnings or small talk. The moment they saw through their binoculars that a burly man in a vintage supersuit was swaggering toward them, they didn't hesitate at all. They immediately pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Deafening gunfire tore through the silence of the desert. A Soviet-made DSHK heavy machine gun mounted in the bed of a pickup truck opened fire first. This terrifying weapon, with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, was normally used against light armored vehicles and armed helicopters. Against an ordinary person, a single round was enough to cut them clean in half. A dense hail of bullets instantly swallowed the area around Benjamin. Clang, 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 clang. But what happened next nearly made the eyes of every terrorist who had opened fire pop out of their sockets. Those heavy machine gun rounds, powerful enough to tear through steel plate, struck Benjamin's dark green supersuit and even hit his chest and neck, yet all they produced was a crisp series of metallic clangs. The moment the warheads touched Benjamin's skin, the sheer force of the rebound flattened them into metal pancakes before they dropped uselessly onto the scorching sand. Benjamin didn't even blink. He simply walked forward against the heavy machine gun fire, keeping the same steady, unhurried pace. Fuck, what the hell is that thing? RPG, blow him apart with an RPG. A terrorist who looked like a leader shouted in panic. Whoosh! Two militants carrying rocket launchers immediately leaned out. Two RPG rockets, dragging long trails of flame behind them and screaming through the air, slammed toward Benjamin from the left and right. At the same time, on a high point 800 meters from the camp, a deeply hidden sniper also pulled the trigger of his Barrett heavy sniper rifle. Bang! An armor-piercing round shot toward Benjamin's forehead at supersonic speed. RPGs, a heavy sniper rifle. Of course, terrifying as these weapons were, they probably couldn't even hurt Annie, let alone Soldier Boy. Facing the rockets already right in front of him, Benjamin didn't even bother raising his shield. Booms, boom. The two RPGs exploded directly against Benjamin's chest. Blinding fire and thick black smoke swallowed him in an instant, while the terrifying shockwave sent sand and dirt flying across more than 10 meters around him. At the same time, the Barrett armor-piercing round struck Benjamin squarely in the forehead amid the flames. Hit! The sniper shouted in wild excitement from behind his scope. But when a gust of wind blew the smoke away, everyone's breath caught. Benjamin was still standing in the same spot, completely unharmed, without the slightest sign that the barrage had done anything to him. Chapter 85. My turn, you little shits. Benjamin rolled his neck. The next second, he charged in. Boom! Benjamin closed in on the wall and smashed straight through it, crashing into the crowd. He threw a simple, no-frills straight punch. Bang! A militant holding an AK didn't even have time to scream before his entire head burst into a mist of blood. Right after that, Benjamin casually swung the shield in his hand. Clang! The solid shield sliced the pickup truck mounted with the heavy machine gun, along with the terrorist on it, clean in half. In less than half a minute, Benjamin moved through the camp like he was taking a casual stroll. He did not use any flashy moves. One punch or one shield strike. Wherever he passed, the ground was left covered in severed limbs and twisted, mangled guns. Only then did these militants, brainwashed by religious fanaticism, finally break completely. It's a soup, shit, Vought International sent a soup. Run, he can't be killed. Screams and terrified cries ripped through the camp. The surviving militants threw away their gear and scattered in every direction like lunatics. The massive commotion finally alerted the owner of the camp. The door of the sturdiest building in the center of the camp was kicked open. A bare-chested man stepped out, a distinctive emblem marked on his body. Nakib, the supervillain who had once infiltrated a CIA safe house and leveled an entire building with one self-detonation. As soon as Nakib stepped outside, his eyes landed on the towering man standing in a pool of blood, shield in hand. The instant he recognized him, Nakib sucked in a sharp breath, his scalp going numb. Soldier Boy. As someone with superpowers, Nakib naturally knew Soldier Boy. He recognized this legendary figure, the symbol of America's strongest military force, at a glance. Fear spread through Nakib's heart. Why the hell had they sent Soldier Boy to kill him? But soon, that fear was swallowed by a sick kind of madness. After all, he was an extremely powerful supe too. Even if his self-detonation could not kill Soldier Boy, it should at least hurt him. And if it could hurt him, maybe there was a way to take Soldier Boy down. Nakib lowered his head and glanced at the energy surging wildly inside him. Power that could destroy everything at any moment. Nakib suddenly burst into crazed laughter. He stared at Benjamin. Soldier Boy, today I'll use you, America's top superhero, to test just how strong I've become. Nakib secretly imagined it. If he could seriously wound Soldier Boy today, his name would echo across the entire global underground dark web. He would become a new god. What he did not know was that forget taking a blast head-on, even setting off a small nuclear bomb inside Soldier Boy's body would not kill him. It might not even hurt him. After all, the Soviets had spent decades researching how to kill Soldier Boy. All charged up yet, little firecracker. Benjamin casually planted his shield into the sand at his feet, clapped his hands, and looked at Nakib as the glow around him grew brighter and brighter. Go on, little firecracker. Blow yourself up as hard as you want, just don't bore me. Burn in the truth. With Nakib's hysterical, fanatical roar, the orange-yellow light surging like magma in his chest reached its breaking point. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted from Nakib and swept outward in a raging ring. Violent flames swallowed everything within a dozen meters in an instant. Solid concrete walls and the wreckage of abandoned armored vehicles were vaporized like paper. The intense heat even melted the yellow sand on the ground into dark red, glass-like crystals. Nearly half, the camp was turned into a sea of fire and ruins by that devastating blast. And Benjamin, standing at the absolute center of the explosion, did not move an inch. The raging flames swallowed him completely. A few seconds later, the aftershocks gradually faded. Nakib gasped hard, staring at the center of the rolling smoke. Ha ha ha, even if you're the legendary Soldier Boy. His crazed laughter stopped dead. A scorching breeze blew away the smoke. That tall, imposing man was still standing there in silence, completely unharmed. This is impossible. Nakib's legs suddenly went weak. His full-power attack, strong enough to flatten a building, had not done a damn thing. Big noise, I'll give you that. Too bad the temperature's too low. The Soviets used lava about that hot to give me baths. Benjamin rolled his neck slightly. Now it's my turn, little firecracker. Soon, a terrifying white light flared at the center of Benjamin's chest. This was not ordinary firelight, it was nuclear radiation. Nakib's pupils shrank. He opened his mouth to scream for mercy, but it was already too late. Boom! Terrifying nuclear energy erupted from Benjamin's chest. In that instant, Nakib did not even have time to scream. The moment his body touched the nuclear blast, it completely disintegrated. His body, and even the compound V genes inside him, were forcibly erased. Then the shockwave from the nuclear blast swallowed the entire terrorist camp with unstoppable force and expanded outward at a horrifying speed. In the distance, Starlight Annie, who had thought she was safely standing hundreds of meters away, felt an overwhelming threat in that instant. Oh my God! Annie's face went pale as she watched the once flat stretch of desert ahead get swallowed by the nuclear blast. To avoid getting caught in it, Annie stopped caring about how she looked and scrambled backward on all fours for over 100 meters, hiding behind a sand dune. A long while passed. Only then did the apocalyptic commotion finally settle. Still shaken, Annie peeked half her head out from behind the dune. When she saw what lay ahead, her whole body froze. Her beautiful eyes went wide. The heavily guarded militant camp, along with everything around it, had vanished into thin air. In its place was a massive crater. In the middle of the hellishly hot ruins, Benjamin held his shield in one hand and walked up the sloping edge of the enormous crater step by step. Even after standing at the center of a nuclear blast, His supersuit was still spotless. "What are you standing there for? Let's go, Annie." Benjamin walked up to Annie, glanced at Starlight, who was still trembling, and called out casually, Oh, right, yes, sir." Annie snapped back to herself, swallowed hard, and hurried after Benjamin at a jog. She looked back at the terrifying crater behind them. Then she looked at Benjamin's broad, mountain-like back. Sir." Annie hesitated for a moment, but she could not suppress her curiosity and asked carefully, "Didn't you say you were going to show me your ability to strip people of their superpowers?" "What?" Benjamin stopped, turned around, and looked at Annie like she was an idiot. "Did I not just demonstrate it perfectly?" "Huh?" Annie was stunned. "But," Annie pointed at the massive crater in shock, "didn't he just get blown to dust?" "Come on, little Annie, use your head." Benjamin explained, "The nuclear blast I release contains special radiation that can completely destroy compound V. So yes, I did strip that kid of his superpowers. It's just that his little firecracker body was way too fragile. He couldn't survive the radiation impact. How the hell is that my fault?" Put simply, a supe who can withstand the nuclear blast loses their superpowers. A supe who can't withstand it disappears from this world completely, superpowers and all. That's insane. Starlight was dumbfounded. In other words, if Homelander or Maeve took that nuclear blast, maybe they could survive it, but afterward they would lose their superpowers outright. It was powerful. It was practically broken. "That said, I can control the size of the nuclear blast too," Benjamin continued. "If you want to lose your superpowers, I can adjust the frequency a little so I don't hurt you." "No, sir, I think I'm good the way I am. I have superpowers, I can be a superhero, and I can help people who need it." Starlight quickly shook her head. Chapter 86. After dealing with that overconfident Nakib, Benjamin was in no hurry to take Starlight back across the ocean to New York. Since they had finally come all this way, of course they were going to enjoy themselves a little. Over the next half-month, Benjamin took Annie on an extremely pleasant vacation through a country where war and desert sands were woven together. During the day, they rode in a private bulletproof SUV specially approved by Vought International, hunting down reckless warlord militias out in the no-man's land. At night, inside an incredibly luxurious tent, he enjoyed Starlight's increasingly skilled and obedient service. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, on the top floor of Vought Tower in New York, Benjamin would never have imagined that Homelander was upset again. Cracked. Inside Vought Tower's luxurious lounge, an ugly look flickered through Homelander's eyes. The wine glass in his hand shattered in an instant. Expensive red wine mixed with shards of glass dripped from his pure white glove onto the priceless carpet. Homelander's face was so dark it looked ready to drip water. He stared hard at the huge LCD screen mounted on the wall. On the screen, that day's Fox News headline was playing. In the footage, Stormfront stood atop a pile of rubble in a black supersuit, her short hair framing her face as she held a half-dead supervillain in one hand and flashed a confident, cocky smile at the countless cameras and microphones. "Yes, protecting the American people is my duty. Unlike certain people who only know how to float around in the sky and pose. I prefer to keep my feet on the ground and wipe out trash like this." As he listened to Stormfront's inflammatory speech on TV. As he heard the crowd erupt into thunderous cheers, Homelander felt as though a massive stone had lodged itself in his chest, making even his breathing grow heavy. Ever since Benjamin and Starlight left for their trip to Syria, Stormfront, who had once done nothing but coast and slack off in the Seven, suddenly seemed to have lost her damn mind. Out of nowhere, she started throwing herself into the spotlight like she was hopped up on adrenaline. That damn Stormfront had shown terrifying energy, whether actively responding to rescue missions around the country or attending every kind of press conference and talk show interview. What Homelander found most unbearable was what happened just yesterday. A high-profile supervillain who had already been assigned for him to personally take down and use to boost his approval ratings had been snatched away by Stormfront first. Stormfront not only took down and killed that supervillain, she also stole every headline that should have belonged to him. And this was not the first or second time it had happened. Every time Homelander wanted to show off, that woman Stormfront was smart enough to cut in first and steal the spotlight. There were even memes about Homelander spreading online now, and that was what he hated most. Some asshole had photoshopped Homelander's head onto Stormfront's body in a picture of the Seven. Someone else had photoshopped Soldier Boy and Stormfront onto Homelander's back, the two of them standing on the flying Homelander as they soared through the sky hand in hand. Soldier Boy was one thing. But Stormfront, who the hell did she think she was? Who the hell did she think she was? The more Homelander thought about it, the angrier he became. I'm the leader of the Seven. Soldier Boy and I are the greatest superheroes in the world. The veins in Homelander's neck bulged one by one. In the past, if anyone in the Seven had dared to steal his thunder like this, Homelander would have found some night without surveillance cameras and used heat vision to slice their head off bit by bit. Then he would squeeze out a few tears in front of the cameras and announce that they had tragically died in the line of duty. But with Stormfront, he did not dare. Homelander clenched his teeth, took several deep breaths, and forced the red glow in his eyes back down. Because he knew exactly what kind of relationship Stormfront had with his father. Out of respect for his father, Homelander could only swallow the anger like a wronged child who did not dare throw a tantrum. He was afraid that if he touched Stormfront, Benjamin would be unhappy. Who? Homelander let out a long breath, grabbed a tissue to wipe his hand, put on the fake, perfect smile he usually wore in public, pushed open the lounge door, and headed toward the Seven's circular conference room. He needed to patrol his territory and remind people he existed. This was one of Homelander's favorite things to do. Especially when Benjamin was not around. Then Homelander was the goddamn sky over Vought. However, just as he passed the quiet hallway beside the conference room, his super hearing, millions of times sharper than an ordinary person's, suddenly caught a familiar voice. It was Maeve. At that moment, Maeve was standing in a blind spot at the end of the corridor with her back to him, holding a private cell phone that was not connected to Vought International's surveillance system as she spoke on a call. As her former lover, Homelander had an extremely sick possessiveness toward Maeve, even though they had broken up long ago. But in Homelander's mind, Maeve had once been his woman, which meant she would always be his private property. Homelander could choose not to have her, but Maeve was not allowed to betray him. Homelander stopped walking and stood at the corner like a ghost, listening closely. I know, I'm sorry, Alina. I really can't get away right now. Trust me, okay, once I'm done with what I'm handling. Maeve's voice was very low, but the tenderness in her tone caught Homelander's attention. The smile on Homelander's face stiffened. Elena. That was a woman's name. In theory, it was perfectly normal for two women to talk on the phone like close friends. But combined with Maeve's heartbeat and that tone in her voice, Homelander's almost pathological intuition instantly told him something was off. The relationship between those two women was definitely not simple. They were sure as hell not just friends. A few minutes later, Maeve hung up, took a deep breath, adjusted the expression on her face, and turned to walk down the hallway. The moment she rounded the corner, her pupils widened. Homelander stood there with his hands behind his back, wearing that signature smile as he stared at her. Homelander. Maeve forced herself to stay calm. Hey, Maeve. Homelander took one slow step forward, his tall body instantly casting Maeve in shadow. He tilted his head slightly and said gently, Who were you talking to just now? Sounded like you were having fun. Maeve remained as cold as usual. No one, just a regular friend. Why? A regular friend. Homelander's smile stayed in place, but he no longer believed Maeve. He could hear it. He could hear it clearly. When Maeve said regular friend, the heart inside her chest beat faster than usual. She was lying. Maeve had someone, maybe an ex-girlfriend he had never known about, or maybe a current girlfriend. Maeve had been lying to him all along. She would rather love some ordinary woman with no superpowers than open her heart to him. She had even broken up with him. An indescribable feeling of betrayal and loneliness wrapped itself around Homelander's heart. First, that bitch Stormfront kept targeting him, intentionally or not, stealing his spotlight. Now even Maeve, the person he had once considered closest to him, had been feeding him lies the whole time. What the hell was wrong with this world? Homelander felt like his brain was about to split open. It seemed like the only people in the entire world who truly belonged to him were his father, Benjamin, and Ryan. Other than his father and his son. Had everyone else betrayed him? Homelander did not dare think about it. He was heartbroken. Maeve said, "Homelander, I just remembered there's an urgent meeting with PR that I need to attend." She lowered her head and squeezed past him. "I'm going." Watching Maeve's flustered figure hurry away, Homelander did not stop her. Maeve thought back to the slightly unstable look in Homelander's eyes just now, and a wave of helplessness rose inside her. Originally, when soldier boy Benjamin returned to Vought and forcefully brought everything under control, Homelander should have been properly disciplined. But now it seemed that was not necessarily true. Although Homelander had gotten much better recently, his true nature had not changed. Strip away the powerful cloak of his superpowers. Homelander was still that moody, love-starved giant baby. Maeve could only hope Benjamin and Starlight came back soon. Chapter 87. A few more suffocating days passed. For Homelander, every minute of those days felt like being roasted alive over an open flame. He felt like he was going to explode from rage. Maeve's betrayal and deception were already lodged in his heart like a thorn. And that damn woman Stormfront was like a greedy vampire, sucking up the spotlight and fan cheers that should have belonged to him. Homelander could not take it anymore. He needed an outlet. He needed to blow off steam. So, radiating pure hostility, he stormed into Doppelganger's cabin. Doppelganger. Inside that dim little cabin, Homelander treated the Supe, who could transform into anyone, like a living punching bag. He even forced Doppelganger to take Maeve's appearance. Then he drove his steel-hard fists into that face, punch after punch. Madeline Edgar Becca. As for Stormfront, Homelander did not do it. Mainly because Stormfront's relationship with Soldier Boy made him afraid to desecrate her image. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bones breaking echoed through the cabin. Doppelganger was beaten until blood sprayed everywhere, begging for mercy again and again. In the end, he could not even maintain his transformation anymore and reverted to his original, hideous form, twitching in a pool of blood like a dead dog. If Homelander had not clung to the last shred of sanity at the final moment, Doppelganger's head would have been crushed under his foot like a watermelon. Even after beating Doppelganger, the fire in Homelander's chest barely died down at all. After that, he tried flying tens of thousands of meters into the sky and unloading his heat vision into the clouds. He tried causing avalanches in remote snow-covered mountains. He tried every extreme way he could think of to relieve the pressure. But that deep anxiety and insecurity still followed him like a shadow. Of course, Homelander was restraining himself. He was venting, yes, but he had not hurt a single person. Doppelganger, so. Homelander had thought about calling Benjamin. God, he wanted his father to act like a real elder, to pat him on the head. To tell him, "Good job, son, you're the best." Then he could tell him everything that had happened lately. But when Homelander's finger hovered over the call button, he jerked it back like he had been shocked. No. Absolutely not. In Soldier Boy's eyes, only weaklings and pusses ran crying to their parents the second they hit a little setback. If he could not even handle one spotlight-stealing Stormfront, his father would be completely disappointed in him. Besides, the worst part was that Stormfront had not actually done anything wrong. She had just stolen his spotlight. "I don't need help, I can handle this myself." Homelander gritted his teeth, a sick glint flashing in his eyes. He decided he would personally take back everything that belonged to him. A few hours later, outside the filming base for the Seven, Homelander's face was dark as he went straight for Stormfront's luxury RV without knocking, without a single word of greeting, and slammed the door open like a violent gust of wind. Stormfront was lounging comfortably on the sofa, sipping juice and scrolling through her steadily climbing Twitter follower count. When she saw Homelander storm in, furious and out of control, she did not get up. Instead, she raised an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth curling into a mocking smirk, like she was watching a show. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" Homelander stepped inside and roared, "You think I'm blind? You think I can't see through your dirty, low-rent bullshit? You keep stealing my rescue missions everywhere, running your mouth in front of the media. You trying to take my team from me, trying to push me out of the 7. The more Homelander spoke, the more worked up he became. "I know exactly what you're doing. You want to crawl into my father's bed. You want to look better than me in front of him. You want to take everything from me. I'm telling you right now, that is never fucking happening." Faced with Homelander's hysterical rant, Stormfront did not even blink. She simply shifted into a more comfortable position on the sofa. "I'm the fucking captain of the 7, not you." Homelander kept going. "I still have massive approval ratings. Ages 3 to 15, 18 to 49, even 25 to 53, all of them love me. And everyone else in the 7 and Soldier Boy, they all love me." When he shouted that last line, "They all love me," his voice even cracked, carrying a pitiful tremor. Stormfront looked at the man in front of her. This man with godlike power and the fragile heart of a 3-year-old giant baby, with open contempt, like she was staring at an idiot. "Wow, well, congratulations." Stormfront's voice dripped with sarcasm. "I mean, needing everyone to love you like they're soothing a baby every second of the day is pretty pathetic, but..." At this point, Stormfront deliberately drew out her words and made an extremely provocative gesture at Homelander. "Yay tilde." Chapter 88. That mocking "yay" was enough to push Homelander over the edge. He snapped, and his eyes turned scarlet in an instant. Seeing Homelander huffing with rage, Stormfront was about to try to calm him down. But just then, boom! A shield gleaming with cold metal light smashed through the RV's heavy bulletproof door from outside like a cannonball fired from a barrel. The violent impact sent broken metal and splintered wood flying through the cabin. The shield tore through the air before finally slamming into the metal wall between Homelander and Stormfront with a heavy thud. Stormfront's entire RV shook violently. Inside the cabin, everything went dead silent. Stormfront froze. Homelander, whose eyes had just been glowing with terrifying red light, took several steps back the moment he recognized that shield. A steady, powerful set of footsteps came from beyond the shattered door. "Looks like while I was away for half a month, the members of the 7 have been getting along just fine." A low voice rang out. Then Benjamin slowly stepped into the cabin, dressed in a dark green supersuit, his whole body carrying the hard, blood and gunpowder reek of someone who had just returned from the Syrian battlefield. Behind him, Starlight followed quietly like an obedient personal attendant. Benjamin glanced over the wrecked RV. Inside, the silence was deathly. The golden eagle shield embedded in the metal wall was still faintly trembling, letting out a chilling hum. Benjamin walked forward with steady steps and slowly came to a stop between the two of them. He ignored Homelander, who was looking at him with an almost pleading, wounded expression. Instead, he slowly turned his head and fixed his deep eyes on Stormfront. Stormfront swallowed and was just about to force out one of her usual harmless smiles to explain herself. But in the next moment, Benjamin's thick right arm swung up hard, and a piercing sonic boom exploded through the air. Bam! A heavy impact rang out. Benjamin's fist slammed squarely into Stormfront's left cheek. Stormfront was sent flying as if she had been hit head-on by a heavy truck at full speed, spraying a mouthful of blood into the air. Her body shot backward, smashed through the RV's solid wood interior with a boom, shattered the liquor cabinet behind her, and finally lodged deep in a pile of broken glass and wreckage. Don't think just because I'm not in New York, I don't know what kind of crap you've been pulling behind my back. Benjamin slowly drew back his fist and looked down at Stormfront as she writhed in pain in the wreckage. Without mercy, he tore away her mask, his voice ice cold. Clara. Just moments ago, Ashley, the current CEO of Vought International, had already reported everything that had happened inside the company to him in exhaustive detail. Ashley had not only noticed Homelander's recent extreme instability and violent mood swings, But it also told Benjamin all about Stormfront's actions, the ones that looked on the surface like simple power struggles. After all, Stormfront had never been this eager before. There had to be a reason. As a transmigrator with an omniscient perspective, and with Ashley's report on top of that, how could Benjamin possibly fail to guess Stormfront's real goal? This female Nazi, who had lived for nearly a century, had never once given up on her little fantasy of SUPs ruling the world. When Benjamin was at the company, Stormfront behaved like an obedient kitten. Every day, aside from warming his bed, she played harmless in front of the cameras. But the second Benjamin left for Syria, she started stirring shit up. On the surface, she was stealing the spotlight. In reality, she was deliberately provoking Homelander. She was trying to slip in when Homelander was at his weakest and angriest. Then she would use that extremist ideology of hers to corrupt him. Listen, Clara, this is the last time I'm warning you. Benjamin grabbed Stormfront by her messy hair and said, "Those stinking Nazi ideas rattling around in your head, I will never agree with them. And my son, no matter how stupid or brainless he is, would never agree with them either." Even in the original timeline, Homelander had sneered at Stormfront's racist ideology about ruling the world. Later, when Stormfront was lying in bed and realized Homelander would not help her unite the world under SUPs, she chose to kill herself. "If I catch you pulling this kind of crap behind my back again," Benjamin said, pressing his thumb hard against Stormfront's carotid artery, his voice freezing cold, "I'm not just kicking you out of the 7. You fucking understand me." Feeling the terrifying pressure at her neck, Stormfront's badly swollen face twisted into an extremely complicated expression. I was wrong, Ben." Stormfront weakly held her face, her voice trembling. That punch was the hardest she had taken in decades. She felt as if her skull was about to crack open, and her brain was still buzzing. Benjamin really did seem like he had wanted to kill her. She kept feeling that Benjamin had changed. Decades ago, before Vought International sold him out to the Soviets, Soldier Boy had been domineering and crude, but he definitely had not been this bad-tempered. Back then, even when she talked about those Nazi theories, Benjamin would at most snap at her impatiently or refuse to agree. He never would have reacted like this. And yet that change brought Stormfront a twisted sense of submission through the pain. So what if he had a temper? He was the strongest, most perfect man in the world. In Stormfront's extreme, strength-worshipping mind, only violence like Benjamin's, violence that could absolutely crush everything, was worthy of the word leader. "I swear, Ben, I'll never do it again." Stormfront lowered her head like a beaten bitch and meekly swallowed down all her ambition. Meanwhile, Homelander stood not far away, watching it all. The anger on his face vanished. The corners of his mouth lifted higher and higher until he could no longer hold back a smug smile. He was thrilled. He was so happy he felt like he could fly. "See that? Father hit her. Father hurt that arrogant Stormfront, the one who kept stealing his spotlight for his sake. In Father's eyes, he was more important than Stormfront." Homelander felt utterly satisfied. Even the suffocating frustration from Maeve's betrayal vanished in that instant. "Fantastic." Homelander took a deep breath and straightened his messy cape. He put away all his hostility and put on the expression of a good son who had just been wronged and finally found someone to back him up. He could not wait to take 2 steps forward, looking at Benjamin as he finished dealing with Stormfront and turned around. "I knew you'd do it for me." But before he could finish speaking, whoosh! Benjamin had just turned around, and he did not waste a single word. The same right fist that had just sent Stormfront flying came swinging straight at Homelander. The smile on Homelander's face froze. Bam! In that instant, Homelander did not even have time to understand what was happening. He only felt as if his left cheek had been hit dead on by an armor-piercing missile. No, that was too light. Homelander slammed hard into the RV's tough alloy floor. Both Stormfront and Homelander had been beaten by Benjamin. Starlight stood outside the door, so frightened that she covered her mouth and sucked in a sharp breath. Inside the cabin, everything fell into dead silence again. Only Stormfront's labored breathing could be heard from the wreckage. The punch had been powerful, but Homelander clearly had not been seriously hurt. Even so, he did not get up right away. He stared wide-eyed with those deep blue eyes, his gaze filled with confusion and utter disbelief. What the hell was going on? Why would Soldier Boy hit me? What did I do wrong? Homelander clutched his badly swollen left cheek, looking like a child who had been smacked out of nowhere and left stunned. He slowly stood up, and the wounded look returned to his eyes as he gazed at Soldier Boy. Chapter 89. You've really disappointed me, John. Benjamin looked at Homelander, his voice thick with the kind of frustration that came from expecting better. But that hurt Homelander even more than the punch. For Homelander, who craved his father's love more than anything, the word disappointed was deadlier than 10,000 armor-piercing rounds to the heart. Homelander clutched his swollen cheek and had no idea what to say. You think I hit you because you were throwing a tantrum in here. Benjamin pointed at Stormfront and let out a cold laugh. Use that brain of yours, the one stuffed full of ratings data. You really think she did all this today just to steal your spotlight, just to piss you off? Homelander froze. He was not stupid. As a supe, his reason quickly began to return. When he connected it with what his father had just said while dealing with Stormfront, words like corrupt, brainwash, and Nazi ideology, Homelander's pupils shrank. He seemed to understand the purpose behind Stormfront's insane behavior these past few days. No, let me explain. Homelander panicked and hurriedly shouted, I swear, she didn't get to me. How the hell could I agree with that kind of thinking? That shit is too extreme, too insane. Homelander desperately tried to prove his innocence. I'm Justice, I'm a superhero. I just thought she was trying to take my spot as captain of the Seven. I was just pissed off. You know me. Watching Homelander babble incoherently, Benjamin frowned. Fine, let's leave that bitch Stormfront out of it. Benjamin advanced on Homelander step by step, his overwhelming presence forcing Homelander to retreat again and again. Tell me why. Why the hell did you fall apart just because she stole your spotlight a few times? Because she grabbed a few headlines from you? Look at yourself just now. Hysterical, useless fucking rage. Benjamin's deep eyes seemed to peer straight through Homelander's soul. You have the strongest power on this planet. You're the most powerful supe alive. But inside, you're fragile as a giant baby. A freak with a black hole in his head that nothing can ever fill. Giant baby, freak. If those words had come from anyone else, Homelander would have burned them to ash with heat vision without a second thought. But coming from his father, Homelander had no way to argue back. Stormfront was right about one thing just now. You're pathetic, John. Benjamin showed no mercy. You're sick with wanting the whole world to love you. You only feel like you exist when you're staring at those approval ratings. Every word of Benjamin's scolding hit Homelander's heart like a sledgehammer. Homelander's eyes reddened visibly. Benjamin noticed that Homelander's expression had turned deeply wounded, as if he might burst into tears at any second. He quickly stopped. The air froze for several seconds. Then he shook his head, and his tone softened noticeably. All right, I was a little too harsh just now. At the end of the day, John, this isn't entirely on you. Benjamin looked into Homelander's eyes and said slowly, It's on Vought International for raising you like a lab rat. It's on that cold, heartless laboratory. He paused, and a trace of self-blame entered his voice. And more than anything, it's on me. During your childhood, when you needed a father's guidance and the warmth of a family the most, I wasn't there for you. I was absent from your life, and that's how those bastards twisted you into what you are now. Those words settled over him like a gentle rain. To Homelander, it was the most perfect redemption in the world. Because Benjamin had not abandoned him, he was even blaming himself for Homelander's psychological flaws. Homelander let out a long breath of relief. The heavy stone in his heart finally dropped. Father loved him. Meanwhile, Starlight, who had been hiding beside the shattered RV door and watching the entire thing, was already overwhelmed. Only now did she understand the truth. Homelander, the perfect idol in the hearts of the American people, was actually a giant baby starved for love. Stormfront, the new female hero whose popularity had been exploding online, was secretly a racist who wanted to pull Homelander in and rule all humanity. Add an A-Train, who had nearly run a pedestrian over, and the Deep, who had nearly assaulted her. Oh my God! Annie could not help sighing inwardly. It seemed like Queen Maeve, who kept a cold face all day and acted like she did not care about anything, was the only Supe who could barely count as normal. Annie took a deep breath. Then she looked at Benjamin again. Thank God Benjamin, the one managing the Seven, was normal too. With him in charge, these superheroes probably would not cause any serious trouble, right? Thinking of that, Annie felt an unprecedented wave of relief and security. Thank God he was here. Just as Annie's thoughts were running wild, inside the cabin, Benjamin looked at the now calm Homelander and nodded. He raised his hand and, as usual, patted Homelander's broad shoulder. A superhero should fucking act like a superhero. Benjamin glanced at the sky outside the window, his tone as casual as an ordinary father who had just gotten off work. Come on, it's getting late, have dinner with me. I just got back to New York and I heard a pretty good tomahawk steakhouse opened up. Chapter 90. The wounded look on Homelander's face vanished the moment he heard his father invite him to dinner. He even straightened his cape impatiently and followed after Benjamin. Benjamin stepped out of the RV. As he passed Annie, his steps paused slightly. Benjamin said, "Wait for me at the apartment, Annie. I'll come find you tonight." Annie's pretty face flushed at the aggressively suggestive hint. "Yes, sir, I'll be waiting." Homelander glanced at Annie, clearly not thrilled. Benjamin and Homelander soon left the RV. After watching the father and son leave, Starlight turned around, looked at Stormfront in the wreckage of the RV, and let out a helpless sigh. Well, guess my work's not done yet. Muttering to herself, Annie walked over and grabbed Stormfront by the arm, hauling her up like a dead dog. She needed to get this world domination wannabe Stormfront to Vought's secret hospital for emergency treatment, fast. The New York night breeze carried a faint chill threaded with the city's noise. Neon lights sliced the skyline into strange, dazzling fragments. The father and son had just finished tomahawk steaks at a high-end restaurant, and now they were walking side by side down a relatively quiet street. Because of the violent clash that had broken out in the RV earlier, the atmosphere between them still held a faint, awkward stiffness. Homelander trailed half a step behind Benjamin with his head lowered, like a kid who had screwed up and was terrified of pissing off his parent again. Benjamin walked ahead with an unlit cigar between his teeth, his brow slightly furrowed as his mind raced over a troublesome question. How was he supposed to completely root out Homelander's sick, love-starved personality? Benjamin knew Homelander's nature all too well. In the original storyline, Homelander's giant baby syndrome and extreme lack of love were practically terminal illnesses buried deep in his bones. Even as the story moved into seasons 4 and 5, he kept abandoning his own humanity. And yet, even at the very end, he still never fully succeeded. In the end, Homelander still had humanity. He still craved love. Just like Vought International had said, he could never break free from his humanity. Originally, toward the later part of Season 4, Homelander had seemed like he was about to sever his mortal emotions and fully awaken into darkness. And then what happened? That low-tier female soup called Firecracker used a dose of motherly, glowing breast milk to force him right back down. Benjamin realized that Homelander's education had hit a bottleneck. It had been a long time since the system had given him a notification that Homelander's education had succeeded. That meant continuing the transaction, making Homelander change again and become better, was proving difficult. "John." Benjamin suddenly stopped, turned his head, and fixed his deep gaze on Homelander's slightly uneasy face. "Dad, I'm here." Homelander straightened at once. Benjamin took the cigar from his mouth. His tone was no longer as cold as before. Instead, it carried the weary clarity of someone who had seen too much. "You need to understand something, John. The world has never been black and white. Some people will love you because you saved them, but there will always be people who envy you, fear you, or even hate you for no damn reason just because you're powerful. Otherwise, where the hell do you think internet trolls come from? I've been through all of it. Benjamin continued, "You can't build your self-worth on the poll numbers of a bunch of stupid civilians. You have to let go of that sick obsession with making the entire world love you unconditionally." Homelander froze where he stood and said nothing. Confusion flickered in his bright blue eyes. Let go of the obsession. He didn't need everyone's love. To him, that was as impossible to understand as telling a fish to leave the water and breathe air. Benjamin did not care whether Homelander understood right away. He turned around, his back to New York's glittering nightscape, and left him with 2 lessons. Remember this: love is mutual. If you want someone's real love, then you need to learn how to love others and how to respect life. After saying that, Benjamin paid no further attention to Homelander, who had sunk into a storm of thought. He casually tossed the cigar into a trash can and strode into the darkness at the street corner. In his luxury apartment, a blonde, blue-eyed beauty named Starlight, dressed in a white-and-gold supersuit, was waiting for him under the warm covers so he could burn off his excess energy. Love is mutual. On the empty street, Homelander stood alone beneath the streetlight, repeating those words over and over. A breeze stirred the stars and stripes cape behind him. In the 30-plus years he had grown up inside Vought labs, the scientists in white coats had taught him how to kill, how to use his superpowers, how to gain other people's love, how to fake a smile in front of the cameras, and how to maintain his approval ratings. But not a single person had ever told him that love was mutual. Homelander felt as if a slit had been torn open in his brain. Some emotion he had never experienced before was quietly sprouting inside that wound. He did not immediately fly back to Vought Tower. Instead, like an ordinary person, he walked aimlessly down the broken suburban road, step by step, thinking over what his father had said. The night grew deeper, and the suburban streets became utterly desolate. Just as Homelander was completely lost in his father's lesson. "Help, please, don't come any closer." A woman's shrill, desperate plea suddenly tore through the night sky and reached Homelander's sharp ears with perfect clarity. Before he met Benjamin, Homelander would not have so much as lifted an eyelid for some mortal's cry for help, as long as there were no cameras or media around. Homelander quickly headed toward the sound. About 2 blocks away, in a pitch-black, filthy dead-end alley. Under the faint moonlight, 2 drunken, tattoo-covered pieces of human trash had cornered a heavily pregnant woman against the wall. "Run, you filthy bitch, the fuck happened? Thought you could run." One of them, a bulky, bald man, pulled a switchblade from his waistband and waved it across the pregnant woman's pale face. His eyes gleamed with disgusting lust. "Now take your clothes off. Right fucking now, or I'll kick that little bastard in your belly to pieces." At those vicious words, the pregnant woman went weak with terror. She clutched her swollen belly in despair as tears streamed down her face. "Hey, gotta say, boss, this hot little mama with the big bellies got a different kind of flavor than those skinny street sluts." The other man, his face covered in pockmarks, licked his lips and let out a filthy laugh. The 2 of them kept threatening her, and the beautiful woman kept sobbing. "Just fucking with you, bitch." The bald man's face suddenly twisted with malice. "I think I'll kick that kid in your belly to mush right now. Then I'll squeeze out some shampoo and make you service me while you bleed and scream. Ha ha ha." Chapter 91. As he spoke, the burly bald man raised his right leg in a frenzy, his heavy Dr. Martens cutting through the air as he kicked viciously at the pregnant woman's fragile belly. If that kick landed, the baby in her womb was as good as dead. The woman herself might even hemorrhage and die. The pregnant woman shut her eyes in despair. And then, bang! A heavy, muffled impact rang out. The crushing pain she expected never came. The burly, bald man only felt as if his right leg had slammed into an immovable mountain of steel. The force was so brutal that his leg bone snapped with a sharp crack. "Alag!" The burly, bald man screamed and looked up in a rage. But the moment he saw what stood in front of him, every sound jammed in his throat and his pupils shrank to pinpoints. At some point, a tall man in a supersuit and a cape had appeared silently before him. The man's right hand was clamped around his ankle, which was still hanging in midair, gripping it like it was nothing more than a toothpick. Homelander. The pockmarked man beside him went weak in the knees and dropped to the ground with a thud, foul-smelling yellow piss spreading from his crotch and pooling beneath him. He could not understand it. In this sewer-like slum with no security cameras, no media, and at this ungodly hour, how the hell had America's greatest superhero suddenly dropped out of the sky? Homelander ignored the useless piece of shit who had pissed himself on the ground. His cold gaze fell on the burly bald man whose ankle he was holding. Thanks to his super sight, Homelander immediately spotted the tattoo exposed by the man's collar, which had been pulled open by his violent movements. The tattoo was a full-color portrait of Homelander himself. Below the portrait, the words "Eternal Idol" were inked in English. By all rights, this man was one of his most fanatical die-hard fans. In the past, if Homelander had seen one of his believers, he might have handed him over to the police as a token gesture, just to protect his ridiculous approval ratings. He might even have thought that since this fan loved him, he was probably a good person. But right now, looking at this animal wearing human skin, then at the pregnant woman curled up in the corner, shaking with fear, his father's words surfaced in his mind again. You have to let go of that sick obsession with making the entire world love you unconditionally. Some people will love you because you saved them. A look of disgust suddenly appeared on Homelander's handsome face. I finally understand. Father was right, I don't need everyone's love. Homelander muttered under his breath, as if speaking to himself, and as if making a declaration to the entire world. He looked at the tattoo on the burly bald man's chest with revulsion, his voice ice cold. Especially not love from sewer maggots like you. You claim to love me, but you torment a defenseless woman, a weak mother who's already pregnant. Thinking of his own miserable childhood, thinking of how he did not even know who his mother was, and then looking at the two pieces of trash in front of him who had tried to murder an unborn baby, the long-suppressed violence deep in Homelander's eyes finally erupted. Love from garbage like you makes me fucking sick. No, Homelander, I'm your fan. I campaign for you every day, you can't. The burly bald man begged desperately, trying to use his status as a fan to buy himself one last chance at survival. But what answered him were two terrifying red beams that looked strong enough to burn straight through the Earth's crust. SZZT. The two men were given no chance to react. Homelander's eyes erupted with blazing heat vision. The red light swept through the narrow alley like two unstoppable sides of death. Bangs, bang. Two muffled bursts rang out, like watermelons exploding. The two human scumbags, who had been strutting around so arrogantly moments ago, did not even have time to scream before their heads vanished. Their headless bodies toppled stiffly into a pool of blood, and a sickening burnt stench spread through the air. The alley fell into a deathly silence. The pregnant woman who had survived collapsed to the ground, still trembling in shock. She stared at the back of the man before her, as if she were looking at a god descended from heaven, and tears poured down her face like a broken dam. You're Mr. Homelander. The pregnant woman wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with shaking hands, both arms still wrapped tightly around her belly. Her voice was full of gratitude and awe after narrowly escaping death. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my baby and I would have been completely ruined tonight. You're our superhero. Hearing her thanks behind him, the slight rise and fall of Homelander's chest slowly settled. He turned around. The red glow in his eyes had faded, leaving behind that clear, deep blue. He did not put on his usual fake signature smile. Homelander crouched down and placed a hand on her belly. He simply looked quietly at this ordinary mother, feeling the child in her womb with his hand, and with his heart feeling hers. And that gratitude, untouched by any media stunt, born purely from being saved, real and unfiltered. Love was mutual. So this was what it felt like to protect the weak, to protect other people's children, other people's mothers. It seemed much better than staring at cold approval, rating numbers. Homelander helped the pregnant woman to her feet. Love your child well. After saying that, he shot up from the ground with a whoosh, turning into a blur before disappearing into the vast night. Only the grateful pregnant woman remained behind. Homelander left in style. However, this Homelander, who had just completed a psychological transformation, had no idea that less than 20 meters from the dead-end alley, behind a third-floor window in a rundown apartment building, a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness had witnessed everything that had just happened. Not only that, a dark high-definition camera lens was peering through a gap in the curtains, its crimson recording light flashing. Gulp. The man hiding behind the curtains swallowed hard. Cold sweat poured down his body, and the hand holding the camera was shaking violently. But on that sleazy, acne-covered face, extreme terror and twisted rage were tangled together. His name was Thomas, an unemployed shut-in who spent all day hiding in a dark room. He had been lusting after the pregnant woman who lived alone downstairs for a long time. Chapter 92. Before she got pregnant and after, he had tried more than once to chat her up, even stalked her. But the woman had shut him down every single time. Thomas's mind was twisted beyond repair. To get his hands on her, he deliberately paid two shady friends from the streets to harass her in an alley. According to his original vicious little plan, he would stand upstairs with a camera and film the entire assault on the pregnant woman. Once he had the footage, he would show up pretending to be concerned, drive the thugs off, and stage himself as the hero saving the damsel in distress. And even if the heroic rescue didn't work, he could still use the video as leverage to threaten that woman for a long, long time. What a perfect plan. Except, he was so close, just seconds away from getting it, seconds away from capturing the juiciest footage. Then that damn Homelander dropped out of the sky and ruined everything. Not only did he save that bitch, he blew his two buddies' heads clean off. Motherfucker, fuck. Thomas stared at the camera screen, watching Homelander's terrifying heat vision cut them down in a brutal flash of death, and his legs shook with fear. But in Thomas's eyes, a crazed greed still flickered. A superhero slaughtering innocent civilians in the street. That's vigilante execution without a goddamn trial. Homelander, you ruined my plan. You killed my shot. Thomas gripped the camera tightly, his mouth stretching into a vicious grin. I'm leaking this video. I'm selling it to the big media outlets. I'm going to ruin you, you hypocritical superhero bastard. Over the next few days, the police departments across New York City and Vought's PR department were all thrown into a frenzy. Because they had discovered that the high-end mighty Homelander had lost control. By lost control, they didn't mean he had snapped and started killing people. Quite the opposite, it was because he kept saving people. Saving people without flashbulbs, without reporters, and without a prepared speech waiting for him. Even Vought, now under Benjamin's control, would still build momentum and hand superheroes things like speeches when they saved people. Benjamin had not stopped that practice. Mainly because if superheroes were truly saving lives, then doing that was just icing on the cake. There was no need to refuse it. Over these past few days, Homelander had become like a lone eagle with no fixed destination, draped in that stars and stripes cape as he moved through New York day and night. He even flew across half of America, searching for the meaning that belonged to him. His father Benjamin's words, "Love is mutual," had stayed carved into his heart. He desperately wanted to experience that feeling again, the pure, untainted gratitude that came from saving the weak. That kind of true love. Because his father had said that only by truly loving others could someone truly be loved in return. Homelander did not need fanatics who hurt children and bullied the weak. Across America, in these past few days, every corner of the country welcomed a true Avenger. At a high school in Brooklyn, a group of punk students who had bullied their classmates for years, even forcing their victims to drink toilet water, were getting ready to hurt someone again. Then, with a violent gust of wind, Homelander smashed through the roof of an abandoned warehouse like a god descending from the sky. He did not kill anyone. He only fixed those little bastards with his cold, sapphire blue eyes. Under that crushing terror, the punks pissed themselves on the spot. Then Homelander picked them up like chicks by the scruff and dumped them right in front of the local police station. On a remote farm in Texas, A chronic drunk and domestic abuser was whipping his wife and child with a belt, beating them so hard they were on the verge of death. Homelander kicked the farm's security door to pieces, ignored the shotgun in the man's hands, crushed the arm holding it with one hand, then wrapped the trembling mother and child in his cape before handing the howling abuser over to the patrol cars that came rushing in after hearing the commotion. The officers who stepped out of those patrol cars all stared at Homelander with admiration. Of course, when he ran into vicious gangsters committing massacres or trafficking people, especially child trafficking, Homelander did not mind showing them what heat vision really was. Those sinful souls were instantly reduced to ash in the searing heat. After every act of justice, Homelander would see the gratitude in the eyes of survivors who had just escaped death and the worship in the eyes of those children. The way they looked at him like he was a real savior. No staging. No cheers. Yet Homelander felt that this brought him more fulfillment and peace than listening to tens of thousands of people screaming his name in frenzy at Vought Square. However, in this age where traffic was everything and entertainment ruled all, these private operations, without PR team packaging, eventually caused a massive problem. That was why, for most superheroes, even when saving people, even when it was not a drill or a performance, the PR department still had to be involved. Chapter 93. Just 3 days ago, a high-definition video clip, with the beginning and end cut out, suddenly blew up on Twitter, YouTube, and all kinds of dark web forums. The footage showed exactly what happened that night in a dead-end alley in New York. Homelander using heat vision to blow the heads off those 2 street thugs in an instant. It was gruesome, brutal. The visual impact of 2 heads bursting like watermelons sent shockwaves across the American internet. The person who posted the video was Thomas, that sleazy bastard who had been hiding upstairs trying to blackmail them. He had deliberately cut out the part where the thugs talked about raping the pregnant woman. But people weren't blind. Even with the clip chopped up, they could still see the woman slumped in the corner of the frame, clutching her belly. It was obvious this was a superhero saving someone in danger. And less than 2 hours after the video went viral, the pregnant woman Homelander had saved showed tremendous courage. Under enormous pressure from public opinion, she recorded a video herself and posted it online. In the video, sobbing, she told everyone what had really happened. If Mr. Homelander hadn't come down from the sky, those 2 animals would have tortured me and my baby to death. He didn't kill innocent people. He killed them to protect me. He's the one who truly saved my life. By all rights, once the victim came forward to clarify the truth, the whole thing should have died down. It might even have won Homelander a wave of good publicity. But Vought International's enemies, the anti-Sup and anti-Homelander politicians, along with the keyboard warriors hiding behind their screens, were never going to pass up such a perfect chance to attack Homelander. No matter the reason, it was an undeniable fact that Homelander had carried out vigilante justice in broad daylight and brutally killed 2 American citizens who had not been convicted of any crime. An unprecedented online war instantly tore American public opinion apart. The first camp consisted of keyboard warriors and paid trolls hired by politicians, all waving the banners of human rights and the law. They hammered away at their keyboards online. Even if it was attempted rape, that should have been left to the cops and the courts. Who the hell does Homelander think he is, killing people on the spot? A Sup who can take lives whenever he feels like it, without a trial, without a verdict, isn't a hero. He's a fascist, an executioner. Today he kills thugs because he feels sorry for a pregnant woman. Tomorrow, is he gonna kill regular people like us just because he's in a bad mood? Boycott Homelander. Demand that Vought International hand him over to face justice. The second camp, naturally, was made up of ordinary people at the bottom and die-hard supporters of strength. Of course, Vought's paid trolls were mixed in too. After all, Vought belonged to Soldier Boy now, so of course they had to help Homelander. They fired back furiously at those hypocritical arguments. Shut the fuck up, you sanctimonious assholes. That piece of trash threatened to kick a pregnant woman's stomach in. He could die 10,000 times and it still wouldn't be enough. Wait for the cops. By the time the cops got there, that pregnant woman would have been a corpse. Homelander did the right thing, burn every last one of those scumbags to ash. The two sides fought endlessly online, hurling insults at each other. But under wave after wave of public backlash, on the massive screen in Vought Tower's PR department, Homelander's approval ratings, which had once sat firmly at the top, began dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. If this had happened half a month ago, seeing his approval ratings nosedive might have sent the desperately approval-starved Homelander into an emotional collapse. But now, sitting in the Seven's conference room inside Vought Tower, Homelander held a cup of warm milk and watched the flashing red downward line on the screen. To everyone's surprise, his face was calm. He didn't fly into a rage, his eyes didn't turn red. Of course, he was probably still pissed deep down, but compared with before, his emotional control had clearly improved a great deal. Father was right, some people's love isn't just fake, it's stupid as hell. Homelander took a small sip of milk and looked out at the bustling city of New York beyond the window. What surfaced in his mind was the pregnant woman's grateful tears after surviving the ordeal, not the noisy abuse flooding the internet. "I don't need love from you idiots, I don't need you," Homelander murmured to himself. He no longer seemed like that giant manchild held hostage by approval ratings. However, a tree may wish for stillness, but the wind will not stop. Homelander had already calmed down. But the politicians still refused to let it go. On the afternoon of the fourth day, after the vigilante killing incident began to ferment, the plaza directly in front of Vought Tower in New York was packed with people, and camera flashes glittered like a silver sea. Thousands of protesters held signs reading, "Stop Soup Violence," "Homelander, Get Out of New York," and "We Need Law, Not Tyrants," surrounding the entire plaza so tightly that water could not pass through. At the very center of the crowd stood a temporary platform. A black-haired woman in a sharp black business suit, with piercing eyes and an intensely stirring presence, stood on the stage with a microphone in hand, delivering a fiery public political speech. Congresswoman Victoria Newman. "Look at this building. Look at those so-called heroes hiding behind that glass curtain wall." Newman's voice blasted through the speakers, echoing across the entire plaza and even carrying into the building itself. "They claim they're protecting us, but in reality, they've turned our city into a slaughterhouse where they can do whatever the hell they want." Homelander burned 2 citizens to death in the street. Yes, those citizens may have committed crimes, they may have been scum. But on American soil, judgment should come from a judge's gavel, not from the heat vision of a dictator wrapped in the American flag. Newman's voice burned with passion. "Today, we must send Vought International and the Seven a warning. This country does not belong only to SUPs." The crowd below ignited at once, erupting into thunderous cheers and agreement. Newman looked at the furious crowd beneath the stage, a cold, satisfied glint flashing in her eyes. The reason she had stepped forward at this moment, as the anti-Vought vanguard, was simple. It wasn't only for political capital, it was for revenge. After all, Benjamin had crushed Stan Edgar's neck with his own hands. Before his death, Edgar had told Newman that if he died, she had to find a chance to get revenge on Vought and Soldier Boy. Because Stan Edgar had not only been the former CEO of Vought International, he was also the adoptive father who had raised Newman from childhood and given her power and status. Newman had listened to Edgar and had been searching for an opportunity ever since. Because by nature, her public identity was that of an anti-Supe, anti-Homelander, anti-Vought politician. In the original storyline, Newman was a polished, self-interested operator who would betray Edgar after receiving a death threat from Homelander. But now, everything had changed. Because Homelander had never threatened her, because the true owner of Vought International was now Benjamin, and Benjamin had killed her only family. So Newman, who should have been Vought's mole, had now become an anti-Supe politician filled with hatred. She planned to use the political methods she knew best to drag Benjamin and Homelander, that arrogant father and son pair, down from their pedestal once and for all. Of course, this was also because neither of them had gone to threaten her. If Vought International refuses to hand over the murderer, Then I will personally submit a bill to Congress demanding full judicial restrictions on the Seven and a freeze on their funding. Newman's final sentence landed like a bomb, sending the entire crowd into a frenzy. The waves of protest grew louder and louder, almost shaking the glass of Vought Tower to pieces. Deafening chants swept across the whole plaza. Standing at the edge of the platform, Victoria Newman maintained the trademark compassionate expression of a politician. But anyone looking closely would notice the satisfaction glittering in her beautiful, wide eyes. Because this was exactly the effect she wanted. The people's anger was the perfect political bargaining chip. As long as she dragged those high-end mighty superheroes down from their pedestal, she could not only gain greater power, but also avenge her dead adoptive father. She had already lost her undercover identity on Vaught's side and lost her adoptive father too. Naturally, she needed more. But just as Newman was about to lift the microphone and continue her highly inflammatory speech, boom! Everyone instinctively raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Chapter 94. A figure in red, white, and blue dropped from the sky with crushing force and slammed down in the exact center of the stage. Boom! The hard marble platform cracked beneath him, spiderweb fractures ripping outward in every direction as dust billowed into the air. When the dust cleared, Homelander slowly straightened up. Homelander had arrived. Newman's heart skipped a beat at the sudden sight. The composure on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a flash of panic she couldn't hide. She instinctively took half a step back. Homelander didn't even look at her. He simply reached out, his movement gentle yet carrying a force no one could resist, and pulled the microphone straight from Newman's stiff hand. Then he turned to face the tens of thousands of protesters below. The crowd went dead silent. A moment ago, the square had been boiling with noise, people screaming about skinning Homelander alive and tearing him apart. Now, not a single sound could be heard. That was Homelander's power. Even when he did nothing, even when he only stood there, he brought pressure down on everyone around him. Even though everyone, their new Homelander, probably wouldn't hurt them. Holding the microphone, Homelander looked down over the crowd from above. He wasn't smiling. That perfect, signature Homelander smile had vanished completely. He just stared silently at the people below, his gaze cold. But just as Homelander was about to speak, "Homelander, you murdering psycho!" A sudden furious shout broke the silence. In the crowd, a burly man shoved his way to the front row and hurled a plastic bottle full of water at the stage. Thwack! The bottle struck Homelander in the chest, then bounced to the ground, splashing water all over his spotless cape. All across the square, people's pupils shrank as they sucked in sharp breaths. That guy was insane, absolutely fucking insane. The man who threw the bottle was named Mike. His chest was heaving, and his forehead was slick with cold sweat. He wasn't some fighter for justice. He was just a paid provocateur, hired for a fortune by a politician. In his earpiece, the politician's aide was frantically pushing him to piss Homelander off. A huge sum of money had already been deposited into Mike's account. His wife and kids had also been sent safely overseas by that politician. If today, in front of live cameras broadcasting to the entire world, he could successfully provoke this emotionally unstable strongest man alive. If Homelander shot a hole through his head with heat vision right here and now, then Mike's family would receive enough compensation to live on for generations. And Vought International and Homelander would be dragged into an even deeper public opinion crisis. That was exactly the bloody incident those politicians hiding in the shadows wanted to see most. Mike stared straight into Homelander's eyes. He was ready. "Come on, let me see that famous red glow. Burn me to ash." 3 seconds passed. No red light appeared. Homelander still stood quietly on the stage. His eyes didn't turn crimson. He only lowered his head slightly and locked his blue eyes onto Mike below. Mike, who had been ready to die, suddenly grew uneasy. He had no idea what Homelander was about to do. Then Homelander slowly raised the microphone. "No." His voice rolled low across the entire square through the massive speakers. "I'm not a murderer." Homelander spoke each word clearly. and for the first time there was actually a trace of sincerity in his voice. The crowd below went quiet. The protesters who had been ready to keep throwing things froze in place, looking at each other in confusion, completely unsure how to react. Not far away, Maeve stared at Homelander in disbelief. She had heard about what had happened to him over the past few days. What shocked Maeve was that Homelander really had saved a lot of people, and he'd done it without any agenda. In fact, because he hadn't told the PR department, he had ended up trapped in this public opinion crisis. What the hell had happened to Homelander? Was he actually trying to become a real superhero? Or was this because Homelander was about to snap? Was that why he was acting like this? Maeve's feelings were complicated. Part of it was because Homelander had changed. But more than that, she was afraid Homelander might finally go completely off the deep end and slaughter everyone there. Newman had spent years in politics, and her instincts were sharper than an animal's. She immediately sensed the suffocating danger in the air. Newman had wanted to use this chance to denounce Homelander and Vought, but that absolutely did not mean she wanted to corner this walking nuclear weapon right now. Politics was politics, but she only had one life. Newman took a deep breath and forced a mild smile onto her face. She pulled out a backup microphone and tried to get the situation under control. Everyone, please calm down. Homelander is human too. Everyone makes mistakes. But we have to follow the law, right? Homelander only needs to give the public a sincere apology now and then. No. Homelander cut her off. Expressionless, Homelander stepped directly in front of Newman. He didn't even glance at the rising female politician. Newman just lied to you. She stood on the stage and lied right to your faces. Holding the microphone, Homelander slowly swept his gaze across the thousands of stunned faces below. I don't make mistakes because I am nothing like you. Homelander's voice quickly rose. I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm better. I am better. It wasn't only the audience below the stage. Plenty of people watching on TV were shocked by Homelander's words too. And more than a few of Homelander's fans, seeing him so forceful in that moment, looked at him with admiration. Some were even smiling. Of course, that included a certain diehard Homelander fan from the original show who would later be beaten to death with a baseball bat. Beside him was Mother's Milk's wife. At the scene, no one dared make even the slightest sound of protest. Homelander continued. I'm not that pathetic little bitch you people talk about, the one who cries and apologizes the second trouble shows up. Just because I killed 2 pieces of shit. That trash tried to rape a pregnant woman, they deserve to die. I killed 2 scumbags who had it coming, and then this pack of politicians forced me to lower my head and apologize to the whole damn world. Why? What gives them the right to force me? Newman stood off to the side and didn't dare say a word. More than once, she had heard her adoptive father say Homelander was emotionally unstable. This time, she was seeing it for herself. Homelander's chest rose and fell as if he were finally letting out emotions he had buried for far too long. My whole life, people with money and power have tried to control me. They sit up there looking down on me, telling me what to do. They wanted to shut me down. They even paid trolls to smear me all over the internet. They wanted me powerless. They wanted me obedient. They treated me like some goddamn puppet on strings. Homelander gave a cold laugh, his eyes full of biting mockery. You know what the saddest part is? It worked. Their bullshit actually worked. Because I compromised before, I let them get what they wanted. He raised a finger and jabbed it hard toward the crowd below, toward the people who had been protesting moments ago. You know something? If they can control me, controlling you is easy. You idiots just don't even realize it. A few heavy breaths rose faintly from the crowd. Many faces had gone pale. A lot of them felt that Homelander had actually hit the mark. But now I'm done. The veins in Homelander's neck bulged as his voice grew louder and louder. I will never apologize for killing those 2 scumbags. Never, not ever. I'm sick of being persecuted just because I have power, persecuted by these goddamn politicians over and over again. He lifted his head high and looked down over the entire square. All of you should be thanking God. Thank God he made a soup like me, Because you useless pieces of shit need me. Every last one of you weaklings needs me to save you. A gust of wind swept past. It lifted the stars and stripes cape behind him. Homelander took a deep breath, and his tone settled back into calm, laced with arrogance. Me and Soldier Boy, my father, and the real Sups, we're the wall standing between you and disaster. You're not the real heroes. We are the real heroes. I am the real hero. Chapter 95. The moment he finished speaking, Homelander turned around and casually shoved the microphone into Newman's arms. His face was twitching. He had already stopped giving a damn. Homelander knew that after a speech like that, what little approval rating he still had would definitely drop again. But it didn't matter anymore. Homelander didn't care anymore. All he needed was for the people who truly loved him to love him. Newman stood frozen in place, her face pale as paper, unable to get a single word out. Boom! A violent sonic boom exploded from the ground. Homelander bent his knees slightly, then shot into the sky like a blur. The powerful rush of air instantly sent a dozen protest signs in the front row flying. Under everyone's gaze, he flew straight into the clouds and disappeared. The vast square went dead silent. A rally of tens of thousands of people had fallen completely quiet. Inside Vought Tower, in a luxurious penthouse apartment, there was a muffled thud. A howling wind from high above poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Homelander took off his cape and supersuit. He ignored the greeting from the apartment's smart butler and walked straight to the center of the living room. Then, like a pile of sludge, he collapsed heavily onto his back on the wide leather sofa. The apartment was quiet. Homelander stared blankly at the ornate chandelier on the ceiling. Those blue eyes, usually so full of pressure and menace, now looked empty. Homelander felt a little lost. In front of tens of thousands of people, he had completely ripped off the mask and cursed out those idiot politicians and ignorant civilians. It had felt damn good, even better than beating the shit out of Doppelganger. Homelander had stopped caring. He couldn't even be bothered to pretend anymore, so he said every last thing he wanted to say. And yet, even after all that, there was still a FIRE Chinese letter ING up his chest, a rage he couldn't push down no matter what. It wasn't that he cared about losing approval ratings, he just couldn't swallow it. Homelander clenched his fists and thought back on everything. Back before Soldier Boy returned, Vought International had arranged all kinds of fake scripts for him. He smiled for the cameras, posed in front of green screens, and the public worshipped him like some god sent down to earth. But after Soldier Boy came back, he listened to Soldier Boy. He did plenty of good things. Homelander truly went out and saved ordinary people. He saved an entire plane full of passengers, and he had personally used heat vision to burn 2 disgusting scumbags who tried to rape a pregnant woman into ash. He did everything a superhero was supposed to do. And what did he get? Endless abuse. Boycotts, protests, and a filthy water bottle thrown right into his chest. All because he hadn't followed the rules of the law. But if they had gone by the law, the sentences those 2 scumbags got never would have made up for what they did. Why? Homelander didn't understand. He stripped naked, lay on the sofa, and contemplated his life. Forget it, as long as his father and his son acknowledged him for what he'd done, then it was worth it. Meanwhile, at Manhattan Plaza. Although the protest rally had stayed quiet for a long time after Homelander left, it was now gradually turning into a complete mess. The scene was full of chaotic noise. Because Homelander had shown up and disrupted everything with that speech, Newman quickly found an excuse to hastily end her address, then left under the escort of her bodyguards. Besides, Homelander seemed to have completely changed. Newman had thought Homelander wanted to apologize, but it turned out that wasn't it at all. Had Homelander lost control? Just as Newman's mind was racing, trying to work out her next political move. Rings ring. The private phone in her bag suddenly rang. Newman froze. She quickly dug out her phone. The moment she saw the caller ID, her tense nerves finally eased a little. A cute profile picture flashed on the screen. It was her precious baby girl, her daughter Zoe. Newman took a deep breath and forced her expression under control, trying to make her voice sound as gentle as possible. "What's wrong, sweetheart? Mommy will be home soon." As soon as the call connected, Zoe's excited little voice came through. Mommy, there's a guest at home." Newman paused. A guest? Her address was classified, and at a time like this, how could there possibly be a guest at her house? Before she could ask, Zoe's cheerful voice continued. "He brought me tons and tons of yummy food. There are extra-large fries from McDonald's, and egg tarts fresh out of the oven from KFC. Oh, right, and a 5-layer beef burger from Burger King, too." Through the phone, Newman could even hear the little girl happily chewing. "He said he's waiting for you at home and wants to talk to you. Mom, he's a really handsome uncle." Chapter 96. Hearing her daughter say that, Newman's brain short-circuited. A chill shot straight to the top of her skull, and cold sweat instantly broke out across her skin. Newman didn't know any so-called handsome older guy. And there was no one who could stroll into her home with a pile of fast food and sit down like he owned the place without setting off the security system. Who the hell was this stranger? What did he want? Money or her? At the same time, Newman's eyes gradually turned cold. If whoever had come really was stupid enough to hurt her or her daughter, she would have no problem wiping out his entire family. "Zoe, listen to Mommy." Newman forced herself to calm down. "Can you ask that older gentleman to take the phone for a second?" "Okay, Tilda, Mommy, hold on." Zoe's obedient reply came from the other end, followed by the rustle of clothing. Then the breathing on the phone changed. A deep, powerful male voice came through the receiver. "Victoria Newman." The man did not bother with small talk. "Edgar's adopted daughter, right?" "Who are you?" Newman asked. "I suggest you don't hurt my daughter, or you're going to regret it." Zoe was everything to her, the one line no one was allowed to cross. The other party had slipped silently into her heavily guarded home and even knew about her relationship with Edgar, the former president of Vought. Whoever this was, he had not come with good intentions. "My name is Benjamin," the man on the other end said with a low chuckle. "Of course, you can also call me by my code name. Soldier Boy." Click. Newman's hand shook, and the phone nearly dropped onto the floor of the car. Soldier Boy. Was this some kind of sick joke? Newman, who had still sounded tough a moment ago, suddenly could not keep that front up anymore. 1 minute, she had been in the square, shouting herself hoarse as she denounced Homelander and tried to drag him down from his pedestal. The next, Homelander's biological father, that superhero from the last century, had shown up directly inside her home. Soon, Newman's breathing grew sharp and ragged, her chest heaving. Fear clamped around her throat like an invisible hand. Her adoptive father, Edgar, had once sent a full 20 or 30 powerful sups to surround and kill Soldier Boy, all to remove the threat for good. A few of those monstrous sups had abilities that came infinitely close to Queen Maeve's, or even her own. And the result? They all died, otherwise her adoptive father would not be dead either. Soldier Boy's strength was absolutely on par with Homelander's. He might even be stronger than that overgrown man-baby. Newman had the ability to control blood and make heads explode. But in front of a monster on this level, she knew very well that the power she was so proud of might not even be enough to give him a nosebleed. "Mr. Benjamin, please." Without hesitation, Newman threw away every bit of political dignity and pretense she had. There was no toughness left in her voice now, only pleading. "I know I was wrong. Please spare my daughter. Zoe doesn't know anything, she's just a child." Her voice was frantic. "You can do whatever you want to me. I'll do anything you ask. Even if you want me dead, that's fine. Please just don't touch Zoe." Click. Beep, beep, beep. But the person on the other end clearly had no interest in listening to her beg. He hung up. Hearing the cold, busy tone from the phone, Newman nearly broke down. "Drive faster, move, home, get the fuck home." Newman screamed at the driver in front. Newman's home was in a luxury apartment downtown. Benjamin sat beside the expensive solid-wood dining table. He was wearing that distinctly old-fashioned green supersuit, his entire body giving off a hard, blood-and-iron aura that warned people to stay the hell away. With one leg crossed over the other, he grabbed a handful of fries without ketchup and tossed them into his mouth. He had to admit, McDonald's fries in this world were just as damn good. Better than KFC and Burger King, at least. Across the table, Zoe had already obediently put down the half-eaten egg tart in her hand. The little girl shrank into the oversized chair, both hands clutching tightly at the hem of her clothes. She stared at the tall man in front of her with timid eyes. There was fear in them, too. The instant the man gave his name, Zoe suddenly remembered. Her mom had once accidentally let a secret slip in the study while staring at a photo. The man in front of her, this Benjamin, was the supervillain who had killed her grandpa. Grandpa Edgar had never come back, and Mom had secretly cried several times. Zoe's breathing quickened, and her little face went pale. "Bad mister, what do you want?" Zoe worked up her courage and questioned him, her voice shaking. "You're a bad guy, right?" Benjamin looked at the trembling little girl across from him. He could not help rolling his eyes, then swallowed the fries in his mouth. "I'm a fucking superhero, you little brat. Relax. As long as that politician mom of yours behaves her fucking self and does what she's told, I don't give a shit about either of you." Hearing this handsome older guy casually spit out, "fuck," left and right, Zoe's face turned even paler. Scenes from TV shows instantly flashed through the little girl's mind. Her mom was very pretty and had a great body. Even though her mom already had a husband, Zoe knew there were still plenty of bad men out there who had nasty thoughts about her. And now this foul-mouthed villain was sitting in their home like he owned the place, even waiting for her mom to come back. The more Zoe thought about it, the more scared she became. Her big eyes quickly filled with tears. You're here waiting for my mom." Zoe swallowed, then ate the egg tart. After that, with a clear sob in her voice, she timidly shrank back a little. "You're not planning to do those weird things to my mom, are you? Like, fucking stuff." The air suddenly went quiet. Benjamin had just grabbed another handful of fries. His hand froze in midair, and he looked at Zoe in speechless disbelief. He stared at the teary-eyed little girl in front of him, the one whose imagination had gone completely off the rails, and for once, he felt like his own brain had short-circuited. What the fuck was this nonsense? What the hell were kids in America thinking about these days? How old was she anyway? And who the fuck taught her that word? Chapter 97. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes rang out beneath the apartment building. Newman did not wait for the bodyguard to open the door. She shoved it open herself and rushed out. Under her long, shapely legs, her high heels struck the expensive marble floor in a frantic, uneven rhythm. She practically threw herself into the elevator like a madwoman, jabbing the button for the top floor again and again. When the heavy security door was shoved open, Newman's heart nearly jumped into her throat. Thankfully, there was no blood in the living room, and no sign that anything terrible had happened. A goofy cartoon was playing on the huge LCD TV. The man in the green supersuit, radiating an overwhelming pressure, was sprawled casually on the sofa. And her daughter, Zoe, was sitting obediently beside him. The little girl was holding a half-eaten KFC mini egg tart in her hands, her eyes fixed on the TV screen. Of course Zoe was scared. But Soldier Boy had not hurt her, so all she could do was sit quietly beside him and watch TV. "Zoe." Tears spilled down Newman's face. She tossed aside her expensive designer bag, sprinted over in her high heels, and pulled her daughter tightly into her arms. "Mommy, why are you crying?" Zoe jumped in fright, raising her little hand still covered in flaky crumbs, looking completely confused. Newman had no time to answer. Her hands moved frantically over her daughter's body, checking every inch of bone and skin. No injuries, not even a bruise. Zoe was really okay. Newman let out a long breath of relief. The weakness of someone who had just survived a disaster drained all the strength from her body in an instant. Even though she knew Soldier Boy probably was not the type to hurt her daughter. But who the hell knew? Soldier Boy was an extremely dangerous soup. She held Zoe tightly for a full minute before she finally eased up. "Be a good girl, Zoe. Take your egg tart and go back to your room." Newman forced out a smile uglier than crying and gently rubbed her daughter's hair. Mommy needs to talk to this uncle about some grown-up things. Zoe looked at her red-eyed mother, then at Benjamin, who stood there expressionless and nodded obediently. Still, she glanced curiously between the two of them. Her beautiful, sexy mom. And the handsome, older guy. They were going to talk about grown-up things. Could it be? Zoe was very curious. She really wanted to watch, but she could only listen to her mother and go back to her bedroom. As the bedroom door clicked shut, Newman slowly turned around. The tenderness and motherly warmth on her face vanished without a trace, replaced by vigilance and fear. How did you get in? Newman stared at the man on the sofa, her voice trembling but sharp. What the hell do you want from me? Benjamin raised an eyebrow. He let out a casual chuckle. In this fucked-up world, there's nowhere I can't go. I go wherever the hell I want. He slowly stood up, and that suffocating pressure instantly filled the entire living room. As for why I came to find you, do I really need to spell it out? You used to be Vought International's obedient little dog, Edgar's mole planted in politics. Benjamin looked down at her, his eyes full of mockery. Now old Edgar's dead, and you're pretending you don't know us. Running around with those dumb fuck politicians and turning around to come after Vought International. Ahem. He took a step closer. What? You think my temper and my giant baby of a son's temper are both that fucking good? At the mention of Edgar, Newman's pupils shrank violently. Bloodshot veins instantly crawled through her eyes, and grief filled her voice. You bastard, you killed Edgar, and you still expect me to. Newman's words cut off abruptly. Benjamin had simply reached out with his right hand and clamped it around Newman's pale neck like lightning. He used no technique, only violence in its purest form. With one arm, Benjamin lifted Newman straight into the air as easily as picking up a chick. Newman was powerful, but her physical body was not particularly strong, probably below Maeve. The intense feeling of suffocation rushed into her brain, and Newman's feet kicked wildly in midair. Her hands dug desperately at Benjamin's fingers, trying to pry herself free. But that hand was like a hydraulic clamp cast from iron. It did not move at all. Endless terror finally exploded completely in Newman's eyes. Listen, you little bitch. Benjamin leaned close to her face, his voice freezing cold. That old piece of shit, Edgar sold me off like trash to a Soviet lab back then. I spent 40 whole years in that hellhole, tortured like a fucking lab rat. The killing intent in Benjamin's eyes was undisguised. Not long ago, he even sent more than 30 sups to surround and kill me. With my temper, I could have butchered Edgar's whole family, you and your little daughter included, and it still wouldn't have been a damn bit too much. You understand me? Benjamin tilted his head slightly, watching Newman's eyes start to roll back. But you need to know something. Today, I'm sitting here talking to you nice and civil. I didn't snap your daughter's neck. Hell, I even bought her a big meal. So you'd better be fucking grateful, because I'm a good man. Newman's brain was already starved of oxygen, and her vision began to blur. The fear of death swallowed her whole like a raging deep-sea tide. She could not die. If she died, what would happen to Zoe? Under the force of a fierce survival instinct, Newman finally erupted. Her eyes snapped wide open, and her black pupils were instantly covered by an eerie gray-white sheen. Her superpower activated. She drove every bit of psychic power in her body straight into Benjamin's brain like a sharpened blade. This was her ability, a killing move that could instantly blow the head of any human whose body was not strong enough into a spray of blood. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Benjamin did not even blink. Forget blowing his head off. He did not shed a single drop of blood from his nose, and he did not feel even the faintest bit dizzy. This blood manipulation ability, powerful enough to instantly kill Shockwave and the Deep, hit Benjamin like a soft breeze brushing past a mountain forged from steel. Completely fucking useless. In Newman's gray-white eyes, absolute terror showed through, impossible to hide. What, you trying to blow my head off? Benjamin sensed the faint fluctuation and instantly understood what she was trying to do. He did not get angry, Instead, he split his mouth into a grin. Come on, I'm standing right here. Put your fucking back into it. Blow my head off, try it. Don't be such a pussy. That weak-ass power of yours couldn't even twist off a damn bottle cap. Newman sank into complete despair. She had already pushed her superpower to its absolute limit, but she still could not do it. She could not even make him bleed a single drop. All Newman could do was shake her head desperately in midair, choking sounds rattling in her throat. Chapter 98. It wasn't until Newman's pupils began to lose focus, right when she was on the verge of suffocating, that Benjamin finally let go, as casually as if he were tossing out trash. Thud. Newman hit the floor hard. She looked like a dying fish, clutching her throat as she greedily sucked in air, her full, perky chest heaving nonstop. Tears and snot ran together, leaving her utterly pathetic. In those beautiful wide eyes, only hollow despair remained. Her superpowers, her pride, her trump card. In front of this man, they were nothing but a joke. She was supposed to be one of the top sups. Yet before Soldier Boy, she was barely any different from an ordinary person. So this was the terrifying power of the strongest supe of the last century. Newman's eyes turned pitiful. She knelt there on the floor, staring up at Benjamin. I'll do it. Newman slumped to the ground, giving up every last shred of dignity and resistance. Her lips trembled as she muttered, I'll do anything for you. I was wrong. Please don't hurt Zoe. Looking at Newman trembling on the floor, Benjamin gave a contemptuous snort. Quit looking like somebody shot your parents. It was not just because Newman had gone after Homelander. The main issue was that Newman really was not a good person. She had killed plenty of people for Edgar, for Vought. According to her, it had always been to protect her daughter. But in reality, aside from helping Edgar, Newman had mostly done it for herself. She was a polished little egoist who happened to love her daughter. Benjamin dragged over a chair, sat down, and stared down at Newman. I may have butchered your adoptive father, but you need to get your fucking head straight. Newman. That money-grubbing old bastard Edgar never once saw you as his real daughter. Every word hit where it hurt. He was using your superpowers. If you were just some ordinary woman who couldn't even twist open a bottle cap, you'd be worth less than dog shit to him. Got it. Watching Newman's expression, Benjamin went on. And don't rush to argue. I'm pretty damn sure you know that better than anyone. Newman froze. She instinctively opened her mouth to argue, only to find that her throat seemed blocked. Because, with despair, she realized Soldier Boy was right about everything. Edgar had raised her only to turn her into a sharp dagger, planted in the political world. That so-called father-daughter bond was nothing more than a cheap chain meant to keep that dagger leashed. Even if Edgar had raised her. So what? Edgar was dead. And right now, all she wanted was to survive by any means necessary and keep her daughter safe. What do you need me to do? Newman raised her head. The cold composure of a politician returned to her eyes, now mixed with submission and awe towards Soldier Boy's power. After all, the man in front of her was practically a god. Simple, go back to your old job. Keep being Vought's mole. Legitimately, of course, I don't need you killing people for no damn reason. I just need you to support the new Vought, the new Homelander, and me. That's enough. Benjamin lightly tapped the coffee table and spoke slowly. My son is about to face a fucking hearing, all because he killed two pieces of shit who nearly raped a pregnant woman. I want you to use every resource you have to help him make this go away. Understand? I understand, sir. I'll do anything for you, Newman said quietly. The matter itself would not be that hard to settle, but that did not mean Soldier Boy was unwilling to make things easier for Homelander. Mostly because his precious dumbass son really had changed. Just a few dozen minutes ago, Benjamin had watched Homelander's nationwide live broadcast from the square on TV. That weak-ass son of his, the one who only ever knew how to plaster on a fake smile in front of the cameras and cry the second things got rough. He had actually dared to tear the mask off in front of the whole world and flip off those high-and-mighty politicians. That speech was almost the same as Homelander's in the original series. But it was even more interesting. Very interesting. The corner of Benjamin's mouth curved in the faintest hint of a smile. Maybe that spineless son of his had finally grown the backbone of a man. Maybe he really was moving closer to becoming a superhero, even if he still had a long way to go. But Benjamin believed that before long, Homelander would absolutely be able to do it, to become a true superhero. Chapter 99. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a sudden knock at the door broke the atmosphere in the living room. Newman, still slumped on the floor, froze. Who would come looking for her at a time like this? With those big eyes full of fear and pleading, Newman carefully looked toward Soldier Boy, who was sitting on the sofa. Without this man's permission, she did not even dare breathe too loudly. It had to be said, with the way Newman was sitting and that little expression on her face, she looked strangely tempting. Benjamin leaned back on the sofa. Then he lifted his chin slightly and jerked it toward the front door. Go answer it. Once she had his permission, Newman felt like she had been granted a pardon. She hurriedly climbed up from the floor and fumbled to straighten her slightly disheveled business suit. After taking 2 long breaths, Newman forced herself to calm down and put on the cold mask politicians always wore. Click. The heavy security door opened. Standing outside was not some high-ranking political official, nor one of Vought's assassins. It was a rather awkward-looking young man holding hands with a pretty, delicate-featured girl. Huey. And his girlfriend, Robin. Seeing who it was, Newman's tightly wound nerves eased a little. Newman trusted Huey and Robin. For some reason, she liked these 2 young, innocent subordinates quite a bit. That was why she had given them her private address. Hey, Huey. Newman looked at him curiously. Come in, what brings you here? Huey nodded and came in with Robin behind Newman. But almost immediately, his gaze went past Newman's shoulder and landed on the tall man in the green supersuit sitting on the living room sofa. Huey's eyes widened at once. Oh my God. Huey sucked in a sharp breath and instinctively let go of Robin's hand. Joy spread across his face. Soldier Boy, sir, it's you. Huey was so excited his voice was shaking. And honestly, who could blame him? Not long ago, Huey had still been a die-hard fan who worshipped A-Train as his hero for life. Until that day on the street, when an out-of-control A-Train tore through at supersonic speed and nearly turned Robin into ground meat right there on the curb. It was Soldier Boy, who just happened to be passing by, who used lubricant to make A-Train wipe out. From that moment on, the A-Train poster in Huey's home came down. Soldier Boy had become the one true god in his heart, the superhero who had saved the woman he loved. Looking at Huey, who was so excited he did not know what to do with himself, Benjamin raised an eyebrow. Of course, he remembered this skinny little brat who looked like a bamboo pole. Huey, right. Benjamin leaned back against the sofa and sized him up. If I remember right, you're that little bastard with the girlfriend who used to fix stereos in some shitty electronics store. So what the hell are you doing here? Glossing over some of the rougher wording, Huey's face flushed with excitement when he heard that his idol actually remembered his name and his job. He quickly took Robin's hand again and scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Sir, some stuff happened. Huey coughed twice, trying to cover his awkwardness. The store I used to work at got completely wrecked because of, circumstances beyond my control. My boss fired me, so I was unemployed for a while. He could not exactly tell Soldier Boy that Translucent had come to the store looking for trouble, and then he and Butcher had blown the place up. Still, ever since he had helped kill Translucent, Huey had not had much contact with Butcher and the others. Butcher and his crew had taken the fall for him. After all, Butcher had already used Huey. He had no reason to keep dragging Huey, who had a perfectly happy life, along with him. Soon, though, Huey straightened his chest, a trace of pride entering his voice. I've joined the Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs. I'm currently working as a senior analyst. In the original series, Huey only joined the Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs in Season 3, and only then did he start working under Newman. Unexpectedly, he had joined so much earlier this time. After those words, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly shifted. Benjamin, who had still been smiling, slowly lost the curve at the corner of his mouth. Huey was only an ordinary person, but even he could clearly tell something was wrong. Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs. Benjamin gave a cold laugh, his gaze turning razor-sharp. So you little shit managed to become one of Newman's people. He suddenly sat upright and stared at Huey. And now you're running around with this woman, working together to fuck with Vought. Huey opened his mouth, then quickly realized he might have just said something he should not have. Cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Shit. Only then did Huey realize the situation was seriously wrong. Senator Newman was Vought International's sworn enemy. Every day on TV, she found a new way to rip into superheroes. So why was Soldier Boy, the oldest and strongest supe in Vought International, sitting in Newman's private apartment? No, sir, you've got it wrong. Huey was so scared, he waved his hands again and again, and even started stammering. The Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs absolutely isn't trying to take on Vought. We're just trying to keep out-of-control heroes in line better, get them to do more good. The more Huey explained, the less confidence he had, and his voice grew smaller and smaller. He and Robin looked back and forth between Newman and Soldier Boy. Only then did he notice it. His direct superior, Newman, looked very wrong today. Newman's clothes were a little messy, and her eyes were red. Most importantly, around Newman's pale neck was an obvious ring of red marks. In an instant, countless terrifying possibilities flashed through Huey's mind. Kidnapping, assassination, interrogation under duress. Huey was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. In the original series, he had survived all the way to the finale. Of course, that might also have been because he was the male lead, but either way, he had noticed something was off. Sir. Huey worked up his courage and asked cautiously. Coming to see my boss this late, is there some urgent official business? Looking at Huey, who was clearly scared shitless but still insisted on asking, Benjamin was almost pissed enough to laugh. Official business? He had almost twisted Newman's head off just now. Then Benjamin suddenly grinned. He stood up from the sofa and walked over to Newman. With a short cry of surprise, Benjamin bluntly reached out, wrapped an arm around Newman's slender, soft waist, and yanked her straight into his arms with overwhelming strength. The two of them were pressed tightly together. Newman froze in fear, not daring to resist in the slightest. She could only press herself against Benjamin's iron-hard chest, then wrap her arms around him. Why am I here? I'm here to fuck this busty woman, obviously. The second he said that, Huey and Robin were both stunned. The highest-ranking official of the Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs, an iron-fisted female politician devoted to cracking down on sups, was secretly hooking up with one of Vought International's founding-level superheroes. Huey felt his entire worldview crumbling. He stared blankly at the red marks around Newman's neck. Maybe those were not from being strangled. Maybe they were, from getting too wild. Feeling Huey's shocked gaze, Newman wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. She was a top-tier supe, a high-end mighty female senator, and now she was being forced to act like some kind of. But Newman had no choice. For her life, for her daughter, Newman threw herself into it. And as she rubbed against Soldier Boy's chest, for some reason, she did not find Soldier Boy all that repulsive. Of course, she still hated what Soldier Boy was doing. Soon, Newman forced out a shy smile and naturally wrapped both arms around Benjamin's neck. Under Huey and Robin's dumbstruck stares, Newman rose slightly onto her toes and pressed her rosy lips to him. Smack! She planted a firm kiss on Benjamin's cheek. Then Newman turned her head and put on the bashful look of a woman caught in an affair. That's how it is, Huey. Newman deliberately softened her voice, adding a touch of breathlessness as if she had just finished some strenuous exercise. We just have a simple mutual attraction. You know how it is, adults need some, well, private ways to relax. Newman leaned against Benjamin and gave a soft sigh. I hope you two can keep this confidential. Please don't tell the media, okay? Huey and Robin looked at each other, their expressions absolutely priceless. Chapter 100. Robin's face had already gone bright red. She quietly tugged at Huey's sleeve. Huey wanted to slap himself across the face. His boss was at home having a private moment with his mistress, and he had actually shown up with his girlfriend and knocked on the door. That was a huge workplace screw-up. Worse, the mistress was the idol he worshipped more than anyone. So the rumors were true. His idol's private life really was that wild. Oh Jesus, sorry. Huey finally caught on, his face turning as red as a baboon's ass. Mortified, he waved his hands like crazy and kept backing away. I swear, we didn't see anything. We won't say a damn word. Since this is private, we won't bother you too. Carry on. See you tomorrow, boss. Goodbye, sir. The second he finished, Huey didn't dare take another look. He grabbed Robin by the hand and fled the apartment like his life depended on it. Bang! The security door slammed shut. They could even hear Huey trip out in the hallway because he was rushing so badly. As the door closed, Huey's footsteps faded farther and farther away. The apartment fell quiet again. Newman, who had looked so bashful only a moment ago, sprang out of Benjamin's arms as if she had been shocked. She gulped down air, her pretty face deathly pale. Thinking back to that humiliating scene, Newman felt utterly degraded. But she did not dare get angry. All she could do was lower her head. Benjamin stood where he was and casually wiped the cheek Newman had kissed. Newman stood there in a daze. The coyness and charm she had forced herself to show in order to fool Huey vanished in an instant. All that remained was a deep sense of humiliation. Newman bit her lower lip, tears misting her eyes. What? A cold snort full of mockery suddenly sounded beside her. At some point, Benjamin had already walked right up to her. He looked down at the sexy, beautiful woman before him, his thick brows lifting slightly. I haven't even started being disgusted with you yet, so who the fuck are you making that reluctant face for? Benjamin gave a cold laugh. You're acting like you're the one who got wronged here. At his merciless taunt, Newman froze for a moment. Then she raised her head. Her gaze met Benjamin's deep eyes. It was a flawless, impossibly handsome face. There was none of the delicate prettiness of those modern pretty boys. He radiated raw masculinity. A crushing pressure rolled over her. Benjamin did not stop. He stepped forward on his long legs, closing in on Newman one step at a time. Newman instinctively backed away. Click, click, click. Her slim high heels struck the floor in a panicked rhythm. For every inch Benjamin advanced, she retreated a foot. Crash. As she backed up, Newman's lower back slammed hard into the glass coffee table in front of the sofa. Several expensive crystal glasses were knocked to the floor, shattering into countless glittering shards. Newman had nowhere left to go. Her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed into the broken glass. But then, Newman suddenly stopped moving. She did not keep struggling, nor did she scream. Maybe it was because, deep down, she was terrified of this man's overwhelming power. Or maybe she subconsciously understood that any resistance in front of him would only be laughably useless. She simply stood there at the edge of the coffee table, tilting her head up slightly. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. Maybe it was a plea, maybe she had given up fighting. Seeing Newman's completely resigned expression, Benjamin reached out with unquestionable dominance. He pinched her smooth chin between two fingers and forced her to lift her head. There's one thing I fucking hate most, people lying to me. Benjamin's fingertips slowly brushed over Newman's soft skin as he spoke in a low voice. I wasn't planning to make that lie from earlier come true, but you just had to go and kiss me first, didn't you, you little bitch? His breath fell against Newman's cheek, scorching hot. Now that it's already been said, wouldn't I look like less of a man if I didn't make it real? Newman's heartbeat sped up. Before long, she obediently closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling uneasily. Sir. Newman parted her lips slightly, her voice soft and sweet, like spring water melting open. I told you before, I'm willing to obey any order you give me. The moment she finished speaking, Benjamin's eyes darkened. He lowered his head and kissed her hard. Tilde. Newman let out a muffled sound. Benjamin's raw masculinity and overbearing force shattered what little reason Newman had left in an instant. Benjamin reached out, wrapped an arm around her slender waist, and lifted her straight off the ground with one hand. Newman cried out softly, her legs instinctively locking around the man's powerful waist. Bang! Benjamin kicked the bedroom door open with a brutal kick. The two kissed wildly, stumbling onto the large, soft bed. There was no foreplay, no tenderness. All that rang out was the sharp rip of tearing fabric. Newman's custom business suit, worth tens of thousands of dollars and symbolizing her status as a congresswoman, was brutally torn into scraps by Benjamin. He tossed it carelessly onto the carpet. Her flawless, sensual body was fully exposed beneath the dim light. Outside the door was the silent night. Inside was a frenzy of complete, unreserved surrender. Zoe. 2 hours later. The air in the bedroom was thick with the scent of hormones. The frantic passion had finally come to an end. The large double bed was an absolute mess. Newman looked as if she had just been pulled out of the water, her sexy body drenched in fragrant sweat. She lay completely limp in Benjamin's broad, solid arms, without even the strength to lift a finger. Chapter 101. But if you looked closely, there was no trace of violated humiliation on Newman's still-flushed face. Instead, it was filled with the bliss of being utterly conquered, along with a deep, helpless infatuation. For so long, she had been walking a tightrope in politics, always afraid her soup identity would be exposed. And she had to fear Soldier Boy and Homelander on top of that. She was exhausted. But tonight, beneath the strongest man on earth, she felt a kind of safety she had never known before. Maybe as long as she held tight to this towering tree. She and Zoe would never have to live in fear again. Sir. Like an obedient kitten, Newman gently rubbed her pretty face against Benjamin's hard chest. She lifted her damp eyes slightly, her voice hoarse, but filled with genuine obsession. You're incredible. She meant it. His strength, his prowess as a man. Both had gone far beyond anything she had imagined. Enough to make her addicted. Benjamin leaned against the headboard and casually lit a cigar. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, then gave Newman 2 careless pats with his rough, broad hand. The force made Newman tremble all over, but she bit her lip and obediently pressed even closer to him. Cut the fucking flattery. Benjamin bit down on the cigar, his eyes turning cold again. Now that you've had your fun, don't forget the real business. Tomorrow's congressional hearing. I don't care what methods you use or how many connections you call in, you're going to clean up this mess for that useless pussy of a son of mine. Newman quickly pushed herself up and nodded again and again. Don't worry, sir, I know what to do. After what had happened tonight, she was now completely tied to the same chariot as Soldier Boy and Homelander, the father and son pair. If they rose, she rose. If they fell, she fell. Just then, Benjamin seemed to suddenly remember something. The fingers holding his cigar paused slightly, and his brows furrowed. Oh, right, Newman. Benjamin lowered his eyes and spoke in a domineering tone that left no room for argument. I might only see you as a convenient little plaything, but I'm generous enough not to give a shit about your past bullshit. He suddenly reached out, grabbed Newman's chin, and forced her to look him in the eye. Newman blinked, then gazed at Benjamin with deep affection. But I've got a serious fucking cleanliness problem. Benjamin said, no other flies are allowed to touch a woman I've touched, so you understand what I mean, right? Newman's entire body shook. Of course she understood. Contact that useless husband of yours as soon as possible. Separate from him immediately. Don't let me see you two having anything to do with each other again. If this had been before, if anyone had dared force her to wreck her own family, Newman would have blown their head off without hesitation. But now, faced with Benjamin's absolute command, Newman did not hesitate for even a second. Yes, sir. Newman answered with perfect obedience, her expression full of sincerity and submission. I'll take care of it right away. From now on, sir, I belong only to you. Hearing that vow-like promise, Benjamin finally smiled in satisfaction. The danger had passed. Newman's tense nerves finally relaxed. Looking at the man in front of her, the desire he had awakened inside her surged up again. She was no longer simply enduring it. Newman took the initiative and climbed onto Benjamin's shoulders. She kissed the man's Adam's apple, her movements heated and wild. Benjamin soon snuffed out the cigar. In the bedroom, an even fiercer storm rose again. The two of them stayed tangled together for the entire night. Zoe. Early the next morning. The rising sun streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and spilled across the rumpled bed. Newman opened her eyes in exhaustion. She had no clothes on, but the space beside her was already empty. There was not even a trace of warmth left on the sheets. Benjamin had left just as silently as he had come, without even a goodbye. Enduring the sharp pain that made her feel like her whole body had been taken apart, Newman struggled to climb out of bed. She glanced at the clock on the wall. There was not much time left before today's congressional hearing. Leaning against the headboard, Newman swiped across her phone screen until her finger stopped on a contact named Samir. He was her husband and the father of her daughter, Zoe. A faint flicker of struggle passed through Newman's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by absolute coldness. In this dog-eat-dog world, the only way to survive was to cling to the strongest thigh. She took a deep breath, then tapped rapidly across the screen. Samir, let's get divorced. My lawyer will send you the agreement later. Tap send. Newman gave no explanation. After that, Newman tossed the phone aside weakly and covered her face with both hands. I'm sorry, Samir. Last night, Soldier Boy had completely shredded all her pride, and now she belonged to Soldier Boy. To protect herself, to protect Zoe, I had no choice but to abandon you. Newman closed her eyes, and a tear filled with tangled emotions slid from the corner of her eye. At the same time, on the top floor of Vought Tower, inside a luxurious penthouse apartment, the rising sun poured through the massive floor-to-ceiling glass and fell across the leather sofa in the living room. Homelander was completely naked. He wore nothing at all, lying sprawled across the sofa like a perfect ancient Greek statue. He had been lying there all night. His blue eyes stared straight at the ceiling, a rare trace of confusion hidden deep inside them. In a little while, that damn congressional hearing would begin. He knew perfectly well that after today's congressional trial, he might lose his title as Vought's superhero for good. Because of yesterday's speech, he might have lost everything. But right now, none of that was what filled his head. It was another man. Soldier Boy. Why hadn't Soldier Boy come to see him? Homelander irritably ran his fingers through his blonde hair. Yesterday, in the square, he had torn those politicians apart in front of the whole world. He thought he had looked like an untouchable god of war. He had not backed down. He had not cried and apologized. That speech was not weak at all, okay. Had he still not done enough? Had he still disappointed him? The more Homelander thought about it, the more irritated he became, a nameless fire building in his chest. Just then, Ashley rushed in, heels clacking, clutching a tablet tightly in her hand. It's up, oh my God. Ashley was so excited her whole face was red. She was so thrilled she had forgotten to knock. But the moment she stormed into the living room, Ashley's excited scream cut off abruptly. Because the first thing she saw was Homelander lying on the sofa, completely naked. Sunlight fell over the man's body without restraint. The sight hit her like a truck. Ashley's pupils instantly dilated. Do people not knock before entering someone else's room anymore? Homelander did not get up. He did not even close his legs. Still naked, he only turned his head slightly and stared at Ashley with calm eyes. Oh God, sorry. Ashley shuddered. She backed away again and again, clapping a hand over her eyes as she stammered and tried to run. I'm blind, I didn't see anything. I'll come back later. Stay. Homelander's low voice echoed through the living room. One word was enough to freeze Ashley in place. Ashley turned around stiffly. You came in shouting. Homelander narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone giving away nothing. What did you say was up? Ashley swallowed hard and forced herself to open her eyes. The hand holding the tablet was shaking like crazy. It's your approval rating, sir. Ashley stammered out the report, but her eyes kept drifting downward completely against her will. She simply could not control where she was looking. Chapter 102. After all, the handsome, powerful Homelander was right there in front of her, completely exposed. Your approval rating, Ashley swallowed. It's gone up by a full 35%. As she spoke, her gaze started drifting again. Keep going. Homelander slowly sat up. Don't stop and don't look at it. Look at me, Ashley. Ashley flinched again. She snapped her head up and said, "The public loved your speech yesterday, especially white voters and women across the board. They think you said what they were too scared to say. Your approval rating hasn't just avoided a drop, it's broken the all-time record." Ashley waved her tablet, practically shaking with excitement. Your current approval rating has completely surpassed Soldier Boy's from back in the day. All time, you're the most popular superhero in history. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the living room. At those words, the gloom in Homelander's eyes vanished. He had surpassed Soldier Boy. An all-time high. Homelander had already said he didn't give a damn what they thought, and he didn't care about approval ratings anymore. He was done being a puppet on strings. But in that moment, hearing that his approval rating had gone up, Homelander was still pleased. That was just how deeply contradictory Homelander was. Good. The corners of Homelander's mouth finally curled upward, impossible to hold back. But Ashley's next words killed his good mood. Oh right, Homelander. Ashley carefully glanced at her watch. You should get dressed, the congressional hearing, it's about to start. The moment he heard the word hearing, the smile vanished from Homelander's face. His eyes turned dark and gloomy again. Right. No matter how much the public supported him, he still had to go face that pack of high-end mighty, hypocritical politicians. He still had this hurdle to get through. What if those politicians insisted on convicting him? Meanwhile, Washington, D.C. the solemn, imposing Capitol building. The hearing room was packed. Rows of media cameras were trained on Homelander, who sat in the center of the room. Countless politicians whispered among themselves, waiting to watch this fallen god make a fool of himself. Congresswoman Newman walked into the chamber in a black turtleneck and high heels, her face cold. The turtleneck was there to hide the horrifying red mark Soldier Boy had left on her neck the night before. Just 10 minutes earlier, she had signed the divorce papers with her husband, Samir, without the slightest hesitation. Samir did not understand, but Newman's forceful attitude left him no choice but to agree. Now, Newman had completely cut off every way back. She had only one master left. Thump, thump, thump. The judge struck the gavel, and the entire room fell silent. Every eye turned to the person leading this hearing, Congresswoman Newman. Everyone believed this iron-fisted female politician, who had always dedicated herself to bringing down superheroes, would present the most lethal evidence and nail Homelander to the wall. Even Homelander, seated at the defendant's table, clenched his fists in irritation. But then, Newman walked to the microphone and took a deep breath. The sharp, camera-ready tone she usually used to tear into Vought was gone. Members of Congress, friends from the media. Newman's voice rang clearly through the Capitol. Regarding the accusations that Homelander is suspected of murder, our side has conducted an extremely thorough reinvestigation. I must clarify one fact to the public. Newman suddenly lifted her head and swept her gaze across the entire room. Homelander did nothing wrong. The room erupted at once. Countless politicians stared at Newman with wide eyes, like they were looking at a lunatic. They had clearly agreed on this beforehand. They were supposed to drag Homelander down into the mud for good. Even Homelander froze, disbelief written all over his face. He knew perfectly well that Newman was Edgar's daughter. And because of that, shouldn't Newman hate both him and Soldier Boy? To be honest, he had been so busy lately that he had not done anything to Newman. He had not even threatened her. So in Homelander's mind, Newman should have been coming straight for him. He had originally planned to threaten Newman after the hearing was over. Newman ignored the commotion below and continued speaking loudly. The two men killed by Homelander were pieces of shit with multiple criminal records. At the time, they were trying to rape a defenseless pregnant woman in a dead-end alley. Homelander killed them to save 2 innocent lives. Newman's tone grew impassioned, filled with the kind of inflammatory charisma only a politician could wield. That was, in every reasonable sense, an act of justice. Are we seriously going to put a superhero who saved a pregnant woman on trial just to protect some scumbag's human rights? He deserves forgiveness. He deserves our praise. The room completely exploded. A huge number of people had already switched sides to support Homelander after his speech the previous day. And now, even Congresswoman Newman, the leader of the largest opposition party, had personally stepped forward to clear his name. The situation reversed in an instant with overwhelming force. Under the surging tide of public opinion and Newman's political maneuvering behind the scenes, this hearing, originally meant to punish Homelander, turned into a ridiculous commendation ceremony. The judge wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked down at the spectators cheering like mad. With a trembling hand, he raised the gavel. Thump. By unanimous decision of the committee, Homelander is acquitted. 20 minutes later, the underground parking garage behind the Capitol building. Dressed in his spotless supersuit, Homelander strode through the dim corridor. Homelander did not know what to say. Not only had he avoided total disgrace, but thanks to his speech and Newman's defection, he had been lifted onto a pedestal no one else could reach. It felt damn good. But now that the big problem was solved, it was time to handle the little one too. Sir. Ashley hurried over in small, quick steps and respectfully handed him a phone. We've found the person you were looking for. Homelander stopped. He took the phone and glanced down at the screen. On it was a photo of a man, with his home address and every social connection listed in detail beside it. Thomas. This reckless little ant was the one who had first posted that video online, trying to smear him. This bastard was the one who had triggered every public relations crisis that followed. Homelander stared hard at the face on the screen. Slowly, the corners of his mouth stretched into that perfect, signature smile. Good work, Ashley. Homelander casually crushed the phone into a twisted lump of scrap metal. Then his eyes began to glow with an unbearably bright crimson light, and he left. All that remained was Ashley, staring at her phone in heartbreak. Chapter 103. Bang! The rusted metal door of the rundown apartment was kicked clean off its hinges by brute force. The whole slab slammed into the wall with a deafening crash. Homelander strode into the cramped, dingy rental, his eyes blazing with a terrifying crimson light and his whole body radiating cold, murderous intent. He was going to burn Thomas, that trouble-making piece of shit, to ash with his own hands, little by little. But the second he saw what was inside, the red glow in his eyes vanished. The air reeked of blood. The man named Thomas was indeed lying on the filthy single bed. But he could no longer be called a whole person. All 4 of his limbs were gone, the stumps mangled and raw, blood soaking more than half the mattress. Thomas's eyes had rolled back, and agonized rasping sounds clawed their way out of his throat. By now, he was only barely clinging to his last breath. Homelander froze for a second. Then, almost instinctively, he turned toward the worn-out single sofa in the corner. A tall man was sitting there. It was Benjamin. Benjamin was leaning back against the sofa. And Congresswoman Newman, the powerful political figure who had just cleared his name at the hearing, was right there with him. At that moment, she looked like the most obedient little ragdoll cat in the world. She sat sweetly in Benjamin's lap, pressed against his chest. Homelander opened his mouth. Faced with that shocking scene, his brilliant mind actually short-circuited for once. Dad, this is. Homelander pointed at the miserable limbless wreck on the bed and asked. That scumbag only knew how to hide behind a screen and run his mouth. Of course, he deserved to die. Benjamin idly played with Newman's hair, shrugged, and spoke in a flat tone. At that, Homelander instantly understood. No wonder. No wonder Newman, who had been biting down on him and refusing to let go, had suddenly flipped sides at the hearing. No wonder he had won. So while he had spent the whole night lost and confused, Soldier Boy had personally stepped in and tamed Newman himself. He had even found the real culprit first and gotten revenge for him ahead of time. A wave of emotions too tangled to name surged up inside Homelander. So this was what it felt like to have someone protect you. So this was what it felt like to have an all-powerful dad quietly clean up your mess from behind the scenes. Homelander was deeply moved. Still, he forced down the urge to let that emotion show on his face. Otherwise, what if after getting all touched, he got called a pathetic little pussy who would never amount to shit again? Seeing Homelander standing there in a daze, Newman, still curled up in Benjamin's arms, very sensibly lifted her head. She wore a perfect professional smile, polished and political. "Mr. Homelander." Newman's voice was gentle and submissive. "From now on, the Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs will be Mr. Soldier Boy's personal property. And of course, it will also be Vought International's most loyal ally." Homelander took a deep breath and nodded silently. Benjamin chuckled. His big hand casually slapped Newman's firm ass. "All right, you're done here. Get your ass back to work." After receiving her master's order, Newman nodded again and again. Like a woman head over heels in love, she leaned in and planted a hard kiss on Benjamin's stubbled cheek. Then she clicked away in her high heels, quickly leaving the apartment that stank of blood. Once the door closed, Homelander walked silently to the bedside. He looked down at Thomas, who had already slipped into a half-conscious state. Then he lifted his right foot, the one in the red combat boot. Splat! Like crushing a rotten tomato, he stomped Thomas's head into reddened white pulp across the floor. The room went completely quiet. Benjamin stood and walked over to Homelander. He reached out with his rough, broad hand and gave Homelander's wide shoulder a firm pat. Saving that pregnant woman and killing those two scumbags felt pretty damn good, didn't it? Homelander remembered the worshipful look the pregnant victim had given him. He nodded honestly. "That's more like it." A faint curve of approval tugged at Benjamin's mouth. "That shit you said in the square yesterday, tearing into those politicians, that was cool." Homelander snapped his head up, his blue eyes full of disbelief. He had actually gotten praise from Soldier Boy. He had not been called a pussy. This damn old man actually thought he had done something cool. Homelander was thrilled. In that moment, he was like a grade school kid who had finally gotten a perfect score and earned praise from his parent. But then he suddenly remembered Ashley's report from that morning. Homelander rubbed his hands together, a little guilty. "So, He looked at Benjamin carefully, testing the waters. "My approval rating kind of accidentally passed yours today." "Do you care?" Homelander asked with barely any confidence. After all, Soldier Boy had once been an incredibly proud symbol of his era too. What if he did care? Hearing that question, Benjamin froze for a second. Then he could not help bursting into a bright, hearty laugh. "Why the hell would I care about fake bullshit like that?" Benjamin reached out and ruffled Homelander's perfectly styled blonde hair. "Let me ask you something. What kind of father doesn't want his son to make something of himself? What kind of father doesn't want his son to completely surpass him?" Benjamin looked at Homelander, his eyes full of approval, or maybe pride. Homelander froze again. A warm current punched straight through the coldest corner of his heart. So Soldier Boy really did not give a damn about all that vanity. What he cared about was him. His son. "All right, quit standing around like a dumbass. I spent all night fucking Newman, and I'm starving." Benjamin slung an arm around Homelander's shoulders and pushed him toward the exit. "Looks like the McDonald's nearby has some limited edition grilled pineapple burger or some shit. Come on, I'll take you to try it." Half an hour later. Inside a McDonald's on a busy Manhattan street. Every customer waiting to order or eating fries stared with their mouths hanging open. Some did not even notice their burgers slipping out of their hands and onto the table. Because two men in full supersuits were sitting openly by the window. Soldier Boy. Homelander. The father and son with the most terrifying combat power on the planet. At that moment, each of them was holding a grilled pineapple burger and taking huge bites, with several extra-large orders of fries spread out in front of them. Holy shit, am I dreaming? It's really them, Homelander, the guy who just got acquitted. They're seriously eating a McDonald's value meal. Oh my God. A wave of barely restrained gasps swept through the crowd. Soon, a few bold young people came over, trembling as they held up their phones. Excuse me, can we get a picture? Benjamin swallowed the beef patty in his mouth and waved casually. Yeah, take it, make it quick. Homelander nodded too. He pulled up the corners of his mouth and gave them his signature smile. Click, click. Flashes went off one after another. For the next 20 minutes, people kept working up the nerve to come over for photos. The two of them cooperated and took every single picture. Homelander was beyond happy. He had always loved being worshipped. And maybe because he had killed those two scumbags, these people were worshipping him for real, like he was, a god on high. A god. At that thought, Homelander suddenly realized something. What if he really became a god? What if he really became a god and protected everyone? Chapter 104. In just half an hour, videos and photos of the Soup Father and Son sitting in McDonald's, eating burgers, went viral across every major short video platform. The likes shot past 10 million almost instantly. The comment sections blew up. Oh my God, they look so down-to-earth eating fries. I knew Homelander was being smeared by politicians. He's obviously so approachable. Soldier Boy is badass. Now that's a real hero for the people. A casual fast food run had, without either of them even realizing it, won this unbeatable father-son due a flood of goodwill from ordinary Americans all across the country. However, Benjamin was frowning at Homelander. Because Homelander was looking more and more excited. In his mind, he stood high above the world, looking down on it all, using his invincible power to protect every obedient subject beneath him. Everywhere he went, there would be oceans of people cheering for him. They would crawl at his feet, weeping fanatical tears as they cried out his name. Loved by everyone, feared by everyone, needed by everyone. At the thought, Homelander's pupils went slightly unfocused, and the corners of his mouth curled upward beyond his control. Hey! A rough, cold voice abruptly snapped him out of the daydream. Benjamin sat across from him, brow furrowed. What the fuck are you thinking about? Benjamin didn't bother hiding the disgust in his voice. Why the hell were you just staring at nothing with that gross, about-to-come look on your face? That was creepy as shit. Homelander snapped back to himself. Becoming a god, or whatever, probably wasn't something Benjamin would look kindly on. And given the current situation, becoming a god wasn't all that realistic anyway. His approval rating might have reached its peak, but Homelander was still just a superhero. He wasn't Jesus. But maybe, if he did enough good deeds maybe, he could become a god. At the thought, the muscles in Homelander's cheeks twitched twice, almost nervously. And no, nothing. It just feels really good right now. Homelander shook his head. Then he lowered his gaze, reached out with his red-gloved hand, grabbed a handful of fries from the cardboard box beside him, stuffed them into his mouth, and chewed hard. The golden fries crunched between his teeth. Benjamin just frowned at his weird-ass son. He had no idea what Homelander had been thinking, but that expression just now, yeah, something had definitely been off. Forget it. Homelander had become a real superhero in the end. That was enough. But just then, a notification sounded beside Benjamin's ear. You made Homelander understand what true love is. Love is mutual. Only by loving others can one be loved in return. That is why, during this period, Homelander did the good things a superhero should do. He killed scum, protected the weak, and became a true superhero. At the same time, his soaring approval rating has given Homelander a special idea. Although that idea is not exactly a good one, overall, Homelander has become a true superhero now, hasn't he? Reward obtained, Super Hearing LV5. A not-so-good idea, what the hell could that be? Benjamin was very curious. Fortunately, he had gained the same super hearing as Homelander. Maybe he could use super hearing to tell whether other people were lying, too. He just had no idea when super speed and super flight would show up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, inside a basement that never saw daylight, there were no luxurious panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows like the ones in Vought Tower. Only moldy walls and the sour stink of cheap tobacco and old beer that never seemed to leave the air. The boys' hideout looked like a rat hole, same as always. William Butcher stood beneath a dim incandescent bulb. The stubble on his face was a mess. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot, filled with a bone-deep exhaustion that looked like it could burn a man's soul down to ash. His time in Africa had been hell on earth. The torture, the blazing sun, the stench of rotting flesh and tropical disease had nearly broken him. He had barely managed to crawl back to America, covered in scars and carrying a rage that refused to die. He had thought he could finally land a killing blow on that star-spangled bastard. But now, all he could do was grip his phone tight, his face dark as he listened to the voice coming through the receiver. On the other end of the line was Susan Rayner, Deputy Director of the CIA. "We failed, Butcher. Homelander won, and he won clean." Susan sounded like she had aged 10 years in a second, her voice heavy with the helplessness of someone who had been crushed flat by reality. Originally, according to our plan and basic common sense, we'd already had plenty of conversations with Newman. Victoria Newman was supposed to be our keycard. She'd spent all this time building a public image as anti-soup. As long as she brought out that evidence against Vought at the hearing, we could nail that bastard. But Susan paused and took a deep breath. At the hearing, Newman changed her story at the last second. That fucking bitch flipped without any warning. In front of every senator and the media, she used the most polished, self-righteous bullshit imaginable to turn Homelander into an American hero. Butcher clenched his jaw hard, unwilling to accept it. Chapter 105. "Listen, Butcher, you lost this one, completely. There's no coming back from it." Susan started talking faster, impatience and helplessness bleeding into her voice. "Take a step back and forget Newman flipping on us for a second. The incident itself still wasn't wrong. Those two guys Homelander killed in the street really were pieces of shit with records a mile long. That video proves one thing. If Homelander hadn't shown up like some goddamn savior, if he hadn't used heat vision to cut those two bastards in half, that pregnant woman they were holding hostage would have been dead." Susan took a deep breath, almost pleading with Butcher over the phone. "So do you understand what I'm saying, Butcher? No matter how bloody it was, Homelander did a good thing. At least to the public, to everyone online, he saved an innocent mother and her unborn child. His approval rating is higher now than it's ever been." Butcher finally broke his silence, his voice hoarse and dripping with mockery. He blew two men's heads apart in broad daylight, brains all over the pavement, blood everywhere, and you're calling me to tell me that was a good thing? Butcher, you can't keep looking at everything through that hate-soaked, paranoid lens of yours. You have to look at it from the public's perspective, from the victim's perspective. Susan finally raised her voice, but it quickly sank back down in defeat. "It's over. I can't help you anymore, Butcher. To get Homelander into that hearing, I already burned through every political favor and every bit of influence I had. I've got nothing left. Even the backup plans, the supervillains, all of it, were out of options. Because the world needs superheroes and it needs Homelander." A heavy sigh came through the phone. "But, for old time's sake, I'll use the last authority I have to hide your team's families as well as I can and keep them safe. That's all I can do, Butcher. Take care." Beep, beep, beep. Susan didn't wait for Butcher to answer. She hung up. Butcher stayed exactly where he was, phone still pressed to his ear. That was right. This was supposed to be a perfect takedown. They had managed to force Homelander into the witness seat at the hearing, not only because Thomas had released the video and stirred up public pressure. The official force Susan represented had pushed things along from behind the scenes, and that had been the deciding factor. Add to that Congresswoman Newman, whom they had thought was on the same side. This should have been a major victory, one that ripped off Vought International's hypocritical mask. Unfortunately, Newman had turned on them. Susan might not understand why Newman abandoned every political position she had at the last second and chose to stand with Homelander. But Butcher knew those high-level politicians all too well. It was either some trade of interests, or Newman had been threatened with something worse than death. But digging into the reason didn't matter anymore. It had already happened. It was done. Vought International's stock was climbing across the board, and Homelander's approval rating was still rising. And they, the people who wanted to kill Homelander and bring down Vought, had once again become rats hiding from the light. Butcher! A low male voice broke the deadlock. Mother's Milk and Frenchie had stopped whatever they were doing and come over to Butcher's side. Mother's Milk rubbed his face irritably, his big frame tense under the dim light. Frenchie kept fiddling with the lighter in his hand, the click-clack giving away the anxiety eating at him. What do we do now, boss? Frenchie looked up, his sunken eyes fixed on Butcher. At a time like this, if the CIA cuts us off completely, we won't just be out of weapons. We'll barely have a fucking place to hide. And remember, we're still criminals. Criminals who killed Translucent. Butcher slowly lowered the phone and tossed it onto the grease-stained table. He bowed his head, both hands braced against the table's edge, his broad back looking strangely hunched for once. A long while passed before Butcher raised his head again. His gaze swept over the two brothers in front of him, the two men who had followed him through life and death. I'm not continuing. His voice was quiet. What? Frenchie froze. Mother's Milk froze too, his eyes widening in disbelief. He stepped forward and stared hard at Butcher. What the fuck kind of joke is this? Butcher, after everything, you're telling us you're not continuing. After all the shit you went through, after everything you paid, now you're saying you're giving up. This fight can't go on, Mother's Milk. Even if we threw every last bit of ourselves into it, we wouldn't scratch one hair on that bastard's head. Butcher turned away, pulled a crumpled cigarette from the pocket of his battered leather jacket, and put it between his teeth without lighting it. But this shitshow isn't your problem anymore. Butcher spoke slowly, his voice calm with the finality of a decision already made. I'm going to save Becca. Mother's Milk and Frenchie both fell silent. They knew what the name Becca meant to Butcher. She was the source of all his anger and obsession. She was also the last piece of humanity he had left in this rotten world. Once I get into that fucking secret base and get Becca out, I'm taking her and leaving America right away. We'll run, use fake names, get away from Vought, away from Homelander, and spend the rest of our lives somewhere he'll never find us. Butcher's eyes flickered in the dim light. In his heart, he silently added one more thing. Even if that meant taking Ryan with them. Just thinking about that boy who had inherited Homelander's genes made Butcher's chest ache. But he had already been there once. He knew that if he rejected Ryan, he would lose Becca forever. For Becca, he would give up all this hatred. For Becca, he would try to accept that little monster. Butcher had made up his mind. The cells inside Vought Tower. The upper levels of the tower represented everything Vought International wanted the outside world to see. But the cells were another world entirely. White corridors, white walls, harsh lights, and an atmosphere that made the skin crawl. At the far end of the corridor, the access light on the third-to-last cell changed from red to green. The pressure valve gave a low, muffled hiss, and the heavy alloy door slid open to both sides. Benjamin stood in the doorway, his body nearly filling the entire frame. He had just finished eating with Homelander when Starlight told him Kimiko was ready to submit. The corridor light shone in behind him, stretching his shadow long across the floor. That shadow reached all the way to the center of the cell, covering Kimiko's pale, curled-up bare feet. Kimiko raised her head, narrowed her eyes, and calmly watched the person in the doorway. Benjamin didn't step in right away. He shifted aside, revealing the slender figure behind him. Starlight. Kimiko's gaze stayed on Starlight's face for 2 seconds before moving away. Starlight's expression looked the same as always. Gentle, firm, without that kind of sincerity that made it hard to refuse. Then Benjamin walked in with Starlight. His leather boots struck the cell floor, each step ringing clearly and bringing a heavy pressure with it. Benjamin stopped in front of Kimiko, looked down at her, then tossed 2 things in front of her. A digital writing pad with a transparent screen. A stylus. Benjamin then asked, Starlight says you're ready to submit, become one of us at Vought. That was right. Starlight had spent this entire time trying to persuade Kimiko, and somehow, Kimiko really seemed to have listened. Now Kimiko was going to become a superhero. Chapter 106. Kimiko didn't answer right away. She lowered her head, glanced at the tablet, then looked back up at Starlight and Benjamin in turn. Her gaze stayed on Benjamin the longest. It was sharp, assessing, and full of hostility and distrust. In the end, Kimiko nodded. She reached out and picked up the stylus. The restraints limited how far she could move, but she could still reach the tablet. After writing the last word, she turned the tablet around to face Benjamin. A neat line of English appeared on the screen. I want to be a superhero who truly helps others. Benjamin looked at the sentence, and surprise flickered briefly in his eyes. Kimiko knew the words were not entirely a lie, but they were not entirely true either. A superhero who truly helped others. Those were Starlight's exact words to her, the way Starlight had described the heroes of the Seven. At the time, Kimiko had thought it was laughably naive. In this place, under this system, how could there possibly be a superhero who truly helped others? What Vought produced had never been heroes. They were products, commodities dressed up as heroes and carefully packaged for sale. She never would have agreed to this before. But then she heard about the changes Benjamin had fought to make. He had killed Edgar, the one behind it all, along with the others. Now the only people left inside the company were superheroes and administrators who genuinely intended to serve the public. Vought had become a real superhero company. Before she was locked in this cell, she had been part of the boys. She and her companions had spent all their time fighting Vought. Their bond had never been that deep, but at the very least, Kimiko knew the people in the boys were decent. Sure, that bearded asshole was always using her, but the others were all right. Especially the Frenchman. But Starlight had not given up. The blonde girl came to this cell again and again. Sometimes she brought food, sometimes medicine, and sometimes nothing at all. She would just sit in the corner and talk to Kimiko in a soft voice. Starlight talked about her own story, about what she had seen inside Vought, and about the changes Soldier Boy had made. At first, Kimiko refused to listen. She turned her face toward the wall, closed her eyes, and used silence to shut those words out. But Starlight did not stop just because Kimiko stayed silent. She kept talking. She came every time, her voice always gentle and steady. Starlight believed in Soldier Boy, even though Kimiko thought Soldier Boy was a bad person. In the end, Kimiko was swayed. Not because Starlight was especially good with words, but because Kimiko saw something in that girl's eyes, conviction. Of course, the real reason Kimiko made her decision was Kenji, her younger brother. Her brother was being held by Vought in the prison next door. Kenji hated Vought and all sups. He had been brainwashed by Shining Light. That extreme anti-Vought, anti-sup ideology had sunk into his bones. She had no way to convince him. But she could protect him. That was the only thing she could do as his older sister. If she joined Vought, she could negotiate with Vought and trade her loyalty for Kenji's safety. If Vought refused to spare Kenji, which she knew was very possible, that was fine too. As long as she became one of Vaught's superheroes, as long as she gained enough authority and freedom to act, she could find a way to get Kenji out herself. Once Kimiko truly made it into the Seven, or even climbed higher than that, maybe she would not need Vaught's permission at all. She would only need one chance. That was why she wrote those words. She wanted to become a superhero who truly helped others. Those words were meant for Benjamin, but they were also meant for herself. Maybe, in some distant future, Kimiko really could do that. And maybe Starlight's words were not all fantasy. Maybe changing Vought from the inside and turning it into a real superhero company truly was possible. But right now, Kimiko's first priority was protecting her family. That was the only thing she cared about. Benjamin stepped closer and bent down to unfasten the restraints around her wrists. Kimiko's hands were free. She moved her wrists a little. She looked up at Benjamin. The hostility in her eyes was still there, but it had softened a lot. Then Kimiko picked up the stylus and wrote another sentence on a new page. I want you to let my brother go. She held the tablet up, directly in front of Benjamin's face. Benjamin read it, then shrugged. I get how you feel, but that's not realistic. Your brother didn't choose to join Vought, Benjamin said slowly. And he doesn't want to be a normal person either. All he wants is to kill Vought Sups. Shining light got into his head, and you know that. Kimiko fell silent. Of course, she did not blame Kenji. She understood better than anyone where that hatred came from. She had once been the same way. Kimiko lowered her head, the tip of the stylus moving across the tablet. Then use your superpowers to take away his. This was the only compromise she could think of. If Kenji was no longer a supe, if his powers disappeared, then he would no longer be a threat to Vought, and Vought would have no reason to keep him locked up. Benjamin read the sentence and went quiet for a few seconds. Then he said, I can make his superpowers disappear. Kimiko's eyes lit up. But we can't let him go. The air froze again. Kimiko stared at Benjamin, her brows knitting together. What the fuck was the difference between saying that and saying nothing at all? Chapter 107. Kimiko's lips moved. She badly wanted to curse, but she couldn't. For several seconds, Kimiko used silence to express her anger, her resentment, and how goddamn unhappy she was with this outcome. But there was nothing she could do to change it. Benjamin held all the cards, while she had next to nothing. All she could fight for was keeping Kenji alive, making sure he had a place to stay and food to eat, so he wouldn't end up living like some stray dog. She took a deep breath and forced down the helplessness rising in her chest. Then something occurred to her, and she kept writing. Once you trust me enough, I can keep my brother in line. She lifted the tablet. Benjamin read it and said, then I'll need to trust you first. Start as a second-tier supe. Second-tier sups were below the 7. They almost never got nationally televised autograph events, and they had none of that shiny, glamorous PR bullshit. Second-tier sups handled the hard jobs, the exhausting jobs, the dirty jobs. The kind of work the 7 wouldn't bother touching. Of course, it was even worse for third-tier sups. Third-tier sups were even lower on the food chain. Forget dirty work or hard labor. Generally speaking, all they could do was endorse some product, spend the entire day hawking it, and then hand most of the money over to Vought. Like that dog and that Catwoman. Benjamin's judgment wasn't wrong. Kimiko was strong. Her self-healing ability was almost top tier, and with the combat skills and tactical awareness she had honed since childhood, her overall strength would not lose out even inside the 7. But she came from the boys. She had been an enemy, a defector. No competent operator would put someone like that straight into the 7 and hand her a place at the company's core. Trust took time. Kimiko understood that. She set the stylus back beside the tablet and wrote nothing else. Her silence was also a kind of acceptance. Benjamin looked at her. A few seconds later, he turned and walked toward the cell door. Someone will come take you to register. Don't let me down. With that, he stepped out of the cell. Starlight left after him. She hesitated at the door for a moment, then looked back at Kimiko. The cell door closed again. Inside Vought as it was now, there was a somewhat vague hierarchy among sups. And standing at the very top of all sups, the only one in the first tier, was Benjamin himself. His title was Director of Sups at Vought. It sounded like nothing more than a high-ranking executive position, but inside Vought, he held the highest authority. He not only managed every superhero under Vought, he was also the true ruler of this vast empire. After checking on the little wolf girl Kimiko, Benjamin went to a meeting. Mr. Benjamin, these are the third quarter financial statements and merchandise sales data. The current CEO of Vought, Ashley Barrett, stood in front of the desk. Even though she wore an expensive business suit, she was painfully submissive in front of Benjamin. Beside her, Vice President Annika kept her head lowered. The same went for several other executives who had been promoted but had no real power. To the outside world, Ashley and Annika were formidable women in the business world, but they knew damn well they had to answer to Benjamin and Homelander. Leave them there, Benjamin said. Ashley looked like she had been pardoned. She quickly set the documents down and left Benjamin's office with Annika. Next came the second tier of the soup pyramid. That tier belonged to only one person, the current captain of the 7, Homelander. He was Benjamin's bloodline, his son. John also held the power of life and death inside the company. Other than Benjamin, no one in all of Vought dared say half a no to Homelander. When ordinary employees saw him walking down the hallway in his stars and stripes cape, there was admiration in their eyes, of course, but also fear. With father and son working together, they had completely cut off any possibility of overthrowing Vought. The third tier, naturally, was made up of the other members of the Seven. And under Benjamin's forceful push, Vought's fourth tier, the huge group of second-tier Class B SUPs, underwent a full military-style reorganization. Benjamin abandoned the old public relations approach and instead divided the second-tier SUPs into several major categories, strictly according to combat ability and tactical role. First were combat-type SUPs. The selection criteria were brutal. They had to possess at least two of the following: super strength, super defense, or super self-healing. They also had to have some combat skill. According to the strength evaluation system, their overall combat power had to remain steadily between LV3 and LV4, second only to the monsters in the Seven. The little wolf girl, Kimiko, had terrifying self-healing and immense strength, so she naturally qualified. Of course, there was one other person who qualified too: Blindspot. Blindspot looked like nothing more than a gimmick meant to cater to political correctness and diversity. But Benjamin had personally reviewed his test data. Blindspot's muscle density and explosive power had actually just barely reached LV4, and he was proficient in all kinds of lethal martial arts. Of course, if Blindspot really only had sharp hearing, Ashley would not have been stupid enough to try bringing him in back then. Blindspot going to the Seven was basically asking to get wrecked, but across Vought's entire registered superhero roster, ranking him in the upper middle range for actual combat ability was more than fair. Next came the second category, elemental SUPs. These people were like mobile artillery and special units on the battlefield. For example, Lamplighter, who could manipulate flames. He was timid by nature and had once been used by the boys, but when it came to suppressive fire, he was genuinely damn good. Lamplighter had originally been a member of the Seven, then later retired and went to Sage Grove Center to help Stormfront manage the place. Of course, at Benjamin's request, Sage Grove Center had temporarily halted its experiments. The SUPs inside had not been released, but at least they were no longer being tortured through experimentation. The main focus now was psychological evaluation. SUPs with normal psychological states could return to society. Those who were not quite normal would remain locked up. Of course, Benjamin could also go there and erase their superpowers, but that would be something of a waste, especially since one of them had very powerful abilities. For now, Lamplighter was still helping manage Sage Grove Center. Once matters there were wrapped up, he could return to Vought. Of course, Benjamin was not sure whether Lamplighter was still in contact with the boys. Logically speaking, he probably was not. As for another representative figure, there was Ice Princess. Who was Ice Princess? Ice Princess had once fallen in love with a rather talented black writer. Their relationship had been extremely passionate for a time, until one night. They were in a penthouse apartment, getting intimate. Ice Princess became too emotional, and her superpowers went out of control. It was a terrifying kind of absolute zero. The poor black writer didn't even have time to scream. One part of his body froze solid in an instant. And well, you know how that went. By the time Vought's medical team rushed over in the middle of the night, even the most advanced technology could do nothing about necrosis at the cellular level. Ironically, even though the black writer's love for Ice Princess had turned into hatred because he had lost his dignity as a man, leaving him in agony every day, deep down, he was still madly in love with her. Unfortunately, the world of SUPs was realistic and cruel. After losing that crucial part, the black writer had become a complete, useless wreck in Ice Princess's eyes, and she kicked him aside without the slightest mercy. Chapter 108. Next came the category Benjamin valued most, speedsters. In modern warfare, mobility often decides the course of a battle. Speedsters were generally weaker in super strength and super defense, but their strategic value was irreplaceable. Of course, among speedsters, A-Train's physical durability was unquestionably top tier. He was still extremely strong, and on land, A-Train would have no problem beating the Deep. Benjamin had personally selected and trained 3 speedsters: Renaa, codename Windrunner, Jack, codename Express, and David, codename Runner. Not long ago, during an air disaster over the Atlantic, Jack Express had played a crucial role. He carried the Deep on his back and raced to a stretch of coastline along the Atlantic. Then, before the plane went down, he forced his way to the crash area and delivered the Deep there in time. The Deep then summoned a pod of dolphins to hold up the doomed passenger plane. After the incident was over, the one who had carried Benjamin to the scene earlier had been Renaa, Windrunner. Renaa had beautiful, waist-length, silvery white hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her features were delicate and stunning, and her figure was nearly perfect, with a full, eye-catching chest, an astonishingly firm, curved ass, and long, shapely legs made strong and supple from years of running. Back then, she had taken Benjamin to the Atlantic, serving as his mount. So that mount relationship naturally found its way into the bedroom. Benjamin had not expected that, in this rotten superhero circle, this alluring speedster had still kept her most precious first time. That night there was no clash of superpowers, only the most primal conquest. From then on, Windrunner Renaa was not just his subordinate, she was also his loyal mount. Earlier, Renaa, David, and Jack had also been the speedster sups who carried Starlight, Maeve, and the Deep on their backs to help Soldier Boy and the Homelander. Of course, it did not do much good. At the time, the Homelander had actually been rather touched. In the eyes of Vought's old pack of idiot executives, speedsters were nothing more than racehorses used to sell sneakers and shoot energy drink commercials. To Benjamin, that mindset was unbelievably stupid. He valued Windrunner, Express, and Racer very highly. Granted, in terms of raw speed, the 3 of them could probably only just squeeze into the global top 10. Compared with the widely recognized top 3, or even the number 1, A-Train, there was indeed a slight gap in their 100-meter sprint data. But so what? When a speedster could silently airdrop heavy combat power, or something like a bomb, straight into an enemy headquarters at supersonic speed, that tiny difference in speed meant almost nothing at the tactical level. On top of that, Benjamin had assigned them a leader, Shockwave. As a top-tier speedster who had once competed with A-Train on the track for the title of World's Fastest Man, Shockwave had ultimately failed to make it into the 7, but his current position was extremely special. Benjamin had personally stepped in and promoted him to Commander-in-Chief of the Speed Tactics Brigade, giving him a status somewhere between the 7 and the massive ranks of second-tier sups. Shockwave was deeply grateful for this recognition. In the past, he had been nothing more than a pace setter, used by the PR department to provoke A-Train. But now, he was the captain of the speedsters, with real authority in his hands. Naturally, that power made Shockwave very happy. It even left A-Train a little pissed off. But there was nothing he could do. A-Train could not exactly give up his place in the 7 just to go lead the speedster sups, could he? Of course, given the choice, he would have wanted both. He would have loved to remain a member of the 7 while also leading the speedster sups. But everyone knew A-Train's heart was already having problems. Even A-Train himself did not know whether he would still be able to run in the future. But he was not willing to give up his place in the 7, so all he could do was keep hiding it and get through one day at a time. Soon, after finishing his company business, especially after approving the document assigning Kimiko, codename the Female, to the second-line combat-type sups, Benjamin left his office. Before long, he arrived at a luxury apartment building. This was Windrunner, Renaa's private residence. With a soft click, the fingerprint lock recognized Benjamin, and the apartment door slowly opened. "Sir, you're here." Hearing movement in the entryway, Renaa appeared in front of Benjamin, almost like a streak of silvery white wind. She was a speedster, after all. Renaa was very fast. Her blue eyes shone with undisguised fervor and devotion. The moment Renaa saw Benjamin, she knew exactly why he had come to her. Soon, the tight silvery white supersuit slid off her body like a shed skin. She was obedient to the extreme, even a little eager to please, like a docile white Persian cat. Bare and flawless, she gently wrapped her arms around the man who controlled both her body and her fate. 2 hours later. On the luxurious French-style bed, the rumpled genuine leather sheets were thick with the scent of sweat. Bare-chested, Benjamin leaned against the soft velvet pillows. He lit a cigar, his deep gaze passing through the curling smoke as if he were calculating something. Windrunner Renée lay lazily across Benjamin's broad, solid chest. Her perfect, delicate body still carried the flush of intense exertion, rising and falling softly with her breathing. Benjamin held the cigar in one hand, while the other idly toyed with Renée's long, waterfall-smooth, silvery white hair, his fingers occasionally brushing over her smooth back. "Renée." Benjamin blew out a ring of smoke. His deep, magnetic voice sounded in the quiet bedroom. "Get ready. In a bit, you're carrying me to Los Angeles." At those words, Renée's hazy eyes instantly lit up, and her fatigue vanished. "Yes, sir." She tilted her head up slightly and asked with curiosity, "What are we going to Los Angeles for?" At that moment, Renée's mind had already started racing with uncontrollable fantasies. Los Angeles. That meant sunshine, beaches, and Hollywood. Could it be that after all this high-pressure work, Sir was planning to take a vacation and bring her along for a sweet private getaway? At the thought, Renée's heart fluttered wildly, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 109. She started mentally picking out a bikini for a stroll along Santa Monica Beach. Then she imagined herself holding Benjamin's arm, leaving romantic footprints beside the palm trees in the sunset. In fact, aside from Stormfront and Newman, Starlight had fantasized about that too. Unfortunately, Benjamin never talked about love or romance. "We're not going on vacation. We're going to find Marathon." Marathon. Renée paused, but as someone from the speedster circle, she quickly remembered the hero codename. He was a veteran second-tier speedster soup. But a long time ago, he had been anything but second-tier. Marathon had once been the very first speedster in the 7. Back then, Marathon had been at the height of his glory, soaking up the world's spotlight and the screams of countless young women. But the turnover among sups and the brutal rules of competition had no mercy. As he aged, Marathon's speed began to slip by the tiniest margin. And that drop of just a few tenths of a second was enough for the then red-hot rookie A-Train to crush him completely. In a cutthroat corporate machine like Vought, losing the shine of being number 1 meant losing commercial value. Marathon was kicked out of the 7 without a shred of mercy, tossed aside like an expired product. Unable to handle that fall from grace, Marathon never recovered. He started living like he had given up on himself. Drinking, drugs, and every kind of self-destructive bullshit. Before Soldier Boy took power, second-tier sups were basically no different from third-tier sups. They had no real standing inside Vought, and only the 7 had truly made it. So it was no surprise Marathon ended up like that. In the end, Marathon left Vought completely, fled New York, and became a washed-up, forgotten soup in Los Angeles. Renée looked at Benjamin in confusion. She did not understand why someone like Sir, a man with enormous power and absolute control over Vought, would suddenly be interested in some old guy Vought had already thrown out. "Go put on your supersuit, Renée." Benjamin patted her full, firm backside, signaling for her to get up. Renée nodded obediently and put on her supersuit. To be honest, Renée really was stunning in it. The silver supersuit, her long white hair, and her fair skin came together into something sleek, sharp, and beautiful. If Edgar's reign had not kept second-tier speedsters from getting any real exposure, Renée might have been even more popular than Starlight. Before long, Renée arrived in Los Angeles with Benjamin on her back. As they entered the city, a vague melancholy stirred in Benjamin's heart. The streets of Los Angeles, the palm trees, the gray-blue coastline in the distance, everything felt deeply familiar. To be honest, aside from New York, where he spent every day now, Los Angeles was the city he knew best. No, that was not right. It should be called Los Santos. At their destination, Renée set Benjamin down and casually straightened the collar the wind had ruffled. Benjamin said nothing. He simply looked toward the distant skyline and stayed silent for a moment. After that, they arrived at Marathon's villa. It was called a villa, but it looked more like a small estate. The place was finely decorated, with neatly trimmed ivy climbing the outer walls and warm-toned paving stones laid out in front of the entrance. It was obvious the owner had put real effort into maintaining it. Benjamin raised an eyebrow. This was not quite what the rumors had led him to expect. Everyone said Marathon had fallen on hard times, but from the look of it, his home was not exactly shabby. Before Benjamin could press the doorbell, the door opened from the inside. Marathon practically ran out. He wore a printed shirt, his face full of excitement, his eyes shining. "Well, let me take a look at who's here. Isn't this Soldier Boy?" Marathon's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he hurried forward, clasping his hands in front of him like a little boy, finally meeting his idol. "It's an honor, sir. Honestly, when I lost my virginity, I was wearing underwear with your face on it." His tone was open and matter-of-fact, without the slightest hint that he was joking. Apparently, the admiration was real. Marathon was the kind of fan who had truly worshipped him for years. Of course, the part about his face being printed on Marathon's underwear nearly made Benjamin lose his composure. "Marathon, everyone out there says you've been living pretty rough." As Benjamin spoke, he stepped into the villa, his gaze slowly sweeping over the interior. Dark solid wood furniture, several vintage movie posters on the walls, and a liquor cabinet stocked with plenty of whiskey that looked expensive as hell. Didn't expect rough to look like this. Marathon followed behind him. Hearing that, he rubbed his hands together a little awkwardly and laughed. Well, sure. Compared to regular people, I'm still living pretty damn well. When people say I've fallen off, they mean compared to what I used to have. I had my glory days, after all. I may be past my prime, but I'm still doing better than most." As he spoke, his gaze quickly shifted to Renaa standing beside Benjamin, and his expression grew even warmer. "Who is that Renaa?" They were both speedster sups. Of course they knew each other. Renaa nodded slightly, her voice calm but carrying just the right amount of respect. "It's an honor to meet you, Marathon. You're my veteran." That one sentence made Marathon incredibly happy. The smile on his face deepened into creases, and he waved his hands again and again. No, I wouldn't dare." But no matter what he said, he could not keep the corners of his mouth down. After all, being called a veteran carried a certain prestige. He busied himself ushering the two of them to sit, then personally opened a fine bottle from his private collection, poured 3 glasses, and brought them over. Just as the atmosphere grew warm and easy, Marathon finally could not hold back the question in his heart. "Soldier Boy, Renaa, what brings you here? You didn't come all the way to Los Angeles just to visit an old has-been like me, did you?" He asked carefully, testing the waters. Because Marathon really had no idea what they were doing here. Benjamin did not answer right away. Instead, he lifted his glass, took a sip, and asked, "You used to be a member of the Seven?" "Yes, sir." Marathon quickly composed himself. When the Seven came up, his expression turned complicated, carrying both pride and bitterness. "Later, Homelander had A-Train replace me." As he said it, a trace of resentment slipped into his voice. After all, that had been the peak of his career. Being yanked down and replaced like that would leave a bad taste in anyone's mouth. That was why Marathon hated Homelander. Of course, Homelander had not actually done anything wrong. As a speedster soup, staying at the top and remaining in the Seven meant you had to be the fastest. Someone who was not the fastest man in the world had no right to be the Seven's speedster soup. So in a sense, competition among speedster sups really was fierce. Whether it was A-Train replacing Marathon, or Shockwave almost replacing A-Train. Benjamin had come here precisely to prevent that. Chapter 110. Mr. Marathon quickly pulled himself together, putting a smile back on his face as he cautiously glanced at Benjamin. After all, who didn't know Homelander was Soldier Boy's son? And Soldier Boy cared about him, a lot. By now, Mr. Marathon understood exactly what kind of relationship those two had, so there was no way in hell he was going to say a single bad word about Homelander in front of Benjamin. Some things could be thought but not said. Forget all that old crap. Mr. Marathon quickly changed the subject. rising with renewed enthusiasm and waving the two of them toward the wall on the other side. "Come take a look at what I've done over the years. I've made a hell of a lot of movies. I don't show up on the big screen much these days, but back then, not to brag, but those films were a pretty damn big deal for a while." The wall was covered in movie posters, all starring Mr. Marathon, from his earliest black and white films to his later color action movies. They were arranged in neat rows, like a carefully curated museum of his own personal history. Standing in front of the posters, Mr. Marathon walked Benjamin through each movie like he was showing off priceless family heirlooms, talking about how he had done his own stunts back in the day, how he would fight with the director and then end up drinking with him afterward, and how hard he had pushed himself when he was young. Benjamin listened with a glass in hand, nodding now and then. He honestly didn't care much about Mr. Marathon's old movies, but since Mr. Marathon was such a huge fan of his, Benjamin was willing to sit there quietly and let him reminisce. But just as Mr. Marathon was getting carried away, waving his arms around while describing the details of an explosion scene, heavy footsteps came from the direction of the stairs. Very heavy. A figure slowly came up from downstairs, his shadow falling across the living room floor before he appeared. The moment he reached the top of the stairs and stepped into the light, the atmosphere in the room changed. That's right. It was Bombsight. He wore a dark jacket, and his hair was much shorter than it had been back then, but his eyes hadn't changed. They were still sharp as ever. He had originally come to buy something from Mr. Marathon. He was a regular here, dropping by every so often, and Mr. Marathon was used to having him over. He just never expected to walk into this today. Bombsight stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed on Benjamin, and his pupils shrank. "Ben, well, I'll be damned." Bombsight spoke slowly, irritation clear in his voice. He stood at the top of the stairs, staring hard at Benjamin, a mess of complicated emotions churning in his eyes. Bombsight envied Benjamin. He had envied him for many, many years. He envied that stupidly handsome face, envied all the beautiful women who threw themselves at him, even envied that natural presence he seemed to be born with. The guy was clearly just a fake soldier, yet somehow he stole all the spotlight. And right now, Benjamin was lounging on the sofa, fine wine at his side, with a gorgeous woman next to him. Rena's cool, striking face and perfect figure fell into Bombsight's eyes. That only pissed Bombsight off more. Bombsight was starting to lose it. Mr. Marathon stood between them, staring blankly from one man to the other. Honestly, he had no idea what the hell was going on. Wasn't Bombsight one of Benjamin's old teammates? By all rights, they should have been comrades, right? But this tense, hair-trigger standoff didn't look anything like old friends meeting again. It looked more like enemies coming face to face. The next second, Bombsight moved. In an instant, he lunged forward, launching himself through the air at Benjamin. He wrapped both arms tightly around Benjamin's waist and, using the momentum, slammed him to the floor, sofa, and all. Boom! A deafening crash tore through the villa, followed immediately by the sharp screech of shattering glass. The coffee table was knocked aside, sending wineglasses, bottles, and a fruit platter flying. Liquor and shards of glass splattered all over the floor. The two men rolled and grappled across the floor, knocking over the floor lamp beside them. It hit the wooden floor with a heavy thud, and the bulb shattered. Then Bombsight slammed hard into the display cabinet full of liquor bottles. The entire cabinet rocked violently, and bottles began tumbling down one after another, exploding across the floor. Whiskey and red wine mixed into a dark pool over the wood, and the thick smell of alcohol filled the room in an instant. Benjamin soon blocked Bombsight's falling fist with one hand. With the other, he grabbed Bombsight by the back of the neck and threw him over with raw force. Bombsight's back slammed hard into a chair. The leg snapped with a crack, spraying wood chips everywhere. But he rushed in again, his fist cutting through the air as it came straight for Benjamin's face. In truth, Bombsight wasn't attacking him because of some deep, bitter grudge, and it wasn't because some old or new feud had finally boiled over. The reason was simple: he just couldn't fucking stand Soldier Boy. And whenever the two of them met, there was almost a 50-50 chance they would end up fighting. It had been that way from the past to now, again and again, for 80 years. Mr. Marathon stood in the middle of the wreckage, clutching his head with both hands. He watched, heartbroken, as his beloved furniture was smashed to pieces one item after another. As the fine wine he had treasured for years burst open bottle by bottle on the floor. As the movie posters he was so proud of were stained beyond recognition by splattered alcohol. "Stop fighting, Jesus, stop it, both of you," Mr. Marathon shouted in a panic. Renee took a few steps back and stood in a relatively safe spot, just as shocked. But she had no intention of stepping in. At least for now, Benjamin wasn't losing. If anything, he had the upper hand. Then came another thunderous crash, as Benjamin drove a heavy punch into Bombsight's chest. Pain hit Bombsight almost instantly. His entire body flew backward, smashing through the partition wall between the living room and the hallway. In the cloud of dust, Bombsight staggered up from the debris, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shock flickered in his eyes. "Ben, you got stronger again," Bombsight panted, muttering to himself. Benjamin stood where he was, straightened his rumpled collar, and worked his jaw. He looked at Bombsight, the corner of his mouth slowly curving up. "No, you're just too fucking weak, Robbie. Always have been a piece of shit." To begin with, Bombsight had always been a little weaker than Benjamin in raw strength. On top of that, Bombsight could fly. Setting aside his nuclear blast ability, his overall strength was roughly on par with Benjamin's, but Benjamin's abilities had been strengthened several times by now. Aside from flight, he outclassed Bombsight in every way. Bombsight's smile disappeared. Then he charged in again. Mr. Marathon let out a despairing groan and closed his eyes. He couldn't bring himself to look at the rest of his furniture. Those were his assets, damn it. Chapter 111. Unfortunately, it didn't last. Bang! Soon, Bombsight was slammed hard into the cracked marble floor by Soldier Boy. At this point, he had lost count of how many times he had been knocked down. Without LV's 6-level absolute strength and freakish defense, what the hell was Bombsight supposed to use against Benjamin in a fistfight? Against that kind of overwhelming physical advantage, he was nothing. Benjamin stepped forward without expression, reached out, and clamped a hand around Bombsight's throat, lifting him clean off the ground as if he weighed nothing. The feeling of suffocation rushed straight to Bombsight's head. His legs kicked weakly in midair, while both hands clawed desperately at Benjamin's iron-hard fingers. If Benjamin squeezed just a little harder, Bombsight's neck would snap on the spot. "Stop, Ben, please." Raw survival instinct kicked in. Bombsight kept begging for mercy. Before long, Benjamin let him go. They had been fighting for a long time, but at the end of the day, they had still been comrades from the very beginning. Thud, Bombsight crashed heavily into the corner of the wall. He coughed violently and took a long while to catch his breath. Only then did Benjamin let him off for the moment. He rolled his neck, his eyes still locked tightly on Bombsight. Not far away, Mr. Marathon finally relaxed a little when he saw the two of them stop fighting. Still, Mr. Marathon felt nothing but despair. As a washed-up soup, Mr. Marathon didn't have much money to begin with. This villa had cost him a fortune to renovate, and now it was half ruins. But more than anything, Mr. Marathon was grateful the two of them had stopped fighting. Otherwise, the whole damn villa would have been destroyed. Honestly, aside from the heartbreak, what Mr. Marathon felt most right now was shock. Had Soldier Boy really become this terrifyingly strong? As a member of the first generation, Mr. Marathon knew exactly how powerful Bombsight was. Back in the day, even if Benjamin had tried to beat someone on Bombsight's level into this sorry, half-dead state with raw physical strength alone, it would have been impossible. But now, this wasn't a fight at all, it was a one-sided beatdown. The destructive power Benjamin showed with every move, and that bottomless pressure radiating from him, left Mr. Marathon utterly stunned. Soon, Bombsight staggered to his feet, bracing himself against the broken wall. His once stylish jacket was now in tatters, and his face was smeared with blood and dust. Bombsight looked up at Benjamin, his eyes full of shock. "Ben." Bombsight's voice came out hoarse. How the hell did you do that? Your strength now, you're not just a little stronger than before. This makes no damn sense." As the one who had taken the hits himself, he felt it far more clearly than Mr. Marathon. When Benjamin's fist slammed into him just now, Bombsight had felt a terrifying amount of force. A boost on that level had he taken V1. But wasn't there only one V1? And hadn't Bombsight already gotten it? All right, wipe that dumb, clueless look off your face. I don't have time to listen to you run your mouth. Benjamin cut him off coldly, then glanced at Bombsight and said, "Hand over the V1." His tone was calm, but it carried the weight of an order that allowed no argument. Benjamin was actually pleasantly surprised. He had originally come here looking for Mr. Marathon. He hadn't expected Bombsight to just happen to be visiting the villa today. Since Bombsight had delivered himself right to his door, he might as well take that thing while he was at it. The instant Bombsight heard the word V1, his pupils tightened. But he covered it quickly, immediately putting on a confused look as he frowned and shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about, Ben. What V1? Wasn't that already destroyed?" Benjamin was certain that at this point in time, Bombsight already had V1. All the V1 had been destroyed long ago, and Bombsight had found the final dose in that laboratory. "Robbie." Benjamin's voice suddenly dropped. He slowly started walking, closing in on Bombsight step by step. "My patience has limits. If you don't hand it over, I'll smash your fucking head open with my bare hands right now. And I promise you, this time I won't listen to a single word when you start begging." Struggle immediately crossed Bombsight's face. He clenched his jaw. He had no idea what goddamn channel Benjamin had used to find out V1 was in his hands. That serum was meant for his lover. And now Benjamin expected him to just hand it over. Not a chance. I don't have that thing." Bombsight refused to admit it. "Even if you kill me, I can't give you something I don't have." As Benjamin drew closer and closer, Bombsight didn't choose to resist. Instead, he suddenly spun around, gathered every bit of strength he had, and slammed himself hard into the thick load-bearing wall behind him. Mr. Marathon froze. Again. Bricks and stone exploded outward, dust billowing into the air. A massive human-shaped hole was punched straight through the villa wall. Bombsight rushed out without hesitation, planning to run. But Benjamin didn't chase him. "If you want to spend the rest of your life with that little starlet of yours, I suggest you stop right there and respectfully place the V1 in my hand." Benjamin's voice wasn't loud, but Bombsight could hear him. Bombsight had already rushed out into the villa garden and was about to fly away when he froze in midair. A few seconds later, Bombsight returned to the ground. Then he slowly turned around, staring hard at Benjamin in the ruins. "Ben, what the hell do you mean? What did you do to her?" Bombsight's voice was tense. "Relax, I didn't do a damn thing." Benjamin gave a contemptuous snort and slowly walked to the edge of the hole, looking out at Bombsight. "Don't lump me in with some low-rent scumbag. I'm just stating a fact." He looked at Bombsight, his eyes full of mockery. "You want to inject V1 into that little starlet at Vought, right? You want her to get a V1 physique too, so the two of you can fly off together and stay together forever. Very romantic script. Hell, Vought could turn it into one of their shitty third-rate romance movies. But too bad, Robbie. That aging little starlet of yours doesn't want some unknown crap injected into her, does she? She doesn't want to live forever, so all you can do is hide V1 away like it's your precious little treasure. And in the end, guess what happens? You'll watch her get older day by day. Her skin will sag, wrinkles will cover her face, and eventually she'll be lying in a hospital bed, taking her last breath. And you, because of the compound V in your body, will still be stuck with that young-looking shell. You'll have to watch her grow old and die, then keep living in this world alone for decades, maybe even centuries, like some pathetic stray dog. 500 years from now, after 500 years have passed, what the hell will you have left? Chapter 112. In fact, Benjamin had never had any way to contact Bombsight before. The guy had gone missing a long time ago. Running into him today at Mr. Marathon's villa was pure dumb luck. Since Benjamin had stumbled onto him, there was no way he was letting a chance like this slip by. As for kidnapping that defenseless golden geisha, then using her as bait to threaten him and draw Bombsight out, Benjamin had no interest in stooping to that kind of low-life shit. If he wanted something, he would ask for it straight. Bombsight fell silent. It was true, what he feared most was losing her. What he feared most was the loneliness of watching the woman he loved grow old while he could do nothing about it. Unfortunately, the Golden Geisha really would not take the V1 injection. And Bombsight respected her choice. Still, Bombsight argued back. "What the hell do you know? I'll convince her to take it." His voice was loud, but there was no real confidence behind it. Because he knew. Benjamin was right. Once the Golden Geisha made up her mind, she would not change it, and he had no way to force the injection on her. Before long, Benjamin gave a quiet laugh and said, "How about we split the difference? I use my superpowers to destroy the V1 in your bloodstream, and you give me that vial of V1. That way you get to grow old with your Golden Geisha. I'm right, aren't I?" Bombsight was silent for a moment. His expression barely changed, but his eyes gave him away. A flicker of struggle passed through them. Thinking about it carefully, it actually did not sound bad. After all these years, he had long since gotten sick of living. Bombsight had extraordinary speed, a nearly undying body, and power that made countless people fear him. But none of it had made him feel fulfilled. To put it plainly, he was tired of being alive. The only thing that changed that was the Golden Geisha. If one day the Golden Geisha really did die of old age, with no V1 and no immortality, then what was the point of him living on alone in this world? The ridiculous thing was, precisely because V1 existed, he did not even have the right to end that suffering himself. Immortality, what a damn ironic word. Of course, Bombsight could also let Benjamin beat him to death. But being beaten to death by someone else and dying of old age were two completely different things. So when Benjamin proposed this compromise, deep down, Bombsight actually felt a sense of relief he had not felt in a very long time. Maybe this was the best choice. "Why are you helping me?" Bombsight asked. The second the words left his mouth, he realized it might have been a stupid question. So he did not wait for Benjamin's answer. He simply waved a hand. "Give me a minute, I'll be right back, Ben." Bombsight's tone had softened a little. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body turned into a blurred afterimage and shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the horizon. He had gone to get that vial of V1. Only after Bombsight had completely disappeared from sight did Mr. Marathon, who had been wound tight the entire time, finally let out a long breath. He had been huddled in the back the whole time, barely daring to breathe. Otherwise, if those two monsters started fighting again, it would not just be his house getting smashed to pieces. Now that one of them was gone, he finally dared to speak. "Sir." Mr. Marathon's voice still carried a trace of lingering fear, but even more confusion. "Why did you come looking for me? Don't tell me it was for the V1 in his hands." Benjamin shook his head. He turned his gaze to Mr. Marathon and looked at him seriously, with no hint of insincerity in his eyes. "No," he said, "mainly I came because of you." Mr. Marathon froze. "Me? I want to invite you back to Vought," Benjamin said bluntly, "to join the Speedster's superhuman squad, and I can also give you a chance to compete with the current captain of the Speedster's Soup Squad." Mr. Marathon opened his mouth, but for a moment he had no idea what to say. Of course he had heard about Vought's reforms lately. When Edgar had been running Vought, almost all the company's resources had been poured into the 7. Second-tier SUPs were basically just filler, tools to patch whatever gaps were left. Nice to have, but not necessary, and never truly taken seriously. But things were different now. The new policies had begun directing a small share of resources downward. And among the resources being shifted, the ones receiving the most attention were precisely speedsters like him. They were fast, practical, and extremely useful in rescue operations, transport, emergency response, and all kinds of situations. Compared with SUPs who were only good at fighting, speedsters were clearly more versatile and efficient when it came to keeping a city running. Mr. Marathon had been hesitating for a while. Should he take this chance and go back? After all, he did not exactly have warm feelings for Vought. When he left back then, there had been no small amount of disillusionment mixed in. But now the wind had changed. The treatment was better, and there was room to grow. Saying he was not tempted would be bullshit. And before he could even make up his mind, Benjamin had personally shown up at his door. What did that mean? Who was Benjamin? He was someone who could walk sideways through Vought and even the whole damn world. A big shot who could change a soup's entire future with a single sentence. And someone like that had come to find him in person and personally invited him back. Just thinking about that recognition was enough to make his chest burn. Sir. Mr. Marathon's voice trembled a little, filled with genuine gratitude from the bottom of his heart. I never thought that you valued me this much. He felt overwhelmed by the honor. Sure, he had no way of squeezing into the 7. That position was too far away, he did not even dare dream about it. But the Speedster's superhuman squad was already the top of the 2nd tier. And if he could take the captain's seat, the treatment would be almost on par with the 7. Of course, it would not be easy. The current captain of the Speedster's superhuman squad was Shockwave, someone who could go head-to-head with A-Train in speed. It was obvious how hard it would be to take the captain's position from him. But at the very least, there was hope now, wasn't there? Compared to the gray, dead-end life he used to see stretching out in front of him. Now at least he had a goal worth fighting for. Even if the chance was slim, it was still a chance. Benjamin reached out and patted Mr. Marathon on the shoulder. Be a proper superhero, Mr. Marathon. Benjamin said calmly, but there was an unquestionable seriousness in his voice. From now on, quit all your shitty habits. Otherwise, when you're out on superhero missions, like rushing emergency patients to the hospital when every second counts, things can go wrong real damn fast. Mr. Marathon's expression stiffened slightly. Who did not know he was an addict? After he got kicked out of the 7, he had spent his days drifting around in a daze, not giving a damn what anyone thought of him. But now things were different. If he really wanted to go back, if he really wanted to stand in front of the public as a superhero again, then under Vought's current rules, all that messy crap really did have to be cut off completely. Mr. Marathon had heard about that too. It made him nervous. Quitting those bad habits, that was no easy thing. But then he thought about it again. He could return to Vought. He could gain far more fame and money than he had at this low point, earn more respect, get a brighter future, and receive the approval of the man standing right in front of him. This was recognition from Soldier Boy himself. To Mr. Marathon, the name Soldier Boy itself was practically a belief. He was someone Mr. Marathon had grown up watching on TV, someone he had worshipped in his heart since he was a kid. Being personally invited by his idol, then having that idol pat him on the shoulder and tell him to do a good job, that carried enough weight to crush every bit of hesitation. Mr. Marathon nodded solemnly. He was deeply grateful to Soldier Boy. Chapter 113. Benjamin withdrew his hand and turned to Renaa beside him. Renaa, go find Homelander and get a vial of V5 serum from him, he ordered. Tell him I asked for it. Renaa lifted an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. V5 serum, right now. But she did not ask any questions. Because Master's orders were absolute. Understood, sir. Before she had even finished speaking, silver light flashed around Renaa. Her body turned into a sharp streak of silver and vanished from sight. Bombsight came back even faster than he had left. A blurred afterimage dropped from the sky like a bolt, slamming straight into the ground and carving out a huge crater. Mr. Marathon's heart ached all over again as he watched the damage Bombsight had just smashed into his garden. Bombsight now had a metal box in his hand. The box looked old. Its paint was mottled and peeling, the corners were worn smooth and shiny, and even the latch had a thin layer of rust on it. No matter how you looked at it, it was just an ordinary old metal box. But Benjamin knew what was inside. V1. Bombsight landed back on the ground and, without the slightest hesitation, handed the metal box over. Take it. Benjamin took the box. It felt heavier than he had expected. He opened it and checked inside. It was a blue vial, then he casually put it away. He knew Bombsight would not lie to him. That judgment was not based on trust, it was based on understanding. Bombsight was not exactly some shining pillar of honesty, but at the very least, he was not the type to play cheap tricks over something like this. If he had not wanted to give it up, he never would have agreed in the first place. And since he had agreed, he was not going to shove some random blue drink into the box and try to bullshit him. "Let's do it," Benjamin said. Nuclear blast was his core ability, and also the hardest one for him to control precisely. The destructive energy inside him was like a captive sun. But right now, he was not trying to unleash that power and wipe everything out. He only needed to release a tiny bit of it, just enough to avoid hurting this 100-year-old man too badly. Honestly, that was a hell of a lot harder than going all out. Benjamin's chest began to glow. At first, it was only a faint glimmer, but it quickly grew brighter and turned into golden light. The golden glow fell across Bombsight's face, lighting his handsome features in shifting flashes of brightness and shadow. The light reflected in his eyes. His pupils tightened slightly, but his body did not move an inch. Renee and Mr. Marathon both took cover behind Benjamin. Soon, the golden light in his chest burst outward. Even so, not even Benjamin could control it with perfect precision. Bombsight's body jolted hard. Several tiny cuts suddenly split open across his skin, and blood began to flow. When it was over, Bombsight lowered his head, touched one of his wounds, and stared at the bright red blood on his hand. He raised his hand in front of his eyes and examined it closely, rubbing it lightly between his thumb and forefinger as he felt that unfamiliar yet very real sticky texture. Then Bombsight smiled. "This is the first time I've ever seen my own blood," Bombsight said. His voice was full of surprise. A man who had lived for who knew how many years was seeing his own blood for the first time. Even Bombsight himself found it absurd the moment the words came out. Back when he had V1, he had been nearly immortal. Just then, silver light appeared beside Benjamin without warning. Renee had returned. There was a vial in her hand now. Inside the transparent container was a liquid that glowed with a faint, eerie blue sheen, refracting an unreal cold light under the sun. This was V5. Benjamin glanced at her from the corner of his eye, gave a slight nod, then turned his attention back to Bombsight. Bombsight was just about to leave. V1 had been destroyed, and the metal box had been handed over. The deal was done. He turned around. The wounds still seeping blood made him look a little battered, but his steps had a lightness to them, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted. "Wait," Benjamin called after him. Bombsight stopped and looked back, confusion in his eyes. "Take this." Benjamin took the vial of V5 serum from Renee and tossed it over. Bombsight caught it on instinct. When he looked down, he froze. "Ben, what the hell is this supposed to mean?" His confusion was genuine. V1 was gone, the deal was finished. Benjamin did not owe him a damn thing. And now he was giving him V5. What was going on? Benjamin looked at him and said flatly, "V5 doesn't make you immortal. You've lost your superpowers now, and we both have plenty of enemies. With just the Golden Geisha's abilities, she won't be able to protect you." The words were blunt, even a little harsh, but they were the truth. Bombsight was silent for a few seconds. Of course, he understood what Benjamin meant. After all these years, he had offended so many people that he could not even count his enemies. His biggest enemy had been Soldier Boy, standing right in front of him. Of course, by now, there was not much of a grudge left between them. Back when he had superpowers, he had not been afraid of anyone coming for him. Almost no one could beat him. But now it was different. Now he was just an ordinary person, someone who could bleed, break bones, and die. If his other enemies came knocking, what could he do? More importantly, while the Golden Geisha did have superpowers, she was nowhere near strong enough to handle everything on her own. If real trouble came, not only would he be unable to protect her, he might even become a burden instead. Benjamin had thought of that. And after handing over V1, Bombsight himself had completely overlooked it. "I understand." Bombsight looked again at the comrade standing in front of him, his eyes filled with complicated emotion. Benjamin was stronger than before, but Bombsight kept feeling that Benjamin had somehow changed from the man he used to be. Had all that torture from those damn Russians changed him? Chapter 114. Bombsight wasn't good at expressing himself, and he sure as hell wasn't used to thanking someone who used to be his enemy. But this time, Bombsight thanked him anyway. "Thanks, Ben." After that, Bombsight looked down at the V5 in his hand. Without hesitating, he pulled off the needle cap, lined the needle up with a vein in his arm, and pushed it in steadily. The deep blue liquid slowly entered his body. The instant the serum hit his system, his whole body went rigid. With no superpowers left to cushion the impact, the rejection reaction from the V5 was especially violent. Burning pain erupted from the injection site and raced through his veins, like someone had shoved a red-hot wire straight into his bloodstream. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably, his teeth clenched hard enough to creak, veins bulged across his forehead, and cold sweat soaked through his back almost instantly. Fortunately, the agony did not last long. It was different from an ordinary person taking V5. When SUPs lost their superpowers and then injected V5, they could regain their superpowers with almost no risk. Besides, Bombsight had already survived the V1 experiments. The pain back then had been hundreds of times worse than this. Before long, Bombsight's body slowly relaxed. He drew in a deep breath, straightened up, and flexed his fingers. That familiar power was back. His sense of speed awakened again in his nerve endings, and the explosive force buried in his muscle memory once more filled his entire body. He had regained his original superpowers. The only thing missing was that near-cursed immortality. He had become his old self again, but he was no longer the prisoner trapped by eternal life. Bombsight could protect the golden geisha again. Then he raised his head and looked at Benjamin. "Ben, you really are one hell of a bastard, but I've gotta say it. Thanks for this." Benjamin shrugged, his face slipping into an indifferent look. "I just think you're a fucking idiot. Trading a V1 that gives you immortality for a V5? No matter how you do the math, that's a shit deal." Bombsight laughed at that. He knew Benjamin said it like that, but deep down, he probably did not really mean it. That was just the kind of man he was. He could never accept someone's thanks like a normal person. He had to say something nasty and ruin the mood before he felt comfortable. "Say whatever you want, Ben." Bombsight pulled a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it over. "I'm leaving. This is my number. Call me if you need anything." Benjamin glanced down at the paper and frowned. "Call you for what? I'm not into dudes, for fuck's sake." "Yeah." Soldier Boy had not changed at all. Bombsight cursed inwardly. A moment later, Benjamin took the paper and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Bombsight watched him, the corner of his mouth curving slightly, but he said nothing. The next second, his body turned into a blur, vanishing into the distance like a gust of wind before shooting up into the sky. After Bombsight left, Benjamin turned his gaze to Mr. Marathon. "Mr. Marathon, what do you think? Once you've got your shit together, come to Vought." Mr. Marathon nodded. "Of course, sir. I'll come to Vought tomorrow. No, I'll come tonight as soon as I'm ready." Benjamin nodded, then climbed onto Rena's back. With Benjamin on her back, Rena quickly left Lowe's Angels and returned to Vought. That night, Mr. Marathon arrived as promised. And Mr. Marathon was stunned by what he saw. In New York, the city that never sleeps, a massive LED screen in Times Square was looping footage of Mr. Marathon in all his glory. Fans lined both sides of the street, waving glow sticks. They were all fans who had once supported Mr. Marathon, and their screams rose and fell in waves. Mr. Marathon. This former member of the Seven, one of Vought Corporation's veteran heroes, stood beneath the spotlight and froze for a long moment. Soon, he flashed a bright, sunny smile. Although he was no longer an official member of the Seven, he still had the presence of an old-school hero, and his fan base remained huge. On top of that, he was about to join the Speedsters. The Speedsters had already been warmed up in advance, with a status second only to the Seven. With his former identity as a member of the Seven, he would still draw plenty of attention. Benjamin, or Soldier Boy, as Vought Corporation's true man in power, had naturally shown up in person to back the event. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Marathon." The host's voice rang out. Mr. Marathon blurred onto the center of the stage. The event went smoothly. Mr. Marathon struck a few of his signature poses, interacted with fans, took photos, and even put on a short high-speed running display. Of course, he was nowhere near as fast as he had been in his prime. But that was enough. Regular people could not tell the difference with the naked eye anyway. It was enough to drive the crowd into a frenzy, and enough to send the topic straight to #1 on the social media trending charts. However, the real highlight of the event was not merely Mr. Marathon's return. As the event neared its end, Benjamin stepped into the center of the stage. He raised his hand, and the whole venue instantly went quiet. "Today, we're not only here to welcome back an old friend," Benjamin said in a low voice. "We're also here to honor history." As his words fell, the enormous curtain behind the stage slowly drew open. Lights flared, illuminating a grand row of statues. They were statues of every generation of the Seven, from the earliest founding members to the later replacements. Every single one was there. The lamplighter's statue held a lamp, his face solemn. Mr. Marathon's statue was frozen mid-sprint, every muscle line filled with power. There were also the heroes who had passed away or retired. Their statues stood there quietly, as if silently telling the story of Vought Corporation's decades of glory. And at the very center of all those statues, in the foremost position, stood the largest statue of all. Soldier Boy. The statue was nearly twice as tall as the others. Benjamin stood with his arms crossed, his shield hanging at his waist, his gaze looking down on the crowd with arrogant dominance, like a god of war. On the base of the statue, a line of large golden letters was engraved. "The first and the greatest." Standing beneath his own statue, Benjamin nodded in satisfaction. He had personally pushed for these statues to be rebuilt. From finding the right people to the design and construction, he had asked about every step himself. The lamplighter's statue had also been placed in a very visible position. Any lamplighter who knew about this, or saw it with his own eyes, probably would never set himself on fire again for the rest of his life. As for the other members of the Seven throughout history, every last one of them had a statue made, and all of them would eventually be placed inside Vought. Benjamin had done this not only to keep former teammates from feeling abandoned, but also to show the public how Vought treated its veteran heroes. Homelander stood in the crowd below the stage, watching everything unfold, though a trace of confusion was hidden deep in his eyes. He did not understand why his father would go to so much effort to build statues for these washed-up old guys, especially Mr. Marathon. What was worth making such a big deal over a sprinter who could barely run anymore? And those dead or retired ones, they had no value left, so why let them keep taking up the spotlight? But Homelander did not say any of this out loud. Although he did not really understand why his father was doing it, since it was his father's decision, there was nothing Homelander could do about it. The event finally ended amid the noise and flashing cameras. The fans reluctantly dispersed, the staff began cleaning up the venue, and the media broadcast trucks drove away one after another. Mr. Marathon's eyes were red. In his eyes, Soldier Boy was nothing short of a goddamn benefactor. From now on, he would be Soldier Boy's Deadpool. No, that was way too disloyal. Chapter 115. Vought Tower, the Seven's conference room. Benjamin stood by the window with a bottle of whiskey in his hand, staring out at the night view and drinking straight from the bottle. Homelander walked up beside Benjamin, clearly wanting to say something. "Spit it out." Benjamin noticed right away and called him on it. Homelander nodded, took a moment to choose his words, then said, "I want to kick A-Train out of the Seven." Hearing that, Benjamin was a little surprised, but it made sense. After all, that was how the original story went. In the original timeline, A-Train really had been kicked out of the Seven because of his heart condition. He could not run anymore. To Vought, a speedster who could not run was just a broken tool. Throwing him away was only a matter of time. And since A-Train could not run anymore, the job of investigating the church had now fallen to the Deep. And the Deep, well, everybody knew how that went. Most of the time, the guy was not exactly reliable. Benjamin just had not expected Homelander to come to him about it on his own. Maybe he was afraid Benjamin would be pissed. After all, A-Train was an old member, and he had always been fairly popular with the public. More importantly, Benjamin seemed to have been looking out for them this whole time. Homelander started explaining. He spoke a little faster than usual, obviously watching Benjamin's reaction with care. "There's a reason for this," Homelander said, his tone carrying a deliberately concerned edge. A-Train's heart is in bad shape. His body can't handle the strain of running at super high speeds anymore. If we keep him in the 7 and keep sending him on high-intensity missions, sooner or later he's going to die in the field. So I'm doing this for his own good. Homelander paused there, checking Benjamin's expression. When he saw Benjamin simply staring at him without a hint of emotion, he continued. "Besides, a member who could break down at any moment is a liability to the whole team's combat effectiveness." Homelander made it sound noble and reasonable, full of a leader's sense of responsibility and concern for his subordinate. Of course, maybe there really was a little concern in there, but mostly it was business. Whether in the early part of the original series or now, Homelander had always valued the 7. A train not being able to run really was a problem. "I agree," Benjamin said. Homelander's eyes lit up at once. Benjamin had agreed that quickly. Homelander felt a rush of excitement he could barely describe. His proposal had been approved by his father. That meant his judgment was right, and his father trusted his ability. Being acknowledged by his father felt pretty damn good. Still, Homelander did not let himself bask in that excitement for too long. He had something else to say. "And there's one more thing," Homelander continued. "Because of Black Noir's death, we never officially announced anything to the public from the beginning. Fans have been demanding to see Black Noir, and social media and short video platforms are already going crazy over it. So we've already chosen a new candidate for Black Noir. When the time comes, he'll play Black Noir, and we'll tell the public that Black Noir never left. That way, we can calm the fans down and keep the 7's full lineup intact." Benjamin raised an eyebrow slightly when he heard that. A second-generation Black Noir. The character from the 4th season of the original series immediately came to mind. He still remembered what that actor looked like and what his personality was like. A chatty young man who had to wear that black uniform he could never take off, had to play a mysterious ninja who never spoke, and had Homelander putting immense pressure on him. In the end, he had been forced into silence. How did Black Noir I die? He had genuinely treated the Deep like a brother, opened his heart to him, and trusted him completely. But the Deep, by the later part of the original series, the once cowardly the Deep had completely changed. He had become cold, disgusting, hypocritical, and had even personally killed the only person who treated him like a brother. Sure, it was because of those fish, but the Deep had already killed Black Noir I's best friend. All along, the Deep had been the one bullying Black Noir, stealing his credit, and then killing people. Of course, that was the Deep later on. The Deep right now still had at least some humanity left in him. "Fine." Benjamin gave his answer just as decisively. Homelander nodded hard, and this time he could not hold back the smile on his face. Both proposals, and Dad had agreed to all of it without a single word of objection. Did that not prove Homelander's decision-making ability had earned his father's complete approval? Homelander turned and left in high spirits, his steps noticeably lighter than usual. Early the next morning, Homelander and Ashley appeared together on the 7's private floor and walked straight toward A-Train's lounge. A-Train was sitting on the sofa, holding a latte mixed with protein powder, bored out of his mind as he scrolled through his phone. The moment the door opened and Homelander and Ashley walked in, he saw the look on their faces and his heart sank. "Sir." A-Train looked at Homelander and was about to speak, but Homelander cut him off. "A-Train," Homelander said, "starting today, you are no longer a member of the 7. A-Train opened his mouth, wanting to say something. He wanted to defend himself, beg for another chance, remind them how much he had given to the 7 and how much glory he had brought Vought. But when he looked up into Homelander's eyes, every word got stuck in his throat. He suddenly understood. This had been inevitable all along. From the day his heart condition was discovered, this ending had already been waiting for him. For all he knew, Homelander had already cleared it with Soldier Boy. It was not that he had never prepared himself for this. He just had not expected the day to come so fast or for it to be this ruthless. A train slowly stood up and set down the latte he had not finished. He did not say anything else. He simply began packing his things in silence. The fastest man in the world was now just an ordinary man with a lonely back. His career had once again plunged into a bottomless pit. And this time, he did not know whether he still had the strength to climb back out. Chapter 116. After wrapping up A-Train's situation, Benjamin didn't stay long at Vought headquarters. A-Train had already been stripped of his place in the Seven. The follow-up PR statement, media response, and public opinion management were naturally Ashley's problem now. Besides, Benjamin wasn't worried that A-Train would completely fall apart. The Blue Hawk incident was coming up soon. Sooner or later, A-Train would end up with Blue Hawk's heart. Sage Grove Center. A place of sin carrying decades of Vought's darkest history. The people locked up there were not ordinary patients. They were the products of secret soup experiments Vought had carried out for years, and every one of them was an adult. The problem at Sage Grove Center had to be dealt with, and the sooner, the better. Not just Sage Grove Center, either. Every secret experimental facility across the country where Vought was holding SUPs had to be cleaned out along with it. Those places were like time bombs buried underground, ready to blow at any moment. Some of the test subjects had completely lost their minds, yet still possessed terrifying superpowers. Some were still lucid, but after years of imprisonment, all they wanted was to go home. Every single day they wanted home, they wanted freedom. Others did not even know who they were anymore, struggling in endless confusion and pain like wild beasts trapped in iron cages. If these people were left alone, sooner or later, something big would go wrong. A riot, a breakout, or even a test subject losing control and unconsciously unleashing their superpowers could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. Before the boys showed up to cause trouble, Benjamin planned to make a trip there himself. His thinking was practical. For the ones who could be managed, he would see whether they could be recruited. His attitude towards SUPs had always been utilitarian. As long as they had power, listened to orders, and could be useful to him, it did not matter whether they used to be test subjects or street thugs. They could be given a chance. As for the ones who could not be controlled, the ones who were completely gone mentally or simply too dangerous, they would have to be handled another way. Erase their superpowers. Rather than keeping them locked behind iron doors for the rest of their lives, rotting away, it was better to turn them back into ordinary people and let them return to society. It would be a release for them and protection for society. Before long, Benjamin arrived in front of a square, gray-white building. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary office building. But a closer look showed that every window had heavy iron bars installed, and security cameras packed the corners in dense rows. It was even more locked down than a prison. Before the car had fully stopped, a figure hurried out of the building to greet him. It was the lamplighter. Compared with his glory days in the Seven, the lamplighter now seemed calmer and more composed. The moment he saw Benjamin open the car door and step out, undisguised respect appeared in his eyes. He had also heard about Mr. Marathon's homecoming event last night, and had seen those statues standing tall again on TV. Those statues belonged to old-timers from his generation. Seeing them brought up a lot of emotion. Benjamin had not forgotten them. He had not erased their history. Instead, he had put up statues for them in grand fashion and announced their former glory to the world. The lamplighter remembered that kindness. "Mr. Soldier Boy, you're here." The lamplighter hurried forward, his tone filled with genuine respect, even dipping slightly in a bow. Benjamin nodded. Without bothering with small talk, he got straight to the point. "I'm here to deal with these test subjects." The lamplighter stiffened slightly. "Deal with the test subjects?" The test subjects at Sage Grove Center knew far too many of Vought's secrets. Their very existence carried the company's most shameful, hidden history. If Vought had decided to deal with them, then the most direct method was obvious. Silence them. The thought made the lamplighter's heart tighten. He hesitated for a moment, then finally worked up the courage to speak. "Sir," the lamplighter said, lowering his voice with a careful edge to it, "some of these test subjects have extremely powerful abilities. Their superpowers are high level. Used properly, they could become a serious combat force. If we just kill them all, that'd be kind of a damn waste." The lamplighter knew the experiments had been stopped, so he did not mention them. Instead, he talked about the benefits they could bring if they joined Vought in the future. He kept his words measured, but his meaning was clear. The truth was, the lamplighter had gone a little soft on them. Benjamin turned his head, glanced at the lamplighter, and shook his head. "I'm not silencing them," Benjamin said flatly. Hearing those words, the lamplighter froze. He had already prepared himself mentally, assuming Benjamin had been sent to carry out a cleanup operation. After all, with Benjamin's strength, flattening all of Sage Grove Center would not take more than a few minutes. But he never expected that Benjamin had no such plan at all. "My plan is simple." Benjamin started walking towards Sage Grove Center's main entrance, and the lamplighter hurried to keep up. "Sort the test subjects. The ones whose mental state is relatively stable and who are willing to cooperate, we evaluate whether they're worth recruiting. As for the ones who are completely broken, whose abilities are too dangerous, and who can't be controlled at all, I'm going to erase their superpowers and then let them leave." The lamplighter stopped walking. He stood there, his face frozen as if he had just heard something impossible. Erase their superpowers. Then let them leave. That was nothing like how Vought did things. Based on Vought's usual methods, these test subjects would either be locked up until they died, squeezed dry of every last bit of value, or quietly disposed of, disappearing from the world along with Vought's secrets. Let them go. Of course, there was a reason the lamplighter was so shocked. After all, he spent most of his time inside the lab. He had not been at Vought, so he only had a vague understanding of the things that had happened there recently. But his shock did not last long. Soon, he thought of another issue, a very real problem he could not help worrying about. He quickened his pace to catch up with Benjamin, his voice filled with obvious concern. "But, sir, after they get out, what if?" The lamplighter chose his words carefully. "What if they start telling everyone what happened here? Wouldn't that make Vought look bad?" Vought's public image had only just started to recover. Under Soldier Boy's leadership, the company was working hard to wash away its past stains and regain the public's trust. If these former prisoners ran out and spilled everything to the media, exposing the inhuman experiments, the years of imprisonment in total darkness, and the brutal torture they had endured, then everything Vought had worked so hard to rebuild might collapse in an instant. But Benjamin just kept walking, not even turning his head as he tossed back one sentence. "The people getting dragged are the old Vought. What the fuck does that have to do with me? Why the hell are you talking so much?" The lamplighter stopped again. But this time, his face no longer showed worry. Instead, it showed sudden understanding, then relief, and even a trace of genuine admiration. Right. How had he not thought of that? Vought had changed. The Vought under Soldier Boy's control was practically a completely different company from the Vought of Stan Edgar's era. Those filthy experiments, that dark history, those inhuman crimes, all of it came from Edgar's era. No matter how the blame was assigned, it could not fall on the current Vought, much less on Soldier Boy. Even if the test subjects exposed every last scandal, the public's anger would only burn toward the old Vought that had already been reduced to ashes. The new Vought could even use this chance to distance itself further from the past and draw a clean line between them. This move really was brilliant. Chapter 117. Benjamin walked into Sage Grove Center. Heavy iron doors lined both sides of the long corridor. Through the small windows set into them, he could see the faces inside, some blank, some wild with madness. The sharp stink of disinfectant and medication hung in the air. Every now and then, low growls or hysterical screams echoed from somewhere deeper down the hall. It honestly felt a little like one of those labs where they cooked up zombie viruses. Benjamin didn't waste time. Once the test subjects had been sorted, he began opening the rooms holding the uncontrollable ones, one after another. He ignored the people inside. Each time, golden light flashed from his chest and swept over them. He deliberately kept the power of the nuclear blast under control, compressing the energy to the bare minimum, just enough to neutralize the effects of Compound V without causing real damage to the human body. Ever since the last time he used a nuclear blast on Bombsite, Benjamin's control had improved again. One by one, those uncontrollable SUPs were turned back into ordinary people in the glow of Benjamin's nuclear blast. Some collapsed the instant their superpowers disappeared, letting out sobs that sounded like pure relief. Some stared blankly at their own hands, as if they were truly seeing the world for the first time. Others simply accepted it in silence, their eyes empty, with no way to tell whether they felt joy or sorrow. Of course, there were also some SUPs whose mental evaluations came back normal and who were willing to join Vought. Benjamin had them follow the lamplighter for the time being. Before long, only one test subject remained in all of Sage Grove Center. Benjamin stood in front of the last iron door at the end of the corridor and looked through the small window at the figure inside. The nameplate on the door read, Cindy. Cindy's ability was telekinesis, and it was powerful as hell. According to her file, she could twist steel into a pretzel with her mind alone and easily crush SUPs, who were not especially strong. In terms of raw destructive power, she was absolutely near the top among all the test subjects. The problem was that her mental state was extremely unstable. You never knew what she might do next. Even the lamplighter was deeply afraid of her. From a distance, Cindy could crush him in an instant. If it had been anyone else, Benjamin probably would have erased their powers right away. But Cindy was different. Her strength was beyond question. If she could be stabilized, she would become an extremely powerful asset. Erasing her abilities, just like that, would be a damn shame. And in the original series, she later became one of Homelander's people, and she did not seem to do anything too far out of line. Benjamin hesitated for a moment, then opened the iron door. He wanted to talk to her. Benjamin pushed open the heavy iron door and stepped inside. The room was small. Its four walls were cold, concrete gray, and aside from a metal cot bolted to the floor, there was nothing else inside. A fluorescent tube on the ceiling cast a sickly white light, buzzing as it lit the entire room without leaving a single shadow. The air reeked of disinfectant mixed with something sour and rotten. It was the kind of smell that only came from psychiatric patients being locked in a sealed space for too long. In the center of the room, a bald woman sat cross-legged on the floor. She wore a pale blue hospital gown that had been washed nearly white, hanging loose over her thin body. The buttons at the collar were fastened wrong, exposing a stretch of unnaturally pale collarbone. There was not a single hair on her head. At first glance, she almost looked like a man. This woman was Cindy, one of the highest-rated telekinetic SUPs in Vought's files, and a high-risk test subject whose psychiatric evaluation report was covered in red warning labels. Hearing footsteps, Cindy slowly lifted her head. It was a gaunt face, with high cheekbones, deeply sunken eyes, and a vacant stare now fixed directly on Benjamin without blinking. Benjamin stood still and let her look him over. He had seen too many test subjects just now. Some were hysterical, some numb, some on their knees begging for mercy, and some cursing nonstop. But Cindy was different from all of them. Then Cindy opened her mouth and slowly said, "After today's moon breaks apart, soak it in porridge and drink it. I only just remembered there's no such thing as a red sun, and mice are cats." After saying that, she closed her mouth and continued staring straight at Benjamin. Benjamin froze for a second, then nearly lost it. Yeah, her mental illness did seem pretty damn serious. Still, Benjamin did not make a final call right away. Although Cindy's mental illness was severe, her logical thinking was also sharp. In the original series, Cindy had once been accidentally released. At the time, everyone thought she would go on a killing spree. Letting a lunatic like her loose was basically lighting the fuse on a barrel of explosives. But in reality, Cindy not only did not attack the main group, she showed a surprisingly clear sense of action and logic. She directly used telekinesis to crush the iron doors of the other test subjects' rooms, releasing every imprisoned supe and setting off a riot that swept through the entire laboratory. That smooth chain of actions really did not look like something done by a person whose brain was completely broken. In other words, Cindy's psychosis was intermittent. Or rather, her psychosis and her normal logical thinking existed at the same time. Her head might be packed full of shattered moons, red suns, and rats. But that did not stop her from making the most precise call at a critical moment. Benjamin decided to test that judgment. He did not speak again or try to communicate. He had his own way, a more direct one. Soon, Benjamin took a step forward and walked up to Cindy, looking down at the small, bald woman. There was less than a step between them. Benjamin could even smell the harsh chemical stink clinging to her. Then Benjamin drove a punch down. Chapter 118. Benjamin's punch was clean and brutal. His fist cut through the air and slammed hard into the side of Cindy's face. The impact ripped her off the floor and sent her crashing into the wall behind her. A dull boom followed, and cracks burst across the concrete with Cindy's back at the center. Her body was driven straight into the wall. Her head lolled to one side, her bald scalp covered in gray-white dust. To be honest, Benjamin had held back. Otherwise, killing Cindy with one punch would have been easy. But what could he do? Benjamin was a kind-hearted man. Benjamin drew back his fist. The next second, an invisible force surged in from every direction. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it felt like a giant, unseen hand had clamped down on Benjamin's body and was trying to crush him. This was Cindy's psychic power. A psychic power strong enough to twist steel into a pretzel. If it had been an ordinary soup, their bones would probably have shattered by now, their organs rupturing under that horrific pressure until blood poured from every opening in their body. But Benjamin was no ordinary soup. He merely looked down at himself. The invisible telekinetic field was trying to squeeze his body, but his skin did not even dent. His muscles remained as hard as steel, and his bones did not move an inch. That terrifying telekinetic force, powerful enough to make a weaker soup burst apart on the spot, landed on him like a 3-year-old pounding an adult's calf with everything they had. No, not even that hard. Benjamin started walking toward Cindy, who was still embedded in the wall. When he reached her, he grabbed the back collar of her hospital gown and yanked her out of the shattered concrete like pulling a radish out of mud. Cindy hung limply in his grip. A thin line of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, a little gift from that first punch. Her eyes were unfocused, her gaze drifting. She clearly still had not recovered from the hit. Benjamin did not give her the chance. The second punch drove into her abdomen, its force controlled with perfect precision. Not enough to kill her, but more than enough to make her question her entire damn life. Cindy's body folded violently. Then came the third punch. The fourth. Every blow landed where it would hurt the most without being fatal, steady, and unhurried. Cindy had no idea why this middle-aged man had walked in and started beating the shit out of her. Had she done something wrong? After several punches, Cindy's scattered gaze began to focus again. She became much more lucid, and the way she looked at Benjamin was filled with fear and respect. Before the beating, Cindy had looked kind of stupid. Now she seemed a lot smarter. Now, Benjamin lifted her by the collar with one hand until her eyes were level with his and said, "Can you fucking understand what I'm saying?" Cindy nodded hard. She only knew one thing. If she did not nod, the man in front of her absolutely would not mind punching her a few more times. I understand." Cindy's voice came out hoarse. Benjamin stared into her eyes for 3 seconds, as if checking whether that clarity in her gaze was real or just an act. 3 seconds later, he let go. Cindy dropped to the floor like a sack of potatoes, collapsing there and gasping for air. Sweat and blood mixed on her bald head and ran down her cheeks. Benjamin looked down at her. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "Good," he said, "then now we can have a proper chat." Benjamin had no idea how Homelander had subdued Cindy in the original series, but he figured it had probably been something like this. Cindy must have feared Homelander's power, and that was why she worked for him. Unfortunately, later on, Starlight snapped her neck and killed her. Starlight was way too nasty. He would go back tonight and teach her a lesson. Chapter 119. The conversation that followed did not last long. Benjamin was not the type to waste words. After those punches knocked her fully back to her senses, Cindy showed the same clear-headed logic she had in the original series. She still spouted nonsense every now and then, but when it came to the important questions, her answers were fairly coherent. Benjamin gave her two choices. First, have her superpowers erased, return to society as an ordinary person, and cut all ties with Vought from then on. Second, join Vought, become a superhero, and use her abilities in exchange for freedom, decent status, and a respectable life. Faced with the menace in Benjamin's eyes, Cindy chose the second option with almost no hesitation. And with that, Sage Grove Center's last test subject was dealt with. When Benjamin walked out through the gates of Sage Grove Center, Lamplighter followed behind him, his expression both relieved and complicated. Still, when he looked at Cindy beside them, his eyes were full of caution. As for the test subjects who had once been locked up here, the ones too difficult to control had their abilities erased and were released. Those willing to cooperate were added to an intake list, waiting for Vought's next arrangements. Sage Grove Center, a place that had carried countless dark secrets from the old Vought, officially became history today. The iron gates stood wide open, the corridors were empty. Staff would be sent in to handle the cleanup, followed by demolition and whatever else came next. "Sir, the ones we released." Lamplighter hesitated for a moment, then asked, "You sure they won't cause trouble?" Benjamin said, "If there's a fucking problem, Edgar can crawl out of his grave and explain it himself." When Benjamin returned to Vought headquarters with Cindy and Lamplighter, several executives on the administrative floor were shocked. A former member of the Seven was one thing, but a mental patient who had just been released from Sage Grove Center. She could join the second-tier SUPs too. But no one dared object, because Soldier Boy had personally brought them back. Then again, with her mental condition, maybe she could win support from people with psychiatric disabilities. Quite a few senior executives comforted themselves with that thought. The personnel arrangements were finalized quickly. Lamplighter was officially assigned to the second-tier SUPs as an elemental type. From now on, he would no longer be involved in anything related to the other experiments. The same went for Cindy. She was assigned to Blindspot's first team as a combat type. In fact, if Kimiko's younger brother had been willing to join Vought, he and Cindy might even have ended up on the same team. Their abilities seemed pretty similar, after all, both related to psychokinesis. But Kimiko's younger brother was still screaming about killing Vought. Maybe they should just use Kimiko's younger brother to control Kimiko. For Lamplighter, being assigned to the second-tier SUPs was not exactly an insult. He may have once been a member of the Seven, but everyone knew his physical capabilities were only a little stronger than an ordinary person's. Maybe he could take a regular handgun round and run at the speed of a professional athlete, but that was about it. His lighter and the torch he wielded were his real weapons. Sure, his damage output was high, but he was ultimately too fragile. Right now, there was not a single member of the Seven with weak physical durability. Homelander, Maeve, and Stormfront went without saying. Then there was Black Noir II, who could tank a Gatling gun head-on, the Deep, whose physique was about on par with Black Noir II's, and Starlight, who was tough as hell. Moving down to the second line gave Lamplighter both dignity and protection. Besides, the second-tier SUPs were receiving unprecedented attention and development. All kinds of second- and third-tier teams were appearing in public more frequently, handling city patrols, disaster relief, and community service. All the jobs top-tier heroes could not be bothered to do were being taken over by the second-tier teams, which unexpectedly earned them a lot of goodwill from the public. Lamplighter joined at exactly the right time. With his precise control over fire, it would not be long before he became a core member of a second-tier team. As for Cindy, her position was a little more delicate. A mentally ill person becoming a superhero was sketchy no matter how you looked at it, and the PR department was miserable over it. But Benjamin did not give a damn what the PR department thought. Fortunately, the company personally evaluated Cindy. Although the bald woman did have a mental illness, it was controllable, and her logical thinking was stronger than that of most normal people. More importantly, she could actually understand what people said, tell enemies from allies, and knew when to act and when to stop. That was enough. Benjamin had already experienced the strength of her telekinesis firsthand, in that small room at Sage Grove Center. That power, strong enough to twist steel into a pretzel, posed no threat to him at all. But in a street fight, or against ordinary soup criminals, it was basically a one-sided stomp. That meant Cindy's overall strength could easily place her among the top ranks of the second-tier sups, maybe even above the deep. Having her take down criminals and deal with ordinary soup offenders was more than enough. Of course, to prevent an actual psychotic episode, Cindy had to undergo a psychiatric evaluation once a week. If she failed, she would be suspended immediately and sent for treatment. Cindy had no objection to this. In fact, she was extremely cooperative. After taking those punches from Benjamin, she had become very obedient. With that, the Sage Grove Center incident came to an end. That afternoon, Black Noir II officially joined the Seven. Since Black Noir was still alive as far as the public knew, the news was not announced. Every handover and onboarding procedure was handled quietly in a sealed room high inside the Vought headquarters building. Benjamin summoned the young man in the black uniform directly to his windowless private office. Black Noir II stood in front of Benjamin, back straight, both hands pressed against his black armor. Benjamin leaned back in his chair and looked him up and down for a few seconds, then spoke with open impatience. "All right, talk, I fucking know you can." Black Noir II froze for a second, then quickly said, "Mr. Soldier Boy, you have no idea." He spoke fast, very fast. "They haven't let me talk since the selection process started. They kept saying Black Noir is a silent ninja and has to keep up the mysterious persona. Sir, do you know how painful it is to not let someone talk? I've been losing my damn mind holding it in. Every day when I get back to the dorm, I talk to myself in the mirror so much that my neighbors think I'm hiding someone in my room. Sir, you're a good man. Seriously, you're the first person who's let me speak at work. As a student from Godalkin University, he had already admired Benjamin a great deal. Now he admired him even more, and once he started talking, he would not stop. "Enough." Benjamin raised a hand and cut him off. "Don't fucking overdo it." "Yes, sir, understood, sir." Black Noir II shut his mouth almost instantly. Soon, Benjamin gave Black Noir II his assignment. The Deep was still investigating the Church of the Collective. Originally, the Deep and A-Train had been in charge of the mission together. But now that A-Train had developed heart problems and been kicked out of the Seven, someone capable had to step in and help with the investigation. Black Noir II was definitely capable enough, even if he was a little unreliable. Still, Benjamin considered that Black Noir had only just joined the company and still had a pile of onboarding procedures, training arrangements, and identity handoffs to deal with, so he gave him some breathing room. He told Black Noir he could finish all that miscellaneous crap first, then go meet up with the Deep. Who knew if the Deep had started slacking off by now? There had not been any new intel in a long time. Black Noir II agreed without hesitation. He gave Benjamin a deep bow, then walked out of the office with a spring in his step. Once he was outside, Black Noir II immediately went back to his cold, silent act. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During the day, Benjamin had Rena carry him around while they wandered and enjoyed themselves. Or at night, he would discipline the utterly rotten Starlight, Stormfront, or Newman. Benjamin also occasionally made time to go out for a meal with Homelander. Honestly, Homelander was already getting a little pissed off at Starlight and Stormfront. If not for them, maybe he would have had more time with Benjamin. Vought's secret community. This was where Becca and Ryan were staying. Not far from the secret community, inside an ordinary guest house, 3 men were crammed into one tiny room. The room was lit by a single dim yellow desk lamp. The curtains were drawn tight, not letting even a sliver of light leak out. The ashtray was packed with cigarette butts, and the air felt stale and oppressive. Butcher sat in a chair by the window, holding a can of beer that had already gone warm. His eyes were fixed through a gap in the curtains on the small lit building outside, his gaze dark and heavy. Butcher, Mother's Milk said from where he leaned against the corner, his lowered voice unable to hide his frustration. When the hell are we making a move? We've been here for days, watching that damn building every day, watching Homelander come and go, and we're just doing nothing. Butcher did not turn around. His eyes stayed locked on that lit window. After a long silence, he finally shook his head. His voice was rough and low. Not right now. He lifted the beer can and took a swig. The cold liquid slid down his throat, but it did nothing to put out the fire in his chest. Homelander's been coming back here a lot lately. Sometimes twice a day, sometimes for the whole damn night. We don't know when he's here or when he leaves. There's no pattern. If we go after Becca and Ryan right under his nose, how many seconds do you think all of us put together would last? Mother's Milk opened his mouth, then said nothing. He knew Butcher was right. Every one of them understood Homelander's strength. A head-on fight with him would be suicide. Then how long are we supposed to wait? Frenchie asked from the opposite corner. He was crouched on the floor, wiping down a precision instrument. The desk lamp reflected in his blue eyes, and his tone was much calmer than Mother's Milk's. Butcher turned around to face the two of them. There are supervillains all over the goddamn world right now. You really think that bastard Homelander is gonna sit at home and play dad? Don't be stupid. He crushed the empty beer can in his hand and shouted angrily, "We wait for the day Homelander has to fly to the other side of the planet to clean up some other country's supervillains. That's when we move." Butcher was not stupid. If they were going to make a move, they had to pick a time when Homelander was busy. Dinner was halfway through, at the Newman family dining table. It was a detached villa in an upscale residential area of New York, tastefully decorated without being too flashy. The off-white walls matched the dark walnut floors. Warm yellow light poured down from recessed ceiling lamps, wrapping the entire dining room in a cozy glow. There were 2 place settings on the table, along with a plate of grilled salmon with asparagus, a glass of white wine, and a glass of orange juice. Newman wore a beige house sweater, her hair casually pinned up behind her head, and was lifting a piece of fish to her mouth with her fork. Across from her sat her daughter, Zoe, a little girl who had inherited her mother's delicate features. She held the glass of orange juice in both hands. She took small sips, glancing at her mother from time to time as if she was hesitating over whether to say something. This night was just like every night before they moved, quiet and orderly. Mother and daughter had only each other. Ever since divorcing Samir, Newman had brought Zoe here. It was still New York, but it was a fair distance from where they had lived before. She had done this to show Soldier Boy that she was starting over. It was also meant to reassure Soldier Boy. After all, she had been willing to move, willing to be Soldier Boy's canary, willing to cut herself off completely from her past. Soon, there was a knock at the door. Newman's fork stopped in midair. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes sharpened in an instant. It was the instinct she had developed after years of fighting her way through politics. At this hour, no one had an appointment to visit. And that man had not said he was coming to see her. She did not get up right away. Instead, she tilted her head slightly and listened. The knock came again, a little more urgent this time. "Mom," Zoe set down her orange juice and looked at her mother in confusion. "Stay here, don't move." Newman set down her fork, wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, stood, stretched slightly, and turned toward the door. Her movements were calm and unhurried, but every step toward the door carried a subtle edge of caution. Her hand paused on the doorknob for 1 second before she turned it. The door opened. A man stood outside. He wore a wrinkled dark blue jacket over a gray t-shirt with a stretched-out collar. His chin was covered in several days' worth of bluish-gray stubble, his eye sockets were sunken, and his cheekbones jutted sharply. He looked as if something had hollowed him out from the inside, so haggard he was almost unrecognizable. But of course, Newman recognized him. Samir. Her ex-husband. They stared at each other across the threshold, less than a meter apart, yet it felt as if an uncrossable gulf lay between them. The cold night wind swept in from outside, stirring a few loose strands of hair at Newman's temples. She instinctively pulled her sweater a little tighter around herself. Not because the wind was that cold, but because this sudden meeting made her need a second to steady her breathing. "Why are you here?" Newman folded her arms across her chest. Her voice was icy, but if you listened closely, there was the faintest tremor hidden beneath that cold, hard surface. At the sight of Samir, a dull pain spread through her chest, but her expression did not soften at all. Chapter 120. Newman's heart hurt. It was the truth, whether she wanted to admit it or not. Divorce had never been what she wanted. When she made that decision, her heart had broken, but there was no other choice. No way back. "I came to see you. I came to see my daughter." Samir's voice was low. His gaze passed over Newman's shoulder and toward the dining room. Through the half-open door, he saw Zoe sitting at the table. The little girl had turned her head to look this way, her eyes exactly like Newman's, filled with complicated emotion. "If you don't want to die, I suggest you get the hell out." Newman ignored his gaze and spoke coldly. Her threat made Samir sway, as if her words had slapped him hard across the face. His Adam's apple bobbed. His lips trembled a few times before he finally spoke, his voice shaking. "Newman, after all these years together, all these years, are you really just going to throw it all away?" As he said it, a thin sheen of tears gathered in his eyes. It didn't look like an act, at least not completely. This was nearly 10 years of marriage, after all. Newman did not answer. She only stared coldly at Samir. Zoe kept looking at Samir, with that same complicated expression. She was still young, but girls matured early, and from everything that had happened these past few days, she had already pieced together a rough idea. She knew her mom and dad were divorced. She knew her dad had left their home. She knew her mom had told her it was all her dad's fault. Yes, Newman had told Zoe that all of this was Samir's fault. She told Zoe that her father had done a lot of bad things, that he had hurt her mother and betrayed their family. She had even, intentionally or not, revealed some of Samir's dirty laundry, shaping him into the image of a father who was not worth respecting or missing. That had never been what Newman wanted, but she had to do it. She needed a reason, a good enough reason to make Zoe stop missing the father she used to know. To be fair, not everything Newman said was a lie. Samir had cheated, more than once. The old Newman had never cared all that much about it. After all, in America, especially in their circle, attitudes toward sex were nowhere near rigid enough for one or two affairs to end in divorce. Turning a blind eye, maintaining the respectable shell of a marriage, and continuing on while each side got what they needed. That was the most common way things worked in their class. But now it was different. Everything had changed. Because Newman was now Soldier Boy's woman. And Soldier Boy cared about things like that. That was the key. She already belonged to Benjamin. Her status had fundamentally changed. Cheating had once been a small thing Newman barely gave a damn about. Now, it had become the most convenient knife in her hand. Of course, it still counted as an excuse. Feelings, throw it away. Newman finally spoke. The tremor in her voice was gone, replaced by sarcasm. She let out a cold snort, her eyes fixed on Samir's haggard face. "Don't make me laugh. I was young and stupid, and somehow I picked you. Edgar was right. You married me because you wanted my platform. You dated me because you thought you could use me. Dream on. Now you've lost your job, and you're not even good enough for me anymore. So get the fuck out." Samir's expression changed instantly. Is that why?" Samir pressed her, anxiety creeping into his voice. Newman did not give him a chance to breathe. She tilted her head slightly and went on in the same unhurried tone. "And that's not all. There's also the record of you cheating a while back. You want me to pull it up for you? You want me to fucking remind you of that woman's name and which hotel room she stayed in?" Samir's face changed again. He instinctively took half a step back. He had never imagined Newman would confront him with something like this. Cheating. Did she actually care about that? Back then, she had clearly always looked the other way. She had never wasted her breath on things like this. What did that kind of thing even count for in American high society? Who the hell divorced their husband at light speed just because he slept with another woman? It was absurd. No, it definitely was not that simple. Samir's mind cleared a little. Standing on the porch in the cold wind, he stared at Newman's ice-cold face. There was no way Newman had divorced him just because he had used her a little. If she had cared about that, she would have said something years ago instead of waiting until now. And there was no way it was just because of some affair, either. She did not care about any of that. She had never cared. True, he no longer had his job at Vought, but with his abilities, he could easily find another high-paying position somewhere else. So that probably was not the reason either. Why the hell are you still here? Newman's voice suddenly rose, cutting off his thoughts. She narrowed her eyes. A trace of white appeared in her pupils, the sign of her superpowers. You want me to pop your head and splatter your blood all over the place. Samir's face went completely white. He knew Newman's abilities. Honestly, Samir understood better than anyone how terrifying this woman was. In front of those big, beautiful eyes, a person's life or death really did come down to a single thought. He clenched his molars hard, his face shifting between livid and pale. In the end, his survival instinct overpowered every other emotion. He said nothing else, turned sharply and left. The door slammed shut. Newman leaned against it, her eyes closed. In the dining room, Zoe sat quietly in her chair, holding the glass of orange juice that had already gone cold. The warm yellow light above the table reflected in her large eyes. Mom, don't be sad, you still have me, Mom. Zoe called out to her. Hearing her daughter's voice, Newman took a deep breath, steadied herself, and walked back to the dining table. She picked up her fork and continued eating the piece of grilled salmon that had already gone cold. Her movements were calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. Outside the door, the night was heavy and dark. Samir stumbled out of the upscale residential area. Cold wind poured into his open collar, making him shiver. But his mind was growing clearer and clearer, clear to an almost cold-blooded degree. He had to figure it out. Why had Newman divorced him? There had to be a real reason behind all of this. Newman should have still loved him. So what exactly had made her harden her heart, turn on him so ruthlessly in such a short time, and rip him out of her life by the roots? What did she really care about? Chapter 121. It was another afternoon. Samir sat alone in the corner of a cheap fast food place on a New York street, a cup of black coffee long gone cold in front of him. Several crumpled sticky notes were spread across the greasy tabletop, covered in messy, crossed-out guesses. He had been sitting there all afternoon. He had refilled his coffee 3 times. And still, he had no answers. Could it be Zoe? The thought came to him quickly. Yes, Zoe. The deepest bond between him and Newman was not their 10-year marriage, and it was not all the ups and downs they had gone through together. It was Zoe. That little girl was everything to Newman. Her life. The first thing she thought of when she opened her eyes in the morning, and the last thing on her mind before she closed them at night. If there was one thing Newman would never compromise on, it was Zoe's safety. A terrifying possibility began to take shape in his mind. Was Zoe in danger? Was some unstoppable threat closing in on their daughter, forcing Newman to divorce him and cut him out of their lives completely so she could protect Zoe and herself along with her? If that was the case, then everything made sense. If all of this was for Zoe, then it all made perfect sense. Samir's breathing grew rapid. But soon, he shook his head. No, that logic did not hold up. Who was Newman? She was Victoria Newman, a member of Congress, one of the most powerful women in the country, and a soup who could make anyone explode on the spot with a single glare. She was a walking ultimate weapon. She did not need to be afraid of anything. If Zoe was really in danger, if anyone or any force dared to threaten Zoe, then the most reasonable thing for Newman to do would be to use every ability and resource she had to wipe out that threat, not push him away. Samir might be a top biologist, but when it came to protecting their daughter, what he could do was nothing compared to Newman. Abandoning a daughter's father to save the daughter, that logic did not just fail, it was ridiculous. Was there some even stronger being threatening Zoe and Newman? Troubled, he crumpled the sticky note into a ball, tossed it into the ashtray already piled with paper balls, then irritably gulped down a mouthful of cold coffee. The bitter liquid hit his taste buds, but it did nothing for the anxiety clawing harder and harder at his heart. Over the next few days, Samir tried to investigate Newman's movements. He tried to find any old acquaintance who might know the inside story. He tried to dig even the tiniest bit of information out of Vought. But every road led to a dead end. Newman had blocked his number, and her social circle had shut him out completely. As for the Vought employees who had once bowed and scraped whenever they saw him, now they treated him like a walking disease. They either turned and left the moment they saw him, or asked him to leave with polite, icy smiles. All because he had been fired from Vought. Once, he had been Stan Edgar's most trusted right-hand man. He had been a top expert in Vaught's biological research division, a core member of the Advanced Compound V research team. That had been Samir's job. Samir's laboratory access had been among the highest in the entire company. But that was all in the past. After Edgar's fall, the old Vought management was completely purged by Soldier Boy and Homelander. And of course, Samir had been swept up in it too. One termination notice, all access revoked. He had been kicked straight out of the clouds and back down to earth. Now he had nothing. No job, no connections, and no family. His bank balance was shrinking every day, and fewer people in his contacts would even pick up his calls. Samir was even starting to wonder how many more cups of coffee he could afford in this fast food place. After all, most of the money he had earned had gone to Newman. Just as that thought surfaced, a black four-door sedan pulled up silently outside the restaurant. It was an unmarked car, its body smooth as a mirror, without so much as a logo. A man in a black suit got out from the driver's seat. He was of average build, his hair combed perfectly into place, his face completely expressionless. The man pushed open the glass door of the fast food place and walked straight toward Samir's corner. He stopped in front of Samir's table, leaned down slightly, and said in a voice so low only the two of them could hear, "If you want to know why your wife abandoned you, come with me. I'm not here to hurt you. My boss wants to help." Samir went stiff. He looked up and stared at the unfamiliar man in black, his pupils tightening slightly. He was not stupid. A stranger getting out of an unmarked car in the dark and inviting a desperate man to get in that kind of tone, reeked of danger from every angle. The other party might not have good intentions, but Samir had nowhere left to go. After days of investigating, he had not found a single useful lead. He had no idea where to turn next. And now, someone who knew the answer he wanted had appeared right in front of him. Whether the man meant well or meant harm, whether the back seat of that black sedan led to the truth or a trap, Samir had no choice left. He stood up, he did not ask who the man was, he did not ask where they were going. Samir only nodded and followed him. The man in black turned and headed outside, with Samir close behind. He opened the rear door of the black sedan, bent down, and got in. The door shut, and the black sedan slipped silently into traffic. Late that night, the black sedan moved like a silent fish into a forgotten industrial district on the outskirts of Washington. Outside the window, the city lights gradually fell behind them, replaced by rows of rust-covered abandoned factories and smokestacks that had long since stopped working. The road was uneven and full of potholes. A pale, cold crescent moon reflected in the puddles. The sedan finally stopped in front of an abandoned warehouse. It was a dull gray concrete building. The door opened, and Samir was led out of the car by the expressionless man in black. Feeling the night wind, Samir instinctively hunched his shoulders and followed the man in black through the warehouse doors. The inside of the warehouse was nothing like he had imagined. It had clearly been renovated. The outside was run down, but the interior was clean and orderly. Several high-powered industrial lights lit the entire space as bright as day. A few pieces of laboratory equipment stood neatly along the walls, their screens flickering with dense streams of data. But what truly stunned him were the two people standing in the center of the warehouse. Chapter 122. At that moment, an imposing older woman stood before him, looking about 60. Her short silver-gray hair was combed perfectly into place, and she wore a sharply tailored dark outfit. She stood ramrod straight, like an old pine. In her hand was a tablet. Her gaze was sharp and steady, and everything about her carried the hard edge of someone with a military background. Beside her stood a handsome middle-aged man. He wore a refined dark suit, his hair carefully styled. His features were deep-set but mild, and a faint smile hovered on his lips. Around the warehouse stood 6 or 7 security guards in black uniforms. Every one of them was stone-faced, their waists bulging enough to make it obvious they were armed. Samir stood in the middle of the warehouse, staring at the scene in front of him, his mind struggling to catch up. He had thought he would be taken to some dark basement to meet 1 or 2 shady informants. But this was clearly a well-organized operation. Who the hell were these people? And why were they looking for him? Let me introduce myself. The older woman spoke first. Her voice was calm and forceful, carrying the authority of someone used to giving orders. My name is Mallory. After introducing herself, she paused, then raised a hand and pointed to the handsome middle-aged man beside her. This is Adna, president of the Church of the Collective. He has a great deal of dirt on Vought. Samir's eyes widened slightly. Colonel Mallory. He had heard the name before, though he had never met her. She was a former senior CIA official who had once overseen SUPE affairs, and she had a strong reputation in both intelligence circles and the military. As for the Church of the Collective, that seemed to be some kind of cult. How had these two sides suddenly joined forces? And more importantly, what did it mean that they had come together to find him? His heart lurched. You know why Newman abandoned me. Samir's voice was urgent. He did not care about pleasantries or small talk. He just wanted an answer. Of course. Mallory's answer was blunt. She took 2 steps forward, turned the tablet around, and held it out in front of Samir. The screen was lit, showing a photograph. It was a still from a security camera. It had been taken outside the entrance of a luxury hotel. The lighting was bright, and the image was clear. In the photo, a man and a woman were walking arm in arm out through the hotel's revolving doors. The woman wore a finely tailored dark dress, her hair pinned up in an elegant bun, with a smile on her face that Samir knew far too well. It was Newman, his wife, the mother of his daughter. And the man whose arm she held was tall and powerfully built, wearing a dark coat. His stride was steady and confident. Even in a surveillance still, the pressure rolling off him was impossible to miss. It was Soldier Boy. The two of them looked intimate and natural together. Newman's body leaned slightly toward Soldier Boy, and the way she held his arm was full of attachment and trust. The smile on Newman's face was not a politician's practiced fake grin for the cameras. It was genuine from the heart. And the background behind them, the sign of that luxury hotel and its revolving doors, said everything. A man and a woman walking out of a hotel arm in arm late at night. The image needed no explanation. Samir's fingers clamped around the edge of the tablet. His lips trembled a few times before he said, That's Soldier Boy and my Newman. Samir. Adna spoke from the side with a pleasant smile. His voice was gentle and magnetic, but his words hit like a knife. Let me correct you, that isn't your Newman, she's Soldier Boy's now. Samir snapped his head up and stared at Adna, his eyes bloodshot. Then his gaze went blank. His wife, Newman, had cheated on him. But the affair itself was not what confused him most. In America, that kind of thing was far too common. So if it was just cheating, Samir did not care at all. What he truly could not understand was something else. His brow was tightly furrowed, and his haggard face was filled with confusion. He said, But why? Why would Newman abandon me? They just slept together once, didn't they? She's divorcing me just because of that. There was even a trace of innocence in his voice when he said it. In his worldview, an affair and a divorce did not naturally go hand in hand. A man and a woman sleeping together was, in their circle, nothing more than a harmless little fling. Who would blow up a 10-year marriage and tear apart a whole family over something that small? Newman did not care about that kind of thing. She never had. Even when he did it himself. So why this time? Why did she not only care, but care enough to divorce him at damn near light speed? Mallory looked into Samir's bewildered eyes, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. The truth was, she did not really understand it either. Logically, Soldier Boy definitely would not care, which meant the one who cared was Newman. Maybe Newman fell in love with Soldier Boy, who knows? As far as I know, Soldier Boy has always been a womanizer. The number of women he's been involved with, across all types, is probably impossible to count. And for a smart, forceful woman like Newman to be drawn to him, then cling to him for support, that's hardly strange. At this point, Mallory's voice suddenly faltered for a moment. An old image flashed through her mind against her will. The smoke over the battlefield in Nicaragua, the young men in uniform, gunfire and blood, and Soldier Boy's cynical face. She suddenly remembered that, back when they had first been on the battlefield in Nicaragua, that bastard had flirted with her too, hadn't he? That must have been decades ago. She had still been young then, and he had been wearing that sleazy helmet, saying filthy little things to her around camp in that careless tone of his. At the time, Mallory had only thought he was an irritating playboy. And that helmet really had been ugly as hell, sleazy too. Chapter 123. But when Mallory looked back on it now, that memory, soaked through by the years, had become complicated. Her feelings toward Soldier Boy had never been simple. The man was an asshole, there was no question about that. Soldier Boy was arrogant, a womanizer, domineering, and he looked down on everyone. But on the battlefield in Nicaragua, he had also been the only supe who fought alongside her against their enemies. Back then, Soldier Boy had really put in the work. He had shed blood. He had been her ally, a reliable gun on the battlefield. And then what happened? Soldier Boy was betrayed by the other members of Payback, stabbed in the back by his own people, and shipped off to a Soviet lab to be tortured for 40 whole years. Only now did Mallory truly understand what Soldier Boy had gone through. He had been the victim of that filthy deal, a discarded pawn abandoned by his own side. A man she hated, but who was also strangely straightforward. And what Soldier Boy had done after returning to Vought surprised Mallory even more. He really did seem to want to transform Vought, to gradually turn that old, filthy company, rotten to the core and soaked in blood, into something more like a proper superhero company. The Vought under his control seemed different from Vought under Edgar. It had changed. Those things were right in front of her. She could not pretend she did not see them. Even if Mallory hated Vought. That was why her feelings toward Soldier Boy were so damn complicated. No matter how much of an asshole he was still the most normal supe she had ever seen in her life. A supe who knew what a line was, what rules were, and who had already done his best not to slaughter innocent people. Of course, Mother's Milk's family was the exception. In a world full of twisted sups, that almost counted as a rare virtue. But for now, all those complicated feelings had to be shoved aside. Mallory pushed the thoughts out of her mind and focused again on the matter in front of her. Mallory's position had not changed one bit. She still intended to go after Homelander, Soldier Boy, and Vought. No matter what Soldier Boy had done, he was still the one in power at Vought, still standing in a position that needed to be checked. And what Mallory wanted to do was destroy Homelander and Vought completely. No matter how much Soldier Boy tried to reform Vought, Mallory would never believe Vought could truly change. Because the rot inside certain sups could not be changed at all. Combine that with Newman's behavior at the hearing, Mallory said, pulling her thoughts back and continuing her analysis in a calm, firm voice. And it's enough to see that Soldier Boy first went to Newman because he wanted her to help Homelander, to give Vought more political room to maneuver. But somewhere along the way, the two of them got tangled up. Newman fell for Soldier Boy, so she abandoned you. That's the whole reason. She paused, then added, "Of course, there's another possibility we can't rule out. Newman may think Soldier Boy and Homelander can give her a higher position in politics. After all, for some politicians, love and self-interest are basically the same damn thing. And now that Vought has fired you, you've lost everything. Newman may very well have decided to dump you." Mallory's analysis was clear and methodical, each conclusion linking neatly to the next. It sounded airtight. But what she did not know was that there were still things she did not know. For example, at this very moment, Mallory still had no idea who Newman really was. She did not know that the woman sitting among the lawmakers at the hearing was not an ordinary human. She did not know that Newman herself was a supe with terrifying superpowers, the head popper who could make anyone's skull burst while chatting like nothing had happened. According to the intelligence Mallory had, Newman was just a politician, a sharp, capable congresswoman, and an ally who had once stood on the anti-Homelander, anti-Vought front. They were supposed to be on the same side. But now that card had been taken by Soldier Boy, and only Mallory herself knew how bitter that felt. Samir said nothing. He stood there, his hands hanging weakly at his sides. Mallory had already taken the tablet back, but his hands were still curled as if he were gripping something, as if there were still anything left for him to hold on to. His eyes were empty and lost, and he gave a murmur so low it was barely audible. That goddamn Soldier Boy. His voice was hoarse and shaking. He's the strongest supe in the world. Even Homelander is his son. Samir lifted his head and looked at Mallory in despair. Mallory looked at the hopelessness written all over Samir's face and knew the time had come. She handed the tablet to the aide behind her, clasped her hands behind her back, and stood in front of Samir with the steady posture of a soldier. So our goal is to take out these goddamn sups and take down Vought. The world would be better off without Vought. Mallory paused, her gaze sweeping across Samir's face to make sure he was listening, then continued, "You were a researcher at Vought. You're talented. When it comes to deep development of Compound V, there are only a handful of people in all of Vought who could reach your position. What I value is your brain, the knowledge and data about Vought inside that head of yours. I want you to join our team." Samir did not speak, he only listened in silence. The warehouse's industrial lights reflected in his bloodshot eyes, flickering unsteadily. Mallory did not rush him. Instead, she began laying out her hand piece by piece. She knew that if she wanted a former Vought executive to defect, stirring up his emotions would not be enough. She had to show him what her side could bring to the table. "I'm with the boys," she said. Her voice was not loud, but every word carried weight. "You may not have heard the name, but we've been dealing with Vought longer than any organization out there. We've killed plenty of sups, including Translucent. And Adna, president of the Church of the Collective, is standing right in front of you. The church has multiple eyes inside Vought and a hell of a lot of dirt on the company. We're not a few strays hiding in a corner plotting a rebellion. We have strength, intelligence, and resources." Colonel Mallory deliberately paused, giving Samir time to digest it, then continued, "I need you to give us dirt on Vought under Soldier Boy's control. But honestly, you probably don't have any. You were purged before this round of power changed hands, so you wouldn't have access to the new Vaught's internal secrets. I know that. If you do have something, great. If not, it doesn't matter, because your real value isn't intelligence." "Wait," Samir said, lifting his head. A trace of clarity finally appeared in his eyes. He cut Mallory off, as if trying to confirm what he had heard. "So your goal is to take down Vought and Homelander and Soldier Boy?" Mallory nodded. "Then if I don't have any dirt on the new Vought, what can I do?" Samir asked. He was thinking about where he fit on this board. He understood his situation. A former executive who had been kicked out of the game. An unemployed man whose bank balance was shrinking fast. A loser who could not even break into his ex-wife's social circle. What value could he possibly have? Chapter 124. The corner of Mallory's mouth lifted slightly in a brief, knowing smile. That was the exact question she had been waiting for. As a researcher, you were once highly valued by Edgar. That experience alone makes you useful. And you understand Vaught's experiments. Compound V, their R&D process, their technical weaknesses. In someone else's hands, that knowledge might be worthless. In ours, it could become a weapon. She took a step forward, lowered her voice, and said, "For example, a weapon that can suppress sups, maybe even kill them. You're an expert in that field, aren't you? And if I remember right, you know biology pretty damn well too. Could you develop a biological weapon capable of killing Homelander or Soldier Boy? A virus, for instance?" Samir's heartbeat sped up. A weapon that could suppress or kill sups, or a virus. The more Samir heard, the more alarmed he became. These people weren't just talking shit, They were serious. They had organization, intelligence, resources, equipment, clear targets, and a concrete plan of action. They weren't trying to take down some single soup. They were going after Vought Corporation itself. Soldier Boy included, Homelander included, that massive monster controlling the most powerful soup force in the world included. These people had balls. So much that even he, someone who had once worked in Vought's most central department, felt his scalp prickle. After what Vought did to you, after the way Soldier Boy humiliated you, Mallory said, seeing that Samir was still hesitating. Her voice suddenly turned cold. You're telling me you don't want revenge. She gave him no room to breathe and pressed harder. And then there's Newman. Newman is on Vought's side now. She's clearly chosen Vought's camp and is meddling in this country's political affairs on Vought's behalf. You used to be part of Vought. You know better than anyone what it means when a soup corporation sticks its hand into Congress. That is a terrifying fucking thing. Sups cannot be allowed to rule this country or everything goes to hell. Your daughter, Zoe, what kind of world is she going to grow up in? A world ruled by Sups or a normal one? That choice is in your hands now. Samir's Adam's apple bobbed. Mallory had brought up Zoe, and that struck exactly where it hurt. His daughter's young face flashed through his mind, along with those eyes that looked exactly like Newman's. If Newman had really thrown herself completely behind Vought, if Soldier Boy and Homelander were truly using Newman to manipulate Congress, then what would become of Zoe? Even if they never actually did it, they still had the power to. Would Newman eventually become a piece in Vought Corporation's political game? Would those lunatics use her as a tool? He wavered, his expression shifting again and again under the light. Fear and anger fought inside him, while reason and impulse pulled him in opposite directions. He wasn't someone like Butcher. He didn't have that vicious streak, that willingness to risk everything and damn the consequences. He was just a researcher. Seeing that, a flicker of unmistakable disappointment passed through Mallory's eyes. She couldn't help comparing Samir to Butcher in her mind. Their situations were too similar. Butcher's wife, Becca, had been taken away by Homelander. And Samir's wife, Newman, had been taken away by Soldier Boy. The same experience, the same betrayal, the same loss of the thing they cherished most to a soup. But how had Butcher reacted? He would risk his life just to go after Homelander. And Samir. He was standing there, unable to make up his damn mind. The gap between them was simply too wide. Mallory sighed inwardly, but she didn't let that disappointment show on her face. Disappointment was one thing. Samir's professional value was still irreplaceable. She needed the knowledge inside Samir's head. As for his courage, that could be built up over time. Or rather, someone else could make up for what he lacked. Samir's final answer did not leave Mallory disappointed for long. He stayed silent for a full 2 minutes. Then he raised his bloodshot eyes, looked at Mallory, nodded, and said, "I understand." Then Samir added, "But I can't put myself in danger. I'm just an ordinary researcher. I'm not a soup and I don't know how to fight. I don't want to die. My daughter still needs me." "Relax," Mallory said, a faint, meaningful smile appearing on her face. "I won't put you in danger, and besides, you won't be acting alone. There's someone you're going to like. His name is Frenchie. You're both good at using your heads. Maybe the two of you can give me a few surprises." Samir made no comment on that arrangement. Then he took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and said, "You said Newman is interfering in national politics on Vought's behalf. You said that was terrifying." Mallory raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at him, waiting for the rest. "You're not wrong," Samir said, his voice steadier now. "Vought started infiltrating national politics a long time ago, very, very early, much earlier than you imagine." "What do you mean?" Mallory's brows drew together, her gaze sharpening in an instant. She knew Vought had always wanted to get into the military. Back when Edgar and Madeline controlled Vought, that had already been true. Samir lifted his head, looked Mallory straight in the eyes, and said, "Because from beginning to end, Newman has always been an undercover agent planted by Vought in the National Assembly. She's a soup, and her adoptive father is Stan Edgar." Mallory's pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 125. The instant Mallory heard that, visible shock crossed her face. Newman was a supe. The congresswoman who had spoken so passionately at the congressional hearing, the ally who had once stood beside her against Homelander. That young woman who had looked like nothing more than a sharp politician. She was not only a supe, but also Edgar's mole in Congress. In that instant, Mallory finally understood. No wonder Newman's political career had gone so smoothly, with every rival somehow cleared out of her way. No wonder her marriage to Samir had been so seamless. A top Vought biologist and a member of Congress, and the connection between them had been hidden perfectly. Samir was talented, yes, but in the beginning he had not been one of Vought's people. Maybe it was because of Newman that Samir had risen so quickly into Vought's top research ranks. In fact, it was only recently, through a few tiny, almost invisible clues, that Mallory had discovered Samir and Newman had once been married. Before Samir was fired by Vought, his personal information had been locked down tight. Only after he fell from power did cracks appear in those once airtight layers of secrecy, exposing the faintest traces. Without those cracks, she might still have no idea the two of them were connected. At that moment, everything clicked into place. From the very beginning, Newman had been Vought's person, a pawn Edgar had personally planted in Congress. After Edgar died, Newman had tried to break free of Vought's control. She had even wanted to turn on Vought and take revenge for Edgar. Then Soldier Boy showed up. After whatever the hell he did, he dragged her right back into Vought's camp. Newman had become Vought's person again. Only this time, her loyalty had shifted from Edgar to Soldier Boy. A cold flame of anger lit in Mallory's eyes. She gritted her teeth, her voice sharp with rage. What a goddamn spineless little traitor. A fence-sitter who only ever leans toward whoever's stronger. Her fists clenched at her sides. Then she fixed her eyes on Samir and asked a question she had never thought she would need to ask. So Newman's old rivals, the politicians who blocked her path to power, where the hell did they all go? In the early days, Newman's rise had been too fast. Far too fast for a normal political newcomer. Every time an important position opened up, her rivals would drop out of the race one way or another. Some were buried in scandals, some withdrew because of illness, some suffered sudden, unexpected accidents. Mallory had once chalked it all up to luck, or to Newman having a brilliant campaign team behind her. But now it looked like that brilliant campaign team might never have existed at all. There had only been Newman. And Newman's power might be terrifying. Samir looked into Mallory's rage-filled eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched, forming a bitter smile. He spoke quietly. Newman killed them all, everyone who stood in her way, every rival who competed with her, not a single exception. All she had to do was look at them, and then bang, that was it. The so-called head popper was never some serial killer, and it wasn't a terrorist. It was Newman, it was always her. She's the one who killed everyone in her way. Well, that is one hell of a piece of dirt. Off to the side, Adna, the president of the Church of the Collective, leaned against the wall with his arms folded, the hint of a smile on his lips. His deep eyes swept over Samir twice. Samir snapped his head around, his gaze stabbing straight at Adna. Of course he knew who Adna was, the president of the Church of the Collective. And now this man had heard Newman's secret with his own ears. He had heard that her hands were soaked in blood. He had heard that she was Edgar's mole in Congress. You're the head of that cult, you can't expose this. When Samir said it, the emotions inside him were far more complicated than he let show. Did he hate Newman? Maybe a little. In just a few short days, this woman had coldly ended their 10-year marriage, ripped him out of her life by the roots, and refused to give him even a half-decent explanation. Any man in that position should hate her. But hate and love sometimes live in the same room, and it is hard to pull them apart. He still loved Newman. He could not stand the thought of seeing her hurt. Even if she might now be walking in and out of luxury hotels on another man's arm. And deep down, there was still a thought struggling inside him, one that was almost self-deception. What if none of this was really Newman's choice? What if Soldier Boy forced her? That man was the most powerful supe in the world. If he wanted to threaten someone, who could fight back? Maybe Newman had no other choice. Maybe that sweet smile in the surveillance photos was all an act. Maybe she had not fallen for Soldier Boy. Maybe she was just. Don't worry. Adna's voice cut through the storm of thoughts in Samir's head. The president of the Church of the Collective gave a soft laugh. There was a kind of veteran's indulgence toward a junior in it, mixed with a trace of mockery for such naive thinking. He straightened, unfolded his arms, and spoke in a tone almost like he was giving a lecture. Dirt isn't a weapon, it's a trump card. Those are two different things, Mr. Samir. I hope you understand the difference. He paced forward 2 steps, his leather shoes tapping calmly against the concrete floor. A weapon is meant to be used. Once you fire it, it's gone. Once the bullets run out, you have to reload. But a trump card is different. A trump card is meant to threaten, to make the other side think twice. It's the card you keep face down on the table and don't flip over. In fact, that's exactly why Vought has always been wary of us. They know we have something, but they don't know how much we have, where we're hiding it, or when we'll pull it out. So they don't dare come at us directly. They can only send people sniffing around in secret, chasing our trail piece by piece like the Deep. In truth, Benjamin simply had not paid much attention to it, and the Deep was not exactly reliable. Of course, while Benjamin did not care about the dirt, the other heroes did. On that point, Adna was right. Adna stopped, turned back to Samir, and kept that faint smile fixed on his face. Once we play all our trump cards, once all the dirt we're holding gets made public, Vought won't keep sneaking around after us the way they are now. They'll send Homelander. They'll send Soldier Boy. They'll erase us from the face of the earth in the simplest, ugliest way possible. By then, it won't matter how public opinion blows up, because we'll already be dead, and the living always find a way to clean themselves up. He paused, then raised a hand and patted Samir on the shoulder. So a trump card has to act like a trump card. It won't be released right away. Newman's secret, everything you just told us with your own mouth, will be kept safe in the deepest layer of our archives until the day we truly need it. Or until the day we never need it at all, satisfied. Samir's shoulders loosened slightly under Adna's hand. He let out a long breath. But the worry in his eyes had not completely faded. Chapter 126. Then Adna pulled his hand back from Samir's shoulder and took a step away. The smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly sharpened into open mockery. Hathy. Adna let out a low chuckle, tilting his head as he studied Samir. I'm telling you, man, you're kind of a cuck. Samir snapped his head up, furious. What the hell did you just say? Easy. Adna raised both hands in surrender, though the smile on his face didn't fade. I'm just telling the truth. No matter how many excuses you make for her, no matter how hard you try to defend her, the facts are right there. She betrayed you, she divorced you, she fell in love with Soldier Boy. That's the truth. It's all on security footage. The two of them walking out of a hotel arm in arm, and you're still trying to convince yourself she was forced into it. You're still going to protect her reputation in front of us. If that's not being a cuck, what is? Samir's face flushed crimson. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't find a single reason that would hold up. His clenched fists trembled slightly at his sides. All right, don't get pissed. Adna took the mockery off his face and replaced it with a smile that looked almost sincere. We're going to be on the same team from now on. And if we're a team, some things are better said out loud than kept bottled up. I know you still can't let her go. That's normal. 10 years of marriage isn't something you just get over in a day or two. But you need to start looking forward. Your ex-wife is Soldier Boy's woman now. If you still want to see your daughter again, if you want any place at all in this world, then you need to clear those unrealistic fantasies out of your head first. Got it? Samir said nothing. He gritted his teeth and turned his face away. He knew every word Adna said was true. And that was exactly why it hurt so damn much. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the warehouse door. A sleazy voice followed. Well, look who I found. With a boom, the heavy iron door was kicked open. A man stood in the doorway. He was tall, dressed in a skin-tight green uniform, with a carefully designed streamlined stripe across his chest that looked like the scales of some kind of sea creature. His wet hair clung to his forehead. It was hard to tell whether he had slathered it with gel or had actually just crawled out of the water. The man braced one hand against the doorframe and planted the other on his hip, striking a pose he clearly thought was devastatingly cool. That sleazy man was none other than the Deep of the Seven. He held the pose without moving for a full 3 or 4 seconds. Then he turned, his arrogant gaze sweeping over everyone in the warehouse. A smug curve lifted the corner of his mouth as he slowly said, "Rats finally found you." What reaction had he expected? Screaming. Or maybe terrified eyes. Even better, someone's knees giving out as they collapsed onto the floor. After all, he was the Lord of the Seven Seas. These people should fear him. They had to fear him. And yet, most of the people in the warehouse didn't scream. There were no terrified looks, no begging for mercy. Mallory only stared at him coldly, like she was looking at a fly. Adna was still leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, the amused smile on his face not shifting in the slightest. The security personnel quietly moved their hands to the weapons at their waists, but their expressions remained professionally calm. The only one who might have looked afraid was Samir. He was huddled in the corner, his face white as paper, his legs shaking uncontrollably. He had joined the boys less than 10 minutes ago. He hadn't even learned all his new coworkers' names yet, and now a member of the Seven had kicked the door in. What kind of shit luck was this? The Deep frowned. He felt humiliated. His carefully planned entrance, the badass pose he had practiced in front of the mirror for half an hour, had all gone completely to waste. What the hell kind of reaction was this? Hey. The Deep pulled his hand off the doorframe and strode toward the center of the warehouse, his voice carrying a wounded, offended edge. What's with that reaction? I'm the Lord of the Seven Seas, a member of the Seven, a superhero deeply valued by Homelander and Soldier Boy. When you see me, you're supposed to scream. You're supposed to run. You're supposed to get on your knees and beg me not to kill you. What the hell is this? A bunch of rats see a cat and don't even run. There shouldn't be a single soup here, right? He slowly approached them. Forget it. He rolled his wrists, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Results the same either way. I'll break all your arms and legs first so none of you can run. Then I'll drag every last one of you in front of Soldier Boy and Homelander. I'm sure they'll take real good care of you. At that moment, Adna stepped away from the wall. He stopped a few paces in front of the Deep, looked up slightly, and said, "All right, Deep, right? I know you. I know you've been hunting down members of our church, and I also invited you to join the Church of the Collective before. We've had bad blood for a while now, so there's no need to pretend this is our first meeting." The Deep narrowed his eyes, looking down at this man who clearly didn't know his place, a dismissive smirk tugging at his mouth. "But," Adna went on calmly, "if you lay a hand on us now, then maybe before dawn tomorrow, certain things you've done with certain fish will be all over New York, all over America, and all over every corner of the internet. You sure you want to take that risk?" The Deep stopped in his tracks. The smile on his face froze for an instant, then quickly shifted back into that arrogant expression. "Hathy." He let out a dry laugh. "Who the hell would believe some bullshit you made up? What evidence do you have?" "Who said we made it up?" Adna smiled as he asked, amusement flickering in his eyes. He spread his hands and continued. "You already know, don't you? It's never been a secret that our church has dirt on a lot of you sups. You really think none of that dirt comes with actual evidence? No photos, no videos, no records of every time you secretly slipped out of Vought headquarters to visit those poor marine creatures. Deep, you're underestimating us." The dismissive smirk vanished from Deep's mouth. He glared hard at Adna and said through clenched teeth, "Then I'll kill every one of you right here." "Of course you can kill us." Adna's smile didn't waver. "You're absolutely capable of that, Deep. You're a soup from the Seven. All of us ordinary people put together wouldn't stand a chance against you. If you wanted to kill us all, it would be easy. It wouldn't take more than 30 seconds. He paused, clasped his hands behind his back, and tilted his head slightly. "But my people are scattered all across the United States, over 100 of them. I check in with them at set times every day. If I fail to send a safety signal by the deadline, they'll follow the preset instructions and release all your dirty little secrets. Every photo, every video, every record you'd rather die than let anyone see. After I die, all of it will flood the entire internet like an avalanche. Doesn't that scare you? Chapter 127. The Deep hesitated. Everyone watched him. Watched the arrogant Lord of the Seven Seas fall silent under Adna's calm, steady threat. Then the corner of the Deep's mouth curled up again. Forget it. I'm not scared. Go ahead and leak it. You're all dying here tonight anyway, so what the hell does it matter? Adna's gaze sharpened, and his brow creased slightly. Not scared? How is that possible? Heck, then let's just burn it all down together. Adna laughed. You kill every last one of us, sure, no problem. But have you thought about what happens after I die? My people won't just leak your dirt. They'll leak everything they've collected on every superhero. Every supe under Vought, every member of the Seven, all of them get ripped apart on the same damn day. The Deep's pupils tightened. He stood there, wanting to say something, but no words came out. I'll believe you don't give a shit about yourself. Adna's smile turned more pointed. But what about the others? Will Homelander give a shit? Will Soldier Boy? What about all those second and third-tier sups who make a living off their public image? When they find out it was your impulsive bullshit, the Deep that caused all of this, that you brought down the credibility of Vought's entire superhero system overnight, do you think they'll forgive you? The Deep stood frozen in place. Seeing him hesitate, everyone in the warehouse held their breath and stared at him, unsure whether the Deep would let them live. The truth was, even the Deep wasn't sure what he should do next. What if all the dirt got exposed? Not just his, but Homelander's, Soldier Boy's, Maeve's, every superhero's. He didn't know what would happen to Vought then, but one thing was certain. Every person he dragged down with him would come after him. He couldn't take that risk, but he couldn't let these people walk away either. Once he figured that out, the Deep moved. He punched Adna straight in the face, holding back just enough. Adna flew backward and slammed hard into the warehouse's concrete wall with a dull thud. Then he slid to the floor, blood splitting the corner of his mouth. Everyone froze. Mallory's hand went to the grip of the gun at her waist. The security personnel instinctively raised their weapons. Samir huddled in the corner, completely stunned. None of them had expected the Deep to attack so suddenly. Hadn't he just been hesitating, struggling with it? How had he gone for the kill in the blink of an eye? Adna pushed himself up from the floor, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked up at the Deep. For the first time, surprise showed in his eyes. You. His voice was hoarse and confused. You're not afraid of the dirt getting leaked. As long as you're alive, you can keep checking in and telling them you're safe. The Deep shook the blood off his fist and walked toward Adna step by step, his pace steady and certain. He looked down at Adna on the floor, a smile returning to his face. I'm not gonna kill you. I just need to keep you breathing so you can contact your people every few hours and tell them you're safe and sound. As for everything else, we've got all the time in the world to play. We've got 10,000 ways to torture you. One of them's bound to teach you how to behave. Wanna try the first one? Adna's expression changed. He hadn't expected the Deep to come up with that. It was nothing like the stupid, arrogant image the Deep usually showed people. But no one had time to sit around analyzing the Deep's IQ. Almost at the same instant, the security personnel raised their guns and opened fire, every barrel aimed at the Deep. Bullets poured out like a storm, muzzle flashes, flickering across the dim warehouse one after another. The Deep just stood there without moving, letting the bullets rattle against his body. The rounds struck his uniform, leaving tiny dents before ricocheting away and clattering sharply across the floor. His body didn't move back, even half a step from the impact. Stop being stupid, guns don't work on the Deep. His durability is second only to Homelander and Maeve. The gunfire cut off abruptly. The security personnel looked at one another, then at the smoke rising from their barrels and the completely unharmed the Deep, realizing Samir had been telling the truth. The Deep turned his head toward Samir, who was still trembling in the corner, and gave him a genuinely approving smile. He raised his hand and gave Samir a thumbs up. Smart Samir knew Vought people were better than these amateurs. Samir's expression still looked terrible. Just then, without anyone noticing, Adna quietly slipped a hand into his pocket from where he lay on the floor. His fingers brushed against a cold metal object, a syringe filled with some kind of green liquid. In that instant, his eyes turned complicated, then resolute. He drove the syringe into the outside of his thigh, pressed the plunger with his thumb, and pushed all the green liquid into his veins in less than a second. The Deep heard the faint clink of metal, and turned just in time to see Adna pulling the empty syringe out of his leg. His composure vanished, his brows snapped together, and he lunged forward. Even an idiot could tell something was wrong. But it was too late. Adna was already on his knees, both hands clamped around his own throat, letting out a hoarse roar as if he were in agony. The Deep tried to punch him in the head, only to find he could barely move him. Or rather, he couldn't do much damage at all. Before long, Adna dodged one of the Deep's punches and stood back up. His eyes were bloodshot as he raised his hand. The Deep's body was locked in place by an invisible force. He stood there completely motionless, his arms pinned hard against his sides. Every muscle in his body strained desperately, veins bulging from his neck. But no matter how hard he fought, that force didn't budge. The Deep was pinned to the ground. What kind of superpower was this? Immobilization. Chapter 128. Moved. Mallory reacted faster than anyone. She grabbed Samir, who was still standing there in a daze, and dragged him toward the warehouse's back door. The security personnel followed right behind them, filing out through the back door one after another. Adna kept his hand raised, holding that controlling posture until the last member of the boys disappeared into the night outside. Only then did he abruptly let go. A moment later, the Deep dropped from midair and hit the floor, then awkwardly pushed himself up. But the warehouse was already empty. It was just him, alone, surrounded by spent shell casings scattered across the floor. Adna was gone too. The Deep was completely fucking lost. Wasn't Adna supposed to be a regular guy? He slowly got to his feet, brushed the dust off his uniform, and looked down at the empty syringe on the floor. The Deep frowned hard, curiosity written all over his face. Is this V5? No, doesn't look like V5, wrong color. But one thing was certain. Just now, Adna had used superpowers. An ordinary person had gained superpowers strong enough to suppress him in a matter of seconds, through some kind of injection he didn't recognize. The Deep still hadn't fully figured out how Adna had done it. But he knew he had to take this back to Vought. The night was black as ink. Several unmarked black sedans tore down a highway on the outskirts of Washington, their headlights cutting through the thick darkness as they headed toward a prearranged safe house. Inside the car, no one said a word. The silence was suffocating. Everything that had just happened in the warehouse was still circling through everyone's head. The Deep's arrival, the image of bullets clanging uselessly off his body, the way the entire situation had flipped the instant Adna injected that strange liquid. Mallory sat in the back seat of the middle car, hands folded over her knees, back straight, her expression cold and severe. Her eyes bored past the back of the front passenger seat, fixed squarely on Adna. The silence in the car lasted a full 3 minutes. Then Mallory spoke. What the hell was that, Adna? Since when can you use those damn superpowers? Adna leaned back against the seat and let out a long breath. The streetlights flashing past the window threw his face in and out of shadow. The corner of his mouth was still swollen with a purplish bruise, a little gift from the Deep's punch. If the Deep hadn't pulled that punch, it would have blown his head apart. But there was no panic on Adna's face, no terror from surviving by the skin of his teeth. Instead, he looked calm. Hattie. A low chuckle rumbled in his throat. He raised a hand to touch the bruise at the corner of his mouth and hissed from the pain, but the smile stayed right where it was. This is the backup plan Edgar left me. His people gave me V24. What is V24? Mallory's brows drew together, her voice carrying clear confusion and irritation. She had spent decades in the intelligence world. She wouldn't claim to know every last thing about Vought, but she knew a hell of a lot. And yet she had never seen the code name, V24, in a single intelligence file. Samir, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned his head as well, his eyes filled with the same confusion. He had once been a core member of Vought's Biological Research Division and had even taken part in deep development work on Compound V. But the code name, V24, was just as unfamiliar to him. He looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he stayed quiet. Samir knew exactly where he stood inside Vought. Yes, he was a top biological expert. He had been involved in many projects, but his clearance at Vought had never been high enough to access every secret. Edgar valued him, but only because he was useful, not because he was trusted. Even being Newman's husband hadn't given him access to more core classified information. Edgar had never truly treated him as one of his own. In that old fox's eyes, Samir was nothing more than a tool that fit nicely in the hand. Sure, tools needed maintenance, but who the hell tells their secrets to a wrench? Adna turned his head and looked at the complicated expression on Samir's face. He seemed to understand the embarrassment Samir was feeling, but he didn't comment on it. He simply explained, V24 is a temporary form of Compound V. It can generate superpowers in the human body that last for 24 hours. And in terms of stability and safety, it's far superior to traditional Compound V. You should all know that injecting an ordinary adult directly with Compound V is basically a death sentence. The success rate is so low it might as well not exist. That's why Vought starts injections in infancy, letting the body gradually adapt to the changes caused by Compound V as it develops. But V24 is different. It doesn't require a long adaptation period. An adult who's never been injected with Compound V can use V24 directly and gain stable superpowers in a short period of time. Once the duration ends, the abilities fade on their own without causing irreversible damage to the body. At least, that's what the report says. What Adna didn't know was that Edgar's people had never told him that, after using multiple doses of V24, the brain turned into goddamn mush, and then horrible things started growing out of it. The car fell into another brief silence. Mallory's first reaction wasn't condemnation. The real issue was the concept of temporary superpowers, and what it implied was far too significant. It meant superpowers were no longer the exclusive privilege of a chosen few, but a weapon any ordinary person could acquire at any time. Could Butcher get them too? Mother's Milk as well, and Frenchie. Even if it was only temporary. After Edgar was killed by that vicious bastard soldier boy, he had to have left something behind. Adna's voice broke the silence, now edged with cold mockery. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more pointed. And I'm Edgar's backup plan. He'd already arranged all of this before he died. Looks like Edgar trusted me quite a bit. His people found me, handed me some V24, and told me that if Vought ever completely spun out of control, if Soldier Boy and Homelander dragged the world into the abyss, then that would be my cue to use this stuff and hit back. Help him get revenge while I was at it. Of course, thanks to that goddamn Soldier Boy, I can't keep my Church of the Collective running anymore. And sure, from the looks of things right now, Soldier Boy and Homelander haven't exactly gone that far. But that doesn't stop me from using it. Heh. Chapter 129. Mallory said nothing. Her gaze lingered on Adna's face for a few seconds, as though she were weighing him all over again. She had never fully trusted Adna, just as she had never trusted anyone tied to SUPs who had ever ended up on her side. In her eyes, the Church of the Collective was nothing more than a tool, and Adna himself was just a channel with access to Vought's dirty secrets. But now it seemed Edgar had placed far more trust in this man before his death than she had realized. "How many vials do you have right now?" Mallory asked bluntly. She wasn't the kind of person who wasted time on feelings or reflection. What she needed were clear numbers and resources she could actually use. "Just a few." Adna spread his hands, giving no exact number. "You already saw what the one back there could do. I'm planning to save the rest for a more critical moment." Adna did not tell Mallory that besides V24, the Church of the Collective also had plenty of V5, and that they were still smuggling it and still making money from it. Adna paused, then added, However, I have a mole inside Vought. After Edgar's death, Vought sealed away its entire stockpile of V5 and V24. That was Soldier Boy's order. He didn't want this stuff circulating anymore. But sealed away doesn't mean destroyed. It's still there, and my mole just happens to have clearance to access those sealed stockpiles. As long as the conditions are right, he can help me get a decent amount of V5 and V24 out. When that happens, our bargaining chips won't be limited to just these few vials of V24. Mallory nodded and asked no further questions. She leaned back in her seat and looked out the window at the shadows flashing past, her expression settling once more into that unreadable calm. Truth be told, she didn't like superpowers. From the battlefields of Nicaragua to the offices of the CIA, from the boys' first operation to today, she had spent her entire life dealing with SUPs, and she had never liked a single damn thing about them. They were uncontrollable, unstable, and too easily inflated by their own power. The moment they gained strength beyond ordinary people, they quickly rotted into monsters. Even Soldier Boy, the most normal supe she had ever seen, had done terrible things in the end. And now, one of her most capable allies had become a supe too. Even if it was temporary, even if it only lasted 24 hours. But what could she say? Adna had saved them. Adna had used that damn temporary superpower to freeze the deep in place, buying all of them the time they needed to escape. Without that vial of V24, they might already have had their limbs broken and been dragged in front of Soldier Boy and Homelander by now. Mallory's principles never bent to reality. But she knew when to acknowledge a fact. Tonight, superpowers had saved their lives. Mallory's eyes shifted slightly, her thoughts unreadable. The convoy slipped silently into the night on the outskirts of Washington, its red taillights gradually swallowed by the dark. Early the next morning, Benjamin listened with a blank expression as the Deep stood in front of his desk and delivered his long, breathless report. The Deep was acting a little different today. He talked with his hands flying everywhere, speaking fast, charged with the excitement of someone desperate to claim credit, along with a few traces of pissed-off resentment at having been played. He recounted every detail of what had happened in the abandoned warehouse the night before. How he, the Deep, Lord of the Seven Seas, had precisely located the boys' hideout. How he had kicked open the iron door like a total badass. How, at the critical moment, he had seen through Adna's threat and knocked him flying with one punch. Then the Deep's tone took a sharp turn as he described how Adna had injected himself with an unknown green liquid and instantly gained some kind of psychic power that could freeze him in place. That was definitely not a normal compound, sir. The Deep planted both hands on the edge of Benjamin's desk and leaned forward slightly, his tone carrying an almost pleading certainty. The color was wrong, it was green, not blue. Benjamin fell into brief thought. V24, wasn't that the drug butcher used in the original series? That stuff was only supposed to show up in Season 3 of the original series. Then again, maybe it had appeared earlier. After Edgar died, he had passed that stuff to Adna. One Edgar was dead, and now there was another Adna. That old bastard Edgar. Even dead, he still had to reach up from underground and fuck with the board. Damn it. Today, he was going to find that old man's daughter and give her a proper lesson. Benjamin thought this angrily. To be honest, Benjamin did not rate Adna poorly. In the original series, Adna, as the head of the Church of the Collective, had possessed countless pieces of dirt on Vought, enough to ruin almost any superhero. He had even been able to interfere with the selection of the Seven. An ordinary man using information and intelligence to pry into the very core of Vaught's power structure. Not just anyone had that kind of skill. Of course, he also had Vaught's support. The cult itself had been working with Vought from the start. And the exposure of the Stormfront scandal had also been closely tied to this man. Because he was the one who controlled those dirty, hidden files on Stormfront. That idiot A-Train, desperate to claw his way back into the Seven, had taken the risk of stealing that file and making it public. The original series never made it clear, but Adna might have known about the whole thing from beginning to end. Or maybe A-Train really had stolen it on his own. Or maybe it had been a trap Edgar and Adna set together, aimed specifically at Stormfront, to bring that racist down. No matter how you looked at it, Adna had been a key figure in that storm, one who could not be ignored. And now, a man like that had gotten his hands on an unknown amount of V24. He had smuggled V5 before, and he had clearly sided with the boys. Things had definitely gotten more interesting. Benjamin pulled his gaze away from the Vought logo and looked back at the Deep. The Deep might be an idiot, but at least when it came to reporting this matter, he had been timely and accurate enough. Even though he had let everyone get away in the end, his logic had been clear, and his judgment had basically been correct. For someone whose IQ had been missing in action for years, this was already a hell of a performance. "Good job," Benjamin said, looking at the Deep. "Thank you for the praise, sir." The Deep was thrilled by Soldier Boy's praise. An hour later, Benjamin arrived at Newman's current villa. He walked steadily along the carefully trimmed stone path leading up to the front door. The motion sensor light on the porch came on automatically the moment he approached, but before he could even raise his hand to ring the doorbell, the door opened from the inside. Chapter 130. Newman stood behind the door as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. She was not working today, so she was not wearing one of those stiff suits she usually wore to congressional hearings. She had no makeup on either, her face bare, and she wore only a simple beige house dress. The neckline dipped into a deep V, revealing a deep line of cleavage. The hem barely reached her knees, making it easy to imagine just how rounded she was from behind. The tie at her waist had been knotted loosely, outlining a faint, teasing curve. The dress was cut very simply, but on her, it looked especially enticing. Newman already had an excellent figure. She was sexy, with pale, slender calves showing beneath the hem of the dress. A pair of soft house slippers hung from her feet, exposing a slim, fair ankle. When she saw Benjamin standing at the door, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face. At that moment, she looked like a wife waiting for her husband to come home, finally hearing the doorbell ring. "Sir, you're here," Newman said softly. Benjamin gave a slight nod. His gaze swept over the entryway and the hall before he asked, "Zoe went to school?" "Yes," Newman said, looking up at him. "I don't have to work today either, so I'm the only one home right now." She paused, her lashes lowering slightly before rising again. The look in her eyes was so seductive that it needed no translation. Benjamin lowered his head, his commanding gaze meeting Newman's. He said nothing, he only looked at her. Newman's breathing quickened for an instant, and then she understood everything in that look. Her fingers rose to the loose tie at her waist. With a gentle tug, the knot slipped open without a sound. The beige dress soon slid from her shoulders and pooled on the floor around her ankles. 2 hours later. On the large bed in the master bedroom, the sunlight had shifted angles. It had crept from the floor to the foot of the bed, casting warm light and shadow across the bedding. Newman lay on her side on the left side of the bed, her head resting on Benjamin's chest. One of her arms was draped across his waist and stomach, her fingers resting loosely on his far hip. The posture was deeply intimate. A lingering flush still colored Newman's cheeks. Although her breathing had already calmed, her body remained heavy with lazy, aching exhaustion. Right now. She did not even have the strength to lift a finger. She buried her face in the crook of Benjamin's neck and let out a satisfied sigh. "Sir, you're incredible. I like you so much." Benjamin did not respond to her sweet, clinging tone. Still, probably no one would have guessed that a woman who held so much power in this country could make sounds like that. Benjamin thought about it, then comfortably lit a cigarette. After that, he laid his arm across Newman's back. After about 10 seconds of silence, Benjamin spoke. "Samir came to see you the day before yesterday." Newman's body stiffened. It lasted for such a short moment that it was almost impossible to notice. But Benjamin's palm on her back clearly caught the change in her muscles. Of course, Newman knew Benjamin would find out about it. She had never dared underestimate this man's intelligence network. But she had not expected him to bring it up now. Not while she was still limp in his arms, before her breathing had even fully settled. She quickly propped herself up so she could look Benjamin straight in the eyes. Although the flush had not faded from Newman's face, her expression had already changed from the soft coyness of a moment ago into something urgent, solemn, and serious. "Sir, I swear, I didn't let him into the house, and I didn't let him touch any part of me. Not anywhere. Sir, I belong to you. That won't change, not from beginning to end, not inside or out." The more she spoke, the tighter her arms wrapped around Benjamin, and she pressed her face hard against his chest. "I know, but Samir has actually become our enemy and Vought's enemy too. Do you fucking understand that?" The moment he finished speaking, Newman's body visibly froze. "Sir, how is that possible?" There was real confusion in Newman's voice. Her pretty brows drew together slightly, and her fingers unconsciously traced lightly across Benjamin's chest, as if using the motion to hide her unease. How would he dare go against you? He's just a normal person. He doesn't even have superpowers. What makes him think he has the right to oppose you?" Benjamin glanced down at her. There was no anger or blame in his eyes. His fingers continued to stroke slowly over her bare back, and his voice remained calm and unhurried. "According to the intel Deep brought back, Samir has already become a member of the boys. Last night he was with Mallory, Adna, and the rest of that bunch. Maybe he's still just a new recruit right now, but it won't be long before he chooses to stand against us and helps the boys come after us." Newman's fingers stopped. She lifted her head and looked at Benjamin, her lips parting slightly. She wanted to say something, but she did not know what to say. An extremely complicated emotion flashed through her eyes. It was not lingering affection for Samir. It was closer to a sense of absurd disbelief. Her ex-husband, that nerd who had spent most of his life buried in a lab, that weak man who could not even win an argument against her, had actually joined the goddamn the boys. But a note of urgency entered her voice, as if she were trying to convince Benjamin, or maybe herself. "He's just an ordinary man who can't even hurt a fly. Sir, he can't fight. He can't use a gun. He can't even run a few 100 meters without gasping for air. He spent half his life in a lab. The most exercise he ever got was walking from the lab bench to the coffee machine. What the hell do the boys want him for? Cannon fodder." Benjamin shook his head. "He has strong research capabilities. He once took part in deep research on Compound V, and he was one of the top experts in Vought's entire biological research department. Don't you understand what that means? A normal person who can't hurt a fly, given a lab and enough time, can create something more dangerous than 10, even 100 sups combined." Newman fell silent. She felt that Benjamin was right. She knew exactly what Compound V was. How many core secrets had Samir come into contact with while working at Vought? How much knowledge was sitting in his head that could be turned into weapons against sups? Usually, those things looked like nothing more than research reports lying in a filing cabinet. But if they fell into the hands of the boys and were used by the people there, the consequences would be unthinkable. Benjamin, however, did not seem interested in getting bogged down in the technical details. He shifted slightly, moving Newman a little off his chest. Then he took her chin in one hand and forced her to lift her head and look straight into his eyes. Newman still gazed at Benjamin with deep affection. She showed no dissatisfaction at his domineering gesture. If anything, she seemed to feel a faint thrill from it. "But none of that is the point," Benjamin said slowly, each word landing heavily on Newman's heart. "The point is, if Samir chooses to become our enemy, and one day you run into him on a battlefield, during a mission, or anywhere else, what do you do?" Newman did not hesitate for even a second. She did not blink. Her large, beautiful eyes met Benjamin's gaze head-on. Her lips moved slightly as she said, "Sir, you need to know this. I am your woman. So the second I see him, I'll pop his head. I won't hesitate, and I won't explain a damn thing to him. If he's standing against us, then he's the enemy, and enemies are supposed to die." Her tone was steady and composed when she said it. Her face still carried the flush from their earlier intimacy, and her hair was still messy over her shoulders. She still looked languid, like a woman who had just been thoroughly loved. But her eyes had changed. They had turned ice cold. Newman had killed plenty of people. How many rival politicians or politicians' family members had died by her hand? There was no way to count them all. She was a terrifying executioner in her own right. In the original plot of the first 2 seasons, Newman had killed far more people than Homelander. Back then, the pressure the mysterious head-popping woman put on the protagonists was even greater than Homelander's. Of course. Right now, Newman was still undressed, her face still flushed. Hearing her say something like that created quite the contrast. Good. Benjamin praised her, loosening the fingers holding her chin and stroking her head, then her back. He did not doubt Newman's answer, mainly because he understood this woman. In the original series, she could report her adoptive father Stan Edgar without hesitation, sending the old schemer who had pulled her out of an orphanage and single-handedly groomed her into a congresswoman straight toward ruin. So today, she could just as easily act against Samir without hesitation. For Newman, loyalty had never been a moral choice. It was a survival strategy. She chose the strong, she always had. As long as Benjamin remained the strongest, her loyalty would be unbreakable. Because only Benjamin could keep protecting her and protecting her daughter. But after confirming Newman's loyalty, Benjamin's thoughts drifted in another direction. He folded one arm behind his head and looked at the delicate crystal chandelier on the ceiling, feeling a little speechless. Benjamin had originally thought that in this world, where he had already changed the direction of the plot, the protagonists would not develop that virus targeting SUPs. In the original series, the creation of that virus followed a clear chain of cause and effect. Homelander failed to save the hijacked plane, causing it to crash and killing a large number of passengers. Because the president of Godalkin University had family members on that plane, grief and rage drove him to start the virus research project, determined to make SUPs pay. But in this world, the crisis on that plane had already been resolved. Homelander and the Deep had worked together to save every passenger. The plane landed safely. There were no casualties and no tragedy. That chain of cause and effect had been cut off right at the start. Naturally, the president of Godalkin University no longer had any reason to develop the virus. That storyline should have disappeared then and there. However, the president of Godalkin University had not gone after the virus, but Samir had joined the boys ahead of schedule. That variable made Benjamin frown. It went without saying that, with Samir's professional background and research ability, Mallory absolutely had not recruited him just to serve as some ordinary consultant or logistics guy. There was a high chance Samir would be responsible for developing the virus later. It was his field, and it was also the capability the boys urgently needed most right now. In Season 4 of the original series, Samir had been the one leading the development of that lethal virus-targeting SUPs, and he had done a damn good job. It was only later, after Samir learned that Newman had been killed by Butcher, that he gave up on continuing the research in grief and anger and left the boys. And now, in this timeline, Benjamin had messed up beyond recognition. Would Samir push the virus research even harder because Newman had been taken from him? The answer probably was not very optimistic. Benjamin was not someone who liked reflecting on himself. But right now, he was lying in Newman's soft bed. Beside him was the warmth of this woman's body and her satisfied breathing. In fact, the reason Samir had joined the boys, the reason he had gone from an unemployed man drifting through life after being fired into a revenger determined to go after Vought, seemed to be Benjamin himself. Benjamin was the one who made Newman get divorced at lightning speed. If he had not touched Newman, Samir would probably be a stay-at-home dad right now. No one would have come looking for him. No one would have pulled him into the group. The boys would not have gained a top-tier virus research expert. Benjamin frowned speechlessly. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have become a little like Homelander. Back then, Homelander had slept with Butcher's wife Becca and created a mortal enemy. Now, Benjamin had slept with Samir's wife Newman and created another one. But soon, that thought stayed in his mind for less than 2 seconds before he stopped thinking about it. Benjamin never spiraled. He was Soldier Boy, so he did not need a reason to do things. When problems came up, he did not need to look for the cause in himself. So this was all Samir's fault. Samir was too damn petty. Was this little bullshit really worth joining the boys and going against the strongest soup in the world? What a fucking drama queen. Of course, if he really had to trace the root of the matter, it still was not Benjamin's fault. Benjamin had gone to see Newman back then because Newman wanted to deal with Homelander. As his father, of course he had to step in and settle the issue. He had only wanted Newman to leave Homelander alone. That was all. Newman was the one who made the first move. She was the one who started all this. He had merely gone along with the flow. Thinking this, Benjamin looked down at the woman in his arms, still lost in the lingering afterglow. Newman's face was still pressed against his chest, her breathing warm and even, her lips slightly curved. This woman was certainly soft and tempting, but she had also unintentionally brought him a new enemy. Benjamin turned over. A moment later, Newman let out a short gasp at his sudden movement and was pressed down into the soft bedding. She lifted her head, met Benjamin's eyes, read the meaning in them, and her face flushed again. "Sir, you're going again." Benjamin did not answer. He gave her the answer with his actions. Chapter 131. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During that month, the Deep and Black Noir II officially teamed up and took over the mission of tracking down the boys. Ever since Adna screwed him over with V-24 in that abandoned warehouse, the Deep had been nursing a gutful of rage, and no one was more eager than him to hunt them down. He dragged Black Noir II all over the United States, searching for traces of Mallory and Adna. They had little to show for it, but on the surface, at least, they looked busy as hell. Black Noir II, on the other hand, was having a good time. He finally did not have to spend every day keeping a straight face and pretending to be mute. He still had to maintain Black Noir's silent, taciturn persona while on missions, but at least around the Deep, he could talk freely. The Deep had a filthy mouth, but when it came to bitching about how boring the missions were, the two of them were surprisingly on the same wavelength. Black Noir II also started treating the Deep like a bro, and the two of them grew closer and closer. Benjamin, meanwhile, was enjoying the peace and quiet. Vought's daily operations were handled by a professional management team, with Ashley and Annika overseeing things. He only stepped in to make the final call on major decisions. The rest of the time, he preferred to be hands-off. During the day, he would occasionally make a round through headquarters to check how the various departments were running. Sometimes he would run into Starlight, then drag her into his office and teach her a proper lesson. Teaching Starlight a lesson had become a regular pastime during his Vought inspections. He did not even have to lift a finger. One look and Starlight understood. As for his nights, Benjamin's schedule was even freer. He spent most of them alternating between Newman's villa and Rena's apartment. Newman would always wait for him at the door in a different dress, or sometimes in nothing at all. Rena preferred those sheer lace nightgowns that showed just enough to tease. Their styles were completely different, but each had her own appeal. Sometimes he would also visit Stormfront. But ever since Stormfront submitted her resignation from the Seven, she had become almost like a different person. The insane plans that had once filled her head, absurd crap like building a pure-blooded Aryan soup empire, had all vanished. She no longer tried to build factions inside Vought, no longer plotted anything in secret, and even took the initiative to remove herself from the Seven's official roster. Because Stormfront knew Benjamin would not support her. Benjamin did not care either way. He did not need Stormfront to be ambitious. As long as she behaved and did not cause trouble, that was enough. With her personality, she probably would not fall apart just because those grand plans had collapsed. Mainly because she was not crippled now. She was alive and perfectly fine. She also looked forward to Benjamin's occasional visits each day. Most of the time, Stormfront was already satisfied being a little woman possessed by someone stronger than her. Honestly, this arrangement was not bad. Homelander, meanwhile, kept to his usual routine. During the day, he handled the Seven's daily affairs at Vought. At night, he went to the cabin in the secret community to spend time with Becca and Ryan. He was becoming more and more like a real father. His bond with Ryan was growing stronger too. But Homelander did not spend all his nights in the secret community. When the night was deep and quiet, After Becca and Ryan had both fallen asleep, he would sometimes fly alone to remote corners of the country, wandering through dark places where police were scarce and the law barely reached. He took down one criminal after another who had slipped through the cracks, and dismantled one hidden criminal den after another. No one asked him to do it. There were no cameras following him, no media releases, and even Vought's PR department knew nothing about it. Maybe he did it because he had already come to see himself as a god. And yet, these acts of justice did not win him more applause. On the contrary, plenty of politicians who had done more than their share of dirty shit started getting nervous. They watched Homelander sweep across the country cleaning up crime. They watched his reputation among the public climb higher and higher. They watched those cold blue eyes appear on the news again and again, as if passing judgment on someone, and their fear grew by the day. What if one day, Homelander stopped looking at street criminals and turned his eyes toward the well-dressed, respectable people inside the Capitol? Compared to street criminals, whose sins were heavier. And so, the crackdown began. Congressional hearings were held one after another. Every proposal tried to put new shackles on Homelander, restrict his law enforcement authority, review his action records, and cut back Vought's autonomy over soup affairs. The politicians thought this one-two punch would force Homelander into retreat, but they forgot one thing. The seats in Congress were not filled only with enemies. Newman made her move. As a congresswoman, she used astonishing political skill to cleanly diffuse every attack aimed at Homelander. At the hearings, Newman spoke with confidence, defending every one of Homelander's actions with irrefutable data and logic. Behind the scenes, she used trades of interest and intelligence pressure to pull wavering moderates over to Vought's side. And if none of that worked, Newman would simply show up in person and smear certain damn bastards' body tissue all over the walls. She was Benjamin's woman, and Homelander was Benjamin's son. That connection made what she did feel completely natural. The politicians tried to suppress Homelander, only to find they could not do a damn thing. Meanwhile, the blonde man seated at the hearing table watched their sweaty little performance like he was watching a bunch of clowns. Homelander saw all of it. He was not stupid. He knew exactly how much work Newman had done behind the scenes for him to win every hearing. As Homelander sat at the hearing table, watching the politicians grit their teeth in helpless frustration, a thought quietly began to take root deep inside him. Power. He possessed the strongest power in the entire world. But power was not everything. He understood that better than anyone. He could smash anyone's head apart with one punch, but he could not smash all of Congress. And yet Newman, that weak little woman, had done with a few sheets of paper, a few words, and a few closed-door meetings what he could not accomplish through strength alone. Of course, Newman was only weak compared to Homelander. To ordinary people, there was no difference between Newman and Homelander. They were both terrifying sups. Chapter 132. Maybe, beyond strength, having enough power would be even better. Maybe the combination of strength and power was the true, unbeatable path to supremacy. God possessed absolute strength and absolute power. The thought flashed through Homelander's mind. He told no one about it, not even Benjamin. One day, a powerful supervillain suddenly appeared along the Russian border. Intelligence indicated that the villain had first-rate soup strength and had already destroyed several military facilities in the area. The Russian government was helpless and had no choice but to send Vought an urgent request for aid. Incidents like this were not rare, but this enemy was clearly far more troublesome than the usual small-time trash. Vought's upper management quickly assessed the situation. There were only a handful of SUPs who could guarantee a win against this enemy. Soldier Boy had to hold down headquarters, and neither he nor Maeve could fly. The Deep and Black Noir II were tracking the boys. Starlight had to stay with Soldier Boy, and she could not fly right now either. That left only one best option. Homelander. That afternoon, Homelander flew toward Russia. And just after Homelander left the United States, in the cramped little guesthouse room not far from the secret community, the man who had been waiting for a full month or two finally smiled. Butcher rose from his chair and casually set the half-empty beer can in his hand on the windowsill. A sharp, excited glint flickered in his eyes. Mother's Milk and Frenchie sat in the other two corners of the room. The moment they saw Butcher's expression, both of them stopped what they were doing. Butcher said in a hoarse voice, "That bastard's in the air, this is our shot." The three of them did not waste a single minute. They changed into the dark combat gear they had prepared long ago and checked their equipment. Mother's Milk slung a heavy weapons pack over his back, while Frenchie brought along his collection of precision instruments and explosive devices. The walls around the secret community had never been much of an obstacle to them. Over the past few months, they had long since figured out the security layout, which stretch of wall had camera blind spots, and the patrol guard's shift changes down to the second. Soon, the three of them climbed over the wall and reached the wooden cabin. The door was locked, but that was nothing Frenchie could not handle. He worked a thin tool around inside the keyhole for less than 10 seconds, and the lock clicked open. Butcher pushed the door open and strode inside. A dim yellow wall lamp glowed in the living room. Becca was sitting on the sofa with an unfinished book in her hands. Ryan lay on the carpet, a pile of Lego bricks spread out in front of him as he worked on a spaceship. At the sound of the door opening, Becca looked up. The instant she saw Butcher, her gentle wide eyes suddenly widened. Her lips parted slightly, and her expression turned urgent and complicated. "Butcher." Her voice was as soft as a sigh, trembling faintly. "Moms, who are they?" Ryan climbed up from the carpet and stared in confusion at the three strange men in black combat gear. His small hand clutched a Lego brick. His golden hair fell softly over his forehead under the light, and those blue eyes inherited from his father held no fear, only a child's pure bewilderment. Butcher had no time to catch up with Becca. He stepped forward and said in a low, unquestionable voice, "Come with me, now." Becca's body shook hard. She was hesitating. "We don't have time, Becca," Mother's Milk urged from the side, his tone much gentler than Butcher's. "Homelander isn't here right now. This is our only chance." Ryan finally realized something was wrong. He looked at the expression on his mother's face, one he had never seen before, then at the three aggressive strangers in front of him. The confusion on his little face slowly turned into panic. He dropped the Lego brick, ran to Becca's side, wrapped his arms around her leg, looked up, and asked urgently, "Mom, why are they taking us away? Where are we going? Where's Dad?" The dad he meant was, of course, Homelander. After months of spending every day together, something irreversible had taken root in the little boy's heart. He truly saw Homelander as his father. And now that man was gone, while a group of strangers he did not know had broken into his home. He was still young, and he only vaguely understood the complicated mess of the adult world. But children were always more sensitive to danger than adults. He could tell something was wrong. "Come on, come with me, Ryan." Becca clenched her teeth, her trembling voice carrying a note of firmness. She looked down at her son, who was clinging tightly to her thigh. Those blue eyes, exactly like Homelander's, were full of confusion and fear, and it felt as if an invisible hand had seized her heart and squeezed hard. But she had no time to be soft-hearted. Butcher was right. Homelander was not here. This was the only chance. If she missed today, she might never escape that carefully arranged golden cage. Becca had forgotten some of the things she had once promised Homelander. At this moment, Becca was forcing Ryan to make a choice. That was cruel for a child. In the span of a few minutes, he had to choose between the mom and dad he loved most, a choice he could not possibly understand. Ryan looked completely lost. His small hand clutched the hem of his mother's clothes, and his lips moved for a long time without making a sound. He did not know who he should choose. He did not know why these strangers wanted to take him and his mom away. And he had no idea that the blonde man who sat by his bed every night until he fell asleep was, at that very moment, thousands of miles away in the skies over Russia, completely unaware of all of this. Time ticked by, second after second, each one like a knife cutting into Becca's heart. Finally, hurried footsteps and the hiss of walkie-talkie static came from outside the door. The secret community's security had finally noticed something was wrong, and several armed guards in Vought uniforms rushed in with guns raised. But Butcher was faster. Almost the instant the guards pushed the door open, he turned and fired. 2 bullets struck the first guard square in the chest. Mother's Milk's heavy shotgun let out a deafening roar in the cramped living room, blasting the second guard and his gun backward. Frenchie drew a suppressed pistol from his waist and calmly finished off the third guard trying to flank them through the side door. In less than 20 seconds, the 3 security guards were lying in pools of blood. The air was filled with the sharp stink of gunpowder and blood. The gunshots terrified Ryan into screaming, and he buried his face hard against Becca's chest. Becca herself was shaking with fear, but she did not scream. She only held her son tighter, then lowered her head and looked at Ryan with tear-filled eyes, her voice hoarse and gentle. "Baby, come with Mommy, okay? Please, Daddy hurt Mommy once. You can't treat him like your dad." When Ryan heard that Homelander had hurt Becca before, he froze for a moment. In the end, he nodded. He did not know whether it was true or not, but he could not bear to see his mom cry. At the same time, Vought's command center had already received the report that security personnel from the secret community had been killed. Alarms echoed through the corridors of headquarters, and the executives on duty scrambled to make call after call. The news quickly reached Benjamin. Chapter 133. He leaned back in the leather swivel chair in his office. After hearing the report, he did not get up right away. He only narrowed his eyes slightly. Homelander was in Russia. The Deep and Black Noir II were tracking the boys. The other combat-capable SUPs in the company were too far away to get there. Butcher had clearly picked this exact moment to make his move. The corner of Benjamin's mouth lifted slightly into a cold smile. He had to admit that cuckolded bastard did have some brains. But taking someone away and actually getting away were 2 very different things. He stood up and sent Homelander a brief message. After that, Benjamin pushed open the office door. He decided to go meet Butcher himself. Come to think of it, in this world, the 2 of them had never officially met. Butcher was tearing down the highway in a dark SUV. Mother's Milk sat in the passenger seat, his face grim. Becca was curled up in the back seat with Ryan in her arms, while Ryan buried his face against his mother's chest. Frenchie leaned against the window on the other side of the back seat, constantly checking the road behind them through the rearview mirror. "No one on us yet," Frenchie reported, "but this shithole only has one main road out. They'll catch up sooner or later." Butcher did not answer. He only pressed the gas pedal down harder. The needle on the speedometer had already passed 90 miles per hour. Then a heavy rush of air came from up ahead. Butcher only had time to spit out half a fuck before a massive shield came spinning from the opposite direction and smashed straight through the SUV's windshield. Glass exploded everywhere under the impact, scattering like a burst of tiny hailstones. The shield buried itself directly into the passenger seat back, less than 3 inches from Mother's Milk's head. The whole SUV shook violently from the force. Butcher yanked the steering wheel hard, and the vehicle skidded sideways to a stop on the highway. In front of the car, beyond the shattered windshield, a figure in a dark green combat suit was walking slowly toward them. He moved at an unhurried pace, each step steady and heavy. "Soldier boy." Butcher forced the words out through clenched teeth. Sure enough, Benjamin had found them without any trouble. With Benjamin's superhuman tracking ability, he could find anyone he wanted. He was in no rush, he simply stood there. Butcher shoved the car door open and quickly got out. "Butcher." Becca leaned out from the back seat and screamed his name. She knew what Butcher was about to do. He was going to stay behind, face the strongest soup in the world alone, and buy time for her and Ryan to escape. Mother's Milk got out too, and Frenchie pushed open his door as well. The 3 of them stood in front of the SUV, blocking the way between Soldier Boy and Becca. "Finally get to meet you, cuckold." Benjamin spoke first. His gaze swept twice over Butcher's dark, furious face, his tone as casual as if he were greeting an old friend. In the original series, he and Butcher had indeed worked together against Homelander. But that was another world. In this world, this was the first time they had stood face to face as enemies. An old dumbass who got played by Vought for 40 goddamn years, Butcher shot back, just as vicious. Then your own people sold you to the Soviets as a lab rat for another 40. You came back, and instead of getting revenge, you joined Vought and took it over. What? Did the radiation fry your fucking brain? Benjamin was not provoked. He only shrugged and said, "That's why I purged all of Vaught's former upper management. Now I own Vought. Every person you're cursing at has already been killed by me personally. What? Are you upset on my behalf?" "Is that supposed to be impressive?" Butcher sneered. His bloodshot eyes locked hard onto Benjamin's face, his voice hoarse. "All I see is you becoming the boss of a bunch of assholes in tights. New master, same Vought. You put a pile of shit on a gold plate, it's still fucking shit." "Still beats being a cuckold," Benjamin said lightly. After being called a cuckold twice, Butcher was almost shaking with rage, though he had no idea why Benjamin insisted on calling him that. "What the fuck are you two still standing there for?" Butcher jerked his head back and roared at Mother's Milk and Frenchie. "Get Becca and Ryan out of here." Mother's Milk clenched his jaw. His rational mind told him Butcher had made the right call. But leaving his brother here alone to face Soldier Boy felt like hell. Still, he had no other choice. He yanked open the car door and pulled Becca and Ryan out of the back seat. "Move." He growled, one arm locked tight around the struggling Becca while the other held Ryan, then ran toward the woods beside the highway. No, Butcher." Becca, slung over Mother's Milk's shoulder, kicked and struggled desperately, tears blurring her vision. She fought to twist her head around and look at the figure in the dark shirt, standing in the middle of the highway. He stood there alone in front of the SUV with the smashed windshield, facing the most powerful soup of an entire era. She struggled with everything she had, but Mother's Milk's arm held her like an iron clamp, dragging her farther from the road step by step. Frenchie followed close behind. His gaze kept flicking between Butcher's back and the woods ahead. Several times his steps faltered, but in the end he still followed Mother's Milk. Benjamin drew a pistol from his waist, aimed it at Butcher's chest, and pulled the trigger. Bangs, bangs, bang. The gunshots cracked across the empty highway, startling several crows from the distant treetops. The bullet struck Butcher squarely in the chest with dull impacts, then bounced off. The warped, twisted slugs clinked onto the asphalt. Butcher's body only swayed slightly. His feet did not move an inch. 3 blackened bullet holes had been punched through the chest of his shirt, but the skin underneath did not have so much as a scratch. Benjamin looked down at the gun in his hand, then at the 3 smoking holes in Butcher's shirt, before calmly holstering the pistol again. "Looks like you used the V24 Audna gave you," Benjamin said slowly. "You do know this stuff was developed by Vought, right? That shit they burned tens of billions, maybe hundreds of billions, on in the lab was built by my company with a mountain of manpower and resources. And now you're fucking using Vought stuff, my stuff, to fight Vought." Butcher's mouth curled into a wicked grin. "If I can't beat you, I'll join you for a bit. Yeah, you lot made V24, but once it's in my veins, it's mine. Join us for a bit, heh." Benjamin let out a low, cold laugh, then started walking forward. "Then let me show you the gap between us." Benjamin charged. The pavement under his feet cracked like a spiderweb from the force of his first step. Butcher's pupils shrank, and he instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, but Benjamin's fist was already coming down. There was nothing fancy about the punch. It was just a simple punch. A heavy blow, pure to the extreme. The fist slammed into Butcher's crossed arms with a brutal impact. Bang! Butcher was sent flying backward. His back crashed hard into the hood of the SUV behind him, denting the metal into a deep human-shaped crater. The remaining shards of windshield rattled loose and fell. Butcher rolled off the hood, braced one hand against the ground, and dropped to one knee on the road. He shook his head. The world spun violently in front of him, and his ears rang so hard it was unbearable. The blow had left Butcher dazed. Soldier Boy was simply too powerful for him, even though Butcher had tested V24 before and used it to gain strength close to Homelander's. Chapter 134. But Butcher was not the kind of man who stayed down after one punch. He shook his head, forced down the dizzying spin in his skull, gritted his teeth, and stood upright again. Butcher's combat instincts took over his body. He had never been a man who relied on strength alone. Even before becoming a supe, he had already been a veteran who survived countless life-or-death fights. Butcher's fists, knees, and elbows were all weapons. He charged back in. A straight punch, a right hook, a left hook, an elbow, and knee. The combo came in vicious and fast. Against any ordinary supe, that barrage would have shattered bones and torn muscles by now. But Benjamin was not an ordinary supe. He stood there without dodging or blocking, letting Butcher's fists land on his face, chest, and stomach. The straight punch slammed into his cheekbone, but his head did not even tilt. The left hook swept across his jaw, and he felt nothing. Butcher's attacks were like a downpour hammering granite. Loud, violent, spraying everywhere but never leaving a mark. After taking those hits head-on, Benjamin's mouth suddenly curled into an unfriendly smile. Then Benjamin stiffened his palm, pressed his fingers together, and chopped straight down at Butcher's shoulder. The move was simple and plain. The instant the knife hand strike hit his shoulder, Butcher's body bent forward. A terrifying force drove into his shoulder blade, ran down his spine, and pressed his knees so low they nearly hit the ground. His jaw clenched tight, veins bulging across his forehead. His entire right arm felt as if it had been ripped out of place, and tearing pain surged through his shoulder joint again and again. But in the end, Butcher did not fully kneel. He braced himself with his left knee, half kneeling in front of Benjamin. Then Butcher raised his head. Two blinding golden beams suddenly erupted from his bloodshot eyes, scorching light pouring from deep within his pupils. He had been waiting for this chance, waiting for Benjamin to get close enough and lower his guard. The two burning beams struck Benjamin's cheek with perfect accuracy. And yet Benjamin did not even blink. Heat vision splashed across his cheek, but Benjamin still did not take a single step back. Then, against the impact of those two beams of heat vision, Benjamin calmly lifted his right foot and drove a straight kick into Butcher's completely unguarded stomach. The instant his soul struck Butcher's abdomen, Butcher was sent flying backward, his whole body bending into a perfect inverted C in midair. The kick drove deep into Butcher's waist and stomach. He flew more than 10 meters before slamming hard into the road, then rolled 4 or 5 times before finally stopping, lying flat on his back and motionless. As for Benjamin's face, heat vision had left no trace at all. Not a scratch, not even a single singed hair. "You bastard, what were you trying to wash my fucking face?" Butcher lay on the road more than 10 meters away, his chest rising and falling with difficulty, bloody foam spilling constantly from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were still open. Through vision blurred by sweat and blood, he saw Benjamin's completely unharmed face. At that sight, Butcher's eyelids slowly closed, and he passed out. Just then, a violent shockwave burst through the sky. A blue and white figure dropped straight down at supersonic speed. The shockwave from his landing blasted gravel and fallen leaves on both sides of the highway in every direction. Homelander had arrived. His cape snapped behind him, and the high-altitude wind had left his blonde hair slightly disheveled. But there was no trace of exhaustion in those blue eyes, only a coldness pressed far below freezing. He glanced at Butcher, who lay unconscious on the ground, then looked at Benjamin. "Go after Ryan. They took him and ran," Benjamin said. Homelander nodded. Without a word, he bent his knees slightly and shot straight into the woods beside the highway. At that moment in the forest, Mother's Milk was carrying Ryan and running for his life, while Frenchie supported Becca, who was nearly collapsing from exhaustion, and followed close behind. But compared to Homelander, they were far too slow. Homelander flew above the treetops for less than 10 seconds before locking onto their position. He landed steadily less than 2 meters in front of Mother's Milk. Sunlight fell through the gaps between the leaves, scattering across his expressionless face. Mother's Milk stopped at once. Frenchie stopped too. None of them tried to fight back or run. They only knew one thing. They were done. Especially Butcher and the others. Before long, Homelander walked out of the forest. He was in front, gripping Mother's Milk by the collar with his right hand and dragging him behind like a sack of potatoes. His left hand held Frenchie by the back of the collar, just as roughly. Behind him followed a deathly pale Becca, with Ryan held tightly in her arms. Ryan's little face was buried against his mother, only a pair of timid blue eyes peeking out. He looked at Homelander's broad back. In those blue eyes, so much like Homelander's own, there was no longer only simple worship and attachment. Ryan was still too young. He could not tell whether what his mother had said was true or false. He could not tell who was protecting him and who was hurting him. Chapter 135. Homelander stood where he was, his blue eyes fixed coldly on Becca. Becca's chest heaved. Her gaze moved past Homelander's shoulder and landed on the motionless human shape lying more than a dozen meters away. Butcher lay flat on his back in the road, the blood at the corner of his mouth already dried by the wind. Her lips trembled hard. Tears spilled uncontrollably from her eyes, carving 2 wet tracks down her face. Homelander. Becca broke down and shouted, "If you kill Butcher, I swear I'll." "Shut the fuck up." Homelander roared. He took one step and was right in front of Becca, looming over the woman who was a full head shorter than him. At last, a clear emotion appeared in those blue eyes, a furious rage that had burst out after someone crossed his bottom line. "You bitch, you're trying to steal my son from me. You hid him for 8 years. 8 fucking years. And now you want to take him and run off with that British asshole? You've got the nerve to beg for him right in front of me." Becca flinched from the outburst. Her cries jammed in her throat. Staring into Homelander's eyes, burning with rage, she suddenly realized that if she said one more word, if she spoke up for Butcher even one more time, the man in front of her really would kill her without hesitation. He might not care anymore about what Ryan thought, or what the consequences would be. She shut her mouth. Tears were still sliding silently down her face, but her voice was gone. Her hands hung at her sides, clenched tightly into fists. Just then, a small figure stepped out from behind her. Ryan spread his arms and stood in front of Becca. He barely came up to Homelander's waist. His blonde hair stuck up in a messy tangle, his eyes were red, and his chin trembled slightly. But his legs stayed firmly planted on the ground, not backing up even half a step. Ryan lifted his head. Those blue eyes, exactly like Homelander's, stared straight at the towering man before him, a man so tall he almost seemed to block out the sky. Ryan was protecting Becca. Homelander stopped moving. He lowered his head and looked at Ryan, standing there with both arms spread wide in his way, and his heart twisted with complicated emotions. Homelander had treated him well. He had taken him flying into the sky, told him stories, and sat by his bed whenever he had nightmares, staying there until he fell asleep. Ryan remembered all of it, every single thing. But Ryan had been raised by Becca since he was little. From the first day he opened his eyes and saw the world, Becca had been by his side, feeding him milk, teaching him to talk, and holding him through the night as she paced the living room whenever he was sick. 8 years, all those days and nights together, could not be erased by a few months of companionship. So Ryan still chose his mom. Ryan. When Homelander said the name, his voice suddenly became very soft. His lips moved, as if he still wanted to say something, but in the end, he only shook his head and said nothing more. Benjamin leaned against the wreckage of the SUV, arms crossed, frowning as he watched the scene play out. His gaze moved back and forth twice between Homelander, Ryan, and Becca. The look on his face slowly shifted from confusion to a kind of speechless disbelief. What the hell was this? Was Homelander really about to do the same thing as in the original series, going soft just because Ryan stood in front of him? Then let Butcher go. Then let Butcher recover, come back, and finally land a killing blow at some critical moment. Benjamin suddenly had a hard time keeping it together. In the original series finale, Homelander had basically brought half of his own death on himself. Time and time again, Homelander let Butcher off, until Butcher finally teamed up with everyone else, dragged him down from his pedestal, and smashed him to pieces. Of course, if Homelander had burned Butcher to ash with one blast of heat vision right from the start, the whole series would not have had anything left to film. After all, Butcher was the protagonist. But the problem was, this world was not a TV show, and Benjamin had no intention of playing that stupid. "I'll let you off this time, so you can come back next time," bullshit with Homelander. So, Benjamin's voice cut in abruptly, his tone dripping with open mockery. "You fucking went soft, just because your son took his mother's side. He throws out those little arms and suddenly you can't do it. Did you forget what the Brit lying on the ground did tonight? He broke into your turf, pointed a gun at your people, and tried to run off with your son. And now you're really thinking of letting him go because some kid glared at you." Homelander turned his head and looked at Benjamin. He did not answer right away. Then he glanced at Butcher, unconscious on the ground, and hatred reignited in his eyes. That man had tried to take Ryan away from him. That alone was enough reason for him to die 100 times over. But right after that, his gaze slipped helplessly back to Ryan, to that small face as tense as Becca's. His face twitched. The muscles in his jaw bulged beneath his cheekbones, then loosened again. Homelander was still hesitating. "Forget it." Benjamin stopped wasting words on him. He pulled a pair of specially made metal restraints from his waist, walked over to the unconscious Butcher, and neatly cuffed his hands behind his back. Then he walked over to Mother's Milk and Frenchie, who had already been thrown to the roadside by Homelander, and cuffed their hands behind their backs as well. Once that was done, he took his phone out of his pocket, dialed a number, and gave a few brief instructions into the receiver. "Send a transport vehicle. Vought's highest security transport. It had to be here within half an hour." And Benjamin planned to escort it personally, just in case Butcher woke up halfway and smashed his way out of the transport. Once the 24-hour effect of V24 wore off, Butcher would go back to being an ordinary person. Holding 3 ordinary people was more than enough for a Vought cell. Chapter 136. But Benjamin had already worked out the next step in his head. Butcher was not an ordinary prisoner. In the original series, even Starlight had managed to escape after being locked up, and Butcher was a protagonist. What if he got out too? So the problem had to be solved in a more fundamental way. And Benjamin had already found the best solution. He turned and looked at Becca, who was standing behind Homelander. The woman had been crying, screaming, and begging for that Brit ever since this started. "Becca," Benjamin said slowly, his voice cold and hard, "you've been making a scene this whole time, right? Fine. Then let's hand everything between Butcher and Homelander, along with Ryan's special identity, over to the American legal system. The Supreme Court, a congressional hearing, whatever works. You want justice, don't you? Let the law give you justice. We'll see whether Ryan gets awarded to you or to Homelander." Ryan did not know what the law was, but he knew Benjamin might take his mother away from him, so he glared at Benjamin in anger. Becca's lips trembled. Before she could speak, Benjamin had already walked over to Butcher, grabbed the shackles with one hand, and hauled the unconscious Butcher up off the ground. The Vought transport had already appeared at the far end of the road. "No." Becca finally cried out again, her voice hoarse and desperate. "You can't take him away." Benjamin stopped. He slowly turned around and said, "The fact that I'm not crushing Butcher's skull in public is already me doing you a fucking favor. No, more accurately, I'm doing Ryan a favor." His gaze left Becca's face and swept over Ryan, who was still standing in front of her with his arms spread wide, glaring furiously at him. The little shit was practically hissing at him. Benjamin knew Ryan might hate him now. Seeing that, he almost had trouble keeping it together again. Homelander did not know what to say either. His feelings were complicated. Becca covered her mouth, staring at the scene in agony. But she did not scream again, because she had seen the answer in Benjamin's eyes. He was not trying to scare her. This man was Soldier Boy. He meant what he said. Ryan still stood in front of his mother, with his arms spread wide. His blue eyes stayed locked on Benjamin. Then he shot Homelander an unhappy look. Soon, Butcher and the other 2 were locked inside Vought's underground cells. These cells were not meant for ordinary criminals. Each one had multi-layer composite walls specifically designed to contain SUPs. A lead layer blocked X-ray vision, carbon fiber mesh absorbed physical impact, and an independent air circulation system made sure that even if the person inside could manipulate air molecules, they would not be able to stir up a damn thing. Mother's Milk and Frenchie were locked in solitary cells next to Butcher's. The 3 cells sat side by side, and each one contained only an iron-framed bed bolted to the floor, a stainless steel toilet, and a drinking tap built into the wall. The lights never went out. That pale white glare stayed on 24 hours a day, stripping the prisoners of any sense of time. But once the effects of V24 had fully worn off, Butcher no longer had any superpowers. This level of security was not so much necessary as it was Benjamin making a point. He was taking these 3 seriously. As for Becca and Ryan, they were treated much better. On the top floor of Vought Tower, there was an apartment suite prepared specifically for the families of SUPs. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, a separate kitchen and bathroom, and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Manhattan skyline. It sounded like an executive suite in a 5-star hotel. But Becca soon discovered that every window was sealed bulletproof glass, and 2 uniformed security guards stood outside the door in round-the-clock shifts. Maybe it was just a more respectable cage. Ryan did not think that much about it. For him, the past 7 days had not been too bad. The apartment had a TV, Lego, all kinds of snacks and drinks, and most importantly, his mom was always by his side. He did not have to worry anymore that his mom might suddenly be taken away by a bunch of people in black. He did not have to wake up in the middle of the night and find that she was not in the room. As long as he was with his mom, it did not matter where they lived. During those 7 days, he even finished building a Lego spaceship taller than he was. Deep had brought it over 2 days earlier, saying it had been arranged by Mr. Soldier Boy. Ryan even forgave Soldier Boy for being mean to his mom before. Starlight, meanwhile, had been assigned a special job as Becca and Ryan's emotional support specialist. To be honest, Ashley had been the one to suggest it in the first place. She believed they needed a female supe to stay with the mother and son, in case either of them had an emotional breakdown before the hearing. The main reason they wanted Becca soothed was Ryan. After all, Ryan was Homelander's lifeline. To everyone's surprise, Starlight did a pretty damn good job. She actually managed to calm them down. Because she was worried about Butcher, Becca had cried, broken down, and even tried to go on a hunger strike during those 7 days. But every time, Starlight managed to pull her back from the edge. It was not that her words were especially brilliant. Maybe it was just that Becca could see real kindness in her eyes. Stable Becca meant stable Ryan. Stable Ryan meant Homelander could relax. So Starlight's role in calming her down was actually important. A week later, Benjamin walked up to Butcher's cell with his shield in one hand and 2 bottles of whiskey in the other. Through the one-way glass, he looked over the scruffy, bearded man sitting on the iron-framed bed. "Oi, shield-carrying cunt," Butcher called out. He had recognized who it was just from the footsteps. Butcher's voice was hoarse and dry. A week without normal water had made his vocal cords sound like they had been scraped raw with sandpaper. But that mocking tone was still pure Butcher. Still, Butcher did not know why he was not dead yet, or why Benjamin had spared his life. Benjamin did not respond to the jab. He entered the access code, and the heavy metal door slid open. Then he set 1 bottle of whiskey on the iron-framed bed by Butcher's feet. Benjamin twisted open the other bottle himself, leaned against the cell wall, and tipped his head back for a drink. Butcher froze for a moment. After a week without food or water, he reached out, grabbed the bottle, bit the cap open with his teeth, and took his first long swig. The alcohol poured into his stomach, empty for an entire week, bringing a burning sting before quickly spreading into a warm current that rushed through his veins and out into his limbs. Color returned to his face at a visible speed under the alcohol's effect. A spark came back into those cloudy eyes, dulled by dehydration and hunger. Butcher drained the entire bottle without stopping for breath. He set the empty bottle by his feet, wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, then looked up and stared at Benjamin again. His eyes were much clearer than before. "Why didn't you kill me? Because of Becca, because of Ryan, or because of Homelander?" Benjamin rested the bottle in his hand on his knee and turned it slightly, watching the amber liquid swirl inside the glass. He did not answer directly. Instead, he asked casually, Butcher, if I said I could reunite you with Becca, would you still go after Homelander? The cell suddenly went quiet. Butcher did not speak. He just sat there, staring into Benjamin's eyes. A complicated flicker of emotion passed through those bloodshot eyes. Shock, suspicion, and longing. The silence lasted a full minute. Then Butcher said, "All I want is my Becca. But Becca wants Ryan, so she won't come with me. You get that? Without Ryan, Becca isn't going anywhere." "Homelander only cares about Ryan," Benjamin said slowly. "He doesn't care about you or Becca. To him, you're the British bastard who tried to steal his son, and Becca is the traitor who hid Ryan for 8 years. He hates you both, but he doesn't need you dead. He just needs Ryan. Honestly, if it weren't for Ryan, he probably would have lasered your heads open a long time ago." Butcher wanted to argue, because Homelander was the one who had caused this whole goddamn disaster. But Benjamin kept going. "So you need to attend tomorrow's hearing. When the time comes, you and Homelander both have to be there. In front of the judge and all the media, Ryan's custody has to be settled once and for all. If the hearing rules that Ryan belongs with Homelander, then Becca has no reason to keep staying by Ryan's side. She'll come back to you, because she won't have anywhere else to go." Butcher reacted much faster than Benjamin had expected, and much more violently. Almost the instant Benjamin finished speaking, he shook his head and said, "If Ryan goes to Homelander, Becca won't come back to me. She'll kill herself. You understand me. You really think she's the kind of woman who can abandon her son and just keep living on her own? You think she's gonna leave Ryan with that fucking lunatic, then come with me to some little backwater town and play happy family? You don't know a damn thing about who she is." Though Butcher desperately wanted Becca to give up Ryan and leave with him. The pain in his eyes, as he said those words, was real. 7 days without food or water was nothing to a man like him. What truly tortured him were those thoughts: Becca's face, that little bastard Ryan's face. And the reality that even after giving everything he had still lost completely. He leaned against the cold metal wall and tipped his head back. "I'll give Becca a chance to see Ryan once a week," Benjamin said. "I won't make her lose her son completely. I'll just turn her from Ryan's mother back into your wife. She can visit Ryan 1 day every week. The rest of the time, she lives with you. Now we just see whether she's willing to accept that arrangement." Butcher opened his eyes. He stared at Benjamin for a long time. During that long silence, the hostility and wariness in his gaze loosened little by little. Then Butcher became a little confused. The man in front of him was Soldier Boy, the most powerful supe in Vought. He was supposed to be the enemy. Yet now this enemy was sitting in his cell, handing him a bottle of liquor, and telling him he could reunite with Becca. "Why are you helping me?" Butcher asked. Benjamin looked down at Butcher, sitting on the iron-framed bed. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Maybe because of that pussy son of mine, maybe because you're a real man, and because, fuck it, you gave me a damn good fight." Benjamin did not give him time to sort through his feelings. He stepped forward, looked down at Butcher, and said, "But you have to swear to me on Becca's life that you won't go after Homelander again, and you won't go after any supe again. Your revenge, all the shit, it ends here. Oh right, you'll still have to be sentenced when the time comes. After all, you killed Translucent." The cell fell silent for the 3rd time. This silence lasted longer than the first 2. Butcher sat motionless on the iron-framed bed, as images from all those years flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Becca's smile, Becca's tears. That night when he had been told Becca was dead, when he drank an entire bottle of vodka alone and then puked all over himself. And his feud with Homelander. Then Butcher slowly closed his eyes and said, "I swear it, on Becca's life." "Good." Benjamin soon left the cell. The next day, the hearing began as scheduled. The venue was a federal hearing hall on Capitol Hill that could hold 300 people. When Benjamin made that decision, Ashley had nearly dropped the coffee cup in her hand. After all, Butcher's case involved a Vought scandal. It also involved Homelander's private life and the sensitive issue of custody over a supe's child, an area where the law was practically blank. If the media latched onto any part of it and blew it up, it could turn into a PR disaster. After listening to her long rant, Benjamin had said only one thing. "We're making the whole fucking thing public. Let all of America watch and see who's playing by the rules." Ashley had no choice. Benjamin was the boss, after all. So on the day of the hearing, the media seats in the hearing hall were packed with reporters from New York, Washington, and Los Angeles. Cameras with long lenses and heavy rigs filled 2 whole rows behind the public gallery, and the live feed was broadcast in real time through at least 6 national news networks. Vought's PR department even opened an official live stream on social media. 10 minutes before the hearing began, the comment feed had already passed 100,000 posts. Sitting on the bench was a silver-haired veteran Supreme Court justice, known for his iron-faced reputation. Of course, he was also one of Newman's people. Newman sat at the counsel table on Homelander's side. She had passed the bar before, and she had studied law. A thick stack of documents related to the case lay spread out in front of her, but she had barely looked through them. There was no need. Homelander was guaranteed to win. Her gaze calmly swept over Butcher and Becca, seated across from her. Chapter 137. Your Honors. Newman rose to her feet, her voice clear. What we are discussing here today is not merely a matter of custody within one family. It is a legal precedent concerning the safety and security of Supe offspring. Ryan, as Homelander's biological son, and as one of the very few known naturally born Supe offspring, will have an upbringing and guardianship arrangement that profoundly affects the future of the entire Supe community. She gave the other side no chance to interrupt. Opening the first file in front of her, she began her statement. According to the medical examination report provided by Vought, Ryan displayed the natural hereditary effects of compound V from within the womb immediately after birth. His bone density, muscle fiber strength, and neural reaction speed all far exceed those of children his age. This report has been cross-verified by 3 independent medical experts. The full version was submitted to Your Honor and opposing counsel before the hearing. She continued. In addition, we have obtained all of Vought's archival records from the past 40 years concerning Supe offspring. Among the 17 known cases, 13 Supe offspring raised solely by ordinary humans experienced uncontrollable power outbursts before adolescence, and 9 of those cases resulted in the death of the caregiver. The details of these cases have been compiled and marked as evidence. Your Honor, please review them. Becca sat beside Butcher, her face growing paler by the second. She had never heard about the accidents in those cases. And yet, she knew better than anyone that Ryan was not an ordinary child. Becca loved him, and it was precisely because she loved him that she could not refute the cold data Newman had laid out. Therefore, Newman closed the final document, folded her hands atop the stack of files, and looked directly at the judge. We argue that custody of Ryan should be granted to his biological father, Homelander. This is not only a legal right based on blood relation, but also the most fundamental consideration for the safety of a minor. Supe offspring require Supe guardians. That is a medical fact, not a subjective judgment. The opposing attorney was a pro bono lawyer Butcher and Becca had temporarily hired, a middle-aged man with messy hair. Of course, he was also one of Newman's people. Still, they had to put on a show. He began his rebuttal with Homelander's record of violent conduct. Then he casually listed at least 5 publicly reported incidents in which Homelander had allegedly used excessive force during law enforcement actions. He pretended to prove that Homelander lacked the emotional stability and sense of responsibility required of a qualified guardian. That was Becca's angle, too. Newman tilted her head slightly and said in an almost regretful tone, "Every incident cited by opposing counsel occurred while Homelander was performing official duties. Furthermore, each one was formally reviewed by Vought's internal investigation committee, and the conclusion in every case was that the enforcement action fell within reasonable limits." In plain English, Homelander was legally in the clear. After that, the other side argued again, and Newman refuted them again. It was all theater. Butcher, of course, knew it was theater. Only Becca was dumb enough not to know. She still thought the lawyer she had secretly hired had done his best. Soon the gavel fell. Custody was awarded to Homelander. The press gallery exploded with a storm of camera shutters and frantic keyboard clacking. Ryan's custody was decided in just 40 minutes. It happened so fast that no one had time to react. And yet the ruling was so airtight that no one could raise a half-decent objection. After all, everyone present was Newman's people. And behind Newman stood Soldier Boy. Whoever got in Newman's way would get wiped out, so who the hell could stop her? Still, Newman did not forget to give Becca a way down. She gave the judge a slight nod, then continued. However, our side also fully recognizes that in the 8 years since Ryan's birth, his mother, Becca Butcher, has borne the full responsibility of raising him. No matter how the law determines custody, Ms. Becca's sacrifices and rights as a mother should not be completely stripped away. At the same time, we also acknowledge the emotional harm Homelander caused Ms. Becca and her family. Although these actions occurred under exceptional circumstances, they should not be ignored. Her tone shifted, changing from the sharp certainty of moments ago into a carefully calculated softness and consideration. Therefore, our side voluntarily proposes that Ms. Becca Butcher have the right to visit Ryan once a week, with each visit lasting no less than 6 hours. The location of each visit will be decided by mutual agreement. This is not a legally mandated clause. It is a concession our side offers voluntarily after winning the case. We hope that after everything this family has endured, they can still preserve some of the most basic tenderness that belongs to family. It was a damn beautiful speech. Even some reporters in the gallery who had originally been hostile toward Vought found nothing wrong with it. Because Newman was not finishing Becca off. After winning everything, she had chosen to reach out and hand the loser a small step down. She had already won. She did not need to do this, but she did anyway, making her look both powerful and merciful. Becca stayed silent for a full 2 minutes. Her head was lowered, her hands clenched tightly around the armrests of her chair. Then she raised her head, glanced at Butcher in the gallery, and then looked at Ryan sitting beside Homelander. The child she had carried for so long. The child she had raised for 8 years. The child who had wrapped his arms around her neck on countless late nights and said, "Mom, I love you." In the end, she nodded. One day, a week was still better than losing him forever. But the hearing was far from over. While the reporters were still furiously writing about Newman's merciful concession, Newman stood up again. She pulled a new file from the very bottom of the stack. She placed the file on the table, pressed her palm against the cover, and looked up. This time, her gaze landed squarely on Butcher. Next, this court must address the series of serious criminal acts committed by Mr. William Butcher over the past several years. Butcher looked at Newman. No one could tell what he was thinking. Newman opened the file and read out the charges one by one. For revenge, the unlawful killing of the Soup Translucent, unlawful possession of military-grade weapons, suspected involvement in at least 3 armed attacks against Vought facilities, suspected assistance and incitement in the prison escape of Soup criminals, suspected attempted kidnapping within the secret community, along with the use of lethal force resulting in the deaths of 3 security personnel. All charges listed above are supported by physical evidence, surveillance footage, and eyewitness testimony. The complete chain of evidence has been submitted to the court. She paused, flipped the file to the final page, and looked over the top edge of the document, speaking in a calm, measured voice. Taking into full consideration the severity of the defendant's crimes, the degree of harm posed to public safety, and the cooperative attitude he has shown during these proceedings, the prosecution recommends a sentence of 10 years in prison, suspended for 5 years. Butcher did not have to go to prison. As long as he behaved, he would be fine. Soon, the gavel fell again. The judge adjourned the court. Killing Translucent. That was a huge fucking deal. The reporters in the gallery stood almost at the same time. After a brief delay, the live stream comments began scrolling at several times their usual speed. Countless people in front of their screens cursed Butcher out. Butcher did not give the media much time to take pictures. As soon as the gavel fell, Vought security escorted him out of the hearing room through a side door. At the very last moment before he stepped through that door, he turned back. Through the layers of people, he found Becca's eyes. Their gazes met in midair for less than a second. Then the door closed. Newman gathered the files on the table, placed them neatly into her briefcase, then stood and gave a slight nod toward where Homelander and Benjamin were seated. Her work was done. Custody, visitation rights, criminal sentencing. 3 issues, 3 victories. Of course it turned out that way. Newman really was useful, especially with power in her hands. Actually, why not just make Newman president? Benjamin thought to himself. That way, all kinds of matters, big and small, would be a hell of a lot less troublesome. Chapter 138. News that the hearing had ended spread across the United States that very afternoon. Every major news network kept replaying footage of Homelander walking out of the hearing hall after his victory. He wore his supersuit, his blonde hair gleaming under the flash of cameras, a controlled, confident smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. At his side were the expressionless soldier boy and the composed Newman. The image was clipped into countless screenshots and spread all over social media. The captions were all over the place. Some celebrated a victory for justice, some raged about Vought manipulating the justice system, and others dissected every word and every micro-expression Newman had shown during the hearing, calling her the most dangerous political operator of our era. But no matter how public opinion shifted, there was one fact no one could deny. Homelander had won, completely. The verdict was almost exactly the same as the proposal Newman had put forward at the hearing. Butcher was sentenced to 10 years in prison for multiple felonies, suspended for 5 years. Mothers Milk and Frenchie were sentenced as well, with slightly shorter terms, but one hard condition wiped any trace of relief from all 3 of their faces. The ruling stated in black and white that, during the suspension period, the 3 defendants were forbidden from seeing one another or contacting one another in any form. Any violation would immediately revoke the suspension, and they would be taken into custody to serve their sentences. Butcher's mouth twitched when he saw that clause. The 3 of them had fought side by side for so many years, and in the end, they were not even allowed to sit down, have a drink, and say goodbye. Becca and Butcher moved into a small house in the suburbs of New York. The house had been arranged by Vought. It was neither too big nor too small, with a little yard planted with 2 maple trees. From the kitchen window, you could see a stretch of green space in the distance, not exactly lush, but at least open. Of course, it was not some generous gift. It was a carefully calculated relocation plan, and it made surveillance easier. From there, it only took 40 minutes to drive to Vought headquarters, which made Becca's weekly visits convenient. Convenient for her, and convenient for monitoring. Ryan finally accepted the reality of living with Homelander. For an 8-year-old, accepted was not quite the right word. It was more that, after the hearing and what had happened before it, he had started to vaguely understand certain things he could not yet put into words. The adult world was far more complicated than he had imagined. Some things could not be solved just by spreading his arms and standing in front of his mom. So when Becca crouched down, held his small hands, and told him with red eyes, "Mommy will come see you every week," Ryan did not cry or throw a fit. He just nodded hard, then wrapped his arms around his mother's neck and held on for a long, long time before finally letting go. Still, life with Homelander was not too bad for Ryan. In fact, most of the time, Homelander was not even there. The operation to hunt down the remaining members of the boys was still ongoing. The Deep and Black Noir II were not exactly doing a great job, but at least they could take some of the pressure off. The real problem was the supervillains who kept popping up. After Homelander dealt with the one in Russia, 2 more appeared in the Middle East, another surfaced in South America, and with soup crimes breaking out from time to time on American soil, Homelander naturally had to handle those 2. So for most of Ryan's days at Vought headquarters, the person actually keeping him company was not Homelander, but Starlight. Starlight had slipped into this strange family structure in a way no one had expected. In terms of seniority, she was Soldier Boy's woman. By the logic of family relationships, in a certain sense, she really could be considered Ryan's little grandma. Ryan did not care about any of those complicated relationships at all. He only cared that Starlight sometimes played Lego with him and talked to him in a way that felt less like an adult and more like a friend. Of course, Becca and Butcher also came to visit Ryan. But for Butcher, everything about it felt painfully complicated. Every weekend, Becca would carefully prepare Ryan's favorite snacks, then get into Butcher's car and ride all the way to Vought headquarters. Most of the time, Butcher waited in the car. Usually, he did not go inside or cross that security checkpoint, not because he was banned, but because he felt too damn conflicted. Homelander was his enemy. That fact would not change because of a court ruling. It would not be wiped clean because of the promise he had made to Soldier Boy. And it sure as hell would not become forgivable just because Becca got to see Ryan every week. But he still had to come, because sometimes Becca needed him there, and because Becca wanted things between Butcher and Ryan to get better. Every now and then, Butcher would run into Homelander in the hallway. Most of the time, they simply passed each other, their eyes meeting for less than a second before both looked away. They had nothing to say to each other. What could Butcher say to the man who had destroyed 8 years of his life? And what could Homelander say to the man who had spent 8 years trying to kill him? That was exactly why things between them were so damn complicated. One day, Butcher did not wait in the car. He walked into the visiting area of Vought headquarters and stood in front of the vending machine in the hallway, staring blankly at the colorful cans inside. Familiar footsteps came from the end of the corridor. He did not need to turn around to know who it was. Homelander stopped behind him, and the atmosphere between them turned complicated all over again. Ryan been acting up lately. Homelander was the one who finally spoke first. After all, he knew Butcher came to see Ryan now and then, roughly once every few weeks. It pissed him off a little, sure, but that frequency was still something he could tolerate. Chapter 139. Butcher turned his head and glanced at him, then looked back at the vending machine's glass panel. "I don't really handle him," he said flatly. "Becca does." Homelander shrugged. He said nothing else and started walking, ready to go around Butcher and head for the visiting room at the end of the hall. He had finally carved out a rare 2-hour gap today, and he had no interest in wasting it on forced, awkward small talk with Butcher. "I want to know why." Butcher's voice came from behind him. Homelander stopped. He turned his head slightly, brow furrowing. "Why what?" Butcher turned away from the vending machine. The fluorescent lights in the hallway cut sharp shadows across his face. He stared at Homelander, stayed silent for about 3 seconds, then spoke. "You don't smoke, you don't drink, you don't pay for whores, you don't go near women like some bloody saint. You're the strongest soup on the planet. What kind of woman couldn't you have? But you've never touched any of them. You're like some sexless fucking monster." When the word monster hit Homelander's ears, his brow tightened. If anyone else had said that word to his face, a beam of heat vision would have punched straight through their skull the very next second. But Butcher was not anyone else. Butcher was the only man who dared to stand in front of him with nothing but a mortal body, talk to him like that, and still be alive. It was a strange feeling. Homelander had wondered more than once whether that was why he had put up with Butcher for so long. Maybe that was even why, somewhere deep down, he had a faint appreciation for this English asshole. In a world where every mortal cowered before him and treated him with trembling respect, Butcher was the only one who never wore a mask when he looked at him. "So," Butcher said, shoving both hands into his coat pockets and tilting his head slightly. Then he asked the question that had been circling in his head for far too many years, the one that had almost turned into an obsession. "How the hell did you end up with Becca?" "William Butcher, you need to understand something. Everyone pays for what they say." Homelander stared at Butcher as he said it. That was the reason. Homelander had not forgotten how, after that bastard greeted him all those years ago, he had gone behind his back and talked shit about his supersuit. Butcher frowned, his mind racing. What he said? What the fuck had he said? After all these years, he knew Homelander held grudges over the smallest slights. He knew the man could not stomach any kind of insult. So was it because of something he had said back then? When had he first met Homelander? Probably at some Vought event. Had they even talked? Butcher could not remember. Maybe there really had been something. Or maybe it had been some tiny thing he himself had long forgot, while Homelander had held on to it for all these years. Homelander watched Butcher frowning, desperately trying to remember, and shook his head. Then he turned and started walking toward the end of the hallway again. Butcher stood where he was, watching that figure fade into the distance. Maybe that bastard moron would never give him the full answer. "Sir, you want me to become president?" In Newman's bedroom, Newman was naked, sitting in Benjamin's lap. She had been enjoying herself just moments ago, but Benjamin's request left her stunned. She stared hard at Benjamin, trying to find even the slightest hint of a joke on that handsome face. She found none. "What, you never thought about it?" Benjamin asked. "In your whole political career, you never once thought about that position." Newman opened her mouth, and for a moment she had no idea what to say. This was insane. Of course she had thought about it. How could she not? From the very first day she stepped into politics, she had thought about it. She had never gone into public office only for Edgar's sake. Only she knew that. Edgar had given her a platform, resources, and a starting point other people would not even dare dream of, but she had never gotten this far on Edgar's cultivation alone. Newman had ambitions of her own. But she had never fully told anyone about those ambitions, not even Edgar. And now, Benjamin had just laid that dream on the table as if it were nothing. Soon, Newman's breathing quickened slightly. In those beautiful eyes of hers, the shock and hesitation from a moment ago were fading, replaced by desire. If she really became president, she would become the third most powerful person in all of America. First was Soldier Boy, second was Homelander, only then came her. She understood that perfectly. She had no unrealistic fantasies about it. Newman knew exactly where she stood. She knew that, in this power pyramid ruled by SUPs, the highest place she could ever climb to was that third chair, right behind them. But that was enough. She had no complaints about it. In fact, she was willing. Because Soldier Boy had chosen her. "Sir," Newman said, her voice returning to its usual composure, though beneath it was still a faint tremor born from overwhelming excitement. "I'll do my best." Benjamin nodded and said, "Use proper channels as much as possible. Run for vice president first, then aim for the presidency." Newman nodded solemnly. In the days that followed, Newman's presidential campaign machine began running at full power like never before. She already possessed every bit of political capital a member of Congress could build up. A solid legislative record, national recognition accumulated through multiple hearings, and a centrist image calibrated perfectly across the political spectrum. And once Vought, the most powerful public relations and resource machine in the world, began paving the road for her with everything it had. Her campaign momentum took off like it had rocket boosters strapped to it. Vought's media empire spared no effort in building her up. Primetime slots across the major news networks were completely taken over by her campaign ads, and social media was flooded with promotional photos of her holding Ryan, wearing the gentle smile of a mother and politician. Her poll numbers shot upward like a rocket, jumping from one victory to the next. Her opponents' campaign managers could only sit in front of their data screens late at night, grinding their teeth and doing absolutely nothing about it. Not only that, but all kinds of SUPs were throwing their weight behind Newman, either appearing in ads or publicly endorsing her. And since plenty of SUPs had fans who loved them, another huge wave of support rolled in for Newman. At the same time, Newman did not rely completely on those polished publicity pushes. Her political skill was on full display throughout this campaign. In public debates, she was neither too aggressive nor too conservative. Newman had always been capable, both now and in the original series. In the original series, she had been able to become vice president, so naturally, she could become vice president now too, or even reach something higher. Before long, Newman pulled the superdelegates from the swing states into her camp one by one. However, just as Newman was only one step away from becoming vice president, something unexpected happened. Chapter 140. A supervillain with an extremely high power level had suddenly appeared along the border of a small African country. The reports coming in through intelligence channels were urgent and grim. The target's destructive capability had been assessed as extremely high. The local government forces had collapsed across the board. At least 3 towns had been destroyed, and the casualty count was climbing by the hour. Based on the available data, the target's power level required the personal intervention of a supe, at least on the level of Soldier Boy or Homelander, to guarantee suppression. "Sir, please be careful." Newman stood in Benjamin's private office, with New York's glittering nightscape outside the window. Her brow was faintly furrowed, and concern edged her voice. This might not be a coincidence. Certain organizations, certain factions here at home, now that they know I'm about to win the vice presidency, they've got every reason to pull something like this. Luring you away to somewhere far from home, this could be a plot aimed at you. Plenty of them probably know I'm yours. Benjamin looked up after hearing Newman's words, the corner of his mouth lifting into a careless smile. A conspiracy? Then I'd damn well like to see what kind of conspiracy it is. Benjamin didn't waste energy second-guessing himself. Besides, without something like this, where was he supposed to find a good excuse to deal with those rats hiding in the dark? Before long, he left. Late that night, the private jet lifted off from the helipad on the top floor of Vought headquarters and cut through the clouds toward the African continent. Just as Benjamin's private jet was about to reach the airspace above the target area, the unexpected, or rather, the thing he had been waiting for all along, finally arrived. It wasn't a supervillain. What attacked Benjamin was a nuclear bomb. The nuclear bomb came screaming in from beyond the atmosphere. Its trajectory had been calculated with precision, and its point of impact was accurate down to the meter, landing directly on his descent path. A mushroom cloud rose over the African wilderness. The shockwave shredded trees and rocks within several kilometers like scraps of paper and hurled them into the air, while the intense heat burned the ground into a sheet of molten, glassy, scorched earth. Before the smoke and radioactive dust had even cleared, blazing white trails tore through the atmosphere again. The second, the third, the fourth. The nuclear bombs fell one after another, packed so densely it looked like a missile barrage with him as its only target. Every single one slammed into him with pinpoint accuracy, and every single one released enough terrifying energy to wipe out a mid-sized city. The roar of the shockwaves stacked over and over across the wasteland. The earth kept shaking. In the distance, the mountain ranges suffered massive landslides under the repeated strikes, and the entire landscape was reshaped in just a few minutes. The smoke and dust finally settled. Where Benjamin had been standing, the ground no longer existed. In its place was a massive crater several hundred meters across. The air was thick with radioactive dust, dense enough to kill any ordinary unprotected person on the spot. And Benjamin stood right at the center of that crater, arms crossed over his chest. His dark green supersuit was completely intact, without so much as a scorch mark. Not a single strand of his hair had been singed. There wasn't even a scratch on his face. It was as if what had just hit him hadn't been a dozen nuclear bombs, but a heavy rainstorm. "That's it." Benjamin's voice carried undisguised disappointment. He had honestly thought some other sups were going to gang up on him. Then Benjamin got ready to head back. He wasn't an idiot. By the time the second nuclear bomb fell, he had already confirmed there was no supervillain here. The intelligence was fake. This was a carefully laid trap. Certain factions in the United States, before Newman could fully seize control of the country's center of power, had chosen the most extreme method possible, trying to wipe him off the board. Unfortunately, they had clearly underestimated Benjamin's strength. A new private jet was soon sent to pick Benjamin up. By the time Benjamin's new private jet landed back on the helipad atop Vought headquarters, Newman had already been waiting beside the pad for 4 full hours. The moment she saw Benjamin step out of the cabin, her expression finally eased. Newman rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Benjamin. "Sir, welcome back." Those people didn't want her to become president. They didn't just not want her to become president, they wanted to kill her man. And they had used over a dozen nuclear bombs. The power behind this, a force capable of mobilizing the nuclear arsenal and fabricating S-level threat intelligence, was not something any ordinary political opponent or corporate conglomerate could pull off. Behind it had to be certain high-ranking military officials, or more likely, the current president himself. And they had already lost. Now it was their turn to pay the price. Newman did not make the incident public. But over the next few weeks, with shocking speed and ruthlessness, Newman eliminated every one of her campaign opponents. Along with the high-ranking military and intelligence officials she had confirmed through Vought's intelligence network to be connected to the nuclear attack. She did not blow up too many heads. At the very least, she left behind no evidence that could be traced back to her. Some opponents were hit overnight with scandals severe enough to end their political careers. Some were suddenly betrayed by their own party before crucial votes. Some were simply found one morning with resignation letters already written, their signatures shaky, and then disappeared from public view completely. No evidence pointed to Newman, but plenty of people knew damn well who had done it. When Mallory received the news, she was in a safe house with Adna, going over the next step of their operation. After reading the intelligence, she stayed silent for a full 10 seconds. Then she turned her head and looked at Samir, who was sitting in the corner mixing a solution. How much longer until the virus is ready? For the first time, a trace of impatience, something she had never shown before, entered her voice. Samir looked up. A flicker of unease passed through his bloodshot eyes, strained from staring into a microscope for too long, but there was more than that. There was also the kind of focus that only erupted when someone had been backed into a corner. Soon, he said, his voice hoarse. But the strains targeting Soldier Boy and Homelander, I need more time. Then hurry. Mallory cut him off. Then her gaze fell back to the brief entry in the intelligence report that read nuclear attack. 0 damage. The wrinkles at the corners of her mouth looked especially deep in that moment. They're speeding up, so do we. Chapter 141. Newman finally managed to become vice president. But she was already moving toward the presidency. Several more months passed, and before anyone realized it, time had slipped to the eve of the presidential election. Newman's approval ratings had left the other candidates far behind. Only one person still counted as a serious challenger, a man named Stephen. But Stephen was one of Newman's people. More accurately, he was one of Soldier Boy's people. Even if Stephen won, it wouldn't matter. Either way, one of Soldier Boy's people would be elected president. The media had even started calling Newman the president-in-waiting. In the corridors of Vought headquarters, everyone looked at her with a little more careful awe than before. Everyone knew Newman would soon be moving from her seat on Capitol Hill into the Oval Office. And behind her stood two of the most powerful SUPs in the world. No one with half a brain would piss her off at a time like this. But deep in some forgotten industrial ruin in the United States, the mood was the exact opposite of all the excitement around the presidential election. Inside Mallory's safe house, the air felt so heavy it might as well have solidified. Over the past few months, the place had only gotten worse. To avoid being tracked down by the deep and black noir II, they had moved at least 4 times. Each move meant less space, worse equipment, and supplies running thinner than ever. One tube in the fluorescent light overhead had already burned out. The remaining one buzzed as it flickered, throwing a sickly white glow over the room and leaving everyone's face an unhealthy gray. Samir sat at a shaky lab bench in the corner. On the laptop open in front of him, strings of complex molecular structure models kept shifting across the screen. He had lost an entire size since a few months ago. His eyes had sunk deep into their sockets, and his cheekbones stuck out so sharply they looked like they might tear through his skin. The lab coat that used to fit him now hung loose on his body, its cuffs stained with blotches of every color from various chemical reagents. When Mallory once again stood in front of him and asked about his progress, he lifted his head. There was no expression on his pale face. He only shook his head weakly. Mallory's brow tightened slightly. She had been working with Samir for a while now. She had seen him exhausted, She had seen him shaking in terror because of the deep. But she had never seen this look on his face before. That bloodless despair, it sent a bad feeling crawling up her spine. "How's the virus coming along?" Mallory asked. Samir didn't answer right away. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Those hands had once operated countless precision instruments in Vought's most advanced labs. Now they were trembling. Finally, he said hoarsely, "If we make a virus that can kill Soldier Boy or Homelander, do you know what that means?" "What?" Mallory asked. Samir drew in a shaking breath. He turned the laptop screen toward Mallory. It was packed with dense biochemical formulas and simulated transmission models. Mallory wasn't a biochemist. She couldn't understand the formulas, but she could understand the red zones in the simulation, the parts showing the spread. They covered the entire North American continent. It means this virus is powerful, and it would be a large-scale contagious virus. Its transmission mechanism means it can't be limited to a single target. Once it's released on Soldier Boy or Homelander, the virus will spread through the air, through droplets, through contact, through every damn route you can think of, and it'll infect everyone. He paused, looked away from the screen, and stared straight into Mallory's eyes. "Even if the virus I develop only specifically kills SUPs, and I've already optimized its targeting as much as I possibly can, that still means tens of thousands of people will die. Because there are far more SUPs in the world than you think. Vought has plenty of them registered on paper alone, never mind the unregistered ones, the ones hiding among ordinary people, or even the ones who don't know they're SUPs at all. And that includes Newman. Newman is a SUP too. She has compound V in her body." Mallory froze. This old veteran, who had spent decades fighting through the CIA and had seen every kind of shitstorm, couldn't get a single word out. How could this be? Of course she knew how many SUPs there were. Mallory knew better than anyone. During her years overseeing SUP affairs at the CIA, she had personally built their tracking files. She had simply never connected, developing a virus that could kill Soldier Boy with killing every SUP. Once Samir laid out that chain of logic, it seemed so obvious that the fact she hadn't thought of it earlier made a chill run through her. She had always thought she was building a precision sniper rifle. Samir had just told her it wasn't a sniper rifle at all. It was a nuclear bomb capable of wiping out an entire species. "So this is SUP genocide?" Mallory asked. Samir nodded. Then his expression suddenly collapsed, and he pleaded, "Mallory, I can't do this. I started researching this virus to deal with Soldier Boy, for revenge, to take back what was supposed to be mine. But Newman is a SUP too. If this virus is really released, Newman will die too. She's done a lot of fucked up things. She betrayed me, she abandoned me, but I can't kill her, I can't do it. She's the mother of my daughter. So I can't make something with my own hands that will kill her." Mallory fell silent. Adna had been leaning in the corner the whole time, arms crossed, without saying a word from beginning to end. Under the flickering light, his expression looked especially grim. It wasn't that he had no thoughts of his own. He just knew nothing he said right now would be appropriate. Now that Butcher and the other two had once again been placed under house arrest by Vought, they had no options left. The three of them stood in the cramped safe house, all choked by the same question. If they continued the research, they might become the people behind the largest massacre in SUP history. No matter how righteous their intentions were, the final result would still be tens of thousands of lives wiped out. If they abandoned the research, their most effective weapon against Soldier Boy and Homelander would be dead, with no replacement in sight. The silence lasted a full 2 minutes. Finally, Adna broke the deadlock. "If there's really no other way, I'll release all the dirt." Mallory and Samir turned to look at him at the same time. Adna continued, "Every piece of dirt on every superhero at Vought is stored on our servers. Once it goes public, Vought's entire public image will collapse within 24 hours. By then, public pressure, congressional investigations, mass protests, all of it stacked together might be enough to drag Soldier Boy and Homelander off their goddamn pedestals." Mallory was just about to respond when footsteps sounded outside the door. All three of them froze. Chapter 142. Adna's hand slipped into his pocket on instinct, his fingertips brushing the cold V24 syringe. Just as his thumb was about to press the safety catch, Mallory grabbed his wrist. "Don't, your immobilization won't work on him." Adna stopped. He knew exactly who Mallory meant by him. There weren't more than 2 sups in the world who could make Mallory say that in that tone. The steel door of the safe house was pushed open. A tall figure in a dark green supersuit appeared in the doorway, carrying his iconic shield. Benjamin's eyes swept across the safe house. "Colonel Mallory, didn't think you'd gotten this damn old. Tusk, you were pretty hot back in the day. Time's a bitch, huh?" Mallory said nothing, she just looked at Benjamin. Benjamin studied Mallory's face, lined with age but still carrying the shape of the woman she had once been. There wasn't much hatred in his eyes. It was more like he was looking across several decades. He remembered what she had looked like in Nicaragua. Young, in good shape, beautiful, with a fire in her eyes that refused to back down. That fire had not gone out completely, but more than half her hair was white now. "What about the guards outside?" Mallory asked. "They're innocent." Benjamin shrugged, casual and blunt. "Innocent? Maybe. That's why I didn't kill them all. The ones still breathing were taken away by the sups I sent. Whoever needs questioning gets questioned. Whoever needs locking up gets locked up. Whoever should be let go will be let go." He looked away from Mallory and glanced at Samir, who was pale with fear in the corner, then at Adna. Adna's hand was still in his pocket, gripping the V24 syringe, but he did not pull it out. The smile at the corner of Benjamin's mouth deepened. Then he looked back at Mallory. "So, are you coming with me, or are you dying here?" Mallory sighed, then looked Benjamin straight in the eye and said, "We'll come with you." Under the cover of night, 3 black Vought transport vehicles quietly drove away from the industrial ruins. Mallory, Adna, and Samir were locked separately in 3 special cells on the deepest underground level of Vought. The place was guarded in layers, with soup guards rotating shifts every few hours. Each cell was fitted with multiple suppression systems designed specifically to counter superpowers. In the end, Adna never released the dirt. At the final moment before he was escorted into the cell, his hand had brushed the encrypted remote in his pocket. One press, and all the dirt would have been sent instantly to the servers of major media outlets around the world. Vought's superhero empire would have collapsed beneath the flood of information. But his finger hovered over the remote for a few seconds, then finally let go. Because he knew that if he released it, he would die. And he was not ready to die for that dirt. The matter of the boys was completely over. Soon, Newman succeeded. She stood on the inauguration platform on the west side of the Capitol, her right hand raised before her chest, facing the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and recited word by word the oath that had been repeated countless times throughout American history. She wore a deep blue suit, sharp and solemn in its tailoring, with a small American flag pin on her lapel. Her hair was arranged with meticulous care. The crowd below erupted into deafening cheers, countless stars and stripes rippling through the sea of people. The moment the oath ended, Newman turned toward the packed crowd in the plaza and the countless cameras, offering a perfectly measured smile. She had become the first official female president in American history. Aside from a handful of people in the know, no one knew she was a supe. No one knew how much blood was on her hands. And no one knew that the one she had sworn loyalty to was not the United States, but a man in a dark green supersuit. Vice President Ashley stood a few steps behind her, wearing the most expensive suit she had ever worn in her life. Her hands were clasped nervously in front of her, her expression caught somewhere between wild joy and sheer panic. She had never dreamed she would one day stand in this position. From a trembling little manager at Vought to Vice President of the United States, the path was more absurd than anyone could have imagined. But no one understood better than Ashley that she stood there not because she was outstanding, but because Soldier Boy needed someone completely obedient in the vice president's seat. Ashley's greatest strength had never been ability, it was obedience. Of course, that was under the condition that her life was guaranteed. She knew that perfectly well and had no complaints. As for Stephen, he became the apparent third most powerful figure in the United States. Secretary of State and the President's National Security Advisor, representing the domestic faction that supported Soldier Boy. The position gave him a legitimate seat at the table for every key decision, and he had only one job: make sure those decisions never strayed from the interests of Soldier Boy and Homelander. At this point, Soldier Boy had completely taken hold of every power in the United States through a legal election, an obedient Congress, and a president and vice president he had personally chosen. The structure of separation of powers remained intact in name. Not a single word of the Constitution had been changed. Congress still met, the Supreme Court still heard cases, and the media still criticized the government. Everything looked exactly the same as before. But behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office, behind the closed doors of conference rooms on Capitol Hill, and in the decisive instant before every major decision was made, real power had never been in the hands of those elected officials. Still, things went on as they always had. Benjamin really had no great interest in governing the country. He did it purely for fun and to avoid certain kinds of trouble. Soldier Boy would not act like Homelander in the original series, arresting people who did not support him, running loyalty checks, or standing in the spotlight giving passionate but empty speeches to the whole nation. To him, there was no need. What could the people who did not support him, or rather, did not support Newman, actually do? March in the streets, talk shit about him on social media, launch an impeachment motion in Congress. None of that mattered to him. He could not even be bothered to look down at it. Real power did not need fear to keep it standing. Fear was what the weak used to control the weak. He only needed to make sure the top of the pyramid belonged to him. As for what they thought, Soldier Boy did not give a damn. 1 week after the inauguration, a new name appeared on the Seven's roster. Kate officially joined the Seven, becoming a full member of the world's most watched superhero team. Her addition caused almost no controversy, because Vought's PR department had built a perfect public image and background for her with terrifying efficiency. On top of that, she genuinely had abilities no one could underestimate, so the public accepted this new face in less than a week. Of course, Benjamin's women had also gained one more member. Kate was that beautiful. Benjamin obviously was not going to let her go. And Kate already liked Benjamin a lot. She worshipped him, so naturally, she was willing to become Benjamin's sex friend. No one knew how it started, and no one dared ask. The sharp-nosed executives at Vought HQ simply noticed that, for a while, Kate went in and out of Soldier Boy's private floor far more often than normal work reports required. It was the same with Starlight. But no one talked about it, at least not in public. Of course, at Benjamin's request, Golden Boy and Kate broke up. It was easy. Kate controlled Golden Boy, then ended everything cleanly. At that point, the Seven's lineup was officially set. Homelander, The Deep, Kate, Starlight, Black Noir II, A-Train, and Maeve. The list sparked plenty of discussion on social media, especially A-Train's return, which caught a lot of people off guard. But A-Train was able to return to the Seven thanks to the contribution of a certain racist soup. His heart condition had reached the point where he was finished without a transplant, and Blue Hawk just happened to have the heart he needed. So the whole story played out just like in the original series. The only difference was that this time, Benjamin gave a silent nod from behind the scenes and allowed A-Train to kill Blue Hawk, so the whole process had far fewer complications than in the original. The surgery was a success. A-Train hit his top speed again. He put the blue and white supersuit back on and stepped into the spotlight once more. But his eyes were not quite the same as before. There was less arrogance in them and more genuine feeling. The days after that were easy. Benjamin had Homelander, a son who worshipped him and loved him. Although Homelander would occasionally say something about becoming a god, after Benjamin beat the crap out of him, he never said it again. There were also quite a few women who were fiercely loyal to him. Stormfront, Starlight, Renee, Newman, Kate, and so on. Every now and then, Benjamin would take Homelander traveling around the world. At other times, he would spend time with his women. With Benjamin by his side, Homelander gradually became a real superhero. Sure, his temper was still shit, but at the very least, he was a superhero now, right? Oh, right. Benjamin planned to give Homelander that V1 once he behaved well enough, granting him eternal life. As for the other women, Benjamin valued them too, but they were nowhere near as important as Homelander. The key point was that Homelander was his good son. Still, Benjamin did his best to have Sage and quite a few researchers start developing V1 again. If possible, Benjamin planned to get a few doses of V1 for his women later too. Huey was still with his Robin, and they had 2 daughters. Butcher also stayed with Becca, and the 2 of them had a son. Aside from visiting Ryan about once a month, Becca spent the rest of her time living a shamelessly carefree life with Butcher, or raising their own son together. After having a son of her own, Becca no longer devoted herself entirely to Ryan. Everything was pretty damn good. At the end,